When others are still struggling with awakening S-level talents, I can pick up S-level talents just by stepping on a bubble, and even awaken higher-level SSS-level talents through synthesis. Just because I crossed over to a world where martial arts lead to enlightenment, not only can I awaken the infinite talent acquisition system, but I can also integrate and upgrade the acquired talents. Little did I know, when I first crossed over, I was just a 3-year-old child, but I was tied to a strange pillar and forcibly had my chest cut open by an unknown force, taking away a piece of dazzling golden bone. Fortunately, I was rescued by my foster parents from the mouths of wild beasts in the wilderness. At this moment, I was suddenly awakened by the pain in my chest. Damn it! It still hurts after more than 10 years. What kind of amazing martial arts talent could that dazzling golden bone be? Tomorrow is the awakening of martial arts talent. I don't know what kind of talent will awaken. Soon, I arrived at the Martial Arts Talent Awakening Day at one of the top 10 sanctuaries of St. Xia. I saw a pillar with intricate patterns standing on the awakening platform, with letters from E to SSS engraved on it. The next moment, a boy stepped onto the awakening platform, placed his right hand on the imprint of the talent pillar, and the patterns on the talent pillar instantly lit up, converging at the letter E. This represents that this boy's martial arts talent is at the E level. Awakening martial arts talent only requires a few days of practice to break through and become a true warrior. Suddenly I found that the awakened boy standing on the ground had a white bubble. Daphne, have you seen the bubble next to that person? His best friend Jiangfan stared with wide eyes, but saw nothing. I treat you as a brother, and you just want to play me, right? Where did the bubble come from? I walked over, pretending not to notice, and stepped on the white bubble with one foot. Ding! The host picks up the E-level talent. Big and thick. Is this the talent of that boy? Generally, during the awakening ceremony, you can only know what level of martial talent is awakened, and it will not reveal the specific talent. No, what was that sound just now? Is it the system? As the second classmate stepped forward, he also awakened with an E-level talent. A yellow bubble appeared under his feet. Classmate, I really envy you. You are really amazing. Seizing the opportunity of praise, I stepped on that bubble. Another voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The host picks up 5 points of martial arts experience value. I was overjoyed when I carefully checked the system panel that appeared. Without any hallucinations, I really awakened and picked up the system. After the third classmate successfully awakened, I once again picked up an E-level talent amplitude. Ding! The host already has 2 E-level talents, which can be synthesized into a D-level talent. Synthesis. As my voice fell, another crisp prompt sounded in my ear, and the D-level talent oscillation was already synthesized. At this moment, I was deeply shocked once again. This golden finger now seems extremely against the sky, able to pick up others' attributes at will, make them one's own, and can also synthesize infinitely. In order to avoid attracting attention, I stood directly in front of the crowd, and every time someone woke up, I would go up and join in the fun. However, my strange behavior attracted a lot of attention. Jiangfan looked puzzled. When did Daogu become so cool? Is it to get close to the school flower of ED? I don't know what Jiangfan is thinking, because the candidate for the championship in the school grass world is about to awaken, and I look at the eyes of the champion with great eagerness. The other party glanced at me inadvertently, and the eyes were obviously consistent, and the pace quickened a bit. Jiangfan saw my expression. His face turned black. My dear, you didn't fall for the school flower of Ede, but for the school grass of Jieda. I never realized you were this kind of person all these years. As Jieshir placed his hand on the talent holy pillar, the intricate patterns on the talent holy pillar instantly burst into an incredibly dazzling golden light, converging on E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, S rank, and finally stopping at SS rank. However, Jieshir remained calm, his deep eyes looking into the distance, pondering something. My gaze at Jieshir was almost stretched, because the bubble under Jieshir's feet was golden, large and round, and my heart kept shouting, "Come down quickly, come down quickly." Jieshir walked down with the pace of a king, passing by me, his pace noticeably quickening. Dude, you're amazing. Jieshir's expression changed, his chrysanthemum slightly shrinking. Thank you for the compliment. Ding, host picks up SS rank talent, extraordinary insight, and I immediately feel much more comfortable in my head. However, my creepy expression did not end, because the next one is Yu Tong, the school flower of Ede. This one's talent is no less than Jieshir's genius. Her hand had just been placed on it when the gifted sacred pillar once again emitted a dazzling golden light that converged towards the letters. Finally, it stopped at the letter S, which meant that her talent was an S-rank talent, and her body was bubbling with wisps of red flames, and although she couldn't tell what kind of martial arts talent she had, it must have something to do with flames. Mudeo's eyes once again pulled silk. That expression to see the boundary side. Jiang Fan a face confused. Is not a? Now he likes a beautiful woman. Is he a man or woman? They both shook their heads desperately. Dao. I'll take you over any wall. Big school flower. You and boundary big school grass are truly a natural pair. Hearing Medeo's words, Yuton's small face flushed and she ran back to the group cheerfully. Ding! The host has picked up the golden bubble and gained the S-rank talent. Extreme Royal Phoenix Flame. Cool. The villain inside Makamichi was already screaming madly. Another S grade. This is like smoke from the ancestor's grave for the third middle school. This year there is not only SS grade, but also S grade. The school leaders are already discussing the enrollment plan for this year. Soon, the first class was finished with full awakening. 40 students, 2 golden bubbles, 25 martial arts experience plus 5. That's 125 experience points. 5 basic martial arts of small success, 8 white bubbles. All of them were E-grade talents. He looked at the attribute panel, which was already very different from before. Cool. In just 20 minutes, the attribute panel is just a world away from before. The next second class, Blockheads 3 in the good fortune seems to have run out. Appeared to be the best talent is C grade. Mu Dao also only picked up a C grade talent. Extreme I. The other are martial arts experience value or basic martial arts. It was soon the turn of their third class, and the homeroom teacher, Gu, was very hopeful that one of them would awaken an advanced martial arts talent. The result was unsatisfactory. Having already awakened most of them, only one awakened a C-rank talent, which Makoto naturally and nonchalantly pocketed. Grade C talent. Iron Body. A defensive martial arts talent. That's pretty good too. Jiang Fan was the penultimate to awaken, and Mudeo patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Aha. Jiang Fan placed his hand on top of the holy pillar of talent, which instantly flickered with golden light, converging along the lines at the letters, E rank, and didn't stop until S rank, as faint thunder surfaced on the surface of his body. Another S-class talent. Principal Zhang Rulin no longer knows what to say. This year is destined to be the world of their third middle school. This kid is good. Madeo was genuinely happy for Jiang Fan. However, with such a bright golden bubble, he naturally pocketed it nonchalantly. Ding! The host picks up the golden bubble and gains the S-rank talent. Phantom Thunder. Ding! The S-rank talent Extreme Royal Phoenix Flame and the S-rank talent Phantom Flame Thunder can be merged, and have been merged into the SS rank talent. 9 Phantom Thunder Flame. A tingling and blazing sensation spread throughout Makoto's entire body, even stronger than the sensation of obtaining Boundary Slayer's SS grade talent. Ding! The host has the SS grade talent Transcendent Enlightenment and the SS grade talent. 9 Spectre Thunder Flame. Yes/no merge? Merge. Madeo didn't even think about it. SSS ranked talent? It was definitely better than 2 SS ranked talents. Ding! It has been merged into an SSS grade talent for the host. Extreme Thunder Flame. It should have been Makamichi's turn next, but it wasn't the best time to awaken. So he went to his homeroom teacher, Gu, and applied for the final awakening. This happens every year, and Gu didn't say much about it, instead patting him on the shoulder and telling him not to worry too much. Brother Dao, I've awakened an S-rank talent. I really didn't expect it. Ha, Da Fan. It looks like you'll have to cover me from now on. Brother Dao, you'll definitely be able to do it too. Our 2 brothers are going to be the campus dual swordsmen when we enter the higher learning institution. You mustn't drag your feet. With 15 classes, and only 3 awakened so far, Makoto had already awakened the SSS ranked talent, Extreme Thunder Flame. There are 12 more classes, so maybe we can combine a couple more advanced talents out of it. Next the others awakened successfully, and Madeo didn't immediately go out to pick up the bubbles like before. He realized that these bubbles could survive for 2 minutes, and once the 2 minutes were over, they would dissipate on their own accord. Makamichi was happy to keep weaving in and out of the various students. His actions had made most of the students and teachers pay attention to him, but it wasn't like he was affecting the others. Instead he was cheering the others on, and it wasn't easy to say anything about it. Time flashed to the afternoon. The last class of students also awakened to the end. Only Mu Dao did not awaken the talent of martial arts, and it was his turn soon. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System. Host, Makito. Talents, Unawakened. SSS Talent. Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent. Hundredfold Shock. S grade talent. Great Sun Buddha Body. P.S. Since there are too many low-level talents, the author will only show high-level talents or some special talents that should appear here. Martial skills, Stepping Strong, Perfection, plus. Basic Fist Technique, Perfection, plus. Basic Palm Technique, Perfection, plus. Basic Leg Technique, Perfection, plus. Basic Gun Technique, Perfection, plus. Martial Skills Experience Value. 2505. Martial skill proficiency. Introductory. Minor. Major perfect. Perfect. He could have achieved this level of martial skill proficiency without using martial skill experience value to increase his martial skill proficiency, but all by picking up synthesis. It's my turn soon, and I don't know if my original talent can be detected. Goldfinger. System, can you not let my SSS talent be detected? Ding. It has been hidden for the host. Makoto's only concerns were lifted as he walked onto the stage and placed his hand on top of the awakening holy pillar, which was silent for roughly 10 seconds without responding. The others and Makamichi were confused. What did this mean? Was it that there was no talent? Those without talent were as rare as those with SSS level talent. In the next second, the holy pillar of awakening erupted with incomparably blazing golden light, converging along the lines at E rank, D rank, and finally S rank. What? Another S rank talent? The entire school was nonplussed. Was S-class talent so common now? In the past, the entire Blockhead Asylum had at most 2 or 3 S-class martial talent awakenings, and this year there were 3 in their 3rd middle school alone. The changes in the awakening holy pillar are not yet over. A line of purple light appeared, converging on the SS grade letters, which represented something that anyone present knew. However, this is as rare as SSS ranked talent. Dual talents, 1 S ranked and 1 SS ranked. Principal Su Rulin could already predict that their 3rd middle school was going to be famous. GU was also excited beyond words. 2 S-class students had appeared in their class. This was an institution of higher learning. A future strong seedling. Holy, Dao is Dao. That's awesome. The first class of Boundary Deicide. Their eyes showed a look of incomprehension. How could it be? Did it change a lot of things because of my rebirth? But such a genius is A. I'll have to find a way to change that orientation in him. It was only Makamichi, who was filled with questions in his mind. That S-ranked talent was not the one he synthesized, but the original body's talent. Wasn't it taken away back then? Wasn't it taken clean? The S-ranked talent, Chaos Bone, seems pretty good too. Chapter 4, Perfect Absorption. Becoming an E-class martial artist. Principal's office. Boundary Slayer, E. Yutong, Zhang Fan, and Mudeo. Zhang Julin looked at them with a smile. All of you. You have all awakened S-rank and upwards talent. During this time you should cultivate hard and become a martial artist as soon as possible. Although with your talent, the Advanced Academy will casually enter. But if you desert your performance, I guess it will affect your resource allocation in the future. On behalf of the school, I'll give 10 martial blood pills to each of the students of Boundary Slayer, Modeo, and 6 martial blood pills to each of E. Yutong and Jiangfan for free. To E. Yutong, a few martial blood pills might not be a big deal, but to the 3 of them, Modeo, it was not a small amount. A martial blood pill of 10,000 sacred summer dollars was enough for many ordinary families to live for as long as half a year. After Zhang Julin briefly explained some things, he told them to go back. Student Mu, you have a strong talent. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Mu Dao looked towards Boundary Slayer, who had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and felt that his words were intentional, and by saying so, he wasn't thinking that his talent was stronger than his. But after a short time together, Boundary Slayer shouldn't be this kind of person either. Then thank you, Brother Boundary, and I will definitely come to you if I have any questions. Boundary Slayer nodded. It's also considered a buildable talent. If it's properly cultivated, it'll be beneficial to Sacred Summer, and it can also become a helper for me. Brother Dao, your talent can be even stronger than his. Isn't he saying that because he thinks you're inferior to him? Dai Yun. Forget it. Boundary Deicide gives me a special feeling. Maybe there will really be times in the future when I'll have to beg for it. Besides, who can say for sure about the future? Go back and grab the talent to familiarize yourself with it. Then break through to martial artist with a bang. Dao, I know. Makamichi was now so intent on trying out his talent that he was sitting in the transportation vehicle, thinking about how his talent would actually perform. When he got home, his parents were preparing dinner and his sister was looking at the manga. Brother, how was your awakening today? Guess what talent your brother can awaken? Mudeo scraped the tip of Mu Ling's showy nose. It must be AB because it feels like you're smarter than Dad. Ha ha. Brother, did I guess right? Wrong guess. Your brother is a double talent. 1 SS rank and 1 S rank. Surprise, surprise. Makiling jumped up violently from the couch. Mom and Dad, my brother has awakened his SS grade talent. You guys come out. Muchang and Su Shui walked out from the kitchen, and when they heard Mao Ling's words, a hint of surprise hung on their faces as well. Doyle, is it true? Mom and Dad, not only did they awaken the SS ranked talent, they also awakened the S ranked talent. The double talent. Good. There's something to be said for that. Much more so than me. Honey, Let's add dinner tonight. After eating, Muching told Madeo many things about cultivation, telling him that he must not be too hasty, and that he had to progress step by step. He returned to his room and closed the doors and windows tightly. I now have 4 S-rank and above talents. S-rank martial arts talent. Chaotic Bone, S-rank talent. Great Sun Buddha Body, SS-rank talent. Hundredfold Shock, SSS rank talent. Extreme Thunderflame. I guess it's the first martial artist in the history of mankind to have 4 talents above the S-rank. The stronger the talent, the more they refined various cultivation resources, as well as absorbed the aura of heaven and earth. And even their enlightenment was far superior to others. And the power of martial arts talent can be utilized even more when you are strong. In the future, he would hold thunder in one hand and fiery flames in the other. That kind of image was overbearing just thinking about it. The extreme thunderflame would allow him to have an elementalized attack, 100 times more shocking. He clenched his fist and gently blasted it out. He could feel a shocking force attacking the air. This kind of attack was not a useless attack. Great Sun Buddha Body. This S-rank talent was formed after he picked up a B-rank talent. When he used this talent, his body manifested a layer of golden light, with faint golden runes appearing, and his body strength was much stronger, perfectly paired with hundredfold shock, which requires extreme physical prowess to suppress the recoil force against the body. What he was most concerned about was the chaos bone. He could see that at his chest, there was a small piece of golden bone, golden and incomparably divine, with many ancient patterns engraved on it, but he couldn't read it. If I have the chance to meet that group in the future, will they pick up the talent I once had? Cultivate first and try the power of the 4 S-rank talents. Martial Blood Pill, which contained ferocious beast essence blood and some medicinal herbs, could strengthen a martial artist's body and enhance chi and blood. After all, the root of a martial artist was chi and blood. He swallowed a martial blood pill, concentrating his mind and quieting his chi, with the extreme Dao Thunderflame as the main focus and the other 3 talents as the supplement, absorbing the energy of the martial blood pill, which in turn was transported into all parts of his body to enhance Madeo's chi and blood. Soon, a martial blood pill was completely absorbed and cleaned up, growing 1 card of chi and blood, which meant that after he absorbed all the martial blood pills, he would be able to become a true martial artist, refining 1 a minute on average. It would only take 10 minutes for him to become a martial artist. Generally speaking, relying on our martial talent to refine the elixir on our own, we can only absorb part of the energy, whereas now, I can absorb it completely. Martial artists usually do not cultivate feats in the early stages, because feats are related to later progress and have to be chosen and considered carefully. After the 10 martial blood pills were completely absorbed, a rumbling sound was emitted from within Mu Dao's body. He felt that his body was in an incomparably good state. His body was filled with energy that he couldn't use up in any way. E-level martial artists, divided into 3 stages. Just breakthrough is E-level. The next is E-level, E+ level. After breaking through E+ level you can enter the next stage. For E-ranked martial artists, chi and blood must reach 10 cards, E rank must reach 40 cards, and E+ rank must reach 100 cards. Breaking through to the next realm would increase the value of chi and blood by 2x, 3x and 5x on top of the previous one. For example, if he reached D martial artist, his chi and blood would have to reach 200 cards. For D-ranked martial artist, it would be 600 cards of chi and blood, and for D+ martial artist, it would be 3,000 cards of chi and blood. 1 card of chi and blood could represent 10 kilograms of power. He could now hit 100 kilograms of power at will. This was placed in his previous life. Except for the boxing champion, he could be invincible. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent, Chaos Bone, Martial Arts Realm, Key Blood 10 cards, Martial Skills, Stepping Strong, Perfection, plus, Basic Fist Technique, Perfection, plus, Basic Palm Technique, Perfection, plus, Basic Leg Technique, Perfection, plus, Basic Gun Technique, Perfection, plus, Martial Skills Experience Value, 2,505. Just as Mu Dao was pondering, he discovered a problem. His original talent, the Chaos Bone, would actually devour those lower-level talents. When he stopped it with his mind, the Chaos Bone would stop devouring it. Forget it, just let it devour it. Anyway, the 4S rank and upwards talents now are enough for me. There is no rush for the future as the talent will grow. P.S. The author has written other novels, but this is the first time to try this kind of topic, so you can give your opinions. Chapter 5 Gathering the Wool of the Sons of the Air, The Golden Bubble. The following morning, Madeo simply washed up and then went to the school, where Jiang Fan was waiting for him at the school entrance. Dao, did you feel that? Feel what? The throb of life. Look at all these little girls. They're looking our way. Do you think they like me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shame on you. Should like me too. After saying that, Makamichi was serious and walked towards the school with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Fan was confused for a moment and cursed shamelessly. By the look of his lips, the cursing should be dirty. Mudeo didn't rush 10 to the class, but just now he gleaned a red bubble on Jiang Fan's body again. Ding! Host picks up chi blood plus 1 card. He felt that the chi and blood in his body had grown a tiny bit. Now he felt even more that the attribute picking up Goldfinger was extraordinary. Even the chi and blood could be picked up. His own cultivation speed wasn't slow in the first place, and it could also be picked up. It was simply invincible. On the road there were many students who participated in the awakening yesterday, and they all had bubbles under their feet. And Makamichi was so happy. The talent he awakened yesterday already made him a star student. Plus the fact that he took the initiative to greet him made all those students look honored. Especially the female students, who were practically nymphomaniacs. Ding! Host picks up chi plus 0.15 inch. Ding! Host picks up chi and blood plus 0.1 inch. In just a few minutes, his blood value increased by another 1 card. He instantly gave birth to a crazy idea. After they awakened their martial arts talent, there would naturally be more martial arts practice classes. Then there would naturally be more opportunities for him to wool gather. At this moment, the ones who should be gripped the most are those in his own class. In the classroom, most of the students had already arrived, and looking at the dozens of bubbles on the ground, densely packed, Makoto was so happy. Slowly, he walked past them, over and over again, his head filled with the sound of tinkling, as if it were heavenly and irresistible. With 40 students, Jiang Fan provided him with 1 card of chi and blood, and the remaining 38 students, 0.1 each, was 3.8 cards of chi and blood. Perhaps it was because he had just awakened to cultivation. The bubbles he picked up were almost all chi and blood values, but what he lacked the most right now was chi and blood values. He had already set his sights on Boundary Slayer and Yi Yutong, and even the entire senior class of the Blockhead 3rd High School. Ji Yu came to the classroom with a smile on his face. Students, everyone try to familiarize yourself with your talents as much as possible lately. In 2 weeks you will be taken into the wilderness to see the real ferocious beasts, martial artists. Sooner or later, you will have to come into contact with ferocious beasts head-on. Student Makamichi, you're a dual talent. Even both talents are S-rank talents. You should make good use of the opportunity. Student Jiang Fan is also very good. The rest of the students should also hurry up their cultivation and try to get closer to the 2 students. Begin the lesson by turning to the Feral Beasts Illustrated and Weaknesses book detail. Stayed up until the end of class. Makoto hoofed it to the toilet. The toilet, the hallway, all the bubbles. The bubbles can only last for a short time, about a few minutes. He was in a hurry. Luckily, you can pick it up by just touching it. If you were to use your hands, I don't know what kind of pervert you'd be taken for. Some of the bubbles were right on the boy's shoulders, and Makoto directly slapped them, and some of the students, who were still in the restroom, almost had their souls slapped by him, and turned their bodies sideways, thinking that Makoto had a habit of looking at little birds. A man's most vulnerable time is no different than when he goes to the bathroom next to someone watching him. What can I do for you, Makoto students? Makamichi glanced down. Classmate. Good money. The other man immediately zipped up his pants and alertly ran out of the restroom. Madeo didn't have the slightest idea that others had already taken him for a. In the 10 minutes between classes, he picked up another 9 cards of chi and blood values. At this rate, he would become an E-ranked martial artist in 2 days at the most. On his way back, he happened to meet Boundary Deicide going to the restroom, and Makoto's eyes radiated a wolf-like gaze. Kai-san, long time no see. Makoto held Boundary Slayer's hands and took the opportunity to pick up that golden bubble on him. Ding! The host has picked it up successfully, obtaining the Heaven Grade Extreme Grade Technique. Star Foundation Building Method. Star Foundation Building Method draws the energy of the starlight from the sky into the body, quenches the tendons and veins and the body's great dragon, reaches great success, can be as a body as a star. Mudeo's expression was still as lewd as ever, but shocking waves had risen in his heart as he seemed to have discovered a big secret. See you tomorrow, KAI students. See you tomorrow. Boundary Slayer was confused. Hey, a good kid. Why is he this kind of person? No, we must reverse his orientation. Big deal. I'll sell a little bit of my color. But this kid's talent is really good. Breaking through to martial artist in one night's absence. This speed is only a little bit worse than mine. Makoto returned to the classroom and suppressed the idea of receiving the Star Foundation Building Method. Martial arts techniques, from low to high, are categorized into ordinary, mortal, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven levels. Not to mention the heaven grade Dharma sect. Even if it was a Xian grade Dharma sect martial skill, it could be worth a lot of money. Boundary regicide family background is not considered powerful, and Madeo is not clear about it. The great power of the Zhang Legend Asylum, even the ground level, or the Xian level cannot necessarily be found. It means that Boundary Slayer must have gained a chance. SS grade talent, heaven grade Dharma, chance, which all indicated that he was not ordinary, and might be the kind of son of Qi that was described in the novels of his previous life. Holy, this thigh must be tied down, for no other reason than to be able to wool gather, until he is empty. Zhang Fan returned to the classroom with a nervous look plus a lost look. Dao, S-rank talent doesn't seem to be in demand anymore. For what? Do you remember the boy who was the first to awaken yesterday? I just heard the boys in their class say that kid's awakened talent is E-rank. E-rank is not important. The key is that his talent is thick, and it's rumored that he's already been contacted by a rich woman. Mudo, why is it that others are so good and have such business opportunities at such a young age? No, how did the rich woman know about his talent? He said it himself on the internet, and he said it again inside the class, saying that it's difficult to become a powerful martial artist with his talent, so he might as well utilize it and enjoy the Golden Mountain while he can. Holy, Madeo instantly also felt that his talent was not appetizing. Young people don't know the fragrance of a rich woman, and mistakenly regard a young girl as a treasure. Outside the Legend Asylum, a battleship slowly came to a stop, and a girl walked out from it. The girl was about 1.75 meters in height, with a double ponytail, her face exquisitely valiant, and she was wearing a baseball uniform, revealing straight and smooth thighs, and her feet were wearing small white shoes. She said to the people inside the battleship, "You guys go back first, I'll just go in by myself. This little thing can't be hard for me." She entered the blockhead asylum, interested in everything on the street, bouncing around and attracting a lot of attention. This is finally no one cares about me, but still have to go to school, is really annoying. Let's go to Yutong first and report to the 3rd grade tomorrow. It's been years since I've seen Yutong. I wonder if she's gotten bigger yet. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6, The New Female Deskmate. Xiao Yunjing. In the evening, Mudeo returned to his room and began to check the records of the Star Foundation building method. The Star Foundation building method was to absorb the power of the stars to strengthen one's foundation, which could make the martial artist's body flawless and perfectly attuned to the aura. Should I practice or not? I can pick up bubbles. If I pick up a few more spells and fuse them together, it's not impossible to exceed the heavenly level. Anyway, the spells can't escape in my place, so I won't cultivate them first. Wait, whether it's possible to cultivate multiple techniques at the same time, I'll have to ask my teacher tomorrow, and after that, I'll decide whether or not to cultivate the Star Foundation building technique. He then tapped on the Stomping Pile Technique Plus, and he instantly gained an additional realization in his mind. His martial skill experience value was 100 less, and his Stomping Pile technique reached perfection. Without the martial blood pill, Qi and blood enhancement could only rely on ingested food, which contained little energy and could not extract much Qi and blood at all. Either eat the meat of ferocious beasts, or pills, or cultivation methods. On the following day, Mu Dao repeated his old technique and walked slowly at the school entrance. Wherever there were bubbles, there was his silhouette. Yesterday he picked up almost 20 cards of Qi and blood. Today he only needed to collect another 10 cards of Qi and blood. He would become an E-ranked martial artist. His worries were redundant. The bubbles dropped almost every day. But today, there were a little less blood bubbles, and more martial arts experience values, and common spells bubbles. It could be that on the first day everyone had just awakened and were cultivating, and on the second day many of the students were making slow progress, with little or no increase in Qi or blood, and thus were unable to drop Qi and blood bubbles. I also wonder what conditions are required to pick up the bubbles dropped by the teachers, who, surely, are so much better than the students. Dao, look, when did such a beauty appear in our school again? Mudeo looked over in the direction Zhang Fan pointed, and saw Yi Yutong followed by a big beauty with a face value not inferior to Yi Yutong's looks. It was also his favorite type. I haven't picked up the E to schoolgirl yet. Can't miss this opportunity. Daphne, let's go see. Makoto took a step in their direction. Holy, when did Dao become such a social cow? Didn't he always say that wise men don't fall in love? Liar, big liar. E to schoolgirl. Good morning, student Mac. Student Jian. Good morning Ding. Host picks up Qi blood +5. After picking up the bubbles dropped by E Yutong, he realized that the girl next to E Yutong had a golden bubble at her feet that was incomparably dazzling. And this beauty is? Maka Michi. She's my hairdresser, Xiao Yunjing, who's now transferred to our school. Ding. The host has picked up the heavenly grade method, the Phoenix Yin Foundation building method. Holy, what the hell is this? Is the heavenly grade Dharma sect such a big cabbage? What is this girl's identity? He stared blankly at the girl, perhaps because his gaze carried a great deal of aggression, and the girl frowned. Hey, it's not nice to stare at a girl like that. Makamichi looked back. Ahem, I didn't mean it. Rather, it's because you're too excessively beautiful. The girl's small mouth was averted. Yutong covered his mouth and laughed next to him, and Jiang Fan gave him a thumbs up. NB, Yutong, who was that boy just now? MacDao. He's a dual talent, one S ranked and one SS ranked. So what? Rattled by him? Why yes, how can that be? I just think he's pretty special. He's horny but doesn't have that disgusting look in his eyes. Brother Dao, how unrighteous of you. When did you learn the way to pick up girls? And you don't teach me. Dai Fan, there are some things you can't learn. Like, handsome. After saying that, he left, leaving Jiang Fan alone to mess up in the air. How TNND shameless. Makuto. In the classroom, Ji said to them, class, we have a new transfer in our class. Let's give her a round of applause. Is she? Xiao Yunjing walked into the classroom, and her image instantly attracted most people's goodwill. Plus her current image of a good girl with a sweet smile made people mistake her for a sweet girl. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Yunjing. From now on we will be classmates. Please take care of us. Teacher, I want to sit in that seat. The direction she was pointing was naturally next to the pastoral path. Good. Student Mu, Xiao has just come here and is unfamiliar with many things. From now on she will be in your hands. You must take care of your new classmate. Teacher, I know. Xiao Yunjing walked down with his long legs, passing by Madeo, a very nice virginal scent. Madeo's heart and mind swirled for a moment. After class, Makoto went to the restroom the first time. He couldn't forget his business, and by the way, he saw if he could meet Boundariacide, which was his number one woolhead. Maken perverts? Wait for me. What are you going to do? Pervert Xiao, I'm going to the restroom. Are you going to follow me to the restroom too? Che, I need to go to the bathroom too. I can't. The women's restroom is over there. This side is the men's. Oh, Modeo was speechless. Why is this girl so angry at him? It can't be that one coming. The toilet was filled with a bunch of bubbles again, with chi and blood taking up most of the air. And anyway, he could definitely become an E-class martial artist today. There's no boundary slayer in sight. Should we try the first class entrance? Just as he was pondering for a moment, Boundary Slayer also happened to come to the restroom, and Makoto smiled. Kai-san, long time no see. Ding, host picks up chi and blood plus 10 inch. With the infusion of 10 cards of chi and blood, the breath of Makoto's body was 1 point stronger as his chi and blood surged. Boundary Slayer's face was startled. Classmate Mu, you've broken through to an E-class martial artist? Makoto smiled awkwardly. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I broke through to an E-class martial artist. At this speed, it should be okay, right? Put. Boundary Deicide almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You call this okay? Then what does he call it? There is SS grade talent, there is a heaven grade method, and there is also the cultivation experience of his last life. And now he has not yet broken through to an E grade martial artist either. Not bad, not bad. Boundary student. A question. Can we cultivate both Dharma disciplines at the same time? Boundary Slayer was delighted. In his opinion, the fact that Madeo had asked a question meant that Madeo was still enlightened. Haha, student Mac. It's okay, but it's not recommended, because cultivating a Dharma to proficiency is already very difficult, and if you cultivate it at the same time, the loss will outweigh the gain. But one situation is excluded. For example, if you start cultivating a Dharma that is mortal level, and then you meet a yellow level, an earth level Dharma can also be changed to a higher level Dharma. But in this way, it may cause your realm to diminish because the chi and blood condensed by the higher level Dharma is more solid and of a higher quality. I see. Thank you Kai-san. After saying that, Makamichi grabbed one of Boundary Slayer's hands with both of his hands to express his gratitude. Boundary Slayer's face bristled as he looked at Madeo with a bit of confusion. If you don't move your face, it seems that Kai-san's body isn't really good. It's a bit weak. Kai students, take care of your health. Young people need to pay more attention. Boundary Deicide was speechless. Holy, this is a suspicion that I can't do it. This kid, too scary. Chapter 7, Storming the Imperial Minister. What took you so long to go to the bathroom? Xiao Yunjing stared at Madeo with a puff of anger. What? You want to be in charge of pooping too? Humph. Disgusting. Disgusting, and you ask me. For this kind of arrogant girl, Makoto wouldn't spoil her. The way the two fought fell into Jiang Fan's eyes as they were flirting. He scowled at Makoto and gave him a thumbs up. In the afternoon, it was a martial arts class, mainly learning how to better utilize one's martial arts talents, practicing common stakes, and growing one's chi and blood. What Madeo didn't expect was that the one who came to class was actually Jiyu. He was the teacher of the culture class. What did the martial arts class have to do with him? The phrase, frail martial arts teacher, suddenly came to him. Class, isn't it a great surprise to see me? In fact, you guessed wrong. I'm not here for a martial arts class, but I've brought you a new classmate. New student? Wasn't there just one in the morning? Why is there another in the afternoon? Madeo noticed that Jiyu was indeed followed by a boy with a gangly handsome look. Almost more handsome than him, only his eyes didn't look good. Xiao Yunjing's expression changed slightly, as if he was very unwelcome to this boy. You recognize? Recognize. A bullseye. Can't shake it off. Madeo pondered. It should be Xiao Yunjing's suitor. That family lineage must be good. Another wool-gathering object. Cannot miss it. This student. Introduce yourself to everyone. The gangly boy stepped forward with a look of indifference. My name is Huanchen. From the honorable family. I came here for Xiao Yunjing. She can only belong to me. In addition, I would like to say that all of you here are. He gave a middle finger, representing what everyone naturally knew. However, many people dared to be angry, and the exalted family was enough for him to be reckless. What does it mean to be an honored one? That's a title only given to SS class martial artists. E rank A rank. There was no seal, but breaking through to S rank. It was also known as Martial Emperor. SS rank was venerable. SSS rank was also known as saint. And above saint was not something he could know. Jiyu face is not very good. People are brought by him, but unfortunately, the madness does not violate the law. He cannot do anything. This is the benefit brought by a strong identity. You mad others do not dare to do anything to you. Dao. I can't help it. I really want to beat him up. Me too. This afternoon is martial arts class. I awakened at the same time as you guys. Let the best of you here come out and compete with me. Xiao Yunjing stepped forward. Imperial Minister. This is not a place for you to spread your wildness. If you want to spread your wildness, get back. The Imperial Minister was unimpressed. Yunjing, I really don't know what you're doing here. It doesn't help you in the slightest. Madeo pulled Xiao Yunjing's hand, signaling her not to be impulsive. This scene in the eyes of the royal courtiers was that the relationship between Madeo and Xiao Yunjing was not ordinary. His face turned grim. Who are you? What is your relationship with Yunjing? Royal Minister. I forgot to introduce him. His name is Makoto. My boyfriend. After saying that, he directly kissed Makoto. Mudo, Zhang Yun, Ji-yu, other students, the royal minister, on the other hand, was grimacing. Makoto was speechless. When did he become her boyfriend? He had to explain, etc. Madeo is it? I advise you to leave Cloudview and leave on your own, or you, and your family will pay the price. Madeo's face suddenly changed. He didn't want to interfere in it, but right now, he hated it when people threatened his parents, and he was in charge of this matter. The royal courtier, right, don't you want to cut a deal? I also want to see what's different about the children of the big families. Dare to be so wild. Makdu, teacher Ji-yu, I apply to fight him. Xiao Yunjing also seemed to realize that things had been messed up by himself, and his face was tense. Madeo, don't fight him. Madeo smiled faintly at Xiao Yunjing, then wrapped his arm around her waist and put his head to her ear. Don't worry. I'll clean him up for you. The playground was left wide open. Madeo and Huanchen stood opposite each other. He didn't mind giving Huanchen a lesson. Threatening him, he had to pay a price. The golden bubbles at Huanchen's feet. He had to take them. The aura on the royal minister's body steeply became stern, and a faint golden light appeared on his body as he charged straight over. Makdo steps to the side to avoid it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up the heavenly level method, the Golden Emperor Foundation building method. With the collection of this heaven-grade Dharma door, Mu Dao knew one thing. This world was generally the same as the previous life. The powerful and top resources were all in the hands of those great families. This world was even more so, as they held the most powerful cultivation methods, so it could be said that it would never decline, and the family would only grow stronger. Madeo also roughly felt out the strength of Huanchen, a Miri-ranked martial artist. What was there to be mad about? He secretly tapped on the basic fist technique, basic palm technique, and basic leg technique, and these basic martial arts were instantly perfected. It was also impossible for the opponent to use a powerful martial skill right now, so he only needed to pay attention to his surefire killing techniques, but Madeo wouldn't give him the chance to use his bottom card, an E-class martial artist, with a full 300 kilograms more power against the opponent, had no defense and was impossible to resist. His fists were clenched and a faint bloodlight emerged from them. A punch was thrown, and the opponent threw a punch. Bang! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and the imperial minister flew directly backwards, fracturing one of his hands. This was still the result of Makoto staying his hand. With the current medical technology, this kind of injury could be recovered very quickly, but it would cause him to subside for a short period of time. Jiu's speed accelerated steeply, and in the next instant, he arrived in front of the royal minister. Come on, some students, carry him into the infirmary. A couple of boys walked out and carried the white-lipped Huanchan toward the infirmary, while Huanchan looked at Makamichi with a murderous look in his eyes. Madeo glared back fiercely. Just because he hadn't killed anyone didn't mean he didn't dare to kill. Only now, he was concerned about the red bubble at Jiu's feet, which was very large. He immediately walked over. Teacher, I'll stop, or he'll be hurt even worse. Ding! The host picked up successfully and gained a chi blood plus 20 card. Mudeo's breath steeply increased, and his chi and blood were quite dense. Ha ha! Makamichi-san, you're really good. Keep it up. The rest of you, your martial arts teacher will be here soon. Wait for him. Dao, are you alright? That kid can't take a beating either. He's a martial artist. You'd better hurry up and break through to martial artist. Got it, Dao. At most I can break through to martial artist tonight. Brother Dao, you're so powerful. Beating down the genius of a great family at the same rank. This time it's him who is gullible. If he had used his bottom card, it's not certain who would have lost and who would have won. What? The bottom card is useless to come. Xiao Yunjing stepped forward and said, Mudeo is right. He still has his bottom card that he hasn't used to come. It's hard to tell the winner from the loser if he uses it. Humph. It's no match for Dao anyway. By the way, big beautiful Xiao, you've only just arrived. When did you take my Dao brother down? Dao, you're also too inadequate. Such a great way to pick up girls. Just one morning. NB, would you believe me if I said I took her down in a dream? Chapter 8, Above the Heavenly Level, the Cosmic Level. You're using me as a shield. Say, give me some kind of reward. Taking advantage of the break, Mudeo had to collect interest from Xiao Yunjing. Kissing one of you wasn't enough? And in turn I kissed you on the face, so you don't lose out. They're still yellow boys. How about this? If you have nothing to show for it, then give your body to me. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yunjing smiled. That smile was a bit foul. Mudeo admitted that just now he moved with lust, but not lechery. Yeah, put. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out of Mudeo. How different from what he thought. It's not good enough for him to be afraid. You dead girl, trying to take advantage of me. You think too much. Che, dead girl liar. Mudeo's words made Xiao Yunjing break his defense. Mudeo, you're such an asshole. Brother Dao, you're simply a model for my generation. If it were me, I'd definitely say yes. Daphne, there is no free lunch in the world. Moreover, a wise man does not enter the river of love without a woman in his heart. He draws his sword naturally. God. Got it. My missy, who made you so angry? That Mudeo, it's simply too hateful. What's wrong? I feel like he's pretty polite. Iyuton looked like a curious baby, eating melon. Humph, it's just abominable anyway. They were at the entrance to the school, and hadn't left yet, when Kensuke also happened to walk out. Iyuton's small face reddened, then became natural. Good afternoon, KAI students. Yuton, good afternoon. Boundary Slayer looked at Iyuton, who was a bit shy and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Yuton, I failed you in my last life, so I'll use this life to pay you back. It was Xiao Yunjing's turn to eat melon. Yuton, who is he? Clouscape. His name is Boundary Slayer, my good friend. Hello, my name is Xiao Yunjing. Hello, my name is Boundary Slayer. Boundary Slayer looked at Xiao Yunjing, and a sadness appeared in his eyes. The female god of war in her previous life, who never had a love in her life. Unfortunately, in the end, she died in the otherworldly invasion. Mudeo returned home. His mom and dad were now out of the wilderness hunting ferocious beasts. The two of them opened a small store and came back late on weekdays. His sister, Ma Qiling, came home earlier in the afternoon after school. Brother, what are you laughing at? Laughing like a pervert. Makoto gave her a bludgeoning little bun, clueless without hurting her brain. Say what? Your brother is called Happy. Okay, older brother. Are you in love? How can that be? Your old brother is so good. How can you let those ugly girls get old brother? Older brother. I've noticed that you're getting more and more shameless and narcissistic. Makoto returned to his room and smiled knowingly. Sometimes he preferred this uneventful life instead, but there is still strength to guard under the good life. I now have 3 heaven-level techniques. The Star Foundation Building Technique, the Phoenix Yen Foundation Building Technique, and the Golden Emperor Foundation Building Technique. Can the 3 heaven-grade Dharma sect be reorganized? Ding. Yes. Time passed. About 10 minutes later. Ding. It has been combined into a new Gong method with a cosmic grade. Please ask the host to name the new method. Mu Dao was startled. So it turned out that above the heavenly level was the cosmic level. Then let's call it the Taoist scripture. he could melt more dharmas into it in the future. And it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call it a Tao scripture. Cosmic level. Then we'll cultivate it first. The gongfu composed by the golden finger could be directly grasped by Makoto. And although it was only an introduction, it was still enough. The memories in his mind were vast and deep. And even if he had picked up Boundary Slayer's SS grade talent, Transcendent Enlightenment, if he relied on himself alone, it would still take a long time to comprehend, or even fail to comprehend. Now he can just use it. As he operated the Tao scripture, his body emitted faint starlight, inflammation light and golden light, and the heaven and earth auras around him entered his body in droves. His body was a small water pipe, but the heaven and earth auras absorbed by the Tao scripture was like a bucket-thick pipe sending it in. Normally there wouldn't be such a problem because no one could comprehend such a strong dharma at a low strength, and powerful dharmas still required a certain level of strength to master. He was directly omitting the previous steps and entering the second stage. His 4 major martial arts talents, Extreme Thunderflame as the main one, Transcendent Enlightenment, Chaos Bone, and Great Sun Buddha Body as the secondary ones, ran wildly to absorb these energies, and he felt better only after his torn body was torn apart. The energy that is refined and absorbed into the body is transformed into chi and blood. His chi and blood were growing at an extremely fast rate. Just what he hadn't noticed was that the sky outside, in a certain direction, was strangely changing up, with starlight spilling out, seemingly celebrating for something. At the same time, the many powerful people of the Blue Star, they all found this problem. To be able to get the blessing of the Blue Star, it was usually someone who had comprehended something out beyond what the Blue Star could give birth to. It's also an opportunity for Blue Star to grow, with humans and it complementing each other. After an unknown amount of time, Mudeo stopped. His body was already saturated. The first cultivation would be the most effective. After that, the speed might be reduced a bit. I'm breaking through to an E+ ranked martial artist. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent, Chaos Bone, Martial Arts Discipline, Taoist Scripture, Introductory, Cosmic Level, Martial Arts Realm, E+, Blood 105 cards, Martial Skills, Stepping Strong, Perfection, Basic Fist Technique, Perfection, Basic Palm Technique, Perfection, Basic Leg Technique, Perfection, Basic Gun Technique, Perfection, Martial Skills Experience Value, 2,435, 105 cards of Chi Blood now. At this rate, we can break through to a D-ranked martial artist in a few days at most. The pre-breakout speed is really not slow, but I don't have any undercards at the moment, and the ones who might have undercards at the moment are Boundary Slayer, Yi Yutong, Xiao Yun Jing, and that Imperial Minister. I'm going to have to pull the wool over a few of their eyes, especially the royal courtiers. I'm not making pickpockets until I've weeded them out. GGG. His laughter grew louder. Seeing that mom and dad hadn't come back yet, Mu Ling wanted to find Mudeo to have some fun. As a result, just as she arrived at his room, she heard Mudeo's evil voice. What's wrong with my brother? I've heard those sisters say that boys especially like to do bad things when they're adults, so my brother won't be influenced, will he? She kicked open the door to the room with a serious look on her face. It just so happened that good Makoto was holding a tissue, and the two of them were wide-eyed. Why are you kicking in my door, sis? Older brother. What unhealthy things are you looking at? Sneaky and furtive. I heard from my classmates that if you don't abstain you'll regret it in the future. Makoto rubbed his forehead as soon as he could. Old sister, can you be a little more pure? Your brother is that horny. Don't get any ideas. I'm going to shower and go to bed. Bang. Close the door. Mudeo went to take a shower. Today his old sister does not know what crazy. Even suspected him of looking at unhealthy things. That thing to see too much is the same. 1,000 things. What is there to see? Da! A voice rang out from Makamichi's communication, and he picked it up to see that it was a message from his class teacher. Gu. Attention all students. According to the information sent by the town martial arts division, a fugitive has infiltrated our shelter. A D-ranked martial artist, with a body shape and appearance, D level, then no panic. Boundary Slayer lives in the middle of nowhere. His body radiated a glistening white light and his skin was translucent. The SS rank talent is still too weak. The aura absorbed by the Dharma sect above the celestial rank can't be absorbed by the SS rank martial arts talent at all. However, according to the memories of my last life, there was a fugitive who was carrying a fragment of the heavenly foundation, which could just be used to enhance his talent. Only when would he come here? I didn't pay much attention in my previous life, and I don't remember much about it. That shard was so ordinary that no one paid attention to it, and then after the fugitive fell through the net and tumbled around, It was obtained by an S-rank gifted martial artist who found a way to use it and became an SS-rank gifted martial artist. This kind of talent-enhancing heavenly material was a rare existence even after he stepped out of the blue star and entered the starry sky. Bang bang bang. Anyone? I came to ask for water. Boundary Slayer was delighted. Ha ha, this is called fate. He pushed open the door, and it was a middle-aged man, very ordinary and honest-looking. Uncle, do you want some water? Come in then. Chapter 9 Heavenly Foundation Energy. Gifting Jiang Fan with opportunities. The middle-aged man walked into the house. He had a grateful smile on his face as he followed behind Boundary Slayer, looking like an honest man in general. Young man, are you the only one in your house? Yeah, my parents are dead and I'm all alone. Poor baby. Boundary Slayer picked up a cup of water and got closer and closer to the middle-aged man. Uncle, here's your water. The moment the middle-aged man received the water, an ice crystal-colored light flashed, and the middle-aged man fell back a few steps, his hands covering his neck, his eyes horrified. Blood dripped from his fingers. What are you? It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you die. The middle-aged man let out a choking croak and quickly collapsed to the ground, losing his breath. Boundary Slayer stepped forward and removed the necklace from the man's neck. A rectangular, 5 centimeter long piece of stone in size. Sky-base shard. That's you. He put the man's body down in a random location. Maybe he could even go to the Jinwu division for something. As time passed, the surface of Boundary Deicide's body radiated an ice crystal-colored light, and a blue light flickered in the center of his brow. The whole thing exudes a very nice scent. SSS grade talent. Extreme enlightenment. This will allow you to cultivate cosmic level dharma. If you can't even win against that kid Mu Dao, it would be too humiliating. The next day, Madeo woke up early. He was now full of passion. When he arrived at the school entrance, Jiang Fan hadn't arrived yet, so he waited. Jiang Fan didn't wait, but waited for Yi Yutong and Xiao Yunjing. Seeing him, Yi Yutong smiled and greeted him, but it was Xiao Yunjing, who had a displeased look on his face. Making big fools. Silly girl. You're the stupid one. Alright. Madeo also obeyed Xiao Yunjing. Only 2 days of acquaintance with him. He looked at him so bad. If anyone married her, shall not regret to die. In passing, he stomped on both men's feet twice. Ding! The host has picked up the +5 card of Qi and blood value. Ding! The host has picked up the +6 card of Qi and blood value. 11 cards of air and blood. Perfect. Da! A car horn sounded and a luxury vehicle pulled up in front of them. The royal minister came down with his arrogant face. Cloud View, I see you again. When he saw Yi Yutong, a glint flashed in his eyes. Interesting, there is still this kind of stunning color in this small place. Beautiful girl, are you interested in going for a drink with me at night? Yi Yutong frowned, very much disgusted with the royal minister. Ugly, you still want a beating, don't you? The imperial minister looked at Madeo, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Madeo also had his own plans to find a chance to kill him. Kid, don't be too arrogant after winning me by fluke. You have no business here. Get the hell out of my way. After saying that, he looked at Yi Yutong and wanted to go straight up and touch her face. If you move one more step, that hand of yours will be separated from you. A cold voice rang out, and Boundary Slayer slowly walked over with his long legs. Who the are you again? You don't deserve to know who I am. I'm informing you, not advising you. After saying that, he took Yi Yutong's hand and walked directly towards the school. Bastard! Who do you think you are? The furious royal minister tried to engage in a sneak attack, his fists floating in air and blood. Boundslayer, watch out! Makoto voiced a reminder. Only in the next moment, Boundary Slayer twisted his head to look at Huangchen, instantly deflating his attack and punching him in the arm. Click! The royal minister fell to the ground, his lips whitening as he let out a wailing sound, and the arm that was broken was the one that had been broken by Madeo earlier. Ding! The host has picked up the sky-based energy. Ding! Host picks up Qi and blood +5. The sky-based energy is exactly the bubble that Boundary Deicide dropped. That sounds like a good thing. And Boundary Killers is really a big leg to hold on to. After that, the school security guards walked out and brought a few people to take Huangchen to the infirmary. A fight between martial artists. As long as it is consensual and does not involve human life, the school will not penalize if you get hurt, because that is what martial artists are. And flowers in a greenhouse can't become anything great. Jiang Fan also arrived shortly afterward. Missing such a wonderful event. Yutong and Boundary Slayer walked together. Madeo and Xiao Yunjing walked together. Jiang Fan was walking alone behind him, and if those eyes could kill, Madeo and Boundary Slayer wouldn't know how many times they would have died. He meowed. One said that wise men don't fall in love. But what happened? One is more diligent than the other. Madeo, if I ever believe you again in the future, I am. celestial base energy, special energy from the cosmic stars, can prompt the evolution of talent, a rare and holy thing, promoting talent evolution. My 2S rank talents can raise one of them to SS rank, but it's only a matter of time before it's time for me to raise my talents. On the contrary, Jiang Fan, although he's S ranked, his future potential is limited, so why don't we just give it to him? How does sky-based energy work? Ding! It can be injected directly into the body, and in 3 days can actively complete the transformation of the talent. Davin, look over here. Ding! The host picks up the Chi and Blood plus 10 card. Infuse him with sky-based energy. Jiang Fan winced. Brother Dao, did you feel that the air suddenly lowered a bit just now? Nope. Must have been too weak lately and felt the wrong way. How could it be possible? I only broke through as an E-ranked martial artist last night. How could I be weak? What does a little kid know? Martial artists can be weak too. Maybe the heavens are going to bless you. Maybe your talent will suddenly become SS rank. What are you two talking about again? Xiao Yunjing appeared and interrupted the two. Jiang Fan returned to his seat and smiled lewdly at Madeo. Nothing much. Talk about what men should talk about. What's a girl got to do with it? After the boring martial arts and culture class, Makoto first picked up the bubbles he had in his class, and the blood value bubbles were a bit low. He had also discovered a pattern. If the object being picked up had recently progressed the fastest in terms of what was the most likely bubble to be picked up, a trip to the restroom, a stroll around the playground, and another 4 or 5 cards of chakra in the books, there is no one else who can grow your chi and blood just by walking. Students, as I told you before, you will be taken into the wilderness to see some real ferocious beasts, in 2 weeks' time. But now the school has a temporary notice that the field training has been postponed for a week, and in 2 weeks, there will be an all-school martial arts competition. In order to save time, first the class competes against the class and selects 4 people who will eventually participate in the school's martial arts competition. To be fair, our class is holding a martial arts competition in a week's time, so everyone try to improve your strength, and the reward at the end, it's very rich. The Shocking Blade Martial Arts School, the largest martial arts school in the entire Blockhead Asylum. The owner of the Shocking Blade Martial School, E. Blade, was none other than E. Yuton's father, and just by sitting there, one could feel a monstrous blade intent being released, taking in the hearts of the people. How's the family business checking out with the boy who's doing close to Kiri? Pavilion Master. That teenager's name is Boundary Slayer. His parents died in a wilderness trial when he was a child. He has been occupying the top spot in the school, and he awakened his SS rank talent at the Martial Talent Awakening ceremony a few days ago. Hasn't done anything bad. Humph. If you want to touch Tonger, talent alone isn't enough. Your character has to pass as well. A person with this kind of talent, if he has a fighting spirit, he will definitely come to the martial arts school after a while. Just don't make a noise when he arrives and inform me in time. Silly girl, where exactly do you come from? That imperial stinky fart comes from the same place as you. There wouldn't be an SS class exalted inside your house as well, would there? Xiao Yunjing rolled his eyes. It's true that I'm from the same place as him, but he doesn't appeal to his peers. Besides, I don't give out my address lightly. Unless what? I'll tell you when I think about it. Okay, so let me rephrase the question. What is your gift? Just as long as it's not weaker than you anyway. Would you believe me if I said, I'm SSS ranked talent? Xiao Yunjing stared at Madeo with a burning gaze. Makoto was a little embarrassed by the look. I don't believe it. How rare is an SSS ranked talent? I knew you wouldn't believe me, but my talent is rather special and I can't use it easily. Besides, I can't get emotional, and if I do, then I'm screwed. Chapter 10, Brother Dao. I will give my body to you, Abyss Prison. Time drifted by for 2 days, and Madeo was somewhat speechless as he looked at his attribute panel. According to his estimation, it should be enough to break through to become a D-ranked martial artist. As a result, it was hard to pick up chi and blood in the current bubbles. They were all attributes of some martial arts experience values or common martial arts techniques. His basic martial arts techniques were basically perfected, and there wasn't much use in picking them up again. Do we just have to try the martial arts school? The last time you made a move, he picked up 20 cards of chi and blood at once. It should be in the martial arts halls in these places. The competition, the cultivation of the martial artists are more, and the chi and blood attribute bubbles that are dropped are more. Try it sometime. There should be more people on Saturday and Sunday. The next day, just as Madeo arrived at the school, he found Jiang Fan standing at the school entrance with an anxious look on his face. Seeing him, he immediately rushed over. Dao, your mouth is too awesome. My talent has really become SS grade. How the hell did you do that? I'm so touched. Shoo, what are you talking about? How could such a thing as a talent upgrade be something I messed up? Records don't even have such a thing. You just said it like that. Not afraid of being heard by others? Madeo wouldn't admit right now that it was because of him that Jiang Fan's talent had become SS grade. Jiang Fan was dumbfounded, and Madeo didn't look like he was pretending. Dao, it's really not because of you? No, if I were, I'm sure I'd have turned into an SSS rank talent long ago. Ding! The host picks up a blood value of plus 15. With this 15 card infusion of Qi and blood, Mu Dao's Qi and blood instantly broke through the 200 card mark, and with a steep jolt, his Qi and blood surfaced on the surface of his body before slowly dissipating. Dao, what's wrong with you? I feel as if you've gotten a little stronger again. I just didn't hold back and broke through again. Jiang Fan, then, his eyes snapped open as if he understood something. Dao, I get it. You must have become an SSS ranked talent a long time ago to break through so quickly. I have nothing to offer but my body. My ass. I can leave it to you. Dao. Put. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Madeo. Off. I'm not interested in being a stirrer. After saying that, he immediately moved away from Jiang Fan. This kid was indecisive in his orientation. Too scary. TSK, Mac dumbass. This is another breakthrough, isn't it? SS grade talent doesn't have this kind of breakthrough speed. You're definitely not an SS grade talent. Right. What do you say? The Holy Pillar of Talent detects that I am SS grade talent. Unless the Holy Pillar of Talent is wrong, but that probability is countless times harder than winning the lottery. Xiao Yunjing stroked his delicate chin. Also, it looks like you have opportunities. By the way, go out later and bring me a glass of warm water. I'm having a special day. Holy, this dead girl can't really be interested in me. I have to be careful. Being taken down by her would be a huge loss of face. He went to the restroom and did not encounter Boundariacide. You're not going to stop coming to the bathroom today. He headed towards the playground. There was hot water in the school's supermarket. What he didn't expect was that Boundary Slayer and Yu Tong were also inside the supermarket. Ha ha. Siblings. Boundary brother. You're here too? What a coincidence. Yu Tong's small face reddened. Madeo, don't talk nonsense. Boundary Slayer laughed and didn't retort. Moody, I'm older than you. It's only right that you call me brother. Where? My realm is higher than yours. You have to call me brother. Boundary Slayer was startled. Mudeo's strength was indeed stronger than his. This kid ate fodder. Right. Breaking through so fast. No. I have to speed up. Or else I'll be ridden by this kid. That's not the reverse of the Big Dipper. Makamichi took the opportunity to stomp on both men's feet. Ding. The host has picked up the Xian grade martial skill. Shocking strike. Ding. The host has picked up a blood value of plus 20. His breath instantly grew another inch, and his face flushed slightly. Sorry, I just ate 2 martial blood pills, and now I'm coming on strong. Then you two take your time. I'll leave you to it. He picked up a cup of hot water and left. Phew. Boundary Deicide just arrived with eyes that are too scary. I seem to have been seen through by him. Obviously only in his teens. His eyes are scarier than those old monsters. Well, but this is also a problem. If we pick up more Qi and blood in the future and something different happens, we won't be able to explain it in front of the strong. Goldfinger, is there any way? Ding, not at the moment. Boundary Slayer looked at Madeo's back as he left, not knowing what he was thinking. Did my rebirth really cause a lot of things to change? The past life's Madeo was ordinary. This life's Madeo is even more demonic than me. Could it be that? He also followed the rebirth. Find a time to try and find out. What's wrong? Kai? Boundary Slayer returned to his senses and smiled at Yutong. Yutong, it's okay. By the way Yutong, I might be going to your martial arts school this Saturday and Sunday for training. Okay, then I'll give them a word and open some VIP access for you. Don't. Yutong, no, I don't want you to be embarrassed. Back in the classroom, Xiao Yunjing drank warm water with a satisfied face. Big beautiful girl, I want to ask you a question. Ask. Today this great lady is in a good mood. I'm known as the little smart one. I know everything in heaven and on earth. 500 years backward and forward. Okay, you're good. Okay, there is a pattern. Disorganized. All sorts of strange patterns, but the lines all converge on an eyeball in the center. Grim. Indifferent to life, and humanly irresistible. Xiao Yunjing frowned. Makuto, where did you see this one? No, I just saw it in a tome and thought I'd ask. Macdao, this I do know. That pattern, in fact, is called Abyssal Prison. A pattern of an evil god worshipped by an evil organization, a force whose origins are unknown, and which has never appeared directly and head-on in humanity, so not much is known about them. But be careful. If you come across this organization, don't hesitate to run as far away as you can. Do you know why we humans have awakened martial arts talents and why there are no awakened people with SSS class talents? Actually, it's not that there isn't one, but it's being hidden by the top brass. It's to prevent such evil forces from targeting these geniuses. Their methods are unimaginable to the unusual. Makamichi was silent. Now it seemed that it wasn't that simple for him to understand that group. Even the strength of a family like Xiao Yunjing was not much documented, so it really didn't seem to be a simple person. Is it good? Oh me? Warm water? What can it taste like? That's not true. It has my love in it. It's full of love. Put. Xiao Yunjing sprayed a mouthful in Makoto's face. ****** off. Stinker. Chapter 11 Class D Fierce Beast. Tiger Lizard. The shocking strike allows a martial artist's power to strike at a point and vibrate. Xian grade martial arts. It should be able to be used as a small base card. I don't use my martial arts experience value for nothing. This Xian grade martial skill was exactly what he had picked up from Boundary Slayer this morning. After picking it up so many times, Boundary Slayer would produce gold every time. And Makoto was now completely convinced that Boundary Slayer was the son of this world's Chi. It should be not bad to take in the son of Chi as a junior brother. Goldfinger. Boost Shock Strike. Ding. 500 martial arts experience value has been spent. And Shocking Strike has been upgraded to Introductory. Ding. 1500 points of martial arts experience value have been spent. And Shocking Strike has been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding. 6,000 points of martial arts experience value have been spent. And the Shocking Strike has been upgraded to a great accomplishment. Ding. Not enough experience value in martial arts to continue to improve. A majestic memory surged in Medeo's mind. His body was like he had been cultivating for many years. And he already had a muscle memory. His fists clenched and he blasted his fist into the air. All the power hitting a point that didn't hit a physical object. But the concussive sound it made was enough to prove that the power was not bad. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System. Host, Makito. Talents, SSS Talent. Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent. 100-fold Shock. S Grade Talent. Great Sun Buddha Body. S Grade Talent. Chaos Bone. Martial Arts Discipline, Taoist Scripture, Introductory. Cosmic Level. Martial Arts Realm, D-225 Key. Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Grand Completion, Xian Grade. Stomping Pile Technique, Perfection. Basic Fist Technique, Perfection. Basic Palm Technique, Perfection. Basic Kick Technique, Perfection. Basic Shot Technique, Perfection. Martial Skills Experience Points, 355 points. It's only been 5 or 6 days since my awakening, and I've already reached the D rank. I shouldn't be able to salvage anything at this speed. The others, either hadn't broken through to martial artist yet, or were only E-ranked martial artists. Bang bang. Brother, what was that noise in your room just now? It was like thunder. Ahem. My brother is boxing. It's fine. On Saturday, Muling pestered Medeo to go shopping. And thinking of the fear of being dominated by shopping in his previous life, Medeo had wanted to refuse. But who asked his sister to be so cute and pretty? What if she goes out and gets stared at by yellow hair? Older sister. Older brother can go shopping with you, but only if you have this. Makoto wiped his fingers. Older brother. Why are you so shameless? That's my little money. 1 hour 100 or no shopping. Your choice. Happy face. Will 50 do? Deal. The mall that the two went to was kind of big. And Makiling didn't go out to buy any clothes or anything like that, but to buy food. When he saw anything to eat, he wanted to taste the saltiness, and when he finished half of the food he couldn't finish it. He gave it all to Makamichi to destroy. Makdao is kind of bittersweet. Brother, this sausage tastes good. You eat it too? At this moment, it was about a kilometer away from Makoto and the others. Boundariaside sitting on the cool chair to rest. It happens to be this Saturday. Come to play a particularly large number of people. A lot of years ago the girls have to Boundariaside here to gather. There are those who want to add contact information, and those who want to take a picture together. Instead of refusing, Boundary Slayer was happy, and when more people were watching, he got up. Guys, everyone follow me. After walking for about a kilometer or so, Boundary Slayer stopped walking. Ladies, everyone just wait here for me. I'll surprise you later. If you can't wait, you mustn't go back. Got it? After saying that, Boundary Slayer walked back over. In my previous life, an underground deranked ferocious beast would appear here, causing great casualties, hundreds of deaths, considered the biggest casualties in a short period of time. In this life, there should be no casualties. Mudeo ate another third of the way full, and Makiling's stomach rolled farther away from him, covering his stomach. It's so full, next time don't eat so much. The two of them kept walking forward. After walking for a few hundred meters or so, Makoto found a problem. How the people became less than normal. Not at all the amount of people that should be there on a Saturday. He took Makiling's hand. Older sister, head back. Why? Old man? Suddenly, About 100 meters in front of them, a loud sound suddenly came from the ground, which quickly cracked and sunk in. A ferocious beast that was 5 meters in size crawled out from the ground, the tiger-headed lizard body, covered in lin armor as if it was carved. Thick, eyes covered in blood color, opened its bloody mouth and roared up to the sky. Mudeo's face changed. This is a D-class mutated ferocious beast. Mu Ling had become flustered. Older brother, run quickly and remember to tell mom and dad that I'll be their daughter in my next life. Mudeo laughed as he rubbed Makiling's head. Silly sister, don't worry, everything is with your old brother. Brother, you? Mu Dao no longer spoke. This was the first time he had met a ferocious beast. Not only was he not afraid, but he was filled with the will to fight. The tiger lizard ferocious beast had also discovered Mudeo and the others. And in its eyes, humans were all food. With a body of over 5 meters, it strides its limbs with tremendous speed, and the ground is shattered by its sharp claws. Mudeo revealed a cold smile and rushed out as well. Older brother, be careful. Ferocious beasts had an advantage over humans in terms of strength, and their size was their advantage as well as their disadvantage, which was their inflexibility. Mu Dao wouldn't be careless either. His mind was all focused on dodging the tiger lizard's attacks. Boundary Slayer had just arrived at this place when he realized that Mudeo was already fighting with the tiger lizard. He didn't go up to help, but was just a short distance away, watching Makoto's fight. If he's not defeated, it's not too late for me to step forward. But what he didn't expect was this. Mudeo struck the tiger lizard's abdomen with a punch, and his chi and blood stirred, concentrating at one point. The tiger lizard's stomach exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and its intestines and guts flowed all over the place, letting out a wail of pain. How is this so like a shock strike? No, although shocking strike is at the Shin level, it's not rare, and at this level, it's definitely more than just a minor accomplishment. Makoto, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Humph, not dead yet. Mudeo had already given the tiger lizard 2 fatal attacks, and the tiger lizard's vitality was truly tenacious. Then let's see if you can catch this punch. He stepped on the tiger lizard's front foot, used his strength, jumped high, and blasted his fist on the tiger lizard's head, and with this punch, he performed a shocking strike with all his strength, and his chi and blood were instantly drained. Hitting the tiger lizard's head, the tiger lizard's head exploded like tofu hitting a big car. An incomparably huge bubble was right under the tiger lizard's legs, and Mudeo was overjoyed. Not caring about the nausea, his hand touched it, and hiccups of laughter came out of his mouth. Ding! The host picks up the chi and blood plus 60 card. His fatigued chi and blood instantly replenished and he felt much more powerful. It was just that this weird scene of his was seen by Boundary Slayer, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Holy, this kid is so perverted that he doesn't even spare the ferocious beasts. Really hungry. Chapter 12, Frightened Sword Martial Arts School. Mu Dao didn't realize that Boundary Deicide was not far away. Instead, he was thinking about what kind of reward he would get. The ferocious beasts invaded, and the ones who dealt with the accidents were usually the ones who came from the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division was equivalent to a police station in the previous world, maintaining all law and order issues within the asylum, and most of the people inside were martial artists. Mu Ling immediately ran forward and jumped into Mu Dao's arms. Brother, are you alright? I thought we were all going to die. Well, with my brother. No surprises. Mudeo kept calming Makiling. A short while later, a dripping sound came from the Jinwu sees people rushing to this place, and from above came down a big bald man with a face full of anger. He was the deputy head of the Jinwu Division, Mad Drought, and when he knew that the D-ranked ferocious beasts had invaded the shelter, he immediately rushed here with his men, only hoping that the losses would be fewer. Who knew that when he came to the scene, he was dumbfounded that there was only the corpse of a ferocious beast with a pair of young men and women. He walked toward the pastoral path. Little brother, may I ask what happened here? Mudeo pointed at the tiger lizard's corpse. Tiger lizard invasion. I killed it. Mad Drought and the other members of the Jinwu division were dumbfounded. Little brother, this is a D-class ferocious beast. How old are you? It's really me who killed it. A D-class ferocious beast. It's not too strong. Mad Drought didn't question it immediately. Little brother, it's like this. I'm very confident in little brother's strength, but we have to make sure. How about this? You attack me with your full strength, and if it's true, the Jinwu division, will reward you. That's not very nice. If I hurt you, I can't afford to pay for it. Ha ha. Mad Drought and the other members of the Jinwu laughed together. Little brother, let me introduce myself. I am the deputy head of the Jinwu division. Mad Drought. Here's the deal. If you can make me take 1 step back, the reward is doubled. And 2 steps back, the reward is tripled. Good. That's what Mudeo wants. The reward is fake. The important thing is the bubble. He also wanted to validate an idea he had. and had wanted to find Jiyu to try it out, but hadn't had the time. The S-rank talent, Great Sun Buddha body functioning. A faint golden color emerged from his entire body, and the SSS rank talent, Extreme Thunder Flame, had threads of electric arcs and flames appearing on his body surface, making him look even more intimidating. Mad Drought's brows furrowed. With his B-rank talent, he wasn't worried about being repelled by Medeo at all. He just wanted to test it out. But now, things were different from what he thought. This sun, could it be the dual talent awakened who has recently declared Tweed Rising? It's really not bad. However, it's not enough to repel me. Shock Strike. The Xian grade martial skill at the grand completion level. Mu Dao did not hide the slightest bit of clumsiness. A fist blasted towards Mad Drought. Mad Drought's expression surfaced from blandness to a strange color. Only he didn't make the slightest movement, as Makoto's fist struck his chest with a loud bang, and instead, he was sent flying out by the powerful recoil force. Holy, what strength is this? Medeo was shocked. What level was a martial artist of this strength? Equally shocked was Mad Drought, who could sense that Medeo was extraordinary, at least D-rank strength, and also cultivates at least a small amount of Xian rank martial arts. Mu Dao stared at Mad Drought, and a very large blood-colored bubble gradually emerged under Mad Drought's feet. Lord of the Mad Drought Division, you are simply amazing. Ding! Host picks up successfully, gaining plus 100 blood value. Medeo was a little dissatisfied. Such a powerful martial artist. If he picked up anything else it would be better than this amount of chi and blood value. Little brother, how about you personally come to my Jinwu division some other day, and the reward will double unchanged? Good. Mu Dao left with Mu Ling. Although the rewards were not in his hands for the time being, but the Jinwu Si should not have broken his trust for such a small reward. If he did break his trust, all he could say was a big fat no. Bringing Mu Ling home, that little girl was a little frightened. Mu Dao let her go to sleep first. Mu Chang and Su Shui asked what happened. In order not to let them worry, Mu Dao lied. It was only then that he noticed that a lot of Makoto and Su Shui's hair had gone gray. As martial artists get older, many of them also experience a decline in their chi and blood values. I hope to pick up something soon that will extend my life. He cultivated, but did not want to cultivate the heartless road. A person's road. Invincible so what? In his heart, always compared to the family together. In the afternoon, he arrived at a place, the Shocking Blade Martial Arts Center, which was considered one of the largest martial arts centers in the Blockhead Asylum. The owner of the pavilion, Yi Dao, is a B-grade talent and is now a B-grade martial artist. Shocking Sword Martial Arts Museum covers a large area. The style is a bit on the nostalgic side of the style. The entrance of a straight standing dozens of meters of large sword, mighty and domineering. He walked in and a cute-looking little girl came up to him. Hello sir, is this your first time here? What service do you need? Yeah, it's my first time here and now I want to wander around first. Good. If you need to handle anything, sir, just come to me. Makoto nodded, then walked forward. On the first floor, it was the type of pure gym, with all kinds of training equipment that was even more fancy than the top gyms in the previous world. But of course, all of this equipment could be useful. The training people Mu Dao roughly counted, at least 300 to 400 people. The training ground is not crowded, but instead appears to be very wide. Looking at the ground's densely packed, different colored bubbles, Makoto knew he had come to the right place. These people were all about as strong as he was, so he could pick them all up. Excited hearts, trembling hands. Who understands the feeling of being alone with a mountain of gold? Who understands it? It starts with you. The overly fit youth had the biggest bubble at his feet. Medeo walked to the side of the burly youth. The youth was practicing his arms, all the time handing 400 pounds of iron pieces. His arms were rippling with veins. When he saw that Medeo was getting closer and closer to him, he put down the iron pieces. His eyes widened angrily. The tiger's back was bearish, and he was taller than Medeo by a full head. Over 2 meters of muscular devil man. What do you want, kid? Ahem. This big brother, little brother is envious of big brother's kind of body. So I want to come and ask if there are any secrets. The youth's face softened. Ha ha, finally one with vision. Eat, just by eating and practicing. Remember, you must abstain from sex. As long as you break your abstinence for 1 day, it will take 10 days and half a month to replenish it back. I see that your kid is too skinny and weak. Where is the manly man's temperament? Ding, host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 20. Ha ha, big brother, I've been taught. I'll definitely quit coloring. After saying that, Makoto walked towards the others and continued to start his big plan of picking up. Ding, host picks up martial skill experience value plus 20. Ding, host picks up martial skill experience value plus 15. Ding, the host picks up a chi value of plus 3. Ding, the host picks up a chi value of plus 5. After more than 2 hours, Mudeo finally finished picking up, and his chi and blood values were only a little short of breaking through to a D-ranked martial artist right away. He gazed to the second floor, the third floor, and the floors above. The higher up he went, the greater the harvest would surely be. Chapter 13, Provocation. Kill. Makamichi walked towards the second floor, which was similar to the first floor, except that there were many more weapons, and here they would be able to spar with each other. Some of the martial artists were training on the side, while some of them were gathered around the perimeter of the ring, watching the martial artists inside fight against each other. The number of people here was quite a bit more than on the first floor. Their strengths were about the same as his. Most of them were at level E or D. Moreover, these people were generally older, in their 20s and 30s. The floor was full of dense bubbles, more so than the first floor. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Martial arts experience value plus 50. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Martial arts experience value plus 20. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood value 10. With 10 points of chi and blood value injected, Makoto's aura was once again 1 point stronger, officially becoming a D-ranked martial artist, with 600 calories of chi and blood and a full 6,000 kilograms of strength. His actions didn't generate much attention from the others, except that, well, there were always people who liked to find out what was going on. He passed a young man who suddenly put his foot out. Makoto stomped on it, and the opponent let out a wail. Kid, you dare to step on me. Your guts are too fat. Oh, sorry, I just thought the pig's foot was sticking out. Ha ha. When they heard Makoto's words, the people around them laughed out loud. The stomped man's face rose to the color of a pig's liver. Kid, you stepping on me means you're wrong. Get your ass over here and apologize to me on your knees, or else I'll show you why flowers are so red. More and more people gathered around the two as they watched to see what was going on. A fight. A real man fights. Seeing this, the man being stepped on also seemed to have found his backbone. Mudeo was so young that he could casually take advantage of it. One way to set up his own ambition, and the other way to demonstrate. Kid, my name is Zhang Tu. If you have the ability to follow me to the ring, it's fine to get in the ring with you, but there has to be some kind of prize. How about this? 100,000 sacred summer dollars. Dare you bet? Zhang Tu's face turned green. He didn't have the ability to hunt mutant creatures right now. 100,000 sacred summer dollars was his savings for many years. Zhang Tu, bet with him? You wouldn't be afraid of a brat, would you? Who says I'm afraid of him? A bet is a bet. And to make sure you won't cheat, someone from the Shocking Blade martial arts school will come out to be the notary. A short while later, the girl from when Makoto first came and walked up. The wager between the two of you must be carried out by the other party after one of them fails, or else there will be consequences. Both of you, please get in the ring. In the ring, Mudeo and Zhang Tu occupied one side each. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and apologize before you have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Mudeo was also enraged. Zhang Tu kept provoking him. He really thought he was a soft target. If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Mudeo took the initiative. Chi and blood surged in his feet, and his speed steeply accelerated. Zhang Tu's strength was D rank at most, and he could kill him in seconds when he hadn't broken through. Not to mention that he had broken through to D rank now. On the highest floor of the martial arts center, the owner of the Shocking Blade martial arts center, E Blade, and E Yutong were both here. What happened on the second floor wasn't enough to startle the game knife. He just casually glanced at it and didn't dare to be interested. It happened every day. Is he? E Yutong was a bit surprised. Yutong, you know him? Dad, that young man is my classmate. He's a dual talent awakened. One is S rank and the other is SS rank. Yi Dao was also quite surprised. Yutong, what do you think of the odds? Dad, although he's highly talented, he's only been awakened for a short while, and the other one is a D-ranked martial artist. Yi Yutong had only just finished speaking when the results in the video were already out. Mudeo threw a punch, and the one called Zhang Tu, similarly threw a punch. With a click, Zhang Tu flew out backwards and his arm was blown off. How is that possible? The surrounding people were also shocked. Although Zhang Tu's strength was not good, but he was always a D-ranked martial artist, to be defeated so easily, that meant that this teenager's strength was not even stronger than Zhang Tu. Makamichi still looks like a student. I declare Makoto the winner. Zhang Tu, 100,000 sacred summer dollars transferred to the virtual account. Zhang Tu struggled to get up. On what grounds? As soon as he spoke, two martial artists suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking at him with murderous auras. I give. He was filled with heartache as he followed these two martial artists over, and the girls walked over to Makoto. Little brother, simply too powerful. Wait a moment, 100,000 sacred summer dollars will be yours. Yutong, is this kid really awakened on the same day as you guys? Dad. Yes. I thought I was a genius too. But now I'm only at level E. The gap between me and him is too big. Ha ha, that's not like my baby girl. What's the matter? You've lost your fighting spirit so soon? Dad. No, I'm just emotional. But Yutong, find a chance to get in touch with this kid. If he can join our martial arts school, the future development of our martial arts school will definitely be better. If you do well, maybe you can get married? Yutong's face became flustered. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't like him. Why are you like that? Knife naturally knows the relationship between Yutong and Boundary Deicide. He is deliberately want to see if that kid has the confidence to snatch his daughter back. If he can't do it, then it's not a good match for his daughter. Yutong, don't you even listen to your father? Dad, don't talk, just do what I say. Okay, then, thank you Missy. As Mu Dao gained victory, the people around him no longer looked at his face with contempt. Such a young martial artist. His family's power must not be weak, and his talent was also strong. It was not an existence that they could mess with. Makoto wasn't surprised by this at all. See what the people are doing. It's like that in any world. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System. Host, Makito. Talents, SSS Talent. Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent. Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent. Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent. Chaos Bone. Martial Arts Discipline, Taoist Scripture, Introductory. Cosmic Level. Realm of Martial Arts, D, Blood 615 cards. Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Grand Completion, Xian Grade. Stomping Pile Technique, Perfection. Basic Fist Technique, Perfection. Basic Palm Technique, Perfection. Basic Kick Technique, Perfection. Basic Shot Technique, Perfection. Martial Skills Experience Points, 980 points. It's not bad, it's D-rated. His face became dark as he saw that the bubbles were on the verge of dissipating. Holy, I almost missed the main event. He walked over to them, ignoring the dissent of the others, and quickly picked up the bubbles at their feet. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 20. Ding! Chapter 14 D plus Grade Martial Artist. Boundary Slayer Jealousy. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Martial Arts Experience value plus 15. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 10. After Makamichi finished picking it up, the little girl came over and handed him a card. Inside here is the bet after Zhang Tu's failure. 100,000 sacred summer dollars. You can check. There's a checking machine right upstairs. No need. I still trust the Shocking Blade Martial School. Just as Medeo and the others were talking, out walked a middle-aged man with a rough look and a thick voice. Little brother, our pavilion master has an invitation? Medeo followed the man all the way up to the highest building. He roughly counted about 30 floors. In this world, a building this high was already very high. When he saw the owner of the Shocking Blade Martial Arts School, Dao, Mudao felt like a sharp large knife that was about to come out of its sheath was hanging over his head, and he didn't dare to move the slightest bit. The game knife looked at him, and in that instant, the pores of his entire body stood up, a reaction that would only happen if his body felt a great threat. Nice little brother. What can I do for you, Pavilion Master? Ha ha, talking really straight, but I like it. My daughter, Yutong, I think you should know. I think very highly of you, and I hope you have more contact with my daughter. Makoto's eyes widened. He's not interested in the life of the Son of Luck, is he? Besides, he doesn't like Yutong either. Seeing his delayed response, Yutong somewhere in the room stomped and chopped her foot. Makoto, I was wrong about you. Ahem. Pavilion Master. Miss Yutong is excellent in both talent and appearance, but I also have a love in my heart, so I'm afraid I can't promise Pavilion Master. Dao's expression did not change in the slightest, looking at him flatly. Little brother, that was me being too hasty. Don't take offense. By the way, may I take the liberty of asking who is the woman you love? Xiao Yunjing. I only know that it's Ms. Yutong's best friend. Shaw fool, I had no choice but to use you as a shield. Dao's bland face finally changed a bit, looking at him with slight surprise. Kid, I have to say you've got guts. Good luck. Yutong's face was covered in joy. Ha ha, looks like Yunjing is still good. I thought no boys would like her kind of nature. Makamichi is very good. A top candidate. I'll have to break the news to her. Somewhere in the busiest phase of the Blockhead Asylum, the Imperial Minister bought many of the houses here with a big hand. In front of him, there were 8 or 9 people standing, and each one's aura wasn't weak, at least between D rank and C rank. Humph. Why did father send over some trash? These people didn't dare to have any rebuttal and obediently bowed their heads. Forget it, you guys are strong enough in this place. Pay close attention to a student named Makamichi. Where he lives, how many people, what background. Try to find out for me, got it? There's also one called Boundary Slayer, whose information I need to know along with it. A grim look appeared on his face, having fallen on both of them. His arm was still vaguely sore when he thought about it. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 30. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 30. Ding! The host has picked up successfully, and his blood value has reached 3,000 cards. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to a D+ grade martial artist. Mudeo smiled. The place he was in now was the 10th floor. The strength of the martial artists here was obviously higher, picking up higher chi and blood values. He also managed to break through to a D+ ranked martial artist, which was still a bit far away from rank C. He needed to reach 6,000 cards of chi and blood in order to break through to rank C. But unfortunately, you can't just let people in above the 10th floor. You have to get some kind of ID. Today's harvest isn't bad. It seems that the Shocking Blade Martial Hall is the place to pick up quick bubbles in a short period of time. On the way back, Mudeo's entire body was hot and his chi and blood were rushing, all of a sudden growing from more than 600 calories of chi and blood to 3,000 calories of chi and blood. The increase was too large, and his body also needed a process of adapting to it. 30,000 kg of strength is enough to smash a small mountain. Those SSS-ranked martial artists, they're just too terrifying. In order to digest the use of his surging chi and blood, Makoto didn't rush home. Instead he walked. As he walked, he saw an acquaintance, and with a happy face, he quickly walked up. Brother Boundary, long time no see na. Ding! The host picked it up successfully and gained plus 1,000 experience value in martial arts. Boundary Slayer looked towards Makoto, his handsome face in shock. Holy, did you eat fodder? Strength breakthrough so fast. Lo and behold, as I cultivate, I've broken through to a D+ ranked martial artist. Boundary Slayer rolled his eyes. When did cultivation become so simple? Versailles, shame on you. Mudeo was actually very happy. He just loved to see the son of Chi break his defense. Brother Boundary, seeing the direction you're heading in, you want to go to the Shocking Blade Martial School, don't you? Yes, did you go too? I'm going, and to tell Brother Boundary something, I went there and then beat a random person, and the owner of the Shocking Blade Martial Arts Center received me and said that he wanted me to get closer to the beautiful girl from Yuton. Before Mudeo finished speaking, he felt a great killing intent. There was another golden bubble at Boundary Slayer's feet. Ding! The host has picked up successfully and obtained the cosmic level Dharma, the star-ruling scripture. Seeing that Boundary Slayer was taking it seriously, Mud Dao couldn't wait to check and be surprised, and immediately explained. Don't be in a hurry, Brother Boundary, and then guess what I said? How? I said that I wasn't good enough for Miss E, and that I had someone I liked, and only then did the E-Blade Pavilion Master let me go. Boundary Slayer's killing aura slowly dissipated, and another bubble floated under his feet. Makoto seems to know another way of obtaining air bubbles. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood value 50. Brother Boundary, then you go first. I have to digest and digest. It's a burden to have my chi and blood growing every now and then. Boundary killers. Asterisk off. Gotta go. If it wasn't for his temper, he probably would have had to give Makamichi 2 slaps on the face and tell him that he couldn't be so Versailles as a human being. After Mudeo walked away, Boundary Slayer looked at Mudeo's back and slowly contemplated. My rebirth has really changed many periods of time, and the trajectory of each person seems to be different, especially him. Why has he changed for so much? Looks like he'll have to be considered a competitor. Mudao could now be certain that Boundary Deicide was really the son of Blue Star's Chi. No need to think about it much. It was certain. What was previously a heavenly level Dharma sect had now become a cosmic level Dharma sect. However, can universe level spells be fused and reorganized? Chapter 15. I heard, you like me? When Mudeo returned home, he glanced at Maki Ling, who had almost recovered in his state, and then he returned to his room. Goldfinger, help me fuse the Tao scripture and the star-ruling scripture. Ding! The host can choose either the Tao scripture or the star-ruling scripture as the primary and the other as the secondary for fusion. Mudeo pondered for a moment and already had an answer in his mind. The Tao scripture is the main focus, and the star-ruling scripture is the supplement. This fusion reorganization was not as fast as the previous ones, but rather slow. Almost 10 minutes had passed before the fusion reorganization was complete. Ding! Reorganization was successful. Please rename the host. The Dharma class will remain unchanged. It's better to call it the Taoist scripture. A surge of power flooded into his mind. The memories of the newly fused Dharma began to surface in his mind. Although the grade had not changed, the scriptures were more esoteric, and he could feel touching a certain barrier, one that he stepped into and might gain great power. He was immersed in comprehension, and in the outside world, If anyone was here they would be surprised. On the surface of his body, light golden patterns emerged, and arcane scriptures flowed and hovered. Time passed by, and Mudeo had already fully accepted the memories of the new Dharma, and because it was infused by the system, he was able to reach the introductory level directly. He tried the new method, and instantly, a steady stream of heaven and earth aura poured into his body, and the four great talents worked together to refine it in order to catch up with this rate of aura absorption. After more than an hour passed, Mudeo stopped cultivating. His chi and blood had grown by almost 900 calories again. The increase of so much could be because it was the first time he had cultivated, but in the future, the daily increase in chi and blood value would not be a small amount. I don't know if there are any more ranks above the cosmic level. Does he have any in Boundary Deicide? Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent, Chaos Bone, Martial Arts Dharma I Taoist Scriptures, Introductory, Cosmic Level, Semi-Taoist Level, Martial Realm, D+, Blood 3940 cards, Martial Skill, Shocking Strike, Great Achievement, Shen Level, 5, 480 points, Half Dao Level. Looks like the next stage is the Dao Level. At the Shocking Blade Martial Hall, Boundary Deicide had already walked up to the third floor, the first floor, and the opponents on the second floor were not challenging for him. Martial artists must be in the constant killing, grinding in order to progress rapidly. Just that he suddenly thought of a certain person, and felt that this kind of statement seemed a little bit not suitable as well. What? You're saying he likes me? Xiao Yunjing suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her face full of incredulity. The mask on her face fell to the floor without her noticing. Her heart began to beat rapidly and her face felt hot. Yeah, I heard him say it myself, so I can't lie to you. By the way, how do you feel about him? Yi Yutong had a bad smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yunjing, whose face was a little red. No feelings? As bad as he is, how could I possibly have feelings for him? I wouldn't like him if I liked pigs. Really? It's a pity that someone has a destiny with him. You don't know how much he attracts little girls to like him. Today in my martial arts hall, many female martial artists are surrounding him, and want to get their hands on him to touch his abs. Hee. Pity. Big gall. Then she felt out of sorts and her demeanor returned to that disinterested look. Ahem. I know. I don't care if anyone likes him. I, Xiao Yunjing, am destined to be emotionless and loveless in this life. Yi Yutong's face changed slightly when he heard this. Yunjing, could that statement be true? You really can't be moved. Xiao Yunjing's face also became lost. Maybe, after all, I've never liked anyone else, and I don't know if it's true or not. The elders in the family say so. The following day, Mudeo didn't choose to go to the Shocking Blade Martial School, but instead called Jiang Fan out. I say you kid, talent promotion doesn't require such hard work. I almost don't recognize you anymore. Jiang Fan laughed. Dao, you don't know how good it feels to cultivate. An SS rank and S rank really aren't on the same channel. I've already broken through to an E rank martial artist now. Jiang Fan, I have acquired a technique here by chance, but I don't know what the grade is. I only know that it's very unusual. I've practiced it, but it didn't work out. Do you want to give it a try? And it's not too late to teach me if you've succeeded in practicing it. Brother Dao, can I do it? Even you can't. I'm even worse. Try it. It's not like it's a loss anyway. Mudeo brought Jiang Fan to a random martial arts center and booked a cultivation room. He had money now, so he didn't care about anything. He took out a pamphlet. It looked worn out and old. Anyway, he had disguised it, and a brain like Jiang Fan couldn't see anything unusual at all. He pondered on what to choose among the 3 medium heavenly level spells to give to Jiang Fan, and in the end, he felt that the Star Foundation building method was more suitable. After all, if a son of Qi like Boundary Slayer practiced it, it certainly couldn't be any worse. Jiang Fan picked up the Star Foundation building method and read it with slight nervousness. At first, he was a bit bewildered, but as he watched, he seemed to enter a certain state, and a light blue energy surfaced on the surface of his body, giving him a feeling of a starry, wide sky. About 2 hours had passed, and Mudeo didn't take a step away, not wanting others to disturb Jiang Fan. Although the heaven-grade Dharma sect was precious, it was nothing to him, and it was much more useful to Jiang Fan than it was to him. Jiang Fan was considered his first friend in this world, and he would not treat him poorly. As for Makiling, his mom and dad, he would definitely prioritize anything better in the future. It would only be better than this, not worse. Jiang Fan also gradually awoke, his face full of excitement. Brother Dao, this is a heavenly level spell. We're rich. I don't comprehend much right now. I'll teach you. Wait, Dai Fan, teach me when you've comprehended it for longer. I'm afraid of being half-assed now. What if you teach me badly? Brother Dao. But this is a heavenly level spell. You endured it. Don't say heavenly level. Even if it's above heavenly level, you, Dao, can endure it, and you don't look at what kind of person I am. With a heaven-grade Dharma sect, you have to hurry up and cultivate. I'm D+ ranked and you're only E ranked. D+ grade? Holy, Dao, you're simply too 6. I have to hurry up and comprehend. With your talent, won't your cultivation take off? The next day, Makamichi went to school. He just walked to the classroom and realized that Xiao Yunjing had arrived long ago and was still looking at him with an inexplicable look. Looking at Makamichi, his scalp went numb. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yunjing still didn't say anything and looked straight at him. What? I have flowers on me? Hey. What kind of eyes are you looking at? It's too obscene for a woman. I heard that you like me? Chapter 16 Pork Heart with Shrimp. I heard that you like me? Makamichi was confused by the statement. Had he said that? It didn't seem like it. He's a little less confident. I would like you. Are you kidding? Who would like you? Really? Xiao Yunjing smiled without saying anything. Just looking at him like this, Mudeo regretted. Before the game Yuton must be in the shock knife martial arts hall. The words were heard by her in the past. Girlfriends casually exchanging exchanges. Secrets simply cannot hide. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Xiao Yunjing cast a look of contempt. Che, what's a big man doing being a mommy? There's nothing wrong with liking a girl, let alone a beautiful one like me. Makamichi felt like he was hitting a ball of cotton, and there was nowhere to use his energy. Well, I won't tell anyone else that you like me, not that I like you anyway. When he heard the 3 words that he didn't like him, Makoto's heart jumped steeply, and he seemed to be a little lost. He didn't have much to say anyway, since everyone else had said so. Class teacher Jiyu came to the classroom. Students, the last time I told you about the school-wide martial arts competition. We will first have a small class competition to select 4 students. The time will be in this afternoon's martial arts class, and the martial arts teacher and I will organize the competition. Naturally, Mudeo wasn't worried. He glanced at the classroom. That imperial minister wasn't in the classroom. He could come and go whenever he wanted. This was one of the privileges of the children of the big families. All morning, Xiao Yunjing didn't talk to Mudeo much. Mudeo felt strange. No wonder many people in another world obviously have a good relationship. When someone says those words the other party doesn't respond, the relationship will become very subtle. He hated this feeling and wanted to slap himself twice. He should have changed his excuse then. Big beautiful girl, in a bad mood today? Tell you a secret. What secret? Mudeo came forward, getting closer and closer to Xiao Yunjing, and Xiao Yunjing felt the sensation of his heart slowing down by half a beat. You seem to be stuck on powder today. Dirty face it is. Yes? Xiao Yunjing pulled out a small mirror and looked at it. Makoto, you asshole. Somewhere in the school, Boundary Slayer and Yuton were walking together, and Boundary Slayer looked a little unhappy. What's wrong with you today? Dia sighed. Not happy? No. Your unhappiness is written all over your face. Yeah, I'm not really unhappy. It's just that your father doesn't seem too happy with me. Ha, brother Slayer. So that's what you're worried about. My father, that man with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. The cabbage he has raised for so many years has fallen in love with you, and he is not allowed to be angry and angry. Boundary Slayer smiled. That seems to be true when you put it that way. Oh, in the afternoon martial arts class, Jiyu counted the number of people and there was one person missing, the royal minister. A look of dissatisfaction also surfaced on his face, but unfortunately there was little he could do. Attention all, those who want to participate in the selection stand on the left, those who do not want to participate in the selection stand on the right. Of the 41 men in the group, at least 30 stood on the right. Jiyu also understood this. 4 people, the probability of being occupied by a few people in Mudeo, the others are just walking a companion. For the rest of the class, draw lots to compete, 1 pair of 11, 2 pairs of 10, and so on. At this time, the royal minister walked over with leisurely steps. Teacher G, I'm here for the selection as well. Mudo drew number 3. Big beautiful girl. What number is it? 5. Defan, what about you? What number did you draw? Dao, this is number 1. Jiang Fan's opponent was a girl called Zhang Wei, with a strength of roughly E rank, and when he fought with Jiang Fan intentionally gave way to her for a few minutes before defeating her. Number 2 was up against number 11, and both of their awakened talents were C-ranked, which was not a bad sort in the class. Both men were E-ranked, and the fight had no highlights for Makamichi. Mudeo felt a look. It was the gaze of the imperial courtier, who looked at him with a fierce look in his eyes and stretched out 3 fingers in a neck-wiping motion. Mudeo instantly revealed killing intent. He understood the meaning of the royal minister. He originally only intended to teach a lesson and that was it. But one after another, he provoked and threatened his family. This person had already entered Makoto's must-kill list. The royal minister saw the look in Madeo's eyes and went cold, as if he was being stared at by something. It was soon Makamichi's turn, and his opponent was number 10, who had already conceded defeat as soon as he saw it was him. Number 4 versus number 9, with number 9 winning. Number 5 is Xiao Yunjing, and his opponent is number 8, a boy who casually strikes out for victory. Huanchen drew number 7. His opponent was number 6. He threw a punch at number 6. Number 6 flew backwards and a little blood spilled out of his mouth. Weak, really too weak. Come on 2 students, take him to the infirmary. The royal minister looked at Jiyu. Teacher, I didn't mean to do it. Who knew he would be so weak? Let's go to round 2. 1 on 6, 2 on 5, 3 on 4, and the last spot will be contested by the 3 students who lost, and I'll be the judge of who's the best. Madeo drew number 2, Zhang Fan 3, and Xiao Yunjing 6. Number 1 saw that it was Xiao Yunjing and also directly conceded defeat. Makoto's opponent was the imperial courtier. It really was a case of the wrong side of the tracks. I lost to you last time by carelessness. This time, it can only be you who loses. A faint firelight surfaced on the imperial minister's fist as he aimed at Madeo and blasted out without mercy. Madeo snorted coldly and similarly blasted out a fist. Bang! With a loud bang and a click, the imperial minister's entire body flew out backwards. One arm broken, revealing the bone forks. The royal minister blanched in disbelief. No way. Ding! The host has successfully picked it up and obtained the Xian grade martial skill. Yenwu fist. Madeo was delighted. He had a little more means of attack. It really was a treasured delivery talent. He said to Ji-Yu, Teacher, I didn't expect him to be so weak. It looked like he thought he was powerful. I didn't expect it to be paper mache. Dao, good job. Shrimp and pig heart na. Soon enough, the 4 were selected. And without the competition from the royal ministers, a student named Zhao Quanghong took a spot. 4 students, it's you guys who will represent our class 3 in the school-wide martial arts competition. Dao, you're so handsome. That kid is so hateful. I've been looking at him for a long time. 2. Brother Dao, where's Big Beauty Xiao? She's so strange today. Did you two have a fight? No. Do you see Dao as the kind of person who is cheap? Girls always come around a few days a month, and it's so normal for them to be grumpy. Zhang Fan gave Madeo a thumbs up. Dao, it's still UNB. You know such secretive things about girls. Chapter 17, Odd Man Out. A week passed in a flash of time, and in these days, Madeo realized that the school was no longer suitable for him to glean a lot of wool, and the progress of his strength wasn't too obvious. Only 800 or 900 cards of chi and blood had grown, although it was quite a lot, but he now needed 12,000 cards of chi and blood in order to break through to a C-class martial artist. 800 or 900 was just a drop in the bucket. Students, the school-wide martial arts competition is tomorrow, and there are a total of 15 classes in Blockhead 3rd Middle School, with 4 people in one class. That's 60 people. With 60 people, the rewards for the top 10 are great, and I want you all to do your best. Big beautiful girl, give master a smile. Jia. Pa. Xiao Yunjing slapped over. Laughing my ass off, you're getting fatter and fatter. Madeo hemmed and hawed. Didn't I see you in a bad mood? Wanted to tease you. Madeo is in a good mood. Teasing girls, picking up bubbles, accompanying brothers to eat and drink. This day is really dashing. Much better than the last life's bitter laborers. Che. Scumbag. Put. How do you bring me and scum together? How can I be scum when I haven't even held a girl's hand for over 10 years? Xiao Yunjing smiled faintly. Then hit it. Dogs don't believe a word you say. Brother Dao, I've already started the Star Foundation building method you taught me. Let's find a place and I'll teach you. You'd better learn more. What if you teach me bad? Dao. No. I won't teach you wrong. I don't believe you. Cultivate well. It would be a shame to have a heaven-level spell that can't even compare to me. See you tomorrow. Wait. Dao. Today Boundary Slayer found me and said something strange to me, telling me to be careful. I don't know what it means. Makoto frowned. What he said is still believable. Have you found anything out of the ordinary lately? Brother Dao. I've been practicing every day. Eating and sleeping and eating. Nothing strange has happened. I'll come to your house to look for you tonight. And by the way, teach me the Star Foundation building method. Okay. Don't worry Brother Dao. I won't teach you badly. Zhang Fan left, and Mu Dao looked at his back, pondering slightly. Boundslayer doesn't say inexplicable things unless something is really going to happen. Makamichi took public transportation home, and midway through the ride, a strange man got on the bus, tall in stature, found a random seat and sat down, then closed his eyes. The strange man was wearing a red jacket, similar to the suit worn by the big and small kings among the cards in his previous life, and his entire face was painted with clown makeup. And to see clown makeup in this world, Makoto could be said to be bursting with curiosity. He looked slightly toward the strange man, whose eyes quickly opened and looked over in the direction where Makoto was. At once, Madeo felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger, a feeling that came and went quickly. The strange man gave him a slight smile, and Makoto turned his head, pretending not to care. To be on the safe side, Makamichi got off the bus one stop early, and the strange man, who kept looking at him through the window, with his mouth open, seemed to be talking, and strangely enough, he could understand what the strange man was saying. We'll meet again. It was only after the car had gone away that Makoto didn't get that feeling of being watched. Holy, I didn't read the calendar when I went out today. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? The Jinwoo Division, inexplicably, received an anonymous letter and requested that it be personally submitted to the Jinwoo Division's deputy director, Mad Drought. Mad Drought opened it and his pupils suddenly tightened, as if something big had happened. Zhang Fan's family was actually much more miserable than Madeo. He was a real orphan. His parents died in the wild when he was a child. He looked big on the surface, but he was actually very lonely inside. Madeo knew this feeling, and it was one of the factors that made him and Zhang Fan friends. He went home and ate dinner and then came to Zhang Fan's house, and Zhang Fan was waiting for him early. Dao, you're finally here. I thought you weren't coming. Outside, Boundary Slayer almost became one with the darkness. His gaze became very deep as he watched Makoto walk into the door of Boundary Slayer's house. In his previous life, Zhang Fan experienced a life and death crisis here, and his talent leaped to become SS class. And in the end, he was also a great powerhouse of Sacred Summer, killing the star races with fear and trepidation. I wonder if my rebirth will lead to any accidents. I hope I won't die so early. In his last life, Mac Dao died at the hands of a ferocious beast, when he was still only a B-ranked martial artist. One man and one sword broke into the beast cave alone, stood down the heads of two A-ranked ferocious beasts, and got away perfectly. Later on, he also earned the title, Thunder Blade Martial Emperor. It's a pity that it ended up dying at the hands of an extraterrestrial being. It seems that Madeo didn't appear here in my last life. My rebirth. Madeo is one of the biggest anomalies. At the other end, the strange man that Madeo had seen during the day stood quietly not far from Zhang Fan. He also witnessed Makoto go in, and his gaze became strange. This son seems to be more suitable for plundering, but I'm still lacking a perfect thunder martial artist talent body, and the other kid is more suitable. If the plundering is successful, my position in the abyssal prison will be even higher. An embarrassing memory came to his mind. The second person under the prison master of the abyss prison nowadays, that is, the abyss prison prisoner, looted a pair of perfect martial artist talents from somewhere more than 10 years ago, and his cultivation skyrocketed in just over 10 years, pressuring his peers to gasp for air. At one time, he and the man were both similarly talented, but unfortunately today, he was just a bug on the ground. His eyes became more and more ferocious, and the aura he released was bizarre and unknown, already at the level of a B-class martial artist. Dao, you understand? Zhang Fan looked at Madeo with a dumbfounded face. I've only spoken once, bragging I curse shall big beautiful woman not like you. Holy, you're too poisonous, the most poisonous brother's heart. Dao, come on, are you telling the truth? Madeo pretended to be profound. That must be true. He then gave Zhang Fan a demonstration. Holy, Dao, I'll serve you without even holding up a wall. Outside, just as the strange man tried to make his move, a voice intimidated him. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my blockhead asylum? The strange man looked back and saw Mad Drought standing behind him, looking at him with a murderous look on his face. Who am I? Haven't you been looking for us? I appeared and instead you guys don't recognize me. Mad Drought's pupils shrunk slightly. Even if he had guessed it. People of the abyssal prison, how dare you? P.S. The new author for the first time to write a book. Everyone mouth mercy What is not satisfied with the place to say out? I can listen to persuade Lu. In addition, I beg you to give a favorable review. Vote. Free gifts to go at. Chapter 18, Killing Ugly Face. Jia. It's not that we're bold. It's that you guys, you're just too much of a loser. I come and go as I please, and I'm anxious for your intelligence. The strange man said these words in a flat tone, and Mad Drought had an angry face, as if saying that they were truly untouchable and dispensable. Humph, you only dare to hide in the sewers after all. And remember, even if there are more rats in the sewers, they are only rats. I am the deputy head of the Jinwoo Division. Old Man Profound Prison. Today, you will die. The strange man wondered why his whereabouts had been revealed, but at the moment, there was no time for him to think too much. Abyssal Prison. Ugly Face. The chi and blood pressure released by the two men both belonged to the level of a B-class martial artist. Mad Drought's chi and blood was rigid and overbearing, while Ugly Face's chi and blood, instead of being rigid and overbearing as a martial artist, had a grave air that was heavy. Both of them were fast to the extreme, and just a frontal strike set off a large wave of impact air, and wherever the impact went, everything began to crumble from the inside. Just one strike involved 100 meters in a square. This place was not a high-traffic area, but it always attracted the attention of some of the resident folk, who had wanted to go out to check it out before the members of the Jinwoo division stopped them and took them to a safe place. Bang bang! Madeo and Zhang Fan opened the door and members of the Jinwoo appeared. The two of you come with me. There's been a bit of an accident here. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he looked at Madeo. Brother Dao, Boundary Slayer is right. It's not like I've offended anyone, so why would anyone else be on my case? When Madeo thought of the fact that he had just come to this world and had been skinned and dug out of his bones, he could roughly guess that it was the group that had set their sights on Zhang Fan. Daffin, you follow him. I need to get out there. The members of the Jinwoo division were just about to say something when all of Madeo's talents turned on, making his aura no weaker than that of a C-ranked martial artist. I'm a C-ranked martial artist, so I might be able to make a difference. Surprise surfaced on the faces of the members of the Jinwoo division, and they did not say much. Good. Mr. Righteousness, Sin, everyone must be put to death by his children. Dao, be careful. Boundary Killer watched the battle between the two men in the dark. The two men were about the same strength, causing great destruction to the surrounding area, and it was difficult to tell the winner from the loser in a short period of time. No way. At this rate, Ugly Face will definitely escape. Game Blade, you have to come as soon as possible. The more Mad Drought fought, the more his battle spirit grew, but he also understood that if he continued, he would not necessarily be able to keep his ugly face. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade came from the sky, and Mad Drought was overjoyed. Ugly Face, on the other hand, frowned. Pavilion Master, help me take down the abyssal prison thieves. A large, blood-colored sword fell from the air and chopped straight at Ugly Face. Ugly Face quickly dodged as the large blade plunged into the ground, and a crack of nearly 100 meters formed. The game blade appeared from the shadows and stared at Ugly Face with a burning gaze. I haven't had much of an opponent in the past few years, and my hands have been itching for a long time. Deputy Division Master Mad, let's go together. The ground's blood-colored greatsword returned to the hands of the game sword, and the two surrounded Ugly Face in the center. Seeing this, Ugly Face had already retreated, and his body rapidly expanded, turning into a 3-meter humanoid monster with dark red thunder floating on the surface of his body. When Mudeo, who had just rushed over, saw this scene, he also understood why this person would be staring at Zhang Fan, because Zhang Fan's martial talent was the thunder attribute. Dao held his sword in one hand and rushed towards Ugly Face with great speed. A rich golden light emerged from the Mad Drought's fist as it rushed towards Ugly Face like a cannonball. Ugly Face clenched his hands into fists, and thunderbolts emerged from his fists as he blasted out at them. Bang! There was a loud bang and a dazzling light that obscured everything but daylight. Dead? Makoto stared at the center of the explosion and muttered to himself. As the daylight dissipated, Mad Drought and Game Blade stood in one place, and in front of them, the monster that Ugly Face had transformed into had broken an arm, and the rest of its body was chafed, oozing out blackish-brown blood, and strange noises were coming out of its mouth. Brother E, we can't let him go. Good. Shocking blade killing. The big sword in Dao's hand chopped out, a tens of meters sized blood-colored blade on chopped out, and it was as if heaven and earth had been split in half. Ugly Face's body floated a huge blood-colored barrier in front of him. Ka-ching. After a pained wail, Ugly Face's body just dissipated into the air. Only part of the blood stain could be seen, cutting down Ugly Face. Game Blade, Mad Drought, and in the shadows, Boundary Slayer's heart rejoiced. It was only when Makoto noticed a problem. He saw a blood-colored attribute bubble rapidly running off into the distance, and his eyes widened tremendously. Holy, the gold finger's function is truly heaven-defying. Does this mean that Weirdo isn't dead? Without thinking much, he chased after them in the direction of the blood-colored bubbles. Brother E, how did you come to this place? Deputy Division Master Mad, I received a note and will believe it, but I didn't expect it to really be the abyssal prison thieves. What? What's wrong? Deputy Master Mad? Mad Drought's query stirred Gameblade's attention. Pavilion Master E, like you, I received a letter from you before I rushed here. It was Gameblade's turn to be surprised. This obviously can't be a coincidence. It was done on purpose. The game knife was silent for a moment. Deputy Division Master Mad, since the person who reminded us of this has no malicious intent, we don't need to deeply explore that person's identity, and perhaps there will be unexpected rewards in the future. Makoto realized that the blood-colored bubbles weren't running fast. Soon, the blood-colored attribute bubble stopped, and a strange bone flashing with faint thunder appeared. The bone was twisted, soft, as if it was alive, and made a fluke dynamic. This can be shocked to sneak followed Madeo. Did not think that there will be such a strange thing in the world? The weird bones were so poorly alert that it didn't even notice when Makoto approached it. All of Madeo's chi and blood was abruptly released. His talent was released, and he swiftly blasted at the strange bones. The strange bones let out a mournful scream and exploded with a bang, with a large amount of red blood spraying into the air. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi and blood value O plus 1000 cards. Ding! The host picked up successfully. Picking up the ritual offering method. Ding! The host picked up successfully and gained the special skill, Bone Molt. 1000 cards of chi and blood made Makoto's chi and blood boil instantly. His whole body was covered in red smoke, and he recovered completely after a while. Goldfinger, what do you mean by the method of sacrificial offerings? Ding! The ritual sacrifice method is an evil means of seizing a martial talent that matches one's own attributes and has a great inductive relationship with the seized person who matches one's own martial talent. Practiced to the extreme, it can condense many martial arts talents into one martial arts talent. It is not recommended for the host to practice. There is the term karma, which the future host will know. Madeo didn't want to cultivate. He just thought it was too scary. That what abyssal prison in the end did anyone cultivate to the extreme? How many people cultivated the method of sacrificial offerings? Whether or not the human hierarchy should be told about the ritual sacrifice method or not, Madeo pondered. And soon after, he made a good decision. Forget it, the sacrifice offering dharma is very moving. It's inevitable that some people on the side of human justice will have crooked thoughts. The human heart is the most complicated thing. In the future it won't be too late to say it out when I have the strength to crush most of my enemies. Goldfinger, what do you mean by bone shedding? Bone metamorphosis is a special method that allows one to regain life by condensing one's essence into a certain carrier at the time of life and death, and by seizing another person's flesh within the time limit. Chapter 19, Dreams. Bone molt? Madeo was shocked. This kind of thing indicated that there was still one life left. One more life was much better than anything else. Goldfinger, is there any danger in practicing bone molt? Ding! The bone molt can only use its own strongest talent as a carrier. It must be B-grade talent or above to cultivate. After the cultivation is completed, if you encounter a life and death crisis and use the bone molt to get out of the way, your own strength will be 10 to 1, and your talent will be downgraded for the rest of your life. Madeo contemplated for a moment and decided to cultivate. None of these side effects were a problem for him. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderflame, SS Grade Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent, Chaos Bone, Martial Arts, Taoist Scripture, Introductory, Cosmic, Semi-Dao, Ritual Sacrifice, Special, Bone Shedding, Special, Martial Realm, D+, Blood 5850 cards, Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Grand Finish, Shen Level, Yenwu Fist, Introductory, Shen Level, Martial Skill Experience Value, 6480 points. It's getting close to being a C-ranked martial artist. Just in these 2 days it will be a C-ranked martial artist. Goldfinger, how much martial arts experience value is required to successfully cultivate the bone molt? What level of cultivation is required before it can be used? Ding! There is no difference between high and low for special class dermas. They can be used after successful cultivation. 10,000 points of martial arts experience value is required to successfully cultivate the bone metamorphosis. You guys go kill him for me now. Quick! Inside the luxurious villa, Huang Chen was filled with anger. Fully twice he had planted himself in the hands of Madeo. He had never suffered this kind of aggravation since he was a child. Young master, that teenager is now the red man of the Blockhead Asylum. If he dies, the young master's skepticism will be the greatest, and if this matter is not handled well, there will be some repercussions for the family. The royal minister's face turned red and he felt like he had hit cotton. Although he is reckless, but always still a bit of brain. Usually crazy point alright, if really do what damage to the family things, can have him suffer. Young master, although we can't do it openly, we can do it privately. In a few days the all-school competition will let the winners go out for a trial. At that time we will do it. No one will find out about us if we die out there. Then let him live a few more days. A week had passed, and things in the abyssal prison had died down, and Makamichi's life was the same as it had always been. Every day, gripping the wool of the son of Chiyun's boundary regicide, the wool of the silly girl Xiao Yunjing, and then picking up some bubbles. The days are leisurely and leisurely. It was the fact that the imperial minister didn't come after him that surprised him a bit. The chi and blood value has already broken through to 6,000 calories 2 days ago to become a C-ranked martial artist. In order to become a C-ranked martial artist, the chi in blood has to reach 12,000 calories, which can be a bit difficult. What are you staring at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Holy! Xiao Yunjing slapped Madeo on the head, and Madeo covered his head in aggravation. What are you filming me for? You broke through to a C-ranked martial artist? Madeo also now knew Xiao Yunjing's strength, probably at the D+ level. He now suspected that Xiao Yunjing was at least SSS level talent as well. Otherwise he wouldn't have broken through so fast. Yes, drop. What? Envious. Tiny C-level martial artist. I go with Kota. There is no one like me in the world. Holding the sun and moon and picking the stars. Xiao Yunjing rolled his eyes. A few compliments and you're still proud. What? Look at brother. Brother tell you. I like Big Butt and Big Bear. Not like your kind of keep bamboo pole. Ah. Madeo. I'm going to kill you. The class bell ended Xiao Yunjing's pursuit. And Makamichi wiped his sweat as the class bell saved him. Everyone, tomorrow is the martial arts competition. There are a total of 61 contestants. I hope you guys will fight for it. There will be a place for our class in the top 3. Teacher, shouldn't there be only 60? That with the consent of the school committee, our classmate Huangchen can join among the martial arts competition. Some students in the class were instantly displeased, but thinking about the strength of people's status and position, they did have that qualification, and they could only blame themselves for not casting a good berth. Makamichi returned home as he prepared to improve his martial arts skills. Goldfinger, raise shocking strike to perfection. Ding, consuming 10,000 martial skill experience value. Shocking strike is upgraded to perfection. Raise the Yenwu fist again. Ding, consuming 1,000 martial skill experience value. Yenwu fist is upgraded to minor success. Ding, the host's martial arts experience value is insufficient to improve. The number of chi and blood value pickups has been a little less again these past few days, thanks to a lot more martial arts experience value pickup bubbles. For this school-wide martial arts competition, Mu Dao was actually not worried. The consummate shocking strike was prepared for boundary deicide. As a son of Qi, it could not be reasoned with common sense. He was now a little worried about whether or not he would be able to beat boundary deicide. Do your best. It wasn't just Madeo who was equally worried. There was also Boundary Slayer, who had just finished his cultivation and exhaled deeply. D+ grade. It doesn't seem too safe. With low strength, many martial arts simply can't be utilized as they should be. For tomorrow's battle, if I want to win first place, that brat from Mudeo is a formidable opponent. However, I'm also considered an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Wouldn't it be easy to take down a brat? If he wins me, that would be interesting. In my previous life, I walked the invincible path alone. That path was too lonely. I hope that in this life, I won't be so lonely. Makuto, don't let me down. Yunjing, why are you so mopey these days? It's a bit unlike you. Yutong, didn't you say before that Makamichi likes me? But after contacting him these past few days, I realized that he seems to just treat me as a good friend and doesn't have that in mind. Ha ha, Yunjing, isn't that nice? Don't you not like him either? Why are you still so attached to his affairs? I don't know what happened. Yunjing, let things go as they should in terms of feelings. Yes, a great woman is born between heaven and earth. How can she be caught up in the affairs of children? Cultivate hard and become a female god of war. Go for it, the future goddess of war. Mudeo had a dream. The Blue Star was experiencing an invasion of foreign races. Every single one of his current friends had died. Jiang Fan, Xiao Yunjing, Yi Yutong, even Boundary Deicide had fallen, and there was nothing he could do to turn the tide of battle. In the future, he ascends to the unrivaled throne of supremacy, but unfortunately, he can no longer find the person he once was in the river of time, and he is lonely. He snapped out of it. The dream had a nose for it. It wasn't even like it was fake. Holy, that supreme throne is awesome. Chapter 20, the all-school martial arts competition. Knock knock, knock knock. The next day, the school playground. More than 10 classes of students all gathered here, just because today is an event. Senior class martial arts competition. Not only can see the school's popular characters, the most important thing is that you can see handsome girls. Jiang Fan stood behind Mudeo, his eyes constantly looking at other places. Mudeo followed his eyes. Good guy. It's too big. Xiao Yunjing stared at Mudeo and angrily twisted his waist flesh. Mudeo almost screamed out, thanks to which he hastily covered his mouth. He viciously plucked out Xiao Yunjing. You big dumb girl. I'm not stupid. I like you. I don't like you. Then you still say you're not stupid. Che. In the third class team, Huangchen Heart is almost dripping blood. He and Xiao Yunjing is considered to have known since childhood. Like her for more than 10 years. In the end, it is not as good as just know a few days of people well. How he treats her. How does she not know? Thinking about it brought out the twisted side of him. Makoto, your good days are not far off. Xiao Yunjing, you can only be my wife. This resentful look was naturally sensed by Madeo. He gave the royal minister a blank look. Give him a little time. The royal family behind him was just as unafraid. The next process was pretty much the same as in the previous life, with the principal ranting and raving. Ladies and gentlemen, a total of 61 students from 15 classes are participating in the competition. The rules of the competition are similar to the previous class trivia contest. One pair of 61, and so on. With one student having a blank turn, they will automatically move on to the next round. Without further ado, I announce the official examination for the competition. All participating students, starting from class 1, will come forward in order to draw lots. The rest of the class, cheer them on. Probably because the mood was mobilized, the ground suddenly had many more bubbles. Makamichi was so happy that he found an excuse to go to the toilet and cut through the pile of classmates. Ding! Pickup successful. Blood value +3. Ding! Pickup successful. Blood value +3. Ding! Picked up successfully. Blood value +5. After 2 laps, the chi in blood had grown by another 50 or so calories. Not much, but a mosquito is meat no matter how small it is. Boundary Deicide looked at Madeo. Madeo giggled from time to time. His lewd expression made him strange. He previously suspected that Madeo seemed to have a dragon in Yang, but later realized that he should not have. But right now it seemed to have flared up again. Oi, can't really figure it out. Unfortunately. De Fan, De Main Yo, Brother Zhao, how many numbers did you draw? Dao, I'm 10. 54. Mako, I'm number 3. I'm 15. The one who drew the empty number for the wheel was a boy from class 5. And he naturally became the envy of Makoto and the others. Blockhead 3 of the more famous of few martial arts geniuses. In addition to the first class of the Boundary Regicide, E. Yutong, the other 13 classes do not have S-class martial arts talent awakened. The highest B class. Most of them are C-class talent. The first one to take the field was Boundary Slayer, and his opponent was the only B-rank talent awakened in class 10, whose name was Schwerin. Boundary Schoolmaster. I know I can't beat you, but I still want to try to see how I stack up against you, so please enlighten me. I can't talk about giving advice. Let's learn from each other. Schwerin has just entered the E level. Boundary Deicide did not defeat Schwerin with one move. After dodging a few times, he defeated Schwerin with an over-the-shoulder slam. For the next battle, Makoto didn't put much thought into it, except for a few people he would observe. E. Yutong's strength wasn't weak either. Her martial arts talent was S rank, a flame attribute martial arts talent. Her strength should be at the D rank. Logically a breakthrough wouldn't be so fast, but she was backed by the strong support of the Shocking Blade Martial Arts School, so her strength naturally wouldn't be too weak. The first round, and the second round ended quickly. At the end of the second round, there were still 16 people left, and these 16 people were considered the strongest 16 people in the Blockhead 3. Makamichi's opponent was a B-ranked talent awakener from class 15, Zhang Hao, whose strength was at the E+ level. Brother Mu, please make sure you don't hold back and go all out. I'm not afraid to fail. Good. Then as you wish. Zhang Hao wheeled his fist, a layer of bloodlight emerging from his fist as he quickly approached Madeo and blasted out with all his might. Zhang Hao did not hesitate as he knew that he had to go all out in order to have a chance of winning. Madeo smiled slightly. He appreciated this kind of character. He threw the same punch, but not at full strength. Bang! Zhang Hao staggered backward several steps, and he didn't have the slightest hint of defeat on his face. Instead, he was happy. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value +15. The second one on the field was Jiang Fan. His opponent was a genius from the second class called Lei Huang, but he still lost to Jiang Fan after a few moves. What Mu Dao didn't expect was that Xiao Yunjing's opponent was actually a royal courtier, which was interesting. The royal courtier's face wasn't very nice either. Imperial Minister, go all out. You couldn't beat me since I was a kid anyway. Yunjing, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Xiao Yunjing was extremely fast, having practiced speed martial arts, and was at D+ level of strength, striking out with all his might. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the royal minister fell back a few steps as a somber look appeared on his face. Yanwu fist. A fist with a faint fiery glow blasted out. The corner of Xiao Yunjing's mouth rose slightly. Waiting for now. Her speed steeply increased by a degree. Dodging the punch and appearing behind the imperial courtier, her jade hand pushed, and the tremendous force caused the imperial courtier to fall into a dog's mouth. You lose. Huang Chen climbed up and grunted coldly. He stopped at the top 8. He didn't even make it to the top 8. He didn't know how many times he had lost, and none of the opponents he had encountered since he came here had won. His face was grim, and without a word, he walked straight outside. Boundary Slayer was also victorious very quickly, and in the end, 8 people entered the finals. Mu Dao, Jiang Fan, Xiao Yunjing, Boundary Slayer, Yi Yutong, and 3 others were Gu Wang from Class 10, Zhou Ling from Class 12, and Zhao Ao from Class 9. Makamichi's opponent was Zhao Ao from Class 9. Jiang Fan's opponent was Boundary Slayer. Yi Yutong's opponent was Zhou Ling. Xiao Yunjing's opponent was Ancient Desolation. Madeo quickly ended the battle and it was Jiang Fan and Boundary Slayer's turn. His interest rose and he hoped that Jiang Fan could test out some of Boundary Slayer's methods. One was a Son of Qi, and the other was an SS-ranked martial talent awakening, both very not weak anymore. Jiang Fan's strength was now at the D level, while Boundary Slayer was at the D+ level. The two didn't talk nonsense and quickly rushed together. Madeo could see that Jiang Fan's combat experience was weak, and Boundary Slayer was intentionally or unintentionally feeding him moves to train his combat sense. After a full 10 minutes, Jiang Fan gasped for air and admitted defeat of his own accord. Yi Yutong and Xiao Yunjing also won quickly. The two of them were already strong in talent, and with the resources behind them, it would be hard for anyone else to catch up except for an open-minded one like Madeo. Chapter 21, Defeating the Son of Qi. Boundary Deicide. The ones who finally made it to the final 4 were Madeo, Boundary Deicide, Xiao Yunjing, and Yi Yutong. The list of the top 4 is out, so the 4 students will continue to draw lots. Yi Yutong drew number 1, Makoto number 2, Xiao Yunjing number 3, and Boundary Slayer number 4. Seeing this draw order, Madeo was confused. This is not to beat the daughter-in-law. Boundary Slayer was likewise a bit torn as to whether or not to fight. But what they didn't expect was that Xiao Yunjing and Yi Yutong automatically conceded defeat, and they fought for 3rd place. That's why Makoto and Boundary Slayer were directly competing for 1st place. In the ring, Mu Dao and Boundary Slayer stood opposite each other. Kai big school girl. I didn't realize the two of us would have to fight. Makoto. I'm looking forward to fighting you. So am I. The two of them were the most famous geniuses in the 3rd middle school, and all the students and teachers were looking forward to what kind of performance they would bring. Dense chi and blood surfaced on both of them, and each of them blasted out with a punch. Bang! Powerful waves of air impacted the surrounding area, and the loud counterboom caused the eardrums of the students who were closer to them to shake. Boundary Slayer fell back a few steps as he let out a loud laugh. That's what makes it fun. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 50. Boundary Slayer frowned. He had just realized that Mu Dao's chi and blood had grown a few more points. It really was a monster. Mu Dao's body crouched slightly. Chi and blood covered his feet. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards Boundary Deicide. And once again, he blasted out with a punch. This time he used a martial skill. A Shen-grade martial skill that he had picked up from the Emperor's ministers. The Yenwu Fist. Boundary Slayer similarly utilized martial arts, but the grade of the martial arts he used was higher than Mu Dao's. Bang! In just a few minutes, the two had already thrown an unknown number of punches at each other, and the alloy floor in the center of the ring was raised by the blows. If we were to face them, we definitely wouldn't last more than a single punch. Is this genius? Among the crowd of classmates, many voiced their feelings. Makoto, I know this isn't your strongest move. Bring out your best move or you're bound to lose in the next strike. Fine, I'll use my strongest attacks against you. The Mu Dao talent operated at full power, turning his body into a golden color with golden lines spreading across the surface of his body. Shock Strike. This was already his strongest killing move at the moment, and if he couldn't deal with Boundary Slayer, it would be his loss. Boundary Slayer's eyes floated with golden flames, and his body was covered with blood-colored lines, releasing an invincible and overbearing aura. Bang! There was a loud bang, and all that was left was white, a powerful wave of air pushing back many of the students, and the alloy in the center of the ring had been cracked by the blow. The aftermath of the power dispersed. Mu Dao and Boundary Deicide are broken show woe. The two looked at each other. After a long time, Boundary Deicide cannot support, fell to the ground unconscious. Someone, take Boundary Slayer students to the infirmary. Yi Yutong quickly ran over, his face full of worry, and Madeo didn't feel good either. His chi and blood flowed backward, and it took him a while to suppress it before it calmed down. He smiled awkwardly. Yutong, don't worry, he's just exhausted. He'll be fine after resting. As Madeo walked off the stage, Xiao Yunjing and Jiang Fan asked worriedly, Brother Dao, are you alright? It's okay, it's not a big problem. He looked towards Boundary Slayer's departing back and pondered slightly. Boundary Slayer has awakened a new talent. The martial talent isn't low. It's just a pity that it didn't pick up, but there's still a chance. What exactly is above the SSS rank talent? Time came in the afternoon, and Boundary Slayer had woken up. Boundary Schoolmaster, are you okay? Boundary Slayer blankly glanced at Makoto. You kid really is a monster. Not to be compared to you. You're admitting defeat? Then recognize me as your big brother and I'll cover you from now on. Put. A mouthful of old blood spewed out from Boundary Slayer. He thought to himself, I am someone who can be your ancestor. You want to recognize me as your big brother? Are you kidding? You don't want to be careless. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. Especially once the martial realm is high. Talent is no longer a measure of everything. It's just an admission ticket for you. Whether you can grasp it or not, it's still up to you. I know, Kai big school girl, but if I can defeat you once, I'll do it again later. I announced that the students who won the top 10 places in this competition, from the 1st to the 10th, are Mu Dao, Boundary Deicide, Xiao Yunjing, Yi Yutong, Jiang Fan, Ancient Desolate, Zhou Ling, Zhao Ao, Huang Chen, and Shui Kai. Class 3 teacher Jiyu, how can not hide the smile on his face? The top 5 of his class accounted for 3. This is the first time in his teaching career to achieve such good results. The corners of the mouth are grinning to the root of the back of the ear. The other teachers were so envious. The competition ended. Mudeo and the others went to collect their rewards. Mudeo was the first place winner. There were 20 chi and blood pills, and they were also rewarded with a mortal grade martial skill. This reward may not look good, but this was the best resource that the third middle school could come up with. 1 chi and blood pills was 20. 000. 20 of them would be 400. 000. And together with the mortal grade martial skills, it would be almost more than 900. $000. Aside from the 10 of them, anyone who participates in the comparison will be rewarded, which doesn't add up to a small amount of money. 10 students. In fact, the school is holding this competition for another purpose. There are a total of 9 high schools in the Blockhead Asylum. Everyone fights with each other, and every year they hold a competition, with more rewards divided above the higher ranked ones. And over the past few years my third high school's ranking has been getting lower and lower, so I hope you guys can get a good ranking for the third high school. There were naturally more rewards at that time, not only for you, but for the third form, and I would like to thank you for that. This startled Makoto and the others. After all, this was the principle. The chi and blood Dan Mudeo had taken before. The increase in chi and blood was average. 20 of them could probably raise a little more than 200 cards. For him it was just a matter of picking up 2 or 3 days, so taking it by himself was very uneconomical. After class, he did not go home, but went to the trading place. Chi Blood Dan may not be particularly advanced, but the price is not expensive. The outside is not the school after all. The school has the support of the above. The outside can only rely on their own. So, the market price of a 20,000 yuan Chi Blood Dan put on the outside can be more expensive $2,000. The exchange office was also very quick, hitting him with nearly $500,000 sacred summer dollars. Another wave of great wealth. When Boundary Slayer returned home, he had been thinking about where he had lost, and finally realized that he couldn't compare to Makoto anywhere. Now that the course of things has changed, I also have to grasp the chance to obtain what I didn't obtain in my previous life. There is not much time left for mankind. 5 years at the most, and in 5 years' time the catastrophe of the blue planet will come completely. In this life, I absolutely cannot let the previous disaster happen. Otherwise, my rebirth is meaningless. With Makoto, this one might be a lot easier. Chapter 22. In fact, the person I like is you. Time drifted by for a few days, and Makoto's life returned to a few points in a line. And every day, he was gripping the wool of Boundary Slayer and their wool, and only their wool was helpful to him. The Boundary Deicide's talent hasn't been picked up yet. Do we still have to have a fight before it comes out? Or do we tease him? With an idea in mind, Makoto said he'd do it, and the bubbles that fell when he was in the mood wouldn't be too bad. The following day at noon, Mudeo finally found an opportunity. Boundary Slayer and Yi Yutong had been getting bored together. It wasn't easy to find Boundary Slayer's extra time. Boundary Schoolmaster, I have something for you. What would you be up to? Kai big school girl, you like Yi Yutong? Boundary Slayer frowned. You're not talking nonsense. Do you have thoughts about her too? Saying this, Boundary Slayer looked at Mudeo with killing intent. If Mudeo dared to say yes, the next moment he would rise up and kill. Makamichi pretended to look at Boundary Slayer with affection and took his hand in one hand. Boundary Slayer, in fact, the person I like is you. You know, I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Pa. Makoto kissed Boundary Slayer's hand with a single bite. Kai Deicide's handsome face steeply turned black, like he had eaten several pounds of Ollie's giving, and quickly pulled his hand out of Makamichi's hand, backing up 5 or 6 meters away. I'm going to you. Makdao. I knew it. You've got Dragon Young. After saying that, Boundary Slayer wiped his fingers in disgust, thwarting the place that had been kissed by Makoto. Vom! Beneath his feet, a large bubble quickly appeared. Golden, dazzling, the largest that Makoto had seen in a long time? A golden bubble. Mudeo's eyes flushed red, revealing an expression that was obscene to the extreme as he waved his hands and rushed towards Boundary Slayer. Boundary Slayer was going to cry. He was certain that even if he had endured much suffering in his previous life, he had never wanted to cry. He hadn't been afraid of a single moment in the face of the many extraterrestrial invaders. But now, he wanted to cry, and he was afraid. Ah, Mac-do, don't come over here. He scattered his legs and ran. He couldn't beat Madeo. If he was caught up by Madeo, his innocence would not be guaranteed today. Madeo was not happy. It was not easy for this bubble to appear. It must be something good. Letting it go would be his fault. Boundary Schoolmaster, don't run. It's mine. It's mine. Boundary Deicide ran. Mudeo chased. The two did not know how many laps around the school, sweating profusely. The students who saw it all showed a curious color and said, "They're so close. Good looking and handsome. I'm a bit knocked up about it. You guys, who likes who first?" There's no need to ask. It must be that big genius Mu likes the Boundary University schoolmate. Cluck cluck cluck. Zhang Fan looked at this scene and reached out to cover his eyes, but his fingers showed a few slits. Gee, Dao is so raw. I've been playing with him for so long. Is he thinking about me too? A few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead at the thought. Dao, it's really too scary. Yi Yutong and Xiao Yunjing are walking. Originally they were also curious about Madeo. Why is Boundary Deicide like this? Hearing the other girls, their little faces darkened, looked at each other and said in unison, Yunjing/Yutong, Makoto/Karaslayer likes men? How can that be? How does Regicide like men? It's me he likes. The way Yi Yutong was about to cry out scared Xiao Yunjing. Yutong, don't worry, they are both men. How could they like each other? Don't listen to their nonsense. Boundary Schoolmaster, don't run. It's been running for 10 minutes. Madeo was anxious. That golden bubble was about to dissipate. Then he would have to cry to death. Holy, Madeo, will you stop chasing? Okay, I'm not chasing. Boundary Slayer stopped. Makoto walked forward, and Boundary Slayer took a few more steps back. Stop. Stay back. You stand still. Stay back. Move again and I'll catch you and kiss you again. Boundary Slayer's face quickly darkened, and he didn't dare to move even once, truly afraid that Madeo wouldn't be able to think straight. Madeo, you're such a genius. There are tons of good girls waiting for you in the world. You mustn't like men. Don't like me. Mudo. Holy, this is a big misunderstanding. Makamichi's eyes rolled and he instantly thought of something to say. Ahem. Boundary Big Schoolmaster, you passed the test. Ida schoolgirl found that you are not oil and salt, so she asked me to test whether your sexual orientation is normal or not, and now the result has come out. Your sexual orientation is normal. Not bad, not bad. Ye big schoolgirl. I'm sorry. Boundary Slayer's expression completely relaxed. I see. It was too scary just now. Ding. Host picked up successfully. SSS grade talent +1. Chaos Inferno power. Getting what he wanted. Madeo didn't want to stay any longer, but he liked women. But this world gave him another direction to get bubbles, and he instantly had an idea. Zhang Fan also seems to be a subject to experiment on. GGG. Zhang Fan, who was still in the middle of cultivation, suddenly sneezed. Who's the one who's taken a liking to me and reads about me so much? Makamichi returned to the classroom and the others looked at him and secretly covered their mouths in laughter. When Zhang Fan saw him, he even covered his butt, looking at Madeo with a curious face, but he had something serious to do right now. He didn't care about them. He was about to check out the new SSS talent, when Xiao Yunjing appeared, slapped the table, and looked at Madeo with an exasperated little face. Mood is silly. Don't come out and explain what's going on with you and Boundary Deicide. You are unaware of how sad Yutong is. You adult scum. Didn't you say you liked me? What's wrong with liking men? Done. Makamichi covered his forehead. He felt that he couldn't wash himself clean by falling into the Yellow River. Ahem. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. What I like is women. Today, Boundary Deicide and I are just practicing. We need to use a special kind of practice to help him break through. Where are you thinking? Really? What I said is definitely true. Humph. Then I'll believe you this time. So hurry up and explain to Yutong. Her heart is breaking. Don't worry. Boundary Slayer will explain it all. In the afternoon after school, Madeo put his hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder, and Zhang Fan's body shivered, revealing an expression of bitter laughter. Dao, I don't like men. If you can't stand it, I'll help you ask where there are men who like men. Makoto's face darkened and he slapped his face. Asshole waifu. I like women. You forget that we brothers secretly went to see female models wearing lace. Really? For nothing when I have been a brother for so many years. Had ha. Jung Fan smiled. That's the Dao I know. Dao. You don't know. Today you chased boundary aside. Those rotten women and rotten men have already phased out 800 episodes. I'm worried for you. Chapter 23, Chaos in the Realms. Birth of a Vision. When he returned home, Mu Dao teased his lovely sister Mu Ling, but he was enjoying this cozy and happy feeling. He swore that there was no way in his life that he would let anyone destroy his family, and that he would die if he touched them. Brother, what did you say? You won first place in the school's martial arts competition? Madeo nodded his head as he looked at Maki Ling, who was even more excited than him. Cluck cluck cluck. Worthy of praise as my Maki Ling's brother. Madeo looked at Mu Ling in disgust. How did he become middle-aged? After teasing Makoto, Spirit Makoto returned to his room. He was now looking forward to what was above the SSS ranked talent. Chaotic Inflammatory Power. SSS grade talent. Another talent of Boundary Deicide. It was this martial arts talent that was used when he fought me today. If it wasn't for my strength, that blazing power wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Goldfinger. Melting 2 SSS ranked talents. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from the Blockhead Asylum, this place was already considered to be close to the center of the wilderness, and the ferocious beasts were so strong that most of the trial teams would not go deeper into this place. On top of a large tree surrounded by 7 or 8 adults, 2 people with weird masks stood on top of it, one with a horse-shaped mask and the other with a snake-shaped mask, which looked rather bizarre. Ugly Face really is a waste of space. He actually died like this and spooked the human world. Now the human world is getting more and more wary of the abyssal prison, disturbing our plans. Ghost Snake. Don't pay attention to the dead. Don't forget our mission. Overthrowing the Legend Asylum. The weakest of the 10 great asylums of Sacred Summer. Overthrowing it in a swift manner would be a great blow to Sacred Summer. Yama. How can I cooperate with you? Yen Ma pointed to the wilderness. Trigger a wave of beasts. And fast. How is it triggered? The heir of the Beast King of this wilderness is about to be born. Our task is to bring its heir to the Legend Asylum. And for the rest, just leave it to the Beast King. Ding! The SSS grade talent Chaotic Inflammation Force and the SSS grade talent Extreme Thunderflame have been successfully melted, giving birth to the Cosmic grade talent, Chaos of the Realms. As the Golden Finger's words fell, Modeo's body suddenly changed. Thunder and flames each occupying one side of his body, emitting a blazing light, and the 2 sensations of pain and relief were intermingled. Mu Dao entered a strange world. Here a chaos, can vaguely see the stars of the heavens running, in which a thunder dragon and an inflammatory dragon roaming, stirring up the chaos, and then embraced together, composed of yin and yang 8 trigrams shape, stood in the very center of the space, as if the brightest stars in the most sky. Outside, deep in the sky of the place where Mu Dao was, thunder and flames appeared without warning, covering a piece of the sky, and golden light was faintly seen descending. This vision lasted a short time before disappearing. The few B-ranked powerhouses in the Blockhead Asylum naturally noticed this vision, but unfortunately they didn't know what was happening. They were B-ranked martial artists. They seemed powerful, but they were not worth mentioning in the whole of the Blue Planet, and a lot of things were not within their reach. Yi Dao stood at the highest point of the martial arts center, sighing slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Jinwu Division Secretary Wild Drought found this vision. Always feel in what place have seen this description, but how can not think of? He cannot help but chagrin. Blame himself to see do not recognize. Swallowed in one lump over again. Cannot remember. Only one person. Boundary Deicide. Watched the changes in the sky. His brows furrowed. Then relaxed. And he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't lose to him. I should have thought of it. With such an unbelievable breakthrough speed. It can't be an SSS rank talent. Only a cosmic rank talent is capable of such an ability. However, why would a universe level talent appear so early? With the blue star rules binding it, it's hard for a universe level talent to appear. Otherwise, my talent should be universe level. Modeo really is the biggest variable. I don't know if this variation is good or bad. Naturally, Mu Dao didn't know about this change outside. He was now immersed in enlightenment, and the Dao scripture was automatically running. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi were converging and transforming into his body's qi and blood. The spiritual qi of the heaven and earth was very dense, and the sleeping Mu Ling, Mu Cheng, and Su Shui also received considerable benefits. As time passed by, Mu Dao's breath gradually smoothed out, and the 2 types of lines on his body surface disappeared from his body surface. His eyes opened, revealing a refined light and a happy face, when the sky had already dawned. It turns out that after cultivating for so long, cosmic level talent has this kind of benefit. It seems like we have to pick up and melt a few more. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito. Talents, Cosmic Grade Talent Chaos of the Realms, SS Grade Talent. Hundredfold Shock, S Grade Talent. Great Sun Buddha Body, S Grade Talent. Chaos Bone. Martial Arts, Taoist Scripture, Introductory. Cosmic, Semi-Dao. Ritual Sacrifice, Special. Bone Shedding, Special. Martial Arts Realm, C Rank. Blood and Chi 9000 cards. Martial Skill, Shocking Strike, Great Perfection, Perfection. Yenmu Fist, Minor Perfection, Xian Grade. Martial Skill Experience Value, 2360 points. In order to reach C rank, one's Chi and blood has to reach 18,000 calories of Chi and blood, and now that it's already reached half of that, if one were to go all out, a C+ ranked martial artist should have the power to fight as well. His true battle power could not be projected by common sense. With such great progress, Makamichi didn't feel tired at all, and simply washed up before heading to school. Jiang Fan's eyes were huge when he saw him. Brother Dao, why is it that after not seeing you for a night, you give me the feeling of a dog turning into a tiger? Asterisk 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 off. Who are you calling a dog? It must be that you feel wrong. Yeah? Jiang Fan still had trouble believing it. When he got to the classroom, Xiao Yunjing quickly took his seat as well. His expression was the same as Jiang Fan's. Holy, Modeo, are you being taken over by a demon? Hush, so loud you don't want to die. Low key, who told me to be too talented? It's something that can't be helped. Without cultivating chi and blood is also growing every day. He, maybe I'm just too handsome. Ah, Modeo, you're shameless. The heavens have no eyes. Modeo suddenly had an idea that pretending to confess to Boundary Slayer could gain an SSS level talent. Try it with Xiao Yunjing. His eyes suddenly became very deep. Yunjing, I have something to say to you. Xiao Yunjing turned around and saw Modeo's expression confused. His hands clasped his chest. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Yunjing, there's something I've been holding in my heart for a long time. What's the word? I like you. Be my girlfriend. Xiao Yunjing's face brushed red to his ears. Why are you confessing to me? Makamichi pretended to be sad when he saw that no bubbles were falling. Hey, I knew it. You don't like me. No. Xiao Yunjing hurriedly explained as a large, dazzling golden bubble appeared under her feet. Chapter 24, Ending Singleness. Makoto looked at the bubbles at his feet with great joy and stretched his feet over them. Ding! The host has successfully picked it up and obtained the Earth Grade Martial Body Technique Martial Skill, Treading Immortal Steps. He didn't make a sound and waited for the time to check it again. And when he saw the expression on Xiao Yunjing's face, Modeo secretly said that it wasn't good. The current Xiao Yunjing, with her small red face, was a world away from her usual big grin. No good. As expected, Xiao Yunjing squirmed and said, Mu Dao, I like you too. After saying that, she looked up at Makoto with watery eyes. Seeing that Makoto was lost in thought that Makoto was overjoyed. Sex Macdao, let me tell you, although I promise your confession, you can't make a move on me without my permission. Understand? Makamichi nodded dully. All he wanted to do now was curse. It's over. How could she have agreed? My 3,000 beauties. Could it be that this life is planted in her hands? There's no way to cry. Jingle bells. The class bell rang, and Xiao Yunjing's cold, soft flesh held Makoto's hand, revealing a sweet smile. Modeo couldn't help but exert himself and grab Xiao Yunjing's hand. He admitted that he kind of liked the silly girl. It was a beautiful moment. Jiang Fan secretly watched as the two men held their hands together, and was so envious and jealous. Dao is really something. Class teacher Jiyu came to the classroom and first praised Mu Dao, Jiang Fan, and Xiao Yunjing, then said, Students, as martial artists, we are destined to fight against ferocious beasts in the future, taking over the task of our predecessors to protect our homeland. You are the mainstay of the future. So tomorrow, the 40 people in our class will be divided into 3 batches, each going into the wilderness to truly see the ferocious beasts, and the martial arts teacher and I, as well as the Jinwu division, will send a martial artist to accompany us forward for the trial. It will start tomorrow. Now everyone form a team. After school in the afternoon, Modeo and Xiao Yunjing walked out of the school entrance side by side. Jiang Fan was walking behind them, and it was a little hard for Modeo to believe that he actually had a girlfriend, or such a good-looking girl, the creation of the world. Although his mouth shouted that there is no woman in his heart, drawing the sword natural god, but who does not want to talk about love? Said don't want to talk about life as the body has a problem? Either was hurt too much, otherwise no don't want to talk about. Da Fan, I won't be going home with you today. You go ahead. Jiang Fan revealed a lewd expression. TSK, Brother Dao, Sister Yunjing, when did you two get together? A few days ago you were shouting and fighting, but today you're gone. Jiang Fan, you beg for a beating. Sister-in-law, spare your life. With a cry of sister-in-law, Makamichi heard his heart blossom. Xiao Yunjing's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Just go away you. The two of them, Madeo and Xiao Yunjing, walked together hand in hand. Xiao Yunjing suddenly felt a pain in his heart and his footsteps paused. What's wrong? It's okay, I got my foot mixed up. Let's go to a barbecue. The two of them ate the barbecue, ordered drinks, and strolled around for a while before Madeo sent Xiao Yunjing to where she was staying. Makamichi, you can leave first. I'm staying with Yutong. Madeo's heart played a small game. Yunjing, why don't you give me a kiss? Xiao Yunjing took several steps back. No, but we're just dating. I'm going back to the house first. Madeo smiled slightly and watched Xiao Yunjing go upstairs before he left. Not in a hurry to leave anyway. Back home, Xiao Yunjing patted his chest, which was still jumping. She quickly walked over to the window and saw Makoto's departing back with a pang of dismay. Iyuton looked at Xiao Yunjing's expression. She had experienced it, where she didn't know what was happening. Cloud view, what are you looking at? Yutong, let me tell you. Ha ha, Yunjing, I knew you liked Madeo, and Madeo likes you too. Suddenly, Yutong frowned. Yunjing, didn't you say before that moving has an effect on you? Xiao Yunjing's smile disappeared as well. There is an impact, but I don't want to miss it either. I like him. Hey, yeah, love is very magical and often overwhelming. On the following day, Gu, the teacher of the martial arts class, Zhou Gaowu, and the three members of the Jinwu division took 15 people, including Madeo, Jiang Fan, and Xiao Yunjing, on a large truck and drove out of the shelter. This was the first time that Makoto stepped out of the shelter, and he finally got a glimpse of the shelter in its entirety. A very high and tall cylindrical shape surrounded by a steel great wall, which was covered with all sorts of monitoring instruments, with wizards' robots patrolling the outside, and martial arts practitioners patrolling as well. Outside, there was a vast expanse of primeval forest, and the breeze was unpleasantly fishy, smelling of blood and decay, with a nice forest scent thrown in for good measure. Students, the trial is 3 days long and will go 100 miles deeper, so now get your protective clothing on the spot and choose your favorite weapon. The field trial is not child's play. Everyone must be careful again and again. After saying that, Jiyu took out a lot of protective clothing and weapons from the back. Mudeo chose a lance. He also liked lances in his previous life. Swords and knives he didn't like very much. It was possible to obtain chi and blood by killing ferocious beasts. Only how much he could obtain was something he was looking forward to. Their group headed for the forest. Just walking in there was nothing to feel. There were signs of vicious human activity. Probably after about 10 miles or so, the dry heat of the forest became apparent, and the roar of the beasts could be faintly heard. Fellow students, go 10 miles further before you might meet a ferocious beast. In less than an hour, they had once again traveled nearly 10 miles, where the roars of the beasts could be heard very clearly. The smell of blood in the air was very strong, and with the hot and oppressive environment, everyone was very nervous. Soon, they encountered the first ferocious beast, a black snake that was more than 5 meters long. This kind of ferocious beast was called the black water snake, an E-class ferocious beast. Normally E-class ferocious beasts were only more than 3 meters long, but the snake-like creatures themselves had to be a little bit longer, and more than 5 meters would not be surprising. Which one of you will go? Teacher, I'll go first. Makoto couldn't wait for the questions. He lifted his iron spear and stepped forward, and the black water snake hissed at him a few times, and in the black water snake's abdomen, there was a blood-colored bubble. Ha ha, it seems that ferocious beasts also drop bubbles. He quickly rushed over, swung his fist, and punched, and the black water snake's head was directly blown up. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 10 inch. Ding! The host decimated successfully, and successfully picked up a blood value of plus 50. 60 points of chi and blood value entered his body, and his aura was partially stronger. Decapitation can also be picked up. That wilderness is my blessed land. There are as many ferocious beasts here as I want, and I can make a rapid breakthrough. Chapter 25, Relentless Killing. God-killing potential. The three teachers' eyes lit up when Mu Dao decapitated the ferocious beast so decisively, and except for Jiang Fan, Xiao Yun and the two of them, the rest of the students had some shock on their faces. The oppressive feeling of actually facing a ferocious beast is very different from what you see online and in books. The fact that they were so calmly decapitating the ferocious beasts put them a few points behind. With Mudeo's good start, most of the students were finally at peace with their bad hearts, and the ferocious beasts didn't seem to be that scary. Ji led them to continue deeper, looking for ferocious beasts to hunt. The few ferocious beasts they encountered during the period were all killed by Jiang Fan and the others. During the intermission, Makamichi sneaks up to Jiyu and puts on his self-professed handsome smile. Teacher, I have something to discuss with you. Do you think it's okay? Jiyu signaled him to speak on. Teacher, I want to go alone. I find that hunting ferocious beasts can quickly consolidate my strength. Following a large group, I feel like I'll be limited. Jiyu exploded at the sound of it. No, it's too dangerous. Makamichi could also see the strength of the several teachers. Jiyu was at rank C, the martial arts teacher was at rank C+, and the members of the Jinwu C were also at rank C. In a real fight, they might not be as good as him. Teacher, my strength is already at level C. Be careful and there won't be any problems. What? You're C-rated? Jiyu was shocked. Fighting with Boundary Slayer, he thought that Makotao was at most D+ grade. Sensei, I am indeed a C rank, and I'm already halfway through a C+ rank. Jiyu frowned. You kid is really not a saving grace. I promise you. You go, but make sure you come back to me properly. Otherwise, see how I'll clean you up. Mudeo found Xiao Yunjing. He didn't address Xiao Yunjing as casually as he did before. After all, he was now her girlfriend, so he naturally had to be nicer to his girlfriend. Jinger, I want to go and try out the trials and tribulations alone, so you can follow the large group without fear. Xiao Yunjing didn't say anything more, then said, be careful with everything. If you can't come back, I can't guarantee that I won't move on. How dare you? Mudeo was laughed at by this next girl liar. Just for her words, I will definitely come back well and alive. If Jiang Fan asks, you give him a word so that he won't worry. Looking at Mudao's back as he left, Jiyu always had the feeling of a fish leaping over the dragon gate and out to sea. A future powerhouse was right in front of him. Mudeo quickly went deeper in the other direction. Golden Finger. Enhance the immortal treading steps. His mind was suddenly flooded with an unfamiliar memory, and his feet felt light, yet powerful. The original speed was only 20 meters per second. But now it was at least 35 meters per second, a huge increase. After going more than 30 miles deeper, Makoto stopped. Let's start here. The Imperial Minister had been paying attention to the movements of Mudeo, Boundary Slayer, and when he learned that he had gone out to practice, he immediately sent his own men out with the task of beheading Mudeo and Boundary Slayer. After these killers came to the wilderness, they had been secretly observing the movements of Mudeo and their movements, and were worried about how to decapitate Mudeo. So they found a good time for Mudeo to find a good time, and Mudeo left the team like he was looking for death, which is not too long to live. They were a group of 5 people, sneaking towards the direction of Mudeo, who knew that Mudeo's speed was extremely fast, and they almost lost him. Right now, in front of them, Mudeo was fighting a D-ranked ferocious beast, and they thought that Mudeo would take some time, but who knew that Mudeo would kill the D-ranked ferocious beast with just one punch? With just one punch. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Picks up Chi Blood plus 20 card. Ding! Host decapitates successfully. Picks up plus 80 cards of Chi and Blood. Picks up plus 100 experience value in martial arts. 100 cards of Chi and Blood entered his body, and his aura became a few more points stronger. Makamichi was secretly pleased to find a few unfamiliar auras approaching. Only 5 figures appeared in the shadows. Each of them was a C-ranked martial artist, and the one at the head was still a C+ ranked martial artist. Who are you? You don't need to know who we are. Kill. These people wanted to kill him so decisively and resolutely, and Makoto already had some guesses in his heart. It was the royal minister who called you here, wasn't it? The color of the person in the lead changed, and Makoto instantly understood that it was the first time he had such a killing intent towards a person. So what if the princely family? Give him 2 years. What princely family is just bull *********. Facing the 5 people who were coming at him aggressively, Mu Dao didn't dare to be careless. All of his talents were running, and the 5 people felt like they were facing a humanoid beast. Yenwu Fist. 100-fold shock. This was Makoto's SS grade talent, which could enhance the attacks of martial arts with additional concussive power. A fist blasted down. The nearest C-ranked martial artist's complexion changed greatly and quickly resisted, but he was sent flying by this punch from Makoto. His chest patch dented down, and he fell to the ground with air coming in and not coming out. Kill. The remaining 4 were obviously professionally trained assassins, practicing martial arts that were not bad, and each of them executed their most powerful attacks to attack Makoto. Mudeo immediately ran his immortal treading steps to avoid the front line for the time being. The 4 of them struck out together. It was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and Makoto could only passively resist. No, this is not good for me. He kept pulling to distance himself from a few people, looking for a chance to strike them down one by one. Vibration strike. 100-fold shock. The fit between this talent and martial skill was incomparably high, and the power increased by more than a few times, as Makoto blasted out with a single punch, and the chest of a C-ranked martial artist was blown up alive. The remaining 3, except for that C+ ranked martial artist who was a threat to him, the other 2 were not at all. Damn it, it's only been awakened for such a short period of time. Why is the strength so strong? Young master, I'm afraid we've offended a monster. A piece of sadness arose within the soul C+ ranked martial artist, but this was their life's mission, to live and die for the royal family. Kill. 100 battles King's Fist. All the chi and blood belonging to a C+ grade martial artist pumped out, and Makoto was also a bit surprised that the gap between his chi and C+ grade was still a bit large. After resolving the 2 C ranked martial artists, Makamichi looked at the C+ ranked martial artists and knew that he had a tough battle ahead of him. The opposite side threw a punch that was so dominating that a pale golden bubble fell from the C+ ranked martial artist. Vibrating strike. 100-fold shock. Bang. Madeo and the C+ ranked martial artist each took a few steps back, and Madeo wasn't doing well either. As his chi and blood rolled over a bit, he took the opportunity to pick up the dead force chi and blood. His chi and blood instantly increased by nearly 500 calories, and his aura was a few more points stronger. Ding! The host has successfully picked up the Earth grade martial skill. 100 battles King's Fist. What? Earth grade martial skills? Madeo was a little surprised. This person opposite him should still be a more important leader. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to have an Earth grade martial skill. The opposite side was actually more surprised. How could he not be behind when there was such a big difference in chi and blood between a C rank and a C+ rank? Come and fight. Madeo's spirit was highly concentrated as he struck out with all his might. The two fought for nearly 10 minutes. A 100-meter radius was reduced to rubble by them, and the strong smell of blood attracted many ferocious beasts to come, but they didn't dare to come close. Mu Dao's chi and blood collapsed a bit, but the Dao scriptures operated automatically, and the chaos of the realms vigorously refined and replenished his chi and blood, and he didn't see a bit of exhaustion. On the contrary, the opposite side was getting weaker and weaker as their chi and blood were depleted tremendously. Good chance. Seeing this, Madeo once again struck out with all his might, completely desperate to fight, exchanging injuries for injuries. A punch hit the opposite side of the face, and with a bang, the other side's head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Chi blood plus 50. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood plus 210. Martial skill experience value plus 500. 260 points of chi and blood entered his body, and Mu Dao's chi and blood officially broke through 10,000 calories. A full 100,000 kg of power. 10,000 cards of blood in 100,000 kg of strength. Cool. I didn't realize I had god-killing potential. Ha ha. Chapter 26, Becoming a C-Class Martial Artist. The chi and blood value broke through 10,000. Mu Dao felt a little different. The inside of his body seemed to be slowly quenched by the chi and blood, an active process that did not require him to take the initiative. Resolving these 5 people, Makoto didn't stop. He now liked the feeling of progressing in strength. The only thing that was eternal was being strong. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. You planned to take Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Fan and them back. 3 days may seem like a short period of time, but everyone had gained something. At least everyone fought against real ferocious beasts. No longer on paper. No longer afraid of ferocious beasts. Students, let's go back today. Teacher, Dao hasn't come back yet? Jiang Fan, I've already contacted Mr. Madeo. He's fine and doesn't intend to go back to school. He has his own arrangements, so we'll just go back first. Jiang Fan, there's no need to worry. We have to trust Madeo. Xiao Yunjing explained to Jiang Fan that Madeo and her had been in contact for the past few days. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 10. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 30. Martial skill experience value plus 60. 98. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 20. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 50. Martial skill experience value plus 70. Ding! The host's chi and blood value has reached 18,000. Successfully breaking through to a C-class martial artist. Phew! Finally a breakthrough. 7 days, chi and blood increased by more than 8,000 calories. During these 7 days, Mu Dao had maintained 18 or 19 head of ferocious beasts hunted almost every day. And now that he had broken through, this number could continue to be raised upwards. At least wait until you break through the C+ rank before going back. There's still January before the school coins. There's no rush. After a short rest, Mu Dao continued to go deeper. Now that the distance he had gone deeper had reached about 200 miles, the ferocious beasts were more numerous and stronger. Roar! It's a gorilla ferocious beast. A creature that was powerful both before and after the plague. Silverback gorilla. 5 meters tall. C-class ferocious beast. Famous for its great strength. In fact, In addition to being famous for its great strength, this creature is also infamous in the world of ferocious beasts. The silverback orangutan is good at lust, as long as it is a female. No matter what race, it is difficult to escape the abuse of the silverback orangutan. For this kind of ferocious beast, Mu Dao naturally had no good feelings. Golden finger. All the experience value of martial arts is added to the immortal treading steps. Ding! Spending 6,000 martial skill experience value. The treading immortal steps has become a great success. Ding! Spending 10,000 martial skill experience value. Treading immortal steps is complete. Ding! Spending 50,000 martial skill experience value. Treading immortal steps is perfect. Stepping immortal steps was an earth-grade martial skill. A perfect stepping immortal steps allowed Mudao's speed to increase to 100 meters a second, and this was still due to the fact that his strength was weak, limiting the power of the stepping immortal steps. By this point, Makoto's martial skill experience value was almost consumed. He appeared behind the silverback gorilla in 2 seconds. Shock strike. A fist blasted out, and the sound of bone cracking came from the spine of the silverback orangutan's back as it let out a wail of pain. Mudao was a little surprised that his punch of nearly 200,000 kg of force hadn't cracked the spine of the silverback orangutan. Unbelievable. Roar. The silverback gorilla turned its head back and realized that it was Macdao who had sneaked up on it, and swung its hill-like fist to hammer down hard. Makamichi immediately dodged, and his speed of 100 meters in a second made the silverback orangutan unable to defend itself. 100 battles King's fist. 100-fold shock. Finding the right opportunity, Makoto punched the silverback gorilla in the calf. With a click, the silverback orangutan's calf snapped off in response, and it fell forward onto the ground. Then Mudao lifted his iron spear, jumped, and dropped from the air. The tip of the spear was aimed at the back of the silverback orangutan's neck, and easily stabbed in. The silverback orangutan struggles desperately but soon loses its life. Humph, it's nothing more than that. Mudao saying this was also vanilla. He was sneak attacking and his strength wasn't weak. Plus the location of his attack was all fatal. Naturally it was easy to kill the silverback orangutan. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 100. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 500. Martial skill experience value plus 900. 600 calories of chi blood. More than the previous few C-rank martial artists combined. Also proved that the silverback orangutan was not bad. There is no more valuable place for a silverback orangutan than in its interstices, and many people believe in the idea of a form for a form. Mudao picked up the object between the silverbacked orangutan's straddle with a shot that was half a meter long. Tisk! Outrageous! For the next half a month, Mudao would go even deeper every day, killing an average of 25 ferocious beasts a day. A ferocious beast would average out to be nearly 90 cards of chi blood. Half a month down would be 33,000 cards of chi blood, together with the 18,000 cards he had before. He now had 51,000 cards of chi blood, and was very close to the 90,000 cards of chi blood of the C+ level. However, he found a problem. The C+ ranked martial artist from before didn't seem to have reached 90,000 cards in chi and blood. Otherwise think about it. He wouldn't even be able to hunt down a C+ rank with a C rank. This is one of the few times Goldfinger speaks up. Ding! A warm reminder to the host. What the host learned before. Breaking through to the next realm will increase the chi and blood value by 2, 3, and 5 times on top of the previous realm. But the reality is that this is just an ideal statement that is true. But there are very few human martial artists that do it, and many can only increase their chi and blood by 2, 2.5, and 3.5 times. Goldfinger's explanation instantly let Makoto know why his chi and blood values looked different from the others. So there was such a thing. I have to hurry up these days, hunt at least 30, if not more, ferocious beasts every day, and when I reach C+ rank, I might be able to break bread with B-ranked martial artists. At the legendary asylum, the imperial minister waited for a long time without seeing them return, and a bad feeling had already arisen in his heart. These wastes, the clan raised you all for so many years for nothing. No, a C-ranked martial artist is too weak. It has to be at least a B-ranked martial artist. Mother loves me so much. She won't say anything if she sends a few B-ranked martial artists over. He wanted to ask the family to send A-class martial artists over, but A-class martial artists were already experts, and they were also the mainstay of the Wangho family, and the mobilization had to be done with the family head's word of mouth. So he didn't dare to be too arrogant. Even if that kid is too heaven-defying, he's bound to die this time. The trial class soon took the turn of Boundary Slayer in their class. He came out into the wilderness. An urge to kill something arose in his mind, and a throbbing came from something inside him. There may be another month before the blockhead shelter welcomes a great disaster. In my last life the blockhead shelter suffered a catastrophe. It's impossible for it to repeat the same mistake in this life. I've already sneaked the news out. Hopefully they'll take it seriously. Jinwoo Si. Mad Drought looked at a letter. Reading the content of the letter, he was a bit disbelieving, but the person who sent the letter was the one who had told them the news of Abyssal Prison in the first place, so he had to believe it again. That's just it. Checking it out will give you a lot of peace of mind. Chapter 27, The Living Spring Palace. Modeo was immersed in killing, and he realized that cultivating martial arts in the midst of killing was very fast, without using martial arts experience value to promote. It was also very fast to rely on him to cultivate on his own. There's still half a month left. I must break through the C+ rank. The B rank seems a bit difficult. Strength greatly improved. Modeo continued to go deeper and deeper. He was now about 300 kilometers deeper into the wilderness. The traces of human martial artists' activities were getting fewer and fewer, and it could be said that by this location, it was no longer a territory that ordinary martial artists dared to come to. A C-ranked martial artist was already considered strong in the Blockhead Asylum, and there were only a few B-ranked martial artists. Soon, Modeo once again found a ferocious beast. A C+ grade ferocious beast, the Bone Jiao snake, nearly 15 meters in length, and with an unusually thick body, quite a bit thicker than a bucket. Holy, even though snake-type ferocious beasts have to be a bit longer in size, this is too much longer. It wasn't like he hadn't known pythons in his previous life, but compared to this snake, the snake in his previous life could only be considered a little brother. The sense of smell of snakes is exceptionally sensitive. Across a long distance, this bone-scaly snake has already discovered Modeo, spitting out its thick tongue, a pair of snake eyes, cold and merciless, without the slightest emotion. Roar! The snake's body twisted, and it immediately stirred up a large number of ancient trees, which fell to the ground. Modeo's Earth-grade martial skill treading immortal steps met its consummation, and his speed had now reached 150 meters per second, which was quite a bit faster than the Bone Jiao's speed. Yenwu Fist. 100-fold shock. He circled around behind the bone sculptor and threw a punch. The Bone Jiao's body was sensitive, instantly dodging Modeo's fist, and the snake's head instantly surfaced a layer of withered wood like lin armor as it crashed over. Modeo's body was quickly covered in the color of red and gold, and his S-class talent Buddha's golden body had been exerted to the extreme. Bang! After a loud bang, Makoto was knocked out by a huge force, and the ground was knocked out of a big crater. Bah! Modeo came out of the pit scared, rubbing his chest as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Asterisk, you're hurting me. Running the treading immortal steps, he quickly approached the Bone Jiao snake. Shock strike. 100-fold shock. The two were stacked on top of each other, and as a fist blasted out, the air shook in a circle, and a sonic boom arose. The Bone Jiao snake's head once again grew a thick withered tree lin armor and collided with Modeo's fist. Bang! The Bone Jiao snake had underestimated Modeo's power, and its scale armor was cracked and blood flowed out. It kept shaking its head, obviously blindsided. 100 Battles King's Fist. Nowadays, Modeo's focus was on this Earth-grade martial skill, and if it was perfected, it would definitely become one of his cards. As this punch went down, a large hole was made in the Bone Jiao snake's body, and rotten flesh flew across the bones. The Bone Jiao snake fell to the ground and looked dead, but Modeo would not be careless. Snake-type ferocious beasts, even if they died, their nerves would not die so quickly. In the beginning, there was a martial artist who was still bitten after decapitating a serpent-like ferocious beast. He threw his iron spear and nailed the Bone Jiao snake's head, ensuring that the Bone Jiao snake was dead, and furthermore, he hadn't heard the system's alert sound. Roar! After a wail, the Bone Jiao snake died completely. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 100. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value plus 1000. Martial skill experience value plus 2000. More than 1,000 calories of chi and blood entered his body, and Modeo's chi and blood boiled for a moment before calming down. Cool. Boundary Slayer. His strength today is already at sea level. The outermost ferocious beasts don't have the slightest honing effect on him, and his final choice is the same as Modeo's, applying for his own experience. Given his strength, the lead teacher had no choice but to agree. After Boundary Slayer left the group, he found his way to the right direction and made his way forward. A treasure will appear here in my past life. If I get it, it might bring my technique, the star-ruling scripture, a step closer, and it will even bring Yutan's talent further. Her talent is only at the S rank, which is really a bit low. In my previous life, I was a little off on the cultivation path. In this life, I must build a good foundation and let my chi and blood reach their limits at every stage. 5 days later, Modeo's chi blood was not far from 90,000 calories, and he was now covered in a murderous aura. Unlike back then when he didn't have the slightest shock. Suddenly, his expression changed and he quickly climbed up a large tree with many branches and leaves. Someone's coming. Only to see that about 100 meters away from his position, there were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, and by the looks of them, they were a squad that had come out to hunt the ferocious beasts. The captain of one of them, a burly man, was also the strongest, probably a C-class martial artist. The only woman said, "Boss, it is rumored that treasures have appeared and many teams have gone. Should we go?" "Go? Why don't you go? The treasure is for those who have the destiny. Even a share of the spoils is not bad. Rest in place for an hour and we'll rush to the location of the treasure." "Treasures? There are actually treasures here. It seems like I have to go take a look as well." He continued to watch the guys. He didn't have anything to do right now anyway. After waiting for about half an hour, that captain went out with the only woman and was coming in this direction of Makamichi. "Holy, it can't be that they've found me." Coming under the tree where he was, the strong man and the woman suddenly kissed together. Makoto was confused. "So horny?" Soon, the sound of women's moans came up under the tree, and Makamichi watched a living spring palace in public. "Holy, this dude is too steel. It's disgusting." For more than 10 minutes, Makamichi watched more than 10 minutes of living spring palace in public, so scared that he didn't dare to move for fear of being noticed. The strong man and the woman ended the fight, put on their clothes, and the two of them walked hand in hand toward the middle of the squad. The rest of the team seeing what was going on, presumably already familiar with it. Oi! In this world, weak women seem to have a harder time living. An hour later, this small group rushed deeper into the wilderness. Mu Dao kept a distance of more than 300 meters to follow them. With his current stance, he wouldn't let anyone else find out. A day later, Madeo discovered more and more squads. The strongest were all C+ ranked martial artists. None of them were B ranked. There was a heavenly plague between C rank and B rank. It was very difficult to get past. There were roughly a dozen squads, more than 60 people in total, and in front of them was a tree. To be precise, a tree that emitted a blood-colored glow. There was a fruit growing on the tree, and the fruit gave off a strange fragrance. Vermilion fruit, which can rapidly increase a martial artist's chi and blood and increase the probability of breaking the boundary. Modeo recognizes this kind of tree. Blue star calamity. Many plants will also undergo mutation, and become all kinds of strange medicine. Martial artists can produce a great effect after taking it. Nowadays, many pills, potions, are added with these strange medicines. There's only one vermilion fruit, and there are so many people, so I guess the fight will be tough later. But the juju I like it too now. Chapter 28 Refining Vermilion Fruit. Hammering and exploding 2 people. As Makamichi had guessed, there were more than a dozen teams, and each team captain was about the same strength. But right now, it seemed that C and C ranked captains were about to be excluded, and there were 3 captains who were C+ ranked. The 3 of them ignored the others as well. 2 of you. There is only one vermilion fruit and there are 3 of us. I am now at a critical time for a breakthrough. If you 2 brothers let me have the vermilion fruit, I, Hangu, am willing to scatter my family's wealth to compensate you 2. Or if you 2 have any requests, I will try my best to do it if I can. The other 2 are not stupid. Once Hongwu breaks through the B rank, how much they eat in now, they will have to double and spit it out at that time. Hongwu, we also need the vermilion fruit. If you want to get it, then do it by your ability. Another C+ ranked martial artist said. Hongwu, Zhang Di, I'm not going to participate in your fight. I'm withdrawing. If one of you wins, just give me 5 million sacred summer dollars. With one person out of the picture, things are better than not. Hongwu and Zhang Di didn't fight first, but let the other teams leave first. Even with 1,000 reluctance, they could only leave, and the team that staged the Living Spring Palace before had to leave. Wu Shou, it's your turn to leave. Wu Shou is the C+ ranked martial artist who voluntarily withdrew. Let's go. Wu Shou glanced at them and left with his team. In the end, there were only 2 teams left. Hongwu, come and fight. The 2 men pulled apart and the fight soon began. Modeo was just a few hundred meters away. He watched the battle between the 2. Although they were C+ ranked martial artists, their chi and blood didn't seem to be any better than his. They were also weak enough. In addition to Modeo, there was also a person watching them from the shadows. Boundary Deicide's concealment methods were much stronger than Modeo's. They hadn't discovered Modeo, and it was even more unlikely that they would discover Boundary Deicide. Boundary Slayer also wanted to take a shot at it. He needed the vermilion fruit, but he needed what was hidden under the vermilion fruit tree even more. Seeing that they were fighting, Mu Dao ran his perfect immortal treading steps and rushed directly next to the vermilion fruit tree, picking the vermilion fruit in a lightning-fast manner and then quickly leaving. The 2 people who were still fighting found that a figure appeared. and the good Zhuge instantly disappeared into thin air. They were confused, and they forgot to fight. Ah, damn thief, get him. The two teams of more than 10 people chased after the direction that Mu Dao had left in unison. It's him? How come? Boundary Slayer was a little surprised, not thinking that he could see Mudeo here. That's just it. The vermilion fruit will be given to Mudeo. These people can't help Mudeo. He walked over to the Yugo tree and blasted it with a punch, getting the roots out. Underneath the root of the tree was a stone that emitted a blue light, and there seemed to be stars flowing in it, which was very nice to look at. Ha ha, Starstone. Every thought of the Star Venerable in his previous life was to rely on this fast stone to make a fortune. The Star Stone, even if placed in an alien universe, was considered a good thing. Why it was buried here could only be said to be coincidental. The original Star Venerable was a human trader, enjoying the spotlight of humanity before the catastrophe did not come, and after the catastrophe came when he became a human trader, taking his chances. Boundary Deicide did not have any psychological pressure at all. Mudeo escaped with all his might, and soon, he left those people behind. He looked at the vermilion fruit, which emitted a clear fragrance, and after taking a whiff of it, he felt his chi and blood vibrate a little. Great stuff! He ate the Zhuge into his stomach in a few mouthfuls, not even having time to carefully feel what the flavor was. Similar to an old pig eating a ginseng fruit. Instantly, an extremely surging power boiled in his stomach. Running the Tao scriptures, the dense energy was immediately suppressed, and regularly entered the spine of Mudeo, the limbs and bones, and the several major martial arts talents, with the chaos of the realms as the main talent, and the rest of the talents as the secondary talent, absorbed these energies and transformed them into chi and blood. Ding! The host absorbs the vermilion fruit. Chi blood plus 100. Ding! The host absorbs the vermilion fruit. Chi blood plus 100. It had been going on for half an hour, and not a single trace of the Zhuge's energy had been dispersed externally. All of it had been absorbed by Mudeo. Cool. 1 Zhuge. Boosting my chi blood by almost 8,000 calories. If I had a few more, wouldn't it take off? Mudeo found a problem. His several great talents were all functioning. Only his original body's talent, the Chaos Bone, so far seemed to have no effect other than emitting a warm white light. He had tried many methods but had not found out how to stimulate the Chaos Bone's effect. Forget it, with so many talents, there's no shortage of one, so why don't we melt it as well? The Great Sun Buddha body is also S-ranked anyway. Gold Finger, with Chaos Bone as the main focus, melting Chaos Bone and the Great Sun Buddha body together. Soon, the system's voice came. Ding! Fusion successful. Fusing SS grade talent, Chaotic Buddha body. Mudeo tried it out and found that the power was on a higher level. The defense and the recovery power was a lot more powerful than the Great Sun Buddha body. Goldfinger opened the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talents, cosmic talent, chaos of the worlds, SS talent, hundredfold shock, SS talent, chaotic Buddha body, martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, cosmic, semi-Tao, ritual sacrifice, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, C rank, chi and blood 74,000 calories, martial skills, shocking strike, grand completion, perfection, Yenwu fist, minor completion, Shen level, treading immortal steps, perfection, earth level, 100 battles king's fist, grand completion, earth level, martial skills experience value, 36,000. Gotta go test the battle test. Hong Wu and Zhang Di, the two of them had been looking for Mudeo, who had disappeared as if he had disappeared, without a trace. Zhang Di, if it wasn't for you, would the Zhuge have been stolen by someone else? You've simply accomplished more than you've done. Humph. Han Gu, it's not because your men are losers. They can't even look at a single vermilion fruit. Zhang Di, you seek death. The two men shrugged off each other and fought again. Mudeo was simply stunned. Weren't these two looking for him? Why are they fighting again? Crooked, are you looking for me? Makoto jumped down from a tree and looked at the two with a smile on his lips. Kid, you're the one who stole the vermilion fruit. Hand it over. I've already eaten the vermilion fruit and I have to say, it tastes great. You seek death. The two quickly rushed over. Ding, host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 50. Ding, host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 60. Both of them had mood swings and dropped chi and blood from Makoto. Shepherd Dao felt it and realized that both of them were probably around 70,000 calories of chi blood. And to him, with the same amount of chi blood, he was invincible. You two have fought enough. Then it's my turn. 100 battles king's fist. A huge round of golden chi and blood fists blasted out, and the two of them, Hong Wu and Zhang Di, were directly hammered and exploded. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 450. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 500. With another 1,000 cards of Chi blood in his account, Makoto quickly finished decapitating those members who were trying to flee and then left this place. Chapter 29, The Wilderness Shakes. Xiao Yunjing's difference. A week later, Mu Dao released an extremely powerful fluctuation. His Chi and blood were thick and left his body. His blood rushed like a river flowing, and his heart drummed like a big drum. As he swung his fist out, waves of air rolled, sonic booms roared, and the air vaguely trembled. Cool. C+ ranked martial artist with 90,000 cards of Chi and blood. Mudeo pondered. This world's martial arts rank. He felt that it was not low. In his previous life, he had read so many words, very few strengths were able to compare to his. Realizing that he counted, he was only in the third realm of the martial arts path, level E, D, C, and his strength was now at 900,000 kg. This power. How horrible. I was going to try to see if I could break through to a B-ranked martial artist, but now it seems like it won't work. With my current strength, I don't fear any threats except for those few B-class martial artists. Rushing to the shelter, the first thing Mudeo did was to contact Xiao Yunjing. That girl but contacted him every day and was worried about him. Seeing Xiao Yunjing, she immediately jumped into Mudeo's arms. You're finally back. I was worried. Ha ha, then reward me with a kiss. Xiao Yunjing's face instantly turned red. Stop it. Makamichi just likes to see her blush and thinks it's cute. Nah. I have to say, it's really nice to be in love. Nothing else. Simply love. However, Mudeo noticed a problem. Xiao Yunjing's Chi and blood seemed to have fallen a bit, but it wasn't too obvious, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Jinger, you haven't been unwell lately. No, I'm fine. Let's go to a barbecue. I haven't had one in a while. Gotta go. When all the high school competitions of this blockhead asylum are over, let's make an appointment with Defan, Boundary Deicide, and Ida Schoolgirl, and have a good meal. On the following day, Mudeo went to the school. To be honest, the bubbles that his classmates were dropping now, he kind of looked at them. However, upholding the principle that a mosquito is neat even if it's small, he didn't drop any of the bubbles, and in one lap, he gained 50 or 60 cards of Chi and blood, which was not bad at all. When he and Xiao Yunjing stood together, they were two of the most beautiful landscapes, and the students who passed by couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Jinger, let's wait for them. Good. Brother Dao, you and your sister-in-law are waiting for me. It's really such an honor. Jiang Fan revealed a lewd smile. A sister-in-law shouted that Mudeo was so happy. Xiao Yunjing gave him a blank look. Defan, what are you yelling about? Ha ha, I'm not shouting. Ding, host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 60. Boundary Slayer and Yuton walked slowly, and both of them looked like they were also talented men and women. Mudeo, your strength? Boundary Slayer's eyes were full of unbelief. Holy, you're open, right? Ding, the host picked up successfully and obtained a copy of the star source. Ding, host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 40. Mudeo slapped Boundary Slayer. What the hell? Boundary Big School Grass envies me. Do I need to pass on a few moves to you? Asterisk off and fight another day. Ha ha. Makamichi is enjoying his life right now. With a lover, friends, family, and what could be better than that? Principal's office. The top 10 winners of the school's grand competition were all here. Mudeo deliberately glanced at Huangchen. Facing Mudeo's gaze, Huangchen was a little afraid to face it directly. His eyes were a little evasive. Anyway, the royal minister had already been on his must-kill list, so he let him live for a few more days. At first, it was just a small fight, and he didn't take it to heart, but later, he even wanted to put him to death. The royal minister was also incomparably angry. He grew up as the proud son of heaven, the direct descendant of the venerable family, with a great future ahead of him, where he had suffered these grievances, would be a disgrace that would be difficult to wash away for the rest of his life. Students, I've asked the 10 of you to come here today, mainly because of the Blockhead Asylum high school competition. It's kind of a big deal for the Blockhead Asylum, so I'll give you the rules first. The competition is divided into 2 rounds in total, and in the first round, it's the hunting of ferocious beasts, with 1 point for E- grade ferocious beasts, 3 points for E grade ferocious beasts, 5 points for E+ grade ferocious beasts, 7 points for D- grade ferocious beasts, 9 points for D grade ferocious beasts, and 11 points for D+ grade ferocious beasts. Given everyone's strength, if you hunt and kill a C realm ferocious beast, 20 points for C rank, 60 points for C rank, and 180 points for C+ rank. Other than Mudeo, Boundary Slayer, who didn't have the slightest change in expression, the other few students were a bit skeptical as to who could kill a C realm ferocious beast. They looked at Mudeo, Boundary Slayer and felt that neither of them could kill a Sea Realm ferocious beast. The first round of competition will be in the wilderness, a radius of 300 miles. Is the scope of your activities? Tomorrow morning, will be issued points tokens. Can automatically count your points. Can enter the second round of competition. Go to the top 30. Teacher wants you to do your best, but only if you keep yourself safe. The only way to live is to have unlimited possibilities. Mudeo found that today's principal is at sea-level strength. He remembered that before it was AB realm martial artist, a period of time not seen, the chi and blood even declined down. This is a martial artist. Not to advance is to retreat. The chi and blood will decline along with the big grades. It cannot be reversed. The principal Zhang Rulin is said to be more than 100 years old. He glanced at Xiao Yunjing and realized that Xiao Yunjing's chi and blood seemed to have weakened some more. Although it was only a very slight weakening, with his chi and blood mastery, any tiny changes could not escape his eyes. Why do I have a feeling something bad is going to happen? The premonition was strong, and it was the first time he had ever felt this way. Outside the office, Mudeo looked at Xiao Yunjing fondly. Jinger, if there's anything, you must tell me. Xiao Yunjing's face changed slightly, and the corner of his mouth put on a smile. I don't have anything to do anywhere. Let's go. Let's go to class. 10,000 miles away from the Blockhead Asylum, something very strange was happening. On this day, 10,000 beasts were rushing about, letting out regular roars in unison, and the closer they got to a certain place, the stronger the beasts were, and among them, there were inevitably B-class beasts. It should be known that B-class beasts can already occupy one area as the king, but at this moment, they are gathered here, as if they are guarding something. The very center area, a very wide cave, was dark, damp, and eerie. Suddenly, the ground shook, and there was a thick hiss of pain. A pair of vertical pupils snapped open to the size of a lantern, letting out a loud and clear chirp. All of a sudden, all the beasts chirped in unison. Distant from the Beast King's region, two silhouettes just stood in the air. Almost there, the table under their masks became agitated, their bodies twisting vaguely and radiating a bizarre black color. Wu Ji, a C-plus ranked martial artist of the Blockhead Asylum, had received orders from Mad Drought to check out the tracks of the ferocious beasts, and the Blockhead Asylum and these powerful ferocious beasts seemed to have defaulted to a set of rules, where humans did not hunt the ferocious beasts in large numbers, and the ferocious beasts would not invade the human asylums in large numbers. Only today, he found an abnormality. Many ferocious beasts were gathered in one place. He had a bad guess in his heart. Running his body technique, he continued to go deeper. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. That Beast King, if his strength goes further, it will be dangerous. Chapter 30 Boy, this kid is just not human. The next day, the 10 people of Macdao came to the school. The Jinwu division had a special transportation vehicle waiting at this place. The leading teacher was still Jiyu. It seems that the current principal intends to cultivate Jiyu. They got in the car and drove straight out of the shelter. Soon, they reached their destination. Besides them, some schools had already arrived. 9 high schools in the Blockhead Asylum, and 300 miles was not a small area. It wasn't until all the students from the 9 high schools had arrived that a black-faced man, whom Makamichi had seen but forgotten what his name was, slowly addressed them. Students, introduce yourselves. Captain of the Jinwu division, Zhou Kaiwu. You are all the geniuses of my legendary asylum. The rules must have already been told by your teachers, and I'll mention one more thing. Everything is based on your own safety. Now come and get your points meter for 2 days. And good luck. The integrator is similar to an electronic watch from a previous life, only more textured and full of technology. Jinger, why don't we join together? We can help each other. Dao, let's split up. Don't worry, I'm a very strong being amongst this group, not a vase. Maybe you can't even compare to me. Ha ha, well then, let's compare the two of us then. Come on, whoever loses has to promise the other one a condition. How about it? Good. Da Fan, Boundary Slayer, Da Schoolgirl, you guys be careful with everything. Mudeo has seen the strength of students from other schools. Not bad, but the high-end combat power. Just pull a Jiang Fan. Yutong can beat. He desperately wanted to improve his strength now, and the wilderness was undoubtedly the best choice. The first round of the competition was simply tailor-made for him, and he would only get stronger. Having had previous experience, Mu Dao didn't stop, but went directly deeper, spending several hours to fully execute the treading immortal steps used to rush, and finally stopping his position at 200 miles, where the ferocious beasts were the most numerous. In front of him was a group of 4 or 5 ferocious beasts, the Black Goat group, led by a small commander that was nothing more than a D-class ferocious beast. Shock strike. Strong power blasted out. The air shook. The force was 4-3. These few ferocious beasts instantly split into pieces. Ding! host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 80. Ding, host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 200. His points watch also showed up. Points, 10. 3 ranked ferocious beasts, and 1 deranked ferocious beast. It's just a bit of a shame that you can't see the rankings. Wu Ji, after a night of searching, was already infinitely close to the center of the Beast King, and the number of ferocious beasts was so large that he didn't dare to go in blatantly, or else it wouldn't have been possible to spend such a long time. Roar. This is the roar of that Beast King. Forget it, I can't continue deeper. Otherwise, I might not be able to leave. Just as he was trying to get the message out was when a voice that gave him the creeps rang out. Are you looking for us? 2 figures with snake masks and horse masks blocked his way, and even through the masks, he could see the teasing colors of the 2 men. Who are you? There was a great sense of threat from these 2, but in the next moment, he was being choked by a large hand, and his C+ strength was completely out of reach. There was a kaboom and Takeshi's neck was snapped and his head was removed. The 2 acted as if they had done something insignificant and then left. Mu Dao killed to his heart's content. In half an hour he had increased his chi blood by more than 1,000 calories, but he was a little dissatisfied. He guessed that the reason for dividing the range of 300 miles was probably because he thought that their limit was 300 miles, and that the strength of the ferocious beasts outward was also stronger, and that in 2 days' time, it was impossible to go beyond this range. He directly operated his body technique and continued to go deeper, at least around 500 miles of ferocious beasts to satisfy his needs at the moment. What he didn't know was that their points watches came with a locator. Zhou Kaiwu at the beginning of a positioning was found to run particularly fast. He thought there was a mistake, until the points bracelet sent a brief video. He put down his heart, after positioning himself to stop for half an hour, and going deeper until a distance of 500 miles. He couldn't sit still. Holy, what asshole kid is this that is so bold and doesn't want to die? Never mind, I'll see for myself. Coming to the 500-mile position, Mudeo no longer went deeper. It has been delayed for too long. 2 days, just to see how much chi and blood can be grown. Time passed by, and Mudeo was like a god of killing as his points grew rapidly. The smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. Weak ferocious beasts could flee, but it was undoubtedly attractive to powerful ferocious beasts. Soon, Mudeo discovered that a C+ grade ferocious beast had arrived. A large rooster that stood over 3 meters tall. Chicken-type ferocious beasts were very uncommon. This ferocious beast was called the Iron Crown Chicken, with colorful hair all over its body, like steel needles wrapped around its entire body, and the crown of its beak was incomparably sharp, which made it look very powerful, especially a pair of chicken feet. The calluses were very thick, and the claws were especially sharp. Mudeo's height of 1.8 meters or so was a snack in his eyes, and with the addition of his rich chi and blood, it was a very attractive snack. Cluck cluck cluck. The Iron Crown Chicken waved its wings and rushed towards Makoto, who raised his interest slightly. Shock strike. A fist blasted out. The air waves rolled over. The feathers of the Iron Crown Chicken quickly spread out, and Makoto's punch went up and didn't cause a lot of damage. Interesting, how about this punch? 100 battles King's Fist. 100-fold shock. A golden chi and blood fist seal emerged and blasted straight at the Iron Crown Rooster. Bang! After the loud game sound, the seemingly indestructible feathers of the Iron Crown Chicken were directly bombed, along with its chest. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 100. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 1000. For the next 2 days, Mu Dao hunted ferocious beasts with all his might, and on the first day, together with the E-realm ferocious beasts, Mu Dao killed more than 100 of them. The D-realm ferocious beasts were also close to 50 to 60, and the C-realm ferocious beasts were 5. E-realm ferocious beasts, on average, provided 60 cards of chi and blood. D-realm ferocious beasts, on average, provided 100 cards of chi and blood, and C-realm ferocious beasts, on average, provided more than 1,000 cards of chi and blood. His chi and blood exploded by more than 10,000 calories, and his body tumbled with chi and blood. In order to break through to a B-ranked martial artist, one's chi blood must reach 180,000 calories, and with nearly 80,000 calories of chi blood left, it won't take too long. 2 days passed very quickly. The beasts here for Mu Dao is to send food. C+ level beasts are not his enemy of a few punches. B-realm beasts he did not meet. How many beasts to come to him is to send blood for nothing? Now that his chi blood had reached 110,000 cards, a full 100,000 kg of chi blood, it was purely a descending blow. Not far away, Jokaiwu looked at Madeo and was actually a little lost in thought. Boy, this kid is just not human. Chapter 31, This World, An Age of Geniuses. Madeo had long since realized that there was someone behind him looking at him. But the other party had no malicious intent, and the scent was familiar. It was Zhou Kaiwu's scent. Points, 3059. This amount of points will probably get you first place. The time will be cut off soon. For the time being, we'll come back when we have the chance to hunt the ferocious beasts and improve our strength. Goldfinger. Open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talents, Zeus level talent. Chaos of the Worlds, SS level talent. Hundredfold Shock, SS level talent. Chaos Buddha Body. Martial Arts, Taoist Scripture, Introductory. Cosmic, Semi-Dao. Ritual Sacrifice, Special. Bone Shedding, Special. Martial Realm, C+ rank. Chi and Blood 112. 000 calories. Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Grand Completion, Perfection. Yenwu Fist, Minor Completion, Shen level. Treading Immortal Steps, Perfection, Earth level. 100 Battles King's Fist, Grand Completion, Earth level. Martial Skills Experience Value, 95,000. In 2 days' time, the first round of the competition had ended, and the students from the 9 schools had basically returned to the location where they had departed from earlier. In the third form, one person is still missing, and Makamichi has not yet returned. Why isn't Dao back yet? Time is about to cut off. Zhou Kaiwu had returned long ago, and he was in no hurry to declare the end of time. Makamichi had left a deep impression on him. It seems like this kid is still a kid that the division master especially values, and now it seems that the division master's vision is still fiery. Suddenly, the crowd only felt an extremely strong and powerful chi and blood, which was rushing in their direction. Extremely fast, the crowd did not know why, thinking that it was the invasion of a powerful ferocious beast, and made a state of defense. The one who appeared before the crowd as a result was Makoto. After 2 days of surging by 20,000 calories of chi and blood, he was not yet able to do so with ease, running his stance to rush over, his chi and blood spreading when he did. Captain Zhou. Mr. G. I'm late. Zhang Fan walked forward and looked at Madeo with wide eyes. Dao, why do I feel like you're like a monster now? I feel like my hairs are standing on end when I'm near you. Asterisk 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 off. You Tao brother me. Small improvement. Zhang Fan wasn't the only one. Including Boundary Slayer, students from other schools had this feeling. The chi and blood of Madeo was like a great sun that could not be looked at directly, and their chi and blood were like candles glowing with fire. The difference between heaven and earth. The royal minister had a gloomy face. On what grounds? I'm also an SS grade talent. Where am I worse than him? Damn. In that case, don't blame me. He had already concocted a plot against Makoto in his mind. Yu also felt great pressure, knowing that he was a C+ ranked martial artist. And 2 days ago, he didn't have this feeling, and 2 days later, this feeling appeared. This kid, the future is unlimited. The lead teachers from the other schools had a bitter smile on their faces. They were no longer obsessed with first place. With Madeo around, the third middle school would definitely be first in this big competition. The third middle school's luck this year, they can't compare. Before they heard that the third middle school awakened 3S grade talent, they still have some disbelief. Wait to find out. Then they poured out resources to cultivate the school's geniuses. Now it seems that there is a difference with the S-grade talent students. In the entire Blockhead Asylum, besides the third middle school, only the first and ninth middle schools had 2 S-class martial arts talent awakening students, and the third middle school's exclusive possession of 3 of them was simply not comparable. Zhou Kaiwu nodded at Makamichi. Everyone, the 2 days have ended. Next, the second round of the competition will be placed in the Jinwu division, and the results of the first round of the competition will return to the Jinwu division to be announced uniformly. The second round of the competition was placed on the second day, and with 2 days of killing, everyone wasn't in the most perfect condition. The following day, at the Jinwu Sea training ground, 9 middle schools, 90 talented students, assembled neatly according to their schools, all looking very good in essence. Mudeo stood in the middle position of the third middle school team. The last one on his list was Xiao Yunjing. In order to answer the question in his heart, he purposely felt Xiao Yunjing's chi and blood, and after realizing that there was no abnormality, his heart was a lot more at ease. Soon, the Jinwu Sea division master, Mad Drought appeared. That aura that uniquely belonged to a B-realm martial artist. The person just stood there. To them students, it was like looking at the sun with their eyes open, not daring to look directly at it. Mad Drought suppressed the thoughts in his mind. The people he had sent out to check for news had yet to deliver any news. That's just it. We have our detection wizards at a distance of 1,000 miles, so if there really is a beast tide, it will be too late to prepare for it. Fellow students, I am Mad Drought, the Jinwu division master. After the fierce competition in the first round, there will be 30 students participating in the second round. The above information is the points everyone has earned. Overhead in front of Mad Drought was a screen hanging high. The student's name and points quickly appeared on the top, and the one who ranked first was clearly Madeo. Shepherd's Path, Blockbuster 3rd Form, 3,059 points. Boundary Killers, Blockheads and 3, 2,900 points. Xiao Yunjing, Blockbuster 3, 2,800 points. Jiang Fan, Blockhead 3rd Form, 2,400 points. Imperial Minister, Blockbuster 3rd Form, points 2, 393. Gu Xian, Blockhead 1, 2080 points. Qing Lin, Blockbuster 9, points 2041. EU Tongue, Blockhead 3rd Form, points 1985. Zhao Xiling, Blockbuster 7, points 1, 859. Once this ranking came out, everyone was dumbfounded. In the top 10, Blockhead 3 middle schools accounted for 6, placed in the entire history of the Blockhead Asylum. It was also the first time that such a situation appeared. It was already a record-breaking existence. Boundary Slayer looked at Yutong's ranking and frowned slightly. Yutong is only an S-rank talent. I'll have to speed up my extraction of Star Source. This era is the golden age of genius. Last life Yutong, difficult to break through the lifespan limit, and ultimately died. I looked for her in the long river of time for 1,000 years, also did not find. This life must not let such a thing happen. My rebirth also led to some changes in direction, but in my last life, other than Xiao Yunjing and I, no one else was an S-realm martial talent awakened. And in this life, so many have appeared. Boundary Regicide, in his last life at least, was a character, and he could also see that this life was destined to be a golden age, with geniuses coming out of the woodwork, with the blue star being what it was. The multiverse, those who were already demons, should only shine brighter in this life. The golden great world. I'm looking forward to it. He then looked at Makoto. I hope you can catch the golden Dacian in as well. Madeo was also a little saddened by EU Tong's ranking. He had extracted the star source from Boundary Deicide, which worked similarly to the heavenly base energy in the beginning, and could enhance talent. He walked next to EU Tong, gently patted her, and quietly injected the star source into her body. In the next few days, her talent would metamorphose into an S rank, or even higher for that matter. After wool gathering you guys for so long, let's call this a little payment. It didn't do much good for him to hold it in his hand anyway. The moment this ranking came out, Mad Drought was a bit shocked. Alright, since there are no questions, let's start the second round of the competition now. Wait, Master Wild Division, I have a suggestion. Blockhead 3 middle schools are full of geniuses. This time it is sure to be the first. Why don't we exclude them? The other 8 high schools, how about deciding the ranking? The rest of my colleagues, what do you suggest? The one who spoke was the lead teacher of Blockhead 2nd Middle School, and upon hearing his words, the lead teachers of the rest of the schools agreed with a slight thought. There was no doubt that Blockhead 3rd Middle School was first. You had even less of a problem, and it was even better to give up without a fight. Seeing that everyone agreed, Mad Drought announced, since everyone agrees, that's it, the 3rd high school automatically takes the number 1 spot, and the other 8 high schools decide the winner. Chapter 32 Heavenly Grade Martial Technique, Silent Gun Scripture. Madeo and the others sat on the sidelines and watched the remaining 8 schools compete. Excluding the 6 of them, there were still 24 of them, and they could compete quickly. He focused on a few people. One was a genius from the 1st middle school and an awakened person with S-rank talent. The other was a genius from the 9th middle school, also with S-rank talent, and there were several awakened people with A-rank talent. Needless to say, these students are geniuses. By the way, the wool hasn't been pulled yet today. He looked to Boundary Slayer, who had a particularly dazzling golden bubble at the base of his feet and close enough to him that he didn't hesitate to pick it up. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Picks up Heaven Grade Martial Skill +1. Silent Gun Scripture. It had been a long time since Madeo had been this excited. A Heaven Grade Martial Skill. That was a Heaven Grade Martial Skill. If he could, he really wanted to pull Boundary Slayer in for a hard kiss. It was simply a blessing for him. Boundary Slayer winced, always feeling that someone was thinking about him. He looked around and realized that there was nothing wrong. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value +100. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value +90. Boundary Slayer fell into deep thought. The message to Mad Drought. I don't know if he paid attention to it or not. I remember in my last life, it seems like in these few days, the beast tide will appear. And Mudeo's parents died in this accident. Until a few years later, Mudeo died in another beast tide. But in his last life, he and Xiao Yunjing didn't seem to have crossed paths. But in this life, they became lovers. Fate really is a strange thing. After this matter is over, I have to go and look for my chance as well. Those brothers of mine, They should be similar to me now. They are all still students. He couldn't help but smile as he thought of something happy. Makamichi made an excuse to go to the bathroom and leave. Goldfinger. Use all of your martial arts experience value to enhance the Silent Gun scripture. Ding. Spending 5,000 martial skill experience value. Silent Gun Sutra is upgraded to introductory. Ding. Spending 15,000 martial skill experience value. The Silent Gun scripture is upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding. Spending 40,000 martial skill experience values. The Silent Gun scripture has been upgraded to grand completion. Ding. The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. An extremely surging memory immediately surfaced in his mind. Profound, complicated, and if he were to rely on himself to comprehend it, it would take a bit of time. Subsequently, his consciousness entered a gray world, where everything was composed of gun shadows, and the world that filled the sky was filled with the meaning of silence. And just as he wanted to continue exploring deeper, a giant gray gun, emitting a destructive, silent aura, instantly pierced into his mind. The real world's Madeo, radiating a strong gun Dao killing aura, was like a master who had been immersed in the gun Dao for decades, obviously spending only a few seconds to save decades of work. Now, all that's missing is a good weapon, and the iron lance is so hard that it might break with a single blow. However, the wizard's alloy weapon, the price seems to be quite high. Selling the wilderness harvest should be enough to buy one. He returned to the competition venue, and as soon as he sat down, Jiang Fan, Boundary Slayer and their gazes looked over again. Dao, go take a piss. How do you make it sound like someone is trying to kill me? Being near you, I feel like there's a gun hanging over my head. Is it that much of a stretch? Ask them if you don't believe me. Madeo looked at Xiao Yunjing, Boundary Slayer, Yi Yutong and a few other students, and they all nodded. Dao, I want to progress so fast too. Teach me. Oh, Jinger wants to learn. Then I'll definitely hand it in. Jinger, you lost to me in the first round of the competition. But don't forget that you still have to promise me a condition. Madeo revealed a lewd smile, and looking at Xiao Yunjing, he wanted to slap him. Daba, no thinking about colorful things. I won't allow it. What do you think I am? I just want you to eat with me. Really? Absolutely true. If I lie to you, Dathan will be single for 30 years. Jiang Fan, I treat you as my brother. You can't curse me for not having a girlfriend. You're done. 2 hours later, the competition between the 8 high schools had ended. First in 3, second in 1, third in 9, fourth in 5, fifth in 6, sixth in 8, seventh in 2, eighth in 7, ninth in 4. Every big competition actually involved the distribution of resources. Everyone wanted to be first and gain more resources, but there was no way around it. Resources should always be reserved for the most deserving people. This competition has come to an end. If everyone has no questions, then go back. Master Wild Priest, I still have questions. I would like to challenge Sanaka Makoto. The one who spoke was that S-rank genius from the first grade, Gu Xian. Mu Dao sensed out that Gu Xian was now at the D+ level. Mad Drove looked at Madeo, who smiled faintly. It just so happens that I have itchy hands as well, so I'll spar with Mr. Gu. He had already guessed that some students would definitely be unconvinced if he directly let the third middle school get the first place. Student Mac, please enlighten me. Pale golden energy erupted from Gu Xian's fists as his body's chi and blood rolled and penetrated the surface of his body. Overlord Battle Fist. With such a powerful punch, Mu Dao did not dodge, and similarly blasted out with a single punch, without utilizing a martial art. Bang! With a loud bang, Gu Xian fell back a few steps, his arms tingling, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? I've lost. Madeo, thanks for teaching me. I can't talk about giving advice. I'm just learning from each other. With this battle, others who had ideas ran out of ideas. Madeo didn't go home directly, accompanied Xiao Yunjing for some shopping, sent her home, and then he came to the Barter Pavilion. Barter Pavilion can be understood as a place to exchange things for proceeds, is the only official organization of the Blockhead Asylum. Formal, guaranteed. He put the precious parts of the ferocious beasts in the Golden Finger system space into a bag. His Golden Finger has a system space, only he has no need in this regard. Has not been used. Collected the precious parts of the ferocious beasts. He threw a brain into the Golden Finger system space. The space is not big, about 10 by 10 by 10. What do you want to buy? Little brother? Boss, I've come to exchange something. He dumped out all the stuff in his head. Orangutan whips, tiger whips, bull whips, goat whips, all kinds of whips, and all kinds of hides, claws, stuff all over the place. And most of them were the stuff of Sea Realm ferocious beasts. The owner's eyes widened as he stared at the whips. Aya, little brother, It's all good stuff. Many rich people like to eat these things. The boss tallied it up and it's worth $2 million. Boss, how much do you charge for a wizard's alloy battle rifle here? Little brother, Homo alloy weapons are the crystallization of human wisdom. There are 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 100 million. Which one do you need? Hearing 100 million, Mudeo spat in his heart. How could it be so expensive? Give me $1 million handle. The heavier the better. The boss took out his weapon. A silver gray lance, 2 meters 6, full of technology and exceptionally sharp. And it had to be said that the lance was a man's romance. He held the lance in his hands, weighing at least 3,000 kilograms, and it fit him immensely. Let's set a small goal first. Make it $100 million. Chapter 33, Crisis begins. Scourge of the Abyssal Prison. After a week of all the high school competitions in the Blockhead Asylum, the resources distributed from above Mudeo, they have already enjoyed a part of it. And the source of these resources, naturally, is the better asylums distributed down. Mudeo obtained 2 bottles of Martial Dan spiritual liquid, which was a lot more effective than the usual martial blood pills and blood practicing pills for cultivation. A bottle of Dan, equivalent to a vermilion fruit, and 2 bottles of Martial Dan spirit liquid gave him another 10,000 calories of chi and blood boost. Outside the shelter, a trial detachment called Zissou, 5 men and 2 women, was led by a handsome middle-aged man with strength at C rank. Captain, we should go back too, right? The resources this time should be enough to raise you to C+ rank, right? Not bad. This time it will surely be upgraded to C+ level. The strength will grow and we will gain more in the future. No, how did the temperature change? Captain Zissou's face changed, and several members of the team quickly made a defensive state, which was a tacit understanding they had developed. 2 figures with bull's head and snake's head masks slowly appeared in front of them. Who are you? Good alertness, but unfortunately, too weak, arrogant. What greeted him was his chest being passed through by a Linnaeus armored beast hand, and all 5 of his organs were blasted out of his body. Captain? The rest of the team members were shocked, their chi and blood surging, but in the next moment, 2 red lights flashed, and their heads fell aside, their eyes filled with unbelief. Ghost Snake, can't you go easy on them? How are we going to get in if we break their skins? Yenma spat, walking over to Zissou and pulling out a strange knife, weird energy surging from his hand. Soon, a perfect face appeared, and Yenma took off his mask, revealing a skeletal face with his face covered. At once, a living Zissou reappeared. The ghostly serpent under the mask also had a hint of surprise flickering in its eyes. Yenma, no wonder the above sent you down. This kind of tactic, it's truly terrifying. Ghost Snake finished his disguise and took out a ferocious beast from a bag. The ferocious beast looked strange. Its body size was more than a meter long. It looked like it had just been born not long ago, and its eyes were not even open. The 2 dragged the ferocious beast and quickly darted away, letting the beast's body rub against the ground, emitting the smell of blood. Thousands of miles away from the legendary beast's shelter, the 2 men in disguise smiled at each other and removed the head of the ferocious beast alive, letting a large amount of blood flow out. To enter the Blockhead Asylum, they needed to verify their identity, scanning the duo's faces through a kind of instrument, and seeing that their identity was normal. The city guards let them in. Entering the shelter, the duo quickly leave. At night, looking for the most heavily trafficked areas of the shelter, placing the ferocious beast's corpse in a high-rise hideout and letting out a strange laugh. Ghost Snake, if we complete this mission, we can definitely break through a rank, or maybe even S rank. GGG, I can't wait. Roar. A roar filled with monstrous anger roamed the wilderness, and all beasts were frightened. A snake, accurately should be regarded as a half-jow, body length of 100 meters, standing snake head, foot 7 or 8 stories so high, covered with lin armor, solid, thick. This kind of ferocious beast was called the Blood Jiao Dragon and was at the peak of B+ grade, ready to break through to a grade at any time. Roar, roar. The Blood Jiao Dragon once again let out a roar, a miserable sound. The rest of the ferocious beasts also let out a roar in unison. The huge snake stamen sniffed in the air, and then roared in one direction. With a leap of 1,000 meters, the ferocious beasts in the wilderness followed suit and rushed out in unison, all heading towards one goal. Mudeo felt a little bored. The amount of chi and blood he picked up over the course of a week was limited, and with the shortcut of killing ferocious beasts that could pick up a large amount of chi and blood, he was a little unwilling to slowly pick up bubbles. It's almost time, so either continue to the wilderness, or don't come back until you've raised to the B realm. Jinger, I should still go out to hunt ferocious beasts, so stay inside the shelter and wait for me to return. Dao, didn't you just get back? Jinger, I have a goal right now. and that is to break through the B-realm martial artist as soon as possible and become the #1 strongest person in the Legend Asylum. Okay, but you have to stay with me for 2 more days, and in 2 days, I'll go with you. Got it. Jinwoo Division. Division Master's Office. A member of the Jinwoo Division ran in, panicked and white-faced. Master of the division. It's over. Something big has happened. Mad Drought felt bad. Receiving the message in the member's hand, his face changed in the same way. Notify the major B-realm martial artists within the shelter. Issue a summoning order. All martial artists, as long as they are martial artists, all gather at the high wall of the shelter. If there are any violators, pull them into the shelter's blacklist. Start a state of war alert. All supplies, prioritize them for the war. This time, it's a matter of life and death for Legend. Also, put out a message to the rest of the shelters for help. At the Shocking Blade Martial Hall, E-Blade chopped out a blade with an astonishing momentum. Damn it, is it so difficult to become an A-realm martial artist with B-rank talent? He was getting annoyed when he suddenly received a message from the Jinwoo division, and after checking it out and completing it, his face suddenly changed. All disciples of the Shocking Blade Martial Hall, including those who have been practicing outside, all gather at the high wall of the shelter within a day, and if there is any violation, they will be kicked out of the hall. Blockhead Asylum. In addition to the Shocking Blade Martial Arts Hall, there is also a force comparable to it. The Qin family. The Qin family head Qin Ming is a legendary figure, when it was also a student of the asylum, awakening the A-class talent, and later returned to the Blockhead Asylum, establishing the Qin family, combined with the previous family heritage, quickly descended the Qin family to become a large family. All B-realm martial artists of the asylum would have a specialized means of communication. Qin Ming, who was still discussing the family's major events, saw the message and his face similarly changed. All martial artists of the Qin clan. Recall them all. Zhang Rulin, the principal of the 3rd middle school. Although he was no longer a B-realm martial artist nowadays, he similarly received the message and his pale face was filled with anger. Damn these guys. He removed a large knife from under the bed, which was notched and looked flat. Old buddy, we're fighting side by side again. A mediocre breakfast place. Makoto's body shivered slightly as he looked to Su Shui, who was still busy at the side. Honey, something's wrong. Both Muchang and Su Shui were martial artists. But what Su Shui didn't know was that Muchang was actually a B-realm martial artist, and not only did she not know that, even the Jinwoo division master didn't know that. Su Shui paused slightly. Old Mu, what happened? Could it be that something happened to Dower or Linger? Makoto was just about to explain when Su Shui also received a message. Beast Tide Invasion has reached the time of life and death. All martial artists, all participate in the war, to resist the Beast Tide. On this day, all the martial artists in the Blockhead Asylum received the same message, and the entire Blockhead Asylum was stormy. Chapter 34, 100,000 Beasts. The next morning, Makoto woke up and stretched hard. When he opened his communication, there was a message from the Jinwoo division. In addition to that, there was also a bombardment of messages from Jiang Fan and Xiao Yunjing. Holy, what's going on here? He clicked in and grimaced. Beast Tide? How dare this bunch of He casually replied to the message and immediately rushed to the school. He wanted to explain something to Makiling, but it was too late, so he could only send him a message. When he went to the school, Jisha side, Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Fan, and Yi Yutong were waiting for him. Dao, you're finally here? Aha, things don't wait, let's go to class. In the classroom, there was a dead air, not the slightest bit of energy. Ji Yu walked into the classroom, his face equally unsightly. Students, I'm sure you've all received the message. As far as I know, the Beast Tide was decades ago, and now that it's reappeared, as a martial artist, you can't avoid it. However, you are all in a position of backing up. If you really can't resist the Beast Tide, you, too, will have to take over the big swords in the hands of your predecessors, swinging them at the ferocious beasts and guarding this homeland. For the next few days, it's up to you guys. Teacher me I'll have to go up to the front line to utilize my light as well. After Ji Yu finished his speech and explained something to the squad leader, he left. Makoto didn't want to sit around and wait for death. That wasn't his character. Defan, Jinger, want to have a good battle? Brother Dao, isn't practicing martial arts to protect what you want to protect well? In this battle, there is no fear. Dao, me too. In a conference room of the asylum, the 3 major B-realm martial artists, Mad Drought, Game Blade, Qin Ming, and Zhang Rulin, were gathered here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar B-realm aura came, only to see Makoto appear. Guys, it's been a long time. You are? My name is Makoto, and I have a code name, Gun Butcher. Your gunslinger? Mad Drought was a bit shocked. I thought you were long dead. Ha ha, I'm tired of the daily fights, but nowadays, I won't back down. Ha ha, good. Gunslayer was a legend, though no one knew what his real name was, and many years ago Mad Drought had tried to find him, trying to pull him into the list of B-realm martial artists in the legendary asylum, thinking it would take a while, but not realizing how easy it would be. Zhang Rulin asked, Muchang, as I recall, aren't you Mudeo's father? Could it be? Makoto smiled. Yes, I am Makoto's father. No wonder. A tiger's father has no son. Makoto did not say much. How is the situation, Master Maji? The army of ferocious beasts is still 5,000 li away from the legend asylum. With their speed, they can advance 4,000 li in a day at the most. Our first line of defense is 1,000 li away. There, too, is our main battlefield. But look, you guys. Mad Drought's hand scratched across the screen, revealing a figure. This is the commander of this beast tide. Its strength is at the peak of the B+ level. When the humans and it made an implicit agreement, they have been at peace with each other. But now they are. Humph. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. We should have killed him a long time ago, which is like being so passive now. The game knife was disgruntled. He had suggested it at first, but unfortunately it was not taken up. Pavilion Master. The matter has come to a point where blame has already served its purpose. It has already been probed clearly that the ferocious beast side, in addition to this blood Zhao Long, there are still 6 B-realm beast kings. When the time comes, please Pavilion Master, hold back one more. The other one? Leave it to me. I haven't fought in years, but I still have gunslaying strength. A large number of large groups of martial artists traveled to the shelter thousands of miles by transport warships, and at this time, a simple defense line had already been built, with all kinds of weapons, their respective wizards' robots, and all kinds of great weapon chi being transported to this place. As for the ordinary army, they were piloting their warplanes to assist the martial artists. The martial artists were where the battle would be decided. Even if there were more ordinary people, they would be useless in the face of the ferocious beasts. Modeo, Xiao Yunjing, Boundary Slayer, Jiang Fan, and Yi Yutong rushed to the shelter together, and after proving their identity as martial artists, they were sent to the war machine to the front lines. Not only them, Mu Dao also saw geniuses like Gu Xian from the 1st middle school and Qinglin from the 9th middle school. He also felt for the first time the cruelty of the war with the ferocious beasts. The battle had not yet begun, but in fact, it had already begun. The mindset is the first level of the battle. Within the shelter, a look of fear appeared on the royal minister's face. Damn it, how could a beast tide occur? A beast tide of this level. The legend asylum is finished. I can't run away even if I want to now. The B-realm martial artists sent by the family won't be able to rush over for a while. Damn it. Yes, mother loves me the most. If he knew of my crisis, he would have come to my rescue himself. Yes, that's the way to do it? Mother, I hope you come soon or I'll die. 9 in Asylum. The royal family is also a big family in the 9 in Asylum. Royalty, solemn and atmospheric, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, with a large number of martial artists. A conference room full of technology, a graceful woman, full of the air of a superior. Beside her, was a middle-aged man with a strong body and a handsome face. How is my son doing? Don't I have to be happy for my minister when you can think of him? The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. My son's personality is jumpy. It's good to go out and hone it a bit. Otherwise how can I be assured of handing the family over to him in the future? They were the father, mother, and matriarch of the Zuni family, the matriarch's wife. If Mu Dao was here, he would definitely feel the pressure. Huang Chen's father, Huang Ao Shun, exuded an aura that was at least at the beginning of the S grade, and his mother, Gu Wangxue, had a strength that was at least A grade. Suddenly, ancient Phoenix Shui received a message from the imperial minister, and his face changed drastically after he read it. Ao Jin, something happened? Xiao Yunjing sat next to Makamichi, and she was slightly lost in thought. I've already asked for help from the family, but they're sure to take me back when they come, but I don't want to be separated from Dao. The extended family may seem nice, but in fact each of their children has some mission. The only way to rebel against those unfair missions is through strength. Jingle, are you a little scared? Don't worry, I've got everything. Xiao Yunjing leaned his head against Makamichi's shoulder. Dao, I'm not afraid of anything when I'm with you. Where you are, that's where my heart is at peace. Going to the front line, Mu Dao found that here were all martial artists. The number should have a more than 20,000 people. Already 3/4 of the martial artists in the Blockhead Asylum. So many martial artists. This beast tide, enough to reach the level of extermination of the city. The wind and rain are coming and the sky seems to be unkind. The sky is gray and cloudy. A large screen showed the situation of the ferocious beasts at the forefront. Densely packed. The number was at least more than 100,000 heads. The entire wilderness. Dust rushed to the sky. Wherever they went, the trees almost all collapsed. This battle, it's hard. Chapter 35, The Soul of Saint Xia. The ordinary people of the Legend Asylum had also noticed something strange. In the past 2 days, they could hardly see martial artists, and many places dedicated to martial artists could not see the presence of martial artists, and the sky was dark and depressing. Many traders, who had wanted to purchase supplies, were told that there was a temporary shortage of supplies, bearing in mind that this had not usually happened. The school's martial arts students automatically organized teams to patrol the area. One unusual thing seems to signal the unusual. The first line of defense came out, and the 5B realm martial artists, Mad Drought, Game Blade, Qin Ming, Mu Cheng, and Zhang Rulin, appeared. Seeing Makoto, Makoto was visibly stunned. Makoto slowly walked towards him. Silly boy. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen how handsome your old man is? Makoto stumbled back. It was the smell. His old man was undoubtedly there. Pops, you're a realm martial artist. You've hidden yourself deeply enough after so many years. Ha ha, can't believe it. Uncle Chang, you've tricked us so badly. Where kid? We're lying to you. Modeo's suppressed mood was eased quite a bit by Makoto's arrival. Knock knock. Roar. The ground shook violently. The roars of the beasts came closer and closer, and the dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. 100 miles from the first line of defense, the army of ferocious beasts did not directly charge over. They stopped in their tracks. In the midst of the army of ferocious beasts, 7 beast kings of nearly 100 meters appeared and stood at the forefront of the 100,000 ferocious beasts. The blood Zhao in the lead, its eyes filled with killing intent, roared at the Homo sapiens unmanned detection machine in the middle of the sky, as if it was saying something. In the next second, an army of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts advanced. Blackened. Wild Drought is also named under this moment. All mass murderers are to be readied immediately, and at a distance of 50 miles, they are all to be released. The ground shook more and more violently, and the sound of a great killing weapon being fired rang out. Bang! Bang! Even if it was dozens of miles away, the sound of explosions, the sound of the ground shaking, was so clear and pleasing to the ear. A screen out of the first line of defense put up what the explosion looked like. Fire raging, ground shaking, ferocious beasts engulfed in shells and buried in flames. Modeo knew that this wave of ferocious beasts were completely sending them to their deaths, used to consume the humans' firepower. In the first wave of attacks, it took half an hour to hit, and Makoto didn't know how much firepower was left in the big killer, but it certainly wasn't much. The first wave of the ferocious beasts' attack completely collapsed. However, none of the faces present were relaxed, and the ferocious beast community, the blood Zhao once again roared at the GZ drone plane, a humanized contempt on its face. In an instant, another 20,000 to 30,000 ferocious beasts attacked neatly. This time, the flying ones in the sky and the running ones on the ground were densely packed to launch a charge. Another wave of fire output, but the fire was noticeably lacking towards the back. Mad Drought shouted at everyone, "Prepare for battle. Pavilion Master. Gun 2. It's up to you guys next." The second wave of the charge ended, and the army of ferocious beasts charged again, with at least half as many left. At the Legend Asylum, the two men, Ghost Snake and Yen Ma, intercepted the video of the front line through some means. They looked at the front, the image of a group of people who were unable to purchase supplies and proceeded to make a scene at the official department, and smiled slightly. Stupidity. This is the human you are guarding. In that case, we'll add to the fire so you can wait for death in despair. At once, the communication videos and public videos of half of the Blockhead Asylum were relaying the images of the front line, and this rate of spreading continued. In broad daylight, ordinary humans throughout the Blockhead Asylum had seen these live broadcasts, their eyes wide open. Hard to believe that this kind of thing was happening right now outside the Blockhead Asylum. A lot of people, they're crying out these words of dying and giving up their jobs, and there's a much more chaotic level to the situation. In the picture, human martial artists were fighting with those dense, terrifying ferocious beasts. The war was brutal, and all of a sudden, limbs flew about, blood spilled all over the land, and one by one, the human martial artists, one after another, fell down. For these performances, Ghost Snake and Yen Ma were satisfied. Mess it up, let it be even more messy. But what happened next made them dumbfounded. The Blockhead Asylum didn't go into chaos. Makiling stayed at school and saw these live broadcasts as well. He also saw a few familiar figures. Brother, Dad, and Brother Jiang Fan. You must do your best. Those who shouted and fought, no one cared about them. Some were instead beaten up by those around them. There is no other reason. Someone is carrying the weight for them, and the only thing they can do is to stay out of trouble and put the front at ease. This is the charm of Saint Xia, the soul of Saint Xia. In the center of the battle, Madeo was also involved, and the experts from both sides were not involved. He took out his Chi Z alloy battle rifle, and his chi and blood dispersed in all directions. Come on y'all. Mu Dao opened his SS grade talent, chaotic Buddha body, and rampaged through like a humanoid beast, and some of the weaker beasts that were touched by him were dead. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 50. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 50. Ha ha, let's kill today. Silent gun scripture. The gun in the hands of Macdao swung out. Silence, destruction gun on scattered in all directions. In an instant, dozens of ferocious beasts died. In just a few tens of seconds. Centered on him, it was a safe range that he hit. There was not a single ferocious beast which could come close to the safe range that he hit. Boundary deicide, covered with fiery patterns. Every move, ferocious beasts are extinguished. One person to suppress the gap on one side. Jiang Fan, a large sword in his hand, its body flashing with lightning. Every time he waved his large sword, blue and purple lightning was released, and a ferocious beast could hardly get close to him in the slightest. In Xiaoyanjing's hand was a short spear, and all around her, it seemed that she was surrounded by strength that was hard to reach. Living as a female god of war, Yi Yutong, a few days ago found that his talent metamorphosis belongs to the fire attribute martial arts talent. Every strike, like the flames burning the world, kill the ferocious beasts' chills. In addition to them, a multitude of good human sons and daughters fended off the ferocious beasts beyond the defense line. Brother Muchang, Madeo's natural strength is a rarity in my lifetime. You are blessed. Ha ha, everyone, it's not too late to wait until after this crisis. Those should be making their move soon. Even if you die, you absolutely have to hold back the fierce beast's high-end battle force. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 1000. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 700. Madeo was completely killing mad. The chi and blood in his body was growing all the time. At this rate, he would soon be able to break through to a B-realm martial artist. He had already attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts, and many of the sea-realm ferocious beasts had put their firepower on him, not realizing that all of them were following his wishes. The fish jumped into the sea at this time, and the golden dragon was introduced. Chapter 36, Breaking Through B-grade, Instantaneous Killing. Mu Dao looked at the dozen or so sea-realm ferocious beasts rushing towards him, and his eyes lit up with a stirring battle intent. Silent gun scripture. 100-fold shock. His chi and blood burst out completely, and a rich chi and blood surged out of his body, scarlet and overbearing. With just one shot, he caused these 10 or so sea-realm ferocious beasts to die or be injured, and his chi and blood steeply skyrocketed. Not far from the B-realm. Gun 2. Your son's strength is heaven-defying. Killing the same rank is like slaughtering a dog. Ha ha, don't even look at whose son it is. The game knife's center of gravity was actually placed on Boundary Regicide. Although Boundary Regicide was not as strong as Makuto, but his strength was enough to boast of his peers. Zhang Rulin, whose chi and blood had already declined to the sea realm, was now showing the strength of the B realm, which was considered a flash in the pan. Among the army of ferocious beasts, several great beast kings watched as Mu Dao slaughtered his men so easily, and humanized killing intent appeared in their eyes. Roar! The Blood Jiao Beast King let out a roar, and one of the B realm beast kings shamelessly sneaked up on Madeo. Seek death. A blood-colored lance appeared in Mu Cheng's hand. His face was filled with anger as he operated his body technique and appeared in front of the B realm ferocious beast in just a few moments. Your opponent is me. Roar! When the Blood Jiao King saw this, the B-realm beast kings came out one after another, and the battle was imminent. Mu Dao naturally paid attention to this matter. The number of strong people on both sides were not at the same level. He might not be afraid of a B-realm beast king nowadays, but he definitely wouldn't be able to behead a B-realm beast king that easily. Breaking through first was most important. Let's hope you can hold out a little longer. As long as I break through the B-realm, I'll be able to stop any B-class and B-ranked ferocious beasts. Subsequently, he focused on hunting the ferocious beasts, striking out with all his might without hiding his strength in the slightest. His chi and blood would not dry up and would only grow stronger. Come and die. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 90 chi and blood. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 100 chi and blood. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 1,200 chi and blood. However, many martial artists were not like Madeo after all. Their chi and blood would fail, and in the end, They could only rely on brute force to fight with ferocious beasts. Chi and blood failing martial artists. Immediately go to the safe area I've struck and recover your chi and blood. His cry was mixed with chi and blood, and immediately, many martial artists converged in his direction. Soon, there's still 20,000 cards of chi blood to go before I can break through to be realm strength. I can be faster. Just the entire battlefield for the human situation is not optimistic. The human be realm strength powerhouse only 5 people, while the ferocious beasts have 7 beast king. The leader of the blood Jiao King is the peak of the B realm. At any time will break through the A realm of the existence. The previously arranged order of battle was broken. Gun Tumu Chung fought the blood Jiao Beast King alone. Yi Dao and Qin Ming fought the 2 B realm ferocious beasts alone, and could only resist with difficulty. Gradually, Qin Ming felt bad at once. The 2 B realm ferocious beasts were still beyond the scope of what he could resist. He was careless and was struck in the chest by a column of energy light spat out by a B realm ferocious beast. Although he resisted it in time with his greatsword, the tremendous force caused his internal organs to be somewhat shifted, and his chi and blood to rise and fall. You seek death. Ancient ink blade. It was a large sword as black as ink, and also his martial talent. The difference between a B realm martial artist and a C realm martial artist, apart from the gap in strength, chi and blood, there was also a point where the martial talent materialized. At this level, martial arts talent could be fully revealed. Shake the sky with a chop. A huge blade light as black as ink seemed to cut through heaven and earth. Seeing this, the 2 B realm ferocious beasts' surface layers of thick scale armor, black, and red shields coalesced as they spat out 2 pillars of light from their mouths, clashing with the pitch black, ink-like blade light. Bang! Powerful airwaves flew across the sky, destroying everything indiscriminately. Qin Ming's face turned a little white, and the 2 B realm fierce beasts, whose scale armor was vaguely cracked, roared at Qin Ming. Even if I die today, I won't let you guys cross this line of defense. He carried a large ink-colored sword in his hand and coldly looked at the 2 B realm ferocious beasts. Roar! Ding! Host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 1,340 chi blood. Ding! The host's chi and blood has reached 180,000 cards, successfully breaking through the B realm. A powerful aura was released from his body. Unlike the C realm, the B realm seemed to have something more. Unfortunately, the situation at hand was too late for him to check too much. In that case, let the good show begin. Qin Ming. Mad Drought was startled. Not far away, Qin Ming had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. One arm drooping, clearly not a match for the 2 B realm fierce beasts. A B realm ferocious beast spat out a blood-colored ball of light from its mouth and rushed straight towards Qin Ming, an attack that Qin Ming, in his current state, could not resist at all. Apart from Qin Ming, Zhang Rulin wasn't too optimistic there either. His chi and blood had declined severely. Even if he used some method to raise his strength to the B realm once again, he was still quite a bit worse compared to the B realm ferocious beasts. The old cheeks looked death in the eye. The old man has been fighting so hard for a long time. Qin Ming's eyes were filled with bitterness as he looked at the ball of light falling towards him. If I die, what will happen to the thousands of people behind me? What will happen to my family? The chi and blood in his body swelled dramatically. A life-for-life move. Mudeo was startled. Now B realm strength. Speed has long reached 400 or 500 meters a second. A few instantaneous time came to Qin Ming's side, stopping Qin Ming's life-swapping fight. Qin family master. Don't worry, leave this place to me. Subsequently, Mudao pointed his gun at the 2 B realm ferocious beasts. He could roughly tell that these 2 B realm ferocious beasts, both of their strengths were at the peak of the B rank, and would break through to the B rank at any time. Roar! 2 beastly roars were venting their displeasure. A B realm ferocious beast, the lizard beast, and the other, a blood rhinoceros, nearly 100 meters tall, was currently in tatters, and Qin Ming had inflicted a great deal of damage on them. Golden Finger. Raised the Silent Gun Sutra to perfection. Ding! Spending 85,000 martial skill experience value. Silent Gun Scripture is upgraded to perfection. Ding! Spending 150,000 martial skill experience value. Silent Gun Scripture is upgraded to perfection. Mu Dao's body immediately erupted a shocking gun intent, full of silent destructive aura. Qin Ming behind him immediately felt a flood beast in front of him. Then I will let you sacrifice your guns for me. Silent Gun Scripture. 100-fold shock. The earth trembled as the gun was swung out, and heaven and earth were suddenly silent. The lizard beast, the blood rhinoceros eyes surfaced with fear, and the huge body surfaced with a dense light. A sound like an egg breaking rang out, not so obvious yet to the ears. and a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out from the necks of the two be-realmed ferocious beasts, collapsing straight to the ground. Ding. Chapter 37, The Might of the Shepherd's Path Becomes Hope. Ding. The host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 14, 000 blood, plus 24, 000 experience value in martial arts, and an additional copy of Life Essence. Attached is an explanation of Life Essence, which, as long as a breath exists, can be pulled back from the Ghost Gate, and the use of a certain amount of Life Essence can increase longevity. Ding. Host decapitates successfully. Blood plus 15, 000. Martial skill experience value plus 25, 000. Picks up an additional copy of Life Essence. Nearly 30, 000 calories of chi and blood entered his body, and Medeo's aura was once again 1 point stronger, but the chi and blood needed to break through to the B rank was still far from being enough. However, a B-realm beast was able to increase its chi blood by more than 10, 000 calories, so it was enough to kill just a few dozen of them. Qin Ming's eyes were huge as his outstretched hand slowly fell. This kid, it hasn't been long since he awakened, right? Demon. Mad Drought. Yi Dao, who had been paying attention to Qin Ming's situation here, had laughed out loud. Ha ha, you guys will lose. Mu Cheng's eyes narrowed into slits. My son's strength is good. If my son is so strong, old dad can't weaken him. He stared at the Blood Jiao, his body releasing a dense gun intent. King Blood Jiao, no matter what the reason is, the one who invades my human race's territory and dies will definitely be you. A hint of fear surfaced in the Blood Jiao King's icy eyes. However, as the king of ferocious beasts, he was not allowed to retreat. After killing these two be-realmed beasts, Mu Dao didn't stop as he locked his eyes on the next be-realmed beast. Zhang Rulin's pale body trembled slightly, and blood spilled from his mouth. Damn it! If I were 10 years younger, I would have cut you down from under my horse. Put. Another mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and Zhang Rulin's breath shriveled even more. Seeing this, Medeo sincerely admired these old men. Once, they were the guardian gods of mankind. Now, it was time for them, the juniors, to change. He stood behind Zhang Rulin and held up Zhang Rulin, who was about to fall. Headmaster, you rest. This one is all mine. Zhang Rulin didn't pay attention to the fact that Makoto had already broken through the B rank. Careful. Mu Dao turned his head back. More than 200, 000 calories of chi and blood burst out steeply. His chi and blood derived into a dragon, emitting a loud and clear chi and blood dragon roar. 100 battles King's Fist. This be-realmed ferocious beast had obviously suffered some injuries as well. Mu Dao blasted out a fist and a huge golden fist print appeared. The dragon of chi and blood wrapped around the golden fist print. Bang! A fist penetrated through the chest of the be-realmed ferocious beast, leaving a huge hollow, and the nearly 100-meter body quickly fell straight down. Ding! The host decapitated successfully picking up plus 11, 000 cards of blood, plus 20, 000 experience value in martial arts, and an additional copy of Life Essence. At the Legend Asylum, Ghost Snake and Yen Ma's faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it, where did a freak come out of? Slaughtering the B-realm like a dog. At this rate, where can we break through the Blockhead Asylum? Yama, what can you do? The fastest and most effective way is to sneak up on him. You and I will strike with all our might, and he will surely die. As long as the Blockhead Asylum is destroyed, our mission is complete. Good, brother, you're fantastic. I'll never rob you again. As Mu Ling sat in the classroom, hearing the surrounding students adore and marvel at Mu Dao, her small face was incomparably excited, wanting to say aloud, "This is my brother. This is my brother." But she didn't. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Makoto. Su Shui originally wanted to accompany Mu Chang to the first release line, but the responsibility of the second release line was not small, always clearing some of the ferocious beasts that the first release line didn't hold, and stabilizing the rear. She was also surprised for a moment when she saw such godly battle power of Medeo from the screen, and then she was overjoyed. My son! This is my son! The people around her didn't laugh at her somewhat out-of-character behavior, but instead were incredibly envious. Boundary Slayer, whose body had already taken up the blood of the ferocious beasts, had already killed madly, and he hadn't expected it when Mu Dao killed 3 B-realm ferocious beasts in 3 moves. Ha ha, I never thought that in this life I would meet such an interesting human child. In this life, I won't be alone. Maybe, what I didn't do in my last life, someone will do in this life. However, how did this kid learn the silent gun scripture? We have to find some time to ask. His parents were buried in this beast wave in his last life. Not in this one. Xiao Yunjing, his eyes filled with little stars. It was a kind of pride, unrivaled pride. Dao is so strong. Perhaps, his parents will agree. Zhang Fan, looking like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, looked at Madeo, his pale lips smiling slightly. Brother Dao, the proudest thing in this life is to be your brother, but I can't lag too far behind you, or else I'd be ashamed to say it. Asterisk 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 get over here for your grandpa Jiang to kill. Yu Ton, even more deeply shocked, she looked towards Boundary Deicide. Jiang Fan, Xiao Yunjing, and Madeo, each of their strengths were ahead of her. Perhaps, I can't go on being so ordinary. In the future, the woman beside Brother Kingslayer will become more and more outstanding. If I'm not outstanding, how can I be worthy of her? The entire people of the Blockhead Asylum felt a sense of joy after the robbery when they saw that Madeo had killed the 3B realm fierce beasts so easily. At least Madeo had given them hope, and without hope, that was the most terrifying thing of all. Many children, from this moment on, had a seed planted in their hearts, all because of the existence of Madeo. The Jinwu Division logisticians, who had been trying to disarm the virus when this broadcast was compromised, had now found a solution, but it seemed, it wasn't needed. They didn't know what this strong man's name was, but they knew that because of Makoto's existence, they had hope, and they found out that it was done on purpose, and the person behind the curtain was afraid that they would be disappointed this time. Ghost Snake, get this broadcast over with. Ghost Snake shook his head. There's no way out. It took a lot of effort to invade in the first place. I didn't even expect this to happen. Yen Ma couldn't say anything when he saw this. In that case, let's go kill this brat. Kid, go help the others. I won't be able to die for a while. Old man. Good. Mu Dao didn't hesitate. The most important thing right now was to solve the source of this beast tide, that Blood Zhao King. However, the Blood Zhao King had his dad to deal with, and seemed to have the upper hand, so he wasn't in a hurry. The Game Blade, with its formidable strength, fought 2B realm fierce beasts in a fierce battle, only being able to resist and hardly able to exterminate them. Seeing how powerful Madeo was, he couldn't care less about face. Brat, hurry up and come help me. I can't hold on much longer. Okay. Mu Dao ran the immortal stepping steps, which were now perfected, and his speed became faster and faster. Blocking in front of the Game Blade, the gun pointed at the 2B realm ferocious beasts. Silent gun scripture. 100-fold shock. Chaotic Buddha body. Madeo instantly turned into a small golden man, exuding a strange light and an ancient, thick aura. With a stab, the GZ alloy battle spear emitted a crisp gunshot sound as the chi and blood transformed into dragons and swung towards the 2B realm ferocious beasts. Roar! The 2B realm ferocious beasts spat out 2 brilliant pillars of light, and Makoto's shot destroyed their attacks, and their attack did not decrease. With a loud bang, 2 bodies of nearly 100 meters were smashed, blood splattered in all directions, floating in the air and falling to the ground, scattering on the thousands of ferocious beasts. With the fall of the Beast King and the Beast King's blood, many ferocious beasts had already retreated. Ding! The host decapitated successfully picking up 16,000 chi blood, 31,000 martial skill experience value, and an additional copy of life essence. Ding! The host decapitated successfully picking up plus 14,000 blood, plus 28,000 experience value in martial arts, and an additional copy of life essence. The Blood Zhao King roared. It had lost 5 generals in a row, all because of Madeo. Roar! Madeo had wanted to go and help Muchang and decapitate the Blood Zhao King, but the next moment, a fatal sensation came. The 2 shocking blade awnings suddenly battled towards Madeo, and instantly, violent explosions rang out, and Madeo was thus engulfed in a sea of fire. Dao. Chapter 38, Invincible Capital. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. What kind of person would sneak attack Macdao at this moment? Wasn't this a human traitor? The 2 men wearing horsehead masks and snakehead masks appeared, and the aura emanating from their bodies was clearly not that of a normal martial artist. A martial artist's chi and blood were domineering and rigid, and these 2 emitted a gloomy, cold aura. Who are you? Qin Ming and Zhang Rulin stood opposite the 2 men, looking at each other warily. Ha ha, it doesn't matter what we are. What matters is that he's dead, and so are you guys. A ghost head saber appeared out of thin air in Ghost Snake's hand, gently chopping out a blade. Dozens of human martial artists were all cut off at the waist. Ah, you guys deserve to die. Qin Ming and Zhang Rulin were furious. How did they dare? Are they the same? I see. You are the people of the Abyssal Prison. This beast tide. It should have something to do with you. How dare you? Abyssal Prison dogs, wild dogs. You dare to show up openly? Brilliant, but unfortunately so what if you know? Blood Zhao King, we'll kill these people for you. If you don't want to die, bring out your full strength. Although the Blood Zhao King didn't know why these 2 people were helping it. They were friends, not enemies. Asterisk 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 you're all going to die. Xiao Yunjing's eyes were red. Madeo was dead, killed by them. She held a short spear in her hand and stabbed out with great effort, but unfortunately, her chi and blood were too weak compared to the B realm. Yanma blasted out a fist, disrupting her attack, and a powerful wind blasted towards Xiao Yunjing. Dao, I've come to keep you company. However, the pain that she had imagined was not there, and opening her eyes, Makoto looked at her fondly. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Makiling covered her mouth and tried not to cry out herself. Brother is fine. Su Shue's eyes reddened. Ha ha, my son is fine. That girl is his lover. She's so handsome, the vision is really good. Makoto laughed out loud. Worthy of being my son, if your boy dies in front of me, old me won't live. Big stupid snake. Your opponent is Lao Tzu. He was incomparably furious and only wanted to behead this blood Zhao King to calm his anger. Boundary Slayer, Jiang Fan, and Yi Yutong smiled faintly. They knew that Madeo would not die so easily. The fact that Madeo didn't die was a relief to many people. If Madeo didn't die, there was still hope for this disaster. Madeo let go of Xiao Yunjing's hand. Jing don't worry, after I chop these up, I will come to accompany you. Ghost Snake and Yanma were shocked. That was a full strength strike from both of them, and it was still done in a sneak attack situation. The teenager, aside from being a bit of a mess, hadn't done anything at all, and besides, was just excessively young, too much younger than on the video. This was a genius that would be extremely harmful to their abyssal prison in the future. No, it shouldn't be the future, but the present. It already posed a great threat to them. This son must die. Abyss prison thieves. Before that, they beheaded a clown. Now, there are two more. Abyss prison, is it all? Kid, you're looking for death. Don't compare us to that punk. Ha ha, as far as I'm concerned, you're all trash. Complete and utter trash. Ghost Snake and Yanma were also not talking nonsense. The Ghost Snake's body rapidly swelled up, his mask fell off, and his entire face became ugly, covered in snake-like scales, and his entire body became more than 3 meters tall, like a snake with 4 limbs that could stand. Yanma on the side changed in a similar way. 2 living people turned into this kind of monster, making it difficult to guess what kind of tactics this was. Ha ha, since there's no burden in killing it. Ghost Snake and Yanma, striding their 3-meter-tall bodies, surged a gloomy chi and blood energy to attack Makoto. Mu Dao also didn't talk nonsense. All of his chi and blood was released, and his chi and blood transformed into a dragon. 100 Battles King's Fist. A huge round of golden fists attacked Ghost Snake and Yanma. Each of the two chopped out a blade, and in their eyes, Makoto's punch was nothing. The golden fist destroyed their attacks. Its power slightly attenuated, and continued to attack them. Now that the 100 Battles King's Fist had been upgraded to perfection by Makoto, he broke through the B rank, and the power was more than a few times greater than it was back then. What? Ghost Snake and Yanma were shaken back a few steps by the tremendous power. Too late to be surprised. What greeted them was a blood-colored spear. Silence, destruction, the whole heaven and earth. There was only such a spear. They regretted it, and now they realized just how perverse Makoto really was. Yanma, if you don't want to die, then all of you will strike. The two of them executed their most powerful attacks, and after a loud bang, the two corpses could no longer be distinguished from each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his successful decapitation. Blood plus 15. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 26. 000. An additional pickup of the skin shifting disguise technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful beheading. Blood plus 14. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 24. 000. No extra pickups. It's all trash. Humph. I thought how strong it was, but it's not a paper tiger. It's all B rank. Is there no one with B rank strength? When Makamichi was slightly contemplating, he received a request for help from Mad Drought. Mac boy, come and help me decapitate it. It's trying to escape. Naturally, Madeo would not let these beast kings go. He quickly rushed over and blocked the back of this B-realm fierce beast. Roar. Ha! Still wanting to charge straight over. This is looking down on someone. Madeo didn't have any nonsense. He went all out. One punch and one shot. He thought that this ferocious beast would die, but it didn't die through. He gave it a shot again, and it died directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful decapitation. Blood value plus 21. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 39. 000. And picking up an additional copy of Life Essence. The chi blood once again skyrocketed by 10. 000 pairs of cards. Mu Dao's chi blood had skyrocketed from 180. 000 cards to 290. 000 cards in a very short period of time. 6B realm ferocious beasts and 2B realm martial artists had provided him with 110,000 cards of chi blood, which could not be said to be a great improvement. Very pairs of B+ ranked martial artists' chi blood might not be much higher than this. Growing some strength and dealing with the blood Jiao King was more certain. Life essence, right. Becoming a B realm martial artist is enough to allow human life to evolve once. Lifespan increases. Living for 200 years is not a problem. The energy that I felt before should be the energy of the life essence. With the death of the 6 beast kings, many ferocious beasts had fled, but the blood Jiao King was the head of the beast kings, and as long as it still existed, this beast-tide disaster would not end. Bang! With a loud bang, Makoto fell out of the air, smashing out a deep pit, and the blood Jiao King, whose slightly reddish body had now become reddish, had an aura a few points more powerful than before. Makoto climbed up from the pit, looking a bit lousy. This head is in the metamorphosis stage. If the metamorphosis is successful, it will break through to become an A-class ferocious beast, and we will all die. Muching's words sent chills down the spine of the crowd. If they really let it break through to become an A-realm ferocious beast, then everything they were doing right now would be in vain. Together, we absolutely cannot let it break through the A-realm strength. Chapter 39 S-Class Martial Artist, Arrival of the Emperor. The 6B realm martial artists, Mu Dao, Mad Drought, Qin Ming, Zhang Rulin, Mu Cheng, and Yi Dao, all slashed out their most powerful attacks. The entire heaven and earth was covered with colorful attacks, and with such a powerful attack, the blood Jiao King would surely die. Bang! After the loud ringing sound, the blood Jiao King's body was already festering and his breath was shriveled. The crowd's hearts were relieved. Once the blood Jiao King died, this beast tide could be declared over. Mu Dao frowned. The blood Jiao King didn't die, and the sound of a successful system beheading didn't come. Something's not right. The blood Jiao King isn't dead yet. What? Several people were greatly shocked and looked at the blood Jiao King's body, only to see that the blood Jiao King's body was rapidly healing. That healing speed was extremely fast, and an inexplicable pressure quickly spread, pressuring the crowd to gasp for air. At that moment, the energy between heaven and earth had converged, and Mu Dao knew that this was the source energy between heaven and earth, only that most martial artists could only ingest very little of it, and had to rely on various resources to enhance their strength. To be able to absorb the source energy between heaven and earth, that meant you were already an A-realm martial artist, and only A-realm martial artists could actively absorb the source energy between heaven and earth. No good. Stop it. Several people chopped out their most powerful strikes once again. However, their attacks did not cause much damage, and instead, they were sent flying by a force of recoil. Mudeo was no exception. That feeling was like the suppression of life, the feeling of an ant facing an elephant. No matter what method was used, it was impossible to overcome. To win by volume, that was simply impossible. Damn it! Is there really no way out? For the first time, Makamichi felt so powerless that there was nothing he could do. Goldfinger, do you have an idea? There was no answering voice. He had expected that, but unfortunately there was still a what-if in his mind. What if Goldfinger really did have something up his sleeve? Boundary Slayer frowned. In the last life, the blood Jiao King didn't break through the A-realm on the verge of this life. Damn, can't we escape the destiny of extinction after all? Damn fate. I couldn't get rid of you in my previous life. Can't I get rid of you in this life? Is it only possible to use that one move? However, when he used that move, his foundation would crumble, and he wouldn't be able to recover at all without a long time, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it in the face of the Blue Star Crisis a few years later. But if we don't do that, the Blockhead Asylum will die. Mudo, it's you. What would you do? The source energy between heaven and earth was about to dissipate, which also meant that the blood Jiao King was about to break through the A-realm. We can't just sit back and wait. Let's go all out and disrupt its breakthrough. All of Mu Dao's chi and blood was released. Half of his body was covered in fiery flames, and the other side was covered in thunder, and the entire person was as powerful as a martial god of war. Silent Gun Gun, 100-fold shock, chaotic Buddha body. This was his strongest attack and his last strike. If this strike could not kill the blood Jiao King, his chi and blood would quickly dry up without being replenished, and in this environment, the possibility of him dying would be high. Unfortunately, there is no room for him to think too much at the moment. Asterisk 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 you die. A blood-colored giant gun appeared in the air, full of silent destruction breath. The whole world, it seems that there is only this gun, without hesitation, swung out at the blood Jiao King. Even if he dies, he absolutely cannot let the blood Jiao King break through. Boundary Slayer frowned. Modeo, is this your choice? Ha ha, I'm not as good as you. I'm really not as good as you. I'm actually delusional enough to think of saving Blue Star in the future. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Losing to you all the time. This time, I can't lose to you again. Bang! Madeo's attack seemed to be effective. The Blood Zhao King that was in the midst of metamorphosis let out a wail of pain, and the metamorphosis seemed to be coming to an end. But the next moment, an extremely powerful pressure was released, and everyone was sent flying, and Madeo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The Blood Zhao King, who had successfully become an A-realm fierce beast with a rank strength. Another sign of becoming an A-realm strength was that one could break free from the blue star's gravity and gain the ability to fly. The Blood Zhao King's body didn't expand as expected, but instead shrunk quite a bit and became darker in color as it flew through the air, emitting a roar that was mixed with dragon sounds. Icy cold eyes looked towards Madeo. Madeo had caused the most damage to him, and now, Madeo was the object of his revenge. A blood-colored ball of light was spat out from his mouth, and blood-colored lightning flickered above the ball of light as it rushed towards Madeo. Madeo was powerless and could only watch the ball of light fall. Could it be that I'm really going to die this time? Bang! Makoto blocked in front of him, but he was sent flying by the huge force and blood spilled from his mouth. Dad, leave me alone. You guys, when the time comes, just avenge me. The last direction he looked in was the direction Xiao Yunjing was in, and it might just be his last look. Jingle, in your next life. He could see Xiao Yunjing's agonized expression and fought to rush over, but the distance was too far to make it in time. His chi and blood had already been depleted, and now, he could only exchange one for the other, but he still had a chance of survival, and the bone metamorphosis that he had obtained earlier was now his only chance of surviving. On his body, once again, strong chi and blood surged out. The chi and blood became more and more concentrated, more and more powerful. His skin was already chapped, blood overflowed uncontrollably, tendons, bones could not withstand this great pressure. They ruptured. Facial skin quickly cracked. Macdao, don't! Boundary Slayer rushed over, exuding a bizarre to the extreme aura, his hair turning white and his aura growing stronger and stronger. Madeo didn't know what method he used, but it definitely had a big price. Boundary Slayer couldn't die. He was the son of Blue Star's chi, carrying sacred summer, as well as Blue Star's chi, and couldn't be gambled on. He used a sliver of his power to bind Boundary Slayer, trapping his body and preventing him from continuing. Boundary Slayer, your future cannot end here. Your future is vast with thousands of stars. Everything, with me. In a short moment, several of the Blood Zhao King's attacks fell, and thousands of good human men and women died instantly. Your opponent is me. The Blood Zhao King wasn't in a hurry to slaughter, having already made a breakthrough. It would only cause others to fear it. It was looking forward to what this weak griffin would do to him. The energy within Madeo's body had reached a peak and was about to explode. His speed at the moment was almost 1,000 meters per second. Xiao Yunjing rushed over, but was pulled back by Boundary Slayer, unable to protect Makoto. So let's protect his lover. Makoto turned back to the world. His last look at it, he saw Xiao Yunjing, who was struggling in pain and shedding tears, Jiang Fan, who had an anxious face, and his father, who was shedding tears at the moment, and that was the first time he had ever seen him cry. I hope there is a next life. The point where the energy of Mudao's entire body converged was quickly released, but in the next instant, his body that was about to explode quickly returned to calmness, and a sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came out. Little one, it's not time for such extremes. When Mak Cheng saw this, his heart breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense the arrival of a strong person. If he had been a little bit later, even if he had to pay a heavy price, he would have kept Macdao unharmed. Chapter 40, but I'm lucky to have met him. The out-of-control energy within Madeo's body was calmed down, but the damage caused could not be calmed down, and he glanced with difficulty at the figure speeding in the sky, and finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The crowd looked towards the figure that sped up in the sky, a middle-aged man with a burly build, a body of chi and blood as brilliant as a great sun that could not be looked at directly. Mad Drought was ecstatic. Realm Emperors, our reinforcements are here. The Blood Zhao King felt that the situation was not good. The sudden arrival of the person caused its heart to throb incomparably. If it stayed any longer, it would die. Its blood-colored figure rushed up into the sky, wanting to escape. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Humph, slaughtering so many martial artists of my human race, the judgment that will greet you is death. With a wave of the middle-aged man's big hand, a blood-colored handprint that was 200 meters in size appeared above the Blood Zhao King's head, and that body that was dozens of meters in size appeared so small at the moment, being captured by the big blood-colored hand. The Blood Zhao King let out a miserable wail and kept struggling. The middle-aged man's large hand bent slightly and exerted force. Immediately, blood mist poured down from the sky, and the Blood Zhao King, a ferocious beast of a realm strength, was destroyed with a single palm. Roar! Once the Blood Jiao King died, the remaining ferocious beasts fled, and this battle, after all, was won by the humans. All of them smiled after the robbery and never felt in such a good mood. Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Fan, Boundary Deicide, Yi Yutong, and Mucheng surrounded Madeo, who was in a very bad situation. His breath was weak, and he would die at any time. Mad Drought walked over to this S-Class Emperor. Many thanks, Senior. Without Senior, the legendary beast shelter might not be there. May I ask for Senior's name? The middle-aged man waved his hand. The name is not worth mentioning. Just call me Blood Emperor, from the Chaos Shelter Jinwu Division. Then we are all colleagues. There is no need to be so polite. So it's Senior Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor is a legendary figure of the Jinwu Division. When he joined the Jinwu Division, he was just an ordinary member, and his talent was poor. But then by chance he got the treasure to enhance his talent, and step by step he walked up to the peak, and eventually became a S-Class Emperor, and obtained the title of Blood Emperor. And in the Jinwu Division, he is considered to be very famous and a strong person. Elder Blood Emperor, I implore you to save that kid. He just awakened 2 months ago. He broke through the B-Realm strength. His battle power is heaven-defying. If the Blood Jiao King didn't break through the A-Realm strength, with him alone, he can turn the tide of the battle. The Blood Emperor frowned and looked at Madeo. This kid is quite popular with me. Blue Star lacks this kind of genius, but there's nothing I can do about it. If it's an ordinary injury, it can be saved with Saint Xia's current medical strength. But he was fighting with his back to the water, damaging his roots. Medicine and stones are useless, and I don't know if there is any other way, but I don't have one. Hee. It's a pity. It's up to him next. Just at this time, 2 incomparably powerful auras came from the sky, and the Blood Emperor was on guard. The strength of the people who came didn't have to be weaker than him. 2 points of light rapidly approached, one with flames emanating from its entire body, and one with the air around it becoming distorted. 2 more S-Realm Emperors. Mad Drought couldn't imagine who else from the Blockhead Asylum could call out 2 S-Realm Emperors. Were they reinforcements or? The Blood Emperor flew up into the sky and blocked in front of the 2 S-Realm Emperors. You too. Who are you? A figure emitting flames slowly revealed its true form. An old man. I am the S-Realm Emperor of the Imperial Clan of the Nine Asylum, the Fire Emperor, and I have received a request for help from the son of my royal patriarch. The other was a beautiful woman. I am the Nine Asylum, a Shao Clan S-Realm martial artist, the Scale Emperor, and my family's Qilin daughter is also in this asylum. Afterwards, her eyes looked towards Xiao Yunjing, but at the moment, Xiao Yunjing's focus was all on Madeo. Probably hearing a familiar voice, Xiao Yunjing turned around. Aunt Scale, come and save Brother Dao? Come save Brother Dao. Xiao Scale instantly came to Xiao Yunjing's side, and saw the tearful Xiao Yunjing, his brows slightly frowning, shedding tears for a man. Yunjing, this sun is damaging the foundation. There is nothing I can do. Life and death is a matter of moments. Let's see if he can make it through. The Royal S-Realm martial artists, who hadn't spotted the Royal Minister's figure, quickly flew towards the city. The beast tide ended, and Mad Drought had to come out to deal with the aftermath. Elder Blood Emperor, in these recent days, I'll have to trouble you to sit in the Blockhead Asylum. This beast tide is secretly a backhanded move pushed by the Abyssal Prison, lest their thieving hearts will not stop. Good. I've come here, and I shouldn't be leaving for some time. Mu Dao did not know if he died. He felt himself sinking into the mud pool. The mud pool suction is incomparably huge. He was absorbed, unable to break free. In addition to this, all around are silent, dark, ears constantly ringing demonic whispers. All let him give up living. Death? This is hell. It doesn't seem so scary, but Ginger, Mom and Dad, Daphne, Sister, they should be sad. Ding, the host's life is coming to an end. Ding, the host's life is coming to an end. Ding, sensing that the host's life is coming to an end, it automatically injects to pick up life essence. Of course, the system's voice was inaudible to Makoto. A week has passed since the beast tide occurred. The post-disaster reconstruction was basically completed. In this battle, the Legend Asylum martial artists lost too much. After this battle, the beasts couldn't turn over any sparks in a short period of time. Inside a nutritional warehouse, Madeo quietly slept inside, and Xiao Yunjing looked at Madeo in pain. Dao, big dummy, wake up quickly. Boundary side, Jiang Fan, and Yi Yutong looked at Xiao Yunjing through the window with a heartbreaking face. Yutong, why don't you go persuade her? Yi Yutong shook her head. What Yunjing determines, unless she figures it out on her own, it's useless for anyone to persuade her. At the temples of Boundary Slayer, a handful of white hair appeared, very much at odds with the lush black hair. Boundary Slayer, I feel that your strength has decreased. Is it the aftermath of the battle? Boundary Slayer shook his head and looked at Makoto. Compared to him, this injury of mine is nothing. Zhang Fan was not in a good position to pursue the matter. Every person had secrets, and so did he. Let's go. Let's let Yunjing stay with Mudeo more. After they left, Xiao Scale pushed open the door and walked next to Xiao Yunjing with gentle steps and patted his shoulder. Yunjing, do you like her a lot? Xiao Yunjing turned back and hugged Emperor Xiao Scale. Aunt Scale, I like him very much. Xiao Scale's eyes were filled with heartache, but like him, you're, nowadays. Xiao Yunjing's qi and blood were stagnant and declining particularly badly. There are many martial arts talents in the world, and some of them, although they give you powerful natural strength, however, the hidden crisis behind them is incomparably serious. Aunt Scale, there's no need to say this, I understand all of this, but, meeting him was the luck of my life. Chapter 41, we, after all, are going to walk on that supreme throne. Am I not dead? How come it's so warm in here? As Makoto struggled, he realized that he could break free of the mire, and a beam of light appeared so conspicuously in the darkness. He slowly rose to his feet and followed the beam of light, slowly advancing. The beam of light changed into Xiao Yunjing's appearance and waved at him. Jingle, wait for me. Uncle Yen, I wanted to kill that brat. Why didn't you agree? Could it be that your heart is toward an outsider? Huang Yan looked at his nephew with a speechless face. When he was a child, he also had a heart of gold. When he grew up, his character was arrogant and domineering, and he didn't put anyone in his eyes. He also inquired about who the kid was that the royal minister was talking about. Hey, if you are half as competitive as others, my royal family is blessed. However, it was something he certainly wouldn't say out loud. Chen that kid can't be moved right now, and people are not wrong. What's wrong is you. Your own strength is weak. Then go and get back. Understand? My royal family can't afford to lose this person. Well, since you're fine and the Blockhead Asylum is guarded by the Emperor for the time being, I have one more thing to go do for your father, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he instantly disappeared before the eyes of the royal minister. The royal minister's eyes became fierce. In the future, when I become the head of the family, I'll be the first to take you to task. Huang Yan Pitbull. Modeo, don't worry, I will kill you. Wait for me. Makoto opened his eyes and realized he was soaking within the solution. He pulled out the tubes from his body and slowly stepped out of the container. Where is this place? No, I actually didn't die. In the end it seems like a strong person arrived. I didn't die. Then this beast tide should be over. My injuries have basically recovered, but my chi and blood have not. Squeak. He looked up at the door and was overjoyed to see the visitor. Jingle. Xiao Yunjing's eyes were huge, and then tears fell in big drops as he flew over and hugged Madeo. Dao, you finally woke up. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Okay, I'm fine. Madeo gently patted her shoulder and was heartbroken when he saw her much haggard face. Jinger, how did your chi and blood decline so much? Brother Dao, I've also suffered some damage, so I guess I'll recover in the next few days, so don't worry about it. Good. The two of them just embraced each other, enjoying the body heat of both of them, their heartbeats. Suddenly, the door was opened, and the two of them looked behind them. Jiang Fan, Boundary Slayer, and Yi Yutong were right next to the door, but in a rather strange scene. Boundary Slayer covered Yi Yutong's eyes with both hands, one eye open and one closed. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, had a measuring look on his face, sighing as he looked. Tisk, tisk. Makamichi felt strange, realizing that it seemed as if the wind was blowing on his body. He looked down. Holy, where are my clothes? Who took my clothes off? Ah, Xiao Yunjing exclaimed, his little face reddening. Get out. You guys, get out. She then ran out herself, leaving the door open, and he returned to close it again, and his little head glanced in, and his little face flushed, and instantly shrank back. I'm going. This is social death. Who the hell took all my clothes off? At least leave a pair of bottoms. Ah, no. I'm so well capitalized. What am I afraid of? Cut. That said, he was still a bit shy and rummaged around in the Goldfinger system space, finally finding a set of clothes and putting them on before he felt alive. Then, strutting out of the room, took a breath of fresh air and stretched. Dad, where the hell is my brother? I've seen him unconscious. What else could he have gone to accomplish? Tell me, did something happen to him? Makiling stared at Makoto, her eyes already swollen from crying. Su Shui on the side also looked at Muchung, wanting to know an answer. Linger, your old brother, he's really fine. If you don't believe me, meditate on him in your mind a few more times, and he will surely return. You're lying. I'm not a kid anymore. For over a week, I've been chanting in my mind 1,000 times a day that my brother will be back soon. At least 10,000 times or more now. and he still hasn't come back. Dad, don't lie to me, I can take it. Did he get eaten by a ferocious beast and turned into poop? Put. How good was Madeo's hearing? And shortly after he awoke, he learned from Jiang Fan that he had not told his sister and mother about what had happened after his coma, and had made the excuse that he had gone out on an errand. I just came back, and I was all moved, but then I ended up in the back. Silly sister, let's see how old brother will teach you a lesson. Pushing open the door, Mu Cheng, Su Shui, and Mu Ling all turned back in unison. Wow, brother, you're back. You scared me, I thought you'd turned into poop. Looking at Mu Ling who jumped into his arms, Mu Dao was a little heartbroken. It's fine. Your old brother, I'm so powerful, the ferocious beasts can't even digest me if they want to. Mom, I made you worry. Su Shui was expressionless, then took out her own chicken feather duster. I'm letting you go out on business without telling me, and I'm letting you keep me in fear. Makamichi took 2 chicken dusters, his scalp tingled, and the fear he felt as a child came back to haunt him. Dad, help me. Makoto was just about to say something, but he also received 2 solid dusters. Honey, what are you hitting me for? Who told you two to work together to keep me in fear? At night, Modeo, Xiao Yunjing, Boundary Deicide, Yi Yutong, and Jiang Fan gathered at the barbecue stand. Gotta have a good meal today. Okay, let's have a good meal. After 3 rounds of wine, Jiang Fan, the boy's mouth said how he could drink a few bottles of beer down on the table and fell asleep. Xiao Yunjing was a little groggy and hugged Madeo, sleeping in his arms. Yutong was almost done, and Boundary Slayer pulled her in and leaned against his shoulder. Boundary Slayer, are you alright? I feel that you have a little damage to your body. Is it caused by that change from before? Boundary Slayer nodded. Ha, don't worry about it. I have a way to mend it. It's you. Now that you've broken through the B-Realm B-Rank, the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger. Makamichi scoffed at that statement. Don't worry. You're being chased and fed by God. What do you mean? I meant to say that God will surely bless you. It was possible that Boundary Slayer didn't believe in, or didn't realize, the claim that he was the son of Blue Star's Chi. Only a traveler like Mu Dao knew the outrageousness of the sons of Chi. Ha, I don't believe in God. The only one I believe in is myself. Modeo, do you think that there are other worlds, or other beings, besides the Blue Star? Or, are there beings that are just born and can reach a level that even the strongest of the Blue Star can't reach? Makoto smiled slightly. I believe that the blue planet is a barren side of a vast universe with countless wonders, but I believe in the saying that man makes the man. We, after all, are going to walk on that supreme throne and become that supreme reigning king. Chapter 42 Boundary Killers leaves. Time passed for another week. Madeo's chi and blood basically recovered. He was only able to survive, or the life essence he picked up earlier saved his life. All of it was consumed. MacDo, Principal Zhang Rulin Zhang passed away. Let's go see him one last time. Mudeo was startled. He always had respect for martial artists like Zhang Rulin who were bent on giving their all for mankind, whether it was in his past life or present life. Zhang Rulin's funeral was ordinary, and those who came to see him were all old friends. Qin Ming, Mad Drought, Game Blade, Muchang, Modeo, Boundary Deicide and others, as well as some of his old comrades from before. He had no children in his life and owned very little. In the photo, it's the same kind face. I'm still not strong enough. If my strength had reached the B+ level, this disaster could have been avoided. Life Essence. If I had injected Life Essence in time, the principal shouldn't have died. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. The way things are. Yu took over the principal of the 3 middle schools. At the same time, is also the class teacher of the 3rd class. A change from the previous day, some hangdog look. Because, there was about to be a major event. The martial examination. The Blue Star Martial Examination, which was a major event comparable to the same as the college entrance examination in the previous world. The martial examination was to select the top martial arts geniuses of the sacred summer. Fellow students, after this beast tide, many of you have probably realized how weak you are, including me, but you are different from your teachers. You are young. The future is full of unlimited potential. The future, it's all yours. Martial arts examination. There is still the last month to improve your strength as much as possible. Pops, what exactly is your status? There's actually the title of Gun Butcher. Ha, don't even look at who I am. Who wasn't a man of the people when he was young? Think of me, back in the day, with an iron spear, killing ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, when I met your mom later, he didn't like fighting and killing, so I used my own name and lived in peace. And if it wasn't for this beast tide, I probably would have stayed hidden for the rest of my life. Pops, so what you're saying is that mom is affecting how fast you can draw your sword? That's not true. Let me tell you, Your mom chased me for a long time before she said yes. Yes? Makamichi gave a wry smile. Makoto suddenly felt a coldness behind him. Su Shui appeared behind him at some point, her eyes filled with tears. Fine Makoto. I'm holding up your dreams, aren't I? Fine. From today onwards, you don't get into my bed anymore. Makoto shook his head. Don't. Honey. Brat. I'll settle the score for you later. Mudeo actually envied the love between the two of them. Muchang is so powerful. For many years, never said a heavy word to Su Shui. Su Shui may be his everything. There were times when he wondered if Makiling was a gift from charging his phone bill. Inside a room, Xiao Yunjing was bent over like a boiled prawn. His face was pale, bean-sized Han beads fell down, and there was a strange power fluctuation around him. Clouscape. Xiao Scale felt that Xiao Yunjing's state was truly bad. Yunjing, don't blame Aunt Scale. If that boy really liked you, he wouldn't have made it so hard for you. However, if that kid dares to like another woman in the future, I will personally kill him. A few days later, Boundary Slayer gathered Yu Tong, Modeo, Xiao Yunjing, and Jiang Fan together. Guys, I'm not taking the martial arts exam. What? Why don't you take the martial arts exam? Jiang Fan and the three of them were suddenly surprised, and Yu Tong had obviously known this for a long time and did not do anything else. Ha ha, there's no reason for that. The path of martial arts exams doesn't suit me. But don't worry guys, I won't fall down. Maybe my strength will even be stronger than yours. Where are you going? What will Yutong do if you go? Xiao Yunjing was worried about Yutong. She knew that feeling was a torment for a girl. Blue Star. It's not as simple as we see it. There are many things that you don't know for now. After you enter the Advanced Academy, many of Blue Star's secrets will truly be revealed to you. The only thing we can do is to improve ourselves as quickly as possible. Yunjing, don't worry about me. I understand Brother Slayer. I will support him in everything he does. Boundary Slayer. If, in the future, something arises that cannot be resolved, you must remember that there is us behind you. Makamichi, I'm still a bit uncomfortable with you suddenly saying such sensational words. Seems like there's no shortage of people saying that to Clouscape. Ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing in unison. After a long time, Boundary Slayer stood up. As I leave, I want to give each of you a gift. 3 small balls of light appeared in Boundary Slayer's hands. When the time comes to crush it, you'll be able to obtain what you want. As soon as they took hold of this small ball of light in their hands, Makoto realized that except for Boundary Slayer, bubbles appeared under all 4 of them, including him, and the light emitted from the bubbles was incomparably intense. No, it's good stuff again. Ding, host picked up successfully. Cosmic Grade Technique +1, Ancient Ice Seal Scripture, Heaven Grade Martial Skill +1, Ice God Sword Scripture, Special Martial Skill, Soul Protecting Skill. Ding, host picked up successfully. Cosmic Grade Technique +1, Ancient Thunder Emperor Scripture, Heaven Grade Blade Technique +1, Divine Punishment Thunder Blade. Ding, host picks up successfully. Heaven Grade Gun Skill +1, Sin Punishment Gun Decision. Ding, host picked up successfully. Cosmic Grade Technique +1, Tian Tian Chi Battle Scripture, Celestial Grade Martial Extremity +1, Blood God Spear. Mu Dao was a little surprised. He didn't know what level a universe level technique was considered to be, but by taking out so many at once, he felt that Boundary Deicide might not be as simple as a son of Chi, and that the rebirth of a strong person might be possible. Boundary Slayer pondered slightly. Cosmic level gong methods are enough to support your cultivation. More advanced gong methods would be counterproductive instead. There weren't really that many universe level techniques, because most of the beings in this universe were less than universe level, so universe level techniques were precious. But to him, universe level feats were nothing. See you all again sometime. Yu Tong, cultivate in peace. Don't seek me out. I will come back for you. Well, Brother Slayer, don't worry. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Boundary Deicide finally left. Yu Tong's eyes instantly turned red. Brother Deicide, don't go. Unfortunately, Boundslayer was already far away. Xiao Yunjing hugged Yu Tong. Yu Tong, there's still us. It's not like he's not coming back. Cultivate well. Then when he comes back, beat him up violently. Thump him hard. After that, Xiao Yunjing ruthlessly pinched at Mudeo's waist, causing Mudeo's expression to distort in pain. And Jiang Fan watched from the sidelines with a distorted expression. He could feel the pain. See, that's the way to pinch him hard and see if he dares to abandon you. Yeah, game beauty. When the time comes, just pinch him hard like that. Chapter 43, Dao Level Technique. Saint Xia shocked. When Jiesher left, Yu Tong would take a little while to recover, so Xiao Yunjing left Mudeo out to dry and accompanied her. And in the end, only Mudeo and Jiangfan were left. Dao, It seems like we haven't taken a walk together in a long time. You horny bastard who forgets his friends when he sees them. TSK, Daphne. Your skin is itchy. However, after drinking a lot of wine before, Jiang Fan's alcohol consumption was horribly small. Which was not. The aftertaste came up, crooked and scurrying. Mudeo sent him home. Jiang Fan's house only had one bed, and Mudeo didn't want to go back. After sending a message to Muchang and Su Shui, he also laid down on Jiang Fan's bed and slept. The next day, Mudeo woke up and realized that Jiang Fan had already awakened, looking at him with a ghostly, lifeless face. Holy Dao, I treat you like a brother. You actually want to sleep with me. No, you actually sleep with me. My innocence. Pa. Mudeo rewarded Jiang Fan with a slap. Thinking of farts to eat. Dao, you broke my head. I'm dizzy. This naive batch. Returning home, Mudeo excitedly closed the doors and windows. He is going to fuse another wave. Obtaining so many good things. Shall not miss it. Gold finger. Give me the fusion of the ancient ice seal scripture and the ancient thunder emperor scripture, and the heavenly apocalypse battle scripture, with the Tao scripture as the main focus. Also, give me the fusion of heaven grade martial skills, the ice god sword scripture, the divine punishment thunder blade, the sin punishment gun scripture, the spear of the learned god, and the silence gun scripture. Ding! Warm reminder. The birth of feats above the cosmic level will trigger anomalies, whether or not to consume martial skill experience value to cover it up. Ding! Warm reminder host. Game host's current strength, universe level above the martial arts cannot be used, has been fused for the host into 2 universe level martial arts. Please choose the dominant gun scripture. Make sure to cover up the visions and use the silent lance scripture and the sin punishment lance scripture as the leading deduction. Ding! Starting deduction. Please wait. As time passed by, Mudeo felt incomparably tormented, excited plus thrilled. Boundary Slayer was truly a great blessing. Soon the sound of Goldfinger came. Ding! Above the universe level Gongfu is the Dao level Gongfu. The Dao level Gongfu deduction and fusion is successful. Whether to change the name? Ding! The cosmic grade gun technique has been successfully deduced. Is the name changed? Forget the name. I'm too lazy to take it. Ding! Transmitting a Dao level technique for the host. Consuming martial skill experience value to cover the host's visions. The Goldfinger elevation voice fell, and a strange power surged into his mind. He came to a strange sea of Dao patterns, where the sky was filled with golden tadpole characters that wrapped around him and burrowed into his mind. Every word seemed to have life. Entering his mind, he felt that the world became transparent, and many mysterious and complicated things surfaced in front of his eyes, which he wanted to touch and understand, but was unable to do so, nor was he able to understand them. His body, all of it, was entwined by the words of the great Tao, emitting an ancient and vast aura. Cosmic sky dome. A purple light fell, straight sprinkled down the blue star. A piece of magnificent scene. Flower scroll in the staging. However, they were all covered by another force and could not be specifically revealed. But what could be felt was that with Mu Dao as the center, the heaven and earth auras that be-realm martial artists were unable to absorb and refine converged. Even more terrifying than the aura attracted by the Blood Jiao King's breakthrough, forming a tidal wave of auras. This vision, too, has not been noticed by anyone. Time passed by. There were only a few golden words left in the world where Mu Dao was. When all of these words entered his mind, the Dao level Gongfu he had absorbed successfully, and the Gongfu that had been imbued by the golden finger would automatically reach the introductory level. The last big golden character was Dao, and the word Dao entered Mu Dao's brain, about 1/5 of the way there, and his martial skill experience value instantly went to 0. Knowing that there were nearly 1 million martial skill experience values, the experience value of the martial arts went to 0, and the heaven and earth changed in an instant. The Legend Asylum, including the entire Sacred Summer powerhouses, they could all see an extinguishing thunder dragon slowly dissipating in the sky, and the aura pressed down on them with chills. For a moment, the wind rose and the holy summer shook. The Blood Emperor, who was the closest, felt it the most obviously, and the aura between heaven and earth actually converged into a tidal wave. What concept was this? He could hardly explain it. Both the aura and the visions instantly dissipated, disappearing cleanly without leaving a trace. At this moment, Boundary Slayer, who was 10,000 miles away, could naturally guess some of it with his eyesight. Mudeo, could it be that you caused the change? Makoto opened his eyes, and a flash of golden text passed through his eyes. Is this a Dao level Gongfu? It's really too top-notch. It can actually allow me to absorb heaven and earth aura in advance, but it seems a bit too big for such a powerful gong method to appear in the blue star. A lot of things. It feels like I can't use them. It should be the blue star's suppression. My strength. It's actually improved so much. I can't even be invincible if I don't want to. Ha ha. Of course, this was just Makamichi's stinky ass, who didn't want to be as strong as possible. Golden Finger. Except 2 cosmic level gun scriptures, it was easier to receive the cosmic grade gun scripture, and when it was completed, an extremely powerful and sharp gun aura emanated from his body. Cosmic level gun scripture, silent gun scripture, cosmic grade gun scripture, sin and punishment gun scripture. Martial skills were different from feats, and could not be fused and automatically upgraded to a minor level. Now, the sin punishment gun scripture could not be used, the silent gun scripture could be used, but it was only just introduced, but the power was even stronger than the perfect heaven grade martial skill silent gun scripture. Golden Finger. Consume martial arts experience value to enhance the sin punishment gun scripture. Ding! The host's martial arts experience value is insufficient. What? I have so much martial arts experience value and you're telling me it's gone. Ding! The masking vision has been completely consumed. Forget it, consume it, open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talents, cosmic talent, chaos of the worlds, SS talent, hundredfold shock, SS talent, chaotic Buddha body, martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level, ritual sacrifice, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, B rank, chi and blood 350, 000 calories, martial skills, treading immortal steps, perfect, earth level, 100 battles king's fist, perfect, earth level, silent lance scripture, introductory, cosmic level, sin punishment lance scripture, uninitiated, cosmic level, martial skills experience value, 0, receiving the Tao scripture, the chi and blood has actually risen by more than 40, 000 calories, TSK, it's not far away from class B right away. B level is 180, 000 kcal of chi blood, while B level requires 18 by 3, 540, 000 kcal of chi blood. Theoretically chi blood increases by 2, 3, or 5 times chi blood on top of the previous realm, but he should be the only one who does it. Just what he didn't know was that not far away, Xiao Scale was rushing in his direction. The expression was serious, as if he was wrestling with something. Chapter 44, Me and Her. It's just for fun. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Mudeo opened the door to see a beautiful woman that Xiao Yunjing had told him was a royal in her family. Elder, what is it that you are looking for me for? Xiao Scale carefully sized up Mudeo, who was surging with chi and blood, and she was very satisfied with Mudeo. However, he couldn't be with Xiao Yunjing. Mudeo, this time I'm looking for you because I want you to separate from Yunjing. Mudeo frowned slightly. Is this the big family? He liked Xiao Yunjing, and Xiao Yunjing liked him, and with his strength, he wouldn't drag Xiao Yunjing back. Why? Ginger and I like each other. Why can't we be together? Mudeo, you are completely worthy of Yunjing. However, you can't be with her. Listen to me as I slowly explain it to you. There is a type of martial talent called the Tai Ching martial bone, which is SSS grade, but according to our speculations, there should actually be a higher martial talent above the SSS grade, and the Tai Ching martial bone is the martial talent above the SSS grade. But this kind of martial bone has a characteristic that grants you heaven-defying cultivation talent, but does not allow you to enjoy normal human love. That is to say, once you are in love, this talent becomes a liability instead. Not only will your strength drop and you will be reduced to an ordinary person, most importantly, it will be life-threatening. The deeper the love, the more serious the aftereffects will be. Yunjing has already suffered from a backlash nowadays. It's just that you haven't realized it yet. There isn't any cure for it. Mu Dao was shocked. There was such a strange martial talent in the world. He had long discovered Xiao Yunjing's abnormality. He did not expect the reason to be this. Ding! A warm reminder to the host that such martial talent does exist, and that to completely resolve it, one needs a Dao-ranked Dharma, the Tai Shang Forgotten Love True Scripture, which, after cultivation, can naturally resolve such problems. How should I find the true scripture of Taishang forgetfulness? Goldfinger did not sound again. So what do you mean? Yunjing likes you. It's impossible to make her give up on you of her own accord. The only way is for you to give up on her, so that she doesn't believe in love, and naturally won't be moved. And in this way, her problem can be solved. It's just that it's going to have to be hard on you too. Mudeo was torn, and bitterness rose in his heart. After a long time, letting go of all his strength, he spoke faintly. Elder, I promise you. Xiao Scale was delighted. She had thought that it would take a lot of words, but it went surprisingly well, and she couldn't help but think highly of Mu Dao. After Xiao Scale left, Mu Dao sat on the ground. His expression was calm, but in his heart, a game of sadness had risen for a long time. In these 2 days, Mudeo accompanied Xiao Yunjing, and whatever she wanted to do, Madeo would agree. Eyes filled with Xiao Yunjing, wanting to remember her at her best. Xiao Yunjing realized that Madeo was strange these 2 days, but she liked it. She could feel Madeo's love. Jingle, I like you. Dao, me too. Unaware of his feelings, Madeo kissed at the delicate red lips, and this time Xiao Yunjing didn't refuse. For a long time, the lips parted. Jinger, you go and keep her company as the game school girl. Aha, Dao, I really like you. I'll go first. Jingle, I'm sorry. If he said break up directly to Xiao Yunjing, with the other party's character, he would definitely find out what happened. He had long planned for this, and had previously beheaded a profound prison B-realm martial artist to obtain a special martial skill that could disguise him. Enough for Xiao Yunjing to not be able to tell the difference. The person who plays the third party, he's already figured out who it is. Brother Dao, you're kidding. How in the world could there be such a ghost talent? You wouldn't have been tricked. Or is it that you and Big Beauty Xiao are just playing around and you're just tricking him? Zhang Fan stared at Madeo dead on. If Madeo said yes, he might be greeted with a huge fist. Do you think I would lie to you about something like that? Daven, do me a favor, please. Zhang Fan had actually believed in Madeo. With Madeo's character, the first time he lowered his head and begged him, it wouldn't be a fake. Dao, you tell me, what should I do? An hour later, a demonic face appeared in the mirror. Daphne, the bones can't be changed, but the muscle mass tightens up and can be a little painful. Dao, it's okay. Soon, wearing the clothes prepared in advance by Madeo, an enchanting and beautiful woman appeared. With a tall figure, her face value is not inferior to Xiao Yunjing, but more flattering, and even more 3 points looks like Xiao Yunjing. If it were normal, he would have pursued the matter a long time ago, having almost fallen in love with himself, but there was no room for jokes at the moment. The next day, Xiao Yunjing rushed to the place where Madeo had agreed to go. He wanted to go early. He couldn't wait to see Madeo. It was a separate restaurant, pretty much filled with sweets, and she pushed the door open to go right in, but through the portal she saw Makoto talking and laughing with a woman she didn't recognize at all. The heart suddenly felt an ache that something had happened. No, Dao is not this kind of person. I must have misunderstood. She peeked through the portal and eavesdropped on the two men's conversation, probably because her mind was in such a hurry that it made her overlook something. With such a close distance, a door away, with Mu Dao's strength, how could he not discover Xiao Yunjing? TSK, isn't this the great genius Mu? What? Not accompanying your little girlfriend? Why did you think of me today? Madeo had long since realized that Xiao Yunjing was behind the door and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Mia, actually you think wrong. I don't like her at all. She looks especially like you. I just think of her as a substitute for you. It's you I like. Me and her. It's just a bit of fun. It's just, she seems to think I'm into her. Stupid. Madeo moved some of the words from his previous life to this world, causing damage he didn't dare to imagine. Xiao Yunjing stood outside the door, his eyes full of unbelievable color, covering his mouth, trying not to let himself cry out old. The grief was so great that her eyes became colorless and cold. Makamichi wanted to rush out, but he couldn't be so capricious. Jiang Fan played Mia, and his heart ached. He wanted to rush out and explain clearly, saying that Madeo had bitter feelings, but he couldn't, until he couldn't feel Xiao Yunjing's breath. Mu Dao's body shivered. Da Fan, go watch her before something happens to her. Jiang Fan retired his disguise and quickly rushed out. Soon, Xiao Scale appeared, and Madeo looked at her coldly. Xiao Scale, I don't want Jinger to be harmed in any way, and I don't want anyone who touches her in the future to be lying to Jinger, and you guys aren't allowed to force her to do things she doesn't want to do, or else I'll make the entire Xiao family pay for it. Madeo, just don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong with Jinger. In order to make Xiao Yunjing's break more thorough, he also sent a message over. Jingle, I like you, wait for me. Chapter 45 and Scale. I want to cut open his chest and take a look. Xiao Yunjing, lost in thought, walked down the street, her eyes lost in thought, and the pedestrians passing by looked at her curiously. Ha ha, Madeo, you're so cruel. I, Xiao Yunjing, will be enemies with you from now on. As soon as the words left her mouth, her aura skyrocketed steeply. C rank, C+ rank, and didn't slow down until B rank. The powerful aura was released, and the passing pedestrians dared not approach. Big beautiful Xiao. Jiang Fan appeared and was also shocked by the change in Xiao Yunjing. Madeo was right. That kind of talent was real. What are you doing here? Big beautiful Xiao. I suddenly saw you. Are you alright? Ha, what can I do? Xiao Yunjing closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. I'm going to go now, so tell Yutaka from me and come back to play with her later. If you leave, what about Dao? Xiao Yunjing steeply released an extremely dense killing intent as he looked towards speaking fan. Ha ha, Makoto, that negative person? You tell him that what he has done has kept me in the dark, and that the next time I see him, he and I will be enemies in life and death, and we will not be soft. Ant Scale, let's go! Xiao Scale appeared and pulled Xiao Yunjing into the sky. There was a battleship. The Nining shelter and the legendary shelter were far apart, and with the strength of an S-realm emperor, the speed was not as fast as a battleship. Seeing Xiao Yunjing leave, Jiang Fan sighed slightly. Hey, I thought falling in love was wonderful before, but now it seems that it's better to be the woman without a woman in your heart. Go check on Dao. There's no telling how he's doing. She turned around, and Makoto appeared beside him, his gaze looking towards the location where the battleship had left. Dao, you, haha, don't worry, Da Fan, I'm fine, so I'll go back first and catch up on my cultivation. Back home, Pastor Dao heart empty, do not want to do anything, simply lying on the bed, sleep him of faint, the end of the world. Tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping, he jerked out of bed. I have the system. It should also be a matter of time to find the supreme forgetfulness scripture, and Boundary Deicide should have a way to do it. Only now, he can't be found. He was a little anxious in his heart. After a few years, or even a period of time, Xiao Yunjing would forget all about him, and even treat her as an enemy. Thinking about this made his heart incredibly hard. There is no greater cruelty in the world than when former lovers become enemies in life and death. In the middle of the luxurious villa, beside Huang Chen, 5 or 6 B-realm martial artists had appeared, one of which had already reached B+ level strength. Young master, we're late. Ha ha, it's not too late, it's just the right time to come. I need you guys to do something for me. Kill this brat, don't leave any clues, lest they be traced back to my royal family. Although I'm not afraid, I'd better be careful. Just do as I say, all of you together. You can't let him have a single chance to escape. He's also of B-realm strength. It was already late. The sky was turning dark. Mudeo woke up from his bed, feeling a little tired. He walked downstairs. His mother Su Shui had already prepared dinner. Dower, you're awake. I didn't call you before because I saw you sleeping too much. Hurry up and eat. Mom and Dad. Where's Spirit? I don't know. That naive girl doesn't know which undergirl she went to play with again? Mudeo feel wrong. Muling although playful, but go home or very early. Usually will be late to go home will also send a message. Today is the first time to play home has not sent a message back. Makoto sent a message over. Old sister why aren't you back yet? Mom and Dad are worried sick. A moment later, Makamichi received a reply. We have your sister. Come to the shelter dump and be there in 10 minutes or I'm not making sure anything happens to your watery sister. Mudeo's killing intent instantly went out of control. Doyle, what's wrong? Dad, it's okay, I'll be back in a while after I go out. You guys eat first. As Mudeo left, Muchang and Su Shui looked at each other and felt strange. Brother Chang, you'd better go and take a look. Without hesitation, Makoto chased after Makoto in the direction he had left. It was just that Mudeo's speed was much faster than his nowadays. The asylum dump, the place where all the garbage of the entire blockhead asylum was concentrated, specifically leaving a place of 3,000 square feet to pile up the garbage, and handling the garbage of millions of people on a daily basis, was also a not insignificant amount of work. At this moment's junkyard, a dozen staff members have been knocked out. Their purpose is to kill Mudeo on it. If they kill these people one after another, if they are found out, then the reputation of the royal family will be in tatters. Martial artists cannot take action against ordinary people? This is the consensus of martial artists. Makiling was on the sidelines, her body rope bound, her eyes red. She wanted to say something, but none of it came out. It was too easy for a B-realm martial artist to deal with an ordinary person. Much easier than strangling an ant. Finally, she could speak, and she fought back her fear. Who are you people? The middle-aged man at the head of the group twisted his head to look at her. Little girl, our target is your brother. He dies, you get to live. No, my brother is a good man. You can't kill him. Ha ha, little girl. The word good guy is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Remember, there are no good guys in the world, only bad guys. Soon, a powerful aura appeared, and Mudeo appeared in front of these people. Where is my sister? Brother, get out of here. They're going to kill you. Noisy. The way of the shepherd had already appeared, so the role of the shepherd's spirit came to an end. The middle-aged man waved his big hand, and with this slap, Muling was surely beaten into a bloody mist. Muling closed her eyes. She was already desperate in her heart. The pain that made her imagine didn't appear, and Makoto's gentle voice rang out. Sister, don't be afraid. Mudeo blocked in front of Muling. He received a solid slap on his back. He suppressed the urge to spit out blood. The defensive power of the chaotic Buddha body did not let him down. Afterwards, he operated the immortal treading steps and instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. The man in black obviously did not expect that Makoto would still be intact after receiving a slap from him. You guys, as B-realm martial artists, using your tactics on ordinary people, you guys, don't deserve to be martial artists. If I guessed correctly, it was the royal minister who sent you. I have no grudge against him. And this is the second time he's tried to kill me and target my family. So you'd better pray that you can kill me, or else next year's day will be his day of sacrifice. Kid, arrogant, we are both B-realm strength, and I, even more so, am B+ level strength. Strike. 5 B-realm strength martial artists blocked several directions of Madeo respectively. Powerful attacks instantly fell. Madeo held Muling and could only passively resist, and was slashed across his cheeks by a blade light, and blood flowed out. Brother, leave me alone and run. Silly sister, what are you talking about? These are not my rivals, I am giving in to them. Doyle, come to me. When Makoto's voice appeared, Makoto was overjoyed and came to Makoto's side in just a few moments. Mu Dao put down Mu Ling. Now, he could finally be free of worries. Dad, you take care of your old sister, and leave these to me, okay? Be careful with everything. Mu Ling was a little worried. Dad, you go help old brother. Don't bother with me. Ha ha, Linger, today you will see the strength of your old brother and why he will be taken as a hope by people. In the distant sky, a battleship with the Shao character logo was flying at an extremely fast speed, and inside the battleship, Clouscape, did you indeed put it down? Ant Scale, it's not that I'm putting it down, I'm just trying to fight for a bite to go. Why? He's going to treat me like this. Don't worry Ant Scale, I'll accept the family's mysterious inheritance and I'll see you next time. I'll cut open his heart to see if it's red or not. Chapter 46, Beheading Imperial Ministers. New function of the system. B+ ranked martial artist. In his hand was a soft sword. You two go and behead them. This brat will be mine. The other two were both B-ranked martial artists, but their chi and blood, which was probably only over 100,000 calories, was horribly weak. Madeo also wanted to try out the power of a universe-level gun technique. Silent gun scripture. The gray gun shadows in the sky fell towards those two men, and in an instant, the two towering B-ranked martial artists were blown to pieces, as if their resistance was just white paper. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value +11,000. Martial skill experience value +21,000. Life essence +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful beheading. Blood +12,000. Martial skill experience value +22,000. Life essence +1. What? The B+ ranked martial artist was shocked. The remaining two B-realm martial artists were also shocked. Which was a B ranked martial artist. It was even more terrifying than him. A B+ ranked martial artist. All of you, kill him. Facing the three people who rushed over, Mu Dao just smiled faintly. This kind of goods, how many come how many he receives. Mac Chang was also startled. The gun technique that Mac Dao executed was even more powerful than before, giving him the feeling that the roiling gun shadows were going to exterminate even him. Mu Ling changed her previous worry and her face was filled with joy. Older brother is too powerful. In the future I want to be a powerful martial artist like older brother. Makoto looked at his own daughter and thought, my daughter, if you're half as good as Madeo in the future, my family's ancestors will burn incense. Makamichi swings his gun next time. This time, it was no longer a roiling gun shadow, but 3 gun shadows of varying colors intertwined with thunder, cold ice, and gray bloodlines, which floated behind Makoto, exuding a destructive and silent aura. The gun in his hand reached forward. The 3 gun shadows stabbed out with lightning speed, sending out ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. The faces of the 3 changed drastically as the crisis of death covered their heads and they cast their most powerful attacks. Bang! Their attacks were breached after resisting for just an instant. And the same was true for the attacks of the B+ ranked martial artists, which were resisted for just one more instant. The remaining power of the 3 gun shadows continued, attacking the 3 people, whose chests were pierced by the gun shadows, followed by violent explosions, turning into a sky of blood mist. The golden finger sound rang out, and he increased his chi blood by more than 50,000 calories, his strength once again advancing greatly. If there were a few more B-realm martial artists, I can't say I would have broken through. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, and the person who came was none other than the S-realm emperor, the Blood Emperor. He had sensed it when Madeo had just decapitated the 2 men, and when he came here, there seemed to be no other than the 3 members of Madeo's family. Little friend, what's going on here? Elder Blood Emperor, there were a few petty thieves who kidnapped my sister just now. and they have already been taken care of by me. That's fine. With little friend's strength, there are only a handful of legend asylums that can injure little friend, so I'll leave first. Alright, Senior Blood Emperor, take your time. Brother, that old man just now felt so powerful. It's more than 100 times stronger than you. Madeo's face instantly darkened and rewarded Mu Ling with a small steamed bun. What are you talking about? Older brother will definitely be 100 times more powerful than him in the future. More than 1,000 times. Che, I don't believe it. But old brother, you're awesome. You solved the crisis with a few swipes. It's not scary now. With you and Dad, it's just the safest. The three returned home, having harmonized their statements, and did not tell Su Shui what had happened. Dower, the murderer behind this time, do you know who it is? Dad, I know, but just leave it to me. I'll fix it. Well, if there's a problem, don't forget that your dad is your strongest backer. The royal minister, sipping a small wine, his hand on the beautiful woman's chest and pinched it hard twice. His mood is wonderful. Ha ha, by now Madeo should have been killed. That's what happens when you offend me. And there's another brat who ran off somewhere. Otherwise, he must have died as well. Klauscape has gone back, so it's time for me to go back as well. Afterwards, he let the women around him leave. He had the dignity of being a great young man. Not any woman can look at. Touching is fine. Want to go further? Then forget it. The mood. Fracking wonderful. You, ready to die how? Who? The royal minister stood up anxiously and looked around warily. Who are you? I'm the first son of the first line of the Zuni family. Aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha, don't say you're an honorable family. Even if it's the heavenly king's family, you'll still have to die. I know. You're Mudeo. Those losers can't even kill you. What? I'll let you kill you dare to kill. If I die here, the whole blockhead asylum don't think of a good time. Mudeo slowly appeared. His footsteps on the floor made a stomping sound. The imperial minister was right. If he died here, the blockhead shelter was afraid that it would not be good. He would not believe that the regulations of the holy summer would be useful to these big families. What is useful is only the ordinary people. And who cares about what they do in private? But the royal minister must die. The imperial minister stared at Mudeo dead in the face. It's really you. How come those losers couldn't even kill you? Mudeo laughed coldly and blasted out with a punch. Both of the imperial minister's legs were bombarded, and a finger pierced through his vocal cords, making it impossible for him to make a sound. And thanks for reminding me. Otherwise, I probably would have killed you right here. The royal minister's veins were rippling at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were filled with fear, regret, and seemed to be saying, let me go. Mudeo was in no hurry to leave. With his current strength he really couldn't fight against the royal family, and couldn't bring disaster to mom and dad, and the blockhead asylum. He prepares his disguise, knocks the royal minister unconscious, and puts it in a bag where no one will stop him as he exits the asylum, swiping his face to get out of the city. After walking out of the shelter, he found a safe location to disguise himself and change his appearance and stature. The disguise technique that he obtained from the abyssal prison thieves, which I have to say is quite useful, and rechanged the bag that contained the upper part of the emperor's minister's body as well, and then quickly ran off into the depths of your wilderness. For 2 full days, the advance may be 10,000 miles distant. He released the royal courtier, who at the moment had a shriveled breath and was whimpering at him. I won't kill you myself. I'll let the wilderness beasts kill you. Woo woo. He broke the royal minister's hands, then stood on a large tree and collected his breath, waiting for the ferocious beast to arrive. Smelling the smell of blood, a ferocious beast soon arrived, and the royal minister was quickly reduced to rotten meat remnants under the sharp pressure of those sharp claws, resolving the imperial minister. Mudeo didn't intend to stay in the wilderness for much longer. There were still some things left unresolved within the shelter. Just as he was on his way back, Goldfinger's voice rang out. Ding! The system functions have been updated. Hereafter the host picks up the bubble attributes. No longer need to touch with the body. The host within a 10-meter radius of the attribute bubbles. All can be picked up. Mudeo was delighted. This function could save him some trouble. Chapter 47, Special Recruitment for the Chaos Academy. On his way back to the shelter, Mudeo pondered if he had missed anything by beheading the royal minister. Or the strength is not enough. If the strength is strong enough, directly kill is, where there will be so many moths. It should also be some time before we want to find the royal minister dead or missing, where the children of the great families, at the time of birth will be left through some means of an innate essence, made of a kind of glowing stone. This innate essence has no other role. The only role is to record the message, no matter where you are, as long as belongs to your share of the innate essence is still glowing. It proves that you do not have a life-threatening situation. Of course, some of Mudao's insights nowadays couldn't keep up, so naturally he didn't know about this change. However, The means of making it is also quite cumbersome, and it is usually only given to people of more honorable status. Royalty. The portion of innate essence belonging to the imperial ministers suddenly cracked and the light dissipated. When the inspecting disciple discovered it, he thought his eyes were blurred and rubbed them fiercely a few times to make sure that he hadn't misread it. The expression instantly solidified, and he ran to report in a panic. On this day, the entire royal family was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and they all had only one goal, the blockhead asylum. In the next few days, Madeo's days were leisurely, but Iyuton's attitude towards him was extremely bad. Looking at him, were frowning and showing a very disgusted expression. Naturally, Madeo knew why and let out a bitter smile, but the drama had to be played out. One day, the three of them were called to the conference hall by Jiyu, and with the absence of boundary deicide in Xiao Yunjing, Jiyu's mood was much worse. What can I do for us, teacher? Have you guys ever heard of special recruiting? The three Makoto men shook their heads. Special recruitment is a way for those advanced academies to admit talented and well-behaved geniuses who no longer need a martial arts exam to enter an advanced academy. The three of you talent, strength have passed the audit of the senior academy, but the special recruitment has a disadvantage, because you all do not participate in the martial arts examination. Martial arts examination first and second ranked top rankings to obtain the honor. You will not obtain, will not be like the first and second to accept interviews. The whole Saint Summer is known. Of course, you can also refuse the special recruitment to participate in the martial arts examination. The treatment of these do not have to worry. The students who are specially recruited in are treated very well. Moreover, the special recruitment also needs to pass the test of the advanced academy. The special recruitment will take place before the martial arts examination, and if you don't pass, you can still continue to take the martial arts examination. Think about it and tell your teacher the answer. Is there any need to think about it? Definitely opting for the special recruitment test, not for fear, but to give others a chance. Jiang Fan was the first to exit. Teacher, are there many spots for conducting special recruiting? Actually, it's not that much. Before we have very few legend asylums. This time with the three of you, there are 5 legend asylums. It's the 2 students from the 1st and 9th middle schools, who are also S-class martial arts talents. The student's martial arts talent may not be enough, but he performed well in the Beast Tide and was also granted a special recruitment slot. In fact, now that Iyuton's martial arts talent had stepped into the SS grade, Jiyu did not know about it. Teacher, we're willing to take the special recruitment test. Good. Then teacher will introduce you to a few of Sacred Summer's advanced academies. There are only 3 advanced academies in Sacred Summer today, and they are the asylums located in the top 3 of Sacred Summer, the Chaos Asylum, Chaos Academy, the Taotai Asylum, Taotai Academy, and the Poor Chi Asylum, Poor Chi Academy. The strength of all 3 advanced academies is similar. Because of the limited number of slots, student Mudeo was granted a special enrollment slot in the Chaos Academy. Student E and student Qing Lin from the 9th middle school were granted a special enrollment slot in the Taotai Academy, and Jiang Fan and student Gu Xian from the 1st middle school were granted a special enrollment slot in the Poverty Academy. Since it's taking place before the martial examination, it's possible that in a few more days, the proprietary warships of the 3 great universities will be picking you up to participate in the examination. So just be patient and wait. It was as if a new world had once again opened up in Madeo's heart. The 10 major sanctuaries of the Sacred Summer were Chaos, Taotai, Poverty, Blockhead, Green Dragon, White Zephyr, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Jiuyin, and Kirin sanctuaries. The 10 major sanctuaries were where all the human beings of the Sacred Summer were currently gathered. Mudeo went to the Jinwu division, and now faced the mad drought again. Has not the same kind of feeling of looking directly at the brilliant sun that day, but instead feel a little weak. Your brat is really a freak. Your strength is changing day by day. I don't know how you cultivate. Ha ha, maybe that's talent. TCH, you kid really doesn't know how to be humble. Did Jiyu tell you guys about the special recruitment? Said. Then take the test well and strive to enter the advanced school through the special recruitment. There is actually some difference between the special recruitment and entering the advanced school through the martial examination. Naturally, Mudeo knew that just like the 2 best universities in the previous world, the martial arts exam and the special recruitment were just like the junior class and the ordinary college entrance exam. But the special recruitment in this world might be even more powerful than the junior class. Ding! Host picks up chi plus 500. 500 calories of chakra. Gross. Let's go. I'm looking for you today, mainly because I want to take you to pay a visit to the Blood Emperor Senior. So if you have any questions, if you want to know anything, you can ask. The Blood Emperor lived alone in a small courtyard, drinking tea and looking at the scenery. This kind of life was leisurely. Why? What's with Mad having time to come over today? Mad Drought was a bit shy. The Blood Emperor was actually an old codger. Calling him Little Mad was meaty to think about. Modeo is here too. Young man, talent is the only thing I've seen in my life. In a few years, old man me, I'll have to be caught up with you guys. Speak. What is the business of coming to me? Senior. This kid has obtained a special enrollment quota from the Chaos Academy. Plus Senior is also a senior of the Chaos Asylum's Jinwoo division. So I thought I'd ask if there's anything I need to pay attention to? TSK. With this kid's strength there's no need to pay attention to anything. It's a complete nail in the coffin. But you need to pay attention to it. The higher the ranking the better. The higher it is means the more valuable you are to cultivate. Elder Blood Emperor. Why is there a break in the strength of the martial artists in the legendary Beast Asylum compared to the other asylums? To the point where there isn't even a single scripture martial artist. That's a question you'd better ask Little Mad. He's more familiar with it than I am. In fact, there was no Legend Asylum before. It was only because of some things that the Legend Asylum was established. So far it's only been more than 10 years. Such a short period of time. It can't keep any high-level martial artists at all. A realm strength you've also felt it. Their breakthroughs require more resources. Staying in the Legend Asylum, it's almost difficult to make progress. It's you. Are you willing to stay? Moreover, those are realm strength. Difficult to progress martial artists. Go to a powerful asylum to casually enter a small family and join a hunting detachment, all of which are stronger than the legendary asylum. Chapter 48. Welcome to the Sky Burial Ground, everyone. A week passed in a flash of time, and on this day, Mu Dao and the others received a message from Jiyu, telling them that the person sent by the advanced school to pick them up for the examination would be arriving very soon, so they should not go to any other place, lest they miss the time. Gu Xian from the 1st middle school and Cheng Lin from the 9th middle school also came to the 3rd middle school and waited for the arrival of the special recruitment examination messenger. Mu Dao had tried to pick up the Blood Emperor's attribute bubbles before, but as a result, the Blood Emperor hadn't dropped any bubbles, so it was probably because the strength gap was too great, and this was the only explanation that could be justified. He was now, also, looking forward to it. Soon, 3 battleships appeared in the sky, at least thousands of meters long. Their construction was magnificent and breathtaking, and Makoto had a new understanding of the construction power of this world. 3 battleships, the shape was about the same size. The only difference was the different patterns engraved on the battleships. In the memories of Mudeo, the names of the 10 major sanctuaries of the Holy Summer, all of which were documented divine beasts in the previous life. The patterns on the battleships were vaguely similar. On the outside of the battleship, it was not cold metal, emitting a faint glow of varying colors, making it even more divine. On the head of the battleship, the words chaos, Tao Tai, and poverty were written. With such a huge battleship, the entire school was abuzz, and it was the first time they had seen such a huge, magnificent battleship. 3 battleships were suspended in midair, and several figures flew out from them respectively. Their strength, at least, was at the A realm. The 2 examiners from the Chaos Academy should be about the same age as Jiyu, and in terms of strength, one was of a realm strength, and the other, no weaker than the Blood Emperor, was naturally of S realm strength. Madeo quickly went forward. Madeo nodded to Mad Drought and then walked up. I am Makito. The 2 looked at him, and nothing else changed. Good, come up with us. Daphne, the game's great beauty, be careful with everything in the test. Dao, you too. Yutong did not reply to Madeo's words, and the 2 of them took Madeo and flew towards the battleship. Take a seat anywhere. After the 2 of them finished speaking, they walked towards the front without saying much else. Only then did Madeo carefully survey the environment inside the battleship. The spatial scope inside was incomparably wide and the arrangement was relatively luxurious. There was everything to eat and drink. On top of that, there were at least 200 to 300 other people in there. Some of them cast disdainful glances at Madeo. Some of them lost interest after just a glance, and some of them were concentrating on their own business. He found a seat by the window and sat down, and was a little surprised. All of these people were at least S-ranked martial arts talent awakened people. A ranked martial arts talent awakened people were in the minority, and there was no shortage of SSS ranked martial arts talent awakened people among them. Moreover, the strength of these people were not weak. None of them were below the C realm, and there were even many B realm martial artists after them. Madeo had a new understanding of the Legend Asylum's cultivation environment, which was relatively harsh, but he was certain that none of them were his match, and some were just a little threatening, but only a little. After watching for a while, he lost interest and closed his eyes. Jinger, will she participate in the special recruitment? Or, will she not enter the academy? With her talent, the family's cultivation is much better than the academy. The 2 teachers who were specially recruited, their breaks were separated from the students. The talent of the students in this class is better than the past few classes. and the difficulty of the test should increase as well. Yeah, but that student from the Blockhead Asylum is incomparably rich in chi and blood, and seems to be catching up to me. The one who spoke was that a realm martial artist. Ha ha, everything will be known during the examination. Shortly after Medeo and the others left, a warship bearing the word Emperor slowly entered the Blockhead Asylum, and the Blood Emperor brought the mad drought forward. From the battleship out of a few people, the leader of the woman graceful and noble, although the young woman, but the appearance is absolutely beautiful. A strength is also not bad, beside a few martial artists. The breath is also extremely not bad. 9 in Asylum. Royalty, what is your business? The Blood Emperor opened his mouth to inquire. Ancient Phoenix Shui, the mother of the royal minister, the royal matriarch, was filled with anger. My royal first son, who died in the Legend Asylum. I have come here to uncover the ferocious beast that killed my son, and to make him pay in blood. The Blood Emperor and Mad Drought frowned. The death of the royal patriarch's son at the legendary asylum was no small matter. Dude, what shelter are you from? Medeo opened his eyes and a skinny bamboo pole appeared in front of him, revealing his big yellow teeth and grinning up at him. Exactly how skinny? Refer to the bamboo pole. Not much thicker than a bamboo pole. Dude, you're too skinny. Where did you come from first? My name is Wichi. From the Kirin Asylum. My name is Medeo. From the Legend Asylum. Stretching his hand. The other party did not have any malice. And naturally, Makoto would not have any malice. So it's that very barren shelter. Mudo, is it polite to call the host family's home bad in front of them? Noticing that Makoto's eyes were out of place, Wooey smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean that. I meant that the Blockhead shelter is a bit small. Wooey, do you know anything about the Chaos Academy's examinations? I do understand some. The previous sessions of the assessment method pattern is similar, but the location of the assessment is different. It seems to go to some kind of Jedi, and then there is a time limit to kill the ferocious beasts to determine the ranking. After all, actual combat is the only test of strength. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Makoto didn't intend to ask any further. Wooey was quite talkative, saying whatever came to mind. His insights were much stronger than Medeo, who could be said to have opened some eyes. Soon, 5 days of time passed, and the Chaos Academy battleship came to a stop, and they walked out of the battleship under the leadership of the 2 examiners. Seeing the surroundings, not only Medeo, but the others were also surprised. The surrounding area was a vast expanse of wasteland, deserted and uninhabited, and the sky was gray with dry thunder, which was particularly loud. Lightning fell from time to time, and dark clouds covered the entire area, which was clearly daytime time, but it was about the same as 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. It's raining. The drizzle that fell from the sky was a light black color, touching the skin, slightly corrosive, and over a long period of time, no small amount of damage. In addition to the 2 examiners, 5 or 6 more people appeared. Their strength was also in the A realm, but they were relatively young. They should be students of the Chaos Academy, coming to help. The leader of the group had an aura that was even more terrifying than that S-realm martial artist, and that would be an SS-ranked Zuni undoubtedly. The Exalted One came to invigilate their examination, and Mu Dao was already alerted in his heart. It seemed that this examination would not be so easy to pass. The rest of them went behind the SS-ranked Zuni, and the SS-ranked Zuni opened his mouth. Gentlemen, welcome to the Sky Burial Cemetery. Chapter 49, Makoto targeted by the Black Thunder. Gentlemen, welcome to the Sky Burial Cemetery. Plain and simple voice, but people cannot help but scalp numb. The Tomb Road has not heard of the Sky Burial Cemetery, but may as well some people heard it. Their face suddenly became not too good. Mu Dao wanted to inquire about the Martial One-Day Burial Cemetery, but the SS-ranked Exalted on the stage was still speaking, so he didn't dare to speak casually. The SS-ranked Zuni was more than satisfied with the expressions on the crowd's faces. Fellow trainees, let me introduce myself. I'm the Chaos Academy tutor and the person in charge of this Chaos Academy's special recruitment test. My name is Bu Yuan Yen. The rules of this examination, that is to live alone in the Heavenly Burial Cemetery for a week and hunt the Heavenly Burial Cemetery's ferocious beasts, which are stronger compared to the general ferocious beasts due to their special terrain. The ferocious beasts inside, the strength of the weakest are all sea level. Hunting and killing 100 sea realm ferocious beasts will be able to pass this special recruiting test, and become a special recruiting disciple of the Chaos Academy of Searching. But before the special recruiting disciple, there is a division of rankings as well. 100 sea realm ferocious beasts pass the special recruitment test. 200 sea realm ferocious beasts can coalesce 1 gold token. 10 B realm ferocious beasts can coalesce 1 gold token. 1 A realm ferocious beast can coalesce 1 gold token. And in the end, whoever has the highest number of gold tokens will be ranked higher. Attention! Only avalanche by your own strength. No teaming, no snatching, If you violate, cancel the qualification of the special recruitment, and join the blacklist of my Chaos Academy. Moreover, this place is special, the weather is harsh, and the special environment can affect martial artists. Each person receives his or her own identity token, which will actively record your results. Warm reminder, if you encounter a life and death crisis, the token can release a shield that resists the attacks of S-realm ferocious beasts, and we will save you in time. However, if your score is not enough, you will lose the qualification to enter my Chaos Academy, for a period of 7 days. From this moment onwards, the Heavenly Burial Cemetery belongs to you. As soon as Bu Yuan Yan's words fell, most of the students entered the Heavenly Burial Cemetery. Madeo was not in a hurry, and when Wu Yi saw that Madeo did not make a move, he was not in a hurry either, until most of them were almost gone. Brother Mu, this session has produced a few demons, so I won't wait for you. I have to keep the second and fight for the first. Mudo, keeping 2 for 1, nice guts, lad. However, Wu Yi's strength was roughly visible to Makoto, probably at C+ level and had not broken through to the B realm. Wanting to obtain the top 3 was honestly a bit difficult. When Mu Dao saw that the people were almost gone, he operated his perfection degree Earth Extreme martial skill treading immortal steps and took a step 1,000 meters away. When those realm students from the Chaos Academy saw how fast Madeo was, their brows flickered and surprise appeared in their eyes. This speed was much stronger than when they became B realm. However, they didn't care too much about it. There were so many geniuses. There was nothing special about such a performance. Assistant Professor Su. Who is this son? Assistant Teacher Su was that S-realm martial artist. His name was Su Hong, the Chaos Academy tutor assistant teacher. Step guide. This son is from the Legend Asylum, and is the only person from the Legend Asylum to participate in the Chaos Academy's special recruitment test. After Madeo advanced a few dozen miles, he realized that scene at the beginning should be considered heaven compared to now. The weather wasn't bad anymore. It was extinction. This place is also a gray cloudy piece, but the temperature is strangely cold. Even if he is now also feel particularly cold, the blood is a bit frozen feeling. He saw some C-realm disciples. The action is slowed down. This kind of environment wants to kill 100 C-realm beasts. It is indeed a kind of test. On top of that, a sea of black thunder. A sea of thunder circled in the sky. Black thunder falling from time to time. He saw a C-realm student being struck by black thunder, instantly collapsing to the ground. His body emitted golden light, and the Chaos Academy A-realm senior came in and took that student out. A chill ran through Makamichi. Holy, I'll still get struck by lightning here. I didn't do anything bad. What's lightning doing to me? However, the number of ferocious beasts here began to appear. The ferocious beasts here all looked black and white. No matter what type of ferocious beasts they were, the color was the same, and none of them had a strength lower than the sea realm. Madeo continued to walk forward, before a step of 1,000 meters. Now he could only advance about 700 meters. The air contained a strange force that would bind one's speed. Interesting. A sense of wariness immediately surged in Mu Dao's heart. His chi and blood surged, and his speed was much faster than before. The further they went, the more ferocious beasts there were, but all of them were C-realm ferocious beasts, and Mu Dao had a feeling that B-realm strength ferocious beasts should also gather in one place, and seldom gathered together with C-realm ferocious beasts. Outside, the number of ferocious beasts that Mu Dao and the others had killed would be updated in real time. Su Hong purposely looked at the number of ferocious beasts that Mu Dao had decimated, and without looking at it, he felt that his previous opinion was not in error. Mudeo C-realm beasts, 0. B-realm beasts is 0. A-realm beasts is 0. This ranking is last place, except for those unlucky people who were struck by lightning. Mudeo was not in a hurry to make a move so soon. He kept running forward. When he encountered those ungrateful ferocious beasts to stop him, he casually killed them. Gradually, the number of students was getting smaller and smaller. He was the only one in the strange place as far as the eye could see, and along with that, there were the B-realm ferocious beasts. He laughed and laughed heartily and stopped moving forward. He realized at this glance at the time that he had spent a day rushing. Su Hong was disappointed. One day, the number of Mudeo beheadings is still 0. It cannot be running in which place to hide. Bu Yuan Yan inadvertently frowned slightly. It seemed that he was also puzzled by Mudeo's thoughts, but he had seen Mudeo's previous performance at the coming of the beast tide in the Legend Asylum. He would not have behaved in such an unpleasant manner, only when he noticed Makoto's position. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth. This little guy. It turns out to be this kind of intention. His self-talk was heard in the ears of the others. Su Hong was naturally no exception, and when he had the hindsight to notice Makoto's position, he let out a bitter laugh. Getting old and fuzzy-eyed, only paying attention to the number of ferocious beasts beheaded and not paying attention to the rest. Naturally, Mu Dao did not know what these powerhouses of Bu Yuanyin thought of him. He now had already begun to act. This place was the realm where B-realm ferocious beasts appeared. The number was not as large as C-realm ferocious beasts. Almost one would appear in a few thousand meters. But the distribution probability was already not considered low. One of the ferocious beasts he was staring at was of B-class strength. The name was called the Red Demon Tiger Beast. It looked like a lion-type ferocious beast. It was 70 to 80 meters in length, and its tail occupied at least 20 meters. And at the very end of its tail was a black and gray flesh tumor, like a hammer. These ferocious beasts were all black and white, but except for the eyes were all red, with no whites of the eyes, and they looked quite terrifying. Roar! Spotting Mu Dao, it immediately opened its fangs. Its tail danced, and its gray tumor hammer rapidly grew larger, falling from the sky, wanting to knock Mu Dao to death with a tumor hammer. Makoto was only slightly surprised. Even if the average ferocious beast gun, how strong can it be? Silent gun scripture. With a single shot, Mu Dao ended the battle. But he felt that it was indeed much stronger than the average ferocious beasts. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Blood value plus 31,000. Martial skill experience value plus 42,000. Life essence plus 1. Killing substance plus 1. Knowing the effects of the killing substance, Mu Dao was even more impatient. In less than an hour, Mu Dao killed 10 B-realm fierce beasts. When others were still fighting to kill enough 100 C-realm ferocious beasts, Mu Dao had already coalesced a golden token. In fact, it was not coalesced out of thin air. The identity token in his hand turned golden, and then quickly faded away, leaving a small golden token pattern in a blank area of the token. Some of the A-realm disciples outside noticed the number of ferocious beasts that Mu Dao had decimated, and their eyes carried surprise. This kid, he's hiding so well. Only the next moment, they were dumbfounded. A black thunderbolt struck down directly from the air. Makamichi was struck by lightning and fell to the ground. At this moment, the main character was also in a daze, and his whole body clothes were almost burned, emitting a gust of meaty fragrance. Holy, this Ray, isn't he blind? I'm the good guy. I'm really a good guy. Mu Dao pointed at the sky and cursed. Boom! A black thunder struck again and landed beside Makoto, who didn't dare to speak. Okay, I'll give an okay. Stop chopping. I feel like I'm being targeted. Chapter 50, Other People's Graveyards. My Blessed Places. The Heavenly Burial Graveyard is extremely special. It contains a huge killing aura that cannot be ingested by human beings, and the ferocious beasts that live here for a long time are affected by the killing aura, and will form a killing substance in their bodies. The host picks up a certain amount of killing substance, which allows the host to comprehend the killing potential, which can become a substance, and if it is released, the enemy will be shocked by the sea of killing blood, and for those with a weak will, their consciousness will perish. This was the Golden Finger System's explanation of the killing substance, and naturally, Mu Dao didn't want to miss it. The killing potential should also be something like a strong man's intimidation, and if he succeeded in coalescing it, those strong men who wanted to use their potential to oppress others would probably be suppressed. However, the killing substance wasn't present in every B-realm fierce beast, and after killing 10 of them, only 2 had it. Killing the B-realm fierce beasts in the Heavenly Burial Graveyard would pick up twice the value of chi and blood than the beasts outside, and the B-realm fierce beasts outside would only get 20,000 cards of chi and blood, while the ones here were 30,000 cards. Ding! The host's chi and blood has reached 550,000 cards, successfully breaking through to B-class strength. He broke through to B rank by killing 10 B-realm ferocious beasts with great ease, and his chi and blood, which was now like a vast and boundless sea, was a full 550,000 calories. But to break through the B+ level, you need to increase 5 times on top of the previous realm. That's 54 by 5. 2.7 million cards of chi blood. Astronomical amount of chi blood. Although Mu Dao spat, he was still excited inside. His peerless battle power was to reach the limit at every stage. The Heavenly Burial Cemetery. Someone else's graveyard. But my blessed place now. 6 more days to try to break the B+ grade. It was also amazing how quickly those small wounds from being struck by lightning healed after the breakthrough. Blockhead Shelter. Ancient Phoenix Snow has been here for 6 or 7 days, looking for the murderous beast that hurt the Imperial Minister. But the murderer does not know what method to use to do watertight. Did not find out a clue. In front of her, a student appeared at the moment. The student's body trembled, full of fear. He blockhead 3rd middle school students. Why find him? Because he was then the Imperial Minister's lapdog. Speak. Who were my son's previous enemies? The student shook his head and tried to say that he didn't know, but when he saw Ancient Phoenix Shui as well as the pairs of gazes of deicide around him, He couldn't bear the pressure anymore and cried. I don't know, but I do know that young Master Huanshan had been fractured by 2 people at that time. Those 2 people are both geniuses of our school. One is called Boundary Slayer and the other is called Madeo. I don't know the rest. After that, the male student was taken down. Come on people, find out the identities of Madeo and Boundary Deicide. Rather kill 3,000 by mistake. Never let one go. Goldfinger, open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talents, Cosmic Talent. Chaos of the Worlds, SS Talent. Hundredfold Shock, SS Talent. Chaotic Buddha Body. Martial Arts, Taoist Scripture, Introductory, Taoist Level. Ritual Sacrifice, Special. Bone Shedding, Special. Martial Realm, B Rank. Blood 550. 000 calories. Martial Skills, Treading Immortal Steps, Perfection, Earth Level. 100 Battles King's Fist, Perfection, Earth Level. Silent Lance Scripture, Introductory, Cosmic Level. Sin and Punishment Lance Scripture, Uninitiated, Cosmic Level. Martial Skills Experience Value, 390. 000. After carefully checking his talent, Madeo withdrew his mind and headed towards another place. 10 minutes later, Mudao saw a B+ grade ferocious beast, 100 meters long and more than 10 meters tall, a rhinoceros ferocious beast named Blood Armor Rhinoceros. His body was covered with black and gray lin armor, like jewels, reflecting a cold light, and the horns on top of his head were all constructed of black lin armor, combined with that magnificent size. It was beyond appalling. Madeo also felt a hint of pressure, and felt that the second battle should take a bit more time. 100 Battles King's Fist. A round of blood golden fists that were 10 meters in size blasted at the abdomen of the blood-armored rhinoceros. With a loud bang, the blood-armored rhinoceros dented a piece of its abdomen. But this kind of injury was just a hair's breadth to it. Instead, it inspired its ferocity, staring back at the weak creature that wasn't even as big as its horns, and roared with force. Powerful airwaves rolled up dust in the sky, and a fishy and unpleasant odor invaded Makoto's sense of smell. And instantly, he felt suffocated. Holy, you don't talk about martial virtues. You actually magic damage. Blood armor rhinoceros head horn convergence gray light ball. One after another. In the air to form 10 light ball. 10 light ball each spread out a black lightning to connect the light ball together. In an instant, a black pillar of light descended from the sky, trapping Madeo inside. Such a tactic was the first time Madeo had seen a ferocious beast possess it. The pillar of light that trapped him quickly gave birth to many black lightning bolts on its surface, slashing down towards it. Holy! Madeo's body instantly turned the color of red gold, filled with a thick and heavy aura, and his body was covered with golden lines, emitting golden flames. Bang! Bang! One after another thunderbolt fell, and he fought to dodge it, but he was still struck by a black thunderbolt. It hurts a little. It's fine. If a different realm strength ferocious beast had performed this move, it was possible that Mu Dao would have to suffer a great deal, but with the blood-armored rhinoceros, he wouldn't have to pay that much attention. Goldfinger, add all points to the Silent Gun Sutra. Ding! The host has consumed 200,000 martial skill experience values, and the Silent Gun Scripture has been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding! The experience value of the martial skill is not enough to improve it. Madeo had a clear perception of the experience value consumed by universe-level martial arts. It was just too much. Silent Gun Scripture. 3 large guns of different colors appeared. One gun cracked the light pillar. The other blasted through the light pillar, followed by a gun, attacking towards the blood-armored rhinoceros. The blood-armored rhinoceros' eyes were all red, and it was impossible to tell if it was intelligent or not, only to see the black and white energies emerging from its entire body converge in unison at the top of its head, releasing a huge pillar of light. Bang! Madeo had underestimated the threat that universe-level martial arts posed to the life of Blue Star. It was a complete downward strike, not in the same latitude. This shot was resisted by the blood-armored rhinoceros, and all of Makoto's 500,000 plus cards of chi and blood converged. Silent Gun Scripture. 100-fold shock. The two were superimposed together, and Makamichi could see cracks appearing in the air seemingly like a mirror, coupling together. And this change was so short that the cracks connected together. The strong and incomparable power broke through the defense of the blood-armored rhinoceros and blasted its huge head with a single shot, and the entire head was almost blown up. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value plus 50,000. Martial skill experience value plus 98,000. Life essence plus 1. Killing substance plus 3. Wu-E. The weapon used was a ruler of about 1 meter and 3 meters. This kind of weapon was rare, and one ruler ended the life of a sea realm ferocious beast. 100 sea realm ferocious beasts have been hunted. Ha ha, it's a blessing due to a disaster. I actually feel like breaking through the B rank. I don't know how Brother Mu is doing. He should have been eliminated. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough, otherwise I will help him. Chapter 51 Grade B+. Chi and Blood 2.7 million cards. Exalted One's Might. The chi and blood surged, and Madeo enjoyed this feeling how powerful he was every time. In a flash, 5 days passed, and Mu Dao looked at his identity token, and there were 15 small golden token lines. This meant that he coalesced 3 per day. One needed 10 B-Realm Ferocious Beasts. That was 30 per day, and the chi and blood provided by the ferocious beasts of the Sky Burial Graveyard was incomparably rich. 150 B-Realm Ferocious Beasts provided him with nearly 2 million cardinalities of chi and blood, and together with the 550,000 cardinalities of chi and blood he had previously had, he wasn't too far away from being at the B+ level. The short-time surge in chi and blood had little effect on him. The Dao level technique Dao scripture was like an abyss that could not be fed. No matter how much chi and blood there was, it could be quickly converted into chi and blood possessed by Mu Dao. In addition to that, he also condensed the killing potential. 10 copies of killing essence could form a point of killing potential. He had already harvested almost 4 or 5 points of killing potential. He had tried the power of the killing potential. Once he released it, some of the ferocious beasts revealed incomparable looks of horror, and it was too late for them to run, not to mention fight. But at present, it was not possible to extinguish the B-Realm Ferocious Beasts by virtue of the killing potential. There seemed to be many fewer B-Realm Ferocious Beasts in the Sky Burial Graveyard. Madeo frowned slightly. If it wasn't for the number of ferocious beasts becoming less, he might have been B+ ranked long ago. What he didn't know was that many of the students participating in the special recruitment test this time were even angrier because the time it took to condense the golden token was lengthened by the fact that they explored a long distance to meet a B-Realm Fierce Beast. Outside, Bu Yuan Yan asked Su Hong, "Who is your favorite for this special recruiting?" Su Hong skimmed Madeo's score. "Director Bu, other than that demon, I'm most optimistic about 2 people. One person is Jian Weixin, and the other person is Zhuge Qinger, and both of them are gifted with strength that is very strong." Bu Yuan Yan nodded his head, seemingly agreeing with this statement. Jian Weixin, holding an ordinary, even somewhat rusty iron sword, with a face showing a maturity that did not fit his age, facing a B-rank murderer. The iron sword in his hand fought to chop, and the sword light full of killing sharpness swept away, ending the life of this B-rank ferocious beast with a single stroke of the sword. And on top of his identity token, there were also 8 golden tokens with a tiny pattern. The first place this time must be mine. The sword in my hand will surely point to the sky. With just one sentence, he exuded a powerful and sharp sword intent. On the other side, a purple-haired woman, high-tied hair, revealing a smooth as snow forehead, beautiful appearance, tall figure, without any weapon in her hand, fighting in a very domineering way, relying on her fists to harden her own identity token to make 7 golden tiny token patterns. I've been observing, and it seems like I don't have to worry about anyone but that sword-using, unintelligent wood. I don't know how that wood situation is either. In addition to Madeo, some geniuses naturally noticed the anomaly. See realm ferocious beasts they couldn't look at. Only B-Realm Ferocious Beasts would bring up the interest in fighting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful beheading. Picking up plus 21,000 blood, plus 32,000 martial skill experience value, plus 1 life essence, and plus 1 killing substance. Goldfinger. This life essence, does it serve any purpose other than saving lives at critical times? Ding! Host. Life essence host can choose to store, can also choose to inject into the body. The current benefits cannot be seen, but in the future, the host will be able to experience 1 or 2. Madeo didn't ask too many questions. He was just quite surprised that he picked up life essence every time and didn't pick up anything else. It had been a long time since he had picked up anything else. He did ask the Goldfinger system and the reply he got was that it was too trashy to be worth extracting. All he could say was, "Ha," 2 words to indicate his mood. Go on. It's fast enough to break through the B+ level right away. Time quickly came to the last day of the week, and Madeo then beheaded a B-Realm Fierce Beast. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood plus 31,000. Martial skill experience value plus 51,000. Life essence plus 1. Killing substance plus 1. Ding! The host's chi blood has reached 2.7 million, breaking through the B+ level. The moment he broke through B+, Mu Dao's chi and blood surged. Dark red, demonic, overbearing, and even more so, exuding an ancient inexplicable flavor. Every time he made a breakthrough, his aura would be 1 point stronger, and he had a premonition that if he encountered that Blood Zhao King from before again, he would definitely beat the other party to what was called regret. The feeling of being annihilated with his hands, It might have been the fact that he had just broken through, making Mu Dao's state of mind a bit inflated, but when facing the Blood Zhao King, he would definitely deal with it very easily. It's a pity. The special recruitment examination is almost over, and it's a pity that we haven't met a single A-realm fierce beast yet. Outside, seeing that the time was almost up, Bu Yuanyan's aura changed drastically. His eyes emitted thunder. His body was covered with thunder waterfalls. The sky was accompanied by thunder waterfalls. He waved his hands. The entire sky looked like it was being torn apart, revealing a huge mouth, and he captured an A-realm ferocious beast from somewhere, and threw it in directly. Everyone else was stunned by this tactic. Even Su Hong, who was an S-realm emperor, was shocked to see this tactic. S-realm and SS realm, just a difference of one level, but the strength was definitely not a difference of one level. Tearing through space was something that many SS realm martial artists couldn't do, but Bu Yuanyan could do it, and it might have something to do with his talent. Madeo was spitting out the fact that there were no A-realm ferocious beasts, when all of a sudden he heard a roar that resounded through heaven and earth. The sound was very far away from him, and the fact that he was still able to hear it with such familiarity was enough to prove that the ferocious beasts weren't bad. All of them at least started at the B+ level, and might still be in the A realm. He ran his stance and could now do 1500 meters a second. Not only Madeo, Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qinger, and many students who entered the B realm ferocious beast area had already heard it, but they were different from Madeo. They were afraid of encountering that ferocious beast and attracting undeserved disaster. Those who dared to move towards the wind direction of the beast's roar were not ordinary people. Either they were very confident in their own strength, or their head was iron and they wanted to die. They're all geniuses, but a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. Madeo quickly arrived at the area of the beast roar. It was a ferocious beast of more than 80 meters in size. Its size was not as big as a normal B-realm ferocious beast, but the aura it exuded proved that it was an A-realm ferocious beast. At the moment it was incomparably furious, casually spitting out a pillar of fire, causing huge damage, and roaring at the sky. Sensing Mudeo's arrival, he roared angrily at Mudeo's direction and spat out a grey fireball, attacking without saying a word. It was the first time that Madeo had seen this kind of berserk ferocious beast, not asking for anything, directly opening a big, or a must-kill level of attack. Just what Madeo didn't know was that this ferocious beast was the boss of the Heavenly Burial Graveyard, the Heavenly Burial Lord, and as a lord, his daily task was to eat and sleep and eat. It was sleeping and didn't know what had violently gotten it here, and it's a wonder it wasn't angry. Chapter 52 Slaying the Sky Burial Lord. Mu Dao immediately made a counterattack. He wasn't one to be messed with. A round of golden fist prints blasted out and collided with the grey ball of light. A powerful wave of air was released, lifting up dust in the sky. Mudeo's move angered it even more, and it roared at the sky, and the environment that was already getting harsher became even harsher. The temperature dropped a few more points, and the black thunder in the sky seemed to be even more furious. Mu Dao was a little surprised, sizing up this ferocious beast, more than 80 meters tall, looking similar to a chimpanzee but not an orangutan, with sturdy legs and exceptionally long hands, covered in black lines going in strange directions. It looked extraordinary, a pair of narrow eyes full of anger. Holy, it can't be the king of the Sky Burial Graveyard. It looks like there's something up. Human, kill you. Spoke. This ferocious beast spoke. Mudeo was startled. He hadn't seen a ferocious beast that could speak, although it swallowed and sputtered very poorly. A ferocious beast must have S-realm strength in order to be able to spit out human words. Could it be that the ferocious beast in front of him was S-realm strength? That could be a big problem. However, he was certain that the aura emanating from this ferocious beast was only around the A-realm, probably only around the A grade. You can talk? The ferocious beast did not reply to his words, and his hands coalesced a black thunder chain, emitting a piercing light. With a light swing, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, he attacked Mudeo. The Jizi alloy battle rifle appeared in Mudeo's hand. Nowadays the battle rifle was not very suitable for him anymore. It was too light, and its power could not match his battle power. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Just 2 days ago, he had spent 100,000 martial skill experience values to upgrade the Sin Punishment Gun scripture to introductory. The martial skill experience values required for introductory was a hair's breadth for him right now, but the martial skill experience values required for the later stages was an astronomical figure. The shot stabbed out by Mudeo was covered in chi and blood, becoming evil and incomparable, just like the descent of Shura, horrifying and full of killing aura. Mac Dao and the Heavenly Burial Lords kept colliding and attacking. Each attack would set off violent impact waves. Gradually, forming a roiling airstorm, black thunder rolled, forming a tornado storm, in which Mac Dao and the Heavenly Burial Lords were fighting hard. Roar! What are you yelling for? Don't you know how to talk? Speak? Mudeo was a little surprised. He thought that with his current battle strength, he could deal with the A-realm ferocious beasts with relative ease. At present, it seemed that the A-realm ferocious beasts were really extraordinary. They could fight with him on an equal footing. It's just that at present, he didn't use his full strength. This one is good for everyone and is a good one to sharpen. Not long after, Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qing'er, and a few other people also came to this area. To people's surprise, Wu Yi was also there, and stopped advancing a few kilometers away. The terrifying might in front of them prevented them from advancing, and even more so, they didn't dare to enter. How did the Sky Burial Lords appear here? Jian Weixin's few people looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi explained. The Heavenly Burial Lord is the king of the Heavenly Burial Graveyard. The birth conditions are relatively tough, but if it is born, it is very powerful and exceeds the normal ferocious beasts of the same rank. Only one will be born, and only if this one dies, will the next one be born. I didn't expect that a Sky Burial Lord was actually born, and what's even weirder is, who was the one fighting the Sky Burial Lord? Are there any other students here besides us? He can't possibly be a former martial artist, right? Is there a possibility that that person is a student like us? Everyone looked towards Zhuge Qing'er and then towards the center of the battle, only it was a bit blurry and not too clear to see. If it's a student, it's so anticlimactic that it's off the charts. Outside, the video of the battle between Mu Dao and the Sky Burial Lord was watched by Bu Yuanyan. Su Hong's face had been ugly, feeling that Bu Yuanyan had gone a little too far this time. The Sky Burial Lord. It wasn't something that these little guys could deal with. Even if they put these A-realm students next to him over there, they wouldn't be able to beat it. Bu Yuanyan sensed the dissatisfaction of the others and explained. There are a lot of student geniuses in this class. With ordinary A-realm ferocious beasts, they have a high possibility of winning. If it's a Heavenly Burial Lord, the probability of them winning is very small, so they can suppress their state of mind. And secondly, if there really is a student who can kill a Heavenly Burial Lord, wouldn't it be a blessing for my Chaos Academy? Besides, you guys look at this little guy. He doesn't seem to be struggling, so we'll see. The Black Thunder chain in the Sky Burial Lord's hand instantly thickened, flashing with even more ferocious black thunder. The Black Thunder chain was like it had life, automatically finding the right way to attack Makoto. When Mudeo was not careful, he was struck by the Black Thunder, his body rubbing against the ground and sliding thousands of meters away, leaving behind a gully and Black Thunder floating on top of his body. Roar! The Sky Burial Lord hissed loudly, as if showing off his dominance. Wu Yi's expression changed when he finally saw who the person fighting the Sky Burial Lord was. Holy, is Brother Mu so powerful? Brother Mu wouldn't be dead, would he? Brother Mu, you mustn't die. I won't be able to avenge you if you die. Ahem. Makamichi coughed a few times and stood up, giving a middle finger in Vuchi's direction. I'm not dying that easily. Big guy, you've offended me. Gold finger. All of the martial skill experience value is used to enhance the silent gun scripture. Ding! The host has spent 1.5 million martial skill experience values, and the silent gun scripture has been upgraded to a grand completion. Ding! The host has consumed 5 million martial skill experience values, and the silent gun scripture has been upgraded to perfection. Ding! The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. Damn! Gold finger system. You're so dark. He remembered that small achievement was still 200,000, right? How is it that 1.5 million is needed for a major achievement, and a terrifying 5 million for a perfect one? And how much is needed for a perfect one? Makamichi was furious. Killing potential. Instantly, that aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood swept over the Heavenly Burial Lord, and the Heavenly Burial Lord's face revealed fear and strangeness. Why did that human suddenly become so terrifying that it would make it so afraid? Roar! The ferocity in its bloodline did not allow it to retreat. The roiling black lightning covered its body, forming a thick lin armor. Black lightning chains wrapped around its arms, and it rushed towards Mudeo. All of Mudeo's chi and blood were released, and there was a monstrous sea of blood. Silent gun scripture. 100-fold shock. The Scarlet Lance, the Thunder Lance, and the Silence Lance, 300-meter-sized killing lances floated above the Dao's head. He swung out with great effort, and at that moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be left with only the intention of silence. The first blood spear struck away the Heavenly Burial Lord, and the other two spears were more powerful than one another. The Sky Burial Lord only resisted for a moment before letting out an unwilling roar. Only in the next moment, a very ordinary Wisdom Alloy battle gun landed on top of its head, piercing through its head as its pupils lost their color. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood plus 153,000. Martial skill experience value plus 302,000. Killing potential plus 3. Half immortal substance plus 1. Chapter 53, Frightened Fish. Semi-immortal matter? Goldfinger. What is this? Ding. Host. Breaking through the A-realm martial artist. You need to condense semi-immortal substance in your body. Semi-immortal substance is not immortal. It can make the A-realm martial artist's resilience and defense more powerful. The system's explanation allowed Mudeo to understand what the semi-immortal substance was, but when it entered his body, he really didn't have much of a feeling about it, and he probably had to wait until he broke through the A-realm to feel the wonders of it. 2 more tiny patterns of golden tokens steeply appeared on Mudeo's identity token, reaching a total of 17. It seems that this ferocious beast is a bit different, adding 2 golden token patterns. Brother Mu, you're simply too awesome. Even the heavenly burial lords can be killed. What exactly is your strength? Wu Yi and some of the students walked towards Mudeo's direction. Wu Yi's face was filled with excitement, and the rest of them were also watching Mudeo, but from their expressions, they all seemed to be a bit shocked. Wu Yi, don't you also break through the B realm? I am now. I should be at the B+ level. What? Aside from Wu Yi, the rest of the people also showed shocked faces. B+ level reverse degradation. It was too terrifying. Makamichi didn't chat much on the topic. Everyone, time is about to expire. We should head out. The special recruitment examination of the poor school also stood in a ferocious land, the Blood Beast land, which was almost all one type of ferocious beast. Zhang Fan's martial arts talent had already morphed into SS grade. It was already considered a top genius. There weren't that many SSS grade talent students. The battle power he displayed could be described as one of a kind, especially after obtaining the heavenly extreme martial skill gifted by Boundary Slayer. It was overwhelming all the way. At the moment, Zhang Fan was pouncing on dozens of sea realm blood beasts and killing them in a big way. So much so that his points were skyrocketing madly. Behind him, there was a red-haired woman. A head of long fiery red hair was signaling her unassuming. Her looks were exquisite, and she carried herself in a valiant manner, and she was at the back, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Zhang Fan. In a very short period of time, Zhang Fan decimated these dozens of blood beasts, and he frowned as he looked at the red-haired woman. Amazing Fuyu, stay away from me. If you want to snatch my points, then let's fight. Zhang Fan didn't have a good impression of the woman not far away. Although she was one of the few SSS grade martial arts geniuses of the poor school, she had a dark character. At first he thought he was going to get lucky with peach blossoms, until he was teased by the surprised fish and took some of his points. Then he remembered what Makoto had said. The prettier the woman, the less she could be trusted. Ha ha, Zhang Fan, are you that afraid of me? Surprised Fuyu stepped on her long legs and slowly walked towards Zhang Fan. Her red lips lightly opened and came to Zhang Fan's ear. What? You afraid I'll eat you? Surprised to help the fish breathe breath on Zhang Fan's face. A different feeling, coupled with a good smell. Zhang Fan for a time a little dumbfounded. Only in the next moment, surprising fish suddenly struck out, and with an extremely bizarre speed, he scratched away the points. He had just killed dozens of blood beasts from his points recorder, and in the next instant, he appeared 100 meters away. Giggle. Nerd, you're so gullible. Only then did Zhang Fan react, his face filled with anger. Amazing Fuyu, I'm going to kill you. Cluck 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 cluck. Thinking about farts to eat. It's hard to catch up with me. Sure enough, after a while Zhang Fan followed the target that he had lost and slashed at the ground, creating a several 100-meter long gully. Brother Dao, brother has embarrassed you. Being fooled by this a couple times. Beyond the Sky Burial Cemetery, the students basically came out, though a good pair of them were in worse shape, injured and woefully out of shape. Mu Dao also knew the identity of those 2 people beside Wu Yi. They were the only 2 SSS grade talents specially recruited students of Chaos Academy. Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qinger. The strength of the 2 people was indeed good, but compared to him, they were still much worse, especially that SSS grade gifted genius called Jian Weixin, looking at him with a burning gaze out of his mind. Mudeo didn't even dare to meet his eyes with him for fear that the other party would have a dragon young. That would be too terrifying. But what Jianwei's mind was thinking about was how to fight Makoto. Bu Yuan Yen, Su Hong and the other A-realm seniors appeared and Su Hong said, all students, the Chaos Academy special recruitment examination has ended. There are a total of 291 people in this examination. There are 20 students who did not pass the examination. The rest of them, they all passed the Chaos Academy examination. Mudeo realized that there were not a few students with A-rank talent, at least a third of them, which meant that A-rank talent would qualify for the special recruitment. It didn't necessarily need to be S-rank or above. Otherwise, where would there be so many geniuses? The rate of passing the test was not low, and almost all of the students who came here had been tested in advance, and if they didn't pass, they could only say that they were unlucky. After announcing 271st through 16th place, Su Hong did not continue with the announcement. Everyone, the next 20 people are the students who have successfully coalesced the golden tokens, and the inclination of your resources will be notified to you the day you enter the Chaos Academy. 15th place, Wu Yi, condensing a golden token. 14th place, Shui Chang, condensing a golden token. 5th place, Thunder, coalescing 4 golden tokens. 4th place, Wan Jun Kai, condensing 5 golden tokens. 3rd place, Sword Only Heart, condensing 8 golden tokens. 2nd place, Zhuge Qinger, condensing 9 golden tokens. 1st place, Mu Dao, coalescing 17 golden tokens. In addition, killing the Heavenly Burial Lords, adding another 3 golden tokens for a total of 20 golden tokens. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Who was Makoto? Why had he never heard of him before? This is Makito, my buddy. Wui appeared even more excited than Madeo. The eyes of the others all looked over. Even if Madeo was a bit thick-skinned, he was shy. In the Blood Beast land, Zhang Fan's breath skyrocketed and his chi and blood overflowed out of his body. TSK, the star-ruling scripture that Brother Dao gave me is really not bad. I just broken through to B and my chi and blood are much more powerful than the average same rank. Next, it's time to go deeper in. Break through the B level. And Zhang Fan's goal has changed. Not long after, he encountered a B-ranked ferocious beast and wanted to try his hand with a B-ranked ferocious beast. Who knew that the blood beast would not even tangle with him head-on? Instead, it ran away. He chased after them, but the situation got more and more out of place, and he stopped and didn't chase after them. Instead he ran back. Only in the next moment, 5 or 6 B-realm ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, blocking his path from all directions, and Zhang Fan's expression changed. These spirits are this high, have to find a way to run. The several B-realm ferocious beasts didn't give Zhang Fan a chance at all of them bursting out a blood-colored light. The blood-colored light connecting together to form a blood-colored barrier. Zhang Fan swung out his great sword. Thunder exploded and appeared, and the unrivaled blade light chopped through. Bang! After a loud bang, a B-realm beast appeared to break, and Zhang Fan continued his attack. Roar! All the ferocious beasts roared, and cast their strongest attacks. Zhang Fan could only resist with difficulty. His 2 fists could not defeat his 4 hands. Time passed by. The blood chi in Zhang Fan's body was consumed too much. He had also decapitated 2 B-ranked ferocious beasts, but he couldn't deal with the remaining ones. Struck by a ball of blood-colored light spat out by the blood beast, he resisted with his sword, and was struck in the chest by a huge recoil force, spitting out blood in a large mouth. Holy, I'm going to be hopeless if the school teacher doesn't come. Several incomparably huge balls of light blasted towards him, and he stood up. Even if he died, he would die standing. Only in the next instant, the blood beast's attack was dissolved by a strange force, and the amazing supporting fish appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Stinky brother, give yourself to me. I saved you. Chapter 54, The Gunfather. Mu Chang, look out. Zhang Fan knew that the frightened fish was more powerful than him, but these B-realm fierce beasts could not be underestimated. Surprise Fisher flashed him a smile. Let's see how Sis will avenge you. A shocking Fuyu erupted with a monstrous blood aura. A blood-colored tang knife appeared in his hand, and with a chop, the air was vaguely distorted, and a shocking ferocious beast was killed in this way, and the remaining few B-realm ferocious beasts were quickly resolved. Zhang Fan was shocked. Should the gap be so big? Surprised Fuyu once again took a long stride, slowly walking towards Zhang Fan. That smile. Zhang Fan's suddenly heartbeat accelerated. Approaching Zhang Fan's side, the amazing supporting fish once again scratched off some of Zhang Fan's points at a weird speed. Stinky brother, this is the price for saving you. Afterwards, walking towards the distance, Zhang Fan was not angry this time. Amazing Fuyu, I'm willing to give my body to you. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the shocked Fuyu stumbled and her small face flushed. Nerd. Boundary Slayer. His entire body was emitting blue energy, incomparably divine. The white hair on his temples was rapidly recovering, and his breath was skyrocketing. Soon enough, it reached B+ rank, and he didn't stop practicing until he couldn't go any further. If one looked closely, the area he was in was not part of Sacred Summer. Blue Star. Much more than Saint Summer. These brats. They targeted my Sacred Summer in my previous life. In this life, let's take you guys to find some interest first. I remember. In my previous life, Azuni became a martial artist above the SSS rank because of a chance. Right? I must take this chance. Blockhead Shelter. Boundary Deicide is nowhere to be found. And Modeo has gone to participate in the Chaos Academy's special recruitment examination. It is a little difficult for ancient Phoenix Snow to find someone to take revenge on. What did the Shaw family say there? After they checked it out, the Shao family's unicorn girl seemed to be lovers with Modeo. My lord mother. The Xiao family says that Xiao Yunjing and Modeo are not related. During the Duke's lifetime, he had a deep grudge against this one called Modeo, and the C realm martial artists that followed him at the very beginning, to the B realm martial artists that followed him later, were almost all beheaded by Modeo, and the royal Yan emperor wrote that when the beast tied at the blockhead shelter ended, the Duke told him to kill Modeo, and he did not care as he had to fulfill what the family head had arranged. In that case, Modeo is the murderer who beheaded my son? Humph. Even if he participates in the Chaos Academy special recruitment. So what? He still has a family right. Take his family first. I'll let him experience the pain of losing his closest relatives as well. Students, welcome to the Chaos Academy family. Your enrollment time is about the same as that of the students taking the martial examination. There is still 1 month to go. You can make your own arrangements for these days. Later, we will send you back to your respective shelters. And when we do, we will come for you again. Makoto was undoubtedly the one who gained the most this time, his strength breaking through the B+ level. I also wonder how Defan and Eda Beauty are doing. If Modeo knew that Young Fan Peach Blossom had come, he would have teased him. Blockhead Asylum. Late at night, Mu Ling went home in high spirits, eating with Mu Chang and Su Shui. Mom and Dad, why isn't brother back yet? Your brother went to participate in the Chaos Academy special recruitment examination. It won't be so fast. I miss him. I feel so much flatter without him. Suddenly, Muching seemed to sense something. His face changed drastically, and he instantly held Su Shui and Mu Ling in his arms. Several violent energy fluctuations surfaced and directly exploded. When the dust dissipated, Mu Chang was slightly in a sorry state. Su Shui and Mu Ling in his arms did not have any damage, but they were frightened. Makoto was furious and did not speak, looking at the few people walking towards them with murderous intent on their faces. Looking at the fact that the Muching family didn't die, Ancient Phoenix Snow revealed a hesitant look. Who are you people? Blatantly attacking my family at the shelter. Humph. I am Ancient Phoenix Snow. My son, Huangchen, was killed by your son, Modeo, so I will kill the 3 of you first and just collect some interest in advance. The sudden explosion naturally couldn't be hidden from the Blood Emperor, as he and Mad Drought rushed to this place, and looking at the field in front of them and Makoto's woeful state, he naturally guessed some of it. Royalty, don't go too far. This is the Blockhead Asylum, not you royalty. Humph. Blood Emperor, remembering that you're a senior, I won't bother with you, but Modeo, killing my son, all of their family will have to die. I'm only going to kill them, and if I continue to stop me, I don't know if more people will die. Imperial Palace. If Senior Blood Emperor stops me, you'll have to ask him for advice. From behind Ancient Phoenix Snow, a burly middle-aged man stepped out. Yes, Mother in charge. The Blood Emperor and the Mad Drought frowned. The royal family is too much. Now under many families, completely throw away the regulations. How to openly dare to launch an attack in the shelter. The courage is also too big. Ancient Phoenix Snow, the rules set by my Jinwu division. Is the royal family sure they want to go against them? Ha ha, Modeo killed my son. It's me who is justified. Jinwu see, it doesn't work. The people who have a grudge against you are Macdao, and they are innocent? Humph. My royal family is about to give birth to a saint family, or something to save face. Imperial Palace. If anyone dares to stop, shoot on sight. The Blood Emperor and Mad Drought had a serious face. Could it be that today, they really couldn't save Mu Ching and his family? How could they explain with Mu Dao? But right now, they couldn't do anything about it. Several royal S-Realm Emperors had come, and Ancient Phoenix Snow was also an S-Realm Emperor. Ha ha ha. Makoto laughed. My son kills well. Royalty? Not a thing. He then looked at Mu Ling and Su Shui. Snow, Spirit, are you afraid? Dad, I'm not afraid. It's just that if we die, what will happen to brother? These people still want to kill brother. Don't worry, Dad won't let you guys die. Makoto's body slowly exuded a drastic golden color. His pupils, all of them turned golden. His breath was mysterious and vast. Playing God. Everyone stared at the change in Makoto as the golden light emanating from Makoto's body grew more and more intense and slowly flew into midair. Senior Blood Emperor. Brother Mad. Thank you, but these can't help me yet. Powerful breaths scattered in all directions, shocking the surrounding people, backing up one after another. Makoto's strength is not at all a B realm, nor an A realm, much less an S realm emperor. Instead, it's an SS class Zuni. The royal crowd was shocked. How could it be a SS realm honored person? It must be a fake. How could there be a SS realm honored person in a small blockhead asylum? Fake. Must be fake. Royal Palace. Go tear through his disguise. A large blood-colored sword appeared in the Imperial Palace's hand. The S-Realm Emperor's chi and blood was released, and the sword chopped down as if the earth was going to be split open. Bang! With a loud bang, The large sword in the Imperial Palace's hand was caught by Makoto with his hand, and his eyes were filled with unbelief. Die. With a single word of death, the Imperial Palace's body was torn apart, and Makoto's expression was somewhat saddened. Perhaps, many people have forgotten about the once-gone honors. Chapter 55, The Brightest Star That Ever Shone. Mak Chang decimated the Imperial Palace. Then his eyes looked towards Ancient Phoenix Snow and the others. A very plain glance, but it caused people to fall into an abyss that they couldn't pull themselves out of. SS Realm exalted. Did it turn out that being angry was so terrifying? Even if they were S-Realm emperors, they didn't dare to look straight into the abyss. You guys, have you figured out how you're going to die? Mu Chang's voice was incomparably cold as a very ordinary lance appeared in his hand, his eyes revealing nostalgic colors as well as indescribable feelings. Old boy, you've been wronged all these years. The rust on the surface of the lance began to fall off, revealing the real thing, the golden-purple lance carved with dragons and phoenixes, radiating an extremely powerful spear Dao sharpness. Clang! A crisp gunshot seemed to speak of its own injustice, and it seemed to be happy to be able to fight alongside Makoto once again. Gun abyss. Gaze. A pair of golden eyes floated in the air. Indifferent. Mysterious. Mak Chang's raised hand slowly fell. The roiling gun shadow fell. The powerful aura pressed Ancient Phoenix Shui. They couldn't breathe. Their bodies bowed this. Their expressions twisted. Not like their previous divine appearance. You dare to kill me. My royal family has a saint. Kill me. You will also die. Your whole family will die. The whole blockhead shelter will also die. Your relatives, friends, all of them will die. Ha ha. Ancient Phoenix Snow so performance, and shrew scolding no difference. Never high and mighty. There is, just others gifted. Drop. Death enveloped the royal people. Mu Chang was not in a hurry to kill them, but torture. Let them experience the fear of death. Always high above. How to experience the suffering of the human world. Bang. Bang. Every little while, an emperor would explode. Blood splattering on Gu Huangshui's face in a bizarre manner, and the agonizing expressions of their deaths all fell into Gu Huangshui's mind. Scatter. The destructive attack ended, and Makoto's breath returned to calmness as he slowly stood in the air. People of the royal family, I'll leave you all alive today, but remember, if Mudeo, Muling, and my lover lose a single hair, I will go up to the royal family and kill them. Remember, I'm a gun-honored and a god of killing. Take your masters and get the hell back. One of the royal emperors still remaining in the royal family pulled Ancient Phoenix Shui and left without looking back. Makoto landed on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face a little pale. Son/Dad, are you okay? Su Shui and Mu Ling rushed forward and supported the poorly conditioned Mu Chang. Snow, spirit, I'm fine, don't worry. However, in the next instant, the sky spun around, and Makoto felt like the whole world was spinning as he fainted. Mudeo returned to the Legend Asylum on the Chaos Academy airship, and he had to say that coming back felt a little different than going. When I first went there, I was as excited as a student going to the capital to catch an exam, and when I came back, I was as proud as a high school scholar. If Mom and Dad knew, they'd be happy too. He was now thinking of the excitement of Maki Ling hanging on to him. The special recruiting test for the poor shelter had ended, and Zhang Fan's ranking was not as good as Madeo's dominance, but it was not bad at all, coming in at number 5. When he first went there, he was alone, surrounded by a classmate he didn't really know well, and when he came back, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Surprised to help the fish strongly requested to follow Zhang Fan back. I do not know when. Zhang Fan heart of the string is also touched. Love does not know. Maybe the first time when they met. Maybe she saved him. No need to time to consider. He had been surprised earlier as to why the startled fishes had followed him back. The answer I got was, I want to visit where you live. Up to this point, Zhang Fan knew that the amazing Fu Yu had him in her heart. Lovers not yet. Friendship above. Fu Yu, when we go back, I'll introduce my brother to you. He can be too powerful, and you definitely can't beat him. Che, Pierre, I have no fear of anyone. Gee, you'll see in time. My buddy should be the one star in this world. I can't touch. What about me? Surprised Fu Yu looked at Zhang Fan with a pair of peach blossom eyes and eyebrows. You're different. You're another star. The brightest one. I think. 3 days. Madeo finally rushed back to the blockhead shelter. Faster than he expected. After sending him back, Su Hong went back, but left his contact information. Notifications and other things will be sent to him. He went to the house and was a little confused by the scene before him. Where's my house? Where's Mom and Dad? The house was not there. The whole house was in ruins. It had been cleaned up, but that was not the most important thing. Madeo instantly had a bad feeling that something had happened to Mom and Dad and they were in trouble. The killing aura was overflowing, especially after condensing the killing potential. The killing intent that he casually exuded was more than a few times stronger than before, and the killing intent was almost formed into substance. And at this moment, the Blood Emperor appeared in front of Madeo with an expression that wasn't too good either. Elder Blood Emperor, where did my parents and them go? Makoto's voice was cold. The Blood Emperor was incomparably shocked in his heart. With his eyesight, he could naturally discover that Madeo's strength had increased by several times, but right now was not the time to consider this matter. Come with me. The Blood Emperor took Madeo's hand and flew towards the sky, and soon afterward, he arrived at the Jinwu division. Seeing Mu Ling and Su Shui, the strings in his heart loosened a bit. Fortunately they were fine, otherwise he would have collapsed. At this time, Su Shui and Mu Ling were not in good condition and looked much more haggard. Moreover, Mu Chang was not here. Mom, Spirit, I'm home. What happened? Hearing his voice, Mu Ling instantly cried and jumped into his arms. Brother, we almost didn't see you. Mom, Spirit, what's going on? Where's Dad? In a room. Mu Chang is unconscious. His face is almost bloodless. Mu Dao can see that Mu Chang's physical condition don't be good. Muscle, tendon damage is serious. His face was incomparably ugly, and listening to the things Su Shui and Mu Ling had told him, he had almost developed a hatred for the royal family. Elder Blood Emperor, Uncle Mad, you guys are saying that my dad is an SS class exalted? Mudeo was more surprised by this. If Mu Chang was an exalted, then his identity must not be simple. Yeah, it's confirmed to be an exalted one without a doubt, and not just any exalted one, but a very famous one, the Gun Exalted One. Gunzun is a legendary figure whose identity has always been a mystery, and once pressed many of his peers to take a breath. He, who was once a king, with a shining star, but 15 years ago, the Gunfather lost track of him, not expecting to come to the Blockhead Asylum, marry and have children, and be an ordinary person. However, his situation doesn't seem too optimistic, forcibly activating the power belonging to a SS Realm Exalted. He was backfired. The exact cause of the incident can only be explained to you when he awakens. 15 years ago, when Makiling was just born, Goldfinger infused the life essence into my father's body. Chapter 56 Sister, if Dathan dares to bully you in the future, I'll castrate him. Life essence was worthy of what the system said. It had a miraculous effect in healing injuries. The next day, Mu Achievement awoke, and the injuries in his body were recovering rapidly, but the most fundamental injuries, life essence was useless, and couldn't be repaired at all. Shui, Dower, Linger, help me out and sit down. I know that there must be a lot of questions in your hearts, and I will answer them one by one. Yuki, do you remember when we first met back then? At that time, my life was in danger and you saved me. In fact, at that time, my body had already planted hidden dangers and my strength had been declining. Then Yuki got pregnant, and for the first time I learned about responsibility, and that I had offended many people. So I returned to the legendary shelter and had spirit with Yuki, and it was during this time that I picked you up. If it wasn't for the beast tide, I might never have shown my strength, waiting for the energy in my body to be completely depleted and accompanying Snow through her life. Dad, can't you recover from your injuries? It's hard to recover, almost impossible to recover. When I broke through the SS realm, due to my youthful arrogance and past confidence, I was injured by the SSS realm Holy Beast. The corrosive power it left behind continuously ate away at my body. The more frequently it was used, the faster the energy in my body was lost, and over the years, I was only left with the B realm strength, and after this battle, my strength, it fell to the C realm. If you want to recover, there should only be a way for martial artists above the SSS realm to get rid of this kind of damage. Unfortunately, above the SSS saints, it's really hard to find, and I can't find them to help. Makamichi now had an additional goal, and that was to become a martial artist above the SSS rank. But the most important thing nowadays was how to defend against a royal backlash. The Chaos Academy, would it protect his family? Mom and Dad, I become the first place of the Chaos Academy special recruitment. The Chaos Academy should shelter us, and the score with the royal family will be settled later. A small smile appeared on Makoto's face. Dower, with your talent, you'll definitely be much more powerful than me in the future. Above the SSS realm is also a big possibility, but you shouldn't worry. The royal family currently doesn't have any saints. Even if they break through right away, they'll still be concerned about my strength and won't have no qualms about making an enemy of me for the sake of a dead person. At least, not too much to worry about for a short while. Dad, what exactly is the realm above the SSS realm? Ha, Dower, even if you don't ask, I'll introduce you. Above the SSS realm, we collectively refer to it as the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is almost the ultimate existence of the Blue Star martial artists. they have unimaginable abilities, and the gods in the previous human records, they are the gods amongst the human beings. There are so many geniuses, but those who have traveled to the SSS realm aren't that many, not to mention the Emperor realm. Makoto scoffed a little at that statement. What god or not? Cultivation reached through cultivation. He could definitely reach this level in the future. When Mu Cheng awoke, Su Shui and Mu Ling were no longer as disheveled as they were before, or at least there was life. Brother, teach me to cultivate. The school is now just teaching some simple methods on how to polish chi and blood. I don't want to be passive like this anymore. I don't want to be a waste. Sister, look at me. You're not a loser. You'll always be my dearest sister. Mom and Dad's wonderful daughter. You're only 16 now, and the prescribed time for awakening is 18. So I'm going to see if there's any other way I can help you awaken earlier without damaging your potential later on. Madeo knew that Mu Ling must have been struck by these two death crises, but he also understood the feeling. Aha! Thanks, brother. Madeo returned to his room and immediately contacted Su Hong, explaining his needs before receiving a quick reply. Mu Dao students. Chaos Academy has the right to shelter the safety of students' families. However, need a little review time. Need to check whether your family members are adulterers and criminals. Do not misunderstand. Just need such a process. Hope you understand. The latest 2 days will tell you the results. Then thank you, Mr. Su Hong. This attitude of the Chaos Academy was still appreciated by Mu Dao. If a student's family members were bad people and gave shelter to bad people, that would be a big offense. Goldfinger, can you awaken your talent early? Ding, you can. But the Blue Star Awakening rule, the most suitable age is indeed 18 years old. After the system probed, Mac Ling has a SS grade talent in her body, which can allow her to awaken earlier. However, it requires life essence to repair some minor damages caused by the early awakening. Does it have an impact on the future development of martial arts? There is no impact. And how do you awaken early? The memories instilled by the system appeared in the brain of Mu Dao, which could allow Mu Ling to awaken her talent in advance. Pick a cosmic level technique first, so you can be at the forefront when you awaken. Lossless early awakening. This was a good thing. It was good for Saint Xia, but at the moment he wouldn't hand it over. That would cause too much of a stir. He didn't have the strength to deal with such a stir. A day later, Zhang Fan returned to the blockhead shelter. Shocked Fuyu at his side attracted a lot of attention, especially the men. Hate to eat Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, this kid with what? Surprise fish. Let's give brother Dao a surprise. I'll take you to eat delicious food afterward. I, Zhang Fan, am a bully in the legendary asylum. I know exactly where there is delicious food. Along the way, Zhang Fan was praising Madeo. She became even more curious about Madeo. What kind of person could make Zhang Fan so convinced? Going to the Makoto family, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. Where did Dao's family go? Surprised Fuyu looked at him with a skeptical expression. Are you going in the wrong direction? No, Dao and I grew up wearing the same pants, competing together to see who could pee farther, and peeking at the big sister next door in the shower. How could I forget about his family? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What did you say? Zhang Fan's chattering mouth immediately covered up. He realized that he had spoken out of turn. He hadn't peeked at all. Okay. Men bragging is harmful. Surprised Fuyu twisted his ear. See what? I didn't see anything. It was all because Dao took me there. I didn't want to go at all. I was on top of him and he was looking up there again. I didn't see anything. Really? Absolutely true. If it's false, my brother Dao will never find a wife for the rest of his life. Zhang Fan mumbled in his heart. Dao, I'm sorry La, using you as a shield. If Makamichi knew, he would have broken into a rage. Great. I curse you for being single for 30 years and you curse me for life. Friends end. In the end, Zhang Fan contacted Madeo. Madeo arrived in a hurry and was about to fight with Zhang Fan when he realized that he was followed by a great beauty. Ahem. Dai Fan. Not introducing me? Brother Dao. She's surprising fish. Number 1 in the poor school's special recruitment examination. Frightened fish. He's Madeo. Madeo looked at Zhang Fan with a strange look. Good guy. Going out for a trip and hooking a wife back. There you go. Zhang Fan. You've grown up. Sibling. If Dathan dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I'll castrate him. Chapter 57 Early Awakening. Passing on the law to family members. Zhang Fan's face brushed black. Dao, you're too harsh. I protest. I refuse. I defy you. Don't you like your younger sibling and just want to have fun? Don't want to be nice to her? Bujing, you want to kill the eyes to look at Zhang Fan. Her small face a little red. Mudeo 2 voiced younger sibling let her a little shy. Forgive how usually a little witch, but emotional matters. The blush or have to blush. No. I'm sure I'll be good to the startled fish. Ha ha. Seeing Jiang Fan's embarrassed appearance, Modeo was amused, but he sincerely hoped that Jiang Fan could find someone he liked. Jiang Fan was more honest, and the first time he met someone he liked, he would definitely give it his all. I hope that Bu Jingyu is sincere. If it is just for fun, Mu Dao will not agree. At night, Modeo didn't stay with Jiang Fan, leaving enough space for them. The young couple needed time to develop. Looking at them, they should have just got on. They were both rather shy. He was a little envious of Jiang Fan, and when he thought of Xiao Yunjing, his heart inevitably ached. Hey, I don't know how Jinger is doing? 9 Shelter. Royal. After returning from the blockhead shelter, it took ancient Phoenix Shui a while to come out of the shadow Makoto had given him. Huang Aoshin sat on the side, his eyes filled with heartache. Aoshin, are we just going to let this matter go? But my son's revenge? Killing my son and bullying my wife. How can this matter be forgotten? Gun dignitaries, they do have some skills. Wait for some days, we will make them pay 1,000 times over. I, royalty, am not to be trifled with. Aoshin, it's not like we don't have SS honors in our royal family. Why don't we go now? Do you not want to help us mother and son take revenge? No. Phoenix Shui, go kill Muching now so that he doesn't jump over the wall. 1 for 1. And when father breaks through to the SSS Realm Saint, everything will be simple. 1 year at the latest, father will break through to the SSS Realm Saint, and maybe we, too, can break through to the SSS Realm Saint. A wry smile appeared on Emperor Aoshin's face. 2 days later, Mu Dao received a message from Su Hong, telling him that his family could be sheltered by the Chaos Academy because he was number 1, and the academy would send someone to pick him and his family up. Modeo was overjoyed. A stone in his heart fell to the ground as the sharp sword suspended above his head finally fell. Mom and Dad, I've already contacted the Chaos Academy. They'll shelter us and come to pick us up in the next few days. Ha ha, then it seems that there's no need to worry about safety for a short time. Muching's heart was also happy. It is good to ride under a big tree. But unfortunately, back then, he was too arrogant, and he could not see many things. Mom and Dad, one more thing for you to discuss? Something about spirit. Dower, if it's harmless to linger, then you can go ahead and do it completely. And if you have the strength early, you'll have the ability to deal with crises. They were all very supportive of McKeeling's early awakening. These 2 days, Mu Dao also went to the school to borrow the awakening stones that were used a long time ago. Because of the existence of the awakening sacred pillar, these awakening stones were almost eliminated and not used, but it doesn't mean that they are useless. Linger, don't worry about whatever happens later. Just carefully sense your talent. Put your hand on it. Goldfinger, infuse life energy in the star essence that is still left. After extracting it from Boundary Slayer in the first place, he gave some to Yu Tong and still had some left, so he hoped it would be useful. Mu Cheng's martial talent was SS grade. Mu Ling was basically SS grade as well. Her body emitted a glowing purple light. A purple spear surfaced above her head, delicate and honorable but extremely unassuming. The changes didn't end there. The purple spear rapidly changed, increasing in size, with a bit of flame mixed in with the purple color, and a Xian bird pattern emerged on it, increasing its power by a lot. This is the SSS talent. Snow, Spirit's talent is even higher, inheriting the talent from you and me and metamorphosing. Yes, taking advantage of the opportunity, Mu Dao also operated the Dao scriptures and absorbed the aura between heaven and earth to come here, allowing Mu Ling's martial talent to absorb it. As time passed by, Mac Ling's changes ended, and the aura in her body increased, breaking through the E rank and successfully becoming a martial artist. This speed was much stronger than Mac Dao was at that time. Brother, Mom and Dad, I become a martial artist and I feel so powerful. Ha ha, sister, congratulations. Brother, becoming a martial artist. I only now feel how terrifying you are, like a moth and a divine dragon in the sky. Well, you'll be so good at it later. Modeo didn't have the extra energy to enhance his talent anymore, otherwise he could have given it to Su Shui and Mucheng. He didn't realize that this kind of thing was actually so little, and only picked up 2 copies now. He suddenly had an idea. Since Makoto was injured and the corrosive power of a SSS level saint was left in his body, could it be refined? And the energy contained within it might be able to allow Makoto to go further. However, they were all still too weak for any of these feats to be passed on, otherwise it would be too dangerous. System, pick the right Gungfu and melt the Gungfu that matches my parents and their cultivation. Their talents are all from the same source, and their cultivation techniques are the same with no difference. Ding, it has been successfully melted. The host named it himself. Late at night, Modeo took advantage of Mucheng's sleep and came to his room. He didn't have much else. Just a lot of feats. He hadn't considered these problems before and was focused on improving his strength, but now that he had thought about it, he would have to solve these problems. But, at the moment, he didn't want to be exposed. Madeo placed his hand on top of Mu Qing's head, and also had the system instill a few words into it, roughly saying that if they disobeyed, they would die immediately, and with a feat of this magnitude, they wouldn't be able to disbelieve it. Makoto finished transmitting. Makoto repeated the same technique, Su Shui, and Mak Ling. On the following day, the three felt the deep and vast gongfu in their minds, and were incomparably surprised why unfamiliar gongfu would enter their brains. It was unscientific. Mu Qing's head was confused. He didn't know what grade of gongfu it was, but it was more than 100 times more vast than the earth-grade gongfu he cultivated. At least all of them were heaven-grade gongfu, and he didn't dare to think about it further up. Moreover, the feats that had been transmitted by the system would be well understood, and they wouldn't be able to read them anymore, and would be able to utilize them easily. It wasn't until after the cultivation that the crazy influx of aura, the energy that surged into the body, they were even more shocked. In just over an hour, Mu Ling broke through the E grade. Su Shui became quite a bit younger, and some of the dark wounds left in Mu Cheng's body melted away. He couldn't control it anymore. Tears fell down his face. Who would want his strength to drop and not be able to protect his wife, daughter, and child? Now he sees hope for a resurgence, and even more hope for going further. Makamichi whistled and roamed about, not wanting them to see anything unusual. Doyle, did you find anything last night? Nope. I went to sleep last night after practicing until late at night. Why? What happened? No. Just asking. Could it be that it really is a heavenly chance? Chapter 58, Traveling to Chaos Asylum, Chaos City. Oops. Why don't I have one? Is God unfair? Mudeo pointed to the sky as if the heavens owed him something. Afterward, he left in a huff, leaving behind Mu Chang, Su Shui, and Mu Ling who were wide-eyed. Is it really not the way? It's just that. This is our chance. We don't have to think so much. Since that person doesn't want to appear and doesn't let us know, we don't have to look deeper or say much, lest we draw fire. And the piker is not guilty of harboring a crime. 2 days later, Madeo and Jiang Fan, Amazing Fuyu, and Yu Tong got together. Madeo was about to leave the Legend Asylum and head to the Chaos Asylum. And this time, once they parted, they would definitely not be able to get together every day like they do now. Da Fan, tomorrow, my parents, my old sister and I will be heading to the Chaos Asylum. If something happens, be sure to contact me then. I am your most solid backing. Big school girl. And Jinger's matter is not my wish either. You will know in the future. Miss Boo, Da Fan people are rather simple. I hope you'll bear with me. Yu Tong glanced at Madeo with a very complicated look and did not say much. Come on, let's have a drink. Come on, have a drink. Brother Dao, it's like you're giving your last words. After you leave, the surprising fish and I should be heading to the poor shelter as well. Next time I see you, I'm going to fight you. Come on, come back and fight me when you can beat frightened fish. And don't even think about fighting me if you can't beat frightened fish. In the past 2 days, at the request of Bu Jingyu, Mudeo fought with her, and he had to say that it was indeed powerful. Her talent was very weird, and her speed was extremely fast, and he almost couldn't catch up. However, the real battle power was still much worse compared to him and fell to his hands. Early the next morning, the Chaos Academy battleship arrived, much smaller than the two at the beginning, but it was normal. Picking up his family, it didn't need much of a battleship. The one who came to pick him up, he had an impression. One of the realm seniors from the special recruitment test. What was his specific name? Makoto didn't know. Senior Mu. I'm the senior who came to pick you up. My name is Shangguan Chang. You can just call me Brother Ching. School Brother Mu. Uncle. Aunt. Your school brother Mu's younger sister. So I'll have the audacity to call you my younger sister as well. It should take us 5 days to get to the Chaos Asylum. Let's just leave. Mudeo walked at the end. He waved at Jiang Fan, Gu, Mad Drought and the rest of them. He didn't have many friends in the Legend Asylum. It was them. Inside the battleship, besides Shangguan Chang, there was another senior called Weekend. School Brother Mu, your performance that day really put me senior brothers to shame. Nowadays, probably none of them are your match. 2 senior brothers. Thank you. Can you introduce me to the Chaos Shelter? The Chaos Asylum, also known as the City of Chaos, is actually one of the 3 major asylums in my Saint Summer, but the overall strength should be the strongest, with many powerful people. The S-realm strength can only be considered as an average expert, and the only person who can be considered strong is the SS realm exalted. My Chaos Academy, located in the most central area of the Chaos Asylum, is connected in all directions and is in charge of the entire Chaos Asylum, but the one who is truly in charge of the Chaos Asylum is the Chaos Jinwu Division, in addition to the Chaos Town Martial Division. There are a few forces that are the most powerful: the Killing God Martial Hall, the Xian Yuan family, and the Gene Company, who occupy all sectors of the Chaos Shelter, where the Gene Company develops all sorts of pills and cultivation potions that involve many shelters. After their explanation, Madeo roughly understood and felt that it was too complicated, but he was also looking forward to it. The Chaos Asylum was undoubtedly a big stage. Brother, I seem to be practicing. Sister, endure for a few days first. The battleship is not suitable for cultivation. Look at how beautiful those landscapes are. Strength enhancement is a very good experience. Obtaining the Gong method in the past few days. Mu Cheng, Su Shui, Mu Ling, 3 people almost into the mystery, either in the cultivation or on the way to cultivation. Mu Ling are not pestering him. He is still a little unaccustomed to it. When you have a meritocracy, you forget about your brother. Mu Ling is now an E+ level martial artist. The early progress is very fast. Mu Dao estimated that the speed will slow down after breaking through the sea realm. There is no need to worry about it. It is just that the practical combat experience has to be honed and sharpened. Going to the Chaos Asylum, there should be that kind of virtual sparring platform, so that Mu Ling could practice on it. And taking a ferocious beast as a test subject was not reassuring to Mu Dao. Linger, don't pester your brother. He's all about to find a date. The time was 5 days. Shangguan Cheng said, "School brother Mu, up ahead is my Chaos Shelter." When Madeo saw it, it was just too grand and magnificent, domineering and abnormal. An endless steel wall that looked to be a few thousand meters or so in height. Knowing that shelters could be cylindrical, how big it had to be? About 2 or 3,000 meters. Dense fog covering the city of chaos. Hidden, adding a lot of mystery. Madeo Mucheng was okay. Su Shui and Mu Ling, their eyes were filled with shock. Not to blame them, even if Madeo had read so many words in his previous life, and his imagination was rich enough. But compared to the Chaos Shelter, it was still much worse. Worthy of being the city of chaos, Shangguan Cheng and Weekend both smiled at each other. Schoolmate Mu, let's go in. Entering the Chaos Asylum, it was even more spectacular inside, with high-rise buildings, especially those technological products, almost everywhere. The sky was also filled with all kinds of very warships, and looking down from them was even more shocking. The Legend Asylum was already similar to the very best cities of the previous world, but the Chaos Asylum, it looked much better than the best cities of the previous world. The technology, the techniques, the architecture, it was simply incomparable. The most important thing was that the heaven and earth spiritual chi contained inside was incomparably rich. Senior brother Mu, my Chaos Academy has a disciples' house. Your family can stay in the disciples' house for safety and security. And you, after the official opening of the school, can choose to stay in the disciples' house or in the school. But I would recommend staying in the school as it's quite a bit more convenient. In these days, school brother Mu can familiarize himself with the Chaos Academy and the Chaos City in advance. And if he has any questions, he can contact me. About an hour or so later, the battleship slowly came to a stop. It was a villa complex, and Shangguan Cheng led them inside. Schoolmate Mu, you'll be staying in the 7 villas, complete with all kinds of living supplies. If there's nothing else, I'll go back with Weekend first. Okay, thank you Senior Shangguan and Senior Zhou. As Mu Dao surveyed the place, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the Chaos Academy was rich and generous. This villa was 120 square feet, enough for them to live in. After simply arranging some things, Madeo laid down on the bed. His heart was calm. He's about to embark on a new journey, though there's no telling what that journey will turn out to be in the end. Chapter 59 Uncommon, Common, and Never Lies. Half a month later, Mu Dao put the beheading of ferocious beasts to obtain things to sell. The total value of a more than 20 million. Temporarily not lack of money. He gave Mu Ling to find the simulation of the training ground. For Mu Chang and Su Shui to purchase some cultivation resources. Equipment. This day was the day that the new students started school, a few days earlier than expected. He had long been familiar with the route, and it took him little time to reach the Chaos Academy. The Chaos Academy didn't have a breakdown of specializations. After all, it was a martial arts school. If you were interested in other things, such as refining pills, building wizards' alloys and all of that, there would be a big open class similar to the kind of classes you would have had in your previous life to go and learn. He had already received the message the day before that the class he was in was Class 1. There were a total of more than 1,500 freshmen in the Chaos Academy, more than 200 special enrollment, and more than 1,000 people came in from the martial arts examination, and a class of 40 people standard. That was 38 classes. Special enrollment and martial arts students are lumped together and are not taught separately. More than 1,500 people is not a small number. Can enter the Chaos Academy? The martial arts examination is not too bad. Sacred Summer. In addition to the 3 most famous advanced schools, There are actually a number of schools, otherwise it is simply not possible to absorb so many students. It's like Chaos Asylum has 2 academies in addition to the Chaos Academy. Makamichi went to the first class sign and it was a couple of young ladies with long legs. The school simply understands young people. Hello senior sister, I'm freshman Makoto, a first class student, here to report. How are you? You look so good. We're sophomore class sisters. Here's your dormitory card number. Let me send you there. Makamichi is begging for it. Who knew that these schoolmates were grabbing for it, all wanting to send Makamichi to the dormitory? Tai-yun, you old auntie of a junior. Who are you to earn a schoolmate? He should be our sophomore sisters. I'll walk him there. You've all been in love. I haven't. So handsome. How can I cheapen you old? Mudeo was stunned. All these good-looking schoolmates were talking about tigers and wolves. Is he that handsome? For the first time, he felt infinitely handsome. Ahem. Actually, I wouldn't mind if a few of the schoolmates walked me to my dormitory together. A smile hung at the corner of Makamichi's mouth as he thought to himself. They should agree. Who knows? His jaw dropped when he looked up. A few schoolmates are no longer in front of him, running in front of him to surround a boy. This boy in front of him, especially handsome, and women in general. Face value. Makoto lost him by 1 point. Alas, the heavens are not ancient. These nymphomaniac schoolgirls. Sure enough, college is where youthful hormones emanate from, and the better looking you are, the more popular you are, no matter your past life. It's a shame that Boundary Slayer isn't here. Makamichi leaves the sad place and heads to the dormitory on his own. When he went to the dormitory, it was particularly large, a 4-person dormitory, but it didn't feel crowded at all. He was the only one, and none of his roommates had arrived yet. He had his own reasons for living on campus, idle and bored. Mu Dao closed his eyes and cultivated, running the Dao scripture, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Wanting to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, usually only a scripture martial artists, but as long as they cultivate the cosmic level and above the cosmic level, they can also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, like the 3 of them, Mu Cheng, Zhang Fan, and the rest of them. He had only just closed his eyes when he realized that someone had walked in towards his dorm room, none other than the very handsome boy from before. Opening the door to his dorm room, he found Makoto and smiled at him. Hello, I'm Koji-sei, I live here too. I'm from the Kirin Asylum. This name made Madeo somewhat speechless. Gongzi Shi, wasn't Gongzi Shi Wu Shuang? Ahem. Hello, I'm Makoto, from the Legend Asylum. Brother Mu has a great temperament. Unlike me, I'm flat and unimpressive. None of them have any merits. Madeo, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. This guy looks honest. Versailles up enough to kill and kill. That, the male brother's temperament is not bad either. At once, the two were speechless. Soon after, the dormitory appeared 2 more people. A physical stout, 1 meter 9 or so tall wearing an undershirt, revealing robust muscles. The other person is stored in long hair, red lips and teeth, especially clean, looks oddly honest. Greetings, my name is Ancient Desolate Time, and I come from the Taotai Asylum. Hello guys, my name is Lin Jiodo, from the White Zephyr Asylum. Ancient Wasteland was the strong man, and Lin Jiodao was the one with long hair. Modeo, from the Legend Asylum. Gong Zi Shi, from the Kirin Asylum. After introducing each other, everyone was wide-eyed, unable to find a topic to talk about, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Makamichi sized up his 3 roommates. Their strength was probably all in the C realm, and their talents should all be around A and S rank. Modeo didn't like to be cold, and he said to Ancient Desolate Time, Brother Gu, how do you train these muscles? It's so handsome. Dead muscle. Poof. Mudo. He couldn't believe it. The third one was still so Versailles. Brother Lin, your hair is better than many girls. Ha ha. Brother Mac, you look the most handsome among us. Makoto's smile came to an abrupt end. Really? It's true. I never lie. Makamichi felt finished, as if there were 3 more heavenly kings in the dormitory. Plain and simple Gongzi Shi. Plain and simple Ancient Deserted Time. Never lie Lin into the road. Makoto decided to keep quiet. 3 roommates who were all oddballs was too tiring. We're all called brothers. It's a bit rusty. Why don't we pick the oldest, the second, the third, and the fourth? Yes, I think it's feasible. Madeo was not tired at once. The big brother had to be his. Ahem. I'm the strongest. I'm the big brother. The 3 of them looked at Madeo, who instantly displayed B-rank strength, and the 3 of them, whose faces were incomparably shocked, instantly recognized Madeo as their boss. In the end, the 3 of them discussed for most of the day, with Ancient Desolate Time being the second oldest, Lin Jiodao being the third oldest, and Gongzi Shi being the fourth oldest. Boss, Lao-san, Lao-si, why don't we go for a stroll and scour the big beauties amongst our freshmen? The schoolgirls will do. Hearing the beautiful woman, Madeo's eyes also glowed. He didn't want to go. It was all forced by the three of them. Today, undoubtedly the Chaos Academy is the most lively. The new students start school. The elder siblings also take the time to come out. Maybe the reason for the cultivation. Madeo found that the face value of the girls in this world is very good. Long legs. The boys are also basically all long legs. Short is not much. Into the eyes are all the white flowers. The ancient desert time eyes are almost sunk in. Lin Jiodo, who seemed the most honest, had a small red face, but his eyes never left those white thighs. Only Gongzi Shi was alone, with his head up. Beauty was non-existent, and so was beauty. Lao Si, look at the beauty. Hey, it's about the same as me. Mediocre, nothing to see here. Mudo, in the ancient wilderness, Lin enters and says, Chapter 60, List of the Sons of the Holy Summer. The next morning, Makamichi was the first to wake up, and had almost gotten into the habit of doing so. He washed up and then woke up the three of them. Ancient desolate time, Lin Jiodo, and Gongzi Shi. Today was the first lesson of the school year, so they couldn't be late. The Chaos Academy was particularly large, and it took the four of them a long time to find where the classroom was. The others came earlier, and the four could only sit in the seats at the back of the classroom. 40-odd students, half boys and half girls. Class starts at 8 o'clock with 10 minutes to go. Ancient wasted time looked around. Boss, Lao-san, Lao-si, look, there's a pretty girl in our class. The three of them looked over in the direction he was pointing, and they had to say that the girl was particularly good looking. A very classical kind of beauty, out of the ordinary. Dang, dang, dang. 3 bells ring to signify that class is in session. A class bell that is not the same as a traditional bell. However, Madeo felt that the bell seemed to contain a power that calmed one's heart, and it would be beneficial to them if they continued for a long time. Soon, a woman wearing a black dress walked in, and everyone was captivated simply because the woman was so beautiful. Very young, with fair skin and features that looked like they had been carefully pinched by a creator. But there's a downside, and that's a bit cold. Yes, with a particularly icy expression. The woman opened her mouth and said, Everyone, from now on, I will be the homeroom teacher of Class 1. My name is Gotham Bingley. Macdao. In. He was also slightly surprised as he stood up, and the rest of the people looked at Madeo, their eyes streaming with curiosity as to why the homeroom teacher knew about Madeo. Very well, you'll be the president of our class from now on. He didn't want to be class president and answered slower. Don't want to be class president. Cold. Those eyes looked towards Madeo. He felt that his blood was a little frozen. Gotham Bingley's strength he couldn't tell. Very powerful. It was just that he could only pick up a realm and below strengths right now. An S realm and above could not be picked up yet. Wanna be? I'll be class president from now on. The coldness only disappeared when Madeo agreed. I won't waste time having you introduce yourselves. Within a week, all of you must know each other. Chaos Academy. Sacred summer coins do not circulate. Everything is based on points. From today onwards, each of your identity tokens have 50 initial points. Eating, using the Academy cultivation apparatus all need points. There are a lot of ways to obtain points. Hunting ferocious beasts, completing tasks, reaching achievements, etc. Carefully check the points manual. University life has a lot of time. You entered the Chaos Academy. It means that you achieved good results at a certain time. However, from today onwards, all of you start from the same point. Cultivation. No advancement. Chaos Academy will clear out some students every year. Hopefully there are none of you. Every month, I will organize a test for you, and there will be rewards for those who make progress, and punishments for those who stay put. The above is the most basic code that all new students should know. After saying that, Gotham Bingley did not continue, seemingly leaving time for them to digest. Boss, senior, I feel as if college life isn't as good as I thought it would be. It's definitely not easy. This is the Chaos Academy. Mixing it up won't work. At this moment, several major shelters, the top management gathered in one room, their faces turning blue. The Sacred Summer had witnessed one of the most brutal events ever. A high-level academy in the Green Dragon Asylum was attacked while transporting freshman disciples on their way back to the school, and more than 1,000 of the entire 3,000 freshmen died, nearly more than half of them. Those teachers, they were being stripped of their bones and skin, and their bodies were nailed alive on top of the shattered battleship. More than a dozen of them. None of them were spared. More than 1,000 students' corpses. Rivers of blood, and the smell of blood rushing to the sky. After doing this, the murderer behind the scenes disappeared, and the arrival of the Holy Summer Sage was of no help. but they based on the scent left at the scene. All fingers pointed to abyssal prison, the salacious force that had always existed underground but could not be removed. This practice was an attempt to exterminate the roots of humanity, and it was also a declaration of war, signaling the sacred summer that the abyssal prison was not something to be messed with. This gang of saints, how is this matter to be dealt with? The abyssal prison couldn't be found for so many years, and I suspect that their base isn't in sacred summer, or even in the blue planet, and maybe in an alien dimension. The saints here naturally understood what the other space was, and they couldn't find it. We, then, can only turn to the Imperial Master for help. If we don't get a proclamation back for those children, where do we put our old faces? Seconded. More than 10 minutes passed, and Gotham Bingley continued. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Sacred Summer Suns list? A hesitant look appeared on Medeo's face. He hadn't heard of it, but some of the students had obviously heard of it. Just like Gungzi, sure, he said as he stood up. Teacher, I've heard of the Sacred Summer Suns list. Sacred Summer Suns list records the strongest geniuses of the young generation of Sacred Summer. There are a total of 100 people in the quota, and anyone who is on the list is not a genius, and the list of suns is said to be a divine object. This student is correct, but let me add some more. The origin of the Sacred Summer Suns list is indeed mysterious. It was brought over by the first house master. It has a function to record the geniuses of the Sacred Summer from the age of 18 to the age of 30, and it is divided into the B realm list, the A realm list, the S realm list, as well as the SS realm list, and the SSS realm list. For the SS realm ranking, there are only 10 people in Saint Sia so far, and for the SSS realm ranking, there is not even one person. Some of you have already broken through the B realm. I hope that you can become one of the 100 people on the list of the suns. But note that the Sacred Summer Suns list is not just for our Chaos Academy. Throughout the Sacred Summer Higher Academies, forces that have SSS realm saints, clans, the suns list will automatically lock onto them, and then the suns branch list will fall, and the challenge scores will be summarized in a unified manner. Of course, the only people who can see the names of everyone on the various realm lists are the university houses, and for the rest of the power families, if a disciple from this power family enters the list of suns, they can only see the ranking of their disciple's name, and the rest of the people's names cannot be seen. After saying that, he even glanced in the direction of Makamichi. Moved out of the Sacred Summer Suns really heart. This class has several B realm strength. Special enrollment he saw 5. A little bit of impression. 2 of them are also B realm strength. At that time the ranking is not too low. In addition to these 2 people are B realm. There is another one. That is, that particularly beautiful looking girl. Did not see her in the special enrollment test. That is, through the martial arts examination to come in. Boss, your B realm strength. Get us a ranking back. And when we break through the B realm, we'll go for a big kill as well. Even though I'm ordinary, I have big dreams. Chapter 61, Downgrade Talent. Immortal Chaos Realm. Medeo is now at B+ level. Maybe if he goes out and completes a few quests he will break through to a level. Because the Chaos Academy is full of geniuses. Yesterday alone, he has picked up nearly 180,000 cards of Chi and Blood, and there are many martial arts skills. Most of them are Xian level, Yellow level, and some of them are Earth level. There were not a few martial arts talents, all of which were B rank, A rank, and S rank, and together with those picked up by the special recruitment examination, he had not synthesized them so far. If he broke through the A realm, then he wouldn't be able to participate in the examination of the Sun's B realm ranking. He found a pattern. If he picked up others for the first time, most of them were talents or something like that. Just like the special recruitment examination and freshman entrance, almost all of the pickups were talents, martial arts experience values, and very little Chi and Blood. But the second time you see it, most of it is just blood, martial arts, experience points, etc. Today, I'll organize my harvest, and tomorrow, I'll go and break into the B realm ranking, Sacred Summer B realm, and I don't know if anyone can match me. After class, Makoto finished lunch with his 3 roommates and didn't return to his dormitory with them because he had to go and collect the resource rewards for his first place in the special recruitment test. Soon, he saw Su Hong, who was smiling and looking at him. Assistant Professor Su. Well, come on. Afterwards, Su Hong gave him a backpack. This backpack, it has 2x2x2 square meters of space inside. All your resources are placed inside. This backpack is considered to be an extra bonus item. Student Mu. But it's important to remind you that the special recruitment examination rewards abundant resources once a month, and after half a year, if student Mu's performance doesn't meet the resource rating, the resources will decrease or even stop. Assistant Professor Su. I understand. Halfway through, Makamichi went to see Takashichi. Brother Mu. Which class are you in? I'm in class 10. Jian Weixin is in class 9. And Zhuge Qinger is in class 15. I'm in first class. That's quite good. Brother Mu. Have you learned about the Sacred Summer Suns list? I know. And I'll be challenging the B-Realm Suns ranking tomorrow. If I don't, I might have to miss the B-Realm ranking. Yo, Brother Mu. I think there's a great possibility for you to open the SSS Realm ranking. By the way, take a first place in the B-Realm Plutonium list. Let those seniors see that my freshman year is the most important. Ha ha, Buichi, you're being bullied by the upperclassmen. Wui smiled awkwardly. On the first day he joined the school he had a crush on a schoolmate, who knew that she had a boyfriend and almost beat him up. It's a tear to say the least. In the afternoon there will be no class. Mu Dao spent 10 points to rent a cultivation room. Tube 3 hours. This kind of cultivation room aura is not too rich. The price is so cheap. Cultivation rooms were a specialty of the Chaos Academy. And this kind of cultivation room was especially favored by students below the A realm. Quiet, spacious, and almost insulated from murmurs. Realm A seniors, the cultivation room they use is especially expensive. And the aura is so rich that they don't dare to use it without points. Mu Dao took out his backpack and poured out the cultivation resources inside. And he had to say that the academy was really generous. 20 heavenly blood pills. He wasn't interested in pills and didn't know much about them, but he still knew about the heavenly blood pills, which were suitable for B-realm and A-realm cultivation. Secondly, there were 5 other strange medicines that were far better than the Zhugua that was refined in the first place. 10 bottles of gene medicinal liquid. Compared to traditional pills, these cultivation medicinal liquids are more energetic and easier to be absorbed, but the time to stay in the body is shorter, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. On top of that, a heaven-grade body technique martial skill, one thought at hand, a wizard's alloy battle rifle, the kind that should be in the $10 million range. Originally, he wanted to give him a heaven-level technique, but he had replaced it with the GZ alloy battle rifle. He could completely absorb the energy of the resources. If he refined them, he should be able to increase his chi and blood by 600,000 to 700,000 calories, without affecting tomorrow's battle. But before refining the resources, it was better to fuse the talents. Martial arts. Otherwise there are too many of them, and the system panel looks too messy. Shen level techniques plus 10, Earth level techniques plus 76, Heaven level techniques plus 5, B rank talent 70, A rank talent 50, S rank talent 15, SS rank talent 5, SSS rank talent 1, Yellow grade martial skill plus 423, Shen grade martial skill plus 96, Earth grade martial skill plus 20, Heaven grade martial skill plus 3. These were the results of his special recruitment and this coming to the Chaos Asylum for more than half a month, plus the 2 days of new student enrollment. Gold finger. Fuse the picked up techniques into the Tao scriptures. Fuse the martial arts. And finally, fuse the talents together, melting them down to SSS rank talents first. Time passed minute by minute. Too much melting at once. The gold finger system was a little slow. Nearly 20 minutes before all the melting was completed. Ding! 5 SSS grade talents have been melted down. Overlord God's eyes, mixed heavenly sword tire, broken glazed body, vast misty fist hammer, and Xian Phoenix blade. Ding! Due to the Gongfu grade being too low, the part of the Tao scripture grade that has been upgraded still belongs to the Tao grade. Ding! It has been melted for the host into 3 cosmic grade martial arts. Extreme thunder at hand, Great Sun heavy fist, and extreme Tao Dharma body. In this regard, it was still expected by Mu Dao. He had long predicted that coming to the Chaos Academy would result in a big promotion, and it was indeed good. System, melt all the talents. This time, in less than 10 minutes, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's talent, 100-fold shock, Chaos Buddha body fused into the SSS grade talent, shocking chaos, and the first 5 SSS grade talents, fused into the cosmic grade, semi-Tao grade talent, breaking chaos, and the cosmic grade talent. Chaos of the realms fused into the Tao grade talent, immortal chaos realm. Ding! Accepting a Tao level technique will cause anomalies, whether to consume martial skill experience value to hide it. Hide. He had enough experience value in martial arts that should be enough. Several times more than the last time he received a Tao level technique, and there was no point in having more talents. So it would be better to melt them all into one talent and yet include all of them. As soon as the words fell, the bones of Medeo's entire body that had turned a light golden color were as if they had been drawn out and shattered, followed by being put back together again, healing inch by inch, starting from the brain, and each piece of bone possessed divine runes, seemingly immortalized by the great Tao. The bone marrow also turned the color of pure gold, giving birth to blood that contained an incomparably strange aura. The divine runes of all the bones were connected together, complementing each other, resembling a picture, which Mu Dao couldn't read, but only felt extremely uncommon, immediately followed by an incomparably soothing feeling. The bones contained bone marrow. The bone marrow gave birth to blood. Mu Dao's qi and blood did not increase, but instead dropped quite a bit. There was no feeling of a drop in strength. It grew stronger and stronger until the changes stopped. His qi and blood dropped by almost 780,000 calories, and his strength grew by a lot. The experience value of Mu Dao's martial skill was sufficient and did not cause any visions to leak out, and no one knew that Mu Dao had completed his metamorphosis in such a short period of time. Chapter 62 Otherworldly Dimension. Prisoner's Abyssal Dignity. Mu Dao was immersed in the talent metamorphosis. This time, the feeling was stronger than ever. It was a life-level metamorphosis. The blood whistles like a river. The heart drums like a thunderous roar. The golden marrow and the Taoist bones. The body is not satisfied with the dense purple gas. Mysterious. Ancient. Currently, my strength is still too low, and the Dao patterns above the bones can only be felt as not bad, and not fully understood. However, in the future, when I understand it, there will definitely be a qualitative leap. Mu Dao operated the Dao scripture and swallowed the resources of the special recruitment number 111 by one, and when they entered the abdomen, the energy was instantly refined and transformed into qi and blood. The Dao grade technique Dao scripture coupled with the Dao grade talent, the immortal chaos realm. The speed of refining resources reached its peak. His body was like a giant Taotai mouth that couldn't be satisfied at all, coming to eat as much as he could. His qi and blood were increasing at an extremely high speed. In just half an hour, all of the resources obtained were refined by him, and his qi and blood increased by more than 700,000 calories, making up for the previously lowered qi and blood. Goldfinger. Consume the remaining martial skill experience value and upgrade the other 3 universe-level martial skills to enter. Ding! The host has consumed 300,000 martial skill experience values. Extremely Thunder at Hand has been upgraded to introductory. Ding! The host has consumed 250,000 martial skill experience points, and the Great Sun Heavy Fist has been upgraded to introductory. Ding! The host has consumed 350,000 martial skill experience values, and the Extreme Dao Dharma Body has been upgraded to introductory. Ding! The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. 3 raging and vast memories poured into his brain, and the Makoto aura increased steeply. If it wasn't for the isolation ability of the cultivation room, it was probably going to cause some chaos. Extreme Dao Dharma Body was a practicing body defense martial skill. Mu Dao's body turned into a dark gold color, exuding an ancient, vast aura all over his body. He had a premonition that even if he let an average B-realm martial artist attack, he wouldn't necessarily be able to break through the defense. Cosmic level martial arts, in contrast to ordinary martial arts, were like an adult to a small child, suppressive and irresistible. Goldfinger. Open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talent, Immortal Chaos, Taoist level. Martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level. Ritual sacrifice, special. Bone shedding, special. Martial realm, B+ rank. Qi and blood 3.84 million calories. Martial techniques, Silent Gun Sutra, complete, cosmic grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, introductory, cosmic grade. Extreme Thunder at Hand, introductory. Great Sun Heavy Fist, introductory. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, introductory. Next, you can raise your strength without worrying about it, and the martial arts skills and talents that you pick up can be saved up, so that when the time comes, there will be another wave of big boosts. With body martial arts, fist martial arts, and a body training defense martial art, there are almost no weaknesses left. Walking out of the cultivation room, Mu Dao took a deep slouch, just as the guys in the dormitory went to eat. In the cafeteria, Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiodo, and Gong Zishir ordered 1 point of food, and Madeo ordered 3 points. The food was already plentiful, and the 3 points of food piled up half of the table, all of which were high-level ferocious beast meat. The 3 sat across from each other, watching Makoto eat with shocked faces. Oldest 3, oldest 4. How long has it been since the oldest has eaten? He can eat more than a pig. Wrong, don't insult the pig. The boss can eat more than a pig. Makoto was a bit starved. Not really hungry, just wanting to have a good meal after every big promotion. Eat. Why don't you guys eat? If you don't eat then I'll eat. How come the boss feels changed after not seeing us for an afternoon? Where has it changed and can't say? It feels more advanced than us. I feel the same way. It's weird. Half an hour passed. The plates in front of Madeo were piled up, and the students who came to the cafeteria to eat, including the uncles and aunts in the cafeteria, all looked at Madeo with the eyes of a ghost. and when Mudeo took his food, their expressions were all frozen. Let's go for a walk when we're full. 2, 3, 4, why don't you all say something? It's weird. Ancient Wasted Time coughed. Ahem, boss, it feels like you've changed too much, and it's stressful being close to you. There was nothing Mudeo could do. It might take a day or two before his scent wouldn't be noticeable. Brothers, I've decided. I'm going to chase after Mo Chi-yun from our class. You guys, do I have any hope? Who is Mo Chi-yun? The class flower. The prettiest one in our class. Mudeo knew who it was, and in one day he had established the status of the class flower. But it should be a bit difficult for Ancient Wasted Time to chase after her. Elder, people's strength can be stronger than yours. And it is said that they are still the fourth in the martial arts exam. You better forget it. I say, Lao-san, don't knock my confidence. What the hell? To tell you the truth, you're kind of ugly. You lie? I've got a body that girls love. I never lie. Besides, it's only women who like it, not teenage girls. Cut. In response to Ancient Desolate Time and Lin Jiudao's stinky ass, Mudeo just smiled and didn't say anything. Dong Zisher still held his head high, revealing his handsome side face, and he didn't know if he was tired or not. Unknown interdimensional space. This is an endless desert land where a few bizarre creatures can occasionally be seen. The sky is blood red. A blood-colored abyss hovers in the firmament, like an eye watching over the world. Drawing closer a few hundred miles ahead was a strange building, a magnificent structure, dark red in color, with walls that were almost alive with eyes. A building in the very center, above which there was a blood-colored eye that would turn, with no whites, which was supposedly invisible. And if one came to this place, one would find that the eye seemed to be staring at him or her all the time. Inside the large hall, there were many black-clothed people sitting, at least hundreds of them, wearing all sorts of strange masks, and their strengths were all above the B realm. There was no lack of SSS realm saints among them, and one of them, with a domineering and righteous aura, was very different from the evil and vicious aura of this place. If Mu Dao was here, he would definitely realize that this person was the one who had deprived him of his martial bones back then. At the highest place, there were 3 thrones that emanated thunder, flame, and the color of blood, and a distortion in the space of the great hall appeared 3 people wearing eye masks. And the masks they wore were as if they were real, and they didn't have any 5 senses, and their 5 senses appeared to be the eye masks. When the 3 came, none dared to speak. My lord is about to awaken. We send you all to the other end of the sacred summer. When my lord awakens, we can take over the blue star in one fell swoop. Jailer, you take the lead. The man in the golden mask stood up and said in a very young voice, yes, Abyssal Dignity will complete the mission and live up to the cultivation of Abyssal Prison. He was the saint's son of the Abyss Prison. And the Abyss Prison's selection of saint sons was incomparably cruel. He was originally a minor genius, but in the Abyss Prison, he could only be considered average. Once he went to complete a mission, he found that a human baby's internal talent was incomparably compatible with him, and it was only after he seized it that he achieved his position as the saint's son of the Abyssal Prison. But now, his gift of transplantation can be raw and painful, especially lately, with some frequency. Through some examination, the transplant was not complete back then. A small piece was lost, and that baby did not die, but instead took to the martial arts path, which is what caused the pain to occur so frequently. It is not too late for me to seek that man when I have completed my task. Chapter 63, The Impossible 10th Floor. Early the next morning, Mu Dao planned to challenge the B-Realm plutonium list today. As the class president, he naturally couldn't miss class, and sent a message to Jin Bingli, which was immediately approved. The general list of the sons of the list is located in the Chaos Schoolhouse, the most central area of the Chaos Schoolhouse. Separated by a few feet there is a more than 10 feet of bronze stone pillars, like a well-organized mountain peaks generally stood firm. The top engraved B-Realm, A Realm, S Realm, SS Realm, SSS Realm. Among them, the B-Realm, A Realm, S Realm. 3 roots of the plutonium emitted bright light. SS Realm above more than a dozen names. SSS Realm list is one without. Mu Dao looked at the few people on the SS Realm ranking. Almost all of them were geniuses from various universities and forces now, and almost the top geniuses of Saint Summer. But the SSS Realm Sons list had no one on it, which was a bit tough. Breaking through the SSS Realm at the age of 30 really looks like a threshold. In that case, let me break it. Mudeo walked towards the B-Realm plutonium list beside the bronze plutonium, on top of which there are 100 people's names, and their grades, which are from various academies and powers, below which there are many students gathered, but most of them are in the higher grades, and he saw a person who was the class flower of their class, Mo Chi-yun. Mo Chi-yun also saw him and smiled at him. Makoto nodded in response. A voice rang out in his head. Student, Mudeo, Whether to open the first realm BGZ ranking challenge. Mudeo was a little surprised at the ability of the list of suns. It should not be a thing of the blue star. The blue star also has a big secret At the very beginning of the extreme day shrouded the blue star. Behind the aura recovery, all things change. Now think about it. Are not simple In the future, if you have the ability, you must look for this answer to why blue star has had an aura revival. Turn on. As soon as the words fell, Mudeo was transported to a strange space, which was a wilderness that was generally the same as the real world. There are 10 tiers in the B-Realm Suns list. The first tier, killing 5 B-ranked ferocious beasts. All of a sudden, 10 B-rank ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air. No different from the real thing, just less angry. Roar. 580 to 90 meter tall ferocious beasts unleashed their attacks in unison. Pillars of light, balls of light flying in the sky. Extreme thunder at hand. In the next instant, Mudeo appeared 3,000 meters away. Is this a universe-level stance? It's just the introductory Big Sun Heavy Fist. A round of golden fists 20 meters in size emitted a temperature that burned out everything, and the airwaves tumbled and shook violently in the air. The ferocious beast's attack was dissolved, and the aftermath did not diminish in the slightest. Bang! With a loud sound, B-ranked ferocious beasts were blown apart one after another. 5 B-rank ferocious beasts, and with just one punch, the battle was over, and the ground that was struck exuded high temperatures, as if it had been scorched. The only unfortunate thing about it is that you don't get the chakra to pick it up. Successful challenge on the first level, rewarded with 500 points. Whether to enter the second level. Enter. The second level was also in the same place, but all of the previously inflicted attacks were repaired and intact. For the second level, you need to kill 10 B-rank ferocious beasts. Mudeo looked at it. It wasn't much of a threat to him, but it was still very good to use it to try his hand. Extreme Dharma Body. Mudeo turned into a dark golden man, his eyes emitting flames as he directly rushed into the battlefield, swinging his fist and hammering. A single punch was able to hammer and explode most of a B-ranked ferocious beast's body, blood flying all over the sky. Painful is painful, just cruel. The second level of the challenge was successful, rewarded with 500 points and 2 heavenly blood pills. Whether to enter the third level. The third level challenges 2 B-class ferocious beasts. Whether or not to enter the fourth level and challenge the 5 B-rank ferocious beasts. Whether or not to enter the fifth level and challenge the 10 B-rank ferocious beasts. Whether or not to enter the sixth level and challenge a B-plus grade ferocious beast. Mudeo punched and killed his way to the 6th level, finally encountering a B-plus level ferocious beast. The previous ones couldn't raise much interest. Big Sun Heavy Fist. One punch and the fight is over. There's no point. Whether or not to enter the 7th level and challenge the 5 B-plus grade ferocious beasts. Whether or not to enter the 8th level and challenge the 10 B-plus grade ferocious beasts. Whether or not to enter the 9th level and challenge the 15 B-plus grade ferocious beasts. Mudeo finally raised interest. Felt that the list of the suns really is a bit perverted. The average person. The same level of fighting is almost the same, but the same level of one person to fight so many ferocious beasts of the same level. It is difficult. It is very difficult. Mu Dao remembers that the first one of the Bijouzi list. It seems that he also just came to the 10th floor, and did not pass the 10th floor. That is to say, the 9th floor almost stuck most of the students. Now it seems that those people in front of the B-Realm Juzi list are still a little bit of strength. The outside world had already made a lot of noise. Mu Dao's ranking came to 25th. This ranking was not high. The key was that it only took more than half an hour, and his age was only 18.8 years old. If he was able to pass the 9th floor, then it would be heaven-defying. Many people were poking around to find out who Makoto was, but they were almost all upperclassmen, so naturally they didn't know Makoto. Emochiyun wanted to go in and challenge, but she decided it was better to see how Mudeo performed first. As a result, it's so awesome to look at one without squeaking. I know who he is. He's a freshman, class president of the first class. Everyone looked at Emochiyun. Their eyes were full of questions. What did you say? Are you sure about this kind of look? Freshman, that's the second day of school. The second day is this awesome. So what are they? They were still shocked and still discussing. 2 minutes later, Mudeo's ranking came directly to second place. There were quite a few who had broken through the 9th level, but Mudeo had taken the shortest amount of time. He wouldn't still want to challenge the 10th level. That level was intended to keep students from passing. It would be outrageous if he passed. In just half an hour, a student had rushed to the second place on the B-Realm's plutonium list, which had alarmed many of the school's teachers, including Su Hong. When he learned that it was Mudeo, he smiled. It was no surprise that Mudeo could do all this. If you break through the 10th level, you should be number 1. The 10th level, when it was set up, was not intended for students to pass. It was just for them to understand that there are people outside of people. and there is a sky outside of the sky. Jin Bingli naturally knew of Medeo's identity, being the first in the special recruitment, decapitating the heavenly burial lords, and creating a record. So she was also looking forward to Medeo's performance, and as a result, Medeo gave her a heavenly surprise. She couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Not bad. I taught them. Giggle. 10th floor. Medeo was confused. What the hell is 100B plus level ferocious beasts? What is the academy thinking? Is not wanting the students to pass at all. No wonder no one has passed the 10th floor for so long. So it's like this. But with my strength, I should be able to. Medeo took out his 10 million level Chi-Z alloy battle spear and fully activated the extreme thunder at hand, reaching a speed of nearly 4,000 meters per second. The using ferocious beasts shook the earth and shook the mountains. Guys. Come on. Chapter 64, number 1 on the B-Realm Suns ranking. Unquestionably number 1. Silent Gun Scripture. Mu Dao's strength nowadays was already able to display some of his power when he executed the consummate level cosmic great gun technique. 3 lances of different colors, thunder, scarlet, and silence, attacked the group of ferocious beasts in unison, like threading a needle, passing through the chest of one ferocious beast after another, the violent energy spreading rapidly, and thumping explosions. The powerful aftershocks of the impact took away the lives of many more ferocious beasts. Looks like it's not that hard. Medeo recklessly squandered the chi and blood in his body. There was no danger anyway. It had been a long time since he had fought so painfully. War. Killing potential. As Mu Dao continued to kill, the shocking power of the killing potential would grow as well. However, these ferocious beasts were ultimately virtually condensed and weren't affected by the killing potential, which didn't prevent Mu Dao from exerting it. Medeo was killing like crazy. Blood was flowing, and the wails of ferocious beasts were constantly coming from his ears. An hour later, Makoto stood cross-armed in the center of the many corpses. His face was a bit pale and off his feet, but he was wearing a contented smile. Ha ha, I'm not afraid of another 100 heads. Fulfilling you is the wish. Medeo's face changed. I'm joking. If there were 100 more heads, he would definitely be the one to lose. After all, he couldn't grow his chi and blood at any time. He walked out of the B-Realm ranking, and the A-Realm ranking would be challenged another day. There was no rush. He just came out and noticed the anomaly. The students had already gathered under the B-Realm list, at least 1 or 2,000 of them, all of them looking at him with gazes like looking at ghosts, and he was unsure for a moment. Am I handsome like this? They like me. One of life's few illusions. They like me. He moved forward and the students made a path around for him, eyes still on him. Why is this so strange? Strange. The blood in his body was all virtual, so it had dissipated when he came out, and there wasn't much else but a bit of a mess. Medeo quickened his pace and immediately left the place. The scene quickly cajoled after he left. Holy, the 10th floor actually passed. Is the list of suns broken? Let's go try. The B-Realm Suns list is broken today. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when they came out with bruises and swollen noses, that they realized that it wasn't that the B-Realm Suns list was broken, but that Makoto was too strong. Shepherd God. I don't know who shouted this, and many people followed. Makoto. Jin Bingli's red lips slightly opened. He really passed the 10th floor. This level was never intended to be passed by the students from the very beginning, and today Makamichi passed it. So how can this be said? Surprised more than Jin Bingli one person. Su Hong. When the supervision of the special recruitment examination of those seniors, Shangguan Chang, the weekend is also a face of amazement. Cannot believe it. They were also participating in the B realm of the list of all the sons of the examination over the 8th level will be very difficult. The 10th level is difficult to believe. It was reasonable to say that the B realm sons list shouldn't have caused such a big stir, but it was not a simple matter to pass the 10th floor after such a short event. Bu Yuanyan also knew about this. It seems that the original cultivation program is no longer suitable for him. Student Mac. Wait. Medeo was planning to go to the cafeteria to eat when Mo Chi-yun called out to him. Looking at Mo Chi-yun trotting over, her breath was a little short, and a faint scent of a young girl's body came from her. Mr. Mo. Is something wrong? That, Mako-san. I have a roommate who wants your contact information. That, and I'm here to get it for her. Mo Chi-yun grabbed her clothes. Her small face was red and she looked a little shy. Medeo was also a person who had lived 2 lifetimes. How could he not know what Mo Chi-yun meant? Anyway, it's the almighty roommate. Friend. Giving her communication to Mo Chi-yun, Mo Chi-yun blushed then trotted away, leaving behind an exquisite back. Ha! Makoto smiled slightly. It felt really good then. Wu-ee, knowing that Medeo was going to challenge the B-Realm Sons list today, was still quite concerned about Medeo. Who knew that Medeo had actually pulled a big one? or a particularly gigantic one. Holy, Brother Mu was really absolute. He wasn't surprised at all that Madeo was able to enter the list of sons, but to actually be number 1, or a record-breaking number 1, that was too strong. Holy crap, gotta hold on tight. Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qing'er, they had also heard about Madeo. They were both geniuses, but compared to Madeo, they were still quite a bit worse. Zhuge Qing'er was open-minded, but Jian Weixin was a bit unconvinced. If he can do it, I can do it. Tomorrow, it will be time to challenge the B-Realm ranking. The mediocre, ordinary, never-lying trio had just gotten out of class with the intention of going to eat when they heard many people talking about the number 1 on the B-Realm's list of sons and daughters, saying something about the god of shepherding. When they heard that the shepherd god was the shepherd road, they let out one sound after another, and even Gongzi sure couldn't help but say it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boss, this is God. B-Realm, the sons of the list first. Break the impossible to break the 10th layer. Pastoral god. Then he must be earning hemp now. Have to let him treat us to dinner. 2. Looking at you like that, you should have let the boss take us to put on a fork. What about you, senior? Gongzi sure held his head high. I think, let's write the life of the boss, the story, into a talking book. Take it out and buy it. I've already thought of it. Let's call it The Book of the Shepherd. How about it? Che, no fun. At the cafeteria, Madeo ordered a lot more food, and the three of them sat in front of him at ancient desolate time. Boss, you're awesome. Are you still missing the pendant on your leg? I can. Still short on warm comforters? I can do that too. I wouldn't be able to. Me and the boss are good buddies. Makoto smiled at the three Peaskins. Funny was in order. Mako-san, you're here too. Mo Chiyun and her roommate, also a student in the class, walked over. Immediately, the ancient deserted time was as dumb as a mute, not speaking, raising his head and making himself look a little more righteous. Yeah, we're in the middle of dinner. You can sit with us if you don't mind. Don't mind. Don't mind. After the two of them hit the meal and sat here in Madeo, Mo Chiyun said with some grudges. Mu Diao, my roommate added your newsletter you haven't contacted yet. After that, she pinched the girl next to her. That girl immediately responded. Right, Makoto-san, you haven't agreed yet. I forgot. Now add. Seeing that Madeo agreed, Mo Chiyun smiled happily. Ancient desolate time's heart instantly broke. Not yet in love. He lost his love. Back at the dormitory, ancient desolate time climbed into bed and buried his head in tears. Boss, I want to duel you. Che, can you beat me? Ah, boss, you're too murderous. Ha ha ha, want her comes? If you do, I'll give it to you. Yes, yes, I want it. Ha ha ha. The whole dormitory was filled with the sound of joy. Madeo enjoyed this feeling, and it became one of the fond memories in Madeo's heart several years later. Chapter 65, Otherworldly Dimensions. Realm Details. Half a month later, the fact that Mu Dao had achieved first place in the B-Realm Sons ranking was no longer talked about by many people, but the title of Mushin was still talked about. Makamichi also liked the name Makamushi. For half a month, Madeo wandered around the schoolhouse every day, harvesting chi and blood that was extremely impressive, and now his chi and blood had reached more than 4.6 million calories, which was very close to a minus-grade chi and blood. Very close. This day's morning class was Jinbing Li's. They had very few classes, and most of the content on them was about ferocious beasts, martial arts techniques, feats, and detailed explanations of each realm, which was much more complicated than what they had learned before. It would also involve a lot of knowledge that had never been heard of before. Gotham Bing Li's lessons were very varied. She didn't like to talk about specific things. Instead, she liked to talk about it according to her own understanding of what she knew. Today, we are going to talk about interdimensional space, which can also be called small worlds, secret realms, and so on. Interdimensional space was born strange. Mankind has not yet studied clearly, only a few explanations. Many cannot stand to follow. Most of the interdimensional space, only a dozen, 2 dozen flat size, the existence of a very short time. This part of the interdimensional space mankind already has a very clear knowledge of the explanation. But there are some spaces, which are self-contained and very large, with all kinds of strange medicines, all kinds of ferocious beasts, and even relics that contain a lot of knowledge that doesn't belong to our blue planet. And these foreign spaces are simply not explained by humanity's current knowledge system. If this kind of interdimensional space appears, it can be said to be a small wave of chance. Just like our Chaos Academy itself is in charge of a number of alien spaces. Of course they are all basically explored. The suitable ones will stay as a trial site for the students. And if they are not suitable, they will be detonated and overwritten by saints who are proficient in the power of space. Digest yourselves and we'll continue. Madeo listened attentively. He was also more interested in interdimensional space. He had to find an opportunity to go to the interdimensional space to have a look. Well, let's move on. Martial cultivation. Starting from the E realm to the SSS realm, revealing the special features seems to start from the A realm, where we can gain the ability to fly. A realm A martial artists. Something is born inside their bodies that we call semi-immortal substance. Of course, it's not immortal. It's just called that. Breaking through the S level, our body will be born immortal substance. There is already a hint of immortality in it. Compared to the A realm, S realm martial artists, all aspects of the ability to get a huge boost under the S realm martial artists, strictly speaking, is the beginning of the real power of mankind? It can be said that under the S realm of the martial artists are all mole crickets, SS realm martial artists. On the other hand, we need to comprehend various power fledglings, such as flaming fledglings, spatial fledglings, and so on. SSS realm martial artists, on the other hand, turn these fledglings into something complete. The power of space, the power of flame, sort of some contact with the power between heaven and earth. Of course, everything in a martial artist is chi and blood. Without chi and blood, no martial artist. With sufficient chi and blood, only then will there be a chance to enter the next stage. Otherwise everything is exempt. Today, that's all I'm talking about. Modeo came back to his senses. What Shin Bingley had told him had benefited him greatly. He had a more detailed knowledge of the martial realm. Listening carefully, time flew by. Boss, what are your plans for the afternoon? Oldest and I are planning to take on a quest to gain points. Modeo thought for a moment. I'll go with you guys to check it out. You can choose a mission with higher points. Ha ha, no thanks to Boss Shepherd God. What a domineering speech. Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiodo, Gongzi Shi, and the others also understood that Modeo was pulling them. There are some things that are good to understand in the heart, do not need to say out loud, and find opportunities to help the pastoral path in the future. The Chaos Academy had a special mission hall, which was considered one of the most popular places for students to come. There are C realm quests out, B realm quests, A realm quests, and S realm quests for martial artists of all stages. The SS realm upwards is no longer a problem for students to solve. There were only a few S realm quests. Looking at the time they were all only just out. Two boys appeared. The aura emanating from them was familiar to Makoto, an aura that would only be born from being in the midst of killing often. As soon as they arrived, they took on all four of these S realm quests, with a time limit of 2 months, and if they weren't completed after 2 months, the quests would be put up again. After receiving their assignment, these two left. Who are they? Makamichi asked the dormitory trio, and Renegdo said, the two of them are very famous in the Chaos Academy. Both of them are juniors, and they are also highly ranked on the S realm sons list. What are their names? I kind of can't remember. Modeo just looked at it and didn't care. Then, and the three of them looked up the quests at the C realm strength. Mission, go to the wild volcanic forest and search for 10 fireflame grasses. 40 points will be rewarded upon completion of the mission. Limited to half a month. Quest, go to the wilderness falling cliffs mountain range. Kill 10 musk deer of the C realm ferocious beasts and obtain the antlers. Completing the quest will reward you with 100 points. Mission, Chaos Asylum Longyan Elementary School. Go on a fall trip to Blood Forest Park. Covertly protect. 15 points rewarded for completing the mission. Mission, the tasks are varied and numerous, and cover a wide range of sectors. The B Realm Strength quest bar is out, and there are an exceptional number of them. Mission, go to the Wilderness 9 Dragons Waterfall. Kill 10 sword dragon fish at the bottom of the waterfall floor. Complete the mission. Reward 500 points. Note that the sword dragon fish's strength is very much increased underwater. Mission, decapitate 10 wildfire goats. Note that wildfire goats are extremely fast. It is recommended that students who specialize in speed or team up to complete the mission. 1000 points will be rewarded for completing the mission. Mission, the Amazing Martial Arts School needs to recruit 3 B Realm Strength teachers for 3 months. B+ Strength students are required to take it. 2000 points rewarded for completing the mission. You 3 take a look too. See what tasks you want to receive? Don't mind me. I'll just look around. These tasks were definitely not suitable for the 3. Letting them choose the best, preferably the kind that could be honed to the 3. He also hoped that Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiodo, and Gongzi Shi's strength would progress. Just as a few people were finalizing a B Realm mission, Modeo suddenly received a message from the Academy's announcement, which should have been received by the entire Chaos Academy. Many students of B Realm Strength and A Realm Strength. All of you B Realm and A Realm Strength students. The Academy found a newly emerged interdimensional space. After probing, only B Realm Strength and A Realm Strength students are more suitable. S Realm enters the space extremely unstable, due to the fact that everything in there is unknown. 5 B realm students and 5 A realm students are needed to enter it to explore. After deliberation, the top 5 of the B realm sons list and the A realm sons list may enter. Those who do not wish to enter, the order is replaced by the next in line. Chapter 66, New Dimension, Bugs Attacking the Brain. Newly discovered alien space, in which everything is unknown, may be full of crises, or all may be opportunities. Madeo didn't want to miss it, so he said to the ancient desolate time trio, "I can't go with you guys." When he explained the reason, the 3 understood. "Boss, this is giving us new growing eyes. We have to be all careful when we go in there." Makamichi went to the location on the notice and waited for a while before 2 men and 2 women walked over. "You're Mu Dao?" "My name is Zhang Qiling, second on the B realm's ZZ list, and before that, he was still number 1. Brother Mu is really powerful, breaking records just after enrollment." Ding! Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 3,890. "I'm flattered, and I was lucky." The other 3 also came over to introduce themselves. After all, the next trip to the secret realm would definitely be explored as a team, and Makoto's strength was enough for them to take the initiative to greet each other. "I'm Kanbayan. I am Phoenix Phoneling. I am Sacrificial Moon. Hello fellow schoolmates, I'm Makoto." Of the 4, only Zhang Qiling was more talkative. The rest were calmer and didn't talk too much. Madeo and Zhang Qiling chatted idly with each other without a word, waiting for those realm seniors and sisters to come over. Soon after, there were 2 men and 3 women who also came here. Zhang Qiling and the others naturally knew some of them, and Madeo didn't know much about them. But when Zhang Qiling introduced Madeo, they did look at Madeo a few more times. The boy at the head Makoto could feel a sense of threat in him, and some intensity. The remaining 4 gave him a faint sense of threat, not worthy of the genius. Once again, Mu Dao saw Bu Yuan Yen. Who should be the person in charge of this secret realm trip? Students, this trip to the secret realm, everything is based on safety. If you can, record the data of the secret realm, the resources gained in it. The chance belongs to you. Everything is based on your own safety. This secret realm is outside of the chaos shelter. We'll have to take a battleship to get there. After about 4 or 5 hours, Bu Yuan Yen brought them down from the battleship, and Mu Dao also saw the outside appearance of the other dimensional space. It was a rift that stood in the vault of the sky, gulping fiery red light, and the inside could not be seen clearly. Taking in the spirit, there were some students from the Chaos Academy here, as well as 2 teachers with an aura even more powerful than Bu Yuan Yen. They came to this place, and after Mu Dao and the others finished their exploration, they would, through the sage, incorporate this secret realm into the scope of the Chaos Academy through some means, arranging passages to facilitate the students' exploration trials. This is the newly discovered interdimensional space. These teachers have constructed brief spatial passages for a period of 7 days. After the 7 days, we have made a locator bracelet for each of you. If you encounter a crisis, crush the bracelet ahead of time. The spatial passages can be automatically stimulated to take you away. Remember, safety is the main concern. If you encounter a crisis, retreat in advance. You are all classmates. Pull a hand when necessary. Wang Hao, you'll be in charge of this exploration. Wang Hao was the number 1 on the A realm list, the boy who was cold. After saying that, Bu Yuan Yen and those few teachers, their bodies released a force, and the interdimensional space channel was pulled open with an opening, and the few of them were tackled by that force and flew towards the interdimensional space that was pulled open. It's a wonderful feeling, the sensation of being suspended in the air, through a thin layer of watery mist. After entering the interdimensional space, the location of the teleportation was unknown. The sky inside was a blue ocean. There was no sun or moon. The stars were instead hanging on the surface of the ocean, incomparably beautiful. The ground, on the other hand, was more or less the same as the blue star, with endless forests, but the trees here were slightly different from the blue star, and many of the treetops were brilliantly blue, and when the wind blew, they shimmered with colorful light. Only, the aura in the sky was very thin. Their group was dominated by Wang Hao. A few of you, schoolmates, let's work in groups of 2, an A realm and a B realm. Keep communication smooth. If there's no crisis, contact every 50 kilometers, and when we encounter a danger that can't be solved, immediately crush the bracelet. In the end, Mudeo was in a group with a senior sister, and he also knew the name of that senior sister, called Xianwei, 5th on the A realm ranking. Looks belonged to a very valiant type, not a glance stunning, but the kind of enduring type. The more you look at the better kind of good looking. 10 people, 2 in a squad, set out from 5 directions, each exploring in one direction. Senior Xian, let's go. Mudeo's direction for them was in the southeastern direction, and along the way, both of them were more careful. After walking for about 20 kilometers or so, Xianwei's expression was a bit unsightly. It seems like there shouldn't be anything good in this interdimensional space. What? School marm? School brother Mu. Generally interdimensional spaces are either barren, full of crises, or have a lot of resources, and then there's the other kind, which is empty of appearances without their splendor. We've traveled 20 kilometers, and this interdimensional space, which should belong to the last category, is empty of substance. Let's keep walking forward. About 20 kilometers further, Mudeo and Xianwei stopped. All of the trees in this area, the topmost blue part of them, are missing, with teeth marks remaining on them, gnawed on by something. The two walked forward slowly and cautiously, noticing the difference. In the blue part of the top of several giant trees, there was a 2-meter-sized bug, plump and round. Its whole body was azure and watery, and its head was also azure, looking very cute, and it was slowly eating the leaves on the top of the trees. This appearance was enough to make Mudeo and Xianwei relax a bit, but Mudeo knew the truth that the better-looking something was, the more poisonous it was, and the admonition left behind by his old ancestor was still very accurate. The trees shook, and when these bugs fell from the trees in a gliding manner, revealing their frontal appearance, both Mudeo and Xianwei were somewhat stunned. Right in the center of the head, all covered with rodent teeth, too dense to count, constantly writhing. Roar! They grew their mouths and let out a strange sound, which traveled into Makoto's head and their heads at a special frequency, and all of a sudden, it was as if they were being stabbed by pins and needles, and it took Makoto a little bit of forceful shaking to recover. Xianwei was even worse, with blood coming out of her ears and a somewhat pained expression. Makamichi was furious. Big Sun Heavy Fist. After a punch, these weird bugs didn't die immediately. Secreting a disgusting mucus, the mucus quickly grew ash, covering the bugs, and their injuries were rapidly healing. Damn it, can't let them recover. Big Sun Heavy Fist. With this punch, Makoto increased his strength and finally heard the system's alert sound. Ding! The host killed the blue dragon Earth and picked it up successfully, with plus 5,000 cards of chi blood and plus 11,000 experience value in martial arts. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 5,090 cards. Martial skill experience value plus 13,000. 5 of them, giving him more than 20,000 calories of chakra. This bug looks like it doesn't have chakra, providing so much chakra. Chapter 67 Relic. Land of the Golden Crow's Buried Bones. Xianwei also recovered after resting for a few moments. Hokage Mac. I'm fine. I've made you worry. Sister Xian. This kind of bug, it should be by attacking our brain electromagnetic waves. With a highly concentrated mental defense, it will be difficult for them to attack us. The duo continued to advance, and the number of such bugs was not few. Xianwei was using double blades, and seemed to be venting the anger in her heart, as each bug was chopped into several sections by her. Makoto also joined in. Each worm could be worth 5,000 cards of chi blood. After killing many, Xianwei stopped killing. School brother Mu. Let's go explore first. We can't delay the main event. Mudeo didn't panic and rush to decapitate this kind of bug, increasing his chi blood by more than 100,000 cards, so when the exploration was completed, he would come back to kill it properly. The two of them continued to explore forward, only there seemed to be no other creatures besides this bug, and, as they came to the end of the line, their eyes were greeted by circular curtains of light connecting the whole of the interdimensional space. The two of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. It seems that there is nothing good left in this interdimensional space. After cleaning up these bugs, it can be converted into an ornamental area, which is also a good profit. At this time, they received a message from Wang Hao and the others. Monstrous creatures have been spotted attacking us. Royal Fengyue and I are resisting. Come and support us quickly. The two of them went there by running their body martial arts at full power. Phoenix Fengyue was not as fast as him. He could only slow down some. This other dimensional space wasn't too big, and with the full power of their stance, they quickly arrived at the location that Wang Hao and the others had said they would be at, and saw that Wang Hao and Phoenix Fengyue were fighting with a strange kind of bird. There were 4 of them, and these birds had 3 legs that were dozens of meters long, and the third, which was a golden yellow color. Mu Dao was a little surprised. The appearance of this bird was somewhat similar to the golden crow bird. This bird was a legendary creature that possessed the crisis of burning out the heavens and earth. It couldn't possibly be this kind of strength, even though it was pressing down on Wang Hao and Phoenix Fengyue in the fight. Wang Hao was alone with 3 of them, vaguely falling into a disadvantage. Phoenix Fengyue was suppressed, but could not be decapitated for a while. This was the second creature of the other dimension, also similar to the legendary golden crow bird, and Makoto wanted to see what the hell it was. Brother Wang, let me help you. Big Sun Heavy Fist. With that strike, Makoto managed to stop a strange bird. The strange bird roared angrily, a hint of fiery red light spilling out from the corner of its beak, and with a heart-stopping feeling, Mu Dao could be sure that this strange bird really had a relationship with the legendary golden crow. Extreme Dharma body. Silent gun scripture. Ding! The host has succeeded in killing the beast crow bird, picking up plus 12,000 chi blood, plus 21,000 martial skill experience value, and a strand of golden crow essence blood. Golden crow essence blood. Is the blood of the ancient beast golden crow? Humans are not allowed to take it. It can prompt the bloodline of avian creatures to return to their ancestors. Mu Dao breathed in sharply. No wonder that the flames that just burned him who was casting the extreme Dao Dharma body were a bit painful for him. Possessing the golden crow bloodline, that was no surprise. Wang Hao as the peak of the realm couldn't be decapitated so easily, which also proved that this kind of bird was extremely uncommon. These birds, all of them, are his, and it doesn't matter if he can't use them himself. He's sure to use them in the future. Senior, Feng Yu, leave all these miscellaneous birds to me to kill. Wang Hao and the others were unsure, but because of the addition of Madeo, they were much more relaxed. Ding! The host has succeeded in beheading. Chi blood plus 12,000. Martial skill experience value plus 23,000. And one strand of golden crow essence blood. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 12,000. Martial skill experience value plus 24,000. One strand of golden crow essence blood. One of the remaining ones saw this and developed a sense of hindsight, and Madeo prevented Wang Hao from being able to keep one and follow it. It so happened that the remaining 3 teams arrived at this time, and the 10 men chased after them in unison. After running for about 30 kilometers or so, the bird burrowed into a hole in the tree, which was so thick that 10 of them wouldn't necessarily be able to encircle it completely. Should we drill in or not? Wang Hao pondered for a moment. When we go in, we are in the dark. Nothing is clear. We can't be in such a hurry. Just as a few people were pondering, the giant tree changed, and the azure part at the very top began to emit a violent light, as if the trees in this other dimensional space were emitting light in unison, converging at the top of the giant tree's head. The sky blue light above the giant tree's head reached its peak, turning into a pillar of rushing light that shot into the water screen like sky above their heads. It was like the sudden drop of a stone that had been calm, stirring up a ripple on the water's surface. The curtain of water in the sky dispersed, and a palace appeared, standing on top of the giant tree, which was different from before, turning into a jade-like appearance all over. The palace was probably only a few hundred meters or so, appearing golden in color, emitting an ancient, vast, and solemn aura, and didn't look too big. A golden light enveloped the 10 people of Makumako Dao, and their figures disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was another world, but the sky above his head still signaled that this was the palace he had seen before. What do we do now? The bracelet is malfunctioning. Wang Hao looked at Madeo. Then we'll just have to figure out what the hell this place is to get the answer to get out. A group of 10 people walked forward for a short while and saw a pile of withered bones. The withered bones were at least 40 to 50 kilometers in size. It was really too big. How big it had to be when they were alive. The key thing was that the bones were still emitting a hint of golden light, and they were not decaying. Ding! The host has picked up plus 1 drop of golden crow essence blood. They were all in deep shock. Were the creatures of other worlds so terrifying? Naturally, Madeo could see that this withered bone was almost the same as that kind of bird, all in the same vein. The further they go, the weirder the picture becomes. A set of dead bones arranged in good order. The dead bones are getting smaller and smaller in size, and finally only 60 or 70 meters in size. But unfortunately, in addition to the first dead bone, the other dead bones did not extract anything. It shouldn't be the burial place of the golden crow bird either. So what's the point of building this palace? Mu Dao combined with the experience of his previous life to project a little. This palace should be the palace of a certain strong person. These golden crow birds should be beast pets. Until the back of this other dimensional space aura dissipated, these leftover golden crow birds are restricted. The bloodline is getting thinner and thinner. The body size is getting smaller and smaller. The more I think about it, the more accurate it seems. They skirted the skeleton and saw a plaque with unreadable traditional script that didn't work. A few people walked in. It was like going through a cloud, clearing up, while inside was a room, very clean, and bizarrely, incense was actually burning in one of the houses. How is this possible? Shepherd Dao and all of them were immediately on guard, ready to attack at any time. The incense burned. That proved that someone was there. All of you, since you're here, come to the humble abode to sip tea. Chapter 68, The Inheritance of the Wuyuan Emperor, Golden Crow Eggs. Who's talking? The voice that suddenly appeared was pale and old, but it gave a feeling of passing through the soul. Inside the incense burning room, there was suddenly an old man, really old, with cloudy eyes, sagging skin, and a stooped figure. Those eyes, though, seemed to see through the years and were full of the flavor of time. No one dared to underestimate him. Mu Dao couldn't see through the old man, who didn't emit a trace of a strong aura, and was generally the same as an ordinary old man. Since Senior was invited, Senior naturally wouldn't dare to disobey. Let's go inside. Mudeo led the way in. The ground appeared out of thin air. 10 stools. In front of each stool there is a table. Placed a cup of tea. Smelled very fragrant. Aroma penetrated into the lungs. Please. Mudeo drank it all in one go, feeling his brain instantly clear. Wang Hao, Zhang Qiling. Several people saw this, also drank in. Everyone had the same expression. Good tea. Senior. I wonder where this place is. We have no malicious intent. This space came to our world in order to avoid hidden crises. Had to come in to explore for a while, and did not intend to disturb Senior's purification. The ones you just killed were my disciples and grandchildren. When these words came out, Mudeo and the others were confused. Was this debt collection? But don't worry, I am of the pure Golden Crow lineage. Their bloodline is extremely impure. They don't deserve to be of my Golden Crow lineage. So if you kill them, kill them. Here. I don't know how many years no one has come. My children died. My grandchildren died. They all died in the river of time. The only one who lived until now is also lingering. Life has come to an end. Only, my lord's inheritance has not yet been passed on to the world. You guys are also considered to be fortunate. If you obtain my lord's inheritance, in the future, it is destined to be a party of powerful people. The energy in your bodies is too thin and low grade. This kid is not bad. Placed in my master's era, his foundation is solid in comparison. The old man waved his big hand, and a picture flashed before their eyes in front of Mudeo. The old man was a golden crow with a pure bloodline, who later met its owner, who was a part-time friend and the creator of this secret realm. Until later, he also became a party of strong, known as Wu Yuan Emperor. But unfortunately, the way of heaven is not benevolent. Even the strong cannot escape the shackles of fate. Died at the hands of the enemy, leaving such a relic with the waves. The old man's strength was also considered heavenly. But unfortunately, time was too far away. The aura of this place was dissipating day by day, and its lifespan was about to end. It is difficult to describe the picture that Mu Dao saw. Amazing talent. The world has such a person. A thought that all things are born. A word that the world falls. Who in the world would dare to disobey a shocking skim? All of you. I will send you to obtain my master's inheritance. And everyone will be tested in a different way. So you, each of you, show your skills. After the old man finished, without waiting for the others to be surprised, he was the only one left in the house, sipping tea alone. Mudeo arrived at a world that should be the inheritance examination space left behind by great Emperor Wu Yuan. A great sun hangs high above, and the desert quickly grows weeds and turns into a fabulous setting. A study, a tea pavilion, a few hedges and a fish pond. A gentle as jade youth looking at the book, sipping tea, sitting next to a woman. The woman's appearance is the first person who has seen the pastoral road. Light round appearance. Even if Xiao Yunjing cannot be compared. The woman propped her head up and quietly watched the man read. The two of them smiled at each other once in a while, and the years were the happiest they had ever been. In the next instant, the picture changed abruptly. The sky was stained with blood. The thunder rolled. The man's feet were filled with corpses, and in his arms was the woman who had warmed him all his life, who had lost her breath. The man kept on killing, and everywhere he went, there was mourning, and his hands were filled with blood, unable to be combined with the man who was gentle as jade before. Both images were presented before Makoto's eyes, and he was mesmerized by them. Little friend, do you think I did wrong? A man suddenly appeared beside Mudeo, looking exactly the same as the man he saw, with vicissitudes in his eyes. The precipitation of time could be seen in his eyes. Elder, you didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, I would have done the same. What's the point of guarding the entire world when I can't even redeem the woman I love? The Wu Yuan Emperor man seemed to be satisfied with Mudeo's statement. But senpai, you're doing it wrong too. The Wu Yuan Emperor's eyes, which were devoid of any luster, looked at Mudeo. My, where is the fault? Elder, what you have done is not wrong from your point of view. From my point of view, but unfortunately, from your lover's point of view, you are wrong, and very wrong. Your beloved liked to be clean, liked you to be healthy and peaceful and live your life as you liked. Her dying words, the mountains have no prongs, heaven and earth are united, and I dare to break with you. Meeting you is the luck of my life. Not that luck favors me, but that my world has become lucky because of you. She wanted you to be happy. but you kept falling until you became the person she hated the most. You wouldn't know what she liked about you. Great Emperor Wu Yuan fell into silence. It was only after a long time that he said to Makoto, "Ha ha, you're right, little friend. Thank you for answering the questions in my mind. I don't know how many years it's been, and it's time for me to meet Kaya again." Time like a sea change. Mudeo saw two people, waving towards him. They smiled. Look, very beautiful. A stream of memories sprang up in Mudeo's mind, which he could unseal and access at any time. He also didn't expect to obtain the inheritance of the Wu Yuan Emperor so easily. The entire image collapsed, and when Mudeo reappeared, he came to the house from before, and the old man's eyes burned at him. "Elder, where are those friends of mine? The mission here has been completed, and it is about to fall into collapse. Don't worry, they are safe and back in your world. I have erased this memory of theirs and implanted a new one that won't reveal the news of you obtaining your master's inheritance. Little friend, I still have to trouble you with one more thing. My golden crow lineage is almost severed. Please, protect the last hope of my lineage." The old man took out an egg, a stone egg that was 3 meters in size, and the stone egg did not have the slightest breath of life. "Elder, this." The old man did not say much. He stroked his hands onto the stone egg. Red energy surged from his body into the stone egg, and divine runes appeared on the surface of the stone egg. With this move, the old man's breath weakened more and more. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Picked up Golden Crow Origin +3. Mudeo's fingers suddenly tingled, and a drop of blood surged towards the Golden Crow egg. "Little friend, if you have the chance, you must help my clan so that it can be successfully born. As a reward, it will recognize Little Friend as its master since it was born." "Little friend, thanks a lot." The old man's body quickly spontaneously combusted, and he was wrapped in a strange force that left the collapsed world. Chapter 69, Wu Yuan Imperial Scripture, Wu Bao. Outside of the interdimensional space, Bu Yuan Yen, as well as Wang Hao, Zhang Qiling and these students, looked at the sky with furrowed brows as it fell into a collapsed interdimensional space, with thunder rolling and spatial power spreading, which could not be resisted by human power. What exactly did you guys encounter in there? Why hasn't Mudeo come out yet? A memory automatically surfaced in Wang Hao's head, which was the general experience she had personally experienced. Step guide. This interdimensional space is very empty, not too big. A ball of light suspended in the air. After touching it, the ball of light shattered and then we were teleported out. The speed of the interdimensional space collapsing was getting faster and faster. In this situation, Mudeo was bound to die. In the next moment, the spatial channel they had constructed restarted, and Makoto appeared a few seconds before the interdimensional space collapsed. Bu Yuan Yen let out a sigh of relief. If Mu Dao died, it would definitely be a major loss for the Chaos Academy. "Teacher, I've made you worry." "Nothing. Since this interdimensional space collapsed, these teachers will stay behind for the aftermath. I'll take you back first." Bu Yuan Yen nodded to the two saints. "Blade Guide, Yuan Guide, I'll trouble you for the aftermath." Although there were only a few hours in the interdimensional space, a day had already passed in the outside world. Sitting inside the battleship, Mu Dao listened to Zhang Qiling, Phoenix Fengyu, Xianwei and their exchanges, and became even more amazed at the ability of Golden Crow Sr. Changing a person's memories and implanting new memories. This kind of tactic was a bit scary. If a strong person wanted to change a race and directly implant new memories, it would really be too terrifying. The Golden Crow stone egg in the system space. After the old Golden Crow injected his own bloodline power, divine patterns emerged on the surface, becoming more and more divine, and the aura surprised him. If the little Golden Crow is born and recognizes me as its master, it will definitely have a great help in the future. After all, this is a divine beast. After returning to the Chaos Academy, the trio hadn't returned from the mission they had gone to complete. Mudeo began to check the inheritance in his brain. The inheritance memories from the Wu Yuan Emperor, Great Crow Emperor Scripture, a half-source level technique, holds the Golden Crow divine flame and gulps all the flames of heaven and earth. A half-source level technique. Is it above a Dao level technique? Ding! The limit of Dao level feats, also called half-origin level feats. This side of the world does not allow the appearance of half-origin level feats. In addition, Dao level feats, half-origin level feats placed in the 10,000 realms, is also extremely uncommon. The Great Crow Emperor Scripture was not a systematic deduction, so Mudeo had to comprehend it on his own from the beginning, with a grade that exceeded the Dao Scripture. Goldfinger, cultivating the Great Crow Emperor Scripture. Does it conflict with the technique I cultivate, the Dao Scripture? Ding! There is no conflict. That's good. Mudeo began to receive this surge of memories. The words were like golden tadpoles, emitting a golden blaze as they surged into his brain. Each word was like a miniature sun, emitting an extremely hot temperature. circling and flying around him continuously, integrating into his brain one after another. Every word he didn't recognize. Into his brain he knew what the word was, but together it felt cumbersome, redundant, and vast, and just looking at it for a few moments was a little too much for his brain to bear, let alone comprehend. It seems my worries were unwarranted. This level of Gongfu comprehension would definitely cause anomalies. Whether it was a Dao scripture or a Dao level talent, he didn't have much experience value in martial arts at the moment. It wasn't enough to cover up the anomalies. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Take your time. The Dao scriptures are enough for me to comprehend now. The only inheritance left to him by the Woyuan Emperor was this one feat, and nothing else. Not his enemies, not his world, and not the introduction to the outside. This was a bit of a pity. If you wanted to learn about the outside world in advance, you might have to start with many old-timers, just like the first master of the Chaos Academy. The first house master had retired 100 years ago, and then he didn't know where he had gone. But Mu Dao didn't believe that the first house master would be dead, and obtaining a divine object like the list of the sons of the gods couldn't possibly die so easily. SSS level saints don't live for 1,000 years either. But what about the emperor realm above saints? Afterwards, Mu Dao no longer thought much, took out that golden crow egg from the system space. The golden crow egg was more than 3 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. The surface of the eggshell was flickering with divine flame runes. The waves of light flowed, mysterious and extraordinary, just by the looks of it. It seems that it can't be hatched for a while, which is a bit bad. The key is that Madeo doesn't know how to hatch it, and the old golden crow didn't tell him before he died. I'll be damned. It's just awful. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. The golden crow essence blood that the host picked up, and the golden crow origin all helped the golden crow hatch. The system's prompt made Madeo react. Golden crow essence blood. Golden crow origin humans can't use it, so it's not the best to give the golden crow egg to use. Today, the golden finger system has more words. It seems that the golden crow egg and the great crow emperor scripture are both very good, and he has already discovered some of the system's temperament. Important things are usually explained, and the rest of the time it's just like a log that won't say a word. System, infused the golden crow essence blood in golden crow origin. Mu Dao placed his hand on the eggshell, a warm sensation coming from his palm. The golden crow essence blood and golden crow origin that he had picked up was injected into the golden crow egg through his palm. The runes emanating from the surface of the golden crow egg grew brighter and brighter, cheering and eager for this energy. When all of the golden crow origin was injected, the light on the surface of the golden crow egg fell silent again. Madeo was dumbfounded. Wanting to hatch the golden crow egg wasn't simple. Just as Makoto hesitated, a clicking sound caught his attention. He looked over at the golden crow egg and a crack appeared, followed by many cracks. With a click, the entire golden crow egg shattered, and a 3-legged hairless tiny bird lay at the bottom of the eggshell. Exactly how much? More than 3 meters high egg. The hatching golden crow was only 20 centimeters in size. It's not going to be malnourished. The hairless little golden crow's eyes were still open, and it grew its mouth and crunched down on the eggshell on one side. Madeo just watched the little golden crow eat the eggshells. Less than 10 minutes, the huge eggshells were eaten by the little golden crow. The little golden crow even hiccuped. How did such a small body fit such a large eggshell? The changes in the little golden crow had just begun. Its feathers grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its size increased a bit. In just a few moments, the little golden crow turned into a bird of about 30 centimeters, with dark golden feathers all over its body, fiery flames swirling around it, and at the top of its head, flames bubbling up and then dissipating, turning into a white golden color, with a golden beak, and a third foot that was also white golden in color. The eyes opened and became bright and incomparably clear. Daddy! Mudo! Good guy! Don't yell, okay? He's a yellow boy. Where's the kid? Little one. I'm not your father. Call me brother. Daddy! Call brother. Daddy! Madeo covered his forehead and decided not to say anything. Let it call it whatever it likes. Little one. A name for you. From now on it will be called Yubo. Chapter 70, Taotia's Mouth, Abyssal Stomach. The little golden crow should be very satisfied with the name that Mu Dao had taken. Jumping and jumping, his mouth spat out a fire sprayed on the wall. The wall changed rapidly and was burned through. Knowing that the walls of the aura cultivation room were almost all alloys subsequently, the aura of this aura cultivation room rapidly flowed away and was gone. Makamichi's face darkened. Yubo, you're a real troublemaker. Yubo also seemed to realize that he had caused trouble, and his little head went down, his eyes watery and about to cry out in the next second. Okay, don't cry. I don't blame you. From now on, you can't talk or breathe fire in front of others without an order from your brother. Got it? Got it. Daddy. Yubo's voice was soft and sticky. and it was impossible to tell if it was a boy or a girl. Outside the cultivation room, Mu Dao used his identity token to scratch off 2,000 points, which should be enough for maintenance. After breaking through the B-Realm Sun's ranking, he had gained a few points that he wouldn't be able to use up in a while. Shortly after he left, the teacher in charge of the cultivation room came to this cultivation room. Seeing the hole in the wall, his face was filled with surprise. It didn't matter if it was broken or not. The key was the metal of this kind of material. With the strength of the student, how could it be pierced through? He went to the door to see who had practiced last. Pastoral. This kid really is a freak. When Mu Dao left the cultivation room, Wu Bo stood on his shoulder. And then Mu Dao went to the quest office and collected an A-ranked quest, to behead the berserk black rhinoceros and obtain its horn to be used to make some sort of elixir. The mission wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that he was about to break through the A realm. He wanted to take this opportunity to break through the A rank. He had already stayed at the B+ rank for a long time. Breaking through in the future would be more and more difficult. He had to get more resources, a move that would kill many birds with one stone. Another reason was still because the destination of this quest was close to the location of the quest they had received at Ancient Desolate Time, and it was a good idea to visit them in the meantime. The Extreme Blood Mountain Range, more than 5,000 kilometers away from the Chaos Asylum, will have to use tools. Go to the flying boat rental office. These flying boats are actually small warplanes, extremely fast, cost-effective, and the distance is so far that catching up on your own will consume too much time. The disadvantage was that the defense was not very high, and more or less when encountering high-level ferocious beasts that could fly, it would be easily damaged. These flying boats, there are one-person seat, two-person seat, multi-person seat. Mu Dao rented a one-person seat, body length of more than 7 meters. For a month, need 30 points, pay 100 points of guaranteed points, overtime 1 day deduction of 2 points. After doing so, Mu Dao sent a message to Junli Shui so that she wouldn't have to ask around. Ninein Shelter. Shao family. The Shao family was one of the great clans of the Ninein Shelter, but they didn't like to publicize themselves and kept a low profile. In the deepest part, a young woman stood under the bright white clouds with a somewhat cold expression. She was surrounded by 2 women and 1 man. One of the women, naturally, was Shao Scale undoubtedly. The young woman was Shao Yunjing. The other 2 are her mom and dad, Shao Tianzi, Sun Bailing. Jingle, have you thought about it? Mom and dad. I've thought about it, and I'm going to go sooner or later. Hey, Jinger, if you don't want to go, then forget it. You can't fall in love for the rest of your life. You can't even have too many feelings. You'll have a hard time in this life. Mom, there's no need to say more. Strength, that's what I should pursue. Good, then we won't give you a hard time. Shao Tianzi and Sun Bailing. One of them was a SSS realm martial artist, while the other, a SS realm martial artist. They unleashed a strange power and the white clouds were peeled away to reveal an alien space. Shao Yunjing was wrapped in a white light and instantly entered the foreign space. A small island. Looking out as endless as a lake. Just only a lonely island stands in the lake. Lonely island. Growing sparse a few long-lived pine. A pickup house. An old man in a straw hat sits in a chair and fishes. In the next instant, the fish was hooked, and the old man threw it with force, and an 80 to 90 meter long striped base was caught out, presenting a perfect streamlined shape all over its body. Ha ha, another mouthful today. If someone else was here, they would definitely be surprised simply because this banded fish was an S-realm ferocious beast. Suddenly, the old man frowned. Looks like we won't be able to eat today. Casually throw the striped base into the lake. His face became increasingly ugly. This is to extinguish the foundation of my sacred summer. The old man I haven't fought in years, and I don't know if my strength has lagged behind. A few days later, many sacred summer martial artists noticed something strange. The sky in certain places was blood red, as if it was drenched in blood. The old man stood in the firmament, his hands standing behind him, his brows furrowed. These assholes are developing so rapidly. However, their true foundation is undetectable, always a hidden danger. 3 days of time had passed, and Mu Dao had already arrived at the Extreme Blood Mountain Range, and there was a reason why it was called that. As far as the eye could see, it was all red. The trees were red. The land was also red, just like bloodstained. The berserk black rhinoceros lived in the Extreme Blood Mountain Range. However, Mu Dao didn't stay too long as he continued to fly away in his seat to another mountain range, the Black Cliff Mountain Range, where Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiudo, and Gongzi Shi's trio's mission was in the Black Cliff Mountain Range. Entering the Black Cliff Mountain Range, Mu Dao put the flying boat into system space and then sent a communication to the 3 of them. I've waited half a day for a reply, so I'll just have to wait more. Bauer, take you to fight monsters. Mu Dao went deeper into the Black Cliff Mountain Range. Almost all of the ferocious beasts here in front of him were below the sea realm. There was no need to chop them down. Wasting time. Bauer looked at the ferocious beasts and seemed eager. Finally seeing the sea realm ferocious beast, Makoto punched and ended up stepping on it. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 3000. Martial skill experience value plus 6090. Daddy, I want to eat them. In Mudeo's surprised eyes, Wubao flew over the body of this 30-meter plus ferocious beast and spat out a flame from his mouth, which acted like a knife, slicing off the ferocious beast's head, stripping off its skin, and giving away its internal organs. Subsequently, with an extremely fast speed, Wubao ate a sea realm ferocious beast in 3 minutes, his stomach not seeing a bit of enlargement. 30 centimeters eating 30 meters. The divine beast was really unpredictable, and it was only Yubo, who seemed to have gotten a little bit bigger. Next, all the ferocious beasts that Mudeo had decapitated were cut off by Wubao's head, skinned, removed their internal organs, and then all of them were eaten. Enough to kill more than 30 sea realm ferocious beasts, all of which were eaten by Yupa. Mudeo was stunned. Yubo, are you okay with eating so much? Dad, I'm only 9 minutes full. I can eat this much more. After saying that, Yubo flew over Makoto's shoulder. His eyes closed and buried his head in his wings, but stood firmly on Makoto's shoulder. Mudeo had a realization of Yubo's meal size. Thanks to his strength, or else the average person wouldn't be able to afford it. The giant mouth of the Tao Tai, the stomach of the abyss, is truly terrifying. Chapter 71. Bullying my brother, how dare you ah. Breaking through the A rank. Yubo should be elevated in a different way than humans. Mudeo wasn't minding Wubo. This kind of talent was something that humans couldn't envy. Eat and sleep, and when they slept, their strength would increase. My chi and blood, which has reached 5 million cards, still has the last 400,000 cards to go before I can upgrade to a minus rank. Mudeo continued to go deeper, but there were very few B-realm ferocious beasts. He could only set his sights on the C-realm ferocious beasts, which were completely abusive. Somewhere in the Black Cliff Mountain Range, during the ancient wasteland, Lin Jiodo, Gongzi Shi and the three of them, their entire bodies were smeared with the juice of a plant, which was very smelly and effective in covering the smell of a person's body. In front of the three of them, there was a B-realm ferocious beast, a 70 to 80 meters big bird. The name was Flying Feathered Eagle. This kind of ferocious beast was very manic, but the reaction was very slow. It basically wouldn't take the initiative to attack the enemy if they didn't provoke it. Old 3, Old 4, this fellow should be going out to forage for food. Those few flying feather eggs, take them and sell them for enough for many points. We have a good chance. The flying feather egg tastes very good, but there is a price. The price has been very high, whether it is used to exchange for academy points, or sold out. The price is extremely expensive. Today they came across it, so naturally they couldn't miss it. Gongzi Shi was a bit worried. Lao Air, this is a B-realm ferocious beast. We are all C realm. Only Lao San is C plus rank. We are both C rank. It's too dangerous. Don't panic. After you get it, immediately take the flying boat and leave. The flying feather eagle won't notice. Do you guys want the gap between you and the boss to widen? I don't want to. Ancient Desolate Time's words caused Lin Jiodo and Gongzi Shi to be speechless. Indeed, the gap between them and Mudeo was getting wider. Roar! After a loud and clear bird call, the flying feather eagle looked around to make sure it was safe, slowly stood up and moved back its huge wings to fly into the sky. Opening its wings, it was more than 100 meters, and its size was considered large among the B-realm ferocious beasts. After a while, the flying feathered eagle could not be seen, and the three of them quickly went up to the front when Ancient Desolate. There were 4 eggs in total, smelling faintly of meat and blood. Take one for each. The flying feather egg is about a meter in size. Pick it up. And the speed of the three of them ran fast. Just 3 minutes, they ran to the location of the flying boat, which is more than 20 meters, just enough for 3 people to ride. Before the 3 of them could be happy, the flying boat had just started up when a bird's cry mixed with an angry roar resounded throughout the mountain range. Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiodo, and Gongzi Shi's faces changed drastically. Quickly start the flying boat. The flying boat had just taken off, traveling at a speed of 2,000 meters per second, and their hearts were a little more at ease. However, in the next instant, the flying boat trembled violently, and the flying boat was unable to move forward, and it was tackled by the claws of the flying feathered eagle, and the claws clawed through the flying boat and quickly landed on the ground. The bird's beak sucks in and 3 eggs fall into its mouth. Roar! An ebony-colored ball of light was spat out from the flying feather eagle's beak and aimed at the flying boat. Run! The 3 people's souls were flying. They ran their body techniques with all their might and dodged the explosion of the flying boat, but the powerful shock waves rippled through them. and their backs, their clothes almost burnt and bloody, flew out backwards, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths. Lao San, Lao Si, we might be finished. Are the B-realm ferocious beasts that powerful? The gap is a bit big. If you die, you guys don't turn into ghosts to find me. Asterisk 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 off. Dick, you didn't force us both, and we both did it of our own free will. Yeah, penis, die together. Put up a fight. We can't die in vain. Let this mongrel bird see how powerful we are. The trio's chi surged and there was more blood in their backs. Ancient Desolate Time's right arm was rippling with veins, an enlarged circle, showing a bronze-colored complexion with electric arcs flickering on it. Asterisk 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 eat me. A long sword appeared in Lin Jiudao's hand, emanating a stern sword intent. One sword transformed into three and chopped straight at the flying feather eagle. Gonzi Shi. His entire body emerged with a purple aura, and a giant sword of purple aura emerged in midair spinning violently. Chop! The three people's attacks were not weak, and the flying feather eagle's eyes revealed a humanized look of contempt as it rattled and screeched a few times. Another pillar of light was spat out, and the attacks of the three resisted for a moment before being dissolved, the aftermath of which attacked them, and they once again flew out backwards, turning into bloodied men, their breath wilting. We three brothers will be brothers again in the afterlife. Asterisk 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 off. Not your brother. Me too. You guys. But Ancient Wasteland Time once again spat out a mouthful of blood, purely infuriated. They had closed their eyes and waited for death to come. The pain that they had imagined did not come, and when they opened their eyes, they realized that Makoto was standing in front of them, holding the flying feathered eagle's head with both hands, and pushed with such force that the flying feathered eagle stumbled and fell back several steps. Makamichi turned around, revealing large white teeth. You guys are okay? He could actually destroy the flying feather eagle with one punch, but the three of them couldn't die during the ancient wasteland, and it was hard to have a chance to pretend to be in front of his brother, so how could he let it go so easily? However, the three of them are really bold, and not everyone can fight across the ranks. C Realm encountered B Realm, only to sneak away, but instead go to mess with. Bold enough, if he does not come, or even delayed a few more seconds, the three of them cannot even stay in the whole body. Boss, you're finally here. We thought we wouldn't be able to eat with you from now on. Ha ha, don't worry, I'm here. No accidents. Afterward, Mudeo's face was serious. Asterisk 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 bullying my brother. How dare you? Roar. The flying feather eagle roared at Mudeo and spat out 3 eggs from its mouth. Setting them aside, the mouth condensed a pillar of ebony green light that rushed straight towards Mudeo. Boss, watch out. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Mudeo threw a punch at the front. A round of 20-meter-sized golden fists blasted out. The flying feathered eagle's attack was dissolved by the golden fists and blasted towards it. Bang! With a loud bang, the majority of the flying feather eagle's body turned into blood mist and floated away in the air. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 23. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 47. 000. Life essence plus 1. Ding! The host's chi blood has reached 5.4 million cards. Ding! Host 1 has successfully broken through the A rank. The blood flowed within Makdeo's body, emitting a sound like a dragon's roar, and the dense chi and blood floated out, covering the branches, and the branches of the trees were bent down. The sound of the heart beating was as loud as thunder on a rainy day. Blood keening, heart thundering. The aura released by Makdao's entire person spread rapidly, and many ferocious beasts scattered in all directions. Not daring to touch the aura, the 3 people who were closest to the ancient desolate time once again spat out blood, and more blood flowed out from the surface of their bodies. The trio's last second thoughts before passing out were, instead of being killed by a ferocious beast, he was crushed to death by the breath of Mudeo, and this kind of death was also the first in the world. It was too late for Mudeo to feel the changes that occurred within his body. A power was born that was incomparably strange, and there was also an additional substance within his body that indeed made the martial artist more powerful. It should be the semi-immortal substance. He quickly walked over to the trio. System, inject life essence. Chapter 72 Wu Bao's Natal Flame. Golden Crow Emperor Flame. The injuries on the 3 were healing rapidly, though they were still unconscious. Mudeo felt the changes occurring within his body. The most obvious feeling was that his body had become lighter. He controlled his body and slowly took off into the air. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. It took just over 10 minutes to go from stumbling to very smooth. Ha ha, is this what flying feels like? It's too cool too. Mudeo flew around the sky for a bit. His chi and blood depletion. He could still accept it. Running the extreme thunder at hand in the air. His speed was even faster than on the ground, and he rushed through at once. knocking down several trees one after another before coming to a stop. The golden color of his body dissipated. Fast is fast, but it's really unsafe. We need to try more. Ah. Madeo let out miserable screams one after another. The speed was too fast, kept getting hit, and could only let out a wail to hide the excitement in his heart. Half an hour. A full half an hour of flying. A lot of chi and blood was consumed, but it was already basically mastered. After a few hours had passed, ancient desolate time, Lin Jiudo and Gengzi Shi woke up, and as soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a large, handsome face of Madeo. You guys are finally awake. Holy, we're not dead. Ancient wasted time touching here and there in the crotch of his pants. Luckily, it's still there. Lin Jiudo and Gengzi Shi were a bit better. Boss, this is too powerful. You destroyed that B-realm beast with a single punch. I don't know when we can be that powerful. Makamichi changed the subject. Have you completed your mission? Not yet? Saw the flying feathered eagle and kept trying to steal its eggs, and you know what happened behind the scenes. Alright then, take a break and rest, and when you've recovered, you can go back and finish the mission. Boss, what's with this bird on your shoulder? It's beautiful. Yubo is still groggy and has not awakened. I found it by coincidence and brought it with me when I saw how good it looked. A few hours later, a few people had eaten and drank their fill, and half of the flying feather eagle's carcass became their dinner. Wubo also regained his energy and his breath grew a touch, bouncing around on Madeo. So happy. The look made a few people laugh. I've also received a quest. I'll rest tonight and go back tomorrow to complete the quest and instantly sharpen my battle power. It's almost a month. Mr. Gotham will be checking the results of my cultivation. Hey, it's so hard. By the way, old 3 and 4, what did you guys say before about not wanting to be brothers with me in your next life? I'm pissed off. Apologize. Nobody gives a holy, you guys aren't being righteous. Still no one gave a damn about him. An ancient wasted time ripped off a piece of meat, muttering as he ate it, supposedly swearing quite foully. The night was uneventful, and last night was relatively safe. The location of Madeo's mission was in the extreme Blood Mountain range, which was not in the same direction as them. Here's one of my space backpacks. I'm not using it. You guys can take it for some supplies. Madeo quickly arrived at the extreme Blood Mountain range. The berserk black rhinoceros liked to eat a kind of grass, a specialty of the extreme Blood Mountain range, the extreme blood grass. The quest stated that the berserk black rhinoceros spent most of their time feeding, tended to live in groups, and their strength was roughly at the B and B+ level. The more berserk black rhino horns you have, the better. Collect as many as you can. Madeo kept going forward, heading straight for the location of the berserk black rhinoceros. In about half an hour, Mu Dao discovered the berserk black rhinoceros. Everything in the extreme Blood Mountain range was red, and the berserk black rhinoceros was no exception. However, its horns were black, and its eyes were black as well. It looked very mismatched. The grass they eat chews in their mouths and oozes red juice. There are 5 heads in total. For C+ and always B. Dad, I feel like I can beat them. You? Madeo looked at Wubo with a strange look. You're not as big as someone's eyes. They could blow you away with a breath. Humph. Daddy doesn't believe me. Bad daddy. Mudo. When did he become a bad father again? Yubo's temper is really too elusive. Okay. Then if you can't beat them, run away immediately. Okay? Wubo fluttered his wings and went over. White golden flames emerged from the top of his head once again, and those several berserk black rhinoceros were like they had met some great horror, hissing in a low voice, not daring to attack, but only looking at Wubo in a guarded manner. A small flame, only the size of a fingernail, was spat out of Wubo's mouth, and the flame landed on the B-realm ferocious beast in the lead. In an instant, just like igniting a willow, the body of the berserk black rhinoceros quickly burned, letting out a wail and turning into a pile of black charcoal in just a few seconds. Makamichi was confused. This kind of damage was too strong. Yubo was only just born. Is this the beast of God? No sense at all. Roar. Those few ferocious beasts hissed in a low voice and endured their fear as they rushed towards Wubo. Wubo was not afraid in the slightest, spitting out 3 small fireballs that were even smaller than earlier, and the 3 sea-realm ferocious beasts were incinerated cleanly. The remaining head saw this and immediately turned to flee. Yubo was a little anxious and tried to spit out the fireball again, but it didn't come out, and it flew aggressively on Makoto's shoulder. Dad, I can only perform 4 attacks. Well, ha, it's already very impressive. You've only just been born. You're going to be very impressive in the future. By the way, Yubo, what was the name of that flame you just had? Dad, this is my innate flame called Golden Crow Emperor Flame. Too bad I can't take it out. I want to give it to Dad. When Makoto heard this, he was instantly moved. Silly boy. Yubo, brother doesn't want your flame. You have to hide it, okay? Got it, Dad. Yubo was bouncing in the air and seemed happy. Mudeo has another perception of Wu Bao's ability. Rely on eating to become stronger. The power is also so great. Blue star beasts are many. Still afraid of it to eat it. Yubo, you should be hungry. Let's fill you up. Shepherd Dao flew into the air, running his body technique, and after a few minutes he found the berserk black rhinoceros small colony again. Without the bee realm, a few punches went down, instantly destroyed. Not being a picky eater, Yubo cleaned himself up and ate again. A day passed. After knowing how to fly, Mudeo's efficiency in decapitating the ferocious beasts increased quite a bit, and he already had more than 50 berserk black rhinoceros horns inside his system space. There was only one bee-realm ferocious beast that provided 20,000 kcal of chi blood, and the rest of the berserk black rhinoceros provided 150,000 kcal of chi blood, and for him to break through to the A rank, he would need 400,000 by 3, 16, 200,000 kcal of chi blood, which was only a drop in the bucket compared to that. But Mudeo wasn't in a hurry. His breakthrough speed wasn't slow anymore, and it might be more difficult to improve later on, but the fact that his battle power was unrivaled, and the gap between him and the others would only grow wider, was enough for him to persevere. 10 days passed in a flash, and Mu Dao hunted the berserk black rhinoceros in the extreme blood mountain range every day, and the beasts he killed were all of the sea realm and above. As for the ones below the sea realm, he didn't make a move. The number of berserk black rhinoceros was getting smaller and smaller. In the first 2 days, there were more than 50 heads per day, and in the latter 2 days, 10 heads per day choked, and the corpses of these ferocious beasts, all of them entered into Wu Bao's stomach, and Wu Bao's spirit became lethargic again, and he once again fell into metamorphosis. Chapter 73, Monthly Examination. 3 days later, Mudeo and Ancient Desolate Time. Lin Jiudo, Gongzishir traveled through the wilderness, and Mudeo should have only used a third of his speed. Their flying boat was destroyed, and Mudeo could only accompany them as they traveled through the wilderness, returning to the chaos shelter, a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers, which would take a bit of time. Wu Bao once again became spirited. Its flying speed was no weaker than Mudeo's, and it even learned to control its speed, and that little expression seemed to be asking Mudeo to praise it. Chaos Academy. Mo Chiyun stood on the 4th floor of the B Realm's plutonium ranking, looking rather wretched and dripping with fragrant sweat. The hand that held the sword trembled vaguely, reaching the limit. How could Makoto be so powerful? After experiencing it for herself, she grew to admire Makoto more and more, and even had a touch more of a different feeling. Jianwei Xin, who had always wanted to challenge Mudeo, was AB rank and held a sword to the 6th level. Then he felt somewhat powerless. If he can do it, why can't I? On the 7th level, facing AB plus grade ferocious beast, his chi and blood all surged, just wanting to prove that he was not weaker than Mudeo. Unfortunately, he had already reached his limit and consumed too much to replenish his chi and blood in such a short period of time. Struck by an inky ball of light, his entire body was a bloody mess as he struggled to stand up, just that he wasn't fit to continue fighting in this state at all. Golden energy covered him, and his figure instantly disappeared into the B-Realm Suns list. Outside the list of suns, Sword Weishin, who was covered in blood, looked at Mudeo's name with complicated eyes. Makoto, I will use you as a yardstick for my pursuit, and I will definitely defeat you in the future. Zhuge Qinger was also here. Jian Weishin's appearance made his heart ache a little. Having been a good friend for many years, she understood just how stubborn Jian Weishin was. 5 days later, Mudeo and the others finally saw the chaos shelter. Mudeo was fine. He was used to it in the wilderness, but during the ancient wilderness, Lin Jiudo, Gongzishir and the others, where they had experienced such a long run, the skin is quite dark. Finally back. Boss, let's go take a shower and change clothes before we report to the academy. Otherwise it's too unbearable. A few people found a bathhouse, had a good soak, changed into clean clothes, and were indeed quite comfortable. After returning to the Chaos Academy and turning in their quests, they received a communication from Gotham Bingley. They had been at the Chaos Asylum for a month, and it was also the day of the January test. On the following day, a training ground in the Chaos Academy was filled with all sorts of training instruments, and the ground was extremely wide. Mr. Mac, you're back? It's been half a month since I saw you. Mudeo stopped bragging with the trio and looked at Mo Chiyun. Yeah, today is going to be a test. For Mo Chiyun, Mudeo was still very favorable, radiating a classical beauty, very gentle, and from the eyes of the previous world, it was definitely that world's iconic beauty. Of course, he didn't have any male or female feelings for Mo Chiyun, just a separate appreciation. It just seemed that Mo Chiyun had so much interest in him. and he had been in a relationship. So many clues could be seen. So, definitely don't give her hope, or it would be morally wrong to keep leaving someone else in the dark. That, brothers, ink banana. When this semester is over, I'll bring my girlfriend to dinner, and when that time comes, you guys have to show your face. Mochiyun's face visibly changed. Somewhat lost. That's student Mac. It's good that you're back. I'll go over first. Ancient wasteland. When they surrounded Madeo, one person occupying a direction, fingers stroking their chins, appreciating the gaze of the TSK, boss. Actually, the name grass has a master. Which girl obtains boss's heart? Go go go. Suddenly, all of their gazes looked in one direction as ancient desolate time chanted. Boy, perfect. I like it. Makoto looked over as well and called out to the good guys. Gotham Bingley wore a close-fitting combat armor today, revealing her face, with a beautiful figure. Big where it should be, curvy where it should be, and a perfect face, which was a bit of a contrast to her usual coldness like ice and frost. But it doesn't hinder her attractiveness in any way. Innocent young boys like Ancient Desolate Time and the rest of them were most susceptible to temptation. However, this kind of combat clothing is the most suitable for ergonomics. Is the crystallization of the wisdom of mankind. GZ combat clothing will not let the martial artist in the fight by the influence from the outside world. Fully committed to the fight. Very similar to the design in a very popular anime from a previous life, but much more elaborate. It was worth a lot of money, and like the Tomo alloy battle rifle, there were multiple prices, and the one Gotham Bingley wore was undoubtedly the top of the line. Jin Bingley's beautiful eyes scanned all of them, and finally, stopped on Mudeo. You broke through the A realm? What? The other students looked at Makoto. Makoto smiled awkwardly. A fluke breakthrough. Very well, everyone back up 500 meters, and Mudeo stays behind. After the others had backed off, Gotham Bingley continued. Take out your weapon. Today, I will test you first. Use your full strength to attack me. Remember, it has to be full strength. If you don't use your full strength, the test will be declared a failure with penalties. Makoto froze. What kind of test was this? However, he also wanted to see just how much of a gap there was between the strength of a SSS Realm Saint, and how much of a gap he actually still had. Ahem. Classmates, why don't you back off another 500 meters? Yubo, follow those brothers and I'll come back for you later. Yubo has not been noticed by anyone, but only as a rather special little bird. The class was 1,000 meters away, and they didn't understand what Makoto meant. Were they afraid of hurting them? Mudao's smile disappeared, followed by calmness, and his killing potential was quietly released, like a monstrous sea of blood surging towards Jin Bingley. Jin Bingley frowned slightly. This kind of killing aura almost formed substance. How many ferocious beasts had to be killed to be able to condense? The students who were far away from a kilometer away were also vaguely affected by the killing potential and backed away. They only felt that it was a little hard for them to breathe, and it was better to come over a little farther away. Teacher, please enlighten me. Mudeo leaped into the air. His body turned golden, emitting dazzling golden light, and divine strange patterns spread and swam around him. This was the state of casting the extreme Tao Dharma body. At this moment, Mudeo was like a god of killing, both good and evil. Silent gun realm. A perfect degree of universe-level marksmanship, coupled with a realm strength. The entire sky was instantly covered by 3 extremely powerful forces. 3 overriding spears condensed by different forces. Thunder, great sun flames, and silence. All the students' eyes were huge. Fearing that they would miss something, was the gap between them and Makoto that big? Gothic Bingley was slightly stunned. The little guy is also too honest. But with this level of attack, is it because you want me to make a fool of myself? It deserves to be beaten. Mr. Gotham, I am obliged. As such a destructive strike landed, Gothic Bingley's white lotus root-like hand lifted up. Cold, getting cold. 2 kilometers away. They still felt cold when Ancient Desolate, and the martial artist's chi and blood were almost frozen. Makamichi's attack was frozen in the air in such a raw manner. He was stunned. What a tactic. Layer upon layer of icicle steps were formed, and Gotham Bingley took a step towards the pastoral path. As soon as the slap went down, Makoto felt an irresistible force make him fall to the ground in a sorry state. It doesn't hurt, but it's a loss of face. He was confused. Was Gotham Bingley so diabolical? Chapter 74, The Secret, The World Beyond the Sacred Summer. Makamichi got up from the ground. Sensei, you're amazing. Ahem. Student Mu is also not bad. Everyone learned more from him. This examination, he passed. Jin Bingley was a bit embarrassed. When he knew that Madeo's strength was A rank, he intended to use a plus rank strength just to be on the safe side. His attack which could be easily resisted by an A plus ranked martial artist, and he had to use a higher level of strength. Alright, the test begins next. All of you, come forward and attack me with your strongest attacks. The squad leader is in charge of the tally, recording the names of those who fail and handing them over to me. The second one to conduct the examination was Mo Chi-yun. Go for it, Mo. Mo Chi-yun twisted her face to the side. Thanks. Mo Chi-yun, pass. The test was quick, averaging less than a minute, with the trio wheeling behind. Soon it was time for them to test Ancient Wasteland when the talent should be the increase category. Seemingly hanging, but also some strength. The test naturally passed. Lin into the road. The original is C+ level strength, now has touched the road B level. In addition to Mu Dao, Mo Chi-yun, and 2 special recruitment assessment of the B realm students, he should be the best talent. The moment Gongzi sure appeared, that face value really attracted the attention of the girls, and it was the girls in the class who were cheering for him. The other boys didn't have this treatment. All 3 passed the test. On the first day of school, Gotham Bingley did not assess them. In a month of assessment can judge whether their strength has progressed or not. This kind of ability is also terrible. Squad leader announced the results. 41 in the first class. 41 in fact, all passed the test. Everyone's performance is very good, and for the rest of the day, if you have any questions about your cultivation, or any knowledge you want to ask, you can ask me. Think before you ask. During the time of rest, Yubo flew around Madeo. The high-color Yubo attracted the attention of many girls who gathered around. Mr. Mac, is this the pet you have? So cute. Mr. Mac, can I touch it? Madeo somewhat dared not let them touch it. If Yubo was careless, it would be a corpse. Yubo was in tune with his mind. Yubo, but you can't talk or breathe fire. Got it, Dad. Yubo flew at about the same height as those girls' eyes, his little head looking at them, his bright eyes instantly capturing the girls' hearts. A girl? Can't resist cute things. In the next moment, Madeo was dumbfounded. Yubo pounced on the girl's chest and rubbed his little head against it, looking like he was enjoying himself. I still don't know what sex Yubo is by the sound of his voice, but now I can be sure. Yubo is a male. Only males are so colorful. Yubo, I can see right through you. You're just a colorful bird. Little colorful bird. A large group of boys envy Num. Why they Yubo? When Mo Chi-yun saw so many girls surrounding Madeo, her heart felt a little hard. Nope, can't think like that. Why should he like me if I like him? Mo Chi-yun, your mind can't be so confused. Thinking that through made her feel better. Yubo got tired of playing and flew to Makoto's shoulder, rubbing his face with his little head. I'm glad you've got a conscience and aren't indulging in women. Daddy, you're my favorite. I don't like any of the other 2 legs. Madeo did have a question. He had looked up some information, but had not sought an answer. Today, it would be better to ask Jin Bingley. He walked over to Gotham Bingley. Teacher, I have questions I want to ask. You tell me? Teacher, Blue Star, are we the only ones in Sacred Summer? Or is it only our race, the Sacred Summer, and there are no humans of any other color? Before the aura revived and the extreme day came, the development of Blue Star seemed to be no different from the world of his previous life, and whether there were any other races, he was just curious and asked in passing. It's not just Makamichi. In fact, many people have this problem. I believe that Makamichi-san is asking a question that you all should have wondered about at one time or another. Indeed, there is more to Blue Star than just our Sacred Summer. I was going to explain it to you guys in a few days, but since some of my classmates have asked, I'll give you a detailed explanation. Thousands of years ago, the polar day enveloped the entire Blue Star. No one knew what was going on, and then the aura recovered. The Blue Star expanded in size, and mankind embarked on the martial path. Opening up the cultivation system, everyone's physique became better. They wouldn't get sick. Their lifespan greatly increased, and the powerful martial artists were basically free from the bitter weaknesses of flesh and blood. What it says, everyone knows. The polar days, which bring us a revival of the aura, but the polar days, which also make us lonely, in a place far away from Sacred Summer, equivalent to the end of Sacred Summer. The extreme day did not dissipate. Instead it was like a cage, a faint curtain of light that surrounded the whole of Sacred Summer. We couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in either. After the situation in Sacred Summer stabilized, many seniors wanted to break through this thin curtain, but there was no way. It wasn't until the last few years that the land of the polar sun quickly dissipated and the curtain of light became thinner and thinner, and we were able to have some communication with the outside world. We don't know how well the martial civilizations out there have developed, and how strong they are compared to our Sacred Summer. Weaklings, there is never dignity to speak of. All you can do is try to break through and make yourselves stronger. Everyone was silent. Gotham Bingley was right. Humans were wary animals, and in the face of someone they hadn't interacted with in 1,000 years, they certainly wouldn't relax, and perhaps, it would really cause a fight. Without strength, he couldn't even protect his own safety. Not to mention, there was the entire sacred summer behind him. In the afternoon, Mu Dao rented an aura cultivation room, the kind with the highest level of concentration, 100 points an hour, and he directly rented it for 8 hours. Upon entering, that aura was indeed dense, so dense that it was almost as thick as mist. The Dao scripture was running at full power. The cultivation room's aura was incomparably crazy as it surged into Mu Dao's body. The martial talent, the immortal chaos realm, quickly digested and transformed into pure qi and blood. His qi and blood were growing rapidly. Soon, Mu Dao realized that the aura concentration seemed to have decreased. Looking at the time, 5 hours had already passed, and the cultivation room's aura couldn't support 8 hours at all, so he was a bit tasteless. The qi and blood probably grew by about 50,000 cards or so. It wasn't cost-effective at all. It was better to kill a few B-realm ferocious beasts, and it wasn't that interested in the cultivation room, so you could come and play with it when you had nothing else to do. Goldfinger opened the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level, martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level, ritual sacrifice, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, A rank, qi and blood 6.5 million calories, martial skills, silent gun sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, sin punishment gun sutra, introductory, cosmic grade, extreme thunder at hand, introductory, great sun heavy fist, introductory, extreme Dao Dharma body, introductory, martial skills experience value, 4.5 million. Chapter 75, half a month later, stopping at 15th place, half a month later. For this half a month, Mac Dao would spend 5 hours every day cultivating in the cultivation room with the highest concentration of spiritual qi. What made him a bit speechless was that he had absorbed all 8 hours of aura by cultivating for 5 hours, so he had to spend an additional 3 hours of points each time. That teacher in charge even approached him and said it was all the school's negligence. As a result, he did this every time he practiced, and that teacher realized it was a problem with Makamichi. He looked at the expression on Makoto's face, which Makoto now remembered clearly, to not be so funny. The rest of the time he was buried in the library, madly making up for a lot of knowledge, miscellaneous news, and wild material. I have to say, half a month's worth of harvesting is pretty good. Today, it was the day he challenged the A-Realm Sun's ranking. Lightly, the first level, with 5 A-ranked ferocious beasts, and the first level of the B-Realm Sun's list, with 5 B-ranked ferocious beasts, 5 A-ranked ferocious beasts, easily solved. It didn't take much time at all. The second level, 10 A-ranked ferocious beasts, the third level, an A-ranked ferocious beast, the fourth level, 3 A-ranked ferocious beasts, fifth level, 5 A-ranked ferocious beasts, the sixth level, 10 A-ranked ferocious beasts. After resolving the 10 A-ranked ferocious beasts, Mudeo felt fine and didn't take much effort. Outside the A-Realm Sun's list, many students' faces wore a look of astonishment. On the A-Realm Sun's list, Mu Dao's ranking had reached over 60. This ranking was not high, whether it was the B-Realm Sun's list or the A-Realm Sun's list, or any other list, it was all B+ level, A+ level world. The exact old saying, these 100 people, almost all of them were the highest in this realm. There are quite a few Saint Summer talents, 18 to 30 years old, all at the realm's limit and no problem. Thinking about the likes of Makamichi takes up a very small portion of it. I remember that he occupied first place on the B-Realm Sun's ranking only a month ago. Did he just break through the A rank and come to challenge the A-Realm Sun's ranking? He's still just a freshman. Should he be so strong? Anyway, the B-Realm ranking there, it's already occupied by many freshmen. This freshman class is indeed ridiculously strong. Poorhouse Asylum, Poorhouse Academy. In front of the Realm B Sun's ranking, Bu Jingyu's slightly nervous eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan's name, who had been stuck at the 7th level for a long time. In the end, he still didn't break through, and his ranking was fixed at 90th place, and it was still the result of his faster speed that he was able to rank in this position. He came out and looked at Bu Jingyu with a smile on his face. Surprising fish, you're so powerful. I've only reached the 7th floor and I can't break through. If he didn't have the heaven-grade martial skills given by Boundary Slayer, he probably wouldn't have ranked 90. That's true. I'm over 70. Amazing fish, you see the A-Realm ranking? Zhang Fan suddenly said aloud, and Bu Jingyu looked along, her beautiful eyes also carrying a look of shock. On the A-Realm ranking list, Mudeo had already broken through the 7th level and was ranked 59th. Dao won't take down the A-Realm ranking today. Mudeo came to the 8th level. There were 2 A+ grade ferocious beasts on the 7th level, with a size of over 150 meters, many times more powerful than a grade. He dealt with it with some vague pressure. If he couldn't replenish his qi and blood, Then he would replenish it while eating the heavenly blood pill. The power of the Tao scripture was not covered. It was fast and would not delay. So much so that when he reached the 8th level, his chi and blood were still so abundant. On the 8th floor, there were a full 5 A+ ranked ferocious beasts. The A+ ranked ferocious beasts' chi and blood were not weaker than his. Fighting 5 at a time was indeed challenging. Wang Hao, Xian Wei, the top 5 of the A realm ranking. They also knew that Madeo had challenged the A realm ranking, and the rankings had climbed rapidly, and had not yet been fixed. A rank strength could break into such a high ranking. How heaven-defying must one's battle strength be? 20 minutes later, Mu Dao finally ended the battle on the 8th floor. He refused to enter the 9th floor. He couldn't fight even if he went in. And his final ranking was set at number 15. Seeing that Madeo's ranking stopped at 15 and then didn't move, many seniors and siblings' mood only relaxed. If they directly took the first place in the A realm ranking, then their mood could be imagined. The pressure was given to them. 15th place. Next time I challenge, I should be number 1. Amazing fish. Isn't Dao awesome? Awesome. Alright. And I don't see you so happy for me. Ha ha. It's different. That's different. Ending the battle, Mu Dao wanted to find Jin Bingli to ask something. On weekdays, after there was no class in the morning, Jin Bingli was absent a lot of the time. I don't know if she went to cultivate or what she did. It's a rare day at the office. Student Mac. Good performance. A realm list 15. The pressure is given to those old guys up there. Their students were overtaken by freshmen. It's nice to think about it. Come for something? Teacher, I would like to ask, is there a place where there is a higher concentration of ferocious beasts? Compare my strength to such places. Gothic Bingley pondered for a moment before saying, with your strength, places that are too dangerous won't work, and ordinary places won't help your strength much either. Here's the deal. I'll introduce you to a place, an interdimensional space. This interdimensional space is called the Killing Interdimensional Space, and was discovered by my Chaos Academy 10 years ago. This other dimensional space is a bit special, belonging to the ferocious beast other dimensional space, roughly 200,000 square meters in size. Not too big. The strength of the creatures inside is about the same as the blue star ferocious beasts, roughly belonging to the E realm, the D realm, the C realm, the B realm, the A realm, and the S realm are not few, and there are no discoveries of SS realm 1 so far. Killing alien space creatures is more special. The reproduction is very strong. It is a good grinding space for students. There, it is very suitable for you. The way to go is very simple. The Academy has built long-term spatial passages. You can go to any space that belongs to the Academy, but you need to charge for it, roughly 200 points at a time. If you have the ability to do so, it's not a problem to stay inside for half a month and a month. These passages were all built by the Academy's saints who are proficient in the power of space, and saints with the power of space are also relatively rare. So I hope you understand. Teacher, I understand. Then I'll give you 10 days vacation first. Could be. When he said he could, Gotham Bingley had a rather strange look in his eyes. Mudo learned good news. Lin Jiodao broke through to the B rank, and Ancient Desolate Time and Gongzi Shi also broke through to the C+ rank. This kind of breakthrough speed was already fast. After all, not everyone was as open as he was. Boss, please do something. Let's have dinner tonight. Help us get Imo Manhwa over to eat with us. Penis, do you boys really fancy someone else? Boss, Junior actually has his eye on the best friend of Ink's classmate. Mudo, what the hell is this? Don't you like Imo Chi-yun? How did it become her BFF again? Ancient Wasted Time is a bit shy. Boss, if Ink Banana isn't coming, her BFF won't come either. Please. Alright. Can't figure you out. Chapter 76, Killing Small World, Ruthless Slaughtering. The next day, Makamichi went to the space transmission office, where there were also many students, mostly older siblings, and he was the only one of the new students to go to the Killing Small World. There would be a teacher in charge who would help him open the spatial passage to the Killing Small World. Madeo saw an acquaintance. Zhang Qiling, second in the B realm ranking, and now first in the B realm ranking. After he entered the Realm A list, his name no longer appeared on the Realm B Sons list. All Zhang Qiling regained his previous ranking, number 1 on the B realm Sons list. Hokage Mac, long time no see. Ha, are you going to the interdimensional space as well? Senior Zhang, I'm going to the Killing Small World. What about you? Ha ha, coincidentally, I'm also going to the Killing Small World. I've heard many people say that the first time they go to the Killing Small World they will regret it. I don't believe it and want to go and have a look. The two walked next to the teacher in charge, who was a middle-aged uncle with a rosy nose, which was still the first rosy nose that Makoto had seen when he came to Blue Star. To what other dimension? Kill the little world. Go stand over there. Madeo and Zhang Qiling went to the teleportation space passage, which was very special. The floor was just a pentagonal pattern. The rosacea teacher didn't know what he did, and the five-pointed pattern floated with a light blue light, and the familiar feeling came again, as Madeo and Zhang Qiling quickly disappeared into the area. There's no way to avoid having your eyes unconsciously closed during space teleportation, just as people are tempted to close their eyes during vertigo. Madeo opened his eyes and was instantly captivated by the scene in front of him. Zhang Qiling was even more shocked. This, as far as the eye could see, it was all bugs, an endless array of bugs, 20 to 30 centimeters, even more than a meter in size. All of them could fly, similar to the locusts of the last life, but all of them were light red in color, and it was terrifying. The roar that was emitted was so loud that Makoto's head was buzzing as if he had been hammered several times. Yubo didn't like it either and went straight into Makoto's clothes. Hokage Mac, this is too much. Ha ha, senior, this place is all E-ranked. They won't dare to come close with our chi and blood. It's only interesting above D-ranked. The two of them continued to move forward. Their advancement speed was still affected, and soon after, the number of bugs in the area they came to was still very high, and each of the bugs was above 3 or 4 meters. The strength of these bugs was basically at the D level. Schoolboy, this kind of bug is called a locust beast. It's not our Blue Star's native ferocious beast. Today, it has to be killed properly. Ha ha, well, senior, let's compare. Who killed more? Okay, come on. Mu Dao released his killing potential, the killing aura that densely formed substance. The D-grade locust beasts that came into contact with them died, not at all on the same level. Ding, the host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 8 points of chi and blood and plus 16 points of experience in martial arts. Ding, host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 7 points of chi and blood, and plus 14 experience points in martial arts. Although it was small, but the quantity was too much, and it didn't take the slightest effort. Makoto's purpose was to raise his chi and blood. The system's voice in his head was pleasant at first, but after half an hour he couldn't stand it a bit. It was too noisy. For the first time he felt like this. The system is also very helpful in hiding the sound down. After 2 hours, Zhang Qiling couldn't hold on any longer. His skin was bitten through by the locust beasts, not to mention his clothes, which had long since rotted. Even if he was a B-realm martial artist, there was no way to resist against the roiling locust beasts after a long time. Madeo was intact, and the locust beasts at his feet had piled up into mountains. Freak! School brother Mu, I can't hold on any longer. I'm leaving. Zhang Qiling left, and Wubo flew out of Madeo's arms. Dad, I'm going to roast them all. Wubo, don't use your innate emperor flame. It's not necessary to kill them. You watch your brother kill. Time passed minute by minute. Coming to 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, Madeo's side was already piled with densely packed locust beasts, a small mountain forming one after another. There were no less than 15 small mountains of locust beasts, so one could imagine how many he had killed. The point was that the number of locust beasts was like endless, too many to kill. Madeo didn't know how many locust beasts he had killed. Anyway, in the sky within a 10,000 meter radius of him, he could barely see the locust beasts. He just felt that something was missing. He suddenly reacted to the corpses of these locust beasts. Yubo, aren't you going to eat? Dad, they barely have any energy and aren't tasty. Ha ha, then tomorrow brother will take you to eat something delicious. Most of the night, Gotham Bingley is waiting for Madeo to send a message to himself. In the small world of killing, there is no hiding place. The number of locust beasts is very high. The consumption of chi and blood is too late to replenish with you. It is such a long time and still do not come out. Enough to insist on In her imagination, Madeo was already nose to nose, fighting the locust beasts with brute force. Early the next morning, Madeo finally stopped killing. He sat on his butt on the ground. His body wasn't tired, but his spirit was a bit exhausted. System, how many locust beasts have I decimated? Ding, the host has killed 120. 000 E-realm and D-realm locusts interspersed with some C-realm locust beasts one after another, averaging 8 points of chi blood per one. A total increase of 960. 000 cards of chi blood. Ha ha ha, if I had known that there was a place like this I would have come to kill it. Growing nearly 1 million cards of chi and blood a day. That would only take 10 days for me to break through to a rank. Cool. After resting for 2 hours, Madeo asked Wubo to roast the locust beast, tasting it several times before Wubo succeeded, almost always burning the locust beast to ashes. Makoto tried to take a bite, and it was as hard to eat as the wood on the line. I can't seem to keep killing like this. If I go out and my strength breaks through the A rank, and the corpses of the locust beasts here get out, will anyone make any connections from that? Subsequently, to be on the safe side, Mudeo piled these locust beast corpses together into 3 large mountains. Yubo, it's up to you next. Wubao spat out 3 small white gold fireballs, and the 3 locust beast mountains burned directly and quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, they were burned to ashes, leaving behind 3 piles of ash. Makoto had basically no problem destroying this place with one punch. He then turned and walked in the other direction. Soon after, the area that Mu Dao came to, the number of locust beasts was still high, but compared to before, the number should be almost half less. Most of them were still low-level locust beasts, but there were always more sea realm locust beasts. Mudeo was not in a hurry to kill. He had a question. What were these locust beasts eating? So many bugs, and there were hardly any plants, animals in this place. Unless, by eating the corpses of their own kind, they die faster than they can reproduce. Then they will never perish. It's a good thing Blue Star doesn't have such perverted creatures. Otherwise, they would have been eaten up long ago. Chapter 77 Master of the Government. Panru. Sea Realm Locust Beasts, which only numbered a tenth of E and D grade, might be even less, but compared to the huge base of locust beasts, it was also very much. The killing potential opens, and as more and more kills are made, the killing potential increases, and all the lives weaker than the Bimoto are intensely stimulated by death. The Sea Realm Locust Beasts couldn't withstand such a surge of chi and blood from Mu Dao. He took out the Tomo Alloy Battle Strength gun and flew into the air, opening up for indiscriminate killing. A few thousand cards of chi blood didn't give him a particularly noticeable feeling nowadays, and there was only a hint of progress. Wubo also flew up into the sky. Its small body contained a huge amount of power, and the locust beasts that it hit almost shattered into several pieces. It's almost as brutal as Makido. Makamichi was more than satisfied with Yubo's performance. Not bad for my son, my little brother. Makamichi had just almost blurted out that he had defaulted to Yubo's dad in his mind. Oddly enough, outside, the class teachers of all 40 classes in the Chaos Academy were gathered together, and these teachers, all represented the top combatants of the Holy Summer. Many of them would not appear in the school on weekdays, and the teaching work was taken care of by the tutors, and the assistant tutors, who had their own duties. But today, they all come together. A middle-aged man sitting at the top of the conference table was the current Chaos Academy prefect, Panru. Panru appearance although only middle-aged, but the age, there should be a few hundred years old. The teachers in recent decades, they do not even look at the Panru look. Panru only appears on important days. A few decades ago, it was said that Panru was a SSS realm saint, and now that his chi and blood have returned to the realm, he is even more remarkable. Just whether he has stepped out of that step is unknown. Many of the teachers who had been away received the message many days before, and all returned to the schoolhouse for the meeting. Gothic girl, it's been 10 years since we've seen each other, right? Now that she has become a SSS realm saint, it's just a pity that she fell short of the chance. Gentlemen, this concentration is mainly for one thing. The Imperial Master has already contacted me, saying that after some time, a change may occur in the Blue Star. 1821-1821. These 10 people will be bestowed with the Seal Throne, representing the topmost battle force of my Sacred Summer's younger generation, with the resources of the Sacred Summer tilted in their favor. The rest of the teachers were shocked that this was going to happen. 18 to 21 years old. But you can pick from the list of sons. Why even have a competition? It's just redundant. Prefect, we can choose from the list of sons. The list of sons, which already represents the top geniuses of my Sacred Summer. Panru shook his head. What the Imperial Master said. The conditions for the selection of the list of the sons, is that there are holy families, many geniuses, who don't have the chance to enter the list of the sons. This time, it's an event for the entire Holy Summer, meant to find the top geniuses of the Holy Summer. Starting today, pass these messages to the remaining 8 shelters. The official selection time will be in January. The selection method, arranged by each shelter, intended to be fair and just. For the final selection, the Imperial Master made separate arrangements. All of the teachers showed a look of astonishment. The said Imperial Masters did not refer to a single person alone, but rather, existences above the SSS realm of Saint Xia would be collectively referred to as Imperial Masters by others. When the Imperial Master has an order, there will be no one who dares to disobey it, and no one who dares to disobey it. Above the SSS realm was the Emperor realm, which was in existence known as the God of the Earth. Why this is so? Wait for an opportunity and the Imperial Master will tell you. How is this class of disciples compared to the past? Gothic Bingley said. House Master, the talent of this class of disciples is, in comparison, better. Among the special recruitment exams, there are 6 SSS ranked talents, and among the martial arts exams, there are 4 SSS ranked talents. Ha ha, good. It's just a pity that they only have a part to play in this event. Indeed, the most promising geniuses between the ages of 18 and 21 were definitely the 21-year-old geniuses. Some of them were S-realm strength. Jin Bingli suddenly thought of Medeo, and an idea popped up in her mind that Medeo should obtain one of the 10 places in the Chaos Asylum. It's just that with the draft coming up in January, the chances don't seem all that great. Within the killing small world, Mu Dao was immersed in the process of killing. He didn't suck at killing, and he never deliberately killed innocents for the sake of chi and blood. He killed, are changed to kill. Ferocious beasts and people cannot live in peace. Down. Mother of God mentality. Absolutely cannot have. Ding. Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 3,000 blood and plus 6,003 experience value in martial arts. Ding. Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 1,150 chi blood and plus 2,300 experience value in martial arts. Ding. C- grade ferocious beasts, on average, were at more than 1,000 katana blood. C grade, on average, were at more than 2,000, and C plus grade, were basically at 3,000 katana blood. For B rank, it doubles to 10,000 plus cards. B rank, 20,000 plus cards of chi, and B plus rank, 30,000 cards of chi. As for the A realm, it's doubled. Another day passed, and there were 2 more bug mountains in front of Medeo. You pa, I have to trouble you again. Burn these locust beasts. Dad, I hate it when you talk to me politely. Yubo turned his head away and pretended to be angry. Ha ha, Yubo, brother, like you apologize. So, Dad, you're re-saying it? Ahem. Yubo, burn these bugs for me. Dad, okay. Wubao spat out 2 small fireballs and quickly burned the 2 insect mountains clean. Ding, the host killed a number of E realm, D realm, C realm locust beasts, and the occasional B realm, totaling 32,000 heads, with an average chi blood of 40 cards, increasing chi blood by a total of 1.2 million cards. Cool, 2 million cards of chi and blood have grown in 2 days, and now, there are more than 8 million cards of chi and blood, which works out to be more than 80 million kilograms of power. With this kind of power of mine, if I were to put it in my previous life, the world would have been hammered and blown up by me with one punch. It's only been 2 days and the number of locust beasts is still in the minority. Next time you want to find a good place like this, it will be hard to find. 5 days passed in a flash of time, and Makoto still didn't show up. Jin Bingli is a little anxious. Many students have received the news. They have allocated resources to their own strength. The points are used to exchange for resources, and even some small families, but also all the resources are placed in the family talented disciples. The entire sacred summer was almost shaken by this news, and they all had a premonition that something big would happen in the near future. If we catch the storm, we could be in for a huge boost. Chapter 78, The Greatly Hidden Demon. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Mudeo's entire body of ferocious beast blood almost coagulated into incrustation, looking like a monster clad in a blood shell. In just a few short days, his chi blood had another huge increase, and now, it had more than 9.8 million cards of chi blood and was about to break through 10 million cards of chi blood. The closer he got to 10 million calories of chi blood, the more he felt that his body was in the midst of a magical change. There's still more than 100,000 cards of chi blood to reach 10 million cards of chi blood, so we'll see what changes happen. Yubo, let's continue. Wubal was influenced by Medeo and showed no mercy to the locust beasts, not to mention a hint of dominance in his small body. It was a pity that creatures like locust beasts Yubo didn't really like to eat them. They only ate the ones in the A realm, and the ferocious beasts in the B realm and below didn't eat them at all, and they were picky eaters. Somewhere in the killing small world, 2 students were frantically running. No, accurately speaking, they should be fleeing. Behind them was an A+ grade locust beast, with a size of more than 80 meters, with a scarlet body, a few legs like long knives cast in blood, and a mouth with densely packed teeth that were very sharp, especially the sound of wings vibrating. Imagine the cat-faced old lady hissing 50 times sharper, attacking the human brain at a special frequency. The 2 students were visibly affected, their lips turning white and slowing down significantly. This A+ grade locust beast, like a cat catching a mouse, playfully followed these 2 Chaos Academy students. Spatial teleportation arrays, too, were not found in every place, but there were special areas where they could be used. Yuan Shao, we're almost there, just hold on a little longer. The 2 of them were rapidly gaining quite a bit of speed. The locust beast's humanized eyes carried a cold intent as it steeply accelerated, quickly approaching the 2 students, its sharp leg blades slashing past. Yuan Shao, be careful. The other student grabbed Yuan Zhao's hand and threw him out with force, while he, himself, had a large sword in his hand to block the locust beast leg blade horizontally. Shocked back by the locust beast's immense power, he spat out blood that seemed to be mixed with fragments of internal organs and passed out, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Shui armor, are you okay? Ahem. Put. Yuan Zhao's eyes were covered in blood when he saw this. Fought you. However, how could he, who only had B rank strength, be a match for an A+ rank locust beast? That huge force was simply not something he could resist. The locust beast-legged blade impacted his weapon. With just one blow, the huge recoil force shook off his hand holding the weapon, and the whole person instantly took a few steps back. Blood seeped out from the surface of his body, and speaking became difficult. The difference in strength is too great. In your next life, Grandpa kills your ancestors for 18 generations. Ha ha. The A+ grade locust beast seemed to understand what was meant, and its mouth coalesced a ball of blood-colored light 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Only in the next moment, the attack from its mouth was directly dispersed, and its huge body, from the sky, fell directly to the ground. Mudeo looked with disgust at the locust beast below, whose head was almost shattered into several pieces and whose several legs were still twitching. What a horrible death. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 120, 000 blood, plus 423, 000 experience value in martial arts, and plus 1 semi-immortal substance. Cool. Still a little short of reaching 10 million cards in chi blood. Mudeo now had the feeling that one punch could break the entire world. When Yuan Shao saw this, he fainted before he could be shocked, and Wu Bao flew to the dead A+ rank locust beast, cut open its abdomen, and took out a ball of red flesh and blood and ate it. Mudeo walked over to the two. System, inject life essence. Then, carrying one man on one shoulder, Wu Bao flew right beside him. Flying some distance to the area of space teleportation, activate their identity tokens and teleport them out first. That's all I can do. One of the Kirin asylums was the area where a small clan, the ancient Nun clan, was located. Within the ancient Wu clan, a young man with an ordinary appearance, but a pair of eyes that were as brilliant as stars, exuded a lethargic aura all over his body. A middle-aged man was admonishing the youth. Ancient No Long Love, you're 21 years old. You don't do anything all day long. You just want to eat and wait for death. 100 years from now, when your old man returns to the sky, it will be a problem for you to eat. The youth muttered something in a small voice. You're not still dead. What? What did you say? You son of a drop. I'll beat you to death. Pops, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, you won't have any grandchildren in the future. In the end, the middle-aged man was panting and the youth was not blushing. Pops, you're getting less and less strong. Son of a drops. You. Guo Changxiang hummed a little tune and quickly left the place, fearing that his old man would get angry or something. Suddenly, a voice fell into his head. Ancient No Long Emotion. I am the Imperial Master, and I invite you to participate in this Sacred Summer Pride selection. Sacred Summer, in need of geniuses. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guo Changxiang's face changed slightly, no longer cynical, with a disinterested look on his face. Everlasting love? I am honored to listen to the teachings of the Imperial Master. In that case, let's go have some fun. It should be quite fun. Somewhere in a mountain range, a 200-meter-sized red gorilla fell from the sky, its huge head turning into a pile of mud as if it had been hammered and exploded with a huge force. A burly young man who stood at a height of around 2 meters 1 landed immediately after. His muscles, which could only be described as devilishly muscular, coupled with his 2 meter 1 height, were a living mountain as he dragged the red gorilla towards a lava and threw it in, snorting a laugh. It was said that the blood-scarlet emperor's power was enough to move mountains, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Power. I, Shen Wu, am number 1 in the world. Suddenly, a voice rang in his head. Shen Wu, I am an Imperial Master. The Holy Summer Pride competition is your chance to show yourself whether or not you see the best of the Light Generation's power. It's worth it for you to try. Shen Wu's voice came out in a jar. Yes, I'll attend. Somewhere on a vast expanse of Great Plains, the sky was gray and drizzling. A cold woman, holding a large, blood-colored sword. The blade was 2 meters long and wide, rivaling that of a cold girl. The woman should be around 1 meter 75 in height, and her eyes were filled with coldness. I've been chasing you for so long. How could I let it get away and receive your snake gall? She slashed out with a stunning blade light of 10 feet, and immediately, the ground was chopped open with an abyssal crack of 5 to 6,000 meters. A huge green snake that was over 200 meters in size flew out from the abyssal crack. Human woman, you have to fish out of water, don't you? Ha ha, big earthworm. Fish death. You also think too much of yourself, but S rank, talking so clearly, you're bitter gall. The effect should be better. The woman's speed was as fast as a ghost, instantly appearing above the head of the great snake. the sky appeared as a blood-colored thunderbolt, and the sky seemed to be split into two petals as the knife chopped down. The green snake's head and body separated, its eyes filled with terror. The woman then walked towards the green snake's body and touched her hand, and soon, a blood-colored bitter gall the size of an egg appeared in her hand. Ha ha, I, Dancing Red Fish, have finally done it. Suddenly, a voice rang in her head. Dancing Red Fish, I am the Imperial Master. This holy summer level competition, the topmost our geniuses will appear. Likewise, there are many martial artists who like to fight, but don't like to make a show of it, and they deserve to be challenged by you. Dancing Redfish's cold little face was slightly agitated. Imperial Master, I will definitely attend. On this day, many places in the sacred summer resounded with the voice of the earthly Imperial Master. Chapter 79, Chi and Blood Golden Dragon. Great Tao Breath. In the Chaos Asylum, 10 days had passed since the announcement of the Holy Summer Pride Competition and the selection of the top 10 sealed thrones for young people. Madeo still hadn't returned to the Chaos Shelter, and Jin Bingli was a little hesitant. It was impossible to stay for a long time in a place like the Killing Small World, but this was the case, and Madeo had already stayed for 10 days, and had yet to return. That's just it. If he doesn't come back in another 5 days, I'll personally go and pull him out. There are still 20 days to go before the official selection. We can't just do it to hone our battle strength and not cultivate our chi and blood. That would be sacrificing the fundamentals for the end. Chi and blood is the root of everything for martial artists. Saint Summer's End, which is the edge of the light curtain covered by the polar day. A ghostly voice rang out. Since we're all here, come on out. You've known each other for 1,000 years, and you're still so squirmy. An old man appeared, wearing a straw hat and ordinary peasant clothes, his face covered with the frost of years, time settling on his face, and his eyes looking over the world's prosperity. He was none other than the old man who, on that day, had caused the sky to look like it was stained with blood for the many Saint Summer talents that had died. Ha ha, old Tang, as Empyreans, we always have to have a bit of our own style? A young man who looked about as young as a young boy appeared with a smile on his face. You who, old Jing, 1,000 years old and you still like to be young? That's true. Who doesn't like to be young? Soon, 3 more people appeared, 2 women and 1 man. The man was burly, in his 40s or 50s, and looked resolute. The other 2 women, on the other hand, were both beautiful women in their 30s, with knitted brows and smiles that were still charming and inspiring. I say you, one and all, are so unlikable, not at all what a few 100-year-old man or woman should look like. A few people, they looked just like ordinary people, but they were all imperial masters, gods of the earth, the sacred summer's divine pillars of suppression. Today, gathered here in unison, the burly man did not joke with them. Old Tang, was it about the matter of the curtain of extreme day that we were approached? Yes, you guys see, the curtain of extreme day is getting fainter and fainter, so I guess it's going to dissipate soon, and I don't know what's going to start. All we can do now is try to grow the younger generation. Several emperors were somewhat silent. Old Tang, don't worry, the old ones have us, and the young ones have so many good kids, so what are you worried about? Within the Killing Small World, many students from the Chaos Academy entered to hone their combat skills, but they found an anomaly. The locust beasts, which were usually so many and dense, were much less in number at this time. More than one person felt this way. Almost all of the students who came in behind them felt this way, and it was much less visible to the naked eye. Only, the ground has not seen the bodies of locust beasts. This point is a bit strange, or the first time this kind of anomaly occurs. However, it was a good thing for them. The locust beasts were less dense in number. They could hunt more locust beasts to use for points, and they could stay for a longer period of time. Somewhere in the Killing Small World, a deep pit appeared on the ground, roughly a few 100 meters deep. 3 or 4 dead A+ rank locust beasts were placed around the pit, and the aura of death made most of the locusts not dare to approach. At the bottom of the deep pit, Mu Dao sat in the center. His body looked horrible at this moment, all rough as ceramic skin, covered with dense cracks. Wu Bao kept flying at the side. The aura released by Madeo made it a little scared. It didn't understand why Makoto had suddenly released such a terrifying aura. At a certain moment, powerful golden light was released from Madeo's body. Thunder, flames, and it seemed that all kinds of things could be seen on him. The ceramic-like skin on top of his body rapidly melted away until Makoto's figure was fully revealed. At this moment, Madeo's divine patterns meandered and flowed. The aura of the Great Tao was thick, and a mysterious aura was released from the inside out. The bones exuded the aura of the Great Tao, and after practicing the Tao scripture the bones were once again tempered and incomparably powerful. Immediately after that, a vast mountain-like chi and blood surged out, quickly releasing and enveloping a 500-meter radius. The chi and blood all brought with them a powerful killing aura. which was tantamount to poison to the locust beasts. Soon, the chi and blood quickly contracted and merged together, entering Madeo's body, and a dragon roar resounded within Madeo's body as a chi and blood golden dragon flew out from the top of his head and hovered over his body. Madeo opened his eyes, and the flash of light in his eyes seemed to contain thousands of things. This is... Madeo remembered that after his chi and blood reached 10 million calories, an incomparably strong feeling came from within his body as if it was about to undergo a metamorphosis, and casually found a position to fall into this change. Today's feeling was very good, more than 10 times better than the feeling of the first breakthrough into the B realm. The metamorphosis of life, the metamorphosis of the body, the metamorphosis of chi and blood, almost everything metamorphosed, clenching his fists and gently blasting them out, his chi and blood turning a light golden color. The power has multiplied. Could it be the benefit of chi and blood breaking through 10 million cards? But it seems like among the records, those S-Realm Emperors, SS Zunis and SSS Saints don't seem to have this kind of change. Goldfinger opened the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level, martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level, ritual sacrifice, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, A rank, 10 million blood. Martial skills, Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, introductory, cosmic grade, Extreme Thunder at hand, introductory, Great Sun Heavy Fist, introductory, Extreme Dao Dharma Body, introductory, Martial skills experience value, 150 million. Daddy, you were so mean before. After Wu Bao's explanation, Madeo realized that 3 days had passed, and he didn't expect to actually metamorphose for 2 days. Ha ha, Yubo. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Mu Dao looked at the locust beast in the air. Nearly 3 million calories of chi and blood had been lost in 3 days. It had to be made up quickly. Strangely enough, when he went to the locust beasts, the D realm, E realm locust beasts basically retreated and didn't dare to approach. Madeo also lost interest in them and went straight for the locust beasts of the C realm and upwards. Continue to start his killing spree. Time was rapidly passing, and the locust beasts in the killing small world were rapidly expanding in sparseness, which was too counterintuitive. It wasn't until a few days later that the situation here alarmed the teachers of the Chaos Academy, and some S-Realm assistant teachers and many students came to the killing small world after some exploration. A student whose body had turned into a wraith was found flying through the sky with a long spear that could not be seen in its original form, and that speed made this S-Realm assistant teacher sweat. Killing a B-Realm locust beast was just a matter of one punch. Killing an A+ locust is also just a matter of one shot. Madeo had also discovered them, but he was about to break through the A rank and didn't want to delay. At some point, a loud and clear dragon's roar sounded, blood whistled, heart drummed, and sinews roared in unison. The students, who were thousands of meters away, heard it. Chapter 80, You're a good bird. You'll have to call me when you're fattened up for meat. Finally a rank. 16.2 million cards of chi and blood. At a rank. No one can match me. Mu Dao had killed many people and his killing potential was getting stronger and stronger. Even if he didn't actively release it, the faint killing aura would be released with his breathing and every move he made. Martial artists weaker than him would feel a pressure. Killing the small world for a period of time he shouldn't come back. Waved his hand at the stunned students, and then quickly left. Gradually, some of the students came back to their senses. Who is he? Which heavenly pride has come to abuse the vegetables? He seems to be a freshman, the one who broke the B realm ranking, called Mu Dao. How do you know? Many students looked at the one who spoke, their faces full of surprise, because the clothes on Madeo's body were almost wrapped, and his face was also red and huffing. His features were not clear anymore. I've seen that gun of his, and the eyes are similar. When Madeo returned to the Chaos Academy, he immediately ran back to the dormitory and took a good bath. The feeling of being emasculated by the smell of blood smelled awful, and it took a long time for the bath to gradually dissipate. The time was about 10:10 in the morning, and the guys in the dormitory were still in class. Suddenly, Madeo's communication rang a dozen times in a row, and he hurriedly opened it to find that they were all from Jin Bingli. From a few days ago, and from today. In interdimensional space, it's almost impossible to receive communications. There's no way around it. Makamichi admired this world's communication more. It was simply too smooth. It was just a pity that he couldn't raise much interest in this aspect, so he would leave it to those interested gods to learn. In addition to Jin Bingli, Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiudo, and Gongzi Shi also sent some messages. Mo Chiyun even sent him too. Boy, what happened? He hurriedly checked it up, and only after reading it did he realize what had happened. Holy Summer Pride Competition. Top 10 Sealed Throne. 18-21 years old. B-Realm martial artist and above young martial artists. There's only half a month left now, so do I still have to go ahead and kill some more? Forget it, don't go. I've been killing for half a month. I'm going to puke. Madeo decided to take some days off first, and take the A Realm Sons list in the meantime. The reason why this Holy Summer Pride competition was held and why it was not chosen on the list of sons could be guessed somewhat. Many people, they don't like to flaunt it, but they are definitely no worse than any genius, whether it's that world before traveling or this one. Such people are not in the minority. However, what means should be used to make those people participate in the Heaven's Pride selection? That wasn't something he should think about. Right now, the main thing is still. Report. Makamichi immediately went to the class while it hadn't ended yet. Everyone was looking in his direction, and Gotham Bing Lee's cold eyes were also looking at him. You broke through? Teacher, a fluke breakthrough. Well then, come in and sit down. Hearing that Madeo had broken through, many of the students were numb. Wasn't it only half a month ago that he broke through? When did breaking through become so easy? Boss, you're so awesome. Heifers fly in airplanes. Mu Dao's old face darkened. What kind of words are these? Looking at ancient desolate time, get lost. Learn from other people's old 3 old 4. Peace and quiet as a beautiful man is not good? No, I don't think so. You don't seem to be able to be a beautiful man. In the ancient wilderness, why is it always him who gets hurt? In the office, Mudeo stood in front of Gotham Bingley like a good boy. Wubo stood on Mudeo's shoulder, his little eyes looking around, seeming to gloat a little. It was the first time he saw his dad like this. So cute. And you stand still. All of a sudden, Yupo's body became straight and his eyes looked ahead. It was a standard. Mudeo and Wubo shared a common mind. Wubo, you're also afraid of this tigress? Dad, I can't beat her. I can't fight it either. Brother, that teacher. It's not like I won't return your messages. It's not like you don't know what's going on in the other dimension. Come on. No offense. Things are clear to you, right? I hope you get one of the last 10 spots. Madeo also wanted to, but for the time being, he could only say that he would try his best to give it a shot, and in this situation, he didn't know how many hidden, notorious geniuses he would have to blow up. Sensei, I'll try my best. Just as Madeo was going out the door, Gothic Bingley said, Wait, you're a nice bird. You'll have to call me when you fatten up for meat. Madeo's smile came to an abrupt end, and Yubo's body stiffened once again. Daddy, she's going to eat me. Let's run. Bad two-legged big bear beast. After Mu Dao left the office, he went straight to the A Realm Sons list, and now there were a lot fewer people by the A Realm Sons list. Entering the 9th level were 10 A+ grade ferocious beasts. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A huge fist that was golden in color and emitted flames like a great sun was more than 30 meters in size, blasting towards the 10 A Realm ferocious beasts. In an instant, the 2 ferocious beasts that were hit head-on had their bodies bombarded into shattered fast, and the shocking airwaves from the explosions were extremely terrifying. The 10th layer, or the 10th layer that is impossible to penetrate. A plus grade ferocious beasts. There are 80 heads. Why not 100 heads? May think, no one can kill these 80 ferocious beasts anyway. There is no difference between 80 and 100. Roar, roar. The scene of 80 A+ grade ferocious beasts charging in unison was a terrifying one. Extreme thunder at hand. Extreme Dharma body. Killing potential. Makamichi flew into the sky, holding the Tomo alloy battle rifle in his hand. Silent gun scripture. Nowadays, when one executed a universe-level martial skill of a perfect degree, the power increased by several times, and destroying the heavens and destroying the earth was not an outdated description at all. Explosions rang out one after the other. Mudeo kept flying through the air, dodging the attacks of the A+ grade ferocious beasts, which were flying at a speed that was quite a bit slower than him. Big Day Heavy Fist. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Round after round of attacks. Mu Dao didn't care about his chi and blood consumption at all. Since he was going to fight, he had to have a good fight. An hour passed, and at the cost of his tattered clothes, all 80 A+ grade ferocious beasts were killed by Madeo. A+ grade ferocious beasts nowadays were just a one-shot period if they were one-on-one, but with so many heads, it would still take a bit of time. The original number 1 on the A Realm Sons list, Wang Hao, had now become number 2, and Mu Dao's name, number 1. After doing this, Mudeo left straight away. Many students had also noticed the change in the names on the A Realm Sons list, but they were only slightly surprised, as most people's focus was on the Holy Summer Pride competition. This is the most important thing. The rest, put it aside for now. Subsequently, Mu Dao went to comprehend the resources provided by the Academy this month, and after checking it, he realized that it had improved quite a bit compared to last month. Su Hong looked at him with a satisfied look, but in his heart, he sighed slightly. It's a bit of a pity. Maybe this time when the top 10 geniuses were selected, He wasn't able to achieve a high ranking, but next time, there's definitely a great chance of being born a year late. Chapter 81, The Curtain of Extreme Day dissolves. For the next 2 days, Mu Dao resumed his previous state of life, and after refining the resources gained from the A realm ranking, and the resources rewarded by the academy for being the first in the special recruitment, he increased his chi and blood by more than 1,000,000 calories. It was just a drop in the bucket compared to the chi and blood needed to break through to the A+ level. However, another benefit was that many of the students of the Chaos Academy had returned, and apart from cultivating, he could pick up nearly 300,000 chi and blood a day, and half a month down the line, it would be another huge wave of chi and blood gains. Brother, why haven't you been home for so long? Did you fall in love and forget about your sister? Forget about mom and dad. I heard mom and dad say that you have a girlfriend. When will you bring her to me? Mudeo rewarded Mu Ling with a small steamed bun. Kid, your sister-in-law will show you sooner or later. Broke through the D level. Not bad. Where's mom and dad? Mom and dad are cooking? They've been busy since they knew you were coming, and I have a feeling mom and dad like you better. Ha! Mom and dad. Brothers home. Makoto and Su Shui appeared from the kitchen. The two of them were in better condition. Su Shui was already a great beauty. Now, her skin condition was getting better and better. Makoto's state of mind is great, and he must have gotten a lot better from the dark wounds in his body. Mom, you're so beautiful. Standing with Linger, you're practically sisters. Dad, you're getting handsome too. Ha ha, Dower, what are you talking about? Which is so young. Wife, Dower didn't lie. When you and Linger stand together, others will definitely think they're sisters? Gotta row. Don't make the kid laugh. Ha ha ha. The family laughed out loud, a state in which Makoto was unspeakably relaxed. Madeo and Mao Ling sat on the sofa, and Madeo just wanted to say something. Yubo then got out of his arms, showing his tiny head. Maki Ling was instantly captivated. Wow, brother, is this you bringing me some gifts? I love it so much. When he finished speaking, he reached out to touch Yubo's little head. Yubo, this is my sister. From now on she'll be your sister, okay? And no eating my sister's tofu. Dad, I know. Wubo flew up and flew around on Mu Ling's shoulders and head, causing Mu Ling to laugh. Daddy, this sound almost scared the soul out of Madeo. Maki Ling was also shocked. Who did Dad shout at? Wubo was also embarrassed beyond measure, fearing that Madeo would get angry. His wings covered his mouth like a human hand. Brother, birds can talk? Sister, it's not like that. Listen to me. Ha ha, this would be the kind of talking bird that was recorded. It's called some kind of parrot beast, and it's said to be very expensive. I didn't realize it was actually that kind of bird. Explains. The word explanation was whispered, and Makoto smiled awkwardly. Sister, you're simply too smart. He's one of those birds. His name is Yubo, but he'll only say it once in a while. Maki Ling teased a few times, and after realizing that this was indeed the case, his interest decreased quite a bit. 10 days passed in a flash of time, and as the Holy Summer Pride competition was getting closer and closer, Mu Dao could feel the obvious changes. The center of gravity was tilting towards this matter. This is something that ordinary people know about, and the various messages are not hidden, and everyone is more interested in it. Martial artists were already more revered in the hearts of ordinary people, and their interest in this selection competition was even less. Muto accompanied his family on a shopping trip and they all talked about it. On the other side of Saint Summer, Boundary Deicide is sitting in a spring. This spring, in fact, is an aura spring. It is a chance that he obtained in advance according to the memory of his previous life. Anyway, it is not Saint Xia. Who cares whose chance it is? It is suitable for him. He was getting closer and closer to the top of the blue star. Phew, A+ rank, only one step away from S rank. When I obtain that item, I'll be able to break through to S rank. Shang Xia now should be conducting the competition soon. I also wonder how Yutong is doing nowadays. That boy Mac Dao. I hope there's a chance. In his previous life, he also participated in this competition. Only at that time, the student's strength wasn't this strong, but there were a few geniuses that suddenly appeared, which was powerful. In this life, he didn't intend to get involved, but wanted to observe and grow in strength from the perspective of God's viewpoint. But right now, the curtain of extreme day should be about to dissipate. And when the curtain of extreme day dissipates, the blue star, too, should truly present itself. A day later, Mu Dao and Mu Cheng, Su Shui, Mu Ling and the others were walking on top of the street. 1 second. There was no difference from the usual. It was still very normal. And the next instant, the anomaly suddenly appeared. The sky was no longer the sky. It was like pacing a thin layer of mercury the color of stark white, constantly bobbing up and down. And although it was daytime, the stars, growing brighter and brighter, illuminated the stark white curtain of light. The spreading speed became faster and faster, and the entire sky was connected into one piece, forming a reddish-white color. This kind of white, not snow white or miserable white. It was an extremely dazzling reddish-white color, 10 times whiter than the sun in that world. At a temperature of 50 degrees, the entire world instantly brightened up, and at this time, Mudeo felt some difficulty and at the same time, a hint of relaxation. Just like the world he was in before was a prison cage, and now, it was the world outside the prison cage. Not only him, but almost the entire sacred summer. The entire sacred summer saw this change. Immediately after, the red-white color quickly dissipated, and the layer of red-white water curtain in the depths of the sky rapidly collapsed like a planet collapsing, centered on a single point. This vision lasted for a minute, a short but long time. Humans are always afraid of the unknown, and this scene, indeed, is a bit like the end of the world. A few minutes later, the 10 great shelters of Saint Summer, all public videos, home videos, and anything that could communicate, all received a message in unison. A presenter said in very standard Sacred Summer language, "Citizens of Sacred Summer, this incident is normal. You don't need to worry. We have martial artists. We have a strong power to withstand all crises. Behind you, is the entire Sacred Summer." Boundary Slayer raised his head and calmly watched the scene, his face unable to tell if he was happy or sad. In his previous life, with the exception of some people, many people believed that the dissipation of the curtain of extreme day might trigger a second ferocious beast mutation and another aura revival, causing humanity to once again face the tragic situation of being slaughtered by ferocious beasts 1,000 years ago. But it's not true. There are actually benefits to the dissipation of the polar day. At least, the sky is no longer seen as a thin lens laid on top of the sky. In the future, when he achieved a certain realm, he realized that the blue star, in just 1,000 years, had completed the path that many other civilizations had taken 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years, to complete. It's hard to want a second aura revival. Chapter 82, Crazy Wool Gathering, Great Strength Advancement. The disappearance of the curtain of extreme day, along with the official explanation that nothing else had happened in the past few days, and that their lives were as they always had been, had gradually calmed everyone down. Subsequently, the focus of attention continued to be placed on the upcoming Heaven's Pride Grand Competition of the Sacred Summer. 5 days later, throughout the Chaos Asylum, all youths between the ages of 18 and 21 with strength above the B realm would be able to participate in the preliminary round of the Heaven's Pride selection. The location of the preliminary round was placed within the Chaos Academy, and the Chaos Academy competition venue was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time without any problems at all. This day was also the most bustling day in the history of the Chaos Academy. All the eligible geniuses all arrived, each one exuding an extraordinary aura, and the student in charge of guiding them took them to the preliminary competition venue to wait for the others to arrive. Several of the largest forces of the Chaos Asylum, the God-killing Martial Hall, the Jin family, and the Xian Yuan family, had come even earlier, and behind each of them stood dozens of eligible geniuses. These geniuses were a bit stronger, obviously geniuses that had already been selected in advance through internal selection. The Jinwu Division, the actual patron saint of the Chaos Asylum, would also privately recruit some geniuses for cultivation to serve in the Jinwu Division in the future. Unlike the other 3 major forces, behind them, only followed by 5 young men and women, but no one dares to underestimate them. That body-killing breath, kill less, cannot have such a strong killing breath. In addition to them, behind the lead teachers of the other 2 academies of the Chaos Asylum, the Hurt Sun Academy and the Amazing God Academy, each of the 2 academies also had a couple hundred students following behind them. They just greeted each other and didn't say much. In addition to them, there were no less than 2,000 talented martial artists in the entire martial arts arena, who came from various small clans in the Chaos Asylum, game or casual martial artists, game or hidden geniuses who did not show their statements in the past. Most people were about the same strength, and if they weren't strong, they wouldn't be able to feel much of a difference. As the hosts, the Chaos Academy students came out the latest, totaling over 200. B Realm Sons List, A Realm Sons List, S Realm Sons List, as well as many students who had not entered the list. They naturally qualified, and not being in the list did not mean that they weren't strong, but that above them, there were even stronger existences. Mudeo stood in the center of the group, very inconspicuous. He looked around and realized that it wasn't difficult at all to get a spot as one of the 10 people. Demons multiply, and it seems that there is a bit of no hope in sight. S-realm martial artists. There were definitely more than 10 of them. He hadn't fought any S-realm martial artists yet. How much was the difference with them? Or, not much. Everyone had just entered. The scene wasn't that serious. Makoto's eyes were glowing. The ground was densely filled with bubbles, or the kind of bubbles that were dazzling. The system was updated so that he no longer needed to touch it with his hands or feet, and it was picked up automatically within a certain range. There are about 5,000 of them. If I pick them all up, my chi and blood will definitely see a wave of increase. Madeo walked out of the group and kept wandering through the crowd. Others wouldn't even notice anything out of the ordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking it up successfully. Chi blood plus 3,000 cards. Martial arts experience value plus 6,100. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 4,000 cards. Martial skill experience value plus 8,100. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 11,000. What? Mudeo was enjoying the constant flow of the system, the sound of successful collection, when suddenly the pickup of the chi and blood value of plus 11,000 appeared. He immediately checked it up and was instantly overjoyed. Ha ha, now I can actually pick up the chi and blood of S-realm martial artists. After breaking through the A realm, he felt that he should be able to pick up the chi and blood of martial artists in the S realm and above, and as a result, it wasn't until today that he finally heard the sound of a successful pickup. The system doesn't answer why this is the case either. Whatever, since it can be picked up, that's good enough. Outside the training ground, many students from the Chaos Academy observed the situation inside the training ground from a long distance. At the time of the ancient wasteland, Lin Jiudo, Gonzi Shi, Mo Chi Yun, and her best friend, Su Xiao. What do you guys think the boss will be able to accomplish this time? Need you ask? That has to be number one. What's there to doubt? The three of them looked at Mo Chi Yun and realized that this excessively beautiful girl was so trusting of Madeo. However, it seemed that the trust was a bit too much. Ancient desolate time covered his chest, the color of pain appeared on his face, and secretly threw a wink at Su Xiao. Su Xiao's face was a little red, and she gouged out a glance at ancient desolate time. It's not that I don't believe in the boss, but the difference in strength is so great that I can't see any hope of winning the first place. But with a 10-member quota, there's still a lot of hope. Yes, Ink Banana. It's not that we don't believe in the boss. It's just that in front of an S-realm martial artist, there really isn't much hope for an A-realm martial artist to speak of, Lin Jiudo said immediately afterward. However, Mo Chi Yun was resolute. She believed in Madeo and didn't know where she got her confidence from. Jin Bingli, who as a SSS realm saint, had even more powerful perception abilities, sighed slightly. Looks like this time, there's little hope. However, when she saw Makoto walking amongst the crowd with a harumph on his face from time to time, a few black lines emerged on her brows. What kind of child is this? So pleasing to the eye. Not angry. Not angry. He is my family's waifu. Playing bad. Humph. Mu Dao was so happy. More than 5,000 people. B-realm occupied more than 3,000 people. 2,000 people provided him with chi and blood. The other 1,000 people. All of them were martial arts, talent, martial arts experience value, etc. Just now, he didn't lack all of these. He lacked chi and blood the most. One person provided an average of 3,000 cards of chi and blood. That was 6 million cards of chi and blood, and in just 10 minutes, he had grown that much chi and blood. However, for him to break through the A+ rank, he needed 16.2 million *5, which was 81 million card chi blood, and with 6 million card chi blood in front of such a huge base, he was able to completely suppress it. Just the occasional hint of breath released made the students around him feel like they were falling into an ice cave, a feeling that was only momentary and incomparably strange. The students of Realm A occupied roughly 2,000, and only half of them provided him with chi and blood, an average of 7,000 cards. That would be 7 million cards. S-realm students provide 10,000 for one person's evaluation. Just a small amount. Picking up less chi instead. More than 13 million calories of chi and blood entered his body. Mu Dao's body was boiling with chi and blood. He didn't dare to stay where he was and immediately ran into the restroom for almost more than 10 minutes before letting the boiling chi and blood cool down. Cool. At this level, a couple more times. Won't I take off? Dum 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 dum. 9 bells rang out, one after the other, straight into everyone's brain. A very powerful voice rang out, everywhere, and passed through the ears of every student. The preliminary round now begins. Chapter 83, Simple Examination. Desperate Rate of Elimination. Madeo quickly returned to the team. He didn't know what method would be used to test so many people. More than 5,000 people. Not a small number. He felt that the purpose of the higher-ups might not just be as simple as the Heaven's Pride selection. Otherwise, B-realm and A-realm martial artists wouldn't be able to hold out for long in front of those S-realm geniuses. It could be said that there was no chance of winning, so it would be better to just let those S-realm geniuses compete directly. As the voice fell, several SS Realm tutors from the Chaos Academy appeared, and among them, there was Bu Yuanyan, the heads of the various forces. Leave this area first. No one is allowed to come in until the examination is over. After the teachers in charge of these forces left, a curtain of pale blood-colored light quickly enveloped this place, covering them in it. Don't be afraid, everyone, for the Heaven's Pride examination. Battle strength is not the only standard. It needs to be assessed from multiple aspects. The preliminary rounds are divided into 3 levels. The first, a test of willpower. For the second level, you need to rely on your enlightenment to decide for yourselves. The third level, a test of battle prowess. Everyone was a bit confused. The first 2 tests didn't seem that difficult. Madeo pondered slightly, vaguely guessing about the first level. However, in terms of willpower, he hadn't been afraid of anyone yet. The second is an open-ended test, and this becomes relatively more difficult. It looks like many people passed the first 2 hurdles. It's still very promising. After Bu Yuanyan finished speaking, his figure quickly dissipated, leaving the crowd with a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Time passed by. Everyone was wary at first, but half an hour had passed and the so-called test hadn't appeared yet. An hour and still nothing. 2 hours and still nothing. More and more students showed displeasure. Was the first level of the test just to make them wait here? Doing nothing. Mudeo couldn't figure it out either. Just that he always understood one thing. Such a big event would definitely not be a child's play. Just beyond the blood-colored light curtain, Bu Yuanyan and many teachers were rapidly ticking off some people's names. After another 2 hours, Mudeo felt a little drowsy and yawned. His head shot up, and it turned out to be Wu Bao pecking him. It was only then that he realized something was different, and as he looked around, all sorts of strange gestures, expressions, could be seen on the faces of the students, but there weren't too few who were as sober as he was. A student beside him, a lewd look appeared on his face, his hands into a claw-like shape, pinching and pinching, seemingly enjoying himself, and in the next second, he actually began to take off his pants and make movements into the air, the kind of shy movements. Makamichi's face bristled with blackness as he knocked the student unconscious and gave him a pants lift. This dude is so horny, he won't even let go of the air. There was another student with a flushed face and all his clothes off, and he was saying, good wine, I want good wine. Other students, circling in place, mumbling something, listening and not understanding, and some, with agonized expressions, seemed to be going through something. All sorts of moves are seen on them, where there is still a polished look. Not only were the boys scandalized, but so were the girl martial artists. But a few undressing gestures would be quickly taken away by the female teachers who appeared. Don't boys have faces? Hey! But Makamichi was overthinking it. And the male martial artists who acted strangely would be taken away by the male teacher as well. OMG holy, dude chill, I'm a guy. A boy suddenly appeared and rushed towards Makoto, trying to hug him. Makoto's face darkened with nausea and wanted to vomit. He was rewarded with a direct headshot. Knocking him out was the best way to go. Half an hour later, that power affecting them began to dissipate, and many people withdrew from that weird state. Oddly enough, they all remember what happened. The dude with his pants off also woke up and covered his neck. Am I not making exchanges with beautiful women? Why does my neck hurt so much? Suddenly, he reacted to the fact that this seemed to be the scene of the Heaven's Pride preliminary competition. Wasn't he dreaming? He quickly looked at his pants, his shirt, intact, and couldn't help but pat himself on the back. Luckily, I was really dreaming. It scared the hell out of me. Madeo didn't dare to tell him the truth anymore for fear that he wouldn't be able to think about it. Bu Yuanyan's figure appeared, his face cold and much worse than before. Everyone was unsure. Only so many people understood why Bu Yuanyan was so angry. In their place, they were also angry. The examination of the first level has ended. A total of 400 people have passed the test. Those whose names are read out will stay. The rest will leave. Go back and reflect on their problems. Chu Tianshu, Yen Hao, Xian Yuan Folding Yen, Kill Wudao, Modeo, Wang Hao. The above 400 stayed behind and the rest left quickly. What? What's this for? Why are we being eliminated? Bu Yuanyan looked at this martial artist and let out a cold smile as an image suddenly appeared of him in a state of embarrassment. His face bristled red, and the others who wanted to ask questions instantly lowered their heads for fear of being publicly executed. The boy just now looked as bad as if he had eaten a couple pounds of ollies. Strange. If it's true, why are my pants on? He looked around and Makoto didn't dare to meet his eyes. Mudeo had a premonition that perhaps after this selection, the many forces of Sacred Summer, the academies, would develop something to train their willpower. Mudeo also understands the principle of the first level, tickling out the most primitive desires of the human heart, if one accidentally falls into it. Yubo, thank you so much. crossing over, but his biggest secret absolutely cannot be known by others, not even the closest people. Mudeo put down his thoughts and realized that it was a bit of a shame that a genius of the S realm had been eliminated. Outside the teacher, the head of each power was confused. Just a few hours, eliminated so many people. What kind of means? Ask the reason. The students, the disciples of the power are a little stuttering. It is really too humiliating. The remaining 400 people will continue to begin the second level of the examination. Bu Yuanyan's figure dissipated again. And with 400 people, the large venue seemed a bit empty, with everyone separated by a good distance. Mudeo was sitting upright. A strange power surged into everyone's brain. It was impossible to resist. After about half an hour, everyone's eyes closed unconsciously. Yubo pecked at Makoto in his clothes. Makoto was still the same. His tiny eyes were full of wariness. In Yubo's eyes, Makoto should be entering some kind of state right now. It was very unsafe. Makamichi opened his eyes and found himself in a pure white world. Wasn't I on the test? Did I get hit as well? And definitely can't do anything out of the ordinary. Now, it was even more terrifying than facing hundreds of A+ grade ferocious beasts. Makamichi realized that a door suddenly appeared in front of him, and he pushed it open and walked in. Dour, you're home? Come and eat. Mu Cheng, Su Shui, and Mu Ling smiled as they looked at Mu Dao, calling him to eat. Mom, Dad, Sister. Mudeo knew it was fake. He wanted to see what would come out to test him. It's commonplace. There's no difference. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time went by, and Makoto realized that he seemed to have forgotten that this was a fake world, that his parents were very good to him, better than ever, and that he was gradually enjoying it. After January, Makamichi had fully integrated into the place, only occasionally feeling a headache, which was a bit hard to bear, and hearing someone call out for his father. One day, at the dinner table, Makoto said, Dour, your mom and dad, we, in fact, are not from Saint Xia. Our children, our friends, everything, were destroyed by Saint Xia. Saint Xia is our enemy. Su Shui chimed in. Ya Doyle, all the sacred summer people deserve to die. Mu Ling left tears in his eyes. Brother, the Shang Xia people are all the same. You have to help us take revenge. Makamichi calmly looked at them as they accused Saint Xia with twisted expressions. His mom and dad, sister, which is so ugly. Why, couldn't it have been nice? That way, I might have been able to stay longer. Makamichi wasn't obsessed. He just wanted to see what the test was all about. So for a month, he lived with his fake mom and dad. As it turned out, he now understood that it was to test how the love for Saint Natalia was going to be, and to let it sink in step by step, thinking that the time was right to unleash that thought on him. This test, it's a giveaway. The chi and blood bulged, and a fist hammered through this illusion. What a bad test. Having to come up with one so simple. If a beautiful woman tests, maybe I'll be moved to get off my ass and take this kind of test to look down on me. Chapter 84 Cosmic Grade Martial Technique. Silent Gun Scripture. Extreme Thunder at Hand. Perfect Grade. Shattering the Illusion. Mudeo opened his eyes. Wubo was pecking his head, wide-eyed. One person and one bird were both a little confused. It turns out that feeling a bit of pain in the illusion was Yubo's carrying off. Fear that he won't wake up. Yubo, you're doing great. Daddy, you're finally awake. Mudeo looked at the people around him. He wasn't the first to wake up. About an hour had passed. A month had passed in the illusion. I don't know if the test is the same for everyone, but the content should be similar. Soon, one by one, they woke up. About 300 or so. Others, not in very good condition. And it took the dissipation of the force that had affected them for them to awaken. Bu Yuanyan reappeared without the slightest change in his expression. Very well, there are only 50 or so people eliminated from this level. The 50 or so people whose names are read out, you will leave on your own and will not be able to enter the third level of the test. At the end of the day, the large training ground, with just over 300 people left, seemed empty. Students, only you are left after the 2 levels of examination. There are many celestial pride, so the selection conditions for both levels are relatively strict, and a single thought will cause you to fail. Comparatively speaking, the first level of selection is more stringent, and the second level is just a small test for most people. Next, I will announce the third level of the test. The third level is to assess your combat power, kill the ferocious beasts, get points, for a period of 10 days. 10 days after the highest points of the 10 students, is on behalf of my Chaos Asylum 10 people, together to compete in the Junior Top 10 Sealed Throne Assessment. The location of the examination. In an otherworldly small world, your every move is under the attention of the examiners. and the ferocious beasts that are beheaded will be automatically recorded by the bracelet that you will receive in a moment. Attention! It is not permitted to make a grab and strike at your classmates, otherwise, you will be disqualified. After saying that, Bu Yuanyan led the group to the spatial teleportation location and gave one of them a bracelet. Exquisitely crafted and full of technology, the teleportation space activated, and the figures of Makoto's group disappeared into place one after another. Chaos 10 Sanctuaries, Chaos, Tao Tai, Poor Chi, Blockhead, Xinglong, Baze, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Jiuyin, Karen. Except for the Blockhead Sanctuary, the other 9 sanctuaries all started the preliminary rounds of the Heaven's Pride selection on this day. The Poor Shelter, Zhang Fan and Bu Jingyu also participated in the selection. Only, after they arrived at the scene, they realized that they were here to accompany the runners. It's just the strength of the B realm. It can't even enter the game. To be precise, it's that they're too young. If they were 21, they could just as easily be. They weren't worried about it though. It was just as a test. And had they known they wouldn't be able to get in, they wouldn't have had to get their hopes up. Dao doesn't know if he can get in this time. After all, the gap is too big. Zhang Fan, I know about your relationship with Madeo, but I still hope that you have the confidence to surpass him. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Amazing fish. Don't worry, I have. With that, he smiled again. But it's certainly not over the top. Bu Jingyu held her forehead. She didn't want to talk to Zhang Fan anymore. She had always thought that Zhang Fan lived inside the shadow of Madeo, but what she didn't know was that Zhang Fan's relationship with Madeo needed no words at all. At the Tao Tai Asylum, Yi Yutong had naturally participated in the Heaven's Pride selection, and her strength had already broken through the B realm. The martial artists next to her were discussing a person. She looked over. The person was 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged almost to the point of exploding, and he emitted an aura that was as heavy as a mountain, the same as a small mountain. His face was quite young. A man stands out from the crowd, seems out of place, and doesn't take anyone seriously. The first 2 levels of the examination, almost instantly taking first place. Even the most famous Tao Tai Asylum geniuses on weekdays were vaguely a bit outmatched. It's like he came out of nowhere and most people have barely heard of him. Shenmue, including many teachers, heads of forces, in many shelters, many geniuses suddenly appeared. Geniuses that were not familiar to everyone, but their strength, however, was terrifyingly strong. Makamichi surveyed this interdimensional space, which was no different from the Blue Star world. He was the only one next to himself, and it should have made a difference in each person's teleportation position. 10 days, I have to hurry up and hunt the ferocious beasts. My strength will only get stronger and my chances of entering the top 10 are still high. For the students in the A realm, he was certain that he was number 1, and there were quite a few geniuses in the S realm, and excluding the one who was eliminated, there were roughly 13 or 14 left, which meant that he only needed to surpass a few of them. As for these geniuses, at least only 6 or 7 of them were above the S realm Sun's list, the rest were not, and if it wasn't for this selection, all of these geniuses probably wouldn't have appeared. Madeo flew into the sky and soon saw AB realm Fierce Beast, and after resolving it with one punch, 10 points were displayed on his bracelet. Ding! The host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 12, 000 chi blood, plus 23, 000 martial skill experience value, and plus 1 life essence. The points are a bit low. For the next 20 minutes or so, the few ferocious beasts encountered were all in the B realm. There were no ferocious beasts below the B realm, and the points were all about the same. Very few. It's impossible for an interdimensional space to be filled with ferocious beasts above the B realm. The odds are that the ferocious beasts in this interdimensional space were gotten in by people. There doesn't seem to be anyone with that kind of skill except for the earthly imperial masters. Joy appeared on Madeo's face. They were all above B realm. That would be great. His strength could progress rapidly. Goldfinger, leave 1 million martial arts experience values, and use all the rest to improve your martial arts. Ding! The host has consumed 26 million martial skill experience values, and the silent gun scripture has reached perfection. Ding! The host has consumed 1.5 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme thunder at hand has been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding! The host has consumed 3 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme thunder at hand has been upgraded to a great accomplishment. Ding! The host has consumed 9 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme thunder at hand has been upgraded to perfection. Ding! The host has consumed 20 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme thunder at hand has been upgraded to perfection. Ding! The host has consumed 2.6 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme Dao Dharma body has been upgraded to a minor level. Ding! The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. With the perfect silent gun scripture, Mu Dao's body exuded the intent of silence, and the heavy aura of the gun Dao shot up to the sky. Cool, he then flew up into the sky, purple thunder surfacing throughout his body. His speed could reach over 4,000 meters an instant before, but the perfect extreme thunder at hand immediately made this speed reach 20,000 meters per second, and in the future, as his strength increased, his speed would be even faster. It was only his strength that limited the speed of the extreme thunder arms, not the extreme thunder arms' body martial skill. However, the consumption was also huge. Universe-level martial arts, all of them were big eaters of chi and blood, and with a speed of 20,000 meters per second, it was a huge burden on the body. With my speed nowadays, I should be number one among these people, and the S-realm geniuses wouldn't be as fast as me. Afterwards, Mu Dao flew up into the sky and continuously opened his harvest, and every moment that passed, somewhere, a blood mist would fill the air, and the smell of blood was incomparably thick. Chapter 85, Breaking A+ grade, ranking 5th. Xianyuan folding in, the heavenly pride of the Chaos Asylum's Xianyuan family. Short hair on his ears, clean-cut appearance, tall stature. He was a heavenly pride on the S-realm's sons list, ranked roughly in the teens, which wasn't too low. After entering the interdimensional space and killing a few B-realm and A-realm ferocious beasts, he realized that the points were too little, and the S-realm ferocious beasts, the number of which was not that much, since he couldn't win with the quality, then he could only win with the quantity. For this examination, apart from the Chaos Academy, the people from the God-slaying Martial Hall and the Jinwu Division should not be afraid of anyone. Keep 3 for 2. Chu Tianshu, the youngest genius of the S-realm of the Chaos Academy, 21 years old, was a godlike existence since entering the Chaos Academy. He had a hard look, not quite handsome in the eyes of girls, but definitely the handsome kind in the eyes of boys. The weapon he used was very special, a long stick, and he didn't raise much interest in facing the B-realm and A-realm ferocious beasts. However, the S-realm ferocious beasts weren't that many in number, and it wasn't something that could be encountered at a moment's notice. Chi and blood bulged, and the earth trembled as the stick went down. The Chaos Academy, this time, should be number 1. As a student of the Chaos Academy, he naturally had a great sense of belonging. Kill Wu Dao, the top genius of the Kill God martial arts school. There is no one. It is said that from birth to catch the weak, the rest of the things did not look at a glance, and chose a knife. From then on, he displayed an unparalleled talent for the Tao of the sword, and was later admitted early to the Killing God martial arts school, where he received systematic training and instruction from powerful individuals, becoming an S-realm martial artist at the age of 21. His looks were on the reticent side, serious, cold, and the knife in his back was almost never out of his hand. The ferocious beasts encountered could be instantly killed simply by virtue of the blade intent released. The Pavilion Master attaches great importance to this selection, and the first one will be replaced by my Slaying God Martial Hall. The Jinwu Division, the Chaos Academy, has been high up for a long time. Yan Hao, a genius cultivated by the Chaos Town Martial Division itself, did not belong to any other forces, but only to the Chaos Town Martial Division. His looks belonged to the absolutely handsome kind, both male and female. His attack method was rather special. He didn't use weapons, and every time he fought, golden red lines would emerge between his eyebrows. With one palm, the ferocious beast was instantly burned to the ground. The martial talent was fire-based, almost incinerating everything. Those geniuses are said to be very powerful. The old man told me to just do my best, but let's give the old man a surprise this time. Genetic Corporation. Although it was one of the big forces of Chaos Asylum, they had money and recruited just enough martial artists to protect their own safety and security, and had never been too interested in this aspect of martial artist cultivation. Whatever genius you are, anyway, I have the money to recruit as many as I want. In this Heaven's Pride selection, the number of people brought by Genetic Company was quite a lot, and it looked decently powerful, but the other several powers, almost all of them didn't look at Genetic Company in the eye. Beyond the interdimensional space, the head of genetics, with a smile on the corner of his mouth all the time, gave off the appearance of a smiling man. When faced with the compliments from the other forces, he spoke humbly, seemingly not caring about this selection at all. That's the beauty of having money. The game, or rather, what he wants people to see is what he wants them to see. Gu Xianwei, a woman who didn't belong to any power, academy, or family. She was just a child of an ordinary family, not exactly stunning in looks, but definitely showy. Her parents were both working people, and when her martial arts talent was awakened, she did not participate in the martial arts talent awakening on the grounds that her parents were ordinary people, and then she accompanied her parents and helped out at her parents' small restaurant. Only, This was not the case. Her body emitted black mist from time to time, just like a monster. And she was afraid that others would find out and treat her as a monster. As time passed, she realized that she was getting stronger and stronger. She could master these black mists, and once she got the chance by chance, she kept herself hidden as an ordinary person. If she hadn't received an invitation from the earthly imperial master, she wouldn't have chosen to participate in this Heaven's Pride selection. After a lifetime of mediocrity, live well for yourself for once. Mu Dao didn't dare to have the slightest pause. He would hunt a B realm or a realm beast almost every few minutes, and when he encountered an S realm beast, he chose to avoid it first. With this kind of speed, he could be certain that it should be no worse than those S realm geniuses, if not more. The ferocious beasts in the otherworldly small world were also endless in general. On the first day alone, he had killed nearly 100 B realm ferocious beasts and over 70 A realm ferocious beasts, averaging his chi and blood down. His chi and blood once again skyrocketed by more than 5.9 million cards. The points also came to more than 4,000 points, with all B realm ferocious beasts being 10 points, and all A realm ferocious beasts being 20 points. It's a bit of a shame that you can't see the rankings on the points bracelet. In the middle of the interdimensional space, the students who participated in the selection, their performance was almost always presented in the eyes of the many teachers. At first, Madeo performed just moderately well, which was good, but he was still a bit short compared to the S-realm geniuses. Bu Yuanyan also felt a bit of a pity. If Mu Dao had been born a year earlier, with his talent, it would have been very possible for him to win first place. Only now, he's too young. But later on, Madeo showed off his terrifying and overwhelming speed, and his points went up all of a sudden, and he performed brightly. It made these teachers notice that if they kept it up, the top 10 must have hope. 1 day, 2 days, and 5 days were soon over. Madeo frowned. The density of ferocious beasts in the interdimensional space had decreased. Before, one could meet a B realm or a realm ferocious beast every 10 or so miles, but now, one was not necessarily visible for 50 or 60 miles. Makamichi had just finished spitting when he sensed that something seemed to have changed, and the roars of the beasts suddenly became more frequent. The number of ferocious beasts has gotten higher again. Until now, Madeo hadn't killed any S-realm ferocious beasts. He wanted to win with numbers, and would challenge the S-realm ferocious beasts when it was appropriate. He felt that S-rank ferocious beasts shouldn't be his opponent. Every day, it would almost always increase by 3 to 4 million chi blood, and in 5 days, it had increased by more than 21 million cards of chi blood, and was getting closer and closer to the A+ level. Returning to the Chaos Academy to refine the resource growth of more than 1 million cards of chi and blood, and picking up close to 300,000 cards of chi and blood daily for more than half a month, that would be 4.5 million cards. Picking up Heaven's Pride had added another 13+ million cards of chi blood, and with the 20+ million cards of chi blood here, and the 16.2 million cards of chi blood reached by breaking through the A rank, the system panel now showed more than 50 million cards of chi blood. I should be able to break through the A+ rank by the time the 10 days end the cutoff. Finally, the next few days, also like running water passing east, Mu Dao's strength also managed to come to the A+ level, as high as 81 million cards of chi blood. He now had the certainty that he would not be afraid of those S-rank geniuses because he had already beheaded 2 S-ranked ferocious beasts with his own hands. It wasn't that difficult to deal with. Every S-class genius, they all had their own arrogance and didn't think they would lose to others. They were teleported out of the interdimensional space and appeared at the Chaos Academy training grounds. Unlike the way they looked 10 days ago, many geniuses appeared to be in a sorry state. None of them had the polished appearance they had before, which proved that they weren't being lazy. They were all hunting down ferocious beasts and growing their points. Bu Yuanyan appeared, as usual, looking joyless. The Chaos Academy Heaven's Pride selection has ended. The top 10 have appeared. Everyone, look at your rankings. A large screen in front of them displays their names. Makamichi saw his name in the 5th position, and he smiled slightly. Not bad. Chapter 86, Defeating Hao Xingyin. Completely crushed. Xian Gu. First place, 100,000 points. Chu Tianshu. Second, 91,000 points. Kill No Wei. Third, 87,000 points. Yan Hao. Fourth, 70,000 points. Fifth, Makadu, with 68,000 points. Sixth, Xianyuan Folding Yen, with 67,000 points. Seventh, Yuan Jiu, with 58,000 points. Eighth, Pluto Zhou, with 55,000 points. Ninth, Zhang Muyao with 51,000 points. 10th, Yuan Tian, with 47,000 points. The big screen only shows 10 people. Almost everyone was surprised at this ranking, especially Xianyuan Folding Yen, who was thinking of securing the second and fighting for the third, but ended up ranking 6th. Chu Tianshu, Kill Wudao, Yen how they all thought that they could achieve the first place, but as a result, the first place was achieved by a girl whose name was unknown. Yuan Jiu, who was the bottom card of genetics, was also a bit incredulous when he saw this ranking. The most surprising one was Madeo, because in the top 10, he was the only one who wasn't an S-realm genius, which made the other S-realm geniuses how could they stand it, staring at Madeo with a deadpan expression. Wang Hao, Zhang Qiling, they were all first in the B-realm sons list, a realm sons list, and there were many other geniuses in the B-realm, a realm sons list, who all knew Madeo, and they actually won 5th. It was really hard to believe. Obviously, he was only in the A realm, but he surpassed many geniuses in the S realm. Is Makoto too powerful or is the S realm genius too watery? At this moment, they felt that the limitations of realms didn't exist here in Madeo. After looking at the rankings, Bu Yuan Yen continued, "Gentlemen, you are all number 1 in your own worlds, but there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, so if you don't come out to see it, how can you know the vastness of the world? The next final is when the true demons fly, and it's even more difficult than the current test. Other students, you each leave. The first 10 students, you stay. Wait, teacher, I have questions." Everyone looked at the student who spoke. He was a genius of the S realm. "What doubts? Say." "Teacher, my name is Hao Shengyin. I'm from the genetics company. S rank strength, that one called Madeo. He's obviously only a realm strength. Why does he occupy the 5th position? Are you suspecting my Chaos Academy of harboring its own students? I don't dare. I just have doubts. If he has the guts, he will have a contest with me and use it to prove his strength." He then looked at Madeo. "You, dare you?" After Hao Shengyin finished speaking, another defeated S-realm genius said, "Teacher, my name is Xue Qingyun. I'm also interested in the strength of the schoolmate called Madeo and would like to challenge him as well." "Teacher, my name is Zhang Longyan, and I'm also very interested in the strength of your Madeo and want to try him out." The S-realm geniuses who had lost the election didn't believe that Madeo had gotten 5th by his own strength, and felt that he had gone through the back door and relied on connections. Bu Yuan Yen was aware of this, and Madeo was relying entirely on his own strength. But right now, he had to rely on Madeo himself. He looked at Madeo. "Madeo, what are your thoughts on their challenge?" "Teacher, I accept their challenge." The competition field, leaving a wide enough spot for Madeo and Hao Shengyin. The two fought against each other. Arrows drawn. "Kid, I don't know what kind of trickery you used to obtain the 5th ranking. I just want to tell you that what doesn't belong to you, then don't occupy it, or else, you will only be slapping yourself in the face, you know?" Mudao's face was icy cold. If this person had challenged him before, he would have naturally accepted, but this person, obviously challenged with insults, he naturally would not be polite. The frog inside the well, do you know what it's called? You're just trash to me. 2. You, Hao Shengyin was furious. "How dare a realm slag? I'll make you pay." A large sword appeared in his hand, engraved with gilt patterns, and the hilt was in the shape of a dragon's head, looking domineering and extraordinary. Leaping into the sky, the sword in his hand was raised high, white and purple flames covered his entire body, and a strong pressure spread outwards. Wang Hao, these are realm and B-realm students, could not help but step back. The entire sky was affected, and under this blade, everything was destined to cease to exist. Madeo was only slightly surprised. At least Hao Shengyin still had some strength. However, it was only that. The golden finger that raises the extreme Dharma body. Ding! The host has consumed 8.4 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme Dao Dharma body has been upgraded to a grand completion. Ding! The host has consumed 16 million martial skill experience values, and the extreme Dao Dharma body has been upgraded to completion. Ding! The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. As Mu Dao looked at the more than 30 million martial skill experience values left on the system panel, black lines appeared on his forehead. Why did the extreme Dao Dharma body require so much martial skill experience values? So much more than the silent gun scripture. He flew up into the sky, his body emerging a red gold color, red gold runes flowing over his body, and his eyes filled with golden flames. In other people's eyes, this should be Madeo's martial arts talent. As Hao Shengyin slashed down, it seemed as if heaven and earth were going to be split apart, and the air was tainted with that strange flame that seemed to burn. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A round of giant fists of the blazing sun collided with Hao Shengyin's attack. Bang! Bang! A violent collision occurred, and one shock wave after another scattered in the air. The golden giant fist dissolved, and although the power of the blade intent was weakened, It still slashed towards Madeo. Bang! With a loud bang, Madeo fell from the air and landed on the ground, forming a deep pit several dozen meters in size, cracks spreading over 100 meters away, and the ground trembled. It was important to know that the Chaos Academy training ground, which was built with special materials, was incredibly hard. Everyone looked towards the deep pit. With this kind of attack, Makoto should have lost. Hao Shengyin sneered, his eyes filled with teasing colors. I thought it was so powerful. I should have known better and used a weaker attack. Mr. Boo, isn't it obvious now? Who is using subterfuge to get the 5th spot? You're hitting me so good. If only it were a little more powerful, it would be perfect. Hao Shengyin's words were forced back hard as he looked towards the deep pit. A dazzling thunder light emerged, and in the next second, Madeo appeared high in the sky, looking down on him. Thinking that just because you escaped my strike, you think you can fight me? Hao Shengyin's body erupted with rich qi and blood, obviously angry as well. You chopped me, then I'll return the favor. That's fair, isn't it? Silent gun scripture. The sky turned into a world of blood, thunder, and silent gray intertwined. The thunder blood lance, the lance of killing, and the lance of silence. The 3 lances stood behind Makoto, seeming like a killing god that silenced the world. Playing god. Hao Shengyin once again swung out a blade with even more power than before. The two attacked together. Violent explosions covered half of the training ground, and wailing could still be heard. When sight was restored, all the crowd could see was Hao Shengyin collapsed in the middle of the deep pit. His whole body was bloody, unable to speak, and a pair of unwilling eyes looked at Madeo. Madeo directly ignored it. You are too weak. Weaker than I thought. Chapter 87. Makamichi. Why would I read this kind of book? Upon hearing this, Hao Shengyin spat out a mouthful of blood and then passed out. A teacher appeared and took Hao Shengyin down. Mu Dao looked toward the other S-realm geniuses. You guys, do you want to fight too? Those few geniuses frowned and stopped speaking. Their strength was about the same as Hao Shengyin's, so they wouldn't be able to fight if they went. Bu Yuanyan's eyes glittered with a refined light. Madeo was truly a miracle creator, always creating miracles. Since everyone has no questions, I announce that the Chaos Shelter Selection Preliminary Competition will end here, and all of the Celestial Pride who have come to participate in this competition, the Chaos Academy, have rewards that will be handed down to the individuals. In the end, only 10 of them and their teacher remained in the large martial arts arena. Fellow students, the final is scheduled for half a month from now, and during this half a month, the 10 of you will stay in my Chaos Academy and wait for the final. Student Mu Dao, Student Chu Tianshu, both of you are geniuses of my Chaos Academy, so it's up to the 2 of you to take them to familiarize themselves with the environment and accommodation routes. Afterwards, the 2 of them, Mu Dao and Chu Tianshu, led the other 8 people and headed to the lodging location, not needing their help for the rest of the matter. The remaining aftermath was also an uncomplicated task, and Bu Yuanyan still had to deal with the aftermath. The contest is over and the final results will have to wait for an official announcement. Madeo and the others were not in a hurry to rush back to their accommodation right away. As the host, they had to at least introduce the Chaos Academy to the others. Chu Tianshu was a bit stuffy and not good at expressing himself, and everyone didn't speak along the way. Guys, I have a suggestion. How about we go for a barbecue? I know of one. That barbecue is simply excellent. The others looked at Madeo. None of them refused, and there was some interest. Gu Xianwei smiled at Madeo. Yeah, brother. Only then did the others react. Madeo seemed to be the youngest among them. Yan Hao, the genius from the Jinwu division, said with a hesitant face. Madeo, you're only 19 years old this year? Yeah, it's 19 years old. When these words came out, the others looked at each other in disbelief. It seemed that Madeo was the first genius, 19 years old, with such a heaven-defying battle power. In another year, all of them would be chopped to pieces. Not wanting to dwell on the topic of age for too long, Madeo changed the subject and led them out of the Chaos Academy to the barbecue restaurant. Yan Hao comes from the Jinwu division. Madeo is very favorable to the Jinwu division, so he puts on a layer of filters for Yan Hao, who is also a good person with a lot of words, and he is very talkative with him. Of the 7, only 3 were girls. Gu Xuanqi in the 1st, Xian Yuan Folding Yan in the 6th, and Zhang Muyo in the 9th point. Yubo was on Makamichi's shoulder, very quiet, his little head moving. Brother, what a beautiful, spiritual bird you have. Can I touch it? The one who spoke was Xian Yuan Folding Yan. Yeah, it can be. Yubo, be good. Yubo flew in the air, and Xian Yuan Folding Yan carefully stroked Yubo. Little Yubo, you're so cute. Gu Xuanqi, Zhang Muyo also went up to touch Wu Bao. Sure enough, girls can't resist cute little guys. Yan Hao, who himself, as a fire talent martial artist, was sensitive to flames, felt an extremely powerful flame energy in Wu Bao's body, and couldn't help but be moved by the urge to take Wu Bao as a pet. Mudeo passes on the realization to Yubo that he is not allowed to eat the tofu of other girls, and that good sense has to be cultivated from an early age. Barbecue stall. Smelling the barbecue aroma, everyone seemed to be quite happy. Food was the easiest thing to touch the heart. Becoming a martial artist was no exception. Do any of you know how to bake? I will. Mu Dao was a little surprised that Gu Xiangu actually roasted meat. Not that it was hard to roast meat, but in their kind of status, they simply wouldn't do it themselves. So would I. In the end, the three of them, Mu Dao, Gu Xuanji, and Yan Hao, roasted and everyone ate together. Mudeo realized that Gu Xuanji was even better at crafting than he was. You're really good with your hands, aren't you? Beauty doesn't count. I help my parents and them all the time. On the contrary, you, brother, are very famous. A lot of students come to my family's dining room and talk about you. Ha ha, yeah. Gradually, the atmosphere came alive. Or at least everyone's faces weren't so rusty. It probably took more than 3 hours for them to eat and drink enough. And Mudeo and Chu Tianshu brought them back to the Chaos Academy's lodging location. And today, it was considered to be over. After walking for a while, Yan Hao ran over. Mudeo, want to discuss something with you? Go ahead. This pet of yours, I like it a lot. Can you sell it to me? Mudeo's face turned a little cold. There was no way he could sell Yubo to anyone, and Yubo was resisting. Sorry, I'm not for sale. Noticing that Mudeo's emotions were not right, Yan Hao hurriedly explained. Mudeo, don't think too much. I have no malice towards Wu Bao. I'm just simply asking. Really? Alright, I trust you mean no harm. Mac Dao, I'll give you a good one. Only 19 years old. Don't know anything, do you? Ha ha ha. Black lines appeared on Mu Dao's face. Yan Hao's laughter and expression at this moment was too obscene. He had to stay away from him. A book appeared in Yan Hao's hand with a red cover and no words. Tucking it in Makoto's hand, he smiled at him. Mudeo opened it suspiciously, confused as to what Yan Hao meant. At the first sight, Makoto's eyes widened tremendously, then immediately closed. Holy, Yan Hao, what do you take me? Mudeo. Macdo, how could I read such a book? Mudeo was so angry. While cursing, he flipped it open to look at it carefully. His eyes were huge, and after a few minutes, he put the book back into Yan Hao's hands. I'll go first. Bye. Yan Hao was confused, then smiled. That boy. And to think he's so proper. It's amazing that this world has such a thing. Almost got stuck in it. It's ugly. Though, Dad, you're lying. Clearly your heart was beating fast just now. Mudo, don't tear him down, okay? Go back to your dorm and open the door. Ancient desolate time. Lin Jiodo, Gonzi Sure, and the three of them just sat in the dormitory room, and then looked at Mudeo, just looking and not talking. What are you looking at me for? I'm Makamichi. It's not like I'm a pretty girl. Boss, you're simply too awesome. I've heard all about it. You were the 5th place. Then the S-Realm genius disobeyed. You defeated the person in 3 moves. Simply my idol. +1. +1. Who said that? He's telling lies. It's clearly 2 moves. Okay, boss, you're a real cow. Teach us, how did you do it? Ahem. It's probably talent. Can't be taught. In the ancient wilderness, Lin enters and says, Gonzi Sei. Chapter 88, Prohibited Area. Ancient Abyss of Blood. Only half a month from the Heaven's remarkable selection final, Chaos Academy resources fully tilted toward Mu Dao them. The cultivation room with the most dense aura. All free of charge. Other cultivation resources. A one-time give in place. With his fast cultivation speed and the dual-pronged approach of Dao level techniques and Dao level talent, in just 2 days' time, Mu Dao had refined all the resources, growing more than 10 million cards of Qi and blood, so he knew how abundant the resources provided had to be. There are still 13 days left, and the Woyuan Emperor scripture has gained some clarity, so it's best to successfully comprehend the Woyuan Emperor scripture before the finals arrive. That way, there should be a greater increase in my strength as well. As for using martial skill experience values to enhance, Mu Dao didn't consider it because there weren't that many martial skill experience values, and the martial skill experience values required for Dao level techniques were many times higher than cosmic level. With his next intention, Mudeo immersed himself in his own realization. As the final was getting closer and closer, the geniuses representing the Chaos Shelter in the competition also came out one after another. 11 or 12 days passed. Except for Mudeo, all the other geniuses came out of the gate, and everyone had made some progress. However, it was impossible to make great progress in a short period of time. Gu Xuanqi's breath was even more dusty, and her progress was one of the most obvious. Brother Mu hasn't come out of the gate yet, and with his battle prowess, he's probably made a lot of progress. Yan Hao was missing Wu Bao. If Wu Bao gave him a trace of his own flame energy, maybe he could go further. Everyone, all of you come to the conference room tomorrow. The competition venue for the Heaven's Pride Finals will not be at any of the shelters, and you need to be informed in advance. Mu Dao was in a critical period of metamorphosis at the moment. The Huiyuan Emperor scripture had already touched the threshold of initiation, and only needed a metamorphosis opportunity for him to successfully initiate the Huiyuan Emperor scripture. Wu Bo stayed quietly on the side, his little head looking up at Madeo from time to time. The aura released by Madeo, it felt familiar, more and more liking this aura emitted by Madeo. Its forehead and reddish-white third leg emitted reddish-white golden crow emperor flame, and a reddish-white ball of light the size of a soybean surged out from the top of its head and gradually flew towards Madeo. The moment he entered Mu Dao's body, the rich emperor flame pattern spread all over Mu Dao's body, and Mu Dao transformed into the monarch in charge of all the fires in heaven and earth. A single word could burn down the living beings, and a single word could also bring all things back to life. Madeo found himself in a divine world. He became the golden crow imperial bird in the sky. His every move can affect the life and death of the entire world. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual flames will kneel towards himself. Himself is the fire flame monarch. In the middle of the cultivation room, Mu Dao's entire body was covered in emperor flame patterns, red and white runes flowing all over his body, and his martial skill experience value was rapidly depleting to cover up the anomalies for him, just to be on the safe side. Mu Dao had told the system before that if he successfully initiated the Huiyuan Emperor scripture and caused an anomaly, he could consume his martial skill experience value to cover up the anomaly for him. Mu Dao's root foundation had already been unprecedented. No one would come after him. He thought that he had already reached the extreme of the blue star, and it was impossible to go any further. But Wu Bao's innate emperor fire, the golden crow emperor flame, helped him to successfully enter the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture, and his body's roots and bones, blood, muscles, and qi and blood were all calcined all over again, and the quality of the body was even better than ever before. One day quickly ended. Gu Xian Gu, Chu Tian Shu, Yan Hao, Xian Yuan Folding Yen. These geniuses went to the notified location. All of them came, only Mu Dao was missing. In the conference room, apart from Bu Yuan Yen, there were also two teachers with even thicker breaths following them, and they were undoubtedly SSS Realm Saints. When Bu Yuan Yen realized that everyone was there but Madeo, he knew that Madeo was probably cultivating and was at a critical time, so it was not good to disturb him. But today's announcement is also important, so the only way to find him again is to give him a chat in private. Just as he was pondering, Makoto's voice came. Teacher, I'm late. When Madeo appeared, everyone looked over with a look of surprise in their eyes. Now, Madeo was like a round of blazing sun. His breath was out of the world, vast and deep, and between his eyebrows, there was a small red-white rune, which added a few more points of mystery to him. Yan Hao, Shen Yuan Folding Yen and the others who were previously certain of dealing with Madeo felt that if they fought with Madeo now, their victory or defeat would be unknown. What had happened in the last 10 days or so that such a marked improvement would occur? Ha ha, Madeo, you're not late, just in time. Sit down. Since everyone is here, I will announce some things about the Heaven's Pride Selection Finals. First, let me introduce you to these two teachers. This one on the left is the Blood Slaughter Saint, Su Woye, and this one on the right is the Xian Fate Saint, Gao Zhiqiu, who is also the leading teacher for the Heaven's Pride Selection Finals. The two teachers nodded and smiled at Makoto and the others. The Bloodslayer Saint looked like he should be in his 50s, an elegant uncle-like appearance. It was hard to imagine that it could be associated with bloodslaughter. Xian Life Saint, very young, appearance is very intellectual. Is the beauty of intellectual beauty? Breath is very strange. Let life cannot produce a sense of disgust, only want to get close to, also not the kind of greed for beauty kind of close to, is close to her. Feel inexplicably calm. If you put it in another way, you can feel the resurgence of life. Students, the Heaven's Pride Selection Finals. The location is not in any of the shelters. Do any of you know the 3 forbidden zones of Sacred Summer? The Forbidden Zone? Makoto frowned. This touched another blind spot in his knowledge. The other students did nod their heads. S-realm martial artists were able to access many things that a realm and B-realm couldn't touch. The so-called Forbidden Zone is the place where the greatest danger is born after the emergence of the extreme day and the revival of the aura. More than any other place, and we call it the Forbidden Zone. SSS realm martial artists, in Sacred Summer as well as the entire Blue Star, most of the places can go, but the only forbidden zones, saints go. There is also a high probability chance of death. Each forbidden zone need to Sacred Summer to spend energy to guard, to observe. Nowadays, in Sacred Summer, there are a total of 3 forbidden zones: the ancient abyss of blood, the starry sky forbidden land, and the yin-yang graveyard. The location of our examination this time is the ancient abyss of blood. Teacher, since the forbidden zone is dangerous even for saints, if we go there to take the test, won't we all be wiped out? The one who spoke was the 10th ranked Yuan Tian. The ancient abyss of blood is relatively special. Although it is a forbidden area, the danger is the smallest of the 3 forbidden areas. This is the arrangement of the Imperial Masters, who have their own considerations. Tomorrow, Sage Bloodslayer and Sage Xian Fate will lead you to the ancient abyss of blood, and everything will be at the disposal of the 2 sages. Lastly, I hope that you will achieve good results and honor my Chaos Asylum. Chapter 89, Wherever the eye reaches, there is a square mile. Brother Mac, where is Yubo? Mu Dao looked at Yan Hao vigilantly. This kid was uneasy with his heart, only thinking about his Wubao. Yubo is his. No one can miss it. Asterisk 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 off. Yubo only belongs to me. Ha ha, Brother Mu. I feel a surging flame power in your body that is somewhat similar to Wubao. Hee hee, I won't have this kind of good luck. Che, go find one for yourself and don't think about my Yubo. Yen rats, stay away from Mudeo. Yen Hao's face brushed black. Xian Yuan folding Yen, have warned you not to call me rat. Say it again. Beware of my spicy hands. Ha ha, Yen rat, come and beat me if you can. You, Xian Gue, Mu Yao, Mu Dao, let's go. We're not playing with Yen rats. Mudeo immediately followed and glanced at Yen Hao. This kid looks good with a black face. Yes, he loved that look on Yen Hao's face. Who told him to think about Yubo and not play with him? Daddy, we don't play with the big bad guy. Okay, Yubo. Early the next morning, Mu Dao and the others arrived at the training ground early, and shortly after, an exclusive Chaos Academy warship appeared over the training ground and slowly descended. The Bloodslayer Saint and the Xian Fate Saint walked out of the barn and let them enter the battleship. And when everyone entered the battleship, it turned into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. 9 shelter. Royal depths, came an extremely powerful breath fluctuations. Huang Ao Shun, ancient phoenix snow and a crowd of royal elders. Faces have surfaced joy. A line of people vastly to the breath fluctuation place. It was a huge stone door covered with moss, and the fluctuation of breath was coming from inside the door. It had to be said that any big family had its own underpinnings present, and the royal family was no exception. Father, is it you who has broken through to Saint? Huang Ao Shun said to the stone door with a respectful face. After a long time, an old but neutral voice came out from inside. Occasionally, I feel something, and I've finally broken through. The stone door slowly opened, and a tattered old man stepped out with a burning gaze. But no one dared to laugh at the beggar-like old man. SSS Realm Saint, then on behalf of the Blue Star, Sacred Summer Extreme Top, has gone to the end of the cultivation of most of the martial artists. The status is noble. No matter where it is, there is a place to speak. The Chaos Academy, as the place with the most Saint Summer powerhouses, had only a few dozen saints, so it was evident that the difficulty in the birth of SSS Realm Saints. The old man's name was Huang Tianwu, and a large part of the royal families having such a foundation depended on him. Ao Shun, what about Chen Er? His talent is the highest genius of my royal family. With my help, he will definitely become a saint in the future. You and Phoenix Snow have no hope of becoming saints. However, 2 saints from one family already exceeds most forces. Huang Ao Shun and Ancient Phoenix Shue's faces became ugly, especially Ancient Phoenix Shue, who began to wipe up her tears. What's wrong? What's wrong with my son? Father, my minister is dead. What? Shocking killing intent scattered in all directions, and everyone present felt like they were being strangled by the throat of their lives. Incomparably unbearable. Father, he was beheaded by a teenager, but that teenager is the top genius of the Chaos Academy, and now, representing the Chaos Academy to participate in the Sacred Summer's 10 Great Celestial Pride Selection. There's nothing we can do about it. Huang Tianwu snorted coldly. My son's revenge must be avenged. However, it will have to be replanned. Somewhere in a different dimension. Here is where the abyssal prison is based. That palace was once again filled with many people. At the highest point, there were still those 3 people whose faces could not be seen, resembling gods and evils. The one in the middle, his features were almost replaced by an eye, and if one looked closely, one could see that the eye seemed to be a mask of life, growing with the flesh and blood, and one could vaguely see some blood-colored tentacles, wriggling around the edge of the eye. The remaining 2, nothing more than this mold. Below, a black-robed man with a dragon head mask said, the preliminary round of the Saint Summer Pride selection has ended, and the final round will open in these few days, and the place they are heading to is one of the 3 forbidden zones, the ancient abyss of blood. Destiny Dragon. You are the SSS realm strength, so you will lead the team. The rest of the 11 destinies will listen to your command. Saint Xia Emperor overthrowing my abyssal prison so much space, then chop his chaos lineage, and after that, quickly leave. Nowadays, it's not appropriate to confront the Saint Xia Emperor head-on. If this mission is successfully completed, you shall be the next prisoner. The Order Dragon complies, and will complete the task. Through the windows of the battleship, Mudeo surveyed the scenery of sacred summer, and couldn't help but think of his former self in another world, who had been martyred for love and had come to this world full of infinite possibilities, the worlds of the heavens, the countless planes of life. That world, is it also a world? It wasn't that he was nostalgic for that world and felt that his idea should be achievable, even if it's traveling. It's impossible to travel from a real world to a virtual world. The only way this kind of docking travel can happen is if there are two real worlds. Xian Fate Saint. Mu Dao also knew why the other party was so heartening. It was because of the other party's talent. It was similar to a martial talent that possessed the power of life. This kind of martial talent was very uncommon, and those who had cultivated it to its peak were even rarer. She kept a smile on her lips, as if nothing could make her angry. Xian Yuan Folding Yin was the girl with a big grin, and she wasn't afraid of the Xian Fate Saint. Going up as the sister called the Xian Life Saint Flower Branch Trembling. Add a few points of flavor. Little one, ask whatever you want to ask. Me could be your grandma. How can I be so young? No, you're the sister. There's no such thing as an old sister. Ha ha, you little brat. Talk I love to hear. Sister, I'd like to ask how to easily break through to the SS Realm Exalted? Kid, you're only S ranked. And you're still a bit far from SS ranked. But I can give you guys the epiphany of breaking through the SS Realm myself. The SS Realm is the prototype for comprehending all kinds of power, but one thing is indeed one of the most important factors, and that is a state of mind. A supreme state of mind. I want to ask you guys a question. What do you think being powerful is like? No smallpox answers. Something about destroying the universe or anything like that. Teacher, what I consider powerful is that no one dares to bully me. Little girl, it's still almost fire. Killing Wudo. He was the one with the heaviest killing intent besides Mudeo. Teacher, what I consider powerful, that is to kill. To kill until no one dares to call it powerful. Only me. Ha ha, little one. You and Bloodslaughter are very similar. You can ask him for advice. My method is not suitable for you. Ancient girl, what about you? Teacher, I don't think that much. What I think of as strong. Having the ability to protect my family, my loved ones, and the land I love so dearly, is strong. The sage of Xian Fate nodded. You said it well. What about you? Makido. Mudeo was indeed thinking carefully about this just now. Powerful what? His mind instantly thought of things he had read in another world. Those should be truly powerful. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for him. It was all too nebulous. Teacher, what I think is powerful. Everywhere the eye reaches is a square inch, everywhere the footsteps tread is a stone's throw. Chapter 90 12 Lives. As Mu Dao spoke, the Xian Destiny Saint nodded, while the others fell into a thoughtful expression. As far as the eye can see, so can the foot. Although there are no words of supremacy to the extreme, but when carefully savored, they contain a meaning of supremacy to the supreme title. The ancient abyss of blood, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Chaos Asylum, before the curtain of extreme day dissipated, was located somewhere on the edge of the land of extreme day, and the danger, the smallest of the three forbidden zones. But the word forbidden zone signals its extraordinary nature. Several little ones, you are all the most gifted geniuses of my Chaos Asylum. The examination, generally, will not be life-threatening. However, if you truly encounter danger, everything is done with your own life in mind. A dead genius has no value, and only by living can there be unlimited possibilities. My era, a flash is 100 years long. Many talented geniuses have disappeared in the river of time. To now, only I and blood kill, as well as a few grow to today. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Mu Dao and the others saw a sense of despondency from the Xian Destiny Saint. Guess there had been a lot of things she missed. 5 days passed in a flash of time, and Mudeo and the others were already far away from the chaos shelter, and the land began to diminish, followed by the appearance of an endless ocean. This was the first time he had seen the ocean when he came to this world, and he didn't know what kind of crisis was contained under the calm sea surface. Mu Dao inquired, Elder Xian Life, is the ocean more or less dangerous compared to land? The Xian Life Saint pondered and said, in theory, the ocean is more dangerous than the land, but in the past 100 years, the ocean doesn't seem to have erupted into any disasters, but rather, it's the land, which often erupts into disasters. But the dangers of the oceans are never to be underestimated. Perhaps it's just not time for an outbreak. Mudeo didn't doubt the Xian Fate Saint's thoughts. The ocean, always a magical world. Suddenly, he had an idea. The polar day came. The aura revived. Humans and land ferocious beasts often broke out in battle. Both sides have their own deaths and injuries, but the ferocious beasts in the ocean also metamorphosed. So many years, there has been no damage. So the number of their strongest, whether it exceeds the whole of the sacred summer, or the whole of the blue planet. Think carefully. Makamichi didn't want to think about it anymore. And the more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. Like a knowing big sister. Saint Xian Destiny did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with their questions, did not take out her so-called strongman stance, and kept patiently answering them. The Bloodslayer Saint, since entering the battleship, had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed. The only time he opened his eyes was when Killing Wudao told him about his views on being powerful. Suddenly, the battleship lurched suddenly. The Blood Slaughter Saint opened his eyes, and after he and the Xian Destiny Saint exchanged glances, their physical strength instantly erupted into a huge force, and the speed of the battleship steeply accelerated, much faster than even Medeo's current limit speed. What's wrong? A questioning look surfaced in Medeo's and their eyes. Class, some ungrateful trash is attacking us. But don't be afraid. This kind of worship of the Chaos Academy was originally a crystallization of human wisdom, and the materials used were the top materials, so the defensiveness was very strong, and it was impossible for ordinary martial artists to shake them in the slightest, unless it was a martial artist above the SS realm that attacked them. But who had the guts to openly attack a Chaos Academy warship? Mudeo thought of the Abyssal Prison. Who would attack them for no reason other than them? The speed of the battleship had reached the extreme. The Bloodslayer Saint and Xian Fate Saint looked very bad, and the attack cannons that came with the battleship were being rapidly released. Even through the distance, the sounds of explosions could be heard outside. Damn! The battleship suddenly shook sharply, and the Bloodslayer Saint had to control the battleship to land. Students, you stay inside and don't go out. Xian Life, protect them. If anything happens to them, you and I will be the sinner of the sacred summer. Bloodslaughter, you must be careful. Mudeo looked out through the windows of the battleship and realized that there were 12 people standing in the sky, each wearing a mask, a rat head, a cow head, a tiger head, a rabbit head, a dragon head, a snake head, a horse head, a sheep head, a monkey head, a chicken head, a dog head, and a pig head mask. The masks they wore were significantly different from the people in the abyssal prison at the time. Those people wore masks, but the masks of these 12 people were like they were growing on their faces, and the masks were alive, and they were very bizarre and evil. The Xian Fate Saint's face turned blue. How could the abyssal prison, the 12 fates, all come out to intercept us? Bloodslaughter, you must hold on a little longer. There were questions in Medeo's and their hearts as to what the 12 lives were, but the current situation was not suitable for asking more questions, and they only hoped that the Bloodslayer Saint would hold on for a while longer. Otherwise, they would all die. In the sky beyond the battleship, opposite the Bloodslayer Saint, stood 12 neatly organized men of the abyssal prison. The Bloodshed Saint's face was incomparably ugly. The abyssal prison 12 lives, each of which was at the SSS realm strength, would actually strike together? Was he trying to completely overthrow the Chaos Asylum's future foundations? This is trying to cut off the future of Saint Xia. What a big dog's guts. Abyssal prison. I advise you to hurry up and leave, lest you can't leave later. My holy summer emperor can be watching in the dark. Bloodshed was also helpless and could only bring out the earthly imperial master to see if he could scare them. Ha ha, if the sacred summer emperors were here, would they let us attack the battleship? Sacred summer saints, today, let this place be your burial place. Up. Bloodslaughter was furious. Want to pass. Step over me first. Destiny Dragon. That is, the person wearing the dragon head mask. You guys go kill those students. Him, leave it to me, and fight quickly before Saint Xia's reinforcements arrive. Seeing this, the Bloodslayer Saint wanted to rush over to block them, but a spear emitting a rich bloody light attacked towards him, and he could only dodge. You seek death. Humph. Impotent rage. The Bloodslayer Saint released monstrous killing intent. The great sword in his hand took on a crimson color, and his eyes were red. Heavenly Jedi chop. Dozens of feet of blade intent chopped out, and the air was cut apart. Scarlet lightning emerged from the Destiny Dragon Spear, and a bucket-thick blood-colored thunderclap blasted out, clashing with the blade intent. Bang! In the area of the explosion, the blade intent issued a fierce collision. The Xian Life Saint, his whole body released a wave of energy. This energy was transformed from all life force to death force, covering the whole battleship. which could add part of the defense power for the battleship. Fighting was not something that the Xian Fate Saint was good at. Battleships, definitely safer than the outside. I just hope they're a little more resistant to beatings. All they could see was Mu Dao. 11 figures, each of which erupted with a shocking attack, all of which blasted towards the battleship. Mu Dao had already felt the crisis of death, but there was no way out. Just as the attack was about to make contact with the battleship, the world seemed to stand still. A long voice came, "Abyssal Prison. It's time to uproot it." Chapter 91, The Human Imperial Master. Elder Tang Wujing. Mu Dao felt that his whole body could not move. Only his eyes could move. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. The Xian Fate Sage was also trapped, just like them in general. Outside, the destructive attack is rapidly melting away. A plainly dressed old man stood in front of the 11 people. His eyes could not see joy, but the hint of viciousness, on behalf of his very unopened heart. "You guys, you've touched my bottom line." With a flat sentence, the 11 people's bodies were rapidly exploding as if they were blooming bloody flowers, turning into a sky of blood mist. Not even dregs were left. The Bloodslayer Sage who was fighting with Destiny Dragon rejoiced. "Ha ha, aren't you very flamboyant? When my Saint's Summer Imperial Master arrives, all of you will die." The eyes under the Life Dragon's bizarre mask revealed a look of horror. What kind of power was this? They were all SSS Realm Saints, having already gone to the peak of martial arts. Why did they not even have the power to resist? Escape. I have to escape. At this time, what bull ***** mission? The position of prison son is not important. Living is the most important. He decisively gave up fighting Bloodslaughter and turned around. But in the next instant, he realized that he couldn't move, and could only watch that ordinary old man walk over step by step. The old man was slow, but in his eyes, it was like a hypnotic demon. "Bloodslaughter, go protect those little ones. Here, leave it to me. I honor the Imperial Master's order." Mu Dao and the others stepped out of the battleship and looked up at the sky in unison. The back of that godlike figure. "So, this is the real powerhouse. Sacred Summer Emperor, hurry up and let me go, or else, Abyssal Prison, will slaughter Sacred Summer." "Humph, why do you think you've survived until now?" "It's because you still have some value." The old man walked slowly beside him, his hand resting above his head as a special energy surged into his mind. "Stop it! Stop it!" Destiny Dragon was shocked. This feeling was even more terrifying than death. The Sacred Summer Emperor was trying to read his memories, and he could feel his memories rapidly draining away. A picture had floated through the old man's mind, all of what the fated dragon had experienced. Destiny Dragon was born very bad. Since childhood, he has been competing with wild dogs for food. However, his talent is extremely not bad. I don't know what method the Abyss Prison has used. It can detect the talent of a martial artist in advance. After that, he was brought to the Abyss Prison, and he killed his way through a crowd of small children, and gained the title of Destiny Dragon. About to read the key memories, the exact location of the Abyssal Prison's base point, the old man's purpose, too. A number of Imperial Masters had already laid out in advance, just to wait for rabbits, to lure the Abyssal Prison's people, to obtain the location of the Abyssal Prison's headquarters, and to kill them all in one fell swoop. The Abyssal Prison has touched their bottom line time and time again. However, just at the moment of reading the key memories, a weird power erupted in the Life Dragon's mind, and the Life Dragon's head suddenly exploded. The scene was so sudden that the old man didn't expect it, and then he was furious. Good guts! With a wave of his large hand, the sky was torn apart by an opening, an attack chopped in, and a wailing color came from inside. "Sacred Summer Emperor, I'll remember this strike." A trace of anger surfaced on the old man's calm face. To be able to escape in his hands, he still had some skills. "Humph, next time you dare show up, your head, I'm booking it in advance." The old man slowly flew in front of Mu Dao and the others with a kind smile on his face. "Greetings, Imperial Master. Greetings, Imperial Master." The Bloodslayer Saint and the Xian Destiny Saint bowed respectfully to the old man. Seeing this, Mu Dao and the others followed along. "Greetings, Imperial Master / greetings, Grandfather." Such a discordant voice appeared among the neat voices, and it turned out to be Xian Yuan Folding Yen. "Good man, that's a good enough relationship to climb. Ha ha, you guys don't have to be polite. All of you little ones, my name is Tang Wujing, so you can call me Grandpa Tang. You all are the future pillars of my sacred summer." The old man's tone was very gentle, without that kind of overbearing feeling, and Mu Dao liked this feeling. This is the earthly emperor teacher, the god of the earth. Not only Mu Dao, but the others as well. What happened today was enough for them to plant the seeds of a strong man. The three of them, Gu Xian Gu, Zhou Hades, and Yuan Tian, were the great hidden demons, They didn't like to show their sainthood in front of people. They only wanted to cultivate in a calm manner. Today's incident was enough to stimulate them, and more than ever, they wished to become strong. Elder Tang Wujing scanned them and kept nodding. Not bad, not bad. When he looked at Makoto, he purposely lingered a little longer. Little fellow, the roots are good. The chi and blood are incomparably thick. If we're talking about talent, you're the first person I've seen. And don't worry about us spying on your chances. The chances of the juniors are not something we can see yet. Yubo also climbed out of Madeo's arms at this time and stood on his shoulders. Elder Tang Wujing even took one more look at Wu Bao, a hint of surprise surfacing in his eyes, but it passed in a flash. Little fellow, treat it well. I feel that it is extremely extraordinary. If it grows up, it will be a great help to you. Little ones, I'll send you to the ancient abyss of blood first. Take a good test. The top 10 seal geniuses selected this time will have a special significance. Mudeo and the others felt wrapped up in a divine force, unable to see the scenery around them in a blur. About 10 minutes passed before the old man's voice came. Little ones, we have arrived at the ancient abyss of blood, and the other shelters will follow. So good luck. Blood Slayer, Xian Life, I'll leave their safety to you. After saying that, the old man disappeared into thin air. And how he disappeared, Makoto didn't notice a thing. Subsequently, Mu Dao surveyed the ancient abyss of blood. To be precise, it should be the outskirts of the ancient abyss of blood. As far as the eye could see, they were all human martial artists. Their strengths were not lower than the B realm. There were numerous human buildings. They were bartering and trading, just like marketplace vendors. It was very lively. It's not what they thought it would be. Sensing their doubts, Sage Xian Destiny said, although the ancient abyss of blood is dangerous, it is also a place where opportunities are obtained. And in this mode, we can resolve potential crises, and we don't need to send people specifically to guard this place. So it's a multi-take. The true ancient abyss of blood is not here. Other shelters will be arriving soon, and arrangements will be made after the selection rules are announced. About 10 minutes passed and an asylum warship arrived, the symbol of the Kirin Asylum. The lead teacher appeared with 10 geniuses and nodded at the Bloodslayer Saint and Xian Fate Saint as a greeting, then stood aside and waited for the other shelters to arrive. Mu Dao looked over. The 10 celestial pride from the Qilin Asylum were extremely unimpressive, not much worse than them. However, it was also true that they all represented an asylum, or even the topmost heavenly pride of the sacred summer, and they couldn't be any worse. Mudeo was even more interested in the next bout. Seems, well, not bad. Chapter 92 10 Weapons, Blood Crystal, Wu Bao's Food. The other shelters arrived one after the other. The Qilin shelter followed by the Tao Tai shelter, the Porge shelter, the Green Dragon shelter, the White Zephyr shelter, the Vermilion Bird shelter, the Xuanwu shelter, and the Nine Yin shelter. Mudeo looked towards the Poor shelter, but unfortunately, there was no Jiang Fan, Nine Yin shelter, and not the one he wanted to see. Their group walked in. The martial artists on the side of the road all looked at them curiously. However, they were only sizing them up and did not dare to stir up trouble. They still had an eye for the world. 18 SSS Realm Saints. Those youngsters were basically all S Realm. Who would dare to mess with them? Some people associated it with the recent Holy Summer Pride selection and felt that it was undoubtedly them. Mudeo realized that he could only pick up S Realm martial artists at most right now, and neither the SS Realm nor the SSS Realm could be picked up. He guessed that it might be the SS Realm and SSS Realm picking up things he couldn't digest right now, protecting him in disguise. When he broke through the S Realm, he should be able to pick up SS Realm martial artists. Passing through the human buildings, he finally saw the entrance to the ancient abyss of blood, a spinning vortex, purple and blood intertwined, incomparably mysterious, with the surrounding sky being a bloody haze. Let's go inside. The Bloodslayer Saint led the way and jumped down, followed by Gu Xianwei, Mudeo and the rest of them. Xian Life Saint last, and the rest of the sanctuaries followed along, jumping down one after another. The process of going in was a bit dizzying, and when they landed, when they looked around, the sky of the ancient abyss of blood was all blood-colored, or more accurately, it should be scarlet, and an abyssal rift hung horizontally across the dome of the sky, just like a large eye gazing at them. The smell of blood in the air was so pungent that when inhaled, it vaguely felt like it was making people manic. The 6 teachers from the Chaos Academy, the Poorgeist Academy, and the Tao Tai Academy stood in front of everyone, and a saint from the Poorgeist Academy said, "Students, the manner of this examination has come out, and in certain places in the ancient abyss of blood, the Imperial Master has left behind 10 weapons. What you have to do is to hunt the ferocious beasts. Only by hunting the S-realm ferocious beasts will you condense the orientation of the weapons, and the orientation of each weapon will be known to just 4 students, for a period of only 7 days. I wish you all good luck. If you encounter danger, be sure to open the defense locks sent to you in advance, which can resist a strike from a SSS realm ferocious beast, with only one chance to use it. After the saint of the poor school finished speaking, some students immediately flew into the sky and left this place, one after another. Brother Mu, I'll set off first, be careful with everything. Yanhao also gave Madeo a greeting before leaving. In the end, there were only a few people still in place, an ordinary-looking boy with a lazy breath and starry eyes, in whom impatience could not be seen. One person, more than 2 meters tall, living devil muscle man, cold grunt, muscles can be seen with the naked eye vibration, contains a huge power. The other young girl, with full red hair and a cold look, looked very mismatched with a sword behind her back that was whiter than her back. Gu Xuanqi didn't leave either, and there were a few others that Madeo didn't recognize. Mr. Mac, I'll be leaving first. Makoto nodded to her. Mr. Ku, there's no need to wait for me. In the end, only Mu Dao was in place. All of them, he was the only one with a realm strength, and many saints curiously sized him up. At their realm, their eyesight was naturally powerful. Makoto was indeed not bad, but it should be impossible to get a good score. Madeo didn't know what they were thinking, looked around, looked in one direction and flew into the sky. 20,000 meters of speed bursting out, instantly disappearing in the same place. That kind of speed is more than most people can handle. Blood slaughter, is he really a realm strength? Formation blade, can't you tell if he's in the A realm? This little guy can't judge his battle power by his realm. Maybe this time, he'll bring us a miracle too. He's, like, only 19. What? Hearing 19 years old, many saints' faces were covered in surprise. 19 years old. It's only been less than a year since the awakening of the martial arts talent, right? The world. It is true that it is all for the young. There are demons on top of demons, and Mu Dao belongs to that type of genius. Half an hour later, Mu Dao had already penetrated deeper into the ancient abyss of blood, but to a forbidden area like the ancient abyss of blood, going deeper was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Makamichi stopped in his tracks, and in the sky in front of him, the abyssal rift hanging in the sky was even more bizarre, evil, and the scarlet color looked irritating. As far as the eye could see, they were all densely packed with blood-colored crystals, towering mountains of blood-colored stones, full of a different kind of beauty. Roar! A beast roar attracted Makoto's attention. Mu Dao looked over. It was a ferocious beast that was about 90 meters long. Its head was covered in blood-colored crystals, and the rest of its body was dotted with scarlet crystals. A realm strength. Just try your hand with it first. A reddish-white flame surfaced in Madeo's body. After practicing the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture, a flame similar to Wu Bao's innate spirit fire was born in his body. Only the power. It was much smaller than Wu Bao. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A 30-meter-sized golden fist with a chi and blood golden dragon climbing on it was covered with emperor flame that was enough to burn everything. Attacking over at the A realm ferocious beast, the blood-colored crystals of the A realm ferocious beast's head grew rapidly, forming a thick armor. Bang! After a loud bang, this A realm ferocious beast let out a wailing sound. The crystal on top of its head cracked, and scarlet blood flowed out, and the bizarre flames didn't dissipate, but continued to burn, incinerating the blood crystal beast. Makoto was also a bit surprised. The defensive power of the blood crystal beast was the most powerful of all the ferocious beasts he had seen so far, and in terms of attacking ability, it should be about the same. Ding! Host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 100, 000 chi in blood, plus 150, 000 martial skill experience value, plus 1 semi-immortal substance, and plus 1 blood crystal. Warm reminder. Blood crystals are rich in chi and blood and can be used as food for favored beasts. Another thing that was useless to him. Then Mudeo looked at Wu Bao. Wu Bao was clearly not interested in the corpse of the blood crystal beast. It was all stone, and the meat shouldn't be tasty. Yubo, see how this looks? Mudeo took out the blood crystal stone, which was the size of an egg, was blood-colored, and was very hard. Yupo's eyes brightened. His eyes filled with longing. Daddy, Daddy, give it to me. I want it. Yubo held the blood crystal stone in its mouth and crunched it, blood-colored energy overflowing from the corners of its mouth, its expression one of contentment. Yubo, take you to a big meal. As Mu Dao continued to advance, he could feel that the further he went, the berserk factor contained in the air became even more dense, and the strength of the ferocious beasts also increased one after another. He now also developed a sense of urgency. His opponents were all too strong. The competition this time was definitely fiercer than ever. If he broke through the S realm, he could easily do so, but it was impossible to break through the S realm in a short period of time. Winning by volume doesn't work either, only testing your true strength. Roar! A loud and clear roar resounded through the heavens and earth. and Mu Dao's figure instantly disappeared in place. And soon, he discovered the source of the sound, which was an S-realm crystal beast. Today, take it as a sacrificial gun. Chapter 93, The Ring of Guns. The crystal beast in front of Mu Dao, a serpentine crystal beast of nearly 130 meters, was swimming slowly, wrapped around a thick scarlet crystal pillar. The core of the snake in its mouth, which appeared to be scarlet, was covered with barbs. The lin armor all over his body was made up of blood crystals, and he absolutely crushed most of the ferocious beasts in terms of face value. However, the pair of eyes made up of blood crystals made people shudder. Mu Dao opened the extreme Dao Dharma body. His body's chi and blood surged. His killing potential was released, and the overwhelming killing power scattered out in all directions. The serpentine crystal beast sensed the threat. Its blood crystal vertical pupils looked towards Mu Dao and roared angrily, and the blood-colored crystals all over its body rapidly increased in size by a few points. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Mu Dao blasted out a fist, and the 40-meter golden fist condensed in the air and poured out. The serpentine-type S-realm crystal beast had a large mouth and spat out a blood-colored energy that formed a blood crystal spear in the air, instantly piercing through Makoto's great Sun Heavy Fist. Makamichi was shaken back a few steps by the impacting airwave. Really have some skills, but today is the end of your life. Listen to your final lullaby. Extreme thunder at hand. Mu Dao's speed reached the extreme, as fast as a stump, and it was unknown how much faster than the speed of a snake-type S-rank crystal beast. Punch after punch bombarded the body of the serpentine crystal beast, making the kind of sound of stone breaking. The serpentine crystal beast let out a wail, constantly twisting and struggling, and the huge body surfaced with blood-colored energy, carrying a huge corrosive power. Mu Dao didn't care. This kind of corrosive power couldn't break the defense of the extreme Dao Dharma body yet. Punch after punch. Mu Dao didn't know how many punches were thrown. There should be hundreds of punches. The huge body of the serpentine S-class crystal beast became tattered and torn. The blood-colored energy was constantly being released to repair its injuries. However, it still underestimated the power of the Emperor Flame cultivated by the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture, which constantly corroded its body. The warm-up is over. And besides defense, it's not too strong in terms of chi and blood. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Mu Dao didn't use this universe-level gun technique much, but that didn't mean it was weak. A shot, as if rewarding and punishing the sins of the world. Since sin is punished, then it will be completely destroyed. The serpentine-type S-rank crystal beast was terminated, its huge body still burning until it was reduced to a puddle of withered ash. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Picking up plus 400, 000 chi and blood. Plus 510, 000 martial skill experience value, plus 1 semi-immortal substance, and plus 1 blood crystal. A voice rang in his head. Beheading S-realm ferocious beasts was successful. The 10-weapon direction you opened is the direction of the gun. S-rank ferocious beasts need to be beheaded 50 to obtain the direction of the gun. S-rank ferocious beasts 30, S+ rank ferocious beasts 10, 50 heads, 1/50th done. Yubo, here you go. Somewhere. In front of Gu Wu Changxiang is at S-class crystalline beast. His strength has reached S-class. Should be one of the top strength among the 90 people. S-class is definitely not only him. He stood in the air, and a faint spatial fluctuation power emerged around him. The crystal beast rushed towards him, and his calm eyes did not change in the slightest. Die. Using his hand as a sword, he chopped out a spatial wave blade, cutting into half of the crystal beast's neck before being unable to go any further. The crystalline beast's head hung from its neck like this, and blood sprayed out as it perished. Ancient Changless emotion showed a hint of surprise on his face. Defense, strong enough. Guxuanqi. There was also an S-realm crystal beast in front of her. A dense black energy surfaced throughout her body. This black wasn't the normal kind of black, but the extreme black. This energy was released and the scarlet color in the sky was covered up. A look of panic appeared in the eyes of the S-realm crystal beast, and it lowered its head and let out a wail. But as in S-realm strength, it was not allowed to escape. It strides its thick limbs, trying to crush the human in front of it. However, when it came into contact with the black area, its body split apart inch by inch, and it was too late when it wanted to retreat, and its entire body was swallowed up by the black color. Shenwu, Dancing Redfish, Green Dragon Shelter, Dragon Emperor, Jubilee Shelter, Division of Heavenly Life, Bai Zai Shelter, Ing Xian, Xuanwu Shelter, Royal Enchantment, Ninein Shelter, Shuizhi Luang. Many geniuses. They didn't show much difficulty in facing the S-rank crystal beasts, but some geniuses, who didn't deal with the S-rank crystal beasts so easily, and whose strength was similar to theirs, needed to spend some effort in order to cut the crystal beasts down. Mu Dao discovered that Wubo had a very special function. It could sense where the S-realm level ferocious beasts were from a long distance away. This talent could help Mudeo a lot. If he sensed S-level, S+ level or above crystal beasts, Mudeo instantly reversed his direction and definitely did not meet them and waste his time. Moreover, he couldn't continue to go deeper now. He had a feeling that if he continued to go deeper, he might be easily eliminated. He could also decimate S-ranked ferocious beasts. However, S-ranks would definitely take some effort, and the most cost-effective ferocious beasts were still S-ranks, which he could decimate with relative ease, without feeling the slightest bit of effort. Wu Bo. Search for S-rank crystal beasts with all your might. For every one you kill, you'll have a blood crystal to eat. With the reward, Wu Bo is even more motivated. Mudeo couldn't figure out where Wu Bao's specific strength should be at right now, but with its Golden Crow Emperor Flame, A-realm ferocious beasts could be overthrown, but S-realm ferocious beasts couldn't be dealt with. After all, it had only been born a short time ago. Time passes very quickly when you are fighting at full strength and mentally focused. It had been 5 days since Mudeo had entered the ancient abyss of blood, and the number of S-rank crystal beasts that he had killed had reached as many as 40, and it would take some time for Wu Bao to continue to find the S-rank fierce beasts, and almost all of the S-rank crystal beasts within a short range had been killed by him. I've done my best. If I'm still eliminated, there's nothing I can do. Wu Bo. Search for S-class crystal beasts. Mudeo's chi and blood had made another huge progress. An S-rank crystal beast was at least 300,000 KAL, and he had decimated 40 of them. That was 12 million KAL. Nowadays, his chi and blood had reached more than 100 million calories. At the time of reaching 100 million calories of chi and blood, Mudeo's body metamorphosed once again. It took a day for the metamorphosis to be completed, and his strength was doubled compared to the past. And now when he faced S-rank crystal beasts, it was basically a matter of a single punch. There are still 10 S-rank ferocious beasts left. S-rank only needs 3. I can take down 3 S-rank crystal beasts within 2 hours and complete the mission. With the help of Wu Bao, after 2 hours, Mudeo managed to kill 3 S-rank crystal beasts, and after the killing was completed, a voice once again sounded in his mind. Congratulations on meeting the conditions and qualifying for the Ring of Guns. Ring of Guns location. Chapter 94, in front of me, who dares to call himself Heaven's Pride? It lasts for 7 days, and it's only 5 days past now, so we'll head to the Ring of Guns on the last day. Mudeo had already obtained a place. His heart was quite solid. There were still 2 days left. He would do his best to hunt the ferocious beasts and pick up the chi and blood values. Goldfinger. Raise the Great Sun Heavy Fist. Ding. The host has consumed 4 million martial skill experience values, and the Great Sun Heavy Fist has been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Ding. The host has consumed 11 million martial skill experience values, and the Great Sun Heavy Fist has been upgraded to a great success. Ding. The host has consumed 34 million martial skill experience values, and the Great Sun Heavy Fist has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. The experience value of the martial skill is insufficient to improve it. Once again, there was an additional stream of deep and complicated memories in Mudao's mind. The Great Sun Heavy Fist's power was not weaker than the Silent Gun scripture in the slightest. Universe-level martial arts. All of them were extremely not bad. Goldfinger. Open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talent, Immortal Chaos, Taoist level. Martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level. Wuyuan Emperor's scripture, introductory. Ritual sacrifice, special. Bone shedding, special. Martial realm, A+ rank. Chi and blood 110 million cards. Martial skills, Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, minor completion, cosmic grade. Extreme Thunder at hand, perfection. Great Sun Heavy Fist, completion. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, minor completion. Martial skill experience value, 10.69 million. As time reached its limit, a total of 40 slots in the 10 weapon ring were out. Following the memories in his mind, Makoto quickly traveled to the Ring of Guns. The direction of the Ring of Guns was still deeper into the ancient abyss of blood, probably a few hundred kilometers or so from where he was. This kind of distance could be reached in a few hours at full strength. Arriving at his destination, Mudao saw a side of the ring, standing in mid-air, roughly more than 500 meters in size, a gun-shaped crystal pillar standing in the center of the ring, emitting a crystal purple light covering the entire ring. Looking mysterious, Makoto walked under the ring and purple light enveloped him as he came above the ring. Apart from him, there were 3 others, none of whom he recognized, and he relaxed quite a bit in his heart, so he didn't have to have any worries now and could go all out. All 4 of them collapsed, and a voice once again sounded in the minds of several people. 4 students, each of them will pick an opponent, and the 2 who win will have a final match. and the ultimate winner will be one of the 10 sealed team thrones of Saint Summer. Several people heart incomparable intention. It is not easy to come to the present, is not to obtain that title. Mudeo was the weakest, with only a realm strength, so he was the first to be targeted. My name is White Zephyr Asylum. Qin Yen, please enlighten me. Chaos Asylum, Shepherd's Path. When the other two saw this, their expressions changed slightly, as if they were blaming themselves for not being timely. The S realm hitting the A realm. Isn't that the difference between a baby and an adult? The gun-shaped crystal pillar released a thin film, dividing Mudeo, Qin Yen and the other two. Mudeo and Qin Yen stood opposite each other. Qin Yan's face was full of smiles. It seemed like he was winning. Brother Mu, you make the first move, lest it be said that I'm bullying you. Yeah. Mudao smiled faintly. To be so arrogant in the face of an unknown enemy, it was time to let him taste the danger. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Mudeo's entire body was covered in golden runes. His eyes turned into golden eyes, and a round of blazing sun just floated behind him, and his red golden gigantic fists climbed with 10 chi and blood golden dragons, and cracks vaguely appeared in the air. Damn it, you're definitely more than just a realm. Disguising yourself as a realm is really too despicable and shameless. Qin Yen was sweating. This punch, he had to go all out. As long as he blocked this punch, Mudeo should not have the strength to strike again. The ancient gods are broken. A large green ghost head sword appeared in his hand, with bizarre words carved into the blade and a Shura-like hilt. A knife chopped out. Dozens of feet of black and blue blade-like straight over. Like hell Shura came to the general. Evil. Extermination. Difficult to resist. Bang. With a loud bang, a huge impact covered Mudeo and Qin Yen, and the aftermath was absorbed when it came into contact with the purple light shield. Mudao stood peacefully in the air. Qin Yan's entire body tumbled a few times in the air before stabilizing himself. His chi and blood were a bit disorganized, and his eyes were filled with the color of unbelief. The corners of Makamichi's mouth rose in a slight smile. You're nothing more than that. If that's all you're capable of, then admit defeat before it's too late, or else you'll be miserable next. Humph. Arrogant. I am of the S realm. A true heavenly pride. What qualifications do you have to say such things in front of me? If you don't keep a low profile, it will only be you who will die. Mudeo laughed. What kind of brain circuit is this? Obviously he was the one who was mad. How did it end up being his own fault? Qin Yan's whole body surfaced blood green lines. The whole person's aura changed steeply. The martial artist's chi and blood should be the most rigid and yang, but now Qin Yan, the breath released is cold and strange. It should be due to his talent. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, pointing straight up to the sky with a twisted expression. Give me death. With one slash, the ring floor was affected by the waves and quickly cracked as it chopped towards Mudeo with the overbearing will to cut down everything. Makoto was slightly surprised. It's still something. Extreme thunder at hand. With this slash, in Qin Yan's eyes, Mudeo's body was directly decimated. Ha ha, I thought it was so powerful, but it's just a man who inserts a label and sells his head. However, in the next instant, he felt the hairs of sweat rise all over his body as a cold voice came from behind him. The battle isn't over yet. You're rejoicing too soon. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. This shot atones for your arrogance. The entire space was enveloped by a sharp and destructive gun intent. Qin Yan's body was under tremendous pressure. His clothes were torn apart by the gun intent, and his skin ruptured and bled. A great chi and blood lance of punishment and sin fell from the air. Qin Yan's face was unsightly as he gripped the large sword in his hand and chopped out another slash. Bang! After a loud bang, Qin Yan directly collapsed on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes staring at Mudeo in death, wanting to speak but unable to do so. It won't kill him, but Mudeo overthought it, and Qin Yan fell in defeat as his figure disappeared into the ring of guns. What Mudeo and the others didn't know was that the images of their battle were actually being watched, and aside from the ones in the void, the SSS Realm Saints who were leading the group were also watching. They looked towards the Bloodslayer Saint and the Xian Destiny Saint. Bloodslaughter, your Chaos Academy, has produced a demon. Mudeo waited for a while. The purple light shield in the center dissipated, and the battle on the opposite side had ended. The opponent was holding a spear, murderous and with eyes full of battle intent, obviously not having had a good fight. Tao Tai Academy, Heavenly Soul, Chaos Academy, Mudeo. Ha ha, kid. The fact that you were able to defeat that punk S realm with the A realm proves that you have some skills, but you never know the difference between you and a genius. Mudeo was furious. It seems that these people are used to being high and mighty. They are used to being frogs in the well, so they don't know how wide the world is. Humph. In front of me, who dares to call himself a genius? War, war, war. Chapter 95, War, 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 war. Mudeo's words also offended the Heavenly Soul. If you want to fight, Then come and fight. The two of them each executed their stances and quickly approached. Their lances and spears clashed with each other, and with each attack, they created a huge wave of air, and in just a minute, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. A trace of anxiety appeared on the face of the heavenly soul. He had thought that it would be easy to fight in a realm, but it turned out that the other party didn't fall below in the slightest. Did this show that he was incompetent? And that what Madeo had said was true? Mu Dao had already roughly tested out the strength of the heavenly soul. It was a bit stronger than Qingyan, but it was limited. Heavenly soul, show me your true skills. Let me see just how strong your self-proclaimed genius is. Humph. Boy, you've really angered me. Blood God 3 styles. War God style. The heavenly soul flew high into the sky, the blood spear emerging in a rich blood color, and the blood-colored thunder flickering continuously. The sky above vaguely turned the color of blood, and a spear the size of 100 meters coalesced in the air. Kill! The spear fell, and Makamichi didn't retreat. Extreme Dharma body. Half of Madeo's body turned into thunder, half of his body turned into fire, and his eyes scattered with thunder and flame light. Big Sun Heavy Fist. He quickly flew into the air and aimed his fist at the spear. Bang! Powerful waves of air followed one after another for a long time, and in the dazzling light, only the clashing of weapons could be heard. The light dashed, and a voice fell from the air, landing on the ground and smashing out a huge deep pit. Makamichi climbed out of the pit. Not hurt at all. Ha ha, over the top. It's been a long time since I've felt this much pain. He was not in a hurry to exterminate the heavenly soul. Fighting these people, I have to say, it did hurt. It had been a long time since he had fought so much. He loved this feeling. The heavenly soul above the sky, his breath rising and falling violently, his clothes shredded, revealing his lean and sturdy body, his chest vaguely somewhat sunken, and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how can this kid's defense be so strong? It's as if his chi and blood will never run out. If this goes on, the one who loses will definitely be me. It can't be put off any longer. Blood God 3 styles. Defeat God style. 100-meter spear continued to coalesce in the air, blood-colored thunder flashing with even more power than before. Mudeo was overjoyed. The more powerful the enemy was, the more he had the will to fight. He wanted to defeat the heavenly soul in any way he could, to show these people that geniuses were only geniuses within their own circle. Without going out to sea, how could they know how vast it was out there? Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. A gun and a spear, colliding in the air. The powerful force of the impact caused the heavenly soul to fly out backwards, and Makoto merely took a few steps back. The heavenly soul was filled with incredulity. Impossible. There's no way I can lose. If I practice the last of the 3 blood god styles, the one who wins is destined to be me. I can't lose. I've never lost before. In today's battle, I absolutely cannot lose. God-destroying style. God-destroying style. Come out of there. Makamichi looked at his opponent and thought bad. He won't beat someone silly. Ha ha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. Kid, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend the last of the 3 styles of the blood god. The extermination style requires undefeated faith, invincible confidence. A powerful force erupted from Sky Soul's body, and a huge blood-colored figure emerged behind him, as he made the movement of swinging his spear, and the blood-colored figure did the same. In the end, all of the blood-colored figures converged towards the top of the spear, and even that blood-colored energy of the ancient abyss of blood was introduced into the ring of the spear, converging on the top of the spear. Bloodshed and Shin Life Saint's faces changed slightly. This strike from Heavenly Soul was impossible for Madeo to block in their opinion. Did they have to terminate the match early? And Madeo conceded defeat. It won't kill you, but getting seriously injured is unavoidable. The Taotai Asylum's teacher, on the other hand, was filled with joy. Ha ha, with the Heavenly Soul practicing this move, it's estimated that even divine marshals aren't opponents. Originally, the Heavenly Soul was the most powerful genius in the Taotai Academy, and then when Divine Marshal appeared and he became second, there was anger in his heart. That strike was interesting enough. Silent Gun Scripture. The long gun in the hands of Mu Dao pointed directly at the Heavenly Soul. The Thunder Blood Gun, the gun of Emperor Yen, and the Gun of Silence stood behind him. Each energy gun was up to 100 meters long, releasing an aura that was quite a bit more powerful than the Heavenly Soul's. The Thunder Blood Lance and the God Extinguishing Spear collided together. The God Extinguishing Spear resisted for a moment and was dissolved, and the Thunder Blood Lance was almost dissolved as well. But the aftermath of the power to kill the Heavenly Soul was still enough. Heavenly Soul felt like the world had collapsed. His strongest strike. Why was it so glib in someone else's eyes? And the last strike had drained his chi and blood. He fell from the air and waited for death to come. Losing, for him, was worse than death. Bloodslayer, Heavenly Soul cannot die. The Taotai Academy Saint looked incredibly anxious at this time. Although he wouldn't die, who knew the final outcome? With this strike, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Soul wouldn't even have dregs left, and the ring that the Imperial Master had set up wouldn't allow the Heavenly Soul to be resurrected again, right? Trust Mudeo. He's got a point. Sky Soul closed his eyes as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Death? It seems like a good choice. But in the next instant, all the pressure dissipated. Heavenly Soul, do you still have the strength to get up? I won't kill you, and I won't kill you. Heavenly Soul opened his eyes and looked at Mudeo. Is this a handout to me? It's not a handout to you. It's a way to keep you alive, so that if I want to abuse you in the future, I'll come to you. After all, you're quite weak. You. The Heavenly Soul's eyes were huge, and they were filled with rage. Ha ha, angry? Angry? Then live well. Just lose to me. No need to feel like the sky is falling. If you don't want to be abused by me, then cultivate hard and, at least, be able to block a few more moves from me. In the void, several emperors also breathed a sigh of relief. Old Tang, is this the little guy you were talking about? If he didn't stop just now, a few of us old guys might not have been able to save our faces. Yeah, this little guy is a true demon. Sacred Summer is destined to be blessed to have him. Old Dawn, what's it say over there? Battle. It must be a battle. This battle, Saint Xia, must win. And, to win perfectly, it depends on these little guys. After Mudeo won first place, he and Heavenly Soul were wrapped in a force and sent to the ground, after which the entire ring of guns dissipated. He saw the Xian Fate Saint and an unrecognizable saint he had an impression of. I should say the Taotai Asylum's teacher, Qin Eunuch, and another defeated classmate were also here. Little friend, thank you for your mercy just now. Heavenly Soul, you know where you lost, don't you? Strength, pattern. You're not as good as little friend Mu. There's a man outside of man, and there's a sky outside of sky. Heavenly Soul lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 96, Seeing Xiao Yunjing, Battle of the Seal Change of Masters. The Saint of Xian Destiny and the one from the Taotai Shelter brought the four of them from Mudeo to the Ancient Abyss of Blood. Outside the Ancient Abyss of Blood, the 50 students who had not entered the 10 weapons were waiting for them outside. Mu Dao saw familiar people, Yuan Tian, Zhang Muyao, Yuan Jiao, and the 4 Zhou Hei Wang. Everyone else made it to the finals. At least the Chaos Academy students had a greater probability of making it to the top 10. Soon after, one after another, saints came out with their students, and Yan Hao, Chu Tianshu, Xian Yuan Folding Yin, and the others appeared one after another, but their expressions were not too good, and Xian Yuan Folding Yin, who had a big grin, had disheveledness hanging on her pretty face. Chu Tianshu, Kill Wu Dao. 2 people, obviously experienced a bitter battle. Clothes torn, blood overflowed the body surface, until everyone came out. The poor school saint who had announced the rules of the match earlier slowly spoke. Fellow students, the results have come out. Next, the winning 10 will be announced to everyone. 10 students, your juvenile seals will be announced after the results, notifying the entire Sacred Summer. Your seals will not be told for a while. Chaos Academy Gu Xian Gue, Chaos School Makoto, the Taotai School of Divine Arms, the Poor Man's Schoolhouse Dance Redfish, the Unicorn Shelter is not long-lived in ancient times, Green Dragon Asylum, Dragon Emperor, Vermilion Bird Shelter, Divine Order, Bai Zai Shelter, Ing Xian, Xuanwu Shelter, the Royal Enchantment, Ninein Shelter, Shui Ji Ling. 10 students, in no particular order. Next, we need to head to the Chaos Academy. The Imperial Master has other arrangements. Shepherd Dao and the 10 of them and the students of the Chaos Academy traveled to the Chaos Academy on a battleship, while the others were sent back to their respective shelters. On the battleship, Yan Hao looked at Mu Dao with complicated eyes. Brother Mu, I didn't realize that you're the real big brother. Stifling great things, I make it official. After saying this, Yan Hao's expression became serious, and Mu Dao almost thought that Yan Hao was going to say something like cut off friendship. So how should he react? After all, it was the first time he encountered this kind of thing. Waiting online, pretty urgent. From now on, I'll be the pendant on your leg. No refusal allowed. I have a dream of hugging the big man's leg, and today I finally met it. Mudo, what about playing? Mudeo slightly surveyed the remaining 9 people. Gave him the feeling is very powerful. Every one of them is powerful. Whether it is ordinary looking, exudes a lethargic atmosphere of ancient no-lawn love, or a devilish muscle-man Shenwu, or the one who carries a bigger knife than his own waist-width dancing red fish. If we were to face any of them right now, there would probably only be 4 or 5 who could beat them, and for the remaining 4 or 5, there should be a bit of hope for a life and death battle. but it would be a bit difficult to beat them. However, when I break through the S rank, everything will not be a problem, and beat them on the ground. Madeo looked at Yubo in his arms, who had fallen into a deep sleep again, this time longer than ever, and would have made great progress by the time he woke up. 9 In Shelter, an interdimensional space deep within the Shao family. This space is held by the Shao family alone. On this day, the interdimensional space erupted with violent spatial fluctuations, vaguely threatening to collapse. Shao Tianzi, Sun Beiling, and Shao Scale quickly rushed to this place with worried faces. Tianzi, nothing will happen to Jinger, right? Bai Ling, we believe in Jinger. Her talent is incomparably powerful. Only believe in her. Have you forgotten? Back when Jinger was born, she fell into death several times. This interdimensional space was thought to be an abandoned space for a time after our exploration, but it suddenly revealed its uniqueness, and Jinger was rescued by the owner of that voice, giving us and her a choice, and that above the Tianji talent. It was a cosmic level, which was also told to us by that voice. Jinger chose to enter of her own accord, I think, because she was stimulated by something. Shao Scale, at that time, when you went to the Legend Asylum, what exactly happened? Shao Scale sighed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he told the story about Madeo and Shao Yunjing. Then you mean to say that the reason why Jinger chose to go and accept that unknown inheritance is that the high probability is that she didn't want to fall behind the kid called Mu Dao and proceed to take revenge? The odds are good. Sun Beiling's face was filled with heartache. It's bitter for both of their children. Why do they have such a bizarre to the core talent? Bai Ling, I've read a saying that the higher the level of the talent, the higher the limitations it is actually subjected to, and that heaven and earth are unkind, and that the price to be paid is much higher than that of a normal talent. Boom! A popping sound interrupted their conversation, and the airborne interdimensional space began to collapse at an extremely high speed. The interdimensional space collapsed, and the SSS Realm Saints didn't dare to confront it directly and hard. Shao Tianzi, Sun Beiling, and Shao Scale's faces changed drastically. Damn! How did that happen? Shao Tianzi's sage energy fluctuation, trying to rush into the interdimensional space. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. In the next moment, an ice blue figure quickly appeared and stood high in the sky, and the collapse of space was also quickly completed at this moment. Jinger, you finally came out. Sun Beiling ran towards Shao Yunjing, and Shao Yunjing's originally icy complexion was also hung with excitement at this time, and Sun Beiling hugged together. This scene made Shao Tianzi and Shao Ling feel quite relieved, fearing that Shao Yunjing, who had accepted the inheritance, would have a drastic change in temperament, but now it seemed that it should be fine. Dad, has anything big happened lately? Jinger, Sacred Summer has recently been selecting the top 10 geniuses with the best talent, and it's estimated that the results will come out in the next few days. Dad, I'm going to the Chaos Academy. Jingle, this. For days had passed since Mu Dao and the others returned to the Chaos Academy, and the results of the sealing hadn't come out yet, so by all rights it should be coming out. He was a little worried about what his seal would be called. It had to be nice and overbearing is what it was. Unlike the others, who were all in the S realm of strength and had the title of Sealed Emperor, only Madeo had nothing. I hope I'm given a better seal. A message from Madeo rang out, and he opened it to see that it was telling the 10 of them to quickly head to the martial arts arena, with no specific reason given. What happened in such a hurry? Going to the martial arts arena? Madeo suspected that he was mistaken. He actually saw Shao Yunjing, and desperately rubbed his eyes a few times to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. Shao Yunjing also looked over in the direction of Madeo, his eyes full of coldness without a trace of love. He controlled his thoughts of wanting to go forward and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He liked Shao Yunjing, that kind of liking no matter how deeply he hid it on weekdays, but when he saw that person, his heart would still be moved. He also saw the change in Shao Yunjing. S-rank strength, this is even more outrageous than me being open. What exactly happened? Could it be the influence of her talent? But it's only a universe-level talent. It shouldn't be this outrageous. The Bloodslayer Saint and the Xianlife Saint appeared, and the Bloodslayer Saint said, Shao family girl, the Sacred Summer talent selection is meant to select the top geniuses. The Imperial Master already knows your intention and has agreed for you to challenge any of the 10 of them, and if you win, you can take their place. If you lose, just leave on your own. Madeo understood Shao Yunjing's intention and was a little worried in his heart. It can't be to challenge me. Chapter 97, Young Supreme Seal, the Dao Throne. Hearing that they were here to challenge, other than Madeo, the remaining 9 were filled with teasing colors. They were not afraid of any challenge. However, their thoughts were similar to Mudeo's. Here, Mudeo's realm was the lowest, only the A realm, and the odds were that they would challenge Mudeo. Don't ever choose me, Makoto cried out in his heart. He really didn't know what he should do if he was chosen. He saw Shao Scale right beside him, but Xiao Scale's expression was also one of helplessness. Xiao Yunjing pointed at Madeo, then moved away and pointed at Shui Zhiliang of the Ninein Asylum. I choose him. Shui Zhilord's face was furious. Letting Madeo go and choosing him instead. Was this a sign that he was still not better than Madeo? Or was he saying that he saw himself as a soft persimmon and picked the soft one to pinch? Alright, Shui Zhilord. You will fight her. Xiao Yunjing and Shui Zhiliang stood opposite each other. I don't know why you chose to challenge me, but that brat you didn't choose and chose me instead. You'll definitely regret it. In my eyes, you're not as good as him. Humph. Arrogant. Even the best of tempers couldn't tense up when they heard these words. Shui Zhilord's qi and blood surged, ready to launch an attack. Jinger, be careful. Xiao Yunjing turned back and looked coldly at Madeo. Humph. There's no need for you to pretend to be sympathetic. The enmity between you and I is not yet finished. Madeo had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't want this. The weapon used by Shui Zhilord was a round moon scimitar, and his qi and blood surged as he slashed out. 10 feet of round moon blade qi slashing horizontally across. Xiao Yunjing's entire body surfaced with light blue energy, and with a wave of her greenish-white jade hand, a light blue light sword quickly condensed in the air, full of texture, with glittering lines covering it. A sword stabbed out, easily offsetting Shui Zhilord's slash. Go ahead and strike with all your might. Otherwise, you will definitely lose in the next strike. Shui Zhilord sniffed and no longer stayed his hand. His qi and blood surged, transforming into a blood dragon that climbed all over his body. Holding the round moon scimitar with both hands, he slashed horizontally. The dazzling blood-colored blade light seemed to split the heaven and earth, and the ground formed a huge gully that was still expanding. This strike, very strong. Madeo was a little worried. Shui Zhilord was not weak. He still had some skills. Xiao Yunjing was extremely fast, charging straight at this blade. The sword in his hand, energy gathered at the tip, pointed directly at this strike. Bang! There was a loud bang. The impact energy scattered in all directions. The ground was washed away by the aftermath of their battle. The ground was a very hard alloy. It was enough to see the lethality they had caused. The aftermath dissipated, and the two of them stood calmly in the air. Shui Zhilord's face cold and shocked at the same time. Shui Zhilord, on account of the fact that you and I are both out of the Ninein shelter, I'll give you one more chance to slash out your strongest slash. Right now, you're really a bit weak. Goldfinger, can you tell what's changed inside Jinger? Ding! The host can consume a certain amount of martial arts experience value, and this system can scan it. If it's so good, why didn't you say so? Scan it quickly. Ding! Consuming 30 million martial arts experience value. It has been scanned successfully for the host. Xiao Yunjing. Human. Female. Talent, cosmic level. Taiching martial bone, cultivation technique, cosmic level. Taiching scripture, note. This technique is a lineage of the Taishang forgetfulness true scripture. The host can use this technique as a carrier, and then deduce the Taishang forgetfulness true scripture. Strength, S rank. Circumference, 98. Stop. Dog system, didn't tell you to scan what you shouldn't. Mu Dao was overjoyed. In that case, he only needed to pick up the Dao Tai Ching scripture. With the merit base he picked up, it would be easy to let the system deduce Dao level spells off. Two people fighting. Xiao Yunjing under the air. There is a golden purple bubble. Mu Dao sneak forward. Silent chanting to pick up. Ding. Host picked up successfully. Tai Ching martial bone +1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want the Tai Ching scripture, not the Tai Ching martial bone. Looks like it needs to be picked up a few more times to at least have hope. Jingle. Wait for me. The battle had reached a white-hot stage. Shui Zhiling's all means were all exerted, but in the face of Xiao Yunjing, all the effects were useless. He felt like hitting on cotton. There was no place to make use of his strength. Xiao Yunjing was extremely fast and quickly approached him. A few sword cuts. He was knocked down to the ground by a huge force. His lips turned a little white. I lost. Still has some backbone and knows how to admit defeat. I announce that Xiao Yunjing has become one of the top 10 heavenly prides. Tomorrow, it will be announced to the entire sacred summer that all of you will be sealed. This is a kind of honor. I hope that all of you will advocate for my sacred summer's younger generation of martial artists and fiercely them. When the battle ended, Xiao Yunjing and Xiao Scale left and headed for the dormitory, and Madeo had the cheek to lead the way for them. Along the way, no one said more than a single word, and from time to time, Madeo turned back to look at Xiao Yunjing, but Xiao Yunjing's face was always cold and did not look at Madeo more than once. Jinger, how are you these days? Humph, fake love. I will get back at you for the revenge between you and me. Can we not get it back? What do you say? That's definitely not recovered. Roll. On the following day, the entire sacred summer ushered in a momentous day. and it had been announced to the entire Sacred Summer 2 days before that the Sacred Summer's 10 Great Celestial Pride had been selected. The 10 of them represented the 10 most talented people in the entire Sacred Summer. On this day, all public videos, online platforms, uniformly broadcast the same content. There were still 10 minutes until 12 noon, and whether they were ordinary people or martial artists, they were all paying attention. Once 12 o'clock arrived, what was presented in the video was a huge bronze stone monument that was 100 feet long, while the surrounding area was surrounded by a cloud of mist. Shepherd Road is also in the video. The first sensation is not bad. Almost thought that he ascended the immortal list. Engaged in such a domineering extraordinary, Chaos Asylum Guxianwei, who holds the ultimate darkness and destroys the root of ferocious beasts, is hereby bestowed with the juvenile supreme title, the Dark Throne. As the voice fell, several large characters of Gu Xiangu landed on the bronze stone tablet, Dragon and Phoenix. I have to say, this special effect is really powerful. Even through the screen, you can still feel extraordinary. A couple looked at the screen and visibly froze when they saw Gu Xuanwei's name. Her father. Why does this name look so much like our daughter? I think it's our daughter. Didn't she say she had to go away for a few days? Not bad for my daughter. My seed is awesome. Chaos Asylum Shepherd Dao. With peerless chi and blood, unparalleled talent, and demonic battle prowess. For the young generation at the helm of Sacred Summer, he is hereby bestowed with the title of Junior Supreme, the Dao Throne. Dao Throne. Ha ha, I like this title, but the introduction to me is a bit too much. Helmsman, it's not pulling hate on me. Ma Chang, Su Shui, and Mac Ling had guarded in front of the video early in the morning. They believed in Madeo, but when they really heard it, it felt very different. It was a kind of pride, unparalleled pride. Honey, don't cry. We have to be happy for Doyle. Well, I'm just so happy that I cried. Dower is so competitive. Unlike this girl, who can't do anything. Maki Ling was aggravated. Is this not love? Do not love, please do not hurt. The Legend Asylum, the Jinwu Division, the Mad Drought, and the Blood Emperor were first confused and then excited when they heard Madeo's name. This kid, too much for our shelter. No, I have to slow down. In Blockhead 3, Jiyu's face was filled with excitement when he heard Madeo's name, followed by a hearty laugh. Come on people, where's the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office? Our Blockhead 3rd Middle School has raised its admission score line this year. In the poor man's shelter, Zhang Fan fiercely kissed Bu Jingyu under his excitement. Amazing fish. See, the young generation at the helm. The Imperial Master himself. It's awesome. Bu Jingyu blushed and pouted. Nerd. Tao Tai's shelter. Yi Yutong naturally saw the video, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Still always performing miracles. It's just that, actually abandoning Yunjing, that's something that doesn't deserve forgiveness. Brother Slayer, are you okay? I don't know when I'll be back. I miss you. Chapter 98 Dinger, can I understand that you are jealous? Chaos Academy. Jin Bingli is the class teacher of Mu Dao, naturally paid close attention to Mu Dao. She thought that becoming one of the 10 people in Chaos Asylum was already Mu Dao's limit. She didn't expect to give her such a big surprise. Good boy. Young generation at the helm. This introduction is not ordinary. 3-person dormitory. The ancient deserted time gave a loud bang, so noisy that the whole building could hear his voice. Old 3, old 4, come and see. Lin Jiodao and Gongzi sure ran over. Boss, loud ghostly screams do. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, this is a knife across the ass. Open your eyes. I declare that the boss will be our god from now on. Realm B's list of sons. Mo Chiyun successfully challenged the 7th floor. Her ranking jumped to more than 60. After she went out, she naturally saw that Mu Dao had become one of the top 10 teenage sealed supreme beings. From the surprise at the beginning to the despondency at the back, the gap between me and him, it seems to be getting wider and wider. It seems that this love can only be buried deep in my heart forever. Tao Tai School Divine Martial, with a fleshly body close to a god, holding the ultimate physical body, hereby granting the juvenile supreme seal, the martial throne. Poor school dancing red fish. The Tao of the blade is near demonic. Martial arts is like a river, hereby granting the juvenile supreme title, the demon throne. Kirin Asylum ancient no long emotion. Palm spatial talent, peak of battle strength, hereby bestowed the title of junior supreme, throne of long emotion. Kirin Asylum small family. Guwu family. Guwu long love father sought his own son become one of the top 10 teenage seals. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Good son drop. Worthy of being my son. A tiger father has no son. It suddenly occurred to him that the Guwu clan should be famous. No, I absolutely have to be strict. It is best to gate a daughter-in-law. The old man wants to hold grandchildren for many years. Before I was afraid that boy delayed people girls, But now, absolutely more than enough. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Emperor of the Green Dragon Asylum, with his strength and power, harboring the power of the Dragon Source, is hereby bestowed with the juvenile supreme title, the Dragon Throne. The Vermilion Bird Asylum is in charge of Heaven's order, holding the Dragon Bird's blade and realizing the extreme flame of the sword, and is hereby granted the title of Junior Supreme, the Throne of the Red Bird, White Zephyr Asylum Winxian, good water into a zephyr, soft and strong, hereby granting the Juvenile Supreme title, Xian Throne. The Xuanwu Shelter is imperial enchanting, punishes evil and good, palms the extreme imperial, cultivates extreme speed, and hereby grants the Juvenile Supreme title, the Imperial Throne. Xiao Yunjing of the Ninein Asylum, cultivating the Tao of the Extreme Sword and holding the reverse heavenly martial bone, is hereby bestowed with the title of Junior Supreme, Throne of Jing. At the Ninein Shelter, Xiao Tianzet and Sun Beiling were also overjoyed. Jinger really succeeded, but will that one called Madeo bully Jinger? Humph. I'll see if he dares. I'll skin him if he dares to bully Dinger. Tianza, why are you so excited? That kid doesn't seem to be wrong. Does he? Humph. The cabbage I've been raising for so many years is being given to someone. So who's excited if I'm not? And who's angry if I'm not? Some of the teachers and saints of the Ninein Academy were confused. Wasn't the pride of their Ninein Asylum called Shuejiling? How did it become Xiao Yunjing? Some teachers still knew who Xiao Yunjing was. Soon after, they received an outgoing letter from the Chaos Academy, the content of which was roughly that Xiao Yunjing had challenged Shuejilong, who was defeated and was replaced. However, they didn't get angry. Instead, they were happy. Anyway, they were all from their Ninein Asylum, and Shuejilord also had a talent that wasn't weaker than the top 10 teenage heavenly prides, which meant that there were many demons from the Ninein Asylum. It was something to be happy about. Royalty, it was impossible for them not to pay attention to this kind of thing. After seeing Madeo's name, Ancient Phoenix Shui gritted her teeth, fiercely wishing to peel off Madeo's skin, draw his bones, and drink his blood. Aojin, what is father's plan? Is it to let this brat keep getting away with it? Womanizer, father's plan is not to be questioned, and I want to kill that boy just as much. But right now, there is only waiting. I'm afraid that he'll grow so fast that in the end, we won't be able to do anything with him. Hearing this, Emperor Aoshin frowned slightly. What Ancient Phoenix Snow said was not unreasonable. I will discuss this with father as soon as possible. I can't move him now, and I don't dare to move him. The Imperial Master should be paying a lot of attention to them during this period of time. Brother Chang, isn't Miss Cloudview that little girlfriend of Dao's? I remember her. Yes, we're blessed with good looks and talent. Dour. Maki Ling was a little upset. Brother isn't bad either. This sister-in-law, I reluctantly recognize it. Su Shui rewarded Mu Ling with a small steamed bun. Net nonsense. Dad, look at mom. She hit me again. Makoto looked around, snapped his head, and heard nothing. When the names of the 10 people were announced, the image in the video came to a cool ending. The dragon flew, the tiger whistled and the dragon roared. That image, looking at people's blood boiled. Madeo walked out of his room and wanted to go find Xiao Yunjing, but he found Mo Chi-yun standing not far from his room. Good noon, Ms. Inc. Makoto, I have something to find you. What is it? Say it. Mo Chi-yun looked a little agitated. Her little face flushed red as she walked towards Madeo. The good-smelling young girl's fragrance put Madeo in a better mood. What is Mo Chi-yun going to say to him? Who knew that the next second, Mo Chi-yun directly hugged him and kissed him. Classmate Mac, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Madeo was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Mo Chi-yun likes him? When did this happen? He doesn't know anything? Seeing that Madeo didn't say anything, Mo Chi-yun tears flowed out of her eyes. Makamichi, do I annoy you that much? Makamichi immediately returned to his senses and his face became serious. Miss M.O., I don't hate you. It's just that I don't have male or female feelings for you. What I have is just the affection between friends. You'll meet a better one. Besides, I have someone I like. Madeo, I know you don't like me, but you don't need to make excuses. You said you have a girlfriend, so you must be a shield. I was the one who was impulsive in today's matter. I'm sorry. I want to hold you again. Is that okay? Madeo wanted to say yes, but who did he see? Xiao Yunjing was coldly looking at him from not far away, and his heart instantly hit rock bottom. It's over. What's the explanation for this? Once again, what was already adding insult to injury has been fueled by fire. Xiao Yunjing gave him a cold look, then turned around and left. Miss M.O., I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Mo Chi-yun looked at the direction that Madeo had left. That girl, is she the one he likes? Madeo blocked in front of Xiao Yunjing. Jing Air, Just now it's not what you see. It's just that she likes me. Oh, she likes you and you like her? I don't like it. Humph. Madeo. I'm not concerned about your affairs. The enmity between you and I hasn't been resolved yet. Before that, I don't want you to plague any girl. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you in advance. Well, I am determined to keep my body for you. Afterward, Makamichi hemmed and hawed. Jinger, can I take this to mean that you're jealous? Roll. Chapter 99, The World Beyond Saint Xia, Papal Court, Gui Empire. 3 days passed in a flash, and Mu Dao was very depressed. He had thought that he could pick up the gongfu that Xiao Yunjing cultivated and then deduce it. Who knew that he had never succeeded in picking it up? Xiao Yunjing's attitude towards him was also very bad, completely unable to see any love for him. But rather there were no obvious changes in other aspects. The topic of them obtaining the Junior Supreme Seal Throne was high for a long time, and Jin Bingli had approached him on the second day, saying that many forces wanted to get involved with them and give them some resources as cultivation resources, which was equivalent to an investment, but all of them were rejected. Xiao Scale found Madeo, and as soon as they met, their expressions were a little saddened. After not seeing you for just a short while, your strength exceeds that of me, who has been cultivating for decades. It's a pity that creation and fate have made a mess of things. You and Cloudview are destined for each other after all. She is now. Not much has changed in other aspects. It's the emotional aspect that seems to have frozen. For more than 10 minutes, Xiao Scale had been introducing Xiao Yunjing to Mudeo about returning to the Nining Asylum from the Legend Asylum, as well as receiving a certain mysterious inheritance, and that being able to be so powerful was inextricably linked to the mysterious inheritance. When Mu Dao thought of himself obtaining the Wu Yuan scripture and obtaining the Wu treasure, perhaps that inheritance was also similar to the likes of the Wu Yuan Emperor, though the grade was definitely not as high as the likes of the Wu Yuan Emperor. Separating from Xiao Scale, Mu Dao searched for a cultivation room, intending to comb through his recent gains. As he cultivated, the rich aura entered his body, and the sleeping Wubo also benefited, his body emitting a milky white light that was divine. A few hours later, Mudeo stopped cultivating as a change occurred in Yubo. The reddish-white fur on top of Wubao's head and his third foot were covered in golden crow emperor flame, and he could feel a blazing heat even from a long distance away. One could only see that Wu Bao's size was growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, until finally, it became around 1 meter in size. His entire body was covered in reddish-golden feathers, the reddish-white hair on top of his head became hard, and the golden crow emperor flame was burning, appearing to be overbearing. The third foot that belonged solely to the golden crow divine beast emerged with a mysterious great sun pattern that was ancient and vast. Wu Bao's eyes, whose pupils turned golden, looked towards Madeo, while they were filled with a different emotion. Dad, the voice is still as childish and androgynous as ever. Yubo, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. I feel really good. I can help you in future fights. Yubo, can you return to your original form? You're too conspicuous now. Dad, it's okay. Yubo's size quickly turned into his previous form, but with more spirit. An idea arose in Makamichi. Yubo, brother wants you to do me a favor. Madeo went to Xiao Yunjing's residence and found her standing alone at the window, calmly looking into the distance. Jingle, I have something for you. Xiao Yunjing looked at him coldly, unmoved. Jingle, I'm not going to lie. I really wanted to see you about something. Humph, you better have something for me. Xiao Yunjing slowly descended the stairs. What's the matter? Madeo held out Wubo from his arms. Jinger, this is a very spiritual spirit beast that I obtained by coincidence. It can talk and has high intelligence. The key is that it's very cute looking. If it accompanies you and talks to you, you should feel a lot better. Yubo, sister, I'm Yubo. Don't be mad at daddy, okay? Ha, dad. Madeo and Wubo winced. Xiao Yunjing was angry. Jinger, don't listen to it. It's talking nonsense. Okay, it's staying with me for now. So just leave. Seeing you makes me want to kill you. Gotta go. I'll go at once. Yubo, take care of mommy. Ha, what did you say? After another 2 days, Mudeo and the 10 of them were called to the conference room. Mudeo saw Wubo on Xiao Yunjing's shoulder and relaxed quite a bit in his heart. It seemed that they were getting along very well. When Wubo saw him, he immediately flew over, but was rejected and told to spend more time with Xiao Yunjing. The ones who came to the conference room were the Bloodslayer Saint and the Xian Destiny Saint, and they were quite familiar with Mu Dao. Students, do you know what the purpose of organizing the Holy Summer Pride selection and electing the 10 of you is? Everyone shook their heads. The sage of the Xian fate continued. Actually, we've only known about it for a short while. The first, naturally, is to set a benchmark for the young martial artists of Sacred Summer, and your presence can inspire them. But that's not the main reason. There are worlds beyond the Holy Summer. And the main reason is because there are worlds beyond the holy summer. Before the curtain of extreme day dissipated, the curtain of extreme day faded, and we actually knew through some means that there were other kingdoms outside of sacred summer, similar to the likes of sacred summer. However, like sacred summer, they were all restricted by the curtain of extreme day, and there was only some communication between the two sides. Their names, they are called the Papal Court and the Ancient Egyptian Empire. The Papal Court, the Ancient Egyptian Empire? All of them were in deep thought. Not my holy summer, their hearts will be different. After the curtain of extreme day dissipated, our sacred summer and the Pope's court, and the ancient Egyptian empire communicated with each other and initially established contact, but it became a debate as to who was the dominant of the three parties. The three parties don't know much about their respective strengths, so they organized such an event. The strength of the younger generation will represent the strength of this kingdom, this power. So you will be on the same stage with the Pope's court and the ancient Egyptian empire's celestial pride. The time will be roughly 2 months later. In these 2 months, Sacred Summer will provide you with a large amount of resources, so just feel free to raise your strength. This battle is not only for your sake, but also for the sake of the Sacred Summer. So I implore all of you, be sure to go all out. Shinwu's ungodly voice came out. Don't worry, teacher, if I meet those laborious Pope's court, the geniuses of the Gui Empire, I'll let them know what regret is. Shinwu's words were slightly arrogant, but no one was interested in laughing at him because, well, they thought the same thing. When you meet the geniuses of the Pope's court, the ancient Egyptian empire, you can just blow them away. No need for nonsense. The meeting ended, and Sage Bloodslayer and Sage Shenyuan Fate left. Madeo was about to leave when Gu Wu Changchen called out to him. Brother Mu, let's go drinking sometime. How about it? Yeah, Makamichi gladly accepted. Add me one. But Madeo, you have to hurry up and break through the S realm, because I want to blow you away. And I'm not convinced by this comment when I was at the helm of the previous generation. Ha ha, when I break through, I'll be the first to challenge you. Shinwu's temperament Makamichi still appreciated. Since you guys are going for a drink, why don't you add the little lady to the list? Hearing the voice, Mudeo knew who it was. Xuanwu Asylum, Royal Throne, Royal Enchanting, really enchanting, extremely good and excellent body type. She walked over with her long legs, smelling good, and approached Makoto, exhaling. About a meter away from Makoto, a sort of ice blue energy blocked her. Go further, then fight me. Cluck 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 cluck. It seems that Brother Mu is not blessed with a lot of love. You're in love with me everywhere. Mudeo was both happy and sad. He didn't believe that he had much charisma. They approached him purely because of the introduction of his junior supreme seal. They were all demons. How could they admit to being inferior to Mudeo? They all wanted to challenge him. Happily, Xiao Yunjing didn't want other women to get close to her, showing that in her heart, she still had a little bit of his weight. Don't think too much, before you and I settle our grudge. If you dare to harm any girl, I will definitely kill you in advance. Mudo, that's like the second time that's been said. Chapter 100 in Sacred Summer, barely ranked second. It's been 3 days and I still haven't picked it up. System, do you not want me to pick it up? Ding, host, picking up attributes is probabilistic and beyond the control of this system. Mudeo suppressed the annoyance in his heart. It's just that, when it's time to pick it up, you can definitely pick it up. You can't force it. And anyway, Jinger's attitude towards me has changed a little bit now. There's still more than a month to go before I have to duel with the Pope's court. The geniuses of the Gui Empire. Bitter cultivation definitely doesn't suit me. The ancient abyss of blood is a good choice. And it's also conducive to Yubo's growth. For the time being, let's set it for 3 days from now. Relatively distant from Sacred Summer, a blood-red demonic warship was traveling towards Sacred Summer. The construction of the warship was very different from Sacred Summer. This one, the entire body was cast from blood bones that were up to 800 to 900 meters long, emitting a might that was at least the bones of SSS Realm's sacred beasts. Inside the battleship, there were 5 people with faces that were very different bone-like from Saint Xia's, with eyes that looked like they had pupils on and a high nose. 3 men and 2 women, 2 of which were middle-aged men in robes, emitting an aura that also belonged to the SSS Realm Saint level. 2 other men and a woman, not too old. The man handsome, the woman pretty. Coronet, what is the reason for us to go to Saint Xia this time? As far as I know, my papal court was the hegemon before the blue star before the calamity, and naturally it was number 1 after the calamity. So why should we visit Sacred Summer instead of Sacred Summer visiting us? Olga, the strength of our papal court is not to be questioned, and this visit was arranged by the Pope's coronation. Una, Hebrew, Olga, the 3 of you are considered the second batch of geniuses in our Pope's court. And your purpose is to madly provoke the topmost heavenly pride of Sacred Summer. And in our eyes, The geniuses at the first level of Sacred Summer might not be as good as you. You're going to completely destroy their confidence. Got it? The papal court will come with a legion of emissaries. Mudeo and the others were a little surprised. But then they were also happy. This meant that there would be geniuses arriving, and they could meet the geniuses of other countries and see how deep they were. The Bloodslayer Saint told them about this matter in a relatively normal sort of tone. After all, Sacred Summer was a state of etiquette. After Mu Dao and the others quieted down, the Bloodslayer Saint's expression became serious. Pope's court. If it is a normal visit, my holy summer tolerates anyone and will give them respect. If they hold other purposes, there is no need to be polite. Just fight and be done with it. And the holy summer is not afraid of any power. Ding. Host picks up successfully. Chi blood plus 50. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 100. 000. Ding. Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 40. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 81. 000. Ding. Host picks up successfully. Chi blood plus 41. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 81. 000. Makoto took the opportunity to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by Ancient No Long Love, Divine Martial, and Xiao Yun Jing, picking up almost nothing other than chi and blood. He was a bit nostalgic for Boundary Slayer now, with surprises every time he picked it up. However, I haven't seen Boundary Slayer for so long. I don't know how he's doing. It's weird to miss him. Son of Chi, if I don't work hard, maybe I'll be surpassed by him by the time I see him next. A slight sense of urgency arose in the heart of Madeo. Like what Gu Wu Changxiang? Shen Wu, dancing red fish these heavenly pride, although he is not a rival right now, but in his heart, he only treats them as a challenge for a small distance, while Boundary Deicide, full of infinite possibilities, is not a small distance thing. The papal court, the mode of affiliation is very different from the Holy Summer. Their system is similar to a monarchy. Everything is controlled by the power that is the Pope's temple. The Pope's temple says one thing and not another. At this moment, somewhere in the wilderness of the Pope's court, on a 300-meter blood-colored python, a man wearing a black robe that only revealed a pair of starry eyes was lying on the head of the python, his hands propped up on his forehead, his right foot resting on top of his left foot, looking at the sky, his eyes slightly lost in thought, although he couldn't see his face, but his pair of eyes were very characteristic. If Mu Dao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this black-robed person was Boundary Deicide. Yu Tong, I'll visit you after the Sacred Summer, Pope's court, and Gui Empire Heaven's Pride competition is over. After that, it's off to solve some lurking crises. In the previous life, the Abyssal Prison laid pawns in the Sacred Summer, the Papal Court, and the Gui Empire. And in this life, we definitely can't let something like that happen. Suddenly, Boundary Slayer sensed something. Finally, a young man with a typical Western face and an incomparably handsome countenance, whose eyes were the color of light gold, stood in the sky with a blazing sun pattern emerging from his eyebrows, quietly looking at Boundary Deicide before opening his mouth. The blood python is useful to me. Make a bid. In the next instant, Boundary Slayer stood opposite the young man. I'm not bidding. Fight me. Win and the blood python will naturally be yours. How about it? You waited for me to arrive on purpose, didn't you? Boundary Slayer nodded. Good guess. Worthy of the first genius of the papal court, Los. Los' expression turned grim. This man knew everything about him, and he didn't even know what the other man was. Humph. There's no way you can win a battle with me, and I've reserved your life in advance. After saying that, a fierce golden energy erupted, quickly spreading in all directions. Wherever the location was covered by the golden energy, everything was quickly scorched. Los' fist surfaced golden light, covered with reddish golden lines. A fist blasted out. The flames burned the air. The air was vaguely opened a slit. This kind of power, the real horror. Boundary Slayer's eyes were still as flat as water. Not a trace of fear could be seen. Blue-white energy surfaced throughout his body, and a star map coalesced above his head as if it contained thousands of stars. He similarly blasted out with a fist, and a star map emerged from his fist. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful shock wave instantly overwrote the life within a 1,000-meter radius, turning the area within 1,000 meters into ruins. The air was incomparably hot, yet with a starry coolness. Los, your strength, it seems, is not as impressive as bragged about, and I, for one, am disappointed. Humph, it's just beginning now. Los was still clearly affected by the Boundary Slayer's words and became a bit grumpy. Subsequently, his entire body was covered with golden lines, emitting a blazing aura, and a huge giant's virtual image emerged behind him, and in the virtual image's hand, it seemed to be a sun. Die for me. Los was furious and blasted his fist down, a round of 80-meter-sized fiery fists falling straight down. This strike has finally brought up a little bit of battle spirit in me. Boundary Slayer was not afraid in the slightest. Blue-white energy surfaced throughout his body. The star map flickered in the air, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the golden fist. The golden fist touched the star map and was dissolved by a strange force. As Los looked on in amazement, he seemed to be trapped by thousands of stars, which collapsed and kept squeezing. Bang! After a loud bang, Los was knocked off his feet and fell through the air to the ground, which was smashed into a deep pit. He slowly climbed up from the deep pit, his eyes filled with complexity. Who the hell are you? You're not very old. And the papal court doesn't have anyone of your caliber. Ha ha, Los, I'm from Sacred Summer. But in Sacred Summer, I can barely rank second. I won't kill you because you're still somewhat useful in the future. And besides, you're a good whetstone. After saying that, Boundary Slayer's figure quickly disappeared into thin air, and Los frowned. What a strange person. There is still such a character in Sacred Summer. Chapter 101, is it still called a young man if he is not young and vigorous? 2 more days passed in a flash of time, and on this day, a blood-colored warship cast from white bones stood outside the Chaos Asylum. The people inside the battleship saw what the Chaos Shelter looked like with a slight surprise in their eyes. The scene was a bit different from what they had imagined. Soon, a battleship with the Chaos Academy's logo slowly arrived, with a domineering appearance that was up to 1,000 meters long, slightly outperforming the Bloodbone battleship in terms of both face value and other aspects. The Bloodslayer Saint walked out of the battleship without the slightest hint of a strong man's stance, nor did he act as a soldier before a courtier. The 2 middle-aged men from the Pope's court who were comparable to the strength of the SSS realm walked away from the Blood and Bone battleship and slightly saluted. Unlike the Holy Summer Martial Cultivation Division, the Pope's Court Cultivation Division, starting from the first stage, comparable to Holy Summer EU Realm Martial Artists, and ending at the 8th stage, comparable to Holy Summer SSS Realm Martial Artists. Each stage was further divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 levels. Gentlemen of the Papal Court, guests from afar, follow me in. The problem with language is that in this world, it's not that difficult to learn. Entering the shelter, the battleship didn't stop, but headed directly to the Chaos Academy. The Pope's Court emissary group stepped out from the Blood and Bone battleship. 2 middle-aged men with smiles on their faces at least, but the other three young men, while their expressions were not disrespectful, their eyes were full of teasing colors. The Bloodslayer Saint talked to the 2 8th Order coroners of the Pope's Court, who were making small moves on the side, and the Bloodslayer Saint was not accustomed to them. Such is the quality of the geniuses of the Papal Court, not knowing the order of elders and children, unable to show even the most basic respect. I very much doubt the true purpose of all of you from the Papal Court coming to visit. Then, a hint of boundless killing intent was released, and the 3 young men's expressions visibly changed. Olga, Yuna, and Hebrew, why don't you apologize to the strong seniors? Reluctantly, the 3 men stepped forward and made a perfunctory apology. Coronation of the Pope's Court. What is the purpose of your visit to my sacred summer? It's not just as simple as a visit, is it? Your Excellency, Holy Summer Sage, the 3 of them are all geniuses of our church's court, and can't wait to have friendly exchanges with the Holy Summer talent. I wonder what Your Excellency, the Holy Summer Sage, would like to do? Ha ha, that's fine, but we're tired from traveling so far. We've prepared food for you. How about eating before you compete? No, it's better to compare directly. I can't wait to experience the power of Saint Summer talent. It was Olga who spoke, and he made a point of emphasizing the word genius when he said it. The Pope's Court coronation of the 8th Order didn't stop it either, so it seems to be agreeable. Mudeo they came to the playground. A glance saw the few people, eyes full of disappointment. This kind of goods fell out of the Shuezhilian casually hand to take the pinch. There is no need for them to take a shot, okay? Shenwu was short-tempered and said with a big grin, Senior Bloodslayer, it's these 3 crooked people who want to challenge us. Isn't this a waste of our time? The words crooked made everyone in the Papal Court blush. Sacred Summer Sage, you geniuses are a bit too arrogant. The Bloodslaughter Saint smiled faintly. Young people, it's normal for them to be a bit cocky. Is it still called a young man if you're not young and vigorous? Olga stepped forward. Big guy, fight me. Shenwu looked to Bloodslayer victorious, and Bloodslayer Saint nodded in agreement. 3 pieces of trash, all of you together. Rubbish from Sacred Summer. Arrogant. The face of Mudeo on the side bristled. What do you mean by the trash of Sacred Summer? Is this cursing him? If it wasn't for Shenwu's presence on the stage, he would have made sure that this person understood why the flowers were so red. The genius of the Pope's Court called Olga. A cross sword appeared in her hand with divine patterns engraved on it. Come, fight me. The aura emanating from Omega was also chi and blood. The cultivation was called differently, but essentially they were all cultivating chi and blood. He drew a cross in the air, Red chi and blood energy spreading rapidly as a cross-blood sword tens of meters in size attacked divine martial. Shinwoo's face was filled with disdain. The muscles of his right hand bulged rapidly. The shape of the muscle was very obvious, and a circle followed by a punch of chi and blood surged. A fist blasted out, and the blood-colored fist emitted a dragon's roar and a tiger's explosion of thunder, directly shattering the blood sword. Omega smiled teasingly. A bit of skill. He flew into the sky. His entire body surged with chi and blood, which turned into misty threads that wrapped around his body, looking like a bloody mummy, which was disgusting. Big guy, with this strike, you will lose. Olga chopped out a sword once again, with even more power than just now. The Pope's court. Besides those two 8th-rank coroners, the other two students were all smiles. In their opinion, with Olga's strike, Shinwoo couldn't resist it at all. The next scene that occurred threw them for a loop. Shinwoo was like a cannonball, directly rushing towards this attack, and with a loud bang, Olga's attack did not cause much damage to Shinwoo. Not being good at speed, Shinwoo approached Olga before grabbing his left hand with disdain in his eyes. I'll make you mad. Yanking Olga down to the ground, Shinwoo grabbed Olga's left hand with his right hand and kept swinging it into the ground, which quickly cracked. After 3 smashes, Shenmue tossed Olga aside. So unplayable, so weak. Anyone else? The Pope's court 8th order coroner grimaced. Your Holiness, to be honest, Olga and the others aren't the top geniuses of our pontifical court. What you sent out should be the most powerful geniuses of sacred summer. Coronation of the Pope's court. I'm afraid that your original idea was to send them out to be able to casually crush my Saint Summer pride as well. There's no need to be so condescending if you think so. How about this? I'll send out one person, whose realm is the lowest among them, and the other 2 students of the Pope's court can challenge him together. How about that? Okay, Una, Hebrew. You guys take a good lesson from Saint Summer Pride. Modeo, there's no need to hold back. Don't use 2 moves if you can defeat it with 1. Got it. Mudao faced the 2 of them. You guys will strike first. I'm afraid that if I strike first, you guys won't have a chance. Ha ha, kid, your hair hasn't even grown yet. What's the harm in letting you strike first? That's what you guys said first. Shepherd Dao flew into the air, light golden chi and blood surging. The entire area was enveloped in chi and blood? Incomparably appalling. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A 30-meter-sized golden fist with a dozen chi and blood golden dragons circling and twining around it, with the red and white golden crow emperor flame burning above it, incinerating everything in the void. What? Una and Hebrew's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly cast their most powerful attacks. But under such a blow, they couldn't even last a single move. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 12. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 21. 000. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 11. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 22. 000. Weak. Just a little too weak. The 2 8th order coroners of the Pope's court smiled bitterly. Were they too weak? No. It was Saint Summer who was ridiculously strong. Chapter 102, Double Infiltration. A flash of time 3 days later. The papal court emissary group left in disgrace. And if they stayed any longer, they would probably have no face left. After Mu Dao became a top 10 sealed supreme heavenly pride, it was fine whether he went to class or not. And the things he learned in class didn't have much effect on him anymore. After taking care of things today, it's time to go to the ancient abyss of blood. First go and bring back Wubao. When he moved his mind, Yubo would return. But wouldn't it be a shame to let Yubo come back just like that? Going down to the dormitory floor where Xiao Yunjing was, Xiao Yunjing was standing by the window, with Yubo standing at her shoulder. The 2 of them just stared at each other, and Makoto smiled slightly. Jinger, I'm going out to sharpen my skills, so I guess I won't be able to see you for the next month and a half. So take care of yourself. Yubo, let's go. Wubao flew from Xiao Yunjing's shoulder to Mudeo's shoulder with fondness. Bye, sis. Xiao Yunjing looked at Mudeo's back as he left, and a complex look appeared in his eyes, as if she once had an inexplicable something for this person. In the next moment, a strange energy surged within Xiao Yunjing's body, and her eyes gradually turned ice cold as the things that Mudeo had hurt her surfaced in her mind. There is no good man in the world except his father. Mudeo personally went to see Gotham Bingley and told her of his intentions, taking a month and a half's vacation so that others would not be unable to find him if they were looking for him. Gotham Bingley readily agreed. Mudeo, with your battle power, if you break through the S rank, you should have no fear of anyone. I think that you should have such an intention. But, outside is always different from home. Everything is better to be careful. Cultivation is important, but living is even more important. Live well, got it? Teacher, I know. I haven't married yet. Ken won't die that early. After that, Mudeo exchanged many cultivation resources with points, returned home, and distributed the resources to Muchang, Su Shui, and Ma Keling. Muchang's injuries were estimated to need a month or two to fully recover, and Ma Keling's progress slowed down. It was time to enter a period of sedentarization. In the end, when Mudeo found ancient wasteland, Lin Jiodo, Gongzi Shi and the others, he went to have a meal with them. Boss, you've been a busy man lately. Ha, I'm just inviting you guys to dinner as soon as I'm free. Tonight is my treat. Eat whatever you want. Time passed and a few people talked about whatever came to mind. Boss, I confessed to Su Xiao. She agreed. I was supposed to accompany her to dinner tonight, but I still accompanied you to dinner. Is that enough? That's good enough. But when you see Tiny tomorrow, you'll have to give me an apology. To be honest, Makamichi was enjoying this life, with his family, friends, and loved ones, but this world, it wouldn't allow him to stop. This time, Makamichi controlled his chi and blood, thoroughly accepting the anesthesia of alcohol, and the four of them fell asleep on the table. With Yubo watching, there would be no danger. The next morning, Mudeo woke up early. Ancient Desolate Time and the three of them were still lying on the table. He didn't disturb them, and after sending a message to Ancient Desolate Time's girlfriend, Su Xiao, who was also Mo Chiyun's BFF, and asking his boss to help take care of it, he left towards the outside of the shelter. Instead of taking the flying boat, Mudeo chose to fly to the ancient abyss of blood, and his speed could be quite a bit faster than the flying boat. Dad, you know what? After you got drunk last night, my sister stood next to you and watched you for a long time. Ha ha, Yubo. From now on, in front of me, call your sister Mom. Got it? Why mommy? For love? Daddy, what is love? You're still young. You'll find out later. Outside a certain dark place in the Pope's court, a black-robed masked man had his neck snapped, and the black-robed man's body was rapidly dissolved under the starry haze. Boundary Slayer put on the mask of the man in black, put on his clothes, and after a brief simulation, went deeper inside. Finally, he came to a blood-colored altar, which was covered with countless eye patterns, with dozens of black-robed masked men standing around it, among which a golden throne at the very top sat a man with a golden mask on his face. Gentlemen, how is the business of arranging for you being done? Reporting back to the prisoner, our people have already begun to infiltrate, but it's still a bit difficult to infiltrate the higher echelons of the Pope's court. The top brass will leave it to me. We don't have much time. Boundary Slayer stole a glance at the young man above him, and the other immediately sensed it, so he had to lower his head. Yuchi Jailer, it looks like it's still going strong. In his previous life, trying to act as a human traitor, he was killed after being used by those. Just let you live a little longer first. 6 days passed. In the midst of Mudao's all-out run he finally arrived at the ancient abyss of blood. The second time he came, the feeling was still a little different. Yubo, let's go and take you to eat something delicious. One person and one bird went deeper into the ancient abyss of blood, deeper than the first time they came to enter the location. The further in they went, the feeling was indeed different. The blood contained in the air, smelling it was more likely to make a person cranky. One must know that Makoto now had a high level of control over his emotions. What exactly is in the depths of the ancient abyss of blood? It's just too strange. But this problem was not something that Mudeo could explore right now. In front of him was one crystal pillar hill after another, at least a dozen of them, each of them 30 to 40 meters high, surrounded by blood crystal mountains that were hundreds and thousands of meters high. Mudeo took out his proton alloy battle rifle. Yubo, next, it's up to the two of us. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Shepherd Dao landed a shot that struck a small mountain of crystal pillars. A wailing sound came from the mountain of blood crystals that had been struck as it quickly squirmed. And finally a blood crystal beast that was 100 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall appeared. The dozen or so crystal pillar hills squirmed together, all of them coming to life. Mudeo was overjoyed. These crystal pillar hills were all of a realm strength. Weren't they a gift to him? Wu Bao turned into a meter-tall golden crow bird with flames that burned the sky, spitting out an egg-sized ball of emperor flame fire that landed on the crystal beast's body. The crystal beast's body was like it was dyed with gasoline, spreading rapidly and burning. The 100-meter-long crystal beast was incinerated in just a minute. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood plus 82. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 150. 000. Semi-immortal substance plus 1. Wu Bao. The golden crow emperor flame will be used again when it matters. Subsequently, one person and one bird rushed into a dozen 100-meter-long crystal beasts. Mudeo basically shot one at a time. Don't look at the small size of Yubo, but the strength is not a cover. Claws touching the crystal beast. The crystal beast large chunks of carcass was torn off alive. Chapter 103 Blood Crystal Violetry. unknown existence's gaze. As Mudeo destroyed the last crystal beast with a single shot, his chi and blood grew by almost 1,000,000 calories. Nowadays 1,000,000 calories of chi and blood was not much. His chi and blood base was too large. 1,000,000 could only be considered a small amount. After eating a dozen or so blood crystals, Wu Bao's strength had grown another shade stronger. Subsequently, Mudeo went even deeper, starving the timid and bracing the bold. After walking inward for about 1,000 kilometers and spending most of the day, this area, there was almost no trace of human martial artists' activities seen, and in those areas before, traces of martial artists having fought could still be seen in certain places. In this place, the bloody gas in the sky almost turned into mist, looking blurry, and the sound of crystal beasts roaring was incomparably obvious. Mudeo stopped advancing. The crystal beasts here were enough for him to grow in strength. The realm crystal beasts that he had encountered were but a match for one of his punches, and the only S-ranked crystal beasts were able to hold up for a few moves. And S-ranked crystal beasts he had yet to fight. There was no night in the ancient abyss of blood. It was the same at all times. Makoto had decapitated dozens of crystal beasts, and the blood of the crystal beasts was also red, and the taste of the blood was long-lasting, and it was quite a bit stronger than the taste of normal ferocious beasts' blood. Roar! Suddenly there was a loud roar. The ground shook violently, and Mudeo's face changed slightly. There was a big guy coming. When the crystal beast was fully revealed, it was a gigantic crystal beast that stood 100 meters tall, with a strange look. Its head was a beast's head. Its hands were curved bone blades. Its legs were gnarled and muscular, thick and robust. Its waist was slender, and it had a pair of gigantic blood crystal wings, just like a standing praying mantis. To put the shape in perspective, it's definitely a scary kind of existence. S-rank crystal beast. Just said you, and you're here. Mudeo flew into the air and opened the extreme Dao Dharma body, his entire body turning golden and emitting a dazzling golden light. Big Sun Heavy Fist. With this punch, Mudeo exerted nearly half of his power, and with one blast, the air exploded layer by layer. And nowadays, his power could briefly affect the stability of space. The mantis crystal beast's blood-colored eyes did not have the slightest emotion, and the huge bone blade blocked in front of its body, allowing the dozens of meters-sized fist to attack on it. Bang! A loud crash sounded and the sound of shattering was also heard. A very small gap appeared in the crystal beast bone blade. Although it was very small, in Mudeo's eyes, it was also more than 20 centimeters long. Roar! The crystalline beast roared. It was definitely feeling the pain. The bone blade quickly climbed over the blood crystals and seemed imposing and more textured. The dual bone blades chopped down in unison, and 2 rounds of sword light bubbling with blood light chopped towards Makoto. Mudeo revolved the extreme thunder at hand and dodged this strike with great speed. The ground was chopped out with 2 gullies that were up to 1,000 meters long and tens of meters deep. The wings on the back of the crystal beast drummed, emitting a piercing vibration sound, a vibration frequency that was definitely a great stimulus to the human brain. But compared to the interdimensional space bug that had obtained the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture, this ability of the crystal beast had a much smaller effect on him. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. A blood-colored bloodthirsty energy giant spear, up to 100 meters long, attacked the crystal beast with a powerful intent of extermination. Without stopping, Mudeo swung to the back of the crystal beast and swung out another shot. The front and back attack. The huge size also presented a disadvantage at this moment. The crystal beast blocked the attack in front of it, the attack behind it. It could only use its wings for passive defense. A pained wail sounded. The crystal beast's wings were destroyed, penetrating deep into the inside of its body. Roar! Take it while it's sick. Silent gun scripture. Under this shot, the crystal beast couldn't resist at all, and was pierced through its head, severed at the waist, and died. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Chi blood plus 140. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 230. 000. Semi-immortal substance plus 1. Blood crystal plus 1. For the next hunt, Mudeo hunted in this area. All the S-class crystal beasts appeared here. Further in, there might be some demons and devils. A flash of half a month passed. Mudeo had already explored a far away area. An average of 20 crystal beasts a day to start. Half a month. That's 300. One provides an average of 90,000 card chi blood. That's 27 million card chi blood. It's very close to the 81 million asterisk 2. 162 million card chi blood required for the S rank. However, he discovered a problem. Every time he went through a hunt, the crystal beasts in this area would find an abnormality and would quickly leave this place, and he could only head to another direction. In these 2 days, somewhere, the blood-colored mist in the air almost always coalesced towards one place, and wherever such an area was, there must be an abnormality. Many weak crystal beasts came from all directions. Almost all of them were C-realm, D-realm existences. The number was probably tens of thousands. That scene was very spectacular, but there were no powerful crystal beasts, which was strange. He didn't leave to see what happened. At a certain moment, the area wrapped in the color of blood suddenly exploded, and the blood-colored energy was rapidly released and spread, and those weak crystal beasts that were surrounding the area revealed a look of contentment, their eyes filled with longing. Scarlet light weakened some, revealing the appearance inside. It was a purple crystal tree up to more than 500 meters high, covered with 300 blood crystals, each blood crystal. Then he hunted and killed S-class crystal beasts to pick up the quality of blood crystals is even better. Each has the size of a duck's egg. Such a large crystal tree, only 300, is a little less. Yubo's eyes lit up with unbridled eagerness. Those weak crystal beasts, as if they had encountered some kind of treasure. The original relatively orderly scene suddenly became chaotic and began to kill each other, all wanting to obtain these blood crystals. Daddy, I want to. Mudeo felt surprised. He didn't know why the blood crystal tree and so many weak crystal beasts appeared here, but if it was useful to Wu Bao, he would have to fight for it. The extreme thunder at hand reached its limit and could now reach speeds of 30,000 meters per second. In just an instant, he arrived in front of the crystal tree, and the system's voice rang out. Ding! Found something to pick up. Do you pick it up? Pick up. In an instant, the 300 blood crystals faded in color and were all picked up by the system. Mudeo was overjoyed, and the crystal beasts that were still fighting stopped fighting one after another, looking at Mudeo with fierce faces and roaring at him. But all of a sudden, Mudeo felt a gaze, and also felt a feeling of anger, coldness, death, and an inescapable feeling surging through his mind. Wu Bao's feathers stood straight up, becoming incredibly vigilant and letting out a roar. This kind of sound, which was a performance only when threatened, was the first time Mudeo had seen Wu Bao have it. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? I can only escape immediately. If I don't, I will definitely die. Speed was at its limit, running out the door with all his might, and the gaze kept following him, seeming to get closer and closer, and the hairs on the back of his body stood up in sweat. Shepherd Dao didn't dare to stop for a moment. The original one-day's journey was all finished in 20 minutes. At the moment of the ancient abyss of blood, Shepherd Dao saw an incomparably furious silhouette, and also heard a voice. Humans, bad for the foundation of my race. When I go out, I will slaughter you humans. It was only when he came out that the unknown gaze dissipated to nothing. Mudeo couldn't think in time and directly fell to the ground, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His chi and blood were almost depleted, and the surface of his skin was cracked. Running the Tao scriptures, it was only after a few hours that he had a trace of strength to sit still. Damn it, that aura isn't weaker than an emperor. I'm just a little Karamika. How could I offend an emperor realm powerhouse? With just one glance, I'm almost half dead. Almost died. Go now. At this time, it doesn't matter at all what strength is not. Run first. Chapter 104, finally breaking the S-class. Mu Dao originally wanted to leave directly from the ancient abyss of blood, but before he left, there was still one more thing he had to go and do. He wanted to find some of the more vocal people in the gathering of human martial artists outside of the ancient abyss of blood, the ones at the top that some of the martial artists didn't want to take him to see at first. He was too young, but when he revealed that he was Mac Dao, the junior supreme seal, the throne of Dao, those martial artists respectfully brought him to those in charge. For the first time, he felt the good use of identity. Special. No wonder the other world. Everyone wants to be famous, really a bit of fame in it. Seeing those two upper echelons, which were peak SS realm existences, their strength wasn't very weak anymore. One of the middle-aged men said, I wonder what the throne is looking for us for. My surname is Wang, with a single character. Chun. Senior Wang. There's no need to be so polite. I came to the ancient abyss of blood to practice and went deeper into it. I found tens of thousands of crystal beasts gathered under an amethyst tree with fruits on it. I wanted to go and capture some of them, but I was attacked by a powerful crystal beast, and I escaped only after 9 deaths. I don't know what's going on, but I hope that Senior Wang can use his connections to tell the martial artists who are trying out inside to leave the ancient abyss of blood as soon as possible, or at least not to enter for this period of time. Wang Chen and the other SS realm martial artist glanced at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Many thanks to the Dao throne. The ancient abyss of blood happens like this every 5 years, but there is no exact location, and once it happens, we human martial artists lose a lot of money when we know about it. On behalf of the thousands of human martial artists, I would like to thank the Dao throne for its great favor. Taking out the flying boat from the system space, he left the ancient abyss of blood straight away. Although he didn't know what that existence in the ancient abyss of blood couldn't leave because of, he had already done what needed to be done, and he only hoped that the human martial artists inside the ancient abyss of blood could come out earlier with fewer losses. That being, should have spread his anger towards him on the human martial artists. As the flying boat traveled up in the air, he sat inside and began to refine the resources and restore his chi and blood. If I didn't have the extreme Dharma body, I'd be in even more danger this time. A flash of 2 days passed, and besides the fact that his chi and blood had not yet recovered, his injuries were much better. Yubo, I'm fine. Don't worry, it's not your responsibility. Because he was injured from picking up the blood crystals, Wubo thought that he was injured for himself and had been blaming himself, and it was then that Madeo checked the blood crystals that he had picked up. Ding! The host picked up 300 purple blood crystals, not edible for humans, has the effect of improving the roots of beasts, can purify the bloodline, and needs to be contained for 5 years to take shape. So what that voice said about destroying the foundation of the race seems to be true. Humph, but if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different, and I'll take note of this time's revenge. Yubo, eat as much as you want. Throwing 3 purple blood crystals to Wubao. Wubao couldn't eat any more after eating them. A few days later, Madeo arrived at a mountain range that was called the Purple Pole Mountain Range, at the task bar of the academy. This was a place where S-class tasks were often released for S-realm students to complete and sharpen. The Purple Extreme Mountain Range had its own characteristics, with the ground taking on a faint purple color, just like the Extreme Blood Mountain Range before it, which was almost always red. Kill the ferocious beasts first to grow in strength and mend your injuries. With his physique, it is reasonable to say that the injuries have long been healed, but so many days have passed his heart is still vaguely painful. He now somewhat appreciates the injuries suffered by his dad. Muchang. In the next 2 days, any ferocious beasts that he saw, except for the E-realm, almost never escaped his hand. His injuries were also completely healed, leaving no dark wounds. Next, it's time to struggle towards S rank. Mudeo went deeper into the extreme Thunder Mountain Range. The strength of the ferocious beasts were basically C-realm and upwards. Going inwards, the density was also high, but it was a bit difficult to progress as quickly as the ancient abyss of blood. It's expected to take a lot more time to get to the S level. A big event happened in the ancient abyss of blood. The crystal beasts inside rioted, and they were very hateful to human martial artists. As if they were organized and premeditated, they attacked humans, and the level of attack was stronger than ever before. However, because of the advance information provided, many martial artists had left the ancient abyss of blood, and the crystal beasts inside could only partially leave the ancient abyss of blood due to certain reasons, which the human martial artists could still deal with. If it weren't for this restriction, the ancient abyss of blood wouldn't be one of the weakest forbidden zones. Mudeo had already spent half a month in the Purple Pole Mountain Range. During this half a month, he was more frantic than ever before. However, the quality of the ferocious beasts was not as good as the ancient abyss of blood. During the half a month, he had killed 15 S-rank ferocious beasts, with an average of 150,000 calories of chi blood. 2 S-rank ferocious beasts, 150 A-realm ferocious beasts, with an average of 90,000 calories of chi blood. Over 400 B-realm ferocious beasts, with an average of 20,000 calories of chi blood. And the C and D realm ferocious beasts were just there were a lot of them, with an average of 500 cards of chi blood. It added up to just over 30 million cards of chi blood. The entire Purple Extreme Mountain Range was almost filled with corpses of ferocious beasts, but with so many corpses, it was enough for those weak ferocious beasts to eat for a while. There's still the last half a month left before I can break through the S rank, and then I can return to the academy. As time passed, many of the 10 people also returned to the Chaos Academy for their final chi sprint. The resources provided to them by the Chaos Academy were also provided in unlimited quantities, enough for their cultivation. 5 days later, Mudeo had almost decimated the higher-ranked ferocious beasts of another mountain range. His chi and blood also came to 160 million cardinal chi and blood. At this moment, he was sitting on top of a mountain peak that was 100 meters high. His eyes were forbidden to be closed. His whole body was bubbling with hot air, and the light golden blood chi spread throughout the peak. The sound of the chi and blood flowing was just like a big wave, and the sound of his heart drumming was quite a bit louder than the average thundering saint. The runes on the bones in his body were as if they had come to life, and the bone marrow completely morphed into a golden color. Dozens of chi blood golden dragons rushed into the sky in unison, emitting loud and clear dragon roars. Mu Dao could feel that the semi-immortal substance that was born within his body when he broke through the realm was rapidly metamorphosing into a true immortal substance, a substance that could almost be said to be a life-preserving existence, allowing one's resilience, defense, and so on to receive a huge boost. Of course, it wasn't immortal. It was just quite a bit stronger than the average martial artist, and he had a hunch that if he reached a certain level, he might be able to be reborn with a severed limb in the future. Even SSS realm martial artists couldn't do something like rebirth of severed limbs. Cool. Finally breaking through the S rank. Goldfinger. Open the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talent, Immortal Chaos, Taoist level. Martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level. Ritual sacrifice technique, special. Bone shedding, special. Martial realm, S rank. Chi and blood 160 million katals. Martial skills, Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, grand completion, cosmic grade. Extreme Thunder at hand, perfection. Great Sun Heavy Fist, perfection. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, grand completion. Martial skill experience value, 79.6 million. Chapter 105, The Master's Marriage. Makamichi flew into the sky, breaking through the S-dash. He could basically stabilize his speed at around 40,000 meters per second. If you rush to the Chaos Academy at this speed, you can still arrive 2 days early. Within the Chaos Academy, Xiao Yunjing, Ancient Xianwei, Ancient No Long Emotion, Shenwu, Dancing Red Fish, Dragon Emperor, Royal Demon Enchantress, Si Tianmian, and Wen Xian's 9 people also ended their cultivation one after another, and compared to the previous 1.5 months later, all of their strengths had been significantly enhanced. Shepherd Dao returned to the Chaos Asylum and immediately headed to the Chaos Academy. After coming back and realizing that there were still 2 days left before the required 1.5 month time, and also had not yet received the news sent by the leader, Modeo first rented a cultivation room and carefully sensed the changes in his body. After breaking through the S rank, the Emperor Fire born from his cultivation of the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture was also enhanced a bit. Not as powerful as Wu Bao's innate Emperor Fire, but it should be as strong as the flames it used for long hours of battle. Growing up in the future, he was destined to be a great help to him. A day later, Makamichi received a message for all of them to head to the conference room where they had been before. Mu Dao was not the last to arrive. Xiao Yunjing, Gu Wu Changchang, Gu Xianwei, Wen Xian, and Royal Demon Enchantment were the 5 who had already arrived, and he sat behind Xiao Yunjing. Jingle, I'm back. Xiao Yunjing glanced at him lightly, and Mudeo was used to this. The others looked at Mudeo with a hint of surprise still in their eyes. Divine Marshal, Dragon Emperor, Dancing Red Fish, and Si Tianming also arrived one after another. A few minutes later, the Bloodslayer Saint and the Xian Fate Saint appeared. Several people. Let me first tell you about the venue for the Holy Summer, Pope's Court, and Gui Empire's Heaven's Pride competition, which is set to take place in the Gui Empire. The day after tomorrow, you will be traveling to the Gui Empire. You guys? Mu Dao was puzzled in his heart. The words meant that the Bloodslayer Saint was not going to follow them, just as Makoto and the others were entangled. The space in the conference room suddenly fluctuated, and everything in the world was released as if it had stood still. A kindly old man appeared with a gentle smile on his face. Imperial Master, Elder Tang Wujing. The old man who had appeared was unknown to everyone else except for Mu Dao, the Blood Slaughter Saint and the Xian Fate Saint, who knew about it, and a look of amazement appeared on their faces, as they could not feel any power on the old man, yet they felt that there was a power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Little ones, introduce yourselves. My name is Tang Wujing. You can just call me Grandpa Tang. I also have another identity, the first master of the Chaos Academy. Gu Xuanqi reacted to the voice, the same Imperial Master who had given her a voice transmission that day, and she couldn't help but speak. You are Grandpa Teiji? Ha ha, little one, you still remember me. You guys, just treat me as an ordinary person. I just have a higher cultivation level and live longer. Nothing else special. But Medeo and the others, their eyes were filled with admiration. This old man, from the beginning of the aura recovery, watched Bluestar grow from an ordinary world to a martial arts world, watched Sacred Summer decline and rise, and created the Chaos Academy to provide Sacred Summer with a steady stream of martial arts talents. He was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the guardian deity of the Sacred Summer, the divine pillar of the town. The phrase Emperor of the Earth is not in the least sufficient to describe his accomplishments. Good day, Grandpa Imperial Master. Medeo took the lead, and the 10 of them stood up and bowed respectfully to the old man, a true feeling from their hearts. Ha ha, polite little ones, take your seats. The final match between the Sacred Summer, the Pope's Court, and the ancient Egyptian Empire's heavenly pride is more important to the Sacred Summer, so just do your best. In addition, this old bone of mine can still play its last role. This time, I will escort you to the Gui Empire. I've been paying attention to your changes all this time. You're all very good. This time the day after tomorrow, gather in unison at the training ground. Little ones, go back and rest first. Nourish your spirits. But none of them got up, sat up straight, and looked respectfully at Elder Tang Wujing. The old man also smiled helplessly as his figure dissipated before they left reluctantly. Xiao Yunjing glanced at Madeo before leaving the classroom. Madeo didn't leave because the old master had just sent him a message. The old master's figure reappeared. Little one, do you know why I left you behind? Makamichi's head shook like a rattle. Ancient abyss of blood. You actually angered that fellow. Even I don't want to face him head on if I don't have to. Madeo was shocked. This matter had actually gotten the old man's attention. Grandpa Jing, I didn't mean it. Not blaming you. Little one, do you know why the 3 forbidden zones are called the 3 forbidden zones? Not that it's because the ferocious beasts inside are too powerful. Right and wrong. Mainly because the 3 forbidden zones all have Emperor Realm ferocious beasts, and the rest of the places, the strongest is just SSS Realm. If an Emperor Realm ferocious beast is born in a certain place, that place will also become a forbidden zone. Emperor Realm ferocious beasts, it's almost hard to kill, but you shouldn't worry. The Emperor Realm ferocious beasts in the several forbidden zones, they don't dare to leave the forbidden zone's range privately. In the future, you'll know why. Makamichi had felt a bit doubtful before, and the old man's explanation cleared his mind. Little fellow, your martial arts talent, it should be more than SSS rank. Makamichi was a little nervous. This was the first time someone had seen that he wasn't an SSS rank talent. Don't be nervous, you're not the only one above SSS rank talent. All of us old guys have a chance. Or else where do you think the list of sons came from? Muto Xian relaxed and scratched his head awkwardly. Master, is there anything else to say about the list of sons? I don't know much about it either. I can only say that there are many cultivation civilizations and other worlds outside of the sacred summer. However, the potential of us old farts has come to an end. And in the future, we still have to look to you. Talents above the SSS rank are called cosmic ranks. And a few of you little ones should be cosmic ranks. And so are you. And maybe your talents are even higher. In fact, we always have a premonition that there might be a calamity coming to Blue Star soon, so you guys should cultivate hard. Makamichi fell into deep thought, and many secrets of the Blue Star were slowly surfacing before his eyes. By the way, little guy, do you have a favorite person? If not, what do you think of Jinbing Li girl? The old man has no children in his life. This little girl is the only blood descendant of my vein, but she is a fighting maniac. She was injured before. Her strength can only stop at the SSS realm. Otherwise, with her talent, sooner or later, she will also be in the Emperor realm. She doesn't seem to have a problem with other males, and she's not bad for you. So if you don't have a favorite girl, old man, I'll make the call for you to get married. How's that sound? This, Makamichi was confused. What was this? Little guy, can't you see the ice girl? Master, of course not. It's just that I have someone I like. It's that girl called Xiao Yunjing. Ms. Gotham is very nice. I only treat her as a respected teacher. Hey, it looks like there's a destiny but no destiny. Chapter 106, Faith in the 10 Agents of God. Little ones, the Gui Empire is an unknown number of miles away from Sacred Summer. It may take half a month to get there, so get ready and let's get going. The 2 days ended quickly, and today was the time for Mu Dao and the others to travel to the Gui Empire. What was more surprising was that the Xian Fate Sage and the Blood Slayer Sage followed along, having previously thought that they wouldn't go. Wu Bo averaged 3 purple blood crystals a day, and now that he had fallen into a deep slumber, Madeo could feel that Wu Bao's body contained a huge amount of energy, and if he digested it completely, he would receive no small benefit. Breaking through the S rank, Mu Dao was finally able to pick up the chi and blood of an SS-ranked martial artist, but the embryonic form of the power cultivated by SS realm martial artists, he was not able to pick it up at the moment. Within the Chaos Academy battleship, Mu Dao sat behind Xiao Yunjing. As soon as he got on the battleship, Xiao Yunjing closed her eyes and rested her mind. Mu Dao secretly looked at her side face, and it had to be said that the face value had improved a lot again. Still haven't picked up the technique Jinger cultivated. It's hard enough to live like this. Madeo wouldn't have the cheek to deliberately disturb Xiao Yunjing. It might be counterproductive. Anyway, there was still a long time to go, and he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. In 2 days' time, it traveled to the end of Sacred Summer, which was actually the end of the original Sacred Summer's curtain of Extreme Day, and beyond the end, there was an endless ocean. So if you wanted to see land, you were estimated to have to travel a very long distance. Idle nothing, everyone closed their eyes and rested their minds. Only Madeo looked around, tired of sitting, walked on the warship that is up to 1,000 meters long. Sitting them a few people, that space is how big. Guxuanqi was more familiar with the Saint of Xian Fate and chatted with the Saint of Xian Fate, and Royal Demon Ra was also a chatterbox and very chatty. The boys' side had relatively little to say. None of them liked to chat, and at best, people would say a few words now and then, followed by silence. Elder Imperial Master, After entering the battleship he didn't know where to go. Sometimes he would automatically appear on the battleship again. This scene made Madeo curious, but he was very sensible and didn't go up to disturb him. In their eyes, it wasn't surprising what kind of magical abilities the Imperial Master possessed. Where is the questioning of God? A very distant location from sacred summer. Here is an endless ocean. Around the ocean, there are 6 islands, standing on top of the ocean. Each island should have 5 million square kilometers. Very large, but compared to the vastness of the ocean, this point of the area from a high altitude, it does not look so big. The 6 islands are spaced apart and surround a circle. At the height of the uppermost of the 6 islands, there was a suspended man-made city, probably only around 400,000 square kilometers, which looked golden and sparkling with waves of light, and colorful luminescence passed through this man-made city, giving it a layer of mysterious color. This is the Gay Empire, the most central area of the artificial city, where a large hall stood, and outside the hall were all humanoid statues up to 1,000 meters high, with elephant heads, 3 heads and 6 arms, and all sorts of strange statues. Within the great hall, there were many humans who emitted a terrifying aura sitting on the floor, and their strength was no weaker than that of a SSS realm saint. One of them, a big, barefoot man with a long beard, said, "The Saint Summer and Pope Court geniuses will be arriving soon. This is my GUI Empire's exclusive arena. The first place can only be ours. Inform the 10 divine agents to come out and meet the challenge of the Holy Summer, the geniuses of the Pope's Court. In this battle, I, the GUI Empire, will bag the top 5, and if possible, Saint Xia, the geniuses of the Pope's Court, will be killed if they can." The divine agents spoken of here, that would have to be a feature of the ancient Egyptian Empire. A polar day descends and multiple former kingdoms merge into the ancient empire of E. They all have gods they honor in their hearts, and when the people of these kingdoms become the actual rulers, they all want to make their honored gods the faith of their new kingdoms. Multiple factions fought and finally unified to settle on 10 gods of faith. Anyone who was one of the top 10 geniuses of the GUI Empire would be granted the title of Agent of the 10 Gods, meaning that they were the incarnation of the 10 gods on earth, enjoying the adoration of the masses throughout the ancient Egyptian Empire. His status is transcendent. The male, the dream lover of countless women. The female, the goddess of countless men, cannot be blasphemed. Top 10 faith gods: God of Elephant, God of Brahma, God of Dialectics, God of Hanuman. 10 days later, the Imperial Master, Elder Tang Wujing, appeared. Little ones, in 5 days at the most, we will arrive at the GUI Empire, and there are certain customs in the GUI Empire that we may not be comfortable with, and you do not have to abide by them if they cause you discomfort. Also, the home ground for this battle is the GUI Empire. Their celestial pride will be more dominant. With your strength, just play steadily. You guys race in peace and don't worry about anything else. But before the time, I have to arrange for everyone to do something, and if we end up with any disagreements, we need to have deciders. Makamichi, I'll leave this decider's task to you. Madeo didn't refuse and couldn't refuse, since the Imperial Master thought so highly of him. Accepting it would be fine. Grandpa Jing promised to complete the mission. The others didn't refuse, as the saying goes, the higher you stand, the heavier the responsibility. Shenwu, you're rather impatient in nature. I'm most worried about you. You must be more considerate in doing things, Shenwu said in a jarred voice. Grandpa Emperor Master, I will keep that in mind. Si Tianmian, you're more solitary, but you still have to unite when it's time to unite. Madeo looked at Si Tianmian. Among the 10 people he had the least presence, but his strength could not be underestimated. Holding a dragon sparrow sword, it was a more lonely and arrogant nature. There are good and bad. 5 days later, Mu Dao and the others finally arrived at the territory of the ancient Egyptian Empire. There were some names for this construction. They stopped outside, and soon there were some cultivators of the ancient Egyptian Empire, which could actually be called martial artists, cultivating chi and blood, came out to verify their identities, and then took them to the man-made city in the sky above. The battleship slowly sailed down and landed in a huge square. As Mudeo and the others stepped off the battleship, a GUI Empire cultivator wearing gold and silver appeared. A big-bellied, greasy-looking middle-aged man, but the aura emanating from him wasn't weak, and they were all at least at the SSS realm level. Welcome, all of you of Sacred Summer, to my Empire of Gay. I am your guide, Puba. The middle-aged man walked forward and shook a hand with Elder Tangwujing, and when he walked next to the Xian Fate Saint, that big mouth tried to come up. The Xian Fate Saint dodged, and the Bloodslayer Saint stood in front of him with a displeased look on his face. Prabha smiled. This is the way of hospitality in our GUI Empire. Mudeo and the others were speechless, shaking hands to the men and kissing the women. What kind of hospitality was this? It was the turn of Royal Enchantress and Gu Xuanqi, both of which were dodged by the two of them. Shaking hands with Madeo, Pu Jia looked at Xiao Yunjing on the side and tried to kiss him without saying a word. Madeo was furious. Something worse than that. Pulling Xiao Yunjing's hand, pulling her aside. This dog just wants to take advantage. So many people refused. Don't they know they don't want to? A hint of displeasure appeared on Pu Jia's face, and Madeo sneered. Your hospitality. I dislike it. Chapter 107 Artificial City, Pretentious Genius of the Gui Empire. Pu Jia didn't say much and smiled awkwardly. Elder Tang Wujing glanced at Pu Jia, who seemed to sense something and lowered his head a few points. Right at this time, the blood and bone worship of the Pope's court also came to this place, and 12 people came out from it. 10 young people, 2 older ones, a man and a woman, and the man among them, whose aura couldn't be sensed at all, should belong to an existence at the same level as Elder Tang Wujing. When Puja came forward, the men just shook hands and the women tried to kiss. None of them wanted to. Makamichi now suspected that this habit should have been made by some colorful gangster in the Gui Empire. Among the 10 geniuses of the Pope's court, a handsome-looking young man with a full head of blonde hair and slightly golden pupils looked toward Mu Dao and the others. His eyes were complex as he scanned the several people of Madeo, searching for the person who had defeated him, as well as the saint's summer pride that the person who had defeated him had said that even that kind of genius could only be ranked second. So the first one didn't dare to imagine how powerful it would be. After scanning for a while, he finally locked his gaze on ancient No Long Emotion. That genius actually isn't among the Saint Summer's pride. It seems that the Saint Summer is cynical and hates the strong. In his eyes, Boundary Deicide would definitely be among the 10-man team, and it would be a loss for Saint Summer if this kind of genius wasn't chosen. Originally a little anxious, at this moment he actually felt that his mood was better not good. Mudeo and the others naturally noticed Los. This person undoubtedly had the highest crisis value and was a strong opponent. Right now, though, the most important thing is to pick up. These are geniuses. It's a shame not to pick them up. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Picking up the cosmic grade talent split Yang God. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Picks up Chi Blood plus 1.9 million cards. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Half-step universe level technique plus 1. Suddenly, thunder flashed in the sky, forming a small sea of thunder that looked especially powerful. Pucha looked a little agitated. This is my ancient Egyptian empire. The elephant god's agent on earth, Sheikh Shara, who has finally come out. A young man who bared his upper chest, revealing his fine muscles, with only a transparent golden fabric hanging on the left side of his body and his long hair appeared in the sky. His whole body floated with thunder, and the thunderous light of his eyes scattered in all directions, making him look very domineering. Shikshara landed on the ground and surveyed Mudeo and the others, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he clasped his hands to his chest and stood behind the bushy armor. Then, a crack appeared in the sky, with nebulae above it and a haze of light flowing through it, and a slender, gangly-looking, handsome young man appeared from the crack and slowly walked down from the air. This is Lord Brahma's agent on earth, Shakti. Immediately afterward, one after another dangling vision appeared, and one after another young man appeared, and every one of them appeared accompanied by a vision, just like a real god. But the real strength, for the most part, is just that. Mudeo was speechless. This was an attempt to mentally suppress them in a way first, thinking that they would all be affected in their will to fight because of these false images, wanting to give up without a fight. This tactic, the old ancestor of Saint Xia playthrough, to the few people of Saint Xia is not much use, as a joke to see on the line. Mudeo looked at Xinwu, really afraid that he wouldn't be able to endure it and spewed angrily on the spot. But looking at his expression, he had already endured it for a long time, so I guess if he continued, he might have to angrily dislike it a few times. Goldfinger, consume martial arts experience points and scan these men. After this new function appeared, it seemed like it had only scanned Xiao Yunjing, but right now, he didn't lack martial arts experience value. Scanning for fun. Ding, consume 10 million martial arts experience value. Scanning successful. Los, age 21, height 195 centimeters, talent, cosmic level, split Yang God, realm, 6th order intermediate, comparable to S-class martial artist. Cultivation technique, Sheikh Shara, age 21, height 185 centimeters, talent, cosmic level, realm, 6th order intermediate, comparable to an S-class martial artist. Cultivation technique, there were 10 people in total, each with 1 million martial skill experience value, which was several times less than scanning Xiao Yunjing's. Pu Jia's face smiled out of the folds. Saint Xia, everyone of the Pope's court, they are the geniuses of my Gui Empire. Today's boat ride has been tiring. Food and lodging has been prepared for you. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I will go to you. Returning to the dormitory arranged for them, Elder Imperial Master and Sage Shin Life left, leaving Sage Bloodslayer here. Ancient Nocturnal Love walked up to Makamichi. What do you think of Mudeo? The Pope's Court, the genius of the Gui Empire? Long Love, with your strength, you should mainly be careful of a few people. That genius that the Pope's Court is sweeping us off our feet today, and a strangely dressed woman. As for the Gui Empire, the two people who just appeared should also be focused on. And everyone else, there's no need to worry. That's what I was thinking. These guys you're talking about do strike me as the powerful kind. Shortly afterward, the old man and Xian Ming appeared. Little ones, just now, Holy Summer, the Pope's Court, and the ancient Egyptian Empire have finished conferring about the competition. This Heaven's Pride battle is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, you need to obtain the Heart of the Sea Emperor. The Heart of the Sea Emperor is the heart of the S-realm ferocious beasts in the sea. The hunting range is very wide. The entire ocean can be used as a hunting area. The first round lasts for 7 days. 7 days, the more Beast Emperor hearts you obtain, the better. If you hunt SS Realm Beast Exalted, 1 Sea Exalted heart can be used against 100 Sea Emperor hearts. And in the end, the 10 people with the most Sea Emperor hearts will be able to enter the second round of the finals. In the second round, 10 people will compete for the rankings. As for the 11th and 30th places, they will be ranked by how many Sea Emperor's hearts they obtained in the first round. The competition is fierce and the danger is greater than ever. Everything is for your own safety. If you find danger, come back early. Little ones, your lives are the most important thing. Just do your best with the rest. Mudeo and the others did feel the pressure. The dominance of the geniuses of the Gui Empire was really great. They had lived here for a long time, where there were more Sea Emperors. They must know something about it, unlike them who had to figure it out on their own, which is something that the Gay Empire did unrighteously. In the hall at the center of the Gui Empire's artificial city, 10 agents of the God of Faith were gathered here, each sitting on either side, and in the frontmost position were the top echelons of the Gui Empire. How do you feel about meeting the geniuses of the Sacred Summer and the Pope's Court today? Shirkara and Shakti? Shikshara said, there are a few geniuses from the Sacred Summer and the Pope's Court that make me feel extraordinary, but I have no fear of anyone. None of them can be my opponent. My feelings are similar. The ocean is our home turf. The advantage is with us. The geniuses of Sacred Summer and the Pope's Court are weaker compared to my ancient Egyptian empire. Ha ha, then I wish you guys a flagrant victory in advance. Blue Star, my Gui Empire is the strongest. Chapter 108 Yubo Metamorphosis. Frozen Crisis. The next day, MacDowell and the others went to the same white square as yesterday, led by Pu Jia. The geniuses of the Pope's Court arrived right after them, and the last to arrive were the geniuses of the Gui Empire. Besides them, there were also 3 middle-aged men, who should be the senior members of the Gui Empire who were in charge of this competition. Welcome friends from Sacred Summer and the Papal Court. Introduce yourselves. My name is Yuong, and it is an honor to have you all here in the ancient Egyptian Empire. Friendship first, competition second. We're all human beings. We should hug each other. All of you Celestial Pride. I'm sure you already know the rules of the competition. I won't talk too much about the nonsense. The first round of the 7-day competition will only take the 10 people with the highest Sea Emperor's heart into the second round. My Gui Empire is surrounded by the sea on all sides. There aren't any overly powerful ferocious beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles, and any that are found will be killed by us in a strong manner, and the number of powerful ferocious beasts in the sea outside of 10,000 miles will gradually increase. In addition, the first round tests the strength of a single person in battle, and does not allow teams to compete. In order to prevent leaving the heart of the Sea Emperor to a few people alone, you are all Celestial Pride, and should show your strength in order to be worthy of the name Celestial Pride. Good luck to all of you, and I hope to see all of you at this time, in this location, 7 days from now. Also looking to finish, the Celestial Pride left one after another. Mudeo went next to Xiao Yunjing and said with soft eyes, Jinger, take Yubo with you. I'm useless with it. It's better if you carry it yourself. Xiao Yunjing coldly glanced at Mudeo and flew into the sky, rushing towards the middle of the ocean, leaving him with a beautiful back. Seeing this, Mudeo rushed towards Xiao Yunjing's wind direction. The same direction and different paths. Wu Bao's sense of smell was incomparably sensitive, and it memorized Xiao Yunjing's smell, so that if anything happened, he would be able to rush over there as fast as he could. I don't know how long it will take for Yubo to wake up. I hope it's soon. Mudeo flew towards the ocean. All that was visible to the eye was turquoise blue water. Not too far from the Gui Empire, the sea was slightly calm. The most crucial thing at the moment is to go and find an island to land on first. They couldn't fly in the middle of the sky all the time. That wouldn't be very realistic. In a short period of time, Madeo came to the ocean area that even Wang said that there were no ferocious beasts in a 10,000 mile radius. He didn't stop but continued to go deeper. The target was naturally the S-realm ferocious beasts. He saw a small island of a few thousand square feet, no more than a sesame seed size in the middle of the vast ocean. But on it, he saw many cultivators of the Gui Empire. This sea was relatively safe, a location for the cultivators of the Gui Empire to hunt ferocious beasts. Half a day later, Madeo stopped his steps and was already very deep. The sea was no longer jagged with waves, and from time to time, huge waves would be set off and the sea would roll over, taking out the essence blood of the S-realm ferocious beasts from the system space, the flesh and blood, and scattering it over a large area on the surface of the sea, which was instantly dyed red. A while later, numerous oceanic beasts came in all directions, fighting desperately for flesh and blood, and a black mass of shadows could be seen in the air. A giant sea wave gushed out. It was a 150-meter-long oceanic ferocious beast, but it was only in the A realm, swallowing even those weak ferocious beasts into it. Big Sun Heavy Fist. As Madeo blasted down with his fist, the sea surface was like 1,000 waves being stirred up, and the sea surface that was struck, the sea water boiled, and a huge vortex formed as the sea water poured in. Ding! The host decimated successfully and managed to pick up plus 80,000 blood, plus 130,000 martial skill experience value, and plus 1 semi-immortal substance. Ding! The host killed a number of D-realm, C-realm ferocious beasts, plus 60,000 blood, plus 100,000 martial skill experience value. As the smell of blood became more and more intense, it gradually attracted some powerful ferocious beasts. Among them, there was a royal beast that was about 200 meters long and more, a black-scaled fish emperor with 2 heads. Makoto took advantage of the moment it was feeding and took out the Wise Sun alloy battle rifle. Silent gun scripture. With a single shot, a vacuum area was instantly formed in the sea below, and then, seawater weighing thousands of tons filled the vacuum area, and the beast emperor's body was torn apart by the strong pressure. Ding! The host has killed an S-ranked ferocious beast, plus 120,000 blood, plus 210,000 martial skill experience value, plus 1 immortal substance. A day had passed since Madeo had come out of the Gui Empire, and he had only beheaded an S-rank marine beast emperor. At this speed, which could only be described as very, very slow, he frowned with some anxiety in his heart. It wasn't just Saint Xia, but the geniuses of the papal court as well. In fact, what Mu Dao didn't know was that the situation in the Gui Empire wasn't much better. The S-realm beast emperor would almost never be confined to a certain area, and might stay in one sea for a few days, and then go to another sea. Even with the ocean as a companion, the ocean was too mysterious, and the S-realm sea beasts were born with a certain amount of intelligence, and could only go deeper and deeper into the ocean. Madeo gave up hunting and ran the extreme thunder at hand to go even deeper. Under the dark night, the sky was black and the ocean seemed to be quite active with ferocious beasts. Madeo was delighted and threw down more blood, flesh, and essence of the ferocious beasts, and as expected, after waiting for a short time, he found 2 S-ranked sea beast emperors, taking their lives by surprise, then digging into their hearts, removing the hearts and putting them into the system space. Daylight arrived, and Madeo decimated 3 S-extreme fierce beasts, a speed he still wasn't quite satisfied with. But the one good news was that it was easier for him to attract high-level sea beasts by releasing his own martial chi and blood. It so happened that Wu Bao also woke up at this time. The waking Wu Bao quickly showed his divine difference. His body size more than doubled, reaching more than 2 meters tall. Spreading out his wings, he was able to reach more than 4 meters long. White golden flames surfaced in submission, and divine runes surfaced on the feet of the 3rd golden crow, emitting a profound and ancient emperor flame aura, a pair of eyes that looked down on everything under the sun. Shaking a little, the golden white flames fell into the seawater, and after a long time, the seawater boiled, and large swaths of sea beast corpses surfaced. Dad, I'm handsome, ha ha, Yubo is so handsome. Madeo was sincere. It was worthy of being a divine beast. This appearance was worthy of the title of divine beast. Yu Pa, can you sense the exact location of the S-realm sea emperor beast? Dad, it's possible, but my bloodline has an innate suppression effect on them. I may not be able to help you. If they sense it and run away, it's hard to catch up. 2 days passed in a flash, and with the help of Wu Bao, the number of sea emperor beasts that Mu Dao had killed reached 11. This efficiency was not bad. In addition to that, Mu Dao also discovered that Xiao Yunjing's location was about 2,000 miles away from him, and it was currently safe, so he felt relieved to continue hunting the ferocious beasts. But suddenly, Yubo's voice seemed anxious. Daddy, Mommy seems to be in danger. What? Madeo's chi and blood surged at a speed that far exceeded the current steady speed he could achieve. After Xiao Yunjing killed a beast emperor, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the ocean in front of him, and within the whirlpool, an extremely cold coolness emanated, and the surface of the sea hung on a thread of thin ice. You know, in such a situation, the seawater is spinning at high speeds, and it's very difficult to freeze it. A blurry building surfaced on the surface of the sea, but after a few short moments, it disappeared. Mirage, something here. Useful to me. Is it chance again? Xiao Yunjing was moved, and the opportunity that was sent to him could not be missed in vain. She had just picked up the vortex's sphere when an irresistible suction force enveloped her entire body. She tried to get out, only to find that the suction force was not even able to break free from S-realm emperors. Careless, she fought to cut out a sword, and even if she isolated the seawater, the suction force was still so huge, and even getting bigger and bigger, that she couldn't hold on any longer and was sucked in. I mustn't die. I haven't gotten revenge on that bad guy yet. Madeo finally arrived at his destination after a few moments, and veins rippled on his face. Yubo, where's Jingle? Dad, Mom seems to have been sucked in. Her vitals are clear at the moment and it's not life-threatening. Mu Daoxin relaxed slightly and without saying anything, he directly flew into the vortex. Jinger, you mustn't be okay. Chapter 109 Dark Evil. Junfeng, just entering the whirlpool, Mu Dao could feel that pressure of seawater acting on his lungs and internal organs, but fortunately, it wasn't a problem for him. It was just a cold ice power invading his body surface, actually making him feel cool. The pressure acting on his body dissipated, and Mu Dao realized that there were other places within the vortex, and it was actually a very wide space, a space that was not too small, with a few thousand square feet or so. The strange thing is that this space is almost all frozen by cold ice. Can see the cool air bubbling up with the naked eye, and there are numerous internal icicles, up to hundreds of meters high, living a world of cold ice. If you ignored the bone-chilling coolness, this space was no different from a cave. Madeo realized that Xiao Yunjing was standing not far ahead. Jingle, are you okay? Xiao Yunjing was a little surprised, not realizing that Madeo was also here. Look ahead. Madeo looked over in the direction she was pointing. There were two ice sculptures, and the cold power of the entire space seemed to emanate from them. He could feel two powerful forces within the two huge ice sculptures, forces that did not belong to life. Xiao Yunjing slashed out with his sword, and the two ice sculptures trembled and cracked open huge mouths. With a bang, the cold ice exploded, revealing what was inside the ice sculpture. Madeo instantly froze. What was inside the ice sculpture was actually two weapons, a long gun, showing a black and gold color. The body of the gun was engraved with a dragon pattern, emitting a slight evil aura. Standing there, it was like a Shura, full of corpses and mountains of blood. Strangely enough, the lance was trapped by several chains that appeared icy blue in color. The sword of ice on the side. The body of the sword was engraved with ice phoenix patterns, surging ice blue energy into the chains. That ice power, incomparably powerful. Mu Dao had the feeling that if the ice power of the ice sword surged into his own body, he would definitely not have the power to counterattack. Xiao Yunjing and Madeo glanced at each other, and longing surfaced in both of their eyes. A gun and a sword. Both are extraordinary things, not even blue star things. The cold ice sword is extremely extraordinary, but the long gun on the side is even more extraordinary. The existence of the cold ice sword seems to be to suppress the long gun. As Madeo gazed at the lance, it seemed as if a pair of eyes that scorned the living were watching him. Jinger, don't act rashly yet. Goldfinger, consume martial arts experience value to scan these two weapons. Ding, consuming 60 million martial arts experience value. It has been scanned successfully for the host. Dark Evil, a supreme product from a slightly higher civilization. The raw materials used are contaminated by darkness, allowing his grade to exceed the limits of the original world. Warm reminder, using this weapon requires strong willpower. Currently belongs to the ownerless. Essence blood can be used to recognize the owner. Junfeng Ice Sword, the same origin as the Dark Evil Gun. Conditions for use. Need to be carrying extreme ice energy. Currently belongs to the ownerless. Essence blood can be recognized. Holy, this is undeveloped. Madeo didn't expect to actually pick up such a great opportunity. System, what class do these two weapons belong to? Ding, belongs to the cosmic level weapon. Cosmic level weapon, in the starry sky world, is also a very precious existence. The specific situation, need the host to explore on their own. Madeo was just about to say something when he suddenly sensed a crisis and pulled Xiao Yunjing's hand, instantly leaving his spot as several huge ice cones emerged from the ice, only to see a prostrate ice sculpture behind the two weapons begin to wriggle, and what was finally presented was a 200-meter-long ferocious beast, its entire body covered in cold ice, and if not for the blood-red color of its eyes, it would have been thought to be composed of cold ice. It was only the aura it emitted that made Mu Dao, Xiao Yunjing and the two of them look very unsightly. At least all of them are at the limit of S+ level. They should be at this level of SS level, not yet full. This level of ferocious beasts, if they are placed on the ground, the two of them may still have the power to fight. Here, it is a bit limiting for the two of them to play off. If the cold ice world shattered and the seawater poured in, neither of them would survive. It was just that giving up such a great opportunity. Makoto didn't want to give it up no matter what, not without a fight. Madeo glanced at Xiao Yunjing, she nodded at Madeo, and the two of them didn't know why they had such a tacit understanding. You Pa, use the instinctive Emperor Flame. A duck egg-sized ball of golden white fire flew towards the ferocious beast, and the cold ferocious beast let out a roar and spat out a pillar of ice. The fireball hit the icicle, which quickly melted and rose in boiling steam. Jinger, go all out and give me a drop of your essence blood. Xiao Yunjing didn't understand why, but did as he was told. Silent gun scripture. Reverse break one sword. The tremendous force of the attack caused the entire cold space to explode, and Mu Dao opened his extreme Dao Dharma body, hugged Xiao Yunjing, and quickly left the cold space. At the last instant of the collapse, the two men came to a high altitude above the sea, and the vortex below them became even more violent. The sea shook violently, and hundreds of feet of seawater spewed out. Xiao Yunjing's face was a bit saddened, but there was no way out. In this situation, even if they killed the cold ice ferocious beast, they wouldn't be able to survive. Jingle, do you feel something? Xiao Yunjing's eyes were huge. Modeo, she felt that she had a little connection with the ice sword at the bottom of the sea, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger, and she didn't know how Modeo did it. Could it be the blood from before? Roar! A roar came from the bottom of the sea, and with a bang, a cold ferocious beast that was more than 300 meters long appeared, and at this moment, the cold ferocious beast, with its ice blue appearance drenched in blood, was not the one from before. Only now, the cold ice ferocious beast, whose aura exceeded the S+ grade and reached a true SS grade ferocious beast, had an extremely unstable aura, and its blood-red eyes stared at the two of them with a deadly stare. It was originally a weak ferocious beast in the ocean, and then it entered that space by chance, because there was a trace of cold ice attribute in its own body, and that space was incomparably suitable for its own cultivation. As a result, it was destroyed by Modeo and Xiao Yunjing. How could it not be angry? And it also caused it to almost die. Modeo's face darkened. He could feel that he had created a slight connection with the dark evil gun, but this connection made him incomparably uncomfortable. He could feel that evil will of the dark evil gun affecting him a bit. It's kind of hard when there's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. Both of them were in the critical period of establishing a connection with the dark evil gun, and the Jinfeng sword. If they left now, they would truly miss out. Jinger, you go first. I think as long as dark evil is around, that Jinfeng won't build the cold space again and leave. Humph, what do you take me for? Leaving you behind to escape on your own. Don't forget, you and I haven't yet paid back the vendetta between us. Good. Then today, the two of us will battle it out. You Pa, spit out the limit of Emperor Flame you can spit out today. Wu Bao resumed his 2-meter-high appearance and spat out 9 duck egg-sized white golden fireballs, like 9 small suns that burned everything, and they all fell towards the cold ice beast Zun. Sensing Wu Bao's aura, fear surfaced in the eyes of the cold ice beast Zun, but it did not retreat. With a furious roar, a cold ice barrier appeared in the air as the Emperor Flame fireball fell, making a zippy sound. The power of the Golden Crow Emperor Flame was not covered, and the cold ice beast Zun spat out one cold ice barrier after another in order to resist the power of the Golden Crow Emperor Flame with difficulty. It was just that if this continued, the power of the Golden Crow Emperor Flame would also become smaller. Jingle, it's up to us. Chapter 110, Fierce Battle with the Ice Sovereign. Light golden chi and blood surfaced on Modeo's body. A golden dragon of chi and blood hovered in the air. The entire person turned reddish golden. Extreme Dao patterns spread all over his body. His chi and blood roared, and great Dao chi flowed. The changes didn't end there. While his torso turned white gold, multiple elements surfaced in his torso. Thunder, killing, intertwined with the red gold color, forming a transcendent aura that was vast and mysterious. The area centered on him seemed to have become a forbidden zone. Killing potential. Mu Dao didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had killed, and now his killing momentum had formed substance, living a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This time, it was his full strength. Silent gun scripture. 300-meter-long giant spears of annihilation energy stood behind him with a roar. Layers of space shattered, chopping at the ice exalted fierce beast with endless might. Roar. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the Ice Zun. Having become a SS Realm Zun beast, its intelligence was already no weaker than that of an average human. Its icy blue body surged with cold ice attribute power. The agitated seawater turned into its weapon, have gathered together to form several huge and incomparable ice cones. Several thousand meters of sea area below the ice Zoon beast instantly turned into cold ice. Bang! Bang! The strong impact force scattered out in all directions, waves after waves, with them as the center. The seawater immediately stirred up dozens of feet-high tidal waves, scattering in all directions. A man and a beast were at a standstill. Xiao Yunjing appeared behind the Iceun fierce beast. His eyes turned into eyes of cold ice, light blue, seemingly with stars flowing. The sword in his hand was quickly raised high, and he fought to drop the sword. This sword seemed to split the sky into two sections, and the unrivaled power chopped at the ice-exalted ferocious beast. The ice blue lin armor on the surface of the ice-exalted ferocious beast's body rapidly increased in size, gradually emerging in blood color, and its blood blue body was quite strange. It opens its huge mouth and creates a small vortex where everything is almost frozen. This freezing power was very powerful. Power fledgling, and the two men's attacks, while penetrating the ice-exalted ferocious beast's defenses and hitting its torso, in addition to causing wounds a few meters in size. It was almost difficult to be fatal, but instead, it angered it more and more. The sea surface was instantly dyed red, and countless weak sea beasts didn't dare to approach, and left towards the distance. Jinger, this has strength. We have to be careful next. You too. Xiao Yunjing had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This was the smile that Madeo had been waiting for a long time. Although it was fleeting, it was worth it. The extreme thunder was running at arm's length. Its speed was not even able to catch up with the ice-exalted ferocious beast, constantly approaching it as powerful attacks struck its torso, causing limited damage. It continued to roar in anger, venting its displeasure. Time passed by. The ice dignity fierce beast had just broken through. The SS extreme strength seemed to be on the verge of stabilizing and comprehending the power fledgling, which was an even more powerful force. The fact that Madeo and the others were able to inflict this kind of damage on it was still the result of their strength. Otherwise the average S realm meeting the SS realm would be the result of being killed in seconds. When a martial artist cultivates, at the later realms, a layer is a heaven. The statement that Madeo's battle power was heaven-defying might be rather inaccurate in his case, but it definitely applied to most people. Yubo had already reached its limit, and it couldn't help much with its strength today. Chop. Silent gun scripture. Madeo wanted to take the initiative to attack again, but the dark evil gun under the sea suddenly released an incomparably dark will, and he plunged into the battle with all his heart, and as a result, he was shocked into his mind by this will, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, pierced through his body by the ice cone spat out by the ice venerable. His chest exploded, and the cold power didn't count as spreading his body, and his whole body fell straight to the sea, stirring up a large wave. Pastoral. Xiao Yunjing's face changed drastically, and his heart ached violently, only feeling that he had lost something. An inexplicable stream of memories resurfaced, and those memories were good. The memory that had caused her so much pain felt so flawed now that she thought about it. Tears flowed from her eyes as she tried to rush to the bottom of the sea, and the ice power prototype released by the ice-exalted ferocious beast instantly froze the entire surface of the sea. Her eyes filled with a teasing look. In its eyes, Madeo was the most powerful, and Xiao Yunjing, not surprisingly. I'm going to kill you. Mu Dao sank to the bottom of the sea. The cold ice power almost descended to freeze his heart, but the emperor flame that was born from the successful cultivation of the Woyuan emperor scripture came into play. The cold ice power melted extremely fast, and a bull-sized blood hole appeared in his chest. If it wasn't for the strong extreme Dao Dharma body, plus the presence of life essence, a semi-immortal substance, he would have been completely fine. If it wasn't for the dark evil gun, I would have been able to consume the ice-exalted ferocious beast by light consumption. But now, his consciousness was caught up in a battle with the dark evil gun, and the power was too disgusting. Damn it! Ginger is still fighting. We have to suppress the dark evil gun quickly. Madeo only felt his consciousness enter a world that exuded a bizarre aura. A 10,000 meter dragon hovering in the deep starry sky, its bizarre life-ignoring eyes staring at Madeo in death. What makes you, by any chance, want to be my master? Madeo snorted coldly. By what right? I want to suppress you. Just that you are somewhat useful now. In the future, it's just scrap metal that I put in the corner. And you really think you're some kind of dish? Humph. To think that constructing something so big would be able to frighten me. The visionary image that arose when Mu Dao received the Dao scripture, the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture, was instantly constructed successfully, a vision that transcended everything, and with a single word, could cause the stars to be destroyed, and all things to be shattered. The 10,000 meter dragon was nothing more than a small kalami. Under this huge drop, the 10,000 meter dragon split in pieces. the illusion broke open, and the dark evil gun rushed towards Madeo, who held it in his hand, not being affected by that dark aura in the slightest. Good gun. Xiao Yunjing was in an incomparable mess at the moment. Her clothes were drenched in blood, and her eyes were filled with anger, but she had already reached her limit. An icicle several hundred meters in size blasted towards her, and in the nick of time, a sort of cold ice blocked in front of her to defend against this icicle. Only after this strike, the color of the light it emitted was much lighter. Although it was a very powerful weapon, much of its energy was used to suppress dark evils, and even though it established a connection with Xiao Yunjing, the strength of its owner limited its power. Thousands of seawater condensed into countless tiny ice cones that fell. Xiao Yunjing's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and she wanted to ask Makoto what was going on in the first place. To die like this, she was not willing. Nothing could be done about it. Madeo was dead, and she was about to die as well. So what was the use of all the unwillingness? She closed her eyes with difficulty and fell through the air. However, her body was suddenly embraced. It was a thick chest, and the smell was familiar. She opened her eyes to find Makoto looking at her with a face full of heartache. Jingle, I'm late. Xiao Yunjing's eyes were filled with light. Madeo didn't die. Madeo, hurry up and go. Jinger, don't be afraid. Everything is with me. Yubo, watch over your sister. Madeo put Xiao Yunjing on the back of Wubao. Afterward, Mu Dao turned to look at the ice-exalted ferocious beast, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Bullying her. How dare you? Chapter 111 Jinger, let's get back together, okay? Madeo held the dark evil gun in his hand, and a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the ice-exalted ferocious beast, which didn't understand why this human had come back to life. Roar! A stream of seawater surged up from the bottom of the sea, forming several huge tornadoes of seawater that swept towards Madeo. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Madeo blasted out a fist, and a golden fist the size of 50 meters landed on the surface of the sea. Dozens of feet of seawater spread out like a bed quilt to defend against the ice-exalted fierce beast's attack. Mu Dao operated the extreme thunder at hand and passed through the sea curtain, appearing above the head of the ice-exalted fierce beast. Silent gun scripture. It was still the same move, but with the dark evil gun executed, the power was incomparable. He was able to injure the ice-exalted ferocious beast before, and with this shot, he was definitely able to inflict even more damage. Bang! Resounding wails interspersed with shattering sounds came from the sky, and a wound tens of meters in size appeared on the back of the ice-exalted ferocious beast. The two energy lances fell quickly, landing equally in their original positions. The ice power of the ice-exalted ferocious beast wanted to completely freeze Mu Dao's attack, and Mu Dao held the dark evil gun in his hand and stabbed straight through. The cold ice-lin armor was like paper mache and was easily pierced through. The dark evil entered the body of the ice dignity fierce beast, and that dark power instantly corrupted the interior of the ice dignity. Break! A large amount of chi and blood from Mu Dao surged into the body of the ice-exalted ferocious beast, converging together and suddenly exploding. Bang! Blood rained down in all directions. The ice-exalted fierce beast that still had half of its body left fell from the air and landed into the undulating sea. Ding! The host has succeeded in his beheading. Picking up plus 2.4 million cards of chi and blood, 10 drops of beast dignity essence blood, and a fledgling cold ice attribute power. Ding! Beast dignity essence blood can enhance the strength of ferocious beasts, and the cold ice power prototype is currently unavailable to the host, and can be used after breaking through the SS realm. The Dao he cultivated was melted by many feats, as was his martial talent, and the cold and ice attribute was naturally possessed. When Madeo saw Xiao Yunjing's worried face, he suddenly had a thought, a move that often appeared in Another World's talking books. His face instantly became incredibly pale, and he slowly fell from the air with the appearance of dying. When Xiao Yunjing saw this, she, who had already recovered a sliver, quickly flew over and hugged Madeo, her eyes full of panic. Madeo, how are you? Don't let anything happen to you. We're not going to compete. Go back to the Imperial Master. He'll be able to save you. Madeo weakly held Xiao Yunjing's hand. Jinger, it's already too late. Just stay with me and talk, okay? Ahem. Blood flowed out of Makamichi's mouth, looking pathetic. Jingle, do you blame me? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Madeo, you're not that kind of person. In fact, Aunt Scale told me about it a long time ago. But, I have no way to fall in love with you. That power is really binding me. I'm afraid, if I fall in love with you again, I can only be a burden to you. Just like today. Only you can protect me all the time. I can't protect you. Xiao Yunjing fell into tears, and Madeo's heart was filled with pain. But things had reached this point, so he could only continue. Madeo, do you know how sad I was when I heard the words you said back at the Blockhead Asylum? I really hoped that you would chase me out and explain things to me. But you didn't. You didn't. Later, I obtained some kind of inheritance, and Aunt Scale thoroughly believed that I hated on you, and was afraid of a life and death struggle between us, and had to tell me the truth of the matter. In that moment, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in my heart, that power that was affecting my feelings, and yet, inside I was incredibly afraid of losing you. You know what? Xiao Yunjing spilled out a lot of heartfelt words in one breath, and Madeo realized that she had suffered so much. However, he realized that true love would surpass everything. The Taiching martial bone prevented Xiao Yunjing from having male and female love. But, Xiao Yunjing finally broke through this bondage. Suddenly, a golden bubble appeared above Xiao Yunjing's head, and Madeo secretly rejoiced. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Tai Ching Jing +1. System, the Etheric Clearing Sutra is the main focus. Deduce the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sutra. Ding! It has been successfully deduced for the host. Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sutra +1. As soon as Madeo pulled Xiao Yunjing into his arms, he kissed the other party in their surprised eyes. For a long time, the lips parted. Jinger, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Makoto, you're okay? Suddenly, she reacted. Makamichi, you lied to me. Makoto was really afraid that she was angry again and quickly explained. Who knows that the next second, the red lips kissed over. Madeo was confused and couldn't help but hug Xiao Yunjing tightly. Jingle, I'm sorry, let's get back together, okay? Aha. Yubo was on the sidelines, his eyes wide and his wings covering his eyes. Ahak, my eyes are blind. Is this the love Daddy talks about? It feels so greasy. In an unexposed open space, Elder Tang Wujing was also dumbfounded. He appeared when they were in danger. He wanted to try out Madeo's limits, and he regretted it a little when Madeo was knocked down. But in the end, Madeo gave him a surprise. When it was discovered that Makoto was playing dead, he still didn't understand what was happening. But as a result, it was like this. He stroked his white beard. Humph, little fellow, simply inappropriate, angry with me. But those two weapons they acquired aren't weak, really good. Xiao Yunjing pushed Makamichi away, and both of them were a bit out of breath. Suddenly, Xiao Yunjing's face changed. His expression seemed to be in pain, and his chi and blood appeared disturbed. Naturally, Madeo guessed some of this and pulled her back, rushing towards the uninhabited island. Jingle, next. Do as I say. System, instill the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sutra. A cumbersome and vast memory flooded into her mind, and Madeo had thought that it would take Xiao Yunjing a little while to grasp it. Who knows? Just after instilling it, Xiao Yunjing fell into comprehension. This kind of fit was the first time he had seen it. A smile appeared on Madeo's face as he reassuringly protected Xiao Yunjing's path from the side. Bored with idleness, he took out the Ice Dignity Essence blood and made Yupa eat it. After Wu Bao's metamorphosis, he had a bigger meal. Before 3 purple blood crystals could satisfy him, now he needed 7. He was worried that Wu Bao's progress would slow down after he didn't have the purple blood crystals, and it was good news that the Beast Dignity's essence blood also had the same effect. Time passed by. Half a day passed. Xiao Yunjing's breath became stronger and stronger. The realm did not break through, but the chi and blood were more condensed, and the strength rose tremendously. Jingle, how do you feel? Dao, thank you. Jingle, you can't say thank you to me from now on. That way, I'll get mad. Madeo took Xiao Yunjing's hand, and the two of them just stared at each other, with each other in their eyes. Jingle, how about a kiss? Pa. Xiao Yunjing rewarded Madeo with a small steamed bun. Humph, sex maniac, you're thinking about fart eating. I haven't settled with you for lying to me. Didn't we make up? First settle the score, then make peace. Chapter 112, Bloodstained Miles. Brother Dao, we still have a long time. Let's go and obtain the Sea Emperor's heart first. The Sacred Summer and the Imperial Master have given us high hopes. We definitely can't let them down. Madeo would smile. The girl he liked had him in her heart, and in her heart there was also the bright and shining 10,000 lights in the back. A daughter's body also has a big pattern. Jinger, good. You take the Beast Exalted Heart. I'm strong enough to obtain more Sea Emperor hearts. Xiao Yunjing didn't refuse. He understood Madeo and was willing to trust him. Dao, be careful. Aha. Madeo and Xiao Yunjing each flew in one direction. 2 days were about to pass. Xiao Yunjing was destined to have a spot, and her strength was able to shoulder the burden. Yubo, it's up to us next. Madeo followed Wu Bao's instructions. The S-rank Beast Emperor had nowhere to hide. As a Beast Emperor, it didn't care to run away in front of humans. Madeo was a delicacy in its eyes. However, it overestimated its own strength and belittled Madeo. Under the dark evil gun, they were even weaker than before, and could be destroyed with the overlapping hands. Modeo lifted the 200-meter-long ferocious beast carcass and blasted out with one fist, turning it into a sky full of blood raining down on the surface of the sea. At that instant, countless sea beasts rushed towards the sea surface that was thrown by the rain of blood and black. The blood and flesh of the deaths of high-grade ferocious beasts were the best resources for them to advance. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. The S-class fierce beast fed on thousands of sea beasts, and after it died, its body naturally became food for many sea beasts. The entire sea surface, all of a sudden, waves undulating, sea beasts in order to fight for blood food, fighting each other, the sea surface more and more dyed red, the smell of blood more and more intense. The corners of Modeo's mouth rose slightly as he raised the dark evil gun in his hand. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. A giant gun of energy stood in the air, emitting a killing aura, with a pale golden chi and blood golden dragon hovering over it as it fell. Bang! With a loud bang, the sea area of about 1,000 meters was directly sunken. Tons of seawater poured in and quickly spread in all directions, and thousands of sea beasts, not even their corpses, were crushed by the tons of seawater and the shockwaves generated. Ding! The host has killed a number of E-realm, D-realm, and C-realm sea beasts, and has a blood value of plus 1.9 million. Large swathes of the sea turned blood-colored and spread rapidly. Modeo didn't stop killing, and in the next hour, Modeo killed 2 more S-ranked ferocious beasts, repeating the same technique. As far as the eye could see, the sea was all blood-colored and no longer blue. This sight, the smell of blood, drew the attention of more high-grade sea beasts, which rushed in this direction. They had an extremely strong sense of territory, and this kind of thing was tantamount to provocation. Modeo kept killing. The purification speed of the vast sea could not catch up with his killing speed. A drop of the demonic scarlet ice exalted essence blood fell into the sea, but in just a short time, he could feel so many powerful auras rushing even faster. Modeo stood in the air, calmly waiting for them to arrive. Soon after, the sea rolled over, churning the blood-colored surface and revealing the body of a huge sea beast, more than 200 meters long. Each tentacle of the Ink Emperor squid was as thick as an adult's waist, and the skin membrane on it was covered in moss, and the presence of some tiny creatures could be seen, although when it was said to be tiny, it was only in comparison to the body of the sea beast. On top of the tentacles, there were dark brown suckers that were constantly writhing and spitting out fishy and unpleasant liquids. The Ink King squid flies into the sky with an unmistakable appearance. A head of S-realm Sea Emperor flew into the air. There are 8 heads. Ink Emperor squid, AO Shrimp Ghost Emperor. In front of Modeo, a few drops of ice exalted essence blood once again appeared, and their eyes radiated a color of longing. Roar! Modeo's face turned icy cold. Humph. It's a bit of a shame that they're all in the S realm and there's one S plus rank. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're all in it together for the final music of life. Exercising the extreme Tao Dharma body and extreme thunder at hand, he kept weaving in and out of the center of them, and their attacks couldn't lock onto his position. Big Sun Heavy Fist. The Golden Wheel's giant fist fell, and an S-rank sea beast was decimated just like that. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Blood plus 400. 000. Martial skill experience value plus 700. 000. Immortal substance plus 1. Silent gun scripture. The 3 energy lances locked onto 2 S ranks and 1 S rank Sea Emperor, and the air instantly exploded in a rain of blood. Ha ha, it hurts. The more Mud Dao killed, the more painful it became. 8 S realm Sea Emperors. In the end, only one remained. The Ink Emperor squid. The Ink Emperor squid's eyes revealed humanized fear. Turning around and fleeing, where was the majesty of an S plus grade sea beast left? It was impossible to give it a chance to escape in this situation. Crime and Punishment shooting. A gun shattered the space. The space was born a very small crack. The eyes of the Ink Emperor squid was shocked. Why this human is so powerful? It has swallowed and killed no 10,000 humans, there are also 1,000. Where there is such a strong existence. Roar! The overwhelming black ink attacked, and it didn't have a single use for Modeo, whose scent revealed its location. Silent gun scripture. This shot, instantly vaporizing the ink spat out by the Ink Emperor squid, attacked the Ink Emperor squid with a mighty pressure that suppressed everything. A wail of pain sounded as half of its torso turned to shreds and its eyes lost their color. Ding! Host kills S-realm ferocious beasts plus 8. Blood value plus 3.2 million. Martial skill experience value plus 6 million. Immortal substance plus 8. In just 2 days, Modeo's chi and blood had grown by more than 10 million calories. In the Gui Empire's artificial city, the Gui Empire's top management, who had been incomparably happy, suddenly had a black face. They had the advantage, and the geniuses of the Holy Summer and the Papal Court lagged behind them by a great deal. Suddenly, they saw a scene that they very much did not want to see on the device that could readily transmit data from the Neptune's heart through the rear. The record of a genius sea emperor's heart of Sacred Summer suddenly exploded by 100, which indicated that Sacred Summer's pride had decapitated the SS realm beast Exalt and succeeded. This news is not good news for them. Time passed minute by minute, and the 7-day period came to its last day, and Mu Dao's entire body was covered in blood plasma. He resolved an S-realm ferocious beast with a single shot and wiped off the blood from the Dark Evil gun. Dark Evil, after being trapped for so long, drinking so much blood just after coming out should be painful enough. The Dark Evil gun emitted a crisp gunshot sound, and that dark aura became even more bizarre. Mu Dao looked at the surface of the sea. The sky was shrouded in a light layer of blood mist. A large area of the sea, all turned into a world of blood. In his mind, there was not the slightest ripple. A genius of the papal court noticed from a great distance that a side of the sea seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. He looked closer and realized that the layer of shadows was actually all blood. The further he went, the more he felt his worldview collapse. Blood, it's all blood. What exactly caused the sea to turn into a sea of blood, and the sky to be covered with a blood mist? The waves of the blood sea rose and fell as he continued to rush towards the front, his speed slowing down. A few minutes later, only an incomparably violent force could be seen erupting not far ahead. Only one person was seen, and he was easily slaughtering S-realm ferocious beasts, as well as numerous sea beasts. The lightness of the gesture made him wonder if he had been mistaken. What the hell kind of monster is this? 10,000 miles of sea turned into a sea of blood. Is this a man, or a god? Chapter 113, The Misunderstood Ancient Worthless Love. Mu Dao was in the midst of enjoying the relief brought about by his chi and blood metamorphosis when he realized that there was a Pope's court genius standing at his back, and he looked over with eyes that carried a shocking murderous intent. What kind of person would actually dare to spy on him? As a result, he found that the other party, like he had encountered some great terror, did not dare to meet his eyes at all. Great God, I didn't mean to snoop. I'll leave immediately. After saying that, fearing that Madeo would back out, he ran faster than anyone else. Inexplicable, Mudeo muttered. The 160 million cards of chi blood that he had reached by breaking through the S rank. After 7 days, it had once again grown by more than 40 million cards of chi blood, and an average of 400,000 cards of chi blood for an S-realm sea beast, which meant that in one day, he would have to hunt and kill 10 sea emperors, as well as a multitude of sea beasts. Over the past few days, he had ignored other existences and fell into a killing frenzy. It wasn't until the 7 days were almost up that he had to force himself to stop. It was lucky that he didn't encounter any more SS realm beast zoons, but according to his guess, the ice zoon might just be an accident, and with the vast ocean, there might not be any SS realm beast zoons until a long way away. The only one who could do this was an emperor, the emperor of the Gui Empire. One beast zoner's heart could be exchanged for 100 sea emperors' hearts, presumably to prevent accidents. And if someone really did do it, they wouldn't have their hands full rewriting the rules. It's time to go back, to King first. As Mudeo flew over the surface of the sea, a slight look of surprise also appeared on his face. 10,000 miles of sea, all turned into a sea of blood. I really did this. He didn't even believe himself a little bit. Dad, you're the one who did it. You're killing crazy. Okay. Mudeo smiled awkwardly. It's no big deal if it's his own doing. If he kills more now, he might be able to have a lot less crises in the future. The genius of the Pope's court who escaped out, whose name was Samo, was breathing heavily and his body was a bit weak. Fark Squid, is that young man really in the same generation as us? Why is it so terrifying? That look in his eyes. It's too scary. Can we, the Pope's court geniuses, really deal with this kind of genius? Los, he shouldn't be able to either. The devil. He's the devil. Slaughtering blood for miles. Killing gods on earth. Sacred Summer. It's the one that hides the most. 7 days passed. The summer was in full swing. The Pope's court, and the 30 geniuses of the Gui Empire had to return to the Gui Empire's artificial city. They were all top-notch geniuses, and none of them had died, and for that alone, they were qualified geniuses. Xiao Yunjing, ending the last Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor's essence blood was absorbed by the Jinfeng Ice Sword, and the sword flashed with an icy blue light. I've only killed 30 Sea Emperors, and with the Beast Exalted Hearts, I can redeem 100 Sea Emperor Hearts, and for the top 10 spots, I can reserve one. Find Dao and go back. Mudeo flew for a long time before he finally saw Xiao Yunjing. Jingle, I'm here. Xiao Yunjing's beautiful eyes flashed with light. Brother Dao, you've gotten stronger again, and the gap between me and you never seems to close, only widen. Jinger, don't compare yourself to me. Oh, I'm even stronger, but I was still taken down by you. Speaking of which, it's still you who's better than me. Get out of here. Pope Tinglos, his goal, was ancient Changless love, so when he set out, He deliberately chose to go in almost the same direction as ancient Chanless Love. He wouldn't provoke Gu Wu Changchang now, and only wanted to defeat Gu Wu Changchang in any direction. The battle that day was his only defeat. As long as he defeated the number one person in Sacred Summer that the man was talking about, he would be able to wash away the shame of his defeat. At the end of his time, he deliberately found Ancient No Longer Love. Ancient Nocturne also noticed Los, one of the most powerful of the Pope's court geniuses. Hello, my name is Los. Ancient No Long Emotion was uncertain, and since the other party had no malicious intent, he wouldn't release it either. Holy Summer, there is no long love in ancient times. Ancient Changless Love, you should be the greatest genius of the Sacred Summer. I have a premonition that there will be a battle between us. The greatest genius? Ancient No Long Emotion was doubtful in his heart. Before the most powerful was still justifiable. But after Madeo broke through the S rank, he had a premonition that he wouldn't be Madeo's opponent. The most powerful genius couldn't be talked about. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did to cause you to have a misunderstanding. The most powerful heavenly pride of my Sacred Summer is someone else. I get it. I know you guys sympathize with each other and both think the other is the best. I'll be in the second round. Looking forward to fighting you. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded ancient Chanless Love. What's he talking about? Two of the most prestigious celestials of the Gay Empire, the Elephant God's agent on Earth, Shakshara, and the Brahma God's agent on Earth, Shakti. The two of them knew the location of the Sea Emperor fierce beasts in the sea area relatively well. Coupled with their strong battle power, they thought that the top two spots had been stabilized. However, with the tournament on their home turf, the top 5 had to be Gay Empire talent. They also believe in this conclusion. Just in the man-made city, the ancient Egyptian empire leader's face was incomparably black. Not to mention first, I didn't even see second. They looked toward Elder Tangwujing, who was sitting on the side with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and were furious. One of them said sourly, "You can't see what all in the first round. The second round is the day to decide the winner. Don't get too happy. The old man is too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person. Wait for the results to come out is not just good. Show off the strength of the mouth. The practice is not pass ah." Modeo and Xiao Yunjing rushed to the artificial city. They were the ones who came earlier. The two sat on the prepared stools and waited for the others to arrive. Ancient Changless, Gu Xianwei, Shenwu, Dancing Redfish, and Si Tianmian they also arrived one after another. The genius of the Pope's court arrived, still bright and polished, unable to see any worry and seemingly well prepared. One of the people inside saw Makoto and put his head down, not daring to look at him at all. Makoto was curious as to why. He didn't seem to have done anything to the other man. The last to arrive were the geniuses of the Gui Empire, and the smiles on their faces grew even thicker. Su Jiao also looked to say, "Gentlemen, under our fair supervision, the results of the first round are in. Next, I announce the rankings. First place, Saint Xia Xiao Yunjing, 130 C Emperor's Hearts. Second place, Saint Xia Madeo, 106 C Emperor's Hearts. Third place, Shakti of the Gay Empire, 89 C Emperor's Hearts. Fourth place, Pope Tinglos, 88 Neptune's Hearts. Fifth place, Ancient Egyptian Empire, Shirkara, 85 Neptune's Hearts. Sixth place, Sacred Summer, Ancient No Longer Love, 72 Neptune's Hearts. Seventh place, Papal Court, Jana, 69 Neptune's Hearts. Eighth place, Sacred Summer, Shenwu, 64 Neptune's Hearts. Ninth place, Ancient Egyptian Empire, Brahmanian, 57 C Emperor's Hearts. 10th place, Papal Court, Aegis, 53 Neptune's Hearts. The rest of the people are ranked, naturally viewed. Dancing Redfish found herself at 12, 11 being Gu Xianwei, and couldn't help but feel bad. Gu Xuanqi was looking on the bright side. Modeo, Gu Wu Changshao and the others were much more powerful than her. The genius of the Gui Empire on the side had his face blackened into a pot. Chapter 114, Crazy Defense Divine Feminine Agent. All three parties were surprised by the outcome of the match. Looking at the rankings, Sacred Summer was the most powerful, the Gui Empire was second, and the Papal Court was the weakest. The first, in the eyes of the Gay Empire, that had long been the nail in the coffin. The Pope's Court, too, seemed to not believe that there would be such a result, except for Samo, who was in the middle of the group, who had such an expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with bitterness. Xiao Yunjing frowned slightly, although she was number one, putting aside the 100 Pope's hearts added by the Ice Sovereign's heart. She had only killed 30 Sea Emperors. Jing don't think too much. With your strength, you definitely have the qualifications for the top 10. She smiled slightly. Dao, Yui Wang stepped forward, his face full of seriousness, without the elation he had felt before. Gentlemen, originally the second round of the finals was intended to be broadcast live on the entire Blue Star, but after discussions between the three of us and certain safety factors, it was decided that this method of competition would be cancelled. The way to play against each other, the first against the 10th, the second against the 9th, and so on. In the end, 5 people enter the third round. The 3 rings in front of you, that's where you'll be battling against each other. The 3 heavenly prides, prepare to take the stage. Madeo looked at Xiao Yunjing. The one she was fighting against should be the Pope's court genius, the one called Aegis. Jinger, be careful with everything. Dao, you too. 3 rings, each with a different color of thunder emanating from the edges, roughly 1,000 square feet or so, all built from the same materials that were all used to create the wizard's alloy weapons, costly and unbelievably hard. The 3 rings were like a few thousand meters apart, and Makoto was in the middle ring. His opponent, the genius of the Gui Empire, Brahmanian, with a small leather jacket on top and a short skirt underneath, revealing wheat-colored skin, with the type of valiant looks that, it had to be said, had a character of its own. Dialectic divine agent, Brahmanian, Saint's summer pride, admit defeat in advance, lest you suffer the pain of skin and flesh. I'll give you the same words, losing is your destined outcome, resisting is just overrating a tree. Seek death. 2 short spears appeared in Brahmanian's hands, surging with raging chi and blood, bringing with them a hint of devouring power. Her talent, which should belong to the devouring category, also brought with it a hint of mind-shattering power. The large half of the ring was enveloped by her chi and blood, and this devouring power gradually spread out, as if it wanted to induce the chi and blood within Makoto's body. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Mudeo allowed this power to cover him, and if he could induce a trace of it, he was considered to have lost. Brahmanian was a bit surprised that she couldn't induce the chi and blood in Madeo's body. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Even the most powerful Shikshara, Shakti, would have an effect. 2 short spears, gently pointing in the air, 250-meter-sized, silver and blood intertwined thunderbolts attacked towards Madeo. As the movements of her hands became faster, dozens of thunderbolts that transformed into blood dragons struck the sky. This was her signature attack. Very few people were able to resist it, and the other party didn't even dodge it. Was this underestimating her or overestimating herself? Thunder intertwined into a curtain of blood, and in the next moment, a golden light passed through the curtain of blood, followed by countless golden lights passing through the curtain of blood. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood curtain dissipated, and a golden light emerged from Mu Dao's eyes as golden runes flowed through his body, and his entire body slowly flew up into the air, with the dark evil gun in his hand raised high. I don't know what Makamichi thought of and put the dark evil gun down. Your attack, it's a bit interesting, but, it's still close to fire. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A 60-meter-sized golden fist coalesced in the air. Dozens of chi and blood golden dragons circled above it, and the Emperor Flame that had been successfully coalesced by the cultivation of the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture was also attached to it, attacking down with a domineering and incomparable might. Surprise appeared in Brahmanian's eyes and she immediately resisted. Her attacks were useless against Madeo. She didn't believe it. She wanted to resist this blow hard to prove that Makoto was pretending, but it turned out that if she resisted it hard, she would surely die. I don't believe it. The 2 short spears in her hands pointed at a single location at the same time, and 100-meter-sized, blood-colored, mercury-colored intertwined giant thunderbolt blasted out. The fist and the thunder blood dragon blasted against each other. Bang! The incomparably powerful shock waves scattered in all directions, and the entire ring turned into daytime, and one could only feel that the powerful force in the center of the ring had not dissipated. The sacred summer and Gui Empire's pride all gazed at the center ring, thinking, who won? Elder Tang Wujing naturally could see the situation inside. His face didn't have any unwanted expression. It was still the same as before. He then looked at a certain location in the air, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes, which was the first time he had ever seen such an expression on his face. Unveiled in the open space, the Emperor of the Gui Empire withdrew his gaze from scanning Makamichi. This old man, he's really protective of his calf. The Gui Empire Emperor had just finished lamenting when he realized that his own genius was also being swept by the Sacred Summer Emperor, and his face bristled with blackness. A smile appeared on the old man's face as he felt the change in the Gui Empire's imperialists. Little man, fight me. A golden shock wave spread quickly, revealing the full extent of the inside. Mudeo stood quietly in the air, and Brahmanian was half kneeling in the center of the ring, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The ring were dented, but this material had the ability to heal itself, and the broken ring was rapidly healing. Brahmanian, admit defeat. Macdao wants to finish the fight as soon as possible so he can go and watch Xia Yunjing fight. If the other party didn't know what to do, he would have to be hot. Ha ha, admit defeat. What are you? I, Brahmanian, am the agent of the Divine Lady of Defense on Earth, the future god, Goddess Sama. I am your loyal devotee. This human has offended you. I will behead him and sacrifice him to Goddess Sama. Her expression became immensely satisfied, as if there really were gods that would listen to her and give her strength. Coldness surfaced on Madeo's face. What a bull ***** divine agent. His brain is washed out. In that case, it's not his fault. An incomparably thick blood dragon quickly coalesced. Just like a real dragon, the Lin armor was realistically long. However, the blood dragon was unorthodox, clearly in the shape of a snake scaly. The Brahma eye roared, and the blood dragon caught the fierce thunder as it attacked Madeo. Crime and punishment gun sutra. A gun fell. The blood domain shura, judging all the evils in the world. Bang! The blood dragon collapsed, and Brahmanian fell from the air, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She was a divine agent, and would only lose to a more powerful divine agent. How could she lose to Macdao? Makoto looked at her and snorted coldly. The gods you believe in are nothing in my eyes. As soon as these words came out, Brahmanya's eyes went black and she completely fainted. Chapter 115, Shikshara's Undercard. Nine-headed serpent Jiao. Mudeo went to the first ring, and Xiao Yunjing's fight entered the final stage. The entire ring, which was covered in sword marks, was frozen in cold ice, and the healing ability of the ring material seemed to be limited, unable to heal itself. The Pope's court genius, using a giant hammer. At this moment, he was panting heavily, and the breath he exhaled turned into white gas visible to the naked eye. Meet your final judgment. Xiao Yunjing held the Jinfeng ice sword in both hands, and a cold ice sword intent that penetrated through heaven and earth, carrying the will to freeze everything, quickly condensed. Horror floated in Aegis's eyes. I concede. I'm not going to fight. I admit defeat. Xiao Yunjing withdrew his attack and turned around to fly towards the bottom of the ring. The two then walked towards the third ring. A battle between Xinwu and the genius of the Gui Empire, the Brahma god agent Shakti. It just wasn't looking too good. His muscles were the root of his power, and with his power alone, his body had several huge gouges and blood was spilling out. The genius of the Gui Empire, apart from some panting, did not seem to have suffered a great deal of damage. Big guy, your fleshly body gives you a lot of confidence and is indeed very powerful. However, it's not as good as me after all. If we keep fighting, I'll get hurt, and you might die. Humph, if I can't beat you, I'll just admit defeat, and fight you to the death. Aren't I a fool? I have muscles, but not cuties. After saying that, Xinwu jumped straight out of the ring. Madeo was satisfied with Xinwu's move, fearing that he didn't know how to change. Deadlocked, admitting defeat doesn't mean anything, just like Brahmanian, knowing that there was a gap in strength. As a result, the one who suffered in the back was still her. They ended their fight, and the next to take the stage was Gu Wuchang'er fighting the genius of the Gui Empire, the elephant god agent, Shishara. The Pope's court was unlucky that two geniuses were fighting together. This luck was no one's fault. As soon as Jana got on stage, she voluntarily conceded defeat. Ancient Nocturnal Love and Shikshara stood opposite each other. Shikara's body spread purple thunder and slowly flew up into the sky, and with every step, a thunder blade appeared in the air. 100 meters away from Ancient No Long Emotion, 100-meter purple thunder greatsword hung horizontally in the air, striving to chop down. The entire ring was covered by purple thunder and monstrous blade intent. Ancient No Long Emotion surfaced with spatial power. Chi and blood surged, transforming into a giant hand, which did not directly attack the thunder blade. As it was about to come into contact with the great sword, it erupted with a bizarre power that tore through space and was only a dozen meters in size. Surprise appeared in Shikara's eyes as the purple thunder dagger was swallowed by space. The figure of Gu Wuchangxiang instantly dissipated in place and appeared behind Shikshara. The space blade, slashing straight down, reacting. Shikshara immediately floated a huge thunder barrier in front of him, defending against Ancient Nocturnal Love's attack. Dao, the two of them, who will win? It's hard to say. Both have a chance to win. Shikshara has a better chance, though. Although Madeo hadn't picked up Ancient No Long Love's talent, he had let the system scan it, and his talent was between the cosmic and SSS levels, and it was a bit of a shame that it hadn't reached the cosmic level. Otherwise cosmic level space martial arts talent. Very impressive. The head of the Pope's courts band, also a saint, had always had a cold expression, and the two heavenly pride of the Pope's court matched to fight together didn't cause him to fluctuate. He looked toward Elder Tang Wujing and said in a hoarse voice, Sacred Summer Emperor, your sacred summer has many talented people, and 1,000 years ago, it was also a place of greatness, and 1,000 years later, it's even more so. Elder Tang Wojing also reacted. I thought that I was the only old man from that era. But Saint Xia, do have great people? Aren't you worried about the genius of the Pope's court? Nowadays, there is only one left. An old saying of sacred summer. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. They are all the best children and grandchildren of my pontifical court. Being thwarted in this battle isn't a bad thing. And the majesty of my pontifical court doesn't need a few of my children and grandchildren to fight for it. And we, the old men, are not dead yet. The papal court, boundary regicide had successfully penetrated the abyssal prison, and had also learned of their plans to infiltrate the interior of the papal court. The man with the golden mask was the abyssal prison jailer, an SSS-class heavenly pride, the abyssal prison prisoner, and only a few, are all relying on the means of raising parasites, constantly killing, and finally standing out a few people. He showed good talent, and that Holy Son thought more highly of him. The abyssal prison was not an ironclad one, and several of the prisoners were ganging up on each other. Not only the papal court, but Saint Xia is also in their infiltration calculations. The exact plan, though, he hadn't figured out yet. In my previous life, it seems like the Gui Empire won first place, my Holy Summer was second, and the Pope's court was third, and I don't know this time how my Holy Summer turned out. Ancient Changless love is definitely a genius worth cultivating, but unfortunately, it's quite lackluster. There are no resources to enhance talent. The curtain is being pulled back on my layout, and I hope it's in time. While he was thinking about it, a voice came. Snakeface, Lord Saint Sun is looking for you. The battle entered into white heat. Guwu Changchang and Shikshara, both of them have some injuries. Guwu Changchang is more seriously injured. He was also gradually at a disadvantage. The consumption of spatial energy was incomparably drastic, and his chi and blood were burning at an extremely high speed. Damn it, this battle, I'm at my limit. I concede. Guwu Changcheng walked down to the ring and looked at Mu Dao and Xiao Yunjing. Modeo, Miss Xiao, it's up to you guys next. The second round has ended, and those who have entered the third round. Saint Xia Modeo, Xiao Yunjing, Ancient Egyptian Empire Shikshara, Shakti, and Pope Tinglos. 5 people draw their matchup numbers. 1 pair of 5, 2 pair of 4, 3 rounds empty. Into the fourth round, Modeo drew number 4, and Xiao Yunjing was lucky and drew number 3. Number 2 is Shikshara. His opponent, Losa's opponent is Shakti. Senior Saint Xia, that girl child of yours Saint Xia is really lucky. The old man glanced faintly at the also-ran. Luck is also a part of strength. And, it's not that she's facing your Gui Empire's heavenly pride. Otherwise, your Gui Empire would be even more hopeless. Shikara looked at Makoto. You're not as good as the one before. Yes? Modeo smiled disdainfully. Using the dark evil lance to stab out a shot, a purple thunder barrier appeared in front of Shikaru. With a click, without any obstacles, the dark evil lance pierced through the thunder barrier, pointing straight at Shikshara's face. Shikshara was shocked and quickly dodged to save himself from getting his head blown off. To actually disguise it, it's really abominable. Mudo, when did he disguise himself? However, it's really boring. The previous battle couldn't force out my bottom card, so it's up to you, whether you can force out my bottom card or not. Silent gun scripture. Mu Dao didn't bother to talk nonsense. Light golden chi and blood surged. Killing potential opened. Infinite killing intent turned this entire ring into a world of killing intent. As a shot fell, the entire sky, space shattered one after another. Shikshara's face was filled with horror, immediately making a defense as the purple thunder daggers that covered the sky surged out. Bang! A few loud bangs in succession. Shikshara flew out backwards, his face full of woes, his eyes no longer full of ease, but full of scorn. You, completely pissed me off. Nine-headed serpent Jiao, come out. Chapter 116, close the door and release Yubo. Nine-headed serpent Jiao, come out. As soon as Shikara's words fell, a loud hissing sound carried through heaven and earth. A black dot appeared from the sky. The black dot approached them. It was a 200-meter-long ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was strange-looking, snake-bodied, with a pair of fleshy wings, and had 3 heads. The heads resembled snakes and tigers. One emitted a red glow, one emitted flames, and one had thunder flowing through it, and next to the 3 heads, there were 6 sarcomas, making it look particularly crowded. Flying behind Shikara, 3 pairs of narrow, cramped eyes looked at Makoto with ferocity. Roar! An open look emerged on Shikshara's face. Modeo, how strong is your battle power? 2 against 1. You don't have a single chance of winning. Nine-headed serpent Jiao, born as a fae. Nowadays, although only 3 heads are open, its strength is no weaker than mine. Modeo, on the other hand, looked at the nine-headed serpent Jiao with a surprised look on his face. If he killed it, its essence blood would be useful to Wu Bao. The people watching the battle were not happy. Wasn't this cheating? The Pope's court emperor and elder Tang Wojing looked at the head of the Gui Empire and also looked at the corners of their mouths to rise slightly. Both of you. The nine-headed serpent Jiao has grown up with Shikshara since childhood. The nine-headed serpent Jiao comes from a mysterious background. It recognizes Shikshara as its master, so it belongs to Shikshara's hand of battle. There is no such thing as cheating. I, the ancient Egyptian empire, believe that the nine-headed serpent augur is a companion beast bestowed upon Shikshara by the gods, and that it is the gods' recognition of him. If you geniuses have beast pets, you may also take the field. On the side of the holy summer, almost no one is worried about Medeo, but it is just one more strange looking point, and it does not have the slightest impact on the battle. Ha ha! Saint Shamu Dao, what are you laughing at? Seeing that Medeo was snickering, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Was this not being able to see where the situation was going? One more, and the defeat must be yours. Yubo, there's no need to be merciful later. You can burn as much as you want. A small white golden bird of about 20 centimeters appeared in Medeo's arms, hovering in the air and staring at the huge monster in front of him. This scene made everyone not understand what Medeo was thinking. This strength gap was too big. Such a small bird, not as big as someone's eyes, an existence that would be destroyed by blowing their breath. It was just surprising that seeing Wu Bao, the nine-headed serpent Jiao, produced a feeling of fear, which wasn't too obvious, but the three powerful parties could see it clearly. As the master of the nine-headed serpent sculptor, Shikaro sensed it especially clearly. His eyes were filled with questions, and he couldn't help but be angry in his heart about what the nine-headed serpent Jiao was afraid of. Only to see Wu Bao, emitting a loud and clear phoenix sound. White golden flames quickly spread all over his body. Especially the white golden flames on the top of his head were more obvious, and his third foot, turning white golden, was filled with emperor flame runes. The body quickly became larger, and finally turned into a white golden giant bird that was only about 4 meters tall, and with its wings open, it was only about 20 meters, a body of feathers, engraved with flame patterns, flowing with the golden crow emperor flame breath. The incomparably blazing temperature scattered out in all directions, and the geniuses under the ring felt the temperature around them soar at an extremely abnormal speed. Even 3 ring areas away can be affected in some way. Jealousy surfaced in Shikshara's eyes. He could naturally tell that this bird was not bad. Why were all the good things obtained by Medeo? Nine-headed snake Jiao, kill that mongrel bird. Yubo, it's up to you. A bird and a snake augur flew into the air, and the 3 heads of the nine-headed snake augur released different energies, each spitting out a ball of energy light from its mouth. In Wu Bao's mouth, he spat out a duck egg-sized white golden fireball, which quickly grew larger in the air, turning into a huge golden fireball, like a sun, scorching everything. Boom! After a loud bang, Wu Bao's innate spirit fire, Golden Crow Emperor Flame, continued to attack towards the nine-headed serpent Jiao with unabated power. Makamichi looked to Shikshara. Our duel is not over. If that's all you've got, I'm disappointed. Big Sun Heavy Fist. With this punch, Medeo should have used 1/3 of his chi and blood. A round of golden fists the size of 100 meters, covering the sky and appearing above Shikshara's head, the chi and blood golden dragons hovering over it, and the emperor flames burning continuously, blasting down at an extremely fast speed. It looked like Medeo was slow in executing the Great Sun Heavy Fist, but it was all in an instant. Shikara also had the arrogance of being a genius, a purple mark emerging from his eyebrows and his eyes flashing with thunder. Purple thunder roared out, and in the area above, purple thunder transformed into a sea of thunder, and a huge pillar of purple thunder light, which was drawn out from the sea of thunder, transformed into a spear and blasted together with the golden fist. Bang! The entire ring disappeared into the eyes of the crowd, and all that could be seen was a world of intertwined golden and purple thunder. Suddenly, a boundless killing intent enveloped the entire competition venue. Even Los and Shakti, who were in the middle of the battle, were affected by a trace of it, and the two of them couldn't help but look towards the first ring with a slight frown. Los was even more so. After ancient Chunless Love's defeat, he felt that he had recognized the wrong person, and only now did he realize with hindsight that the genius the man was talking about should be Medeo. In the first ring, a rushing light golden aura quickly took over the ring before dissipating. In the center of the ring, Shikshara was kneeling on both knees, his clothes torn and blood spilling from his mouth. The long spear in Medeo's hand was pointed straight at Shikshara's neck. Do you, admit defeat? Better think about it before you say it. I don't have a grudge against you, but I don't mind beheading someone who wants to be my enemy. I concede. Shikaro lowered his head and said the words admit defeat with difficulty. The nine-headed serpent Jiao sensed Shikshara's condition and became anxious. wanting to end the fight more and more. Where would Wu Bao give it a chance? 9 clusters of duck egg-sized white gold fireballs appeared behind its head, the third foot releasing even more violent golden crow emperor flame breath. 9 clusters of flames, rapidly growing larger, like 9 extinguishing suns, destroying all life. Surrounding the 9-headed serpent Zhao, it connected to form a golden crow emperor flame cage. The 9-headed serpent Zhao kept struggling inside. However, it didn't have the slightest effect. Gradually, it let out a wail of agony, its flesh and blood rapidly festering, and its blood was incinerated before it could fall. Shikshara was alarmed. Modeo, I admit defeat. Quickly make your favored beast stop. The 9-headed serpent Zhao can't die. Seeing that the situation was about the same, Modeo told Yupa to stop his attack. Yubo, spare its life. Wu Bao withdrew his attack and the 9-headed serpent Zhao fell through the air into the nearly broken ring. An energy appeared in the air and surged into the body of the 9-headed serpent Zhao, which quickly disappeared into thin air. Shikshara bowed to the air. Thank you, true god. The true god in his mouth was a martial artist of Emperor Realm strength, a strong person of Emperor Realm strength in the Gui Empire. Wu Bao changed back to his original form and flew to Modeo's shoulder. That dull and cute appearance, an incomparable contrast to his previous appearance, a heaven and a earth. Chapter 117, at that moment, like a god, Yubo's performance made many people take notice, and they all wanted to know what breed of ferocious beast Yubo was. The Pope's court emperor secretly transmitted his voice to Elder Tang Wujing. Holy Summer Emperor, how about the Pope's court is willing to pay a high price for a drop of its essence blood? That's not my beast pet. I don't have the right to make a decision. Moreover, you don't want to fart and eat. I, Sacred Summer, am an outstanding person. Even my beast pet is also an outstanding beast. You, humph. For the first time, there was a sign of anger on the Pope's court emperor's face, and if it wasn't in front of his juniors, he really wanted to try the depths of Elder Tang Wujing. Brahmanian lost to Modeo. The thing she wished for the most was for someone to defeat Modeo. Even Shikshara lost to Modeo. Who else could beat Modeo? Shikshara had a different feeling in her eyes. In the faith god legend, the defense goddess was the wife of the elephant god, and the power of Shikshara had long ago planted the seed in her heart. Such a powerful existence had lost to Modeo, and a certain string in her heart collapsed at this moment. Xiao Yunjing's surprise was equally quite a lot. She felt at that time that Wu Bao was not bad, very humane. She didn't expect that. It was actually so powerful. That kind of flame, if you touch it, you might not even have a chance to break free, and you will be burned clean. I'm going to get a beast pet too. It would be better if it was a bird, to match one to Yubo. Giggle. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. If Makamichi and Yubo knew what she was thinking, they would have jumped up and down. Yubo is just a child. No thinking about Shirbari things. Ancient no long sentiment. Divine martial. Gu Xianwei. Dancing redfish. Si Tianmian. And the Dragon Emperor, on the other hand, were smiling bitterly. When the sealing words were first spoken, and Modeo was introduced to the young generation at the helm with his realm strength, not many of them were convinced in their hearts at that time. But nowadays, they can't help but be unconvinced. Breaking through the S rank would have the strength to suppress all of the S realms, and perhaps in the A realm it would have the strength to single-handedly challenge them. There was still a gap between geniuses and geniuses. The leader of the Gui Empire was gloomy. Shikshara had lost. The only hope was placed on Shakti, but Shakti's situation was not optimistic. He was stronger than Shikshara, and now there were hidden signs of rout, enough to prove the power of the geniuses of the papal court. Time passed by, and the battle between Los and Shakti came to a final showdown. Two chi and blood-like columns collide in the air. Monstrous air waves one after another. Los tops broken. Bitter Chu stout body. The body floats fiery lines all over the body. Looks incomparably domineering. The Shakti took a few steps back in succession. His chest vaguely sunken as his clothes were destroyed at the chest. Ahem. I lost. Yui Wang stood up with an incredibly ugly face. For the third round of the tournament, Saint Xia Modeo, Xiao Yunjing, and Pope Tinglos entered the top 3 and fought for the top 3 ranking order. Now the draw. Turn 2. This time the draw resulted in bad luck. Xiao Yunjing number 1 and Makuto number 3. Modeo was a bit torn. He didn't seem to have fought Xiao Yunjing. What if he made her cry? Xiao Yunjing smiled faintly at Modeo. I concede. Way to go, Dao. With Xiao Yunjing admitting defeat. In the end, it was the duel between Modeo and Los. The first ring was almost destroyed due to the fight between Makuto and Shikshara, Yubo and the 9-headed serpent Zhao, and the material couldn't heal itself. And the second ring was also a bit damaged, so they had to go to the third ring. A monstrous battle intent surfaced in Los's eyes. Are you what that person said? The first genius of Sacred Summer? But I don't believe that you, Saint Xia, are jealous of the virtuous? It's ridiculous that that kind of genius hasn't been chosen. Boundary Slayer instantly surfaced in Medeo's mind. Only Boundary Slayer would have this side of ability to go to the distant Pope's court before the curtain of extreme day dissipated. Looking at Los, it seems that he was still defeated by Boundary Slayer. Ha ha, Los, if you can't even beat him, then you can't beat me. He just doesn't want to participate for fear of showing up and you guys being even more hopeless. Arrogant. Battle. Golden flames emerged from Los's entire body, transforming into a fireman who rushed towards Medeo. Only compared to the Golden Crow Emperor flame, it was not a fraction of a point worse. Mu Dao operated the extreme Dao Dharma body. His body crouched slightly and stepped on the cracked ground, rushing towards Los like a cannonball. The two men's fists clashed together with a loud bang and waves of air impacted. The powerful recoil force caused Los to take a few steps back one after another, and Makoto did not move at all. Los' fists vaguely trembled. Just simply was a punch. He felt like hitting on top of an iron mountain, unable to shake the slightest bit. More exaggerated, he felt that Medeo's iron fist carried a hint of flame on top of it, stronger than his, and looking at Medeo's previous fighting style, he hadn't yet felt such a powerful flame power. Los, bring out your full strength. At the very least, be stronger than that Shikshara. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. The Shikshara under the ring, his old face reddened, looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to him, and then his heart settled down quite a bit. Los flew into the sky, his arms stretched out to the sides, his eyes slightly closed, his head slightly tilted up, reddish golden lines appearing all over his body, and a blazing sun rising behind him. His eyes snapped open, his pupils turning golden, and his pupils were covered in light golden lines. Blazing sun realm. The sun was in the air, turning the ring space into a realm, and within the realm of the blazing sun, the only element that was available was flame, and all of them were subject to the arrangements of Los. A large flaming hand, wielding a large flaming sword, had locked onto Medeo and swung with all their might. Extreme thunder at hand. Medeo continuously appeared as a stump, dodging the attacks of the flaming greatsword, and if he wasn't careful, he was struck by the extremely dense flaming greatsword and fell into the ground. The ground was smashed out into a deep pit, and Makoto's body was directly embedded in the ground. Medeo, you seem not so strong. Makoto leapt out into the air and patted the iron shavings on his clothes. A good show. It's just starting. Dark evil appeared in his hand. Silent gun scripture. 3 giant lances of energy stood in the air and attacked the blazing sun realm. When a shot falls, everything is destroyed. The fiery flame realm only resisted for a few moments and cracked like an eggshell. Los revealed a look of surprise. How was it possible to break the fiery flame realm with a single shot? A flaming giant quickly coalesced, and the flaming giant did whatever movement Los did. Big sun heavy fist. Medeo roared angrily, and with this punch, he barely held back much. A round of golden fists the size of 100 meters instantly destroyed the flame giant, and an overbearing and incomparable pressure suppressed Los as he fought to resist Makoto's attack. With all the means at his disposal, he was still struck in the body by an irresistible force, and if he hadn't been wearing something, he might have been broken into pieces. Medeo flew up into the sky, his entire body surfaced with golden lines, and his dark evil gun pointed at Los. At precisely this time, a golden light from the far reaches of the sky shone on Makoto. That moment gave everyone an illusion. At that moment, Makoto was like a god. Chapter 118 Yin-Yang Cemetery. Do you, admit defeat? Los looked up at Makoto with a complicated expression. I concede. You're better than him. Can you tell me what the guy's name was? His name is Boundslayer. Boundslayer. Los muttered. With Los's defeat, the Heaven's Pride tournament was about to come to an end. Last place in the Gui Empire. Still on their home turf. And even if their hearts were not in it, there was nothing they could do about it. Yui Wang stood up with a serious face and announced the results of this match. First place, Saint Xia Mudeo. Second place, Pope Tinglos. Third place, Saint Xia Xiao Yunjing. Fourth place, Shakti of the Gay Empire. Sixth place, Shikshara of the Gay Empire. Xiao Yunjing occupied the third throne without a single battle. The heart of the Gui Empire's heavenly pride was unconvinced, and originally wanted to challenge. The voice of the emperor sounded in their heads at the same time. You have already lost this battle. Not being first means nothing. There is no difference between third and fourth. It's fine to recognize your own shortcomings. The Gui Empire, still have the gumption to lose. If Mudeo knew what the imperialist of the Gui Empire was thinking, he would have been surprised. The ancient Egyptian Empire, the papal court, including Saint Xia, the top brass are not corrupt. Everything has a big picture, and when you lose, and look for your own reasons. It is this quality, this race, that has the potential to last. Madeo expected that someone should challenge Xiao Yunjing, but he was a bit surprised when no one did. But since no one challenged him, it was quite good. On that day, Mu Dao, Xiao Yunjing, Ancient No Long Emotion, and Xinwu went to collect the rewards belonging to the top 10. The rewards were rich, and they, too, had to embark on the journey of return. The end was always good. Within the battleship, Elder Tang Wujing looked at them with a smile on his face. You guys have done well. Each and every one of you are the top geniuses of my sacred summer. All of you have the potential to break through the SSS realm. A momentary failure is just to show you that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Red fish, got it? Grandpa Jing. I know. Ancient No Long Emotion sat beside Mudeo. Mudeo, do you have any plans for the next step? Mudeo pondered for a moment. His previous intention was to properly prepare for this competition and achieve a good result for Saint Xia. Now that the game is over, his intentions? Simple. 2. Rapidly improve your strength. The only thing that is king is strength. Everything else is just floating clouds. Sharpen yourself in the actual battle out. So, do you, have any plans of where you want to go? Without answering, Makoto walked over to the old man. Grandpa Jing, I want to go to the Forbidden Zone to train. Only that kind of high-intensity pressure in the Forbidden Zone will allow me to progress rapidly. The ancient abyss of blood is not suitable for me. The starry sky Forbidden Land and the Yin-Yang graveyard. I don't know which one is better. Little fellow, if you really think about it, I recommend you to go to the Yin-Yang graveyard. The Yin-Yang graveyard is the most mysterious place among the 3 Forbidden Zones, where great crises are accompanied by great opportunities. Since it was the old man's recommendation, Makoto had to try out the Yin-Yang graveyard. Jinger, the next period of time may all have to be separated from you. If you have time, go and see Yutong. Boundary Regicide has been separated from her for a long time. Because of what happened to you and me, she has always had a grudge against me in her heart. Dao, I want to go to the Yin-Yang cemetery with you. No, Jinger, my cultivation style is different from all of you. You stay in the Chaos Asylum. You are one of the 10 thrones. Enjoy the tilting of resources. Just cultivate hard. Okay, Dao. Then, snuggled into Makoto's arms, soft jade in his arms, Mudeo smelled the light body fragrance emanating from Xiao Yunjing, and he was instantly in a better mood. Xiao Yunjing also knew that if she followed along, she might become a burden. Since that was the case, it would be better to work hard to improve her strength and catch up with Mudeo's footsteps as soon as possible. 5 days later, Mu Dao stepped out of the battleship, and only when the battleship disappeared into the sky did he fly up into the sky, rushing in the direction of the Yin-Yang graveyard, the Yin-Yang cemetery, in the other direction at the end of sacred summer, where the land borders the sea. Just catching the road took 10 days. Coming to the outskirts of the Yin-Yang cemetery, why this place is called the Yin-Yang cemetery has something to do with its environment. Everything was normal in the sky outside, the sphere of the Yin-Yang graveyard, where the entire sky was gray and drizzling. The way to enter the Yin-Yang graveyard was different from the ancient abyss of blood. There was no vortex or anything like that. Just enter directly, and the further in, the more dangerous it was. Just like the ancient abyss of blood, there were also places where human martial artists gathered, and the number was quite a bit more than the ancient abyss of blood. Mudeo was in easy disguise, and Wubo stood on his shoulder. Such a pairing made many martial artists notice and think that Mudeo was a strange person. After a little understanding, he purchased a map of the interior of the Yin-Yang cemetery, and the map seller told him that it was only a sketch, that the outermost area might still be relatively real, and that once he entered the interior, it would not be real at all, and that he should think about it himself. Upon entering, the air was very humid and warm, and the time, now, would have been just under 12 noon, but it was getting close. Being there is like being within a sauna. The ground is all swampy and watery. Suddenly, this high temperature turns into extremely exaggerated cold, and the hot and humid air turns into skin-piercing cold wind, and the ground is covered with a thin layer of ice. 2 extreme climates, transformed in just a few moments. Good fellow, Yin-Yang graveyard. So there is this meaning. This kind of temperature was nothing to Mu Dao. It could be said that any climate of the Blue Star could not possibly affect him, as long as it wasn't the abnormal frigid climate of the previous hunt for the ice dignity fierce beast. Goldfinger, opened the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level, martial arts, Taoist scripture, introductory, Taoist level, ritual sacrifice technique, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, S rank, chi and blood 230 million katals, martial skills silent gun sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, sin punishment gun sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, extreme thunder at hand, perfection, Great Sun Heavy Fist, perfection. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, perfection. Martial Skill Experience Value, 34.2 million. I've upgraded all of my martial arts to perfection, and the next martial arts experience value I acquire can be used to upgrade my feats. Let's set a small goal first, within half a year, to raise to the SSS realm. This configuration of his was already a very top-tier existence. In the Blue Star, it was possible that the martial skills cultivated by an Imperial Master were not as strong as his, and his only weakness right now was the lack of realm and the lack of chi and blood. Afterward, the figure disappeared into place and entered towards the depths, where it was his destination. Chapter 119 Newly Emerged Imperial Beast, Beginning of Chaos. When Madeo entered the Yin-Yang graveyard about a few hundred kilometers away, he saw a ferocious beast that was 80 to 90 meters in size. Its strength should be at the A realm, and half of its body was a light red color, and half of its body was a light blue color. With a casual drop of a spear, chi and blood transformed into a spear shadow, ending the life of this ferocious beast. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Blood plus 40, 000 cards, half immortal substance plus 1, martial skill experience value plus 73, 000. It's no different from the ferocious beasts out there, just not quite the same shape. A few thousand miles deeper into the Yin-Yang graveyard, this place should be approaching the center area, and the strength of the ferocious beasts that appeared were basically above the B realm, and there were quite a few of them. A bad thought arose in Madeo's mind. Before the Legend Asylum, there wasn't even a single A realm martial artist, but in these forbidden zones, A realm ferocious beasts could only be considered somewhat powerful, and the real battle power was the S realm ferocious beasts. He didn't know why the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Zone couldn't go out in large numbers. They seemed to be restricted, and the Imperial Master hadn't told him how much of a crisis it would cause if one day this restriction dissipated and these ferocious beasts rushed towards the human sanctuary. It may seem like this restriction makes humans feel safe, but when you think about it, how is it not a protection for ferocious beasts? The ferocious beasts inside were getting stronger and more numerous. If the so-called restriction was just an excuse, a lie laid down by those ferocious beasts with the intelligence of demons, even the Imperial Master had been deceived. What a horrible thing to do. Now it looks like I'm still killing less. Mudeo had a tyrannical intent, not leaving a single beast he encountered. B realm, A realm, S realm beasts were all turned into his chi and blood value. Kill, kill, kill. In the midst of the frantic killing, Makoto's blood value was rapidly increasing. A half a month passed, and Makoto's chi and blood was already infinitely close to S rank. SS class ferocious beasts. He wasn't going to offend them for the time being. A deadly battle, even if he could win, would still be delayed for too long. It's better to win in quantity, and quantity causes quality. At this moment, within the Chaos Asylum, the Chaos Academy, a group of SSS Realm Saints were gathered, and the Chaos Academy's current head, Pan Ru, and the first head, Elder Tang Wujing, were both present. Their faces were all covered in clouds of worry, and Elder Tang Wujing frowned slightly. Just yesterday, they received a message from the Nining shelter. 100,000 miles away from the Nining shelter, there seemed to be a vision. Thunder rolled and the roar of beasts resounded throughout the wilderness. The SSS Realm Saint of the Nining Asylum's Jinwu Division went to check it out, and just a short while ago, received a message from the Nining Asylum's Jinwu Division. That holy man was dead, and the last words coming from him were only a sentence and a wail. The SSS Realm ferocious beasts are metamorphosing and have already touched that realm. It was followed by the wailing of that holy man. What this meant, these saints knew, was that there was an Emperor Realm Fierce being born, and a new forbidden area was about to be formed. The newly born forbidden area was different from the previous forbidden areas. The three major forbidden areas were restricted for some reasons, but the newly born forbidden area was not restricted in any way. Perhaps the Nining shelter will even be destroyed. Nowadays, only a few Imperial Masters could go against it. Saints, the newly promoted Emperor Realm ferocious beasts are a potentially great danger. Emperor Realm ferocious beasts are hard to kill. I have to discuss this with the other Empyreans and make a foolproof plan. Arrange for a few saints to support the Nining Asylum. Panru, I'll leave this matter to you to arrange. 100,000 miles away from the Nining shelter, a huge mountain range had been destroyed by thunder, and in the center of the mountain range, an incomparably dense blood aura surfaced, and there was even a berserk force slowly being released. Boom! A line of blood was quickly released, and wherever it went, it was leveled. 1,000-meter-tall imperial beast, bathed in blood-colored thunder, its eyes emerging with a refined light, appeared to be spiritually intelligent. Its body was rapidly becoming smaller, and in the end, it turned into a 100-meter-sized ferocious beast with a quite ordinary appearance. It kept roaring, a voice suddenly ringing in its head, its narrow eyes flashing with some kind of light as it rushed in a certain direction. Not long after it left, Elder Tang Wujing and the other 4 Imperial Masters arrived at this place, surfacing with anger as they quickly rushed in a certain direction. At the entrance of the ancient abyss of blood, the newly promoted Emperor Beast came to this place, and seeing the human gathering below, he spat out a bloody light, and all the buildings were destroyed, including the human martial artists, all of whom were slaughtered. Contempt surfaced in the eyes of the newly promoted Emperor Beast and his mouth spat out human words. A bunch of mole crickets. Subsequently, enter the ancient abyss of blood. Seeing the scene of purgatory in this place, Elder Tang Wujing and the other 4 Imperial Masters were furious. With a wave of Elder Tang Wui's hand, all the ferocious beasts in a radius of tens of thousands of meters turned into blood mist. Within the ancient abyss of blood, the 5 emperors of Saint Xia stood opposite a humanoid crystal monster and a ferocious beast that was 100 meters tall. The ancient abyss of blood Emperor Beasts, as well as the newly promoted Emperor Beasts, Emperor Abyss, handed over and the agreement between us will still be there. Otherwise, today, I, Sacred Xia, will destroy you, ancient abyss of blood. Ha ha, Tang Wujing, you're thinking too well. The 5 sacred summer emperors don't dare to easily make an enemy of my 3 forbidden zone Emperor Beasts. And now that the Emperor Beasts have added another person to the list, do you really think that you wouldn't dare to turn the tables on you human emperors and tear up the treaty? That one descendant that day, destroying the foundation of my descendants in the ancient abyss of blood. If I wasn't in a critical period, I really thought he could escape. Not to make things difficult with the Emperor Demons, I, the 4 great Emperor Beasts, can still be at a stage of peace with the sacred summer? Otherwise, let the war begin. Those guys in the ocean are neutral, but that doesn't mean they will be neutral forever. Emperor Demon, is this newly promoted Emperor Beast? You're threatening us? Not a threat, just a discussion. How about that? Indeed, as the Emperor Beast said, the so-called forbidden area restriction was all fake. As the Emperor Realm strength, they realized how difficult it was to kill the existences in this realm. They were not afraid to fight alone, but it was very difficult to kill them. Even if a few emperors besieged them and succeeded in killing them, the rest of the Emperor Beasts, in an instant, would attack the human shelters. Human emperors might not always be able to catch up to provide protection, and even if they did, the aftermath of a battle between emperors would be enough to destroy the human shelter. Those guys in the ocean seem to be in a neutral state, but when humans want to overthrow the high-end battle force of the ferocious beasts, they won't fail to understand the reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling. Moreover, humanity's enemies were always more than just ferocious beasts. The abyssal prison was wolfish, and behind it, he didn't know what the hell he was sacrificing, and at that time, Sacred Summer would really be powerless to return to the heavens. Sacred Summer is now walking on thin ice with every step. Good, D. Yuan, I hope you remember what you said. If it dares to strike out against humans it will. We swear that even if we have to pay any price, we will overthrow the entire ferocious beast clan. Chapter 120 Prisoner, Killslayer. Beyond the starry sky, the 5 people, Imperial Master Tang Wujing, Imperial Master Jing Mayfly, Imperial Master Yuanqi, Imperial Master Yu Qinger, and Imperial Master Chaotic Redness, did not have a single smile on their faces. Elder Tang Wujing and Jing Mayfly, who liked to joke around the most on weekdays, didn't have any thoughts of fighting nowadays. The 5 of them were of Emperor Realm strength and seemed to be high above the rest, but they were powerless in the face of many things. Old Dawn, is there really nothing we can do about them? Hey, yeah, there's really no way around it at the moment. How difficult it is to kill with the strength of the Emperor Realm, and if we start a fight with them, those few Emperor beasts in the ocean won't care. Not to mention, we still have that unknown abyssal prison behind us. I have a feeling that abyssal prison should be the most dangerous existence. If we take a wrong step, the good trend of the holy summer today may have to go up in smoke and step back into chaos. Unless what? Several emperors looked at the old man. Unless, our sacred summer can produce a figure that is so powerful that he can kill an emperor beast all by himself. The expressions of several emperors were a bit despondent. Old Tang, this is a bit difficult. When we face the emperor beasts, we can at most tie and slightly suppress them. If we want to decimate them, that's completely impossible. It's too difficult. I'm sure someone can do it, and when he grows up, he will. What came to his mind was Mudeo. Mudeo might influence the direction of Saint Summer in the future. The only one with this kind of battle power was Mudeo. There was a great possibility that he could be able to kill an Emperor Realm fierce beast on his own after becoming an Emperor Realm. I just hope that day won't be so long ago. From this day onwards, all the shelters in Sacred Summer, all fall down the list of the suns. All the martial artists can go to challenge the list of the suns. All those who are on the list, can obtain a considerable amount of resources. In addition to Saint Xia, the Gui Empire, the papal court also launched many initiatives to vigorously cultivate strong people. Yin Yang Graveyard. Another month or so had passed, and Mudeo kept up his intense hunting every day, and he had already lost track of how many ferocious beasts he had killed. However, if he encountered something like what happened before in the ancient abyss of blood, he maintained a high level of vigilance and just killed the ferocious beasts when the time came anyway, lest he be noticed by the Emperor Realm ferocious beasts. After he finished killing several Realm ferocious beasts, his entire body's qi and blood trembled violently, and his light golden qi and blood seemed to carry a great weight, covering the branches of a tree so much that the host could be crushed. The S-rank barrier was broken through, and his strength managed to come to the S-rank with a full 480 million cardinalities of qi and blood. This kind of qi and blood, it was estimated that even SS realm martial artists did not have it, and every time he was promoted, it would be a huge boost. With his current roots, even without the system, he would be able to rapidly increase his strength. It would just be at a slower pace. The corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had killed were almost all devoured by Wu Bao, who had once again fallen into a deep slumber, and the kind of power contained within his body made him feel terrifying. I don't know how powerful it would be if I woke up. For the next hunt, we have to be a little more careful and kill for another 2 months, then we'll go to the starry sky Forbidden Land and wander around, lest we be noticed by the Emperor of the Yin Yang Graveyard. According to his guess, a ferocious beast of Emperor realm strength should be in the midst of eating and sleeping if nothing is wrong with it. Once they have eaten a full meal, it is estimated that they have to sleep for a long time before waking up. The way ferocious beasts advance is different from human beings. The more they eat, the faster they advance. At the Legend Asylum, Yuton looked at Xiao Yunjing with a face full of excitement. Jingle, are you telling the truth? Yuton, you're wrong about Dao. Ha ha, I told you, Mudeo isn't that kind of person, but he's really powerful. The most powerful genius in the entire Blue Star. Dad told me. Now Blockhead 3 Middle School. Incomparably hot. Not only Blockhead Shelter, even other shelters of those rich people's children, all want to enter the study it. Now Principal GU. He's busy every day. In addition to these, many S-realm martial artists have come to the Blockhead Asylum, and the strength of the Blockhead Asylum has been boosted like never before. It's all because of Makuto, whose statue, which stands on the 3rd grade campus, has become a very hot-hitting area. Ha ha, yeah right, Yutong, hasn't Kensuke shown up yet? Yutong shook his head, his eyes filled with despair. Yutong, don't worry, if he can give us those things, he should be delayed by something. Maybe he's not far away from you watching you, he just can't come out to see you because of certain things. I hope. Xiao Yunjing was right. Somewhere, there really was someone looking at her with eyes full of heartache. Bound Dariuside is afraid of appearing, and never want to go again. Reborn once, the overall direction has become a lot faster, beyond his expectations, must be foolproof. He knew where the abyssal prison was headquartered, but the being they were sacrificing to, he didn't know. In the last life, Blue Star suffered such heavy casualties all because of that existence. Somewhere in unknown space, where the abyssal prison headquarters gathered, something big happened. In the abyssal prison's treasure hall, which gathered most of the powerful people in abyssal prison, 3 figures emerged from the 3 thrones at the very front that emitted the colors of thunder, flame, and blood. However, the one sitting on top of the flame throne had a wound on his mask. There was no blood, but the wound was not healing, and it looked shakily horrible. The man sitting on top of the blood-colored throne said, I have summoned you all here today to announce one thing, my abyssal prison, now adding one more prisoner to enjoy supreme status. Below us, above you, no one dares to say no or ask why. Serpenticide. Step forward. Boundary Slayer slowly walked forward and paid a respectful obeisance towards the 3. These 3, all of them, were at Emperor realm strength. He had been in the Pope's court half a month ago, a minor henchman of the prison Yuanzuan, and had deliberately taken the opportunity of his return to show his talent. The 3 of them immediately noticed him and utilized some sort of tactic to peer into his memories. But his tactic, the 3 of them could not be broken and were deceived by the false memories he had constructed. He had plundered the martial arts talent of countless geniuses and fit himself incomparably to possess such a talent. Together with the fact that he was not weak and had no other problems, he was made one of the prison's sons. Becoming a prisoner was part of his plan, and he would use this identity to seize many opportunities to become an emperor as soon as possible. That way, this life's Blue Star wouldn't be damaged so badly. Boundary Slayer thought of Medeo, and he also learned that Medeo had won first place in the Blue Star Heaven's Pride competition. The battle power was heaven-defying, and if he broke through to the Emperor realm, then there would be much less of a crisis in Blue Star. Jailer Snakeslayer, you've just become a jailer. Many people may not be convinced. You have to make merits as soon as possible to prove that you're good enough to serve as a jailer of the Abyssal Jail. How about it? Serpenticide leads the way. Prisoner Abyssal Zune, who was far away from the Pope's court, knew that Boundary Slayer had become the new prisoner, and he couldn't help but be stunned, followed by a cold smile. But having just become a prisoner, there's nothing that qualifies you to compete with me. Chapter 121 Brewing Meat Monkey. More than a month passed in a flash of time, and Yupa finally woke up from his slumber, which was too long this time, longer than ever before. Wu Bao's size, from more than 4 meters increased in height to more than 8 meters tall. The might of the divine beast Golden Crow finally showed a trace. Too mysterious. Standing there, just like a sun dazzling. In addition to the change in body size, what was divine was that behind Wu Bao, a 100 feet giant tree shadow appeared. A 3-legged golden crow stood at the top of the giant tree, falling sycamore wood for rest, using the haze as food, and manna as drink. This vision disappeared as soon as Yupo's eyes opened. Dad, I've got a few more vague memories in my head, and if I metamorphose a few more times, there will probably be even more in my head. Yupo's voice was still very childish, and could not be heard differently from before. Male and female. Yupo, let's go for another big kill. After a month of killing, Mu Dao's chi blood had increased by about 600 million cards again, on average killing 30 A-realm ferocious beasts per day. There was already an average chi blood of 300,000. That's 9 million cards. S-realm ferocious beasts average 10, an average of 900,000 to 1,000,000 cards of chi blood or so. That's 10,000,000 cards of chi blood. And B-realm ferocious beasts and the following ferocious beasts were uncounted, adding up to another 4 or 5,000,000 cards. In one day, he'll be able to increase his chi and blood by about 20 million calories. In a month, that's about 600 million calories of chi and blood. Just to break through the S+ rank, it required 4.8 by 5, 2.4 billion cardinalities of chi and blood, increasing 600 million cardinalities of chi and blood in a month. It would take a long time to break through the S+ rank. This speed was too slow. He also planned to raise to the SSS realm within half a year, so he could only say that he was too crazy. And to be able to raise to the SS rank within half a year was all the kind of luck he had that was very unbelievable. The last month, being more careful, the chakra only gained over 200 million calories of muscle. By breaking through the S rank, he could set his sights on the SS realm's ferocious beasts. The SS ranked Isuns all gave provided 3 to 4 million blood values. As for how much chi and blood he would need to break through the Emperor realm in the future, it was not something he needed to think about at the moment. If the system function was updated in the future, and he could pick up a wide range of martial artist chi and blood or ferocious beast chi and blood with a single thought, then he would rapidly improve. The chi and blood he picked up each time he decapitated a ferocious beast. The chi and blood he picked up without decapitation was included in the chi and blood he picked up after decapitation. This was the case before. And then he had to ring out 2 voices when he beheaded a ferocious beast, and when it was too noisy, he asked the system to integrate it. Every SS realm ferocious beast would almost always occupy a territory, with a number of S realm and a realm strength ferocious beasts under his command, and S+ level ferocious beasts, none of which would be a match for him with a single shot. Yubo, next lock down the territories of the SS class ferocious beasts. We're targeting them. Soon after, in front of Medeo was a ferocious beast that was over 400 meters long, a bit longer than the Isun, but definitely not as strong as the Isun, a SS beast Zune, with a beast dignity of over 400 meters, and Medeo being a little over 1 meter 8. The impact caused to his vision was very great now. The beast dignity resembled a lizard, a winged lizard, with each piece of scale armor as big as half of Medeo's body, and exhaled white air that rolled like a heat wave. When I faced the Isun before, I was able to drain him to death. My strength is incomparable compared to 2 months ago. Let's see. How long will it take to kill it? Dark Evil. Fight me. Mu Dao held the Dark Evil gun. The Dark Evil gun drank more and more blood. The lines on the gun body gradually turned red, and that dark aura became more and more dense and powerful. Roar! A 2-meter thick pillar of energy light rushed towards Makoto. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Pale golden chi and blood emanated from Medeo's body, rewarding and punishing all sins with a gun attack on the beast dignity. The beast dignity light pillar only resisted for a moment in the air before it was dissolved by Makoto's attack. Running the extreme thunder at hand, he danced around the beast Zune, dodging the beast Zune's attacks while blasting out punch after punch. Each punch carried the madness of Makoto's extreme battle intent. With a huge body, the disadvantages were also revealed. If it could not break through its defense, the huge body became an advantage. If it could easily break through its defense, the tall body was just a burden. And this beast dignity, it was the latter. Even if he didn't use the dark evil gun, Makoto could easily break down its defense. Ding! Host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 3.5 million cards in blood value, 6.2 million in martial skill experience value, and plus 1 flame power hatchling. Madeo briefly rested a little and suddenly found 3 2-meter-tall monkeys that were carrying the blood and flesh of the dead ferocious beasts, the ones that were shaved off and thrown away by Yubo. In a moment of curiosity, Madeo followed these monkeys, wanting to see what they were doing. These 3 monkeys were amazing, and the corpses of ferocious beasts they carried would be cut into small pieces and disappear. This scene made Madeo amazing. Did they come with their own space inside them? It was too amazing. Goldfinger. Consume martial arts experience to scan them. Ding. Consumed 1 million martial arts experience value scanning successfully. Meat monkey. Body comes with 1 square of internal storage space. Trespassing to make fine wine. The system scan didn't have anything special present. Madeo quietly followed them. They weren't slow, but to Madeo, it wasn't fast. Soon afterward they came to a thick bush. Very dense, with vine branches knotted together in a certain regularity. A few minutes after the 3 meat monkeys entered, Madeo also entered it. He wasn't as tall as the meat monkeys and probably went in easily. Through this dense bush is a 4 or 5 meter high cave, into which there is a different world, with the smell of wine, a beautiful mountain, and a monkey, divided into different tasks, doing different things. Madeo and them glared at each other, and in an instant, those meat monkeys broke their defenses. Where did the 2-legged beasts come from? Roar! They showed their teeth, and Makoto smiled slightly. Running the extreme thunder at arm's length, he bypassed them and went to a pool of water in the back, the scent emanating from the liquid of this pool of water of about a square meter. With a big wave of his hand, he took back the liquids into the system space. Little ones, these things, I'll take them. After saying that, he ran his body and left the cave, leaving behind the confused and anxious meat monkeys, who kept hissing. The things they had worked so hard for so long were robbed, and not a single bit was left for them. It was really too abominable. After Madeo left, he smelled the wine brewed by the meat monkeys, and the wine smelled delicious. Taking a sip, it was delicious. He couldn't describe it, only one word came to mind: mellow. The chi and blood have also improved a bit, so it's really magical. Sort of collecting some interest. Really, there is nothing strange in the world. Even monkeys can make wine. Life is really magical. He realized that the raw materials for these meat monkeys to make wine were the corpses of those ferocious beasts, many of which he had decapitated, and it wasn't too much at all to collect some interest. Chapter 122 Blood Trap. Madeo raised a pile of fire, roasted meat and drank wine. It was a good time. At first he couldn't light the firewood here. Under the effect of Emperor Yen, there was nothing that couldn't be lit. After eating and drinking, he continued to tend to walk inside the yin-yang graveyard, and the deeper he went, the worse the situation became. The temperature intensifies steeply from early morning until 12 noon, then drops steeply once 12 noon passes, and repeats, with no darkness and almost always daylight. Dad, I think I found something different. Madeo flew up into the sky, and together with Wubo, went to the place Wubo had said. It was now more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and a large number of ferocious beasts were gathered in front. But what was special was that the strength of the ferocious beasts that were gathered in front were almost all above the A realm, and the highest was the SS realm, and the number had a few hundred heads of 1,000 heads or so. If you kill them, it's a huge fat wave. But with the previous lesson from the ancient abyss of blood, Mu Dao didn't act rashly, observing a wave first before saying that he wasn't in a hurry to go hunting. If he angered the Emperor realm fierce beasts again, he wouldn't even know how he would die. These ferocious beasts were frighteningly quiet, all of them neatly arranged according to their strength. Just like that, Madeo and Wubo were separated by a long distance without revealing a single breath, quietly observing. Dad, there's an aura of a fierce beast with a high bloodline level here. It should be this aura that drew these fierce beasts here. Dad may not be able to sense it, but it's incredibly obvious to the beasts. Madeo pondered slightly and thought, it can't be a relic. Most of the relics of the Blue Star were not native to the Blue Star. Whether it was the list of the suns or many things, only the Imperial Master and the others knew about them. And when they went back and found the opportunity, he should ask about it. All of these relics may be somewhat related to the coming of the Blue Star's polar days and the revival of its aura. After about 20 minutes or so, the number of ferocious beasts converging here increased a bit more. At some point, a pillar of light abruptly erupted from the top of a mountain in front of all the ferocious beasts, and the top of the mountain was flattened, revealing what was underneath it. It was a huge statue of an animal with a strange appearance, not a ferocious beast of the Blue Star, carved as if it was alive. I don't know if there's any chance for me this time. As Makoto was lost in thought, the statue once again emitted a change. The statue's eyes exploded with 2 red rays of light, pointing straight at the sky, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in the sky, with all the ferocious beasts scrambling to enter it. Mudeo found an opportunity to bring Yupa and leapt into it. Just as he entered, he seemed to notice that the statue's lips smiled. "See ghosts," he cursed, thinking that he should have been mistaken. After entering, Makoto was shocked by the sight before him. This space, at most tens of thousands of square feet or so, there were no trees, the ground was incredibly wet, and when you touched it with your hand, it was full of blood, and the blood in the sky was almost about to be so thick that it was molded into the sky. The blood mist was sticky, and the stench was incomparable. Mudeo wanted to exit, but realized that there was no more chance. That space passageway closed steeply. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the air, so eye-catching in the mist of blood. It was a drop of blood emitting a golden light, the size of a basketball. When the golden droplets appeared, Mudao could feel the tremendous power contained within them, and all the ferocious beasts were like mad at the sight of the golden blood, with an incomparable longing in their eyes. It was only due to the pressure of the several SS-class ferocious beasts that they all didn't dare to act rashly. Mudeo noticed Yubo, which also seemed to be eager for the drop of blood that was the size of a basketball. "Yubo, do you want to eat this drop of blood?" "Dad, this drop of blood is real. After eating it I should transform quickly." "But Dad, this place reveals weirdness everywhere. We have to be careful with everything." The golden blood suddenly erupted with a strange energy, and the thousands of ferocious beasts were like obsessed, no longer caring about the SS realm ferocious beasts, killing each other, and the entire scene was suddenly in chaos. Wubo was not affected, and Mudeo's heart was relieved. Those ferocious beasts that were bitten to death, their blood would dry up at a weird speed and turn into dry corpses, while the blood that flowed out gathered in the ground or in the air. There seemed to be no crisis other than the battle between the ferocious beasts. Mudeo suddenly thought of something. This kind of situation actually happened more than once. It should have happened many times. Every time a certain time, it would lure the ferocious beasts to enter, and then when they killed each other, what the specific purpose was, that was unknown. Wubo, the culprit should be that drop of golden blood. It has no effect on us. What it wants is to absorb the blood of these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts that you decapitate. Either burn the body cleanly or eat it. Definitely don't leave it where it is. Otherwise you're doing the golden blood a favor. Got it, Dad. Ding. Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 400. 000. Ding. Host picked up successfully. Blood value plus 600. 000. Ding. Ha ha. Mudeo smiled. The ferocious beasts didn't need him to decimate them. He could also pick up the chi and blood and pick up the attributes. There really was no limit. There could be more than 1,000 ferocious beasts here. All of them were a realm strength and beyond. More than 1,000. How much chi and blood must there be? Moreover, he found that the ferocious beasts that had been picked up by the system, the weird power absorbing the blood in the past seemed to fade and had much less energy. He now realized that the original ferocious beasts that Wubo had eaten were all remnants. All of them had been picked up by the system once. The life essence had almost been picked up, and the blood, flesh and energy and all of these, were things that the system could not look at. As time passed, only 100 or so of the 1,000 or so ferocious beasts remained, and almost all of the realm strength ferocious beasts were killed, leaving behind all the S realm and above ferocious beasts. Mudeo's chi and blood increased drastically in a short period of time, and this sensation was incredibly soothing. His entire body reddened and bubbled with heat. That unknown existence in this space should have also noticed the accidental occurrence, and the remaining ferocious beasts, all of them, turned their spearheads and aimed at Mudeo and Wubo. Chi and blood steeply increased as Mudeo, his chi and blood surged, and evil was born out of fear as a dense killing intent was released, enveloping the remaining ferocious beasts, raised the dark evil gun high, killing towards the last remaining 100 or so ferocious beasts. An hour later, after Mudeo finished solving the last SS realm ferocious beast, Wubao's eyes also surfaced with killing intent, with a hint of the domineering intent of the golden crow divine beast. 800 a realm ferocious beasts, one head with an average of 400,000 calories of chi blood. That would be 320 million calories. 200 S realm ferocious beasts, one head with an average of 900,000 calories. That would be around 180 million calories of chi blood. 10 SS realm ferocious beasts, that would be more than 30 million calories. In just 3 hours, Mudeo had nearly increased his chi blood by 500 million calories. His total blood value reached 1.6 billion calories, and with this blood value, even if it was an SS plus ranked beast exalt, he was sure to be able to decimate it. The fledgling power mastered at SS level was just another power comprehended on top of chi and blood, and as long as the chi and blood were fierce enough, it was enough to decimate a beast elder. the golden blood erupted with a more violent force. The entire space, the ground, the blood in the sky had converged on the golden liquid. Demonic, bizarre. Chapter 123, A Hidden Secret of Aura Recovery. In less than a minute, all the blood that had been stored for an unknown number of years in the entire space converged on top of the golden blood. A monstrous creature about 100 meters tall formed, its body blood red, like a monster that had been skinned, with the drop of golden blood at the heart location. Madeo could roughly tell that the monster's appearance wasn't much different from the monolith outside. The skin on the surface of the strange creature was rapidly coalescing, and finally, it turned into a humanoid monster of about 2 meters, opening its eyes, which were empty. Madeo and Wu Bao took a few steps back and looked at the humanoid monster warily. The humanoid monster gave a small smile. His voice was pale. "Don't be afraid. Just leave your bodies with me, okay? It won't hurt. Don't be afraid, okay?" It was beyond weird to say such strange things in such calm words. Goldfinger. Scan me for this monster? Ding. Have consumed 100 million martial arts experience value scanning successfully. The only drop of essence blood left after the fall of the unknown world's strongest person. Need to use countless blood to cast the body. Note that if there is a more powerful carrier, it will take over the carrier's body. Holy, is there any way to fix this? Ding. As long as the host is not killed in seconds, this system can infinitely pick up the chi and blood it drops. It is now essentially composed of blood and has no entity. Strange. Such a weak world could have a being with such a strong body. Should I choose that bird or you? My eyes were destroyed by you. Your body is much better than the body of blood these weak creatures have gathered. I'm originally a beast body, so I'll choose that bird. You're not bad. Give me a human pet. Mudeo was a bit speechless. Whatever the hell appeared in Blue Star? If this monster managed to get out, who knows what disaster it would cause. What kind of monster are you? Me? I can't remember. I remember I went through a big battle back then and died. No, I'm not dead. Not as long as I occupy your bodies. Wait, before I die, let's at least die clear. What great war? Where the hell did you come from and why are you like this? And you're right, I'm lonely, so at least I let you all die clear. The image turned, and Mudeo only saw that the monster was a huge monster that was several thousand meters tall, and on his back, he carried a palace, and within the palace, there lived a person with a full head of white hair, that had a vast aura. Even if it was a virtual image, Mu Dao could feel that it was not bad. It was an existence that was not weaker than the Wu Yuan Emperor. The monster, surprisingly, was just a pet with a palace on its back. The scene turned, white-haired man riding a monster, blocking a person wearing golden armor. The two did not say a word more. They broke out into a shocking battle. The monster was shattered by that impact on the body. 10 drops of essence blood, only 1 drop left. The white-haired man to protect the only monster essence blood. Makamichi vaguely heard something, the words Veil of the Extreme Day, and wanted to listen again, but realized that he could not hear anything clearly. These two, who may have had something to do with the coming of the blue planet's polar day and the revival of its aura, unfortunately couldn't hear anything else. Finally, a white veil that seemed to be real and wrapped around something was seen falling into the starry sky, and the monster's essence blood attached itself to it. Coming to the blue star, the scene came to an abrupt end, and sure enough, the recovery of Blue Star's aura had nothing to do with the battle between those two powerhouses. It's just too short a picture to see anything else extra. However, it also made Madeo frown a little more. As long as he didn't die this time, it would be much easier to find the cause of the Blue Star's aura recovery in the future. He also sympathized with the monster. Only, the monster wanted him dead, and he didn't want to die, so it would have to be the monster that died. Wu Bo, don't hold back later. Cast whatever strongest attack you can. This time, it could be a bloody battle. A battle of life and death. The monster's expression became hideous, gradually turning into that white-haired man's appearance. No, this look should be me. The bird is too ugly. Or you fit me. Yubo, battle. Mu Dao exploded his strongest power in an instant. Silent gun scripture. Wu Bao spat out 10 clusters of white gold emperor flames the size of a goose egg, converging together and attacking towards the monster. The monster didn't have the slightest expression on its face, as golden light erupted from its heart location, and countless blood-colored tentacles grew out, intertwining golden blood as they attacked towards Madeo and Wu Bao. Boom! The blood-colored tentacles were incomparably sturdy, and the incinerating golden crow emperor flame couldn't burn the tentacles, but the tentacles couldn't go any further either. Madeo's attack chopped off a few sections of tentacles, and those tentacles, as if they were alive, transformed into a bloody-handed cage, trapping one person and one bird within. System, hurry up! Otherwise I'll die, and where will you find such an excellent host? Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood value plus 100 million cards. Holy, How much? 100 million cards. Wouldn't that take off if it lasted a few more times? The monster's empty eyes seemed to show a look of disbelief as to why he felt as if he had lost a little something. He couldn't afford to destroy the skin of MacDao. He couldn't destroy it with violence. If it was damaged, he would be heartbroken. Where could he find such a powerful carrier? Yubo, can you fight again? Dad, I'm still okay. Nowadays I can perform 3 such attacks. Okay, don't hold back. Wu Bao unconditionally trusted Madeo as the Golden Crow Emperor Flame continued to incinerate over. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Silent Gun Scripture. Under this attack, the tentacle cage was breached by a sliver, and Madeo and Wu Bao quickly flew out. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Chi blood value plus 100 million cards. The monster finally noticed a hint of abnormality. I didn't want to destroy your skin, but now, the only way to repair your skin is to kill you. Humph. Dead monster. Come on if you're capable. Only talk nonsense. As Madeo operated the extreme thunder at hand and kept changing his position, the dancing tentacles were unable to catch up to him. He kept landing attacks, shattering his tentacles and appearing behind the monster with a stab. The monster's blood-colored tentacles on its chest increased steeply, turning into a piece of chest armor that blocked the dark evil gun. Just to its surprise, the dark evil gun pierced through the chest armor and pierced through its body, and that dark corrosive power was devouring its energy. Die! Die! The monster let out a tyrannical roar. A tentacle struck Makoto's body. He was sent flying by a huge force. His chest was vaguely dented, and he spat out blood. A large amount of life essence surged into his body. Semi-immortal substances and immortal substances surged in, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. On the contrary, the monster surged out a large number of tentacles and pulled out the dark evil gun, trying to destroy it, but was unable to do so, and could only throw the dark evil gun towards the ground, inserting it into the ground. Its wound, forming a large hole, seemed to be unable to heal as countless blood-colored tentacles poured in. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 200 million cards. Cool. In just a few dozen breaths of time, he had increased his chi blood by another 400 million calories, and as long as he held on for a little longer, he would be able to break through the S+ rank. Dark Evil, accompany me in battle. Chapter 124, Killing Monsters, breaking through S+ grade. Dark Evil, accompany me in battle. The dark evil gun that had been inserted into the ground emitted a crisp sound of gunfire, and the dark aura exploded with a roar as it flew back into Makoto's hand. The white-haired man that the monster had transformed into. His expression became hideous, his empty eyes blood-colored tentacles wriggled, and golden lines vaguely surfaced on his body surface. Rushing at Madeo, he let out a furious roar, and there were even more golden and blood-colored tentacles than before, attacking towards Madeo in a heavenly manner. However, after performing this move, the monster's size shrunk by a circle, its skin became much paler, and its height of 1 meter 9 became a little over 1 meter 8. Mu Dao also didn't dare to be careless, running the Dao scripture, the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture. The left side of his body was covered with Emperor flame patterns, and the right side of his body was covered with patterns that kept changing, sometimes thunder, sometimes blood, and sometimes cold ice. His eyes erupted with fierce golden light and he roared. Silent Gun Scripture. 3 giant lances of energy emerged in the air, blocking the monster's thousands of tentacles. Boom! Powerful waves of air spread out, and the tentacles were shattered and turned into blood mist that floated in the air before continuing to coalesce together. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 300 million cards. As the system voice fell, the blood mist essence in the air seemed to fade a lot, entering the monster's body and not doing much. Roar! Human! What the hell have you done? Give me back my blood essence. Humph! If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. The monster let out a monstrous roar, and the blood all over his body coalesced into the air, forming a huge blood knife, releasing the power to cut down everything, and the monster's body gradually dissipated, revealing the drops of golden blood. This strike, its final strike, was more powerful than any previous attack, and the entire space was trembling violently, strewn with cracks. Mu Dao's face was gloomy. This strike, he had to be prepared for everything. A battle of breaking the boat. System, inject life essence, semi-immortal substance, and immortal substance into my body. Now, Wu Bo, don't mind me after later. Suppress this drop of golden blood first. Subsequently, the extreme Dao Dharma body operated to the extreme. The perfect grade extreme Dao Dharma body was his current greatest defense and the best martial skill to save his life. Silent Gun Scripture. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. In the entire space, only the colors of blood and gold were left to intertwine, and this strike was the most powerful attack of each of the monster and Makoto. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire space turned into daylight, which quickly dissipated as the space began to collapse, and the golden drop of blood glow almost dissipated. Madeo wasn't doing well either. His clothes were all destroyed. His skin ruptured like a pottery doll. His body cracked open and light golden blood flowed out. Golden patterns flowed through his wounds, trying his best to repair his injuries. Seeing this, Wu Bao flew towards the drop of blood and surged. The golden crow emperor flame wrapped around the golden blood and swallowed it. The space collapsed extremely fast, and Wu Bao placed Madeo on his back and flew out towards the outside. After coming out, Wu Bao didn't stay, but quickly left the yin-yang graveyard as per Madeo's previous instructions. When space collapsed, without a martial artist or ferocious beast proficient in spatial power to deal with it, the damage caused could be great, and it was highly likely to attract the attention of high-level ferocious beasts. The consequences caused. Makoto tried to take into account as much as he could, whether he could survive or not, do his best and listen to God's will. Not long after Wu Bao piggybacked on Madeo's departure, the space completely collapsed and a powerful spatial force began to rapidly spread, expanding from a small point to a distance of tens of thousands of meters. Wherever the location was involved, all creatures did not survive and were reduced to rubble. Wu Bao carried Madeo out of the yin-yang graveyard and didn't go to the gathering place of human martial artists. He kept flying and flew until he thought it was safe to stop and put Madeo on the ground. The aura of the divine beast Golden Crow was released, and almost no ferocious beasts dared to enter this area. Afterwards, quietly crouching at a position more than 10 meters away from Makoto, he looked around vigilantly. Mudao's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed, and at a certain moment, a rich light golden blood erupted from his body. His breath skyrocketed, and he appeared incomparably divine. Time passed, almost a day. Madeo's injuries were basically healed, and he violently opened his eyes, revealing a golden light, and in his eyes, it seemed to contain some kind of containment. Very divine. Seeing Madeo waking up, Yubo changed back into a small yellow bird and fluttered in front of Madeo's eyes. Yubo, I'm fine, don't worry. In that last strike, he had not been decimated, and his base could recover as quickly as possible as long as he wasn't killed in seconds. More importantly, the monster's final blow had allowed him to pick up a full 500 million cards of chi and blood, and he had, now, broken through the S+ rank, and his strength had greatly improved, enough to fight a fierce battle against a SS+ ranked exalted fierce beast. Goldfinger, opened the attribute panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level. The Way of Wudao, Taoist Scriptures, Introductory, Taoist level. Martial Realm, S+ rank. Chi and Blood 2.8 billion cards. Martial Skills Silent Gun Sutra, Perfection, Cosmic Grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, Perfection, Cosmic Grade. Extreme Thunder at Hand, Perfection. Great Sun Heavy Fist, Perfection. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, Perfection. Martial Skill Experience Value, 120 million. It's true that a crisis is accompanied by great opportunities. Just one crisis has allowed me to pick up so much chi and blood. The yin-yang graveyard could not be stayed in for at least a short time, and there was one last forbidden place, the Tomb of the Stars, the ancient abyss of blood, the yin-yang graveyard, and the Tomb of Stars formed a triangle. Madeo's speed nowadays could reach around 60,000 to 70,000 meters a second, crowning many strong people. In the past few months that Madeo had left, some things had happened in Sacred Summer. The biggest thing was that the fierce beast had added a new Emperor Realm Strength Emperor Beast. However, only some of the martial artists knew about it. The Sacred Summer Suns list, in which almost every asylum genius could be challenged, was no longer restricted by the presence of holy forces, and a large number of geniuses emerged. Blockbuster 3.2 is holding a new student competition that culminates in a competition for the entire Blockbuster Asylum schools. There might really be a saying about chi. The Blockhead Asylum had produced Madeo. There was also a not-so-famous Boundary Deicide, and the geniuses in the Blockhead Asylum had gradually increased, and everything was developing in a good direction. Chaos Shelter. Mu Cheng's internal injuries were completely recovered, and he returned to the strength of a SS Realm Saint. Under his teaching, Mu Ling's strength and Su Shue's strength were slowly increasing. However, Mu Ling was not in a very good mood, because at this moment, Xiao Yunjing was sitting in the hall, and across from her sat Su Shui and Mu Cheng, both of whom had smiles floating on their faces, especially satisfied with Xiao Yunjing as their daughter-in-law. Noticing Mu Ling's arrival, Su Shui called out, "Linger, why don't you come over and meet your sister-in-law?" Mu Ling reluctantly walked over, and when she saw Xiao Yunjing's appearance, the displeasure she felt in her heart towards Xiao Yunjing for taking away Madeo faded a few points. "Hello Linger, I'm Madeo's lover. He's often told me about you. Sure is pretty." Chapter 125, I'm Makoto's girlfriend. Xiao Yunjing stayed in the Mu family for a few days, and was deeply liked by Mu Chang, Su Shui, and Mu Ling. Also changed her previous attitude, and her attitude changed 180 degrees, a mouthful of a sister-in-law, called incomparably affectionate. The first class of the Chaos Academy, another January test. Gotham Bingley was cold and pretty, followed by a woman even more beautiful than her, and the boys in the class were almost mesmerized by the look. Oldest 3, oldest 4. I have a feeling that this woman has an unusual relationship with the oldest. Ancient Wasted Time spoke with a sense of urgency. Cut it out. 2, if you're right, me and 4 will wash your socks for a month. 2nd and 3rd, I'm not betting against you 2, don't drag me into this, but I do think that schoolgirling's status as a schoolgirl is in jeopardy. Have you guys noticed that we seem to have seen her? Ancient Desolate Time and Lin Jiudao reacted to having seen her at the Heaven's Pride selection. A hint of surprise appeared in Mo Qiyun's eyes. This girl she had seen, the relationship between Mudeo and her was very shallow. In her heart, a crisis arose, even though Mudeo had nothing to do with her. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. We have a new female student in our class. Mr. Xiao, introduce yourself. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Yunjing. I'm from the Nine Yin Asylum, and at the same time, I'm also the lover of Mudeo. 2 words that shocked everyone twice. Xiao Yunjing, one of the 10 great junior supreme seals of the Holy Summer. King Throne. It was also the 3rd place winner of the Blue Star Celestial Pride competition. The second shocking thing was that it was actually the girlfriend of Mudeo. What is Mudeo? Nowadays, no one knows about the Holy Summer. No one knows. The man and the woman are a perfect match. Mo Qiyun's heart was lost for a while. Even though she had guessed it long ago, it was still hard in her heart. Lin Jiudao and Geng Zishur as they looked at Ancient Wasteland. Penis, you are simply divine. Jin Bingley's heart also showed a trace of dissimilarity. Only her face did not show it. Xiao Yunjing she knew. She just did not know that she and Mudeo had such a layer of relationship. When Elder Tang Wujing had found her and asked her how she viewed Mudeo, she had answered that it was okay. Later, when the old man told her that Makamichi said he had a favorite girl, that is, he rejected her, she still had some loss in her heart. When he really saw Xiao Yunjing, he felt that such a girl was indeed a good match for Mudeo, but a hint of pain was born in his heart. She didn't know why. Maybe Makoto had rejected her. The competition that takes place once in January will be changed to once every 2 months after today. I've seen the progress you've all made. A genius had risen strongly, and almost no one knew about it in the poor asylum. Importantly, he had an equally awesome girlfriend. Again one of the schoolgirls of the poor man's asylum. An existence that was the envy of countless male compatriots. In today's Realme's list of sons, the first name was clearly Jiangfan, and the second was called Bu Jingyu. Under the night, at a scenic pool in the poor school, it was silent, dark, and a dating place for many couples. Jiangfan and Bu Jingyu, after practicing, liked to come here to look at the scenery and talk. Bu Jingyu snuggled in Jiangfan's arms, and the 2 of them stayed quietly like this without doing anything else. Fishy, I'm going to go out to practice, so I won't be able to accompany you for the next period of time. Good. Fish, Dao and I are pulling further and further apart. Do you think, in the future, he and I will go back to our old state of being good brothers without words? You know best what he is, and it won't be. In the Pope's court, that unknown dark place, the jail Ziyuanzuan's breath rose and fell and fluctuated, and a sharp pain came from his sternum area, even though he, as a SSS realm saint, was affected, covering his chest. It took a moment to recover. Damn it, the seizures are getting more and more frequent. That baby in the beginning, he didn't die. In a few months, I will be able to go back, after I completely decapitate him and repair the Chaos Bones Foundation. After a long time, only the sound of fingers tapping on the table remained. What did Serpenticide say? Lord Jailer. Lord Snakeslayer said he had a mission to complete and was temporarily unavailable. Tyrannical strong winds scattered in all directions. What do you mean there is no time? What time does it take to give an answer? How dare he try to disassociate himself from me just after becoming a jailer? Snakeslayer, when I return, I'll see if you're still as tough as you are today. The sky of the ancient abyss of blood, the place where unrevealed space opens up. The Emperor Beast Emperor Demon looked incomparably furious. Yuan, I just can't stay anymore. Why do we have to be afraid of humans? I want to go out. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. I want to kill. Kill. Yuan didn't reveal his figure. Following up with a voice transmission. Emperor Demon, you need to sharpen this nature more. Humans do better than us in this regard. Who says we're afraid of humans? It's just not time yet. In a few days, all of Blue Star will be ours, and human domination will only be a thing of the past. For now, Just feel at ease and stabilize your strength that has just broken through the Emperor realm. Well, when the time comes for that old man's head, I'm going to kick him like a ball. Afterwards, the Emperor demon transformed into a 1,000-meter body and crept within the space, slumbering and stabilizing his strength. Half a month passed, and Mudeo arrived at the starry sky curtain. The reason why it was called a forbidden zone was because there were Emperor beasts inside the forbidden zone, and the environment of the forbidden zone was actually related to the abilities of the Emperor beasts. Tomb of the Stars, the sky above is a darkness, cannot see the stars, all the black wearing a piece of the whole region, are in the darkness, not a piece of life. Outside of this area, there are normal skies, normal surroundings. The number of humans stationed here exceeded that of the ancient abyss of blood and the yin-yang graveyard. Mudeo also went in first to find out what was going on and pry some news. After 2 days in the gathering of human martial artists, he felt some human flavor, and after months of killing, he only had words with Wu Bao. He couldn't even imagine what would become of him if no one spoke to him for a few years, a decade or so. He also heard a news. It was said that the martial artists stationed at the ancient abyss of blood, all of them were killed. The deaths were horrific, and the Sacred Summer's senior management was conscripting martial artists to go to the ancient abyss of blood, and the exact reason for this was not said. Makamichi was in deep thought. What the hell happened? Could it be that Emperor Beast of the ancient abyss of blood has made a move to give the humans a head start? Mu Dao was a bit depressed. This was disguised as him getting so many martial artists killed. His mood was a bit complicated. Fellow countrymen, I will cut that down to the guns and avenge you. Give me a little time. Afterward, Mu Dao suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart and entered the Tomb of Stars. There were other places inside the Tomb of Stars, and from the outside, it was all black. From the inside, the sky above the high-hanging stars, but the stars look uncomplimentary. A closer look found that they are all coffin-like. No wonder it is called the Tomb of the Stars. Set a goal to break through the SS level first. Chapter 126, Slaughtering the Grey Obsidian Horned Rhinoceros Clan. Mudeo had wanted to let Yubo sense it, but Yubo fell into a deep sleep, so he could only rely on himself. He needed 4.8 billion cards of chi and blood to break through the SS rank, and now that he had nearly 2.9 billion cards of chi and around 600 million cards of chi and blood every month, it would take 3 months. After 3 months, he had been away for 6 months and it was time to go back. 6 months wasn't long, but it was a long time for him. Going deeper towards the Tomb of Stars, the climate of the Tomb of Stars was one of the most normal of the several forbidden zones, not much different from the outside. The most powerful ferocious beasts were in the depths, and could only move towards the depths. After a few days, Mu Dao found a problem. The ferocious beasts here are different from outside. The ferocious beasts here, there is a kind of ferocious beasts are especially many, and this kind of ferocious beasts are almost all swarming ferocious beasts. There are many, even if a small team, the number of people are more than 8 or 9 heads. This was the first time he had met such a ferocious beast. Group-dwelling ferocious beasts were actually not that rare, but it was the first time he had seen such a large number of ferocious beasts that lived in groups. He flew over a large area, and the ones that controlled an area were almost all these ferocious beasts, somewhat similar to kingdoms in the human world, all controlled by a lineage of people. However, to Mu Dao it was only a novelty. They were all ferocious beasts that should be killed, and they all lived in groups, which could save a lot of searching time. In this way, he killed for 5 days in a row, and the most powerful ones were no more than the S realm, all of which were his enemies with a single shot. On this day, he finally discovered something different, an SS realm ferocious beast. I don't know if the number of SSS realm ferocious beasts was too rare or what, but they were almost never seen, and the strongest ferocious beasts seen were only in the SS realm. This ferocious beast was gray and white all over its body, and looked like a rhinoceros, but it did not have a horn on its nose, and it had horns on its head, similar to those of an elk, which were 7 twisted and 8 forked, with exceptionally long hair on its neck, and the rest of the place was covered with gray lynx armor. The beast, the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros, Big Sun Heavy Fist. As a fist fell, the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros reacted, and the horn on top of its head emitted the color of starlight. Roaring angrily, its front hoof lifted up and stomped heavily on the ground, and a pattern of a 5-pointed star appeared on the ground, which swiftly rose up into the sky to block Mokdeo's fist. Bang! The pentagonal pattern shattered, and the Makuto attack was dissolved. A larger 5-pointed pattern rose up and appeared behind Mudeo, emitting a powerful suction force that absorbed Mudeo's limbs onto it, forming a large zigzag pattern. A white iron hook tens of meters in size surfaced and hooked towards Mudeo's peepa bone. Slightly surprised, Mu Dao erupted a powerful chi and blood, breaking free from his bonds and shattering the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros's attack with a single shot. Nice guy. A bit of skill. Running the extreme thunder at arm's length. one could only see the lightning flashes passing by in an instant, appearing behind the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros. Sin and Punishment Gun Sutra. The monstrous gun intent locked onto the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros and successfully overpowered it. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value plus 4.6 million. Martial skill experience value plus 5.2 million. Power fledgling plus 1. Beast dignity essence blood plus 1. In the next half a month, Mu Dao didn't know how many gray obsidian horned rhinoceros he had killed. Wherever he passed by, there was no gray obsidian horned rhinoceros that had escaped. However, the ones that had killed the most were still other types of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, however, he felt a great crisis, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Whenever this feeling was felt, it was an irresistible crisis for him. Without even thinking about it, he fully operated his body technique to leave this place. A thunderous voice rang in his ears. Humans, why the massacre of my people? SSS Realm ferocious beasts could talk, and the ones chasing him were SSS Realm ferocious beasts. As for a realm ferocious beasts, that was impossible. The heavenly burial lord that was decapitated back then was of the A realm, but it could talk and was incomparably special. SSS Realm Saint Beasts. It was impossible for him to fight them at the moment. There was only running. After chasing after him for several hours, Mu Dao didn't dare to stop for a moment, and with his speed, he flew out a very long distance. Flying to a certain area, the gray obsidian horned rhinoceros sacred beast didn't continue to chase after it, revealing a length of more than 400 meters. Its eyes bloodshot as it gazed at Mu Dao. Human, bully too much. It's best if I don't let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I will definitely cut you down. It was only when he could not feel the chase behind him that Makoto stopped, cursing a word to wait for me. Makoto continued to start his hunt. The new territory that he came to, the number of gray obsidian horned rhinoceros was much less, and the number of other ferocious beasts was much more, and it seemed that he had entered the territory of another ferocious beast species. After another half a month, Mu Dao didn't dare to stay in the territory of this kind of ferocious beast community anymore, but continued to head to the next area and continued to hunt ferocious beasts. In a month's time, his chi and blood had grown by around 700 million calories. His strength had increased, the number of ferocious beasts that he hunted had increased, and his chi and blood had steeply risen as well. Within the abyssal prison space, Boundary Deicide had successfully passed the test. His identity had been identified without any problems. His battle strength also met the conditions of a prison son, and most importantly, he was ruthless enough. Serpenticide, a task for you. There are 2 tasks. Just choose one. First, go to human shelters and scavenge for children to bring to the abyssal prison. The method of scouting for martial talent in advance has been passed on to you. In addition, the method of sacrificial offerings has been handed over to you, so that if you find a suitable martial talent, you can seize it. Second, the most powerful geniuses of the human asylum, the 10 teenage sealed supreme beings. You choose one of them to be beheaded. 2 tasks. Just choose one. 2 tasks, the hardest being the second one. Boundary Slayer's voice became hoarse. I'll choose second. What's the name of the most powerful genius? To kill, I'll kill the most powerful. Okay, that person's name is Mu Dao, and according to the news coming from the scouts, they've seen him at the Tomb of Stars. Give you a month. His head. Can you get it? Promise to get the job done. Mu Dao was happier because Yubo was about to awaken again, and with each awakening, his strength would increase significantly. Eating the drop of golden blood from the monster brought Yupil a lot of benefits. Wubo hovered in the air, his white golden flames constantly burning, his body rapidly growing in size, turning into a height of 10 meters and spreading his wings to a size of more than 30 meters. The feathers were burned out, and immediately afterward, the feathers of the whole body were growing out rapidly, still the white gold color from before. This time awakening, its feathers above the emergence of faint golden lines, as if from the inside grows one. The golden feathers filled with texture, coupled with the golden crow emperor flame that was enough to burn everything. Mu Dao could feel a faint pressure. Wu Bao opened his eyes and shot out a flame. A large mountain in front of him began to burn. 100-meter high mountain peak. In just a few moments it was burned. Feel the area that was burned. The temperature endured. Yu Pa, you've gained quite a lot of benefits from this metamorphosis. Chapter 127, Jedi's Command. Beware of Jiang Fan. Yubo gradually returned to that harmless, cute and cuddly bird-like appearance. Dad, that drop of golden blood contained too much lost energy, or else I would have been able to metamorphose a bit stronger. I am, now, much more powerful than I was before. The point that Makoto was actually most curious about was Yubo's voice. Yubo, you've also metamorphosed many times, so why hasn't your voice changed a bit? Dad, my metamorphosis is based on the environment of this world. If you want me to truly metamorphose once, I don't know if it's possible to do it in this world, even though it seems like I've metamorphosed many times. But in fact, technically speaking, I haven't completed a full metamorphosis. Dad, I have some extra very sparse memories in my mind. My Golden Crow clan. When I reach adulthood, I can transform into 10,000 feet, inhabit the heavenly divine tree, swallow the heavenly emperor's fire, and drink the heaven's manna. 10,000 feet? Mudeo suddenly thought of the Kuan Pang, the description of the Kuan Pang in another world. The water strikes 3,000 li, and holds up 90,000 li, is not as big as the Golden Crow divine beast, right? How big is 10,000 feet? Did anyone tell him? No wonder the voice is still so childish. In the next few days, with the help of Wu Bao, Mudeo's efficiency increased a lot. Wu Bao now could easily kill S-realm ferocious beasts. This kind of progress made Mudeo sweat for it, but thinking that Yubo was a divine beast, everything made sense in its case, more so than if he were open. 10 days passed in a flash of time. A month and a half had passed since he arrived at the Tomb of Stars, and his chi and blood were in the midst of increasing daily. Just as he was about to head to the next area, a bizarre to the extreme aura covered towards him like a poisonous tongue-twisting, killing potential. With regards to overwhelming people with his aura, Makoto had never been afraid of anyone. The endless will to kill seemed to turn into substance, enveloping the entire area. Blue Star's #1 Heaven's Pride. He really has some skills, but Heaven's Pride is the most annoying. Makoto looked ahead warily as a figure emerged from the darkness. A man wearing a black robe with a black snake mask. A black mask that, just by looking at it, seemed to carry a magical power that mesmerized people. It was only the pair of eyes that were revealed that made Makoto a bit familiar. However, it was only familiar. Who the hell are you? Of course it's the one who takes your life. Before you die, introduce yourself. My name is Snake Slayer, Abyssal Prison Jailer. I like to drink the blood of Heavenly Pride the most. After killing you, those other 9 people, they are all targets for me to behead. And next, I'll behead that Heavenly Pride called Xiao Yunjing, who is said to be a great beauty. Ha ha. A tyrannical feeling arose in Mudeo's heart. ******, you're playing with fire. Don't you know? Xiao Yunjing is his taboo? The blood of the ferocious beast on the dark evil gun hadn't flowed cleanly yet, exuding a faintly demonic feeling. It sensed Mudeo's anger, and the gun's lines became more and more translucent. Mudeo's entire body was covered in golden lines as he roared. Silent gun scripture. 3 giant spears of energy, each derived from the air, coalesced. Underneath the mask, Boundary Slayer's eyebrows twitched. Holy, it seems like I've played a big game. I shouldn't have used Xiao Yunjing as a joke just now. It's kind of violated his forbidden zone. But I'm looking forward to just how strong he is today. Strange power surged out of his hand, transforming into a black cloudcloth that was thin and gushed out several black haze lights. It didn't seem to have much power, but it blocked Makoto's attack. The 2 attacks collided, creating an airwave that instantly destroyed all life in a 10,000 meter radius. The 2 stood in the middle of a ruin, their eyes revealing tyrannical battle intent. The bodies bowed forward slightly, like a meteor, and collided together. Throughout the ruins, only 2 energies of different colors could be seen colliding, and no silhouettes could be seen at all. Bang! A loud bang came from the airwaves spreading in a circle, and Makoto and Boundary Deicide each retreated hundreds of meters away. Astonishment appeared in Mudeo's eyes. There were almost no people of his generation who could fight him for so long. The person in front of him was only the Abyssal Prison Jailer, with an unfathomable strength that made him feel a crisis. Boundary Slayer appeared calm, but waves of shock had risen inside. Mudeo was even more powerful than he had imagined. So much so, the gap between him and Mudeo gradually widened. Of course, he was the one being pulled apart is the side. The first person of the Blue Star is nothing more than that. Humph, it's only just warmed up. What a waste of words. Mu Dao revolved the extreme Dao Dharma body, and his universe-level martial skill reached perfection. Silent Gun Scripture, Big Sun Heavy Fist, Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra, 3 perfect grade cosmic grade martial skills, without the slightest bit of retention, had just been a test. Under the mask, Kaisericide, too, had gone from being tentative in the beginning to having a good fight. Black energy erupted from his entire body, transforming into a sky full of black star sand, dotted with black light, forming a shield, which was rapidly increasing in size. Bang! Bang! One explosion after another. The original ruins, the ground cracked and formed a crack. The sandy soil on the ground was high scorched and turned into many colors. Mu Dao strongly stabilized his body as he indifferently looked at Boundary Deicide, who flew out backwards. Humph! Nothing more than that. Mudeo flew into the sky, waving the dark evil gun in his hand as he once again gathered a powerful strike. only to see the man in black not far from him take a deep hand and rub his chest. Stop, Modeo, you don't really want to kill me. Boundary Slayer took off his mask, and when he saw the face, Makoto was visibly stunned and quickly retracted his attack. Kaisericide, why you, Modeo? This wine tastes good. What a hard life I've led. Ha, Boundary Slayer, where have you been for almost a year? And what happened to the abyssal prisoner? It's just a matter of chance, good talent, and not long ago, I became an abyssal prison prisoner, but I didn't mutiny. Today's sacred summer, the papal court, and the ancient Egyptian empire all have parts infiltrated by the abyssal prison. Boundary Slayer, why don't you tell the imperial masters about the abyssal prison's headquarters so that they can overthrow it? Mu Dao, do you really think that by overthrowing the abyssal prison headquarters abyssal prison will really be overthrown? The abyss prison is actually not as simple as you think. All of them are puppets of a certain existence, and only by destroying that unknown existence can the abyss prison be truly destroyed. I'll give you some of abyssal prison's current layout in Sacred Summer later. It's up to you to get the word out to the human world. You punch me, and you better punch me hard. Why? The mission I brought here was supposed to be to kill you, and if it had been intact, I would have been subject to suspicion. And for those who are subject to suspicion, whether it be the prisoner or anyone else, it would not have ended well. After hearing that, Makoto blasted out with a fist. Boundary Deicide flew out backwards, spitting out blood. His internal organs were seen partially, and he had to act in a full set. Makoto believed that Boundary Deicide wouldn't have a problem. Good boy. What a heavy hand. Makamichi, I'll see you next time, and I hope you'll have the ability to hold your own. After saying that, Boundary Slayer gave Makoto a bear hug and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Boundary Slayer turned back and continued. Macdao, what is said next may touch you greatly, but it must be given to you. Watch out for Jiangfan. Chapter 128, 7 Saints. Royal Rebellion. Watch out for Jiangfan. Watch out for what? Mu Dao had wanted to ask a little more clearly, and Boundary Slayer's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Wasn't he clear about what kind of person Jiangfan was? They grew up together, and he even knew exactly what color of underwear Jiangfan liked. He now suspected that it should be that Boundary Slayer had made a mistake and accidentally misunderstood Jiangfan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boundary Slayer, speak clearly? Makoto yelled out, and no one answered him except his voice. Boundary Slayer had no enmity with Jiangfan and wouldn't think of harming him. Not to mention, Boundary Slayer was the son of Chi Luck. Nope, Davan is my brother for life and that won't change. Bang! A powerful energy shock erupted in a certain area, and the ground formed a gully and turned into ruins, with a small mountain being leveled to the ground. Mu Dao's killing intent turned into substance as he mercilessly abused the ferocious beasts. He just wanted to have a good time right now and couldn't calm down. He didn't stop killing until much later. That's just it. The car will be there, and when it's time for me to know, I'll know. Modeo raised his head to the sky, his eyes flashing with a complicated look. Afterwards, he operated the extreme thunder at hand and left his original spot, with Wubo as an early warning radar. Wherever there was an area that might have SSS Realm Saint beasts, Mu Dao didn't bring a stop for a moment. SS Realm Zune beasts and below all became dead souls under him. A sense of urgency was also born in his heart. After killing for so long in the Tomb of Stars, the number of ferocious beasts in the area that had been slaughtered had decreased, but how vast the Tomb of Stars was, the number of ferocious beasts was just like they had always been in production, and did not bring a bit of decrease at all. If all of these ferocious beasts flocked to the human world, the consequences would be unimaginable to him, so he would try to kill as many as he could now. Generally speaking, low-ranked ferocious beasts didn't have that kind of consciousness of actively attacking the human world, but if those sacred beasts or emperor beasts had the idea, they could control a very large number of ferocious beasts to attack the human world. As Modeo stopped his attack, his mind thought of the memories that Boundary Slayer had passed to his mind, the layout of the Abyss Prison against Sacred Summer, and some of the key people made his scalp tingle. The Abyss Prison's hand had stretched too far. Inside the Forbidden Zone, communication couldn't be transmitted, so they could only go out of the Tomb of Stars first, and then come back to continue the hunt after delivering the news. A strange thing happened in the Nining shelter. One of the lineages, the former head of the royal family, Huang Tianwu's status rose as high as the sky after he advanced to become a SSS Realm Saint, but the royal family, which wants everything, displaces the family assets, giving the reason that the royal family does not want to be a family of the world, but just an ordinary family. Although everyone felt strange, the royal estate was undoubtedly a piece of fat meat, and many people did not think much about it. Royal Main Hall. Huang Tianwu sat high at the very front. Huang Aoshan and Gu Huangshui sat on either side, and there was a group of royal powerhouses of the older generation, all of whom were at least in the A realm. Gentlemen, today, I have summoned you here, mainly because I want to ask you all, if you are willing to rebel against humanity with me and join forces with that abyssal prison to become the supreme existence of the Blue Star. One person, 10,000 people. Unlike now, when I want to avenge my dead grandson, I also have to consider many consequences. What? Surprise surfaced on the faces of most of the royal people. For condemning humans and joining hands with the abyssal prison for such a thing. How could it be done? It was too much of an asshole. Family master. We can't do this. The Sacred Summer High Command will definitely not let my royal family go. For a behemoth like the Sacred Summer, we can't shake it in the slightest. Not to mention, we're still the people of the Sacred Summer. Profound Prison's wolfish heart. Isn't this seeking the skin of a tiger with a tiger? A smile appeared on Huang Tianwu's pale cheeks. There's someone else who thinks like him. In all, there were more than 20 people, and one after another. 14 or 15 of the royal hierarchy disagreed. Just the next second, what greeted them was the coming of death. Huang Tianwu's slap fell. The dozen or so people who disagreed didn't even have the time to react. Their heads fell to the ground. The remaining people looked at each other in dismay, not daring to say anything more. Within 3 days, all of my royal assets of value will be exchanged for cultivation resources. 3 days later, we head to the Xuanwu shelter. Unknown space, Boundary Slayer returns covered in wounds. The 3 Emperor realm strengths of the Profound Prison were called the Thunder Prison Emissary, the Inferno Prison Emissary, and the Blood Prison Emissary. The 3 emperors sat atop the topmost thrones, scrutinizing and boundary slaying. Serpenticide, how was the mission accomplished? Why are you in such a sorry state? Reporting back to Lord Emissary. That person called Medeo is truly a genius. I'm no match for him and couldn't take his head. There is no harm. This matter is only trivial, so let it pass. 7 sect saints. Next, you must accomplish a major event that concerns the future layout of my abyssal prison, and take down the Xuanwu shelter in the fastest time possible. The Xuanwu Asylum's strength is considered relatively weak apart from the Legend Asylum, so it must be taken down. Holy summer, it's time to get messy. Out of the darkness came 7 people, each of them odd-looking, wearing strange costumes and carrying bizarre masks, all of which were incomparably twisted, and if one took a closer look, one could see 7 evil expressions. Boundary Slayer looked at the 7, his face frowning slightly under the mask. The 7 sect sacred realms, the 7 SSS realm saints, were the 7 almost most powerful among the abyssal prison sacred realms, and they had their own codenames: greed, anger, dementia, wrath, inertia, overeating, and lust. The fact that 7 people were out at the same time could be seen how seriously the abyssal prison's higher-ups were taking this matter. Let's hope that Muto can deliver the news in time. He remembered that in his previous life, the Xuanwu shelter was taken down in just 1 day, and the Xuanwu shelter had more than 24 saint realms, which should have been enough to withstand the crisis. However, there were traitors within, together with the army of ferocious beasts and the siege of holy beasts. For a while, the human race suffered heavy losses. Sacred Summer had wanted to retake the Xuanwu shelter, but as a result, the 4 great Emperor Beasts and the Emperor Beasts in Sacred Summer's waters unleashed chaos, and Sacred Summer was instantly in disarray. I have to make a breakthrough and become Emperor Realm Strength before I can have the ability to reverse the ending. Imperial Realm Strength is precious to that one, and won't let any of them die easily. In the Chaos Academy, Jin Bingley looked at the message sent by Mu Dao, her pretty face gloomy. What a nerve! She immediately found Elder Tang Wujing, who, upon seeing these messages, didn't first doubt the truth of the matter, but rather believed that, in this kind of matter, one should not be afraid of the unexpected. It would be best if it was fake, but if it was real, then the crisis could be extinguished in the cradle. His figure disappeared into thin air, and shortly afterward, bloodshed occurred in almost every shelter in Sacred Summer. At the same time, Jin Bingley was in deep thought. She didn't know where Medeo got the news from. If these news were true, it would really be too terrifying. The storm was coming. Chapter 129, The Plague of Xuanwu. Not according to history. Xuanwu Shelter originally belonged to the Imperial Master Chaotic Hongyan's jurisdictional shelter. In fact, one of the 10 junior supreme sealed throne, Imperial Demon Enchantress was Chaotic Hongyan's disciple, just not announced to the public. The 5 Imperial Masters gathered in one place, and after they learned the news, each of their faces were covered with deep clouds of sorrow, especially the Imperial Master Chaotic Redness. She was now angrier than anyone else. The abyssal prison actually had such a plan to take over the Xuanwu shelter. This was not putting them in their eyes. I, Chaotic Rouge, am going to see just what abyssal prison is capable of to overthrow my Xuanwu asylum. Within the Xuanwu shelter, there were 3 saints. One was a teacher of the Xuanwu shelter's highest school, the Xuanwu school. One, on the other hand, was one of the bearers of the Xuanwu Asylum's Jinwu division. One person, on the other hand, was a very famous casual Saint realm martial artist, famous for his gentle character, because of his SSS realm strength, coupled with the fact that he liked to teach breakthroughs to the SSS realm. He was the guest of honor of many forces and schools. The 3 of them, enjoying the thousands of spotlights of the Xuanwu shelter and their fame, did not expect that they were actually people from the abyssal prison. On this day, 3 large hands of energy suddenly fell from the sky, and the 3 were tackled before they could react. Subsequently, many Saint realm martial artists received the news and went on full alert to prepare for the invasion of the ferocious beasts, terminating many normally normal forces, only to find out upon investigation that they were all abyssal prison undercover agents. Not only the Xuanwu shelter, but all shelters, almost all of them. On this day, Huang Tianwu brought Huang Aoshun, ancient Phoenix Shui, and several S-realm emperors to the Xuanwu shelter, and after understanding their identities and their intentions, their group was invited to enter within the shelter. An SSS realm saint, who had not done anything wrong, and joining the Xuanwu shelter, was the existence of a guest on the seat. 5 Imperial Masters: Imperial Master Tang Wujing, Imperial Master Chaotic Red Face, Imperial Master Yuanqi, Imperial Master Yu Qing'er, and Imperial Master Jing Mayfly. Each of the 5 people occupied 5 spaces very far away from the Xuanwu shelter, and with their strength, if the people of the abyssal prison really dared to come, they would be sending food. Suddenly, the 5 people's faces changed drastically, their eyes flashed with unwillingness, and their figures all dissipated, simply because the Sacred Summer Forbidden Zone Emperor Beasts and Ocean Emperor Beasts joined forces. The number of Emperor realms exceeded that of humans. Not to mention, there were also Abyssal Prison Emperor realm martial practitioners, and with the 3 parties joining forces, Sacred Summer was no match at all, with the Emperor realm far surpassing the Sacred Summer. If one wanted to overthrow the Sacred Summer, it would be really easy, and the Sacred Realm would be a mole existence in the eyes of the Emperor realm. Why the Emperor Beasts didn't surround the Sacred Summer Emperors was something that several Emperor Masters were also puzzled about. If before, it would have made sense for the Sea Domain Emperor Beasts to maintain a neutral attitude without the involvement of the Profound Prison Emperor realm. But now, what exactly did it mean? They were only told not to interfere in the fight between humans and ferocious beasts. The Profound Prison Emperor realm and the Ferocious Beast Emperor realm would not interfere either. 10,000 miles away from the Xuanwu shelter, a beast tide even more ferocious than the original legend shelter was converging. A dozen SSS realm Saint realm fierce beasts of more than 500 meters in size, leading hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts, in a black mass, converging in the direction of the Xuanwu shelter. At a certain moment, their figures stopped, and in the air in front of them, 7 people stood, their bodies exuding different colors of energy, but without a single exception, they were all incomparably powerful. A fat lump of flesh that looked to be over 800 pounds and about 1 meter 9, with a mask that gave the illusion of overeating after staring at it for a long time. He was one of the 7 sacred realms of the abyssal prison, Tyrannical Eclipse. The narrow mask couldn't cover his fat cheeks, and his eyes, piled high with meat, could only see layers of flesh, not eyes at all. The voice was shrill and piercing. This time, I'll have a good meal. It's still human meat that's tender. Ferocious beast meat is too faggy to eat. Dead fat man. Where is the fun in eating people? Beautiful women are the joy on earth. Especially the beautiful ones. Each one has some flavor. That smooth skin, cute bouncing peaks, and deep, bottomless grooves are the most delicious things on earth. Ha! Lust. Eating people is the greatest pleasure on earth. Dead fatty. You're afraid you don't have it. Ha ha. You seek death. I'm going to eat you. Enough of this. Breach the Xuanwu shelter. Women. Human flesh. As much as you want. The one who spoke was one of the 7 sect saints. Greed. His words were the most powerful. As he flew forward, his entire body not as big as one of the eyes of the Saint realm ferocious beast. Come with me. Break down the Xuanwu shelter, and eat as many people as you want. The Xuanwu shelter, due to the early notification, had already prepared in advance, 20. No, it should be 21 saints, plus Huang Tianwu. All of them came to the first line of defense 20 kilometers away from the shelter. And the real battle, too, was focused on the first line of defense. As long as they were martial artists, at least 2/3 of them gathered here. There were nearly 200,000 martial artists. However, all of them didn't dare to be careless. The ferocious beasts weren't without brains. Daring to take the initiative to launch an attack on the Xuanwu shelter meant that they had a certain degree of certainty. 21 Saint Realm powerhouses were the bottom line of the Xuanwu shelter, and the thought of having so many saints made everyone's hearts relax quite a bit. The Emperor Realm does not come out, and the Saint Realm is the only god. After about a day's time, from all kinds of unmanned intellectual equipment to see the ferocious beasts like waves of the sea, dense description cannot even describe the number of ferocious beasts of the great number. Can imagine how shocking. Other than a few SSS Realm saints, SS Realm Exalted who had seen this kind of image, almost no one had seen it. Inside most people, a feeling of sadness arose. Huang Tianwu, Huang Ao Shun, and Ancient Phoenix Shui saw the scene, and their hearts immediately felt a lot more relaxed. The great power of the future was destined to be the world of the abyssal prison and the fierce beasts. They felt incredibly grateful to have found a solid backer. Seeing the 7 sect saints in the air, as well as those 13 Saint Realm ferocious beasts, the human side immediately fell to the bottom of the valley. This battle, evenly matched, may have to fight a protracted war. A protracted war is the most unfavorable to the human race. About 15 kilometers or so from the first line of defense, the army of ferocious beasts stopped. The 7 sect saints stood in the air and slowly flew ahead. Humans, admit defeat. In this battle, you are destined to lose. The number of ferocious beasts is endless. There is an end to manpower, but no end to ferocious beasts. Admit defeat, you dog steak. Big fat pig. Why don't you be a pig? A pig in human skin? You are? A pig smell. You do not want to die. I want to vomit. Storm Eater was furious. He hated it when people called him a big fat pig. Huang Tianwu. Don't do it yet. Originally, Huang Tianwu was used as a final card, but he didn't expect that he would be exposed by the tyrannical eclipse just like that. Huang Tianwu immediately reacted as his saint energy erupted, and the 2 closest saints, under his sneak attack, had their necks chopped into 2 sections, with only a bit of skin attached to them. The 2 human saints fell to the ground, convulsing, not far from death. What? The rest of the saints were shocked. Huang Tianwu, what are you doing? Only to see Huang Tianwu, with Huang Ao Shin and Ancient Phoenix Shui in tow, flying towards the army of ferocious beasts with lightning speed. Save me. Several 7 sect saints blocked the attack of the saints and saved Huang Tianwu, a scene that made everyone angry and a little bit and a half sad at the same time. Before even fighting, they had lost 2 of their great generals. Seeing Ancient Phoenix Snow's appearance, figure, one of the 7 sacred realms, Lust revealed a lustful expression. In Boundary Slayer's last life's experience, there was no royal occurrence of this scene of defection. Everything, it seems, does not follow the historical interpretation. Chapter 130 Chaos on the Blue Planet. Huang Tianwu, you've done a great job. And what abyssal prison has promised you? It will definitely be done. A smile surfaced on Huang Tianwu's face, a smile that was still only revealed by a dog when it was pleasing its master. Sacred beasts, join me in leveling the Xuanwu shelter. Roar! The 13 fierce beast saints, one after another, roared towards the sky, and all the fierce beasts received the message and roared together, shattering the dark clouds above the sky. One of the holy beasts, an ape-like, 500 meters tall, its body was as if it was cracked. Flesh and blood were visible. If one looked closely one could see that it wasn't flesh and blood but a kind of blood-colored energy growing out of its body, forming a kind of pattern. Humans, we are only partners. You are in no position to direct us in anything. Anger surfaced in its eyes as the rest of the SSS realm sacred beasts, declaring their dissatisfaction towards the direction where the 7 sect sacred realms were located, were also telling the 7 sect sacred realms that they should be the main focus, and not to confuse their priorities. 7 sect sacred realm couldn't see their expressions under their masks, but what could be guessed was that they must be very upset. They were used to being high up. Where could they stand others' rebuttals? Roar! The great battle was about to start, and an overwhelming army of ferocious beasts attacked towards the human side. The ferocious beasts that attacked in the first wave were cannon fodder and weak. Their only function was to consume the humans' firepower and open up new channels for the next battle. In the Xuanwu Asylum, there were 18 SSS Realm Saints left, and they had been dominated by Star Slaughter Saints. Saint Star Slayer was a relatively old Saint Realm martial artist who looked relatively lean, but those slightly cloudy eyes contained an incomparably sharp battle intent. This battle is about the safety of my Xuanwu shelter. We must win, but we can't take a close victory as the result. Immediately seek support from other shelters. The fact that the Xuanwu shelter had encountered the largest beast tide since history had quickly spread throughout all the shelters, and many SSS Saint Realm martial artists wanted to go to the Xuanwu shelter to help it tide over its difficulties. Not only SSS Realm Saints, SS Realm Zunas, S Realm Emperors, but also numerous martial artists, organized themselves. The only hope now was that the Xuanwu shelter could hold out for a while longer. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. Half a day had passed since the beast tide appeared in the Xuanwu shelter, and to be on the safe side, the dozen or so SSS Realm Saints from the different shelters were prepared to leave early. However, a bad news made everyone dumbfounded, blocking the martial artists who wanted to support the Xuanwu shelter. They had to stop. The wilderness outside all the shelters, the mountain ranges, the ferocious beasts were coalescing in batches, and the SSS Realm Saint beasts, which weren't seen very often on weekdays, also appeared in piles. Their destination, human shelters. Even the legendary beast shelter, where a beast tide had occurred once, showed signs of reappearing, and it seemed to be even more dangerous than the first time. It would make sense if 1 or 2 shelters would experience a beast tide, but now, the 10 largest shelters in Saint Summer all had a tendency to experience beast tides, which was not a good thing. From the beginning of the aura recovery, so far, it was the first time that such a thing had happened. The martial artists stationed in the several forbidden zones also sent word that the ferocious beasts within the forbidden zones were also rioting, requesting for support, or else with the current situation, if the forbidden zones were to riot, they wouldn't be able to resist at all, and would only be sent to their deaths. Sacred Summer martial artists also patrol the situation in the Sacred Summer Sea. The last few days, they found a big problem. The ferocious beasts in the sea, also more ferocious than usual, have converged to the shore. Wanting to climb the shore seems to be signaling something bad. Not only Sacred Xia, several imperial masters contacted the Gui Empire, the emperor of the papal court at the first opportunity, hoping that they could support them, and the reply they received was that they too had encountered the worst beast tide crisis to date, especially the ancient Egyptian empire. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, countless ferocious beasts converge towards the ancient Egyptian empire's gathering place. Even though most of the ferocious beasts are not very strong, but they are so disgusting that every day it takes a certain amount of time to clean them up, and within 1,000 miles, it's basically impossible for the ferocious beasts to enter. The emperors of Sacred Summer, the Gui Empire, and the Pope's court had all realized that this chaos was not of a certain power, but rather a chaos of the entire blue planet's ferocious beasts, targeting the human race. It was just that what made all the emperors wonder was that they had all received the same warning that the emperor realm could not intervene in the battle below. The entire blue star, in a short period of time, the layout was all of a sudden disrupted. At the Xuanwu shelter, a day had passed since the beast tide rebellion. In front of them were countless corpses of ferocious beasts, piled up into mountains, on the human side, and on the ferocious beast side. None of the Saint Realm strengths made a move. After fighting for a day and a night, the Xuanwu shelter side's firepower had been depleted by more than half, but the ferocious beasts that had been exterminated were all small minions. The ferocious beast stopped its attack, and that gorilla holy beast roared up to the sky. Eat! The corpses of the dead ferocious beasts were dragged into the ranks by the army of ferocious beasts in the rear and began to gnaw on them. The scene was bloody and incomparable. The 7 sacred realms, which had been suspended in the air. 7 energy chairs appeared in the air, and the 7 people sat on them, leisurely watching. A sound came from Overeating's stomach and he covered his stomach in embarrassment. Too hungry. He turned his gaze to Huang Aoshin and ancient Phoenix Shui, who visibly froze and couldn't help but shiver. Huang Tianwu immediately accompanied him with a smile. Lord Storm Eater, they are my son and daughter-in-law. Predator didn't respond. His fat head twisted to the side. He seemed to have gained a little more weight. His fat flesh piled up on the energy chair, giving off a fishy, unpleasant odor, with tawny grease all over his body. Ancient Phoenix Snow stole a glance at Lust. Her calm heart unsettled again. That look, it scared her. Huang Aoshin naturally also noticed the eyes of lustful Lust looking at his daughter-in-law. However, a person under the roof had to bow his head. Huang Tianwu, your daughter-in-law is very good. Huang Tianwu's face instantly turned black, flickered and could only accompany a smile. Yes, my daughter-in-law's face looks are a sight to behold. The eyes under the mask of Lust looked up and down at Gu Huangxue with a very aggressive gaze, itching to eat Gu Huangxue in general. Chaos Shelter, Makoto, and Su Shui were also aware of what Sacred Summer was currently facing. Shui, now that I've regained my SS Realm exalted strength and gone even further, I'll have to go support the legendary asylum and subdue it. So you and Linger will stay in the Chaos Asylum and wait for Dower's return. Brother Chang, I must follow you. I can promise you anything else. I strongly disagree with this matter. I have now become a B-realm martial artist. I can help to a certain extent. No, Shui, you must listen to me this time. Take care of Linger. She's still young and impatient. If you're not around, I'm afraid she'll get hot-headed and do something impulsive. Sacred Summer is in disarray, and the only place that might be able to maintain relative safety is a powerful shelter like the Chaos Shelter. Snow, take care of Spirit. Chapter 131 After June. one of the junior top 10 sealed supreme throne, royal demon enchantress. She did not return to the Xuanwu Asylum but stayed in the Chaos Academy. After she learned about the situation at the Xuanwu shelter, she wanted to rush to the Chaos shelter at the first opportunity, but she was stopped, and the person who stopped her was, naturally, Gu Xianwei. The two have a great relationship today and have become good friends in existence. Enchanting. Wait first, many students from the Chaos Academy, teachers, they will all go together to support the Xuanwu shelter. Let's wait for them to join us. Among the battleships heading to the Xuanwu shelter, Ancient Desolate Time, Lin Jiudo, Gongzi Shi, Mo Qiyun, Su Xiaoxiao, Shenwu, and Dancing Redfish were also listed, as well as a number of S-Realm seniors and A-Realm seniors from the 3rd and 4th years of college. Outside of the Chaos shelter, ferocious beasts were converging as well, but as one of the largest shelters in Sacred Summer, the strength to support the rest of the world was still there. The remaining teenage sealed supreme beings returned to their respective shelters. Oldest 3, oldest 4, this time we have to fight for it. The boss hasn't come back yet. As his roommate, we can't lose his face. In addition to the students, the SS Realm Space Exalt, Bu Yuan Yen, the Blood Slayer Saint, and the Xian Life Saint were also within the battleship. 9 shelter. Xiao family, mom and dad, how is it going? Yun Jing, it's possible that we won't be able to support the Xuanwu shelter. And outside the 9 shelter, the situation isn't optimistic either. Yun Jing, where's that kid? It's time to bring it back to see us. Mom and dad, he went to the Forbidden Zone and hasn't come back yet, and I don't know when he'll be back. Xiao Tianzet and Sin Bailing glanced at each other. Both of them sighed a little. The situation in the Forbidden Zone was even less optimistic. Mom and dad, don't worry, I trust Dao. He's a man who has been working miracles. The Poor Man's Shelter, as one of the top 3 shelters in Sacred Summer, they also drew out their manpower to support the Xuanwu shelter. Outside of the poor school's worship, Zhang Fan calmly watched the worship leave. Beside him, stood Bu Jingyu, who looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Zhang Fan, what are your plans? Frightened fish, let's go to the Blockhead Asylum. There, that's where we'll end up. But, Modeo should be at the Xuanwu shelter. Dao will come for us. Surprise fish, I like you. Zhang Fan pulled Bu Jingyu into his arms. That expression was the first time he had shown it, as if he was very afraid of losing Bu Jingyu in general. Bu Jingyu was a head shorter than Zhang Fan, and she gently patted Zhang Fan's back. Zhang Fan, I will always be by your side. Unknown space, inside the Abyssal Prison headquarters, a plan had already been born in Boundary Slayer's mind that would be an opportunity for him to break through to the Emperor Realm, and would also allow Sacred Summer to take a breather. When he broke through the Emperor Realm, he could fell the Emperor Realm ferocious beasts, relying on some means to rapidly grow his strength and solve the crisis of the Blue Star. Some images from his previous life rang in his head. The Blue Star was occupied, and almost all of the experts were slaughtered, with only a few left struggling to resist, occupying a side area as the last payload of Sacred Summer. It was only in the latter part of the story that mankind almost perished, and that one was about to complete the final step. Unfortunately, there's still no escaping the otherworldly invasions, as they're called, the predators that specialize in wandering around the universe. They look at Blue Star and the value that one brings, and he, even if he gets the chance, can't change that, can only be taken by those people predators to sell, and finally, against all odds, even if the last have a certain strength, looking for the Blue Star, but, can never recover the original lover? Friends, in this life, as long as I break through the Emperor Realm, it's possible for me to change everything, and this next plan can't afford to fail. After I become the Emperor Realm, I'll help Modeo become the Emperor Realm as soon as possible. That way, the odds will be much better. Inside the Tomb of Stars, Mu Dao didn't realize that so many great events had happened in the outside world in a short period of time. He was now, daily, hunting ferocious beasts to grow in strength. However, he also discovered something. The ferocious beasts in the Tomb of Stars were more active and became more numerous. This was a good thing for him. The time spent searching for them was half as long. How many ferocious beasts could be killed then? The increase in strength, the increase in the number of ferocious beasts, the chi and blood he gained from hunting ferocious beasts every month was not 6 or 700 million. It could reach around 12 or 300 million calories. Wherever he passed by, the ferocious beasts were looted, while the corpses were all entered into the stomach of Wubao. If there were no Yubo, so many corpses, emitting a rotting stench at the same time, it would definitely cause anomalies. Now, more than 4 months had passed since the end of his contest from the Gui Empire's Heaven's Pride selection competition, and there were still 2 months to go before the half-year appointment. The last 2 months, he'll be even crazier. There's still 300 million calories of chi blood left to break through the SS rank. and I hope to reach the SS rank in 2 months' time. That way, I'll have no fear of any ferocious beasts under the Emperor realm. Within the Emperor Beast space of the ancient abyss of blood, the Yin Yang Graveyard Emperor Beast, an Emperor Beast from the Sea Domain gathered here. Yin and Yang Graveyard Imperial Beasts, Imperial Tomb, Emperor Beast of the Sea Realm, Emperor River, together with the ancient abyss of blood Emperor Beast, Emperor Abyss, Emperor Demon, and an Emperor of the Abyss Prison, the Blood Prison Messenger. The 5 emperors gathered here, and the Blood Prison Messenger asked, Starry Graveyard Emperor Beast, why hasn't it arrived? Humph, human emperors, watch how you speak. The one from the Starry Sky Tomb, with its arrogant nature, is probably still in slumber, so don't mind it. When it wakes up, it will naturally join in. Human Emperor, I hope you give us an explanation. The 3 parties are joining forces. There is a great hope of exterminating the human emperor, and we can take over the entire Blue Star. So why can't we do it now? The blood prisoner's eerie mask squirmed and a smile emerged, his voice hoarse. Emperor Realm strength can't die at the moment. The existence of the one from my abyssal prison. When it awakens, it's not a big deal to take over the Blue Star. You all don't want to stay in a projectile land all the time. Go and see the vastness of the universe, right? Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed by in a blur. Mu Dao sat in one place. The qi and blood in his body was boiling violently. The color of his pale golden qi and blood was getting deeper and deeper, and his qi and blood, incidentally, had an ancient mysterious aura to it. The entire person, like that eternal and indestructible true God. The patterns of the great Tao on the bones were also deeper. Wu Bao fell into a deep sleep 2 days ago, but before he fell asleep, he gave 2 Golden Crow Emperor diffusion fires to Mu Dao, who ran the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture to refine them, and gained a considerable amount of benefits. A variety of power daisies were constantly being interpreted in his body. His talent contained thousands. Breaking through the SS rank, multiple power daisies formed one. Unlike most martial artists, who broke through the SS realm comprehending power daisies based on their own natural attributes, the power fledgling was a metamorphosis on the level of qi and blood, essentially a deeper comprehension of one's martial talent. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system, host, Makito, talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level, martial arts, Taoist scriptures, Shuchang, Taoist level, Wu Yuan Di Jing, introductory, Taoist level, martial realm, SS rank, blood 7.8 billion cards, martial skills Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade, extreme thunder at hand, perfection, Great Sun Heavy Fist, perfection, extreme Dao Dharma Body, perfection, martial skill experience value, 2.03 billion, time is still rushed a bit. SS level qi and blood to reach 4.8 billion calories is fine. Breaking through the SS level is a bit difficult unless it's for another 3 months. Dao level feats consume too much martial skill experience value, billions, and can only raise the Dao scripture to a minor level. But I've got to go back for a visit too. 6 months is a long time. Chapter 132 Defensive Line breaks down. Crisis. The Xuanwu Shelter. Today's situation is not optimistic. 2 months of fighting. Although it has not been occupied by the abyssal prison and fierce beasts, but their purpose is obviously easy to see. The abyssal prison and the ferocious beasts didn't seem to be in a hurry to overthrow the Xuanwu shelter, but rather wanted to trap the Xuanwu shelter little by little. Wave after wave of ferocious beasts died, and with the Saint Realm strength of both sides, little confrontation occurred. With the support of the 3 major sanctuaries, the number of Saint Realm strength martial artists that they possessed was a few more in number. Another 5 or 6 days passed. The situation changed. The ferocious beast army launched a general attack on the human race. Both sides of the Holy Realm also participated in the battle. 1. The Xuanwu Shelter Live. Lost. Reduced to hell on earth. The 27 saints of Saint Xia stood in the air in unison. The number of ferocious beasts in front of them was indeed less compared to 2 months ago, but the ones that were left were also much stronger. The 7 sect sacred realms, no longer in their previous lazy appearance, emitted an aura that was chilling. 7 sect sacred realm lust, like a ferocious beast, roared towards the sky, venting out 2 months of unhappiness. He hadn't had meat for a long time, especially among the humans. There came many beautiful women, one better than the other. Looking at his heart itchy, that Saint Realm female martial artist is mine. No one can compete with me. The direction he was pointing to was the direction where the Xian Fate Sage was. Overreading seemed to weigh a little more, reaching over 1,000 pounds of existence. The fat was hanging from the body. Can you imagine? The fat on his neck was hanging on his chest, the fat on his chest was hanging on his feet, and the fat on his stomach was directly covering the lower half of his body. Incomparably bloated. Those 2. I'll take them. Their meat should be more flavorful. Too thin and dry. Not delicious. Eat meat, you have to eat fat. The saints he was referring to were two slightly plump-looking saints. The opponent that the Bloodslayer saint was targeting was one of the 7 sex sacred realms. Greed. The opponent that the Star Slayer saint was benchmarking against was that gorilla saint beast. Dozens of saints found their opponents and flew into the air, leaving this battlefield. Here, they simply couldn't exert all of their strength, and I'm afraid that the aftermath of the battle would be enough to overthrow all of the remaining humans and ferocious beasts. Huang Tianwu's face went black as a saint locked onto him, and vast attacks instantly came towards him. Roar! The roar of the beasts resounded through the heavens and earth, and against the human side, they launched a final general attack. Shinwu's power was so strong that the ferocious beast was almost turned into a bloody mist when his fist went down. Dancing Red Fish was holding a large sword thicker than his waist, venting his anger as he slashed out a safety range with his blood-colored blade Qi. Guxuanqi, all dark power, exuded extreme blackness. Wherever black darkness covered, ferocious beasts would die. The Imperial Demon Enchantress, being one of the 10 thrones and a disciple of the Imperial Master, her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, not everyone is in the first line of defense. The second line of defense is also extremely important. Have to pay attention to the ferocious beasts that escaped from the first line of defense. It seems to be safer. However, there is no egg under the nest. If the ferocious beasts in the second line of defense increase, it only proves that the first line of defense can't be blocked anymore. The first line of defense couldn't even be stopped, and it was only a matter of time before the second line of defense was breached. Lin Jiudo, Mo Qi Yun, and Yi Yuton were assigned to the second line of defense. Each and every one of them, there was no lightheartedness on their faces, incomparably serious. The fallen ferocious beasts that appeared from time to time would be decimated by them. As time passed, the number of ferocious beasts in the second line of defense became larger, which was not a good sign. A few hours later, from the images coming from the wizard's drone camera, there were thousands of ferocious beasts, pouring into the second line of defense. There was also a group of ferocious beasts that, after breaking through the first line of defense, did not enter the second line of defense, but rather, from other directions, poured into the shelter's steel great wall, which was the last line of defense, and the last defense of the human race. Once broken, the Xuanwu shelter was doomed to perish, and the hundreds of millions of people inside would be turned into rations for the monsters. However, they had no choice but to focus on fending off most of the ferocious beasts. The others, there was no way to resist them. On top of the steel great wall of the shelter, the ancient desolate time, Gonzi Shi, and Su Xiao were placed here. The strongest, only a few Zunis, and Bu Yuan Yan was also placed in the last line of defense. The saints, all flocked to the forefront. Quiet. Everyone was looking ahead. The atmosphere was getting more and more depressing, as if something bad was happening. Suddenly, anomalies occurred. Above the sky, thousands of flying ferocious beasts appeared. The forest in front of them shook. The ground sunk down. Thousands, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts crawled out from it. Exalted realm ferocious beasts. There were more than a dozen of them. And the most terrifying thing was that it was interspersed with a semi-saintly beast that was at the SS plus limit. Dissatisfied with the SSS level, Bu Yuan Yan's face suddenly changed. Damn it, the first line of defense. It looks like something big has happened. Generally speaking, the first line of defense was the strongest existence, covering all aspects, and these ferocious beasts that appeared from the ground were all of the same race, and should have been detected long ago. Everyone, the Xuanwu shelter has reached the point of life and death. In today's battle, even if we die, we can't let them enter within the shelter. Steel Great Wall cannot block the Zun Shi, and above the strength of the ferocious beasts of the bombardment, shelter Steel Great Wall, deep into the ground dozens of feet. The general ferocious beasts simply cannot dig so deep. However, the situation at hand was not normally visible, and it was really possible that some ferocious beasts would enter the shelter through this means. One could only hope that it wouldn't happen, or else with those low-realm martial artists within the shelter who maintained order, the Jinwu Si or the low-ranked martial artists from other forces, they wouldn't be able to quell the invasion of ferocious beasts occurring within. So everything is not a gamble. Ancient desolate time. You and Lin Jiudao are both of a realm strength. Make sure to maintain the safety within the shelter. Remember, your mission, it's more important. As for the others, join me and cut them down. Mu Dao left the Tomb of Stars and found that the base of martial artists stationed at the Tomb of Stars was incredibly quiet in contrast to the previous lively scene. After a brief understanding, Mu Dao erupted a rich golden blood qi and operated the extreme thunder at hand, and like a meteor, he quickly rushed towards the Xuanwu shelter. In just half a year, such a big thing actually happened to Blue Star. Let's hope it's not too late. He was now at the SS rank, exalted strength, and even if he faced a SSS realm saint, As long as it wasn't a SSS plus rank saint, he was sure to be able to decimate it. His strength, which had already stepped into the forefront of the Blue Star's powerhouses, should post some help to the battle. Moreover, the energy in Wu Bao's body was calming down, and he should be about to wake up. And with this metamorphosis, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantage when facing an average saint realm. Chapter 133, Fallen at the Ancient Desolate Time. At the first line of defense, it was hard to tell the outcome of the battle between the saints. Everyone seemed to be of similar strength, and if there was no crushing decimation, they could only rely on exhaustion to see who would end up exhausting who. The battle will never end until the high end of the battle is dead. The final outcome of the war will all have to depend on the high end of the battlefield. However, there was one person whose situation was not optimistic. He was Huang Tianwu. Although his strength was not weak, under the influence of multiple circumstances, his strength was not safely utilized, so he appeared to be in a rather sorry state. He also had to pay attention to Emperor Ao Shun and Ancient Phoenix Shui. Both of them were SS Realm Exalted, but unlike him, both of them had experienced too few actual battles, and before that, they had always been high and pampered. And when they faced SS Realm Exalted who had been promoted from killing, the battles were strenuous. Amidst the clouds, the blade that the Bloodslayer Saint held in his hand trembled slightly, pointing directly at one of the 7 sacred realms. Greed. The mask on Greed's face was also chopped off at one corner. Bleeding crimson blood. Abyssal prison. You are also humans. Why are you joining with the ferocious beasts and wanting to overthrow the humans? What good does it do you? What's in it for me? Ha ha. As a martial artist, instead of thinking about pursuing eternal strength, focusing on the 7 emotions and 6 desires instead, everything else is just floating clouds. The one behind my abyssal prison can let us walk out of the Blue Star. And Imperial Realm martial artists are just ant-like existences outside of the Blue Star. Humph. If the one behind your profound prison really had such strength, wouldn't the Blue Star have been overthrown by him long ago, and still need you all? The path of cultivation is difficult, and others who have heavenly chances really think that they will be kind enough to give them to you without a price. The eyes underneath the mask of greed pondered for a split second, but it was only an instant before he became enraged, as if he had been told something. As time passed, between the two sides, the first Dead Saint Realm martial artist also appeared, one of the 7 sacred realms. Overreading, personally ripped off the head of a saint, brought his big fat mouth to the neck of the dead saint, and gulped down the blood. In just a few seconds, the blood of a saint was drained, followed by tyrannical Eclipse crushing the head in his hand, absorbing the brain marrow inside, throwing the remnants away, and the whole mouth, with its hideous fangs growing, tore into the flesh and blood with a big mouth, looking bizarre to the extreme. Immediately after that, he targeted another saint. At the third line of defense, Bu Yuan Yen, as the strongest venerable here, was up against the 600-meter half-step Saint Beast. This half-step Saint Beast was somewhat similar in appearance to the Earth Ox before the plague, with a huge pincer for a mouth, a slightly smaller body in the middle, and a body at the end that appeared incomparably huge. It was covered in black and gray, with a few giant legs on its abdomen, supporting it, and a hideous mouth pincer that contained an immense amount of power, as if nothing could escape its tearing. War. Bu Yuan Diffractive was the first to strike the beast. A vast chi and blood emerged. The space power prototype surged. A large area of space suddenly cracked, condensed into a space blade, attacking the Earth Demon ferocious beast. Bang! Every spatial blade that struck the Earth Demon body would emit a violent sound, and powerful waves of energy impact spread out, and under this kind of attack, the Earth Demon ferocious beast was not damaged, but only its huge body set into the ground for a few moments. Roar! Within the Xuanwu shelter, the 3 of them, Ancient Desolate Time, Gongzi Shi, and Su Xiao Xiao, with 2 A realms and 1 B realm, were considered to be the strongest existence within the shelter today. The 3 immediately came to the Jinwu division, with the power of the Jinwu division, patrolling the entire shelter. Those who chaotic shelter, the ancient deserted when there is not the slightest color of hesitation, directly decapitated. This strong-arm tactic does have a slight effect. War happens, the easiest to test out how the hearts of people, those who do not think of winning the war, but instead in the spreading of rumors. Demagoguery. The ancient wasteland when encountered, are a knife to kill. When they patrolled a certain place, someone went so far as to move such a statute. Martial artists can't bully ordinary people? Ancient wasted time just laughed, then became ferocious as he slashed out, and heads fell to the ground. This statute, which is only for ordinary people, does not apply to Su Xiao Xiao, Gongzi Shi, as if for the first time to recognize the ancient deserted time. The ancient deserted time also has the heart of the Lord. Unlike the usual performance of hanging. Tiny. Wasn't I handsome? Handsome. Really handsome. Suddenly, They received news from other Jinwusi patrols that a ferocious beast had appeared within the shelter and was going on a killing spree. When they arrived, they realized that the situation was not so rosy. It was an S-rank ferocious beast, 200 meters long, with its entire body presenting a straight cylinder, with disgusting mucus on its body surface. This kind of ferocious beast, called the earthworm beast, was recorded in the books, and seemed to have already died out, and now there was actually one of them. Tiny, you and the others evacuate the crowd. Old 4, today we, brothers, will fight for our lives. Toki, you must be safe. You promised me something, you must do it. Ancient Desolate Time looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Although they were already lovers, Su Xiaoxiao had never taken such initiative to release her love like this. Okay, I promise. He immediately sought help from Bu Yuanyan, but unfortunately, there had been no reply. The two of them, Gongzi Shi, then each unleashed their most powerful attacks, blood-colored daggers that swept across. A huge long sword, coalescing in the air, quickly fell. Roar! Tyrannical aura was released from the earthworm beast. Inky energy surfaced on its body surface and spat out putrid and foul-smelling mucus like two fountains, resisting the two men's attacks. The two of them, Ancient Desolate Time and Lin Jiudao, kept flying through the air, looking for opportunities to attack the earthworm beasts. Just to the despair of the two, their attacks caused limited damage. The earth beast also became more and more tyrannical, its 200-meter body flying into the sky like a long snake, its speed no weaker than the two. Its head was shaking violently, emitting an eerie frequency, a frequency that attacked the brains of both men. The two froze for a moment, and it was this short moment that the two were sent flying out by a huge force, falling to the ground and smashing out a deep pit, their bodies almost cracking open as they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The slime also carried a corrosive power that quickly corroded the clothes and even the flesh and blood of the two men. Ahem, Lao Si, are you alright? Penis, I'm fine. The two staggered to their feet and stood up, smiling bitterly as the earth beast did not rush to kill the two in seconds, his eyes filled with playfulness. 2, how many seconds do you think this would have lasted if boss was here? Less than a second. Old 4, are you afraid? 2, I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid that people will treat me like a coward and then be done with it. Outside, the situation of Bu Yuanyan was not optimistic. One of his arms was already empty. Spatial power fledglings, which used to be omnipotent in the past, were limited in their damage against this ferocious beast with an extremely strong defense. Even though the Earth Demon was only a half-step Saint Beast, it was an SSS-rank Saint Beast, and it was not necessarily a match for it. He, on the other hand, was only an SS-ranked Exalted. What a difference in strength! The Earth Demon Beast's huge mouth pincers spat out a pillar of blood-colored light, locking an area. This strike, he couldn't avoid it. The probability would be dead. He was hit by that energy and his internal organs felt like they were shifting. Death, it's so close. He was resigned to the fact that if he died, what would happen to the ordinary people in the shelter? However, there was nothing he could do. In the nick of time, a voice rang out from the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You seek death. A giant spear of energy dropped from the air and pierced through the body of the Earth Demon Beast, pinning it to the ground as a powerful force was released. Roar! The Earth Devil Beast, with a mere wail, completely turned into blood mist. A cool air arose in Mu Dao's heart. If he was a second late, Bu Yuanyan was destined to die. Quickly coming to Bu Yuanyan's side. System, inject life energy, immortal substance. Bu Yuanyan's pale lips surfaced blood color. His eyes revealed a fine light. He was just about to say something when he noticed the message sent by Ancient Wasteland Time. His face changed greatly. Modeo, hurry up and go inside the shelter. They're in danger at the Ancient Desolate Time. Old 4, watch out. Ancient Desolate Time fought to push out Gongzi Shi, while he himself was pierced through his chest by the short sword condensed by the inky mucus spat out by the earthworm beast, and his chest was rapidly corroding, forming a bloody hole visible to the naked eye. He twisted his head with difficulty and glanced in Su Zhao's direction. The vitality in his eyes was rapidly dissipating, and he collapsed straight to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Penis. Chapter 134, Beheading Lust. Chi and blood increased by 300 million cards. System function enhancement. Penis. Mu Dao landed next to Ancient Desolate Time, his eyes covered in blood. System, inject life essence, immortal substance. Ancient Wasteland when his body immediately surged with a large amount of life essence. However, it was as if his body was leaking, and all of the injected life essence, immortal substance, leaked out. Ding, reminding the host that the person in front of him is completely dead and cannot be injected with life essence. Keep injecting? Ding, remind the host that the person in front of you is dead. I said keep injecting. Makoto almost yelled out. If he had come a little earlier, would the situation have been completely different? He hated himself. Why he hadn't come earlier? But he had come as far as he could. Why was it like this? Roar! Boss, be careful. Mu Dao silently looked at the ancient desolate time's corpse in a daze. The earth beast's attack, when it approached his side, was blocked by a light golden-colored chi and blood barrier. Unable to go any further, he turned back to the earthworm beast. His eyes were bloodshot and more terrifying than an earthworm. And the earthworm beast felt like it was being stared at by a great terror as it continuously let out roars of rage. Monstrous killing intent was released from Mu Dao as he walked towards the earth beast step by step. With each step, the earth beast's body would fall off. In just a few short steps, it was only left with the section of its head, which was more than 10 meters long. Die. With a fall, the earthworm beast turned into blood mist. Su Xiao Xiao. She did not know when she came to the side of Ancient Wasteland, holding Ancient Wasteland in her arms, constantly caressing his head, her face pale. Toki, will you wake up? Let's not joke about this. It's not funny at all? Senior, take care of Tiny. Mu Dao suppressed the grief in his heart. There were more important things waiting for him. At the second line of defense, a dozen or so exalted beasts were basically killed, and a few human exalted died, and they were able to take care of the remaining shrimps. But there were still ferocious beasts that broke through the first line of defense one after another and came to the second line of defense. Yubo was also about to awaken. Leaving it in the second line of defense was undoubtedly the best choice. At the first line of defense, after several hours of fighting, it had come to the final stage. The saints on both sides. At the beginning the human side had slightly more saints and seemed to be stronger. After the 7-sect tyrannical eclipse decapitated a human saint realm to begin with, and their strength was significantly increased, the situation was somewhat less optimistic. The two human saints were originally going to descend a saint realm ferocious beast to kill, but tyrannical eclipse's involvement instantly changed the situation. The Xian Fate Saint himself was not good at fighting, and he fought with the 7-sect sacred realms, lust, and gradually fell below. Lust was not in a hurry to behead the Xian Fate Saint, but was constantly mooching, and to think of such even in the midst of a battle was truly colorful. Beauty, I can't bear to destroy such a beautiful body, so you'd better tie your hands. Do you guys really think that? After 2 months of fooling around with you guys, it's just for fun. What do you mean? Stay with me once, be my woman, and I'll tell you how? Asterisk 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 looking for death. 7's own lust eyes also showed killing intent. His preferences, not limited to the living, dead, as well. The blood chi surged out of the sky, like a poisonous snake surging towards the Xian Fate Saint. Unlike the rigid chi and blood of a martial artist, the chi and blood of the 7-sect lusts was full of weirdness and femininity. The sky full of chi and blood transformed into a ghostly hand, and it fell with a slap against the Xian Destiny Saint. The Xian Life Saint's life energy transformed into death energy as he chopped out a sword, pointing it straight at the gigantic ghost hand. Bang! The impact from a saint's battle could turn an area of thousands of meters into rubble with a single random strike. The Xian Fate Saint was ultimately weaker, and his battle power was not comparable to the 7-sect saint realms, but because of the special power of the saint, he didn't suffer many injuries. Suddenly, a giant spear of energy descended from the sky and stabbed at the 7 sectors of lust. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 7-sect lust and immediately dodged. With a large wave of his hand, a ghostly hand sprang up and blocked the lance while he was shaken back a few steps by the impact. Mu Dao's figure appeared and glanced at the Xian Destiny Saint. Elder Xian Life, leave this place to me. Makuto, you? Okay. Be careful with everything. The 7-sect lust watched the Xian Destiny Saint leave, his eyes filled with anger. Kid, who are you again? A mere honored one. How dare you block me? Humph. I thought it was so powerful. It's only an SSS rank saint. Even if it breaks through the SSS rank right away. Mu Dao roughly felt something. He purposely looked for SSS rank saints or sacred beasts, and with the fact that the Xian Destiny Saints had fallen into a downward spiral, he came here to support the Xian Destiny Saints. SSS rank saint realm. He was certain that he could completely decimate it. The harpies are arrogant. The entire sky was filled with a gloomy wind, and 100-meter-sized energy ghost hand coalesced and tackled Makoto. The saint's might was enough to cause a rupture in space. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A round, 70-meter-sized golden fist with a chi and blood golden dragon climbing on it and emperor flame burning on it. This was a cosmic-grade martial skill, and as Mu Dao's strength increased and broke through the SS grade, the power of cosmic-grade martial skills truly showed a hint of its power. Space was shattered like glass by the golden fists as one fist and one palm attacked together. Bang! The remaining power of the Great Sun Heavy Fist continued to attack the 7 sectors of lust. Makamichi didn't stop. A punch that couldn't possibly kill lust. Operating the extreme thunder at arm's length. At this distance, It was no different from instantaneous transportation. Quickly approaching Lust, Silent Gun Sutra. Lust's face changed drastically. He hadn't digested the attack just now, and now came an even more powerful attack. What kind of monster is this kid? He's clearly an SS Realm Zuni strength. His chi and blood are even more terrifying than the Saint Realm. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. Faustian Ghost Hand. Dozens of ghostly hands appeared behind him, dancing like a thousand-handed goddess of mercy, forming a defensive barrier made up of thousands of ghostly hands. Bang! The energy impact, spreading at a height of thousands of meters. Space shattered one after another, and the 7 sectors of color desire flew out backwards, only to feel a pain in their chests, and when they looked down, they found that their chests had long since become empty. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Successfully picked up Chi Blood plus 300 million cards. Martial Skill Experience Value plus 360 million. Saint Power plus 1. Saint Essence Blood plus 10 drops. Martial Skills. Feats. So the Saint Realm is nothing more than that, but for SS plus ranked Zune beasts, the Chi and Blood only increases by about 10 million, while for SSS ranked, the Chi and Blood directly increases by dozens of times. This increase is just too terrifying. SSS rank is 300 million card chakra. What about higher? Mudeo was instantly moved. He could do without everything else. The Chi and Blood had to be there. This was the benefit of having a battle power that was heaven-defying. Within a large realm, it wouldn't allow Makoto to feel the existence of barriers at all. Ding! The system's function has been upgraded, warmly reminding the host that all attribute bubbles dropped by creatures within the range that the host can feel can be picked up by simply silently chanting. Mudeo was overjoyed. This function was too timely. Before there was also, but the pickup range was only about 8 or 9 meters, 10 meters or so. Now his sensory range could reach at least thousands of meters. But right now, it's better to kill the other Saint Realm enemies first. Chapter 135, Beheading All Saints. After killing Lust, the opponent that Mudeo locked on to was an SSS rank Saint Beast. The one saint that dealt with him actually had the strength to kill this Saint Beast, but unfortunately, someone else's kill was just that, a kill. And for Mudeo it was hundreds of millions of calories in Chi blood. I'm sorry he had to rob it. While the Holy Beast was fighting, he stabbed out and pierced through this Holy Beast's head. Energy converged in its head, and with a bang, the huge head turned into blood mist. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 310 million. Martial skill experience value plus 410 million. Saint power plus 1. Saint realm essence blood plus 10 drops. Senior. Just now I didn't hold back and rob Senior's monster. After saying that, Mu Dao ignored this saint's strange look and continued to lock onto the next Saint realm enemy. And the one he locked onto was naturally Huang Tianwu. Seeing him leave, a look of surprise surfaced in the eyes of this Saint Senior. He's Mudeo. How did he become so powerful? Is this the person at the helm of the younger generation of Sacred Summer? It's really powerful. With that shot, he could feel the extraordinary power. Huang Tianwu was beaten out of his anger. His strength was indeed there, and he fought with the other saint as if he was in full swing. His true battle power was revealed, only because Huang Ao Shun was injured. He now regretted a little why he betrayed humanity for a vain promise. Only now, it was too late. Wrong, to be wrong. Fortunately, he saw the hope of victory. Several human saints were decimated by the abyssal prison saints and the ferocious beast sacred realm. As long as one wins, everything is fine. History is always written by the victor. Fighting me and still dare to be distracted. Bold. The Saint Senior who fought with Huang Tianwu was furious. The several hours of fighting was a complete competition of whose willpower was stronger. No saint of the same realm would have too much of a gap in strength. Just at this time, the 7 clans ate violently and killed another human saint. His body size getting fatter and fatter. It should be around 1,500 pounds. A walking mountain of meat. He peeled the fat off his face and continued to drink the blood and eat the flesh of the saints. Mudeo appeared above Huang Tianwu's head. They had been fighting for so long that their strength was long gone from their heyday. He, on the other hand, will only get stronger and there will be no periods of weakness. With lightning speed, he chopped at Huang Tianwu. Huang Tianwu didn't even have time to react. Half of his body was directly blown apart, and when he looked at Mu Dao's face clearly, he spat out blood. Mudeo didn't bother with nonsense, and blasted Emperor Tianwu with one punch, to his death. Huang Tianwu couldn't understand why the person who killed his grandson was so powerful. Mudeo didn't know that Huang Tianwu was Huangchen's grandfather, and if he knew, he was afraid that he would die even worse than he is now. Ding! Host picks up successfully. Chi blood plus 290 million cards. Saint power plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 10 drops. Martial arts experience value plus 410 million. Martial arts plus Feats plus. Senior. Excuse me. Go support the others. More than an hour passed. And with the addition of the sneak attack, Mu Dao killed 3 more Saint Realm enemies. So far, the number of Saint Realms that had died in his hands had reached as many as 6, adding more than 2 billion cards of Chi blood to him, and his total Chi blood had already exceeded 10 billion cards. The fierce beasts and the saints in the abyssal prison who were still in the middle of the battle also discovered the abnormality. What was originally a one-on-one battle had now turned into a two-on-one battle. How could this make them fight? Medeo's actions had been noticed, and because of Medeo, the battle situation that had already favored their side instantly reversed. The voices of the 7 sacred realms, greed, resounded in the sky. Storm Eater, you go slaughter that kid. Among the ferocious beasts, that gorilla saint beast, also roared up to the sky. Qing Yang, you go and behead that brat. The Bloodslaughter Saint naturally noticed Medeo as well, and he laughed out loud. Good boy. Growing to such a level in such a short period of time, he immediately said to the other saints, block the green goat sacred beast. Medeo looked indifferently at a fat mountain of meat in front of him. The disgusting smell made him lay his head down, but the strength of the mountain of meat was indeed terrifying, reaching the SSS level. Kid, your meat seems to smell better than everyone else. Let me have a bite first. I'll keep you. One day I'll eat a bite of your meat. One day I'll drink a bite of your blood. That way, I'll always have something to eat. Yes, you want to eat me, or you can take a bite of yourself first, but your meat should be stinky and unpalatable. No wonder you want to eat someone else. To call you a pig is an insult to pigs, who look at least as good as they look before your eyes. Tyrannical Eclipse's entire body was trembling with fat, as if manifesting his dissatisfaction, and no expression could be seen at all. If I'm going to eat you, I'm going to eat your head first. With all the talk, the meat of your head should taste better. Mu Dao wouldn't be careless either. Running the extreme Dao Dharma body, his breath was vast and deep, and after breaking through the SS realm, the power of these universe-grade martial skills became even more apparent. Pale golden Qi and blood surged, and the Qi and blood golden dragon flowed politely on his body, emitting the sound of a dragon's roar and shattering a large portion of the haze. Overeating not too fast, he swelled up with fat all over his body, turning into a 5-meter-tall monster with dense teeth and iron-green rough skin. In the air, with his arms wrapped around him, he pounced on Makoto. Big Day Heavy Fist. Silent Gun Scripture. The golden fist struck Tyrannical Eclipse. His flesh seemed to have elasticity as if it wanted to absorb Makoto's attack, but he had underestimated Makoto. The powerful damage prevented him from fully transforming and sent him flying. The 3 energy giant lances, stabbing out one after another, all attacked to a single point, and a bloody hole visible to the naked eye appeared. At the wound, the tentacles were constantly wriggling. However, Makoto's attack was rigid and yang, restraining that bizarre power and preventing him from healing. Overeating made a sound like that of a fierce beast. Human, you're hurting me. His body swelled again, his veins bulging, thicker than the body of a 6 or 7-year-old child. He blasted out a large hole in space with his fist. The huge body quickly approached Medeo, and the fist that was close to half a meter was covered in scales as it attacked Medeo. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Extremely contrasting fists blasted against each other. Layer after layer of airwaves rushed out, and the tremendous impact force caused the skin on Tyrannical Eclipse's body to break, turning him into a blood-colored monster. Mu Dao operated the extreme thunder at hand and kept instantly moving, blasting out punch after punch. Storm Eclipse's reflexes couldn't keep up, and the defense he prided himself on wasn't too strong of a defense for Makutu. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Chi blood plus 700 million cards. Martial skill experience value plus 1 billion. Saint power plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 10 drops. Martial skill plus. Gongfu plus. Once Tyrannical Eclipse died, adding up, Mu Dao had already killed 7 Saint Realm enemies. 2 of the 7 Saint Realms, Lust and Tyrannical Eclipse, Huang Tianwu, and the Fierce Beast's 4 Saint Realms. In total, there were 21 saintly enemies, and now, just 10 remained. The human saints, too, died 8 times, and only 19 saints were still able to fight. Without Mu Dao decapitating the 7 Saint Realm enemies, the math would have been 4 Saint Realm enemy deaths and 8 deaths on the human side, which was twice as many. The remaining 10 Saint Realm enemies were basically all SSS ranked, and that gorilla and one of the 7 Saint Realms, Greed, were SSS plus ranked as existences. Medeo fixed his gaze, locking onto a holy beast. Today, I will behead all the saints. Chapter 136. Finishing the feud, I will continue the lights you guarded. In the sky, the battle between Greed and the Bloodslayer Saint was already in its final stage, with neither of them being able to help anyone. Originally a great situation was destroyed because of Medeo. One of the 7 sacred realms, Greed, had already developed the will to kill Mudayo, just the SS realm venerable strength, had the strength to go against the sacred one, which even those emperors couldn't do when they were young. Allowing Mudayo to grow up would be a huge disaster for the abyssal prison, such that he could not be allowed to live. Bloodslayer Saint, a SSS realm saint who had been promoted by killing. He was a little surprised that Greed was able to fight him for so long. Among the same realm, there were hardly any that could fight him for so long, but at their stage, even if there was a gap in their strengths, there wouldn't be too much of a difference. This kid, Mudayo, is truly a miracle creator. If we let him break through the SSS realm to become a saint, who would be his opponent in the saint realm under the heavens? One person is enough to deter foreign enemies and maintain the peace of the sacred summer. Greed used his hand as a sword, pointing straight to the sky. A blood light flashed, and blood-colored thunder surfaced in the sky. The thunder flashed continuously, forming a thunder waterfall, and the bucket-thick size of the blood-colored thunder split straight towards the blood-killing saint. This strike, Bloodkill Saint really did not expect. Also thought that Greed already means all out. Did not think that also hides such a move. Human Saint. This attack will take at most 3 seconds according to your strength. But 3 seconds is enough time for me to do many things. His figure instantly dissipated in place, rushing in the direction of Mudayo. The Blood Slaughter Saint was alarmed. He's targeting Makoto. Damn it. He surged with monstrous blood chi, and his astonishing saber intent was released as he chopped out at tens of feet of saber intent at the blood-colored thunder waterfall in the sky, as if he wanted to split the sky into two. Mudao was about to kill a saint beast again, but suddenly, his sweaty hairs exploded as he felt an extremely strong killing intent, and an attack that he was currently unable to resist was attacking towards him. It was a huge sword that floated with blood-colored thunder. Light golden chi and blood surged throughout his body as he held dark evil in his hand and fought to slash out a shot. Silent Gun Scripture. The two attacks collided together, generating incomparably powerful impact waves. The saint beast that was about to be decapitated by Mudao was powerless to resist under this kind of impact, and its huge body of flesh and blood was swallowed up by the impact waves that followed one after another, turning into a mess of rotten meat. Mudao was also affected, but this kind of attack could hurt him and would not be fatal to him. He resisted the massive impact and decimated the dying SSS class Saint Beast. Ding! The host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 730 million. Martial skill experience value plus 1.04 billion. Saint power plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 10 drops. He was also knocked out by that impact, and with the surging chi and blood that surged into his body, coupled with the extreme Dao Dharma body, his injuries were rapidly recovering, and even when he was knocked into the ground, he didn't suffer much damage. Then came Greed. The face under the mask was ecstatic, finally pulling out a future formidable enemy for the abyssal prison. A large, blood-red sword, carrying monstrous killing intent, suddenly chopped at him. He immediately made a counterattack, and it turned out that it was the Bloodslayer Saint who had broken free from his bonds and also came to this place. The Bloodslayer Saint's eyes were filled with the color of heartache, and now, he only had one thought, to behead Greed. Greed! How dare you! Ha ha! Isn't it very painful to see a genius die? I love seeing you guys show such a face. Elder Bloodslayer. I'm fine. Mudao flew out of the deep pit, patted the ash on his clothes, and flew to the Bloodslayer Saint's side. Macdao. Great. I knew you were okay. How could it be? How can a District SS Realm Exalt block my strike? Greedy eyes were no longer the blandness they had been earlier, but disbelief. Mudao didn't reply, but only coldly glanced at one of the 7 sex sacred realms. Greed. Elder Bloodslayer. He will be given to you. After I have cut down the other people, I will come back to help you. Now, excluding the most powerful Greed, the Ape Saint Realm Ferocious Beast, there were still the last 7 Saint Realm enemies left. 3 Saint Realm Martial Artists from Abyss Prison, and 4 Saint Realm Ferocious Beasts. The human martial artists were now dominant, basically in a 2-against-1 situation, which was a heavenly opportunity for Mudao to engage in his sneak attack. To others it was a corpse. To him it was hundreds of millions of cards of chi blood, and the loss of one was a huge loss. He left his spot, eyeing one of the more severely damaged holy beasts and joining the roundup. Ding! Host's beheading was successful. Chi blood plus 790 million. Martial skill experience value plus 1.1 billion. Holy realm power plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 10 drops. However, he didn't intend to continue hunting. These Saint Realm enemies shouldn't be much of a problem anymore. Siege them to death as well. Shepherd Dao entered the middle of the first line of defense battlefield, where the system's function was truly revealed. Just looking towards those human martial artists, he hesitated a little and agreed to let the system do the picking up. Fellow citizens, the thousands of lights that you want to guard, I will carry on for you. With a vast amount of chi and blood, When faced with ferocious beasts of the sea realm and below, they could be directly shocked to death by relying on the killing potential pressure. The other ferocious beasts were just the existence of food delivery. His target was those SS realm ferocious beasts. By killing the high-end battle force of the ferocious beasts, the others would have time to deal with those lower-ranked ferocious beasts and could protect the lives of more ordinary martial artists. He saw Huang Aocean, Ancient Phoenix Snow, the two men he recognized. After entering the Chaos Academy, he had specifically checked the Ninein Asylum royalty. These two men were Huang Chen's father and mother respectively. Now it looks like it has gone down the path of being an enemy of mankind, and it is not worth dying for. Landing beside the two men, he instantly killed them with powerful means in front of their surprised gazes. Thus, the first enemy that Mu Dao had made a grudge against when he came to the Blue Star was beheaded in such a haphazard manner. I can only say that fate is a curse. They deserve everything they get. Lin Jiudo, Yi Yutong, Gu Xianwei, Dancing Red Fish, and Xinwu. They also discovered Mu Dao and couldn't help but be happy. Watching Mu Dao decapitate S-Realm Emperors and SS Realm Zunis was as easy as killing a chicken. They couldn't help but be convinced. Makamichi was an existence that was more powerful than all of them, and even if they were at the same level as him at some stage, they would be quickly pulled apart. At the second line of defense, Yubo awoke shortly after Makamichi left, turning into a divine beast of more than 20 meters in size, the golden crow bird. In the face of these ferocious beasts, it did not even look at them, did not care to eat them. A ball of flame was enough to exterminate. The human martial artists were surprised as to why Yupo would help the humans. Yubo also spoke in front of the crowd. I'm a partner in Makido. Bu Yuanyan also reacted to the fact that the awesome divine bird in front of him was the small yellow bird that had fluttered on Madeo's shoulder earlier. As expected, none of those who followed Makoto were simple. Chapter 137, Sacred Summer, destined to be a glorious era. At the first line of defense, Mu Dao alone let the balance of victory tilted toward the human side. This is the benefit of high-end combat power. If the human side of the saint is less than the ferocious beasts, the abyssal prison, then the tragic massacre is the human side. In the entire battlefield, there were still nearly 60,000 to 70,000 ferocious beasts, and this was the ferocious beasts that were left over after 2 months of fighting, so it could be seen how exaggerated the number of ferocious beasts were before. The better news was that apart from the Xuanwu shelter, where such a major beast tide occurred, the rest of the shelters, where the beast tides occurred, were small and relatively easy to deal with, without causing any major damage. Makoto continuously traveled through the battlefield, harvesting chi and blood values. Humans, this time, even if you win, we didn't lose to you, but to that brat. From today onwards, that brat will fall into my abyssal prison, as well as the ferocious beast clan's mandatory killing object. You'd better pray that he never goes out of the human sanctuary, but it doesn't matter if you don't get out, because you, too, won't get away with it much longer. Greed flew up into the sky as blood-colored thunder surged, and a thunderous blood dragon quickly coalesced, emitting a dragon's roar as it attacked the Bloodslayer Saint. The Bloodslayer Saint merely sneered. Since ancient times, evil does not suppress good, and those who overthrow will always be just you. Blood dagger intent. With one slash, dozens of feet of blade intent slashed head-on at the Thunder Blood Dragon, and the entire sky was, at once, nothing but daylight. The daylight dissipated some, and Greed's figure was gone. The Bloodslayer Saint wasn't surprised by this. He couldn't decapitate one of the 7 sex sacred realms. Greedy, being able to force the other party back was the best way to do it. Seeing that Greed retreated, the 2 remaining abyssal prison saints also wanted to retreat, but the number of saints surrounding them reached as many as 3, making it impossible to escape. Both of their masks were blasted to pieces, revealing hideous and terrifying faces. That ape-fierce beast saint roared up to the sky. Abyssal prison thieves, so not righteous. The Star Slaughter Saint who dealt with it was older after all, and had lost more of his chi and blood, and after fighting for so long, he had long since reached his limit and was increasingly at a disadvantage, relying on a surge of faith to support him. It's just that with the addition of the Bloodslayer Saints, the victory, in the end, will be mankind's. Madeo also paid attention to those Saint Realm ferocious beasts that were about to be killed. He would quickly arrive at all of them, and at the last moment, give the ferocious beasts a fatal blow. A SSS level Saint Beast was 800 to 900 million calories of chi and blood, and he couldn't miss out on it. As time passed, the only Saint Realm enemies that were still fighting were that Ape Saint Beast and a 7 sex Saint Realm, Inert. However, in the end, one of the 7 sacred realms, Inert, also perished in the hands of Mu Dao, providing him with nearly 1 billion cards of chi and blood, and Inert had a strength that was infinitely close to the SSS plus level. In the end, Only the orangutan SSS plus grade holy beast was left. Originally, the other saints wanted to go to support them, only to see the Bloodslayer saints roar. Fellow colleagues, leave this head to me and the Star Slaughter Saint. You go and kill those to end this beast-tide chaos. With more than a dozen saints joining them, in less than half an hour, most of the ferocious beasts were basically decimated, and all of them looked towards the distant sky, where the final showdown was still left. Madeo spent 20 minutes picking up all the chi and blood of the battlefield, increasing nearly 400 million cards of chi and blood, and Madeo's chi and blood also officially reached 14.4 billion cards, breaking through the SS level, just standing there, letting all the saints as if they were a great enemy. That body breath, it was just too vast and deep. Nowadays, he no longer deliberately pursued realms. As long as he had enough chi and blood, any realm would be an ant-like existence in front of his eyes. That ape SSS plus grade holy beast was knocked out of the air, and Makuto held dark evil in his hand. Silent gun scripture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful beheading. Chi blood plus 2.2 billion cards. Martial skill experience value plus 2.2 billion. Saint energy plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 10 drops. Thus, the 2-month-long beast tide of the Xuanwu shelter came to a complete end. Everyone was relieved. Some martial artists let out cheers. Some shed tears. However, no one would mock them for shedding tears. These were tears of joy from victory. As Madeo watched all of this, his heart was also much lighter. Goldfinger, can you remotely channel life essence to those injured martial artists? Ding! Back to the host. It is possible, but remote mass transportation of life essence requires the consumption of martial arts experience value. It's fine as long as it's fine. The martial arts experience value doesn't have to matter. He didn't have much of anything at the moment, just a lot of martial skill experience value. The Xian Fate Saint who was aiding the injured noticed a large amount of life essence pouring into the injured, and couldn't help but question it, and looked around and didn't find anything. The Star Slayer Saint landed in front of Madeo, his pale face slightly pale and his eyes slightly cloudy. My humble self, Star Slayer, thanks to the great kindness of the Shepherd God, on behalf of the Xuanwu Asylum, I bow to the Shepherd God. Madeo immediately supported Star Slaughter Saint, a little dumbfounded. This is not folding his life. These old people, who have basically dedicated their entire lives to Saint Xia, are the ones who deserve the most respect. The rest of the Xuanwu Asylum saints, including the martial artists who still survived, all of them bowed in the direction of Madeo. Thank you, Shepherd God, for your great kindness. Madeo was most afraid of this kind of solemn scene in his life. But now, he kind of wanted to cry. This is the sacred summer. This is the sacred summer worthy of his guardianship. He saw the cohesion, the unity. Each person is a story, an eternal story. He bowed equally deeply toward all. Seniors, colleagues, thank you for recognizing me. Sacred summer, destined to be an era that will never come to an end. I, Sacred Summer, will eventually have everyone like a dragon. Lin Jiodao came to Makoto's side and gave him a bear hug. Boss, long time no see. Lao San, long time no see. Boss, Lao Air and Lao Si are in the second line of defense. Let's go find them. Especially Lao Air. He's been thinking about you every day. Xiao Xiao thinks that the person he likes is you. Ha ha. The tide of beasts receded, and Lin Jiodao appeared to be more relaxed. However, Madeo didn't know how to talk to him. Noticing the abnormality of Madeo, Lin Jiodao felt that something was not good. Boss, what happened? The oldest, the second was sacrificed. Within the Xuanwu shelter, the three of them, Mu Dao, Lin Jiodao, and Gongzi Shi, slowly followed behind Su Xiaoxiao as she carried the ancient wasteland timer, who was 2 heads taller than her, as she slowly walked towards the outside of the shelter. The gloom within the city dissipated. The light was just right, but irradiated Su Xiaoxiao. Her figure was drawn longer and longer. Makamichi remembered a sentence from another world and empathized with it. Sunset, dusk. In the end, Su Xiaoxiao brought ancient desolate time to the very top of the asylum's steel great wall, where it was possible to look down on the entire Xuanwu asylum. Ancient desolate time leaned on her shoulder. Brother Time, didn't you say that you like looking down on everything from a high place the most? Look, as far as the eye can see, they are all the most beautiful scenery of our sacred summer. Toki, do you know that I want to do a lot of things with you? And I've taken notes on the things you shared with me. The three of them, Makuto, watched all of this dumbfounded and didn't bother them. Boss, Senior, do you think there will be a day when we will die for guardianship just like Boss? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Chapter 138. Does Mu Ling have a boyfriend? Half a month passed. The situation in the Xuanwu shelter had normalized, and Mu Dao also planned to leave the Xuanwu shelter and go to the Chaos shelter first, to give his parents and sister a peace report. Then he would go to the Nining shelter to look for Xiao Yunjing, and meet his mother-in-law, his old husband, on the way. Lastly, it was to go to the poor man's asylum to meet Zhang Fan. The words spoken by Boundary Slayer had always been a thorn in his heart. At the Abyssal Prison headquarters, only one person from the 7 sacred realms, Greed, had returned alive. And even if their ultimate goal wasn't the Xuanwu Asylum, it was best if they could be destroyed. And it didn't matter if they couldn't be destroyed. However, losing a few of the more powerful saint realms at once, the 3 emperors of Abyssal Prison were also a bit unhappy. Under the narration of Greed, the word Macdao made them memorize it. You're saying that an SS realm exalt slaughtered the saint realm like a dog? Reporting back to the several messengers, it is indeed true that originally we had all taken the upper hand. It was because of that brat that the battle was tilted towards the human side. The 3 messengers glanced at each other. Only the masks on their faces were as if they were alive, so they couldn't see any expression at all, and could only sense some tyrannical intent. Yuan Zuan, Yu Qi, how is the situation with the Papal Court and the Gui Empire? Prisoner Z Yuan Zuan, wearing a golden mask, he slowly spoke. Back to the messengers, there are many within the Pope's court that are our people. As long as a few messengers give the order, our people will cooperate with the ferocious beast's army to give the humans an opportunity to give them a downward spiral. But the premise is that Emperor Realm Martial practitioners don't make a move. After Zun Yuan finished speaking, another jailer with a bronze mask on his face, Yu Qi, continued, reporting back to the emissary. The Gui Empire is the same. They are surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the number of ferocious beasts in the waters is even greater. As long as the emissary gives the order, the Gui Empire will definitely be the first to be overthrown. Good. It's not suitable to start the final duel nowadays. Let the ferocious beasts and humans fight each other, and when the loss is over half, then we can start the final duel. Abyssal Prison. A traitor has appeared? What? The members of the Abyss Prison present looked at the 3 messengers, their eyes filled with horror. In all the years of the Abyss Prison, there had never been a mole, and now, there was actually someone who could do it, and this was the first time it had happened since the establishment of the Abyss Prison. All the points of my Abyss Prison's layout in Sacred Summer have been dismantled, and now, there are no more people from my Abyss Prison in the higher echelons of Sacred Summer. It's really interesting that Sacred Summer actually has such a skill that the mole can evade our probes. Back to the messengers. I have my candidate for suspicion, which is Snakeslayer, who is the newest jailer, and it was after he was made jailer that these strange things happened. Zun Yuan, I'll investigate serpenticide later. Now I'll give you a task. Go and behead that human genius called Mu Dao. His existence, after all, has a lot of uncertainty. One of the purposes of the profound sovereign's return this time was to decapitate the child whose bones he had utilized as secret method to seize back then, and it would only be a matter of passing by when it came to Yai's own roots and decapitating Amadeo. The fierce beast race is also searching for Madeo, and will let you know when they find him. Dad, stand on me. I'll take you back to the Chaos Academy. Outside the Xuanwu shelter, Wu Bao transformed into a 40 to 50 meter divine beast golden crow, incomparably domineering. That appearance, enough to kill all the bird ferocious beasts, should be the most handsome existence among the birds. Yubo, so handsome. Sitting on Yubo's back, he leapt towards the chaos shelter. His speed was no slower than his, and sitting on it was something else. Just what Mu Dao didn't know was that when crossing the many mountains and rivers, the news that he passed by both the ferocious beasts and the abyssal prison had already known. Madeo was also a little worried about whether the fierce beast emperor or the abyssal prison emperor would come to kill himself. Now that he had encountered the emperor realm strength, he would absolutely only be killed in seconds. He could only see if he had the power to fight after breaking through the SSS realm to become a saint. There had to be a reason why only so many emperor realm martial artists had appeared after 1,000 years of aura revival. Otherwise, there would be more than just a few. After a few days, Madeo finally arrived at the Chaos Asylum and immediately rushed towards his home. Mom, Dad, Sis, I'm home. Su Shui appeared from upstairs and looked at Makoto, her eyes turning red. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. Brat, I haven't seen you for so long, and I'm not allowed to let my mom get sentimental. Madeo gave Su Shui a loving hug. Mom, I'm home. Mom, where's Dad and Sis? Su Shui's expression was a bit forlorn. Dour, after the beast tide occurred in the Xuanwu shelter, your father went back to the legendary beast shelter, leaving Linger and I in the chaos shelter. Linger, that girl, I feel that lately don't write. Every day out early and return late. Ask her what is the matter. Always stammering appearance. I suspect she is in love. What? Makamichi's mouth opened enormously. How dare that dead girl, not even 18, fall in love? I'm going to break her legs. Bah! No, it's breaking that kid's legs. Don't you know that Linger is still young? After Madeo finished speaking, he angrily wanted to go find Mu Ling, truly afraid that she would be eaten up by someone else. Wait, Doyle, it's better to wait for her to come back tonight. You don't know where she is either? I have my suspicions too. No proof, and Mom's gone to make dinner. In the middle of the night, Mu Ling pushed open the door and found Madeo and Su Shui staring at her. Feeling a little strange, did not think too much, fried and huffed and ran over, hugging Madeo. Brother, you're finally back. Yes, I'm back. Ma Qiling, not a little bold. Ha? Mu Ling was shocked. Could it be that what she had done had been discovered? It couldn't be. She was hiding so deeply. Brother, what's wrong? Don't accuse me falsely. Mu Ling, how dare you be sophomoric and fall in love at such a young age? Who is that boy? Tell me. Mak Ling's heart was relieved. So it was like this. She thought she had been discovered. However, when she thought that Madeo would ask this, she suddenly had a plan in mind. Humph, you're the only one who's allowed to fall in love. But I'm not allowed to fall in love? Che. After saying that, she went back upstairs, ignoring the dumbfounded Su Shui and Madeo. It's over. Mom, the girl is not a girl. Dower, you have to go and observe how that boy is doing? It's fine to fall in love. It's just that Linger is still young. So don't be cheated by a scummy boy, and don't steal the forbidden fruit. Old Mom, don't worry. I won't let my old sister be cheated. On the following day, Mu Dao secretly followed Mu Ling, and with Mu Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to discover him. At first, Ma Qiling entered the school. Makamichi had wanted to go in, but thought better of it. If it was a love period, he should have to come out to eat at noon. By the time it was high noon, Ma Qiling appeared, but with no one around her. She bounced up the street, and a black vehicle appeared, and she got in it. In order not to cause a stir, Madeo asked Wu Bao to follow him over and he arrived later. Within the shelter, he didn't dare to show his heaven-defying speed. The impact would be bad. Makoto clenched his fist. I hope it's not what I think it is. Otherwise. Chapter 139, Chaos Bone, the Man of the Year. Following Wu Bao's instructions, Madeo followed closely, and soon arrived at the place that Wu Bao had pointed out, which was very remote, and was in the most isolated area within the chaos shelter. Yubo flew to Makamichi's shoulder. Dad, just now my sister entered here. Up ahead, there was a huge locked iron gate with many black vehicles of the same color parked outside. Should I go in or not? Never mind. I'll feel better about myself when I figure it out. Yubo, burn the lock. Makoto pushed open the iron door that was a meter thick and quietly walked in. The door, all of which is made of wizard's alloy, is rich and powerful. The aisle was bright, with no wizards monitoring it, and after walking about 200 meters or so, he saw a huge space with the layout of a training ground. Inside, there were many young boys and girls of about the same age, dressed in combat uniforms, and Ma Qiling was inside. It was only when he saw the person at the very front that Makoto was a bit dumbfounded. If it isn't Yan Hao. He was so impressed with Yan Hao that he wanted to buy Yubo and gave him the little yellow book. This can't be the training ground where the Jinwu division trains newcomers. Holy, I destroyed someone's gate. This dead girl is also right. Just join the Jinwu division. It's so sneaky. Although he cursed on his mouth, Mu Dao's heart had already relaxed. At least his old sister was fine. Hide your breath and observe first. All of you are the reserves of my Jinwu division, the most talented students, but I don't want you to be complacent. Because, in front of you, there is a mountain that you can't cross, including the instructor. I am also. That person is also a mountain that I can't cross. A little fat man said. Instructor, who is that person? You're so powerful. How can you not be as powerful as that person? Ha ha, Ink Toad. You guys won't be worse than me in the future. But above me, there are many geniuses. One of the top 10 teenage sealed supreme beings. The Tao Throne. I'm sure you guys know about it as well. That one is an existence that cannot be surpassed by any of the heavenly pride of the entire Blue Star. After saying that, he looked in the direction of Ma Qiling. Makamichi felt too awkward. He was a bit social plus shy when people complimented him like that. Still, he stayed where he was, waiting for them to finish their training. Having been waiting for 2 hours, he was getting a little sleepy. Yan Hao, this kid is not observant enough. It took so long to spot me. Give him a word about the door. Spirit has no problem with that. Yan Hao suddenly shook. Everyone rest for half an hour before training. Outside the training room, Yan Hao looked at the damaged lock and gave a thumbs up to Makoto. Kao Amakido. This is a proton alloy. Bull. Tell me, have you thought of a good explanation for damaging my Zhenwu-Ci's lock for no reason? Asterisk. Off. I wouldn't bother coming if I hadn't realized that my sister has been coming out early and staying out late lately. Makoto's tone became serious. Yan Hao, my sister might be a bit willful. so I'll have to trouble you to take care of her more. Don't worry, Madeo. Mu Ling looks big-headed, but in fact she is very thoughtful. She is very talented and trains the hardest, probably because she doesn't want to lag too far behind you. It's tiring to have a genius brother. Madeo fell into deep thought. He naturally understood that Mu Ling was training hard not to catch up with him, but the royal matter before, as well as the fact that Ma Chang and he both went out to conquer, and could only leave her inside the home. She didn't want to be the one who was always protected. Hey, silly sister. Madeo, are you still selling this bird? If you want to buy it, give me priority. Are you sure you want to buy it? That's not bull asterisk. Yubo, someone wants to buy you. Upon hearing this, Wu Bo became enraged and transformed into a dozens of meters of the divine beast Golden Crow, spitting out human words. You're the one who's going to buy me. The pressure made Yan Hao gulp. Holy, this is Yubo. I won't buy it. I won't buy it. It was only when he finished that he felt the pressure disappear. Yan Hao, I'll see you again sometime, please. Watching Madeo and Wu Bo leave, Yan Hao wiped his sweat. Truly monsters, there's not a single one that's simple. Suddenly, he felt a fire burning inside his body, a flame power that, if he were to refine it, would be of great benefit to him. Ha ha, Madeo, you're really something. Madeo left with Wu Bo, leaving Yan Hao with the trace of fire. Wu Bo had as much as he wanted, but for Yan Hao, it might be a not-so-small chance. Back home, Madeo explained it to Su Shui, and Su Shui was relieved. In the evening, Maki Ling came back earlier than before. Brother, are you leaving again? Su Shui also looked up at him. Mom, old sister, I do have to leave. I'm supposed to check on Dad at the blockhead shelter. If there's no danger I'll bring him back. Don't worry. Aha. System, I've picked up an unusually large number of martial arts talents now. Can I melt them down into universe-level talents and give them to others? Ding. You can, but giving it to someone else, whether it's melting the talent or replacing it with someone else's talent, requires martial arts experience value, and the consumption is not low. Don't think about the martial arts experience value. Feel free to consume it. A fusion of cosmic-level martial arts talents suitable for my sister and mother, based on their current talents? Ding. 210 million martial skill experience values have been consumed, successfully fusing the cosmic-level talent. The Xian Bird Purple Thunder Lance fused into the Xian Phoenix Floating Lance. Ding. 200 million martial skill experience values have been consumed, successfully fusing the cosmic-level talent, and the Fire Source Lock has been successfully fused into the Source Heavenly Boundary Lock. Madeo realized that Su Shui and Mao Ling weren't asleep, so he could only take the opportunity to replace them tomorrow. He felt as though he was having a bit of a hard time at his chest though, or had only recently. With the martial arts talent he now possessed, he should be able to raise his talent even higher, but the system told him that the upper limit of Blue Star had already been reached, and no matter how much he fused it, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Dao level talent, and there was no benefit to him with a large number of cosmic level talents, and his advancement was rather special, so he could pick up the pieces. So who would think about practicing? The next day, at the dinner table, Madeo silently allowed the system to make a replacement, and the replacement cosmic level talent would be submerged in for the next month without causing any abnormalities. Madeo left the Chaos Shelter with Wu Bo and headed to the Nine Shelter, flying for about 4 or 5 days before coming to the ground to take a break and eat some grilled meat before leaving. The meat was cooked and the smell was overwhelming, and suddenly, a clean-looking man with a gold mask on his waist slowly walked out of the forest. Can I come and have some meat? It's okay. The young man took a bite of the meat and chewed. Good flavor. Good craftsmanship. My name is Fuchi Zun. What's yours? Pastoral. Ha ha, so it's little friend Madeo. Come to think of it, it's been more than 10 years since we've seen each other. Makoto smiled slightly. Yeah, it's been more than 10 years, and it's been a long time since I put my things on you, and it's time to return them to their rightful owners. How about finishing the roast first? That's exactly what I'm saying. Chapter 140. An incredibly weak ant dares to challenge the majesty of the true dragon. Madeo, have you had enough? Once we're full, we should get down to business. Good, but I would like to ask a question first. Where did you, back then, capture me from and dig up my chaos bone? Makamichi wanted to know if he was an orphan or if he had biological parents. Even if his biological parents didn't mean anything to him, it was hard to come to this world, so it was a way to give an explanation to his original body. Ha ha, Madeo, I'm sorry, back then, I was just a member of the Profound Prison with a very ordinary talent. And I discovered you while on a mission at the Blockhead Asylum, and your parents, who were just ordinary martial artists, they died without any pain, and I think that you will die as painlessly as they did. A trace of tyrannical intent surged in the bottom of Mu Dao's heart. Profound dignity. You really did a good job of dying. More than 10 billion calories of light golden chi and blood surged, spreading to a radius of thousands of meters. Thousands of meters of the area, all of which turned into a world of chi and blood. The air became thick and heavy, and a single drop of chi and blood crushed the branches of the trees. All the giant trees involved were bent over, their tips all facing towards Madeo, as if they were yielding to an honorable lord. Madeo, half of his body turned into the body of Emperor Flame, while half of his body surged with all sorts of power. The chi and blood golden dragons coiled around his body, and the great Tao patterns on the surface of his bones were revealed. Flooded, ancient, untouchable, unseeable, the abyssal dignitary, his clear face not as calm as before, frowned. Impossible. Your martial arts talent back then has already been plundered by me for the most part. Now, only the remaining part needs to be plundered, and your martial arts talent will completely belong to me. However, your martial arts talent nowadays is definitely not weaker than the one I plundered. I see. So it's a dual-born martial arts talent. Even this one is stronger. That would be more than just an SSS grade talent. The heavens have treated me well. Profound Zune surged with the same golden chi and blood. A chaotic chi and blood golden dragon coalesced. The entire person exuded an incomparably powerful might. Compared to the previous greed, and the orangutan SSS plus grade Saint Beasts, Profound Zune's strength was definitely a lot stronger. It's a formidable enemy, but as long as it's not an Emperor Realm martial artist, I'm not afraid of any of them. The two of them were as fast as meteors, rapidly approaching, throwing punch after punch against each other. From one end of the mountain to the other, space exploded and a mountain peak, leveled by the two's attack, were close to the 210,000 meter area. No life dared to continue to stay in place. The two hit a forbidden area. The earth shattered. Hundreds of meters deep cracks appeared, and the ground, stained with the will to kill. Mu Dao, the more he fought, the more he had the will to fight. The Profound Zune was strong, but it was also strong to a limited extent. He could definitely beat it. The intention of certain death had already appeared in the eyes of the Profound Zune, and he still felt that what Greed had said was to excuse himself. How was it possible for a SS Realm Zuni to slaughter SSS Realm Saints like a dog? But now, he believed. Makuto, you surprised me. Only, the real battle is only starting now. Chaos Dragon Body. The Abyssal Zune. His body rapidly alienated and turned into a golden dragon man that was more than 7 meters long. A thick golden lin armor appeared on his body. His two claws turned into a dragon type, and he fought towards Madeo and grabbed. The claw type attack tore through space and chopped towards Madeo. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. Holding the dark evil in his hand, Madeo swung out a spear and felled all the evils. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful airwave caused Makoto to fly out backwards, tumbling several times in the air before stabilizing himself. Madeo, even if you're powerful, you're still only an SS Realm Exalted after all. The gap between you and me is, well, huge. Yeah, it's only just warmed up. Extreme Dharma Body. Extreme Thunder at hand. Silent Gun Scripture. Instantly exerting 3 perfect grade cosmic talents. A look of horror appeared in the eyes of the Profound Exalt. His chaotic dragon body was a universe-level martial skill, but today, it was only a minor accomplishment, or the result of his 10 years of cultivation. However, Mu Dao, with 3 universe-level martial arts in his hands, the degree was more than just a minor accomplishment. At least they were all at a complete degree. His heart surged with a strong sense of jealousy. Why a silly boy will have such a heavenly chance? He is the Abyss prison son. The status is incomparable respect. Everything should belong to him. Madeo, you've violated my taboo. You're just an ant. An incredibly weak ant. How can you dare to challenge the majesty of a true dragon? True dragon. You are also worthy of insulting the true dragon. Turning into a monster and thinking that you are a true dragon. Something worse than that. You, in my eyes, are as common as a mole cricket first class. The Yuanzuan's body once again grew in size, turning into a dragon man around 10 meters in size, his chi and blood condensing into a chi and blood giant sword that he held in his hand. Jedi Fudo. A bloody golden color intertwined with tens of feet of blade intent, carrying an incomparably powerful might, chopped at the 3 energy lances coming towards him in the air. Boom! Boom! Blocking 2 energy lance blade intent then dissipated. The 3rd energy lance, a killing lance, struck the body of the Abyssal Zune, knocking the 10-meter tall body down to the ground. In the ground, smashing out a deep pit. In just an instant, Zune Yuan flew up into the air from the ground, his chest sunken in and blood gushing out like a small stream. Mu Dao didn't have any nonsense. At such a close distance, with his current speed it was instantaneous movement. Coming behind the Profound Exalt, Mu Dao roared with a powerful release of chi and blood. Big Sun Heavy Fist. a fist blasted out, and Zun Yuan quickly reacted. Holding his blood sword in front of his chest, a fist fell, and the golden blood blade was blasted through, the aftermath hitting his body and falling from the air once again. Without hesitation, Mu Dao continued to launch his attack while the abyssal Zun hadn't completely fallen to the ground, blasting out punch after punch. 10 meters tall, most of the golden scale armor was knocked off, and the abyssal dignity turned into a blood-colored monster. Madeo looked down from a high altitude at the Yuan Zun who had turned into a human body, holding a gun and staring angrily at him. Zun Yuan, back then, did you think that you would end up like this? Ahem. Modeo, you are indeed powerful, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Haha. The next time I see you again, it is estimated that the blue star will completely fall under the world of my abyssal prison, and no matter how heaven-defying your talent is, in the end, you will, like countless others, dissipate into the dust. Only an extremely powerful spatial power, all of which were at least those of a SSS plus grade saint, surged out from the profound exalt, and his figure was rapidly fading. Although he was severely injured, the eyes that looked at Madeo were filled with disdain. Makamichi was shocked and fought to chop out a shot. Silent gun scripture. However, it was too late, as the figure of the profound dignity completely disappeared. Humph. I'll see you next time and take your head. And I'll store my things on you for a few more days first. Afterwards, Mu Dao sat on Wu Bao's back and combed his greatly depleted qi and blood. He appeared to have won, but it was an extremely difficult victory, and his qi and blood consumption was not small. With my strength, I can basically reach Saint Invincibility now. It's just that if I meet an enemy like Profound Zun, I must also be careful. 2 against 1. I definitely don't have a chance of winning. Chapter 141, The Ugly Son-in-Law Meets the In-Laws. The Nine-Yin Shelter. The beast tide encountered was only a small one. Every few days, a group of tens of thousands of small beast tides would invade, and the strongest ferocious beasts were no more than the bee realm. Royalty, all the properties were sold. The top management almost all disappeared into thin air, but in recent days, the sold properties were seized by the Jinwu division with full authority, and in the face of these people's questioning, the Jinwu division's answer was that the royalty was a human traitor. Even if they were upset, they didn't dare to ask more questions, and they knew what human traitors stood for. The Shao family, even if the royal family hadn't been overthrown, was one of the most powerful families. The Nine-Yin Asylum was among the 10 major asylums. In addition to the Legend Asylum, it was also a slightly smaller asylum. The number of saints wasn't much, probably only a dozen or so. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the royal family to come out with a saintly realm martial artist, and then leap into one of the most powerful clans. Yunjing, are you thinking about that kid again? Xiao Yunjing looked at Xiao Scale. Aunt Scale, it's true that I miss him a bit. If I had guessed right, he would have come to you. During the Beast Tide Rebellion at the Xuanwu shelter, he slaughtered the Saint Realm like a dog with his SS Realm Zuni strength. And he'll come to find you when things are done over there. But it's about time. After being in a relationship with you for so long, you've met someone's parents, and he's coming to meet your mom and dad. Aunt Scale, do you think my parents will accept him? Ha ha, silly girl, what are you thinking? Such a perfect son-in-law doesn't even accept it. How much do Su and Bai Ling want to do such a thing? Just wait at ease. Xiao Yunjing's small face reddened, and inwardly she was both flustered and a little bit delighted. After 6 days, Mu Dao finally arrived at the Nine-Yin shelter. Nowadays, the Nine-Yin shelter was in defense, and people from outside who wanted to go in still had to check their identity. The inspecting martial artist's eyes flashed with brilliance when he realized that he was Madeo. Welcome Shepherd God to the Nine-Yin Asylum. Please come in. Thanks a lot. After watching Madeo go far away, this martial artist was overjoyed and said to the people around him, do you know who that person was just now? He's Madeo. Now, but no one knows about him. The news of his arrival was also quickly spread into the ears of those great powers, who all wanted to get in touch with Madeo and mix things up. Madeo was still young, and even if he was strong he wasn't that city savvy, so if he sponsored him now, it would be considered a good karma. Madeo walked all the way towards the Shao family, his heart filled with excitement. However, before entering, he suddenly thought of a problem. He had to prepare some gifts. It seemed a bit impolite to enter empty-handed. Gotta make a good impression on the old man, the mother-in-law. In their position, what good things haven't they seen? They have to prepare something different. He looked at those holy beast whips in the system space, and he didn't know why he had the hobby of collecting whips, probably because of the habit that was developed in another world, and the concept of eating what makes up for what was brought to this world by him. With the old man's gift in mind, then the mother-in-law's gift is next. System, is it possible to melt and concentrate the life essence, the immortal substance, on something? Ding, back to the host. Yes, but it requires martial arts experience value. That's good. Xiao Yunjing naturally also learned the news that Madeo came to the Nining shelter. She wanted to go directly to see Madeo, but felt that it is better to give Madeo a surprise. Returned to the room, opened the dresser, drew a light makeup. Without applying powder is already as beautiful as heavenly fairies. Drew a light makeup. Even the fairies can't compare. The news of Madeo's arrival at the Nining shelter naturally fell on the ears of Xiao Tianze and Sun Beiling. Xiao Tianze had an angry look on his face. That brat has a lot of nerve. Ha ha, brother Sui, don't pretend. You should be a bit excited in your heart as well. That kid being our son-in-law is a blessing for our daughter. Yuck, is Yunjing not good enough for that kid? I've raised this cabbage for so many years. Xiao Tianze, you've grown fat with guts, and you don't even listen to my words? Xiao Tianze turned back to look at the angry Sun Beiling, black lines appearing on his brows. Wife, I was wrong. I won't make things difficult for that brat. That's more like it. Madeo changed into a more formal clothes, came to the outside of Xiao's house. From the outside, the layout of Xiao's house will look relatively simple, and feel very cozy. When he approached a little closer, he only saw Xiao Yunjing waiting for him right outside the door. He looked at it with straight eyes. It was so beautiful. Jingle, I'm here. He immediately rushed over and hugged Xiao Yunjing. Jinger, I miss you so much. Dao, me too. Ahem. Xiao Scales coughing disrupted their embrace, and Makoto was a little upset and a bit out of sight. But haste does not make waste. Dao, let me take you in. Wait, Jinger, I haven't paid my respects to my old father-in-law and mother-in-law yet. Take me to meet them first. Will I be okay in this outfit? Will it look immature? Xiao Yunjing sized up Madeo, who was wearing a casual suit, a handsome face, a straight figure, a walking clothes rack, and was beyond satisfied. Dao, people are handsome in everything. My parents, they are very nice. An ugly son-in-law has to meet his mother-in-law, so relax and don't worry. She was very happy. It showed that Madeo was sincere. Those who have a heart don't need to be taught. Although it was just a small detail, it was enough to prove that Madeo valued it. Madeo was confused. Ugly son-in-law meeting his in-laws? Meaning he's ugly? Ha ha. Xiao Scale laughed out loud, and when she realized that Madeo and Xiao Yunjing were looking at her, she covered her mouth and held her face red. When the two of them had left, she laughed again, almost breaking into a fit of giggles. It's so funny. Ugly son-in-law meets in-laws. Yunjing is known to make up words. How sensitive were Madeo's ears? Xiao Scale's laughter made his mouth twitch when he heard it. Inside the main hall of the Xiao family, Madeo sat down awkwardly. His head, which usually talked a lot, was blank and he didn't know what to say. Sun Beiling sized up Madeo and kept nodding her head, looking satisfied. Xiao Tianze silently glanced at Madeo. Above the shape, at least it was passable and bored. Suddenly, Makamichi thought of a gift and took out the two loaded gifts from the system space and walked up. Uncle, this is a gift for you. I think Uncle should like it very much. Auntie, I have a gift for you too. Sun Beiling opened the box and took out a string of emerald-colored necklaces. And with just a glance, she was stunned. How could she not see the preciousness of the necklace with her eyesight? Doyle, thank you for the gift. I love it. Auntie, let me put it on for you. Xiao Tianze opened the box that was 2 sizes too big, and the moment he opened it, he immediately closed it. His old face reddened and glanced at Madeo. Sue, what did Doyle send you? Ahem, I'll tell you later. Afterwards, Madeo and Xiao Yunjing, as well as his mother-in-law, the old father-in-law went to eat together. This meal, but also it's happy. The old mother-in-law and mother-in-law are very good. People are very good. Although the old father-in-law didn't talk much, Makamichi could sense that he was a very good father. He could also understand that if he became a father in the future, he would definitely be more strict in choosing his son-in-law. In the evening, Xiao Yunjing took Madeo for a stroll inside the Xiao family, and the two of them sat under a gazebo. Madeo pulled Xiao Yunjing into his arms, and the two of them snuggled close together. The years are just as good as they come. Chapter 142 Desolation. Mu Dao and Bu Jingyu. Choose one of the two. On the other hand, Xiao Tianze and Sun Beiling returned to the living room. Sue, what did Doyle just give you? That, or don't look at it. No, I want to see it. Afterwards, Sun Beiling took the box and opened it to take a look, blushing for a split second before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Dower has a heart. It's true that it's still men who know more about men, but so, you should make up for it too. Xiao Tianze's old face darkened. Wife, I'll show you my power at night. Then, the cook was told to stew all of these sacred beast whips. Mu Dao stayed in the Xiao family for 4 days, and on this day, the beast tide struck again, and he was ready to leave. But before you leave, do your bit. In today's battlefield, You can basically take care of most of it by covering it with firepower. And the rest, the martial artists will take care of it. In the middle of the battlefield, Mu Dao rode on the Wu Bao that had taken on a 40 to 50 meter incarnation. And with a thunderous force, he wiped out all of the remaining 10 to 20,000 low-ranked ferocious beasts in just 20 minutes or so, leaving the martial artists of the Nining shelter with a back shadow. Unbeknownst to them, that back shadow, in the eyes of many, was destined to become an eternal back shadow. Inside the main hall of the Xiao family, Uncle, Auntie, I want to take Jinger forward to the Blockhead Asylum, and probably, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Xiao Tianzi didn't say anything. Sipping his tea, Sun Beiling said, Dower, you're strong, but, you must protect Yunjing and not let her suffer a single bit of harm. If we can do that, we'll promise you, Auntie, just don't worry, even if I die, I will definitely maintain Jinger's safety. Sun Beiling pushed Xiao Tianzi, who put down his teacup. Mac Dao, this is a man's promise, it must be kept. Madeo took Xiao Yunjing and rode on Wu Bao, rushing towards the Blockhead Asylum. Watching their figures grow farther and farther away, Sun Beiling's eyes turned a little red. Wife, that boy Madeo is quite reliable, so don't worry, that kid, his strength is really strong. The young generation at the helm, he definitely deserves this kind of evaluation. In a few more years, maybe, my sacred summer will produce another imperial master. I only hope that the situation today will not continue to deteriorate. Their generation, the generation of demons, can be too much stronger than our generation, but the time left for them to grow is also too little. Yeah, leaving them much less time. Xiao Yunjing suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Dao, is it a Wu Bao? Without waiting for Madeo to reply, Yubo said, Mom, it's me. I'm Yubo. Jingle, it's Yubo. It's really incredible. I feel that Yupo's strength won't be weaker than mine now. The Legend Asylum, too, would usher in a wave of beasts every few days, which would have been difficult to deal with before. But ever since Mu Dao had become one of the 10 great junior supreme seals of the Dao throne, and had even gained the reputation of being the first talent of the Blue Planet, many S-Realm emperors, and even SS-Realm Exalted, came to the Legend Asylum to put down roots, and their strength had been significantly enhanced. Facing a beast type consisting of lower-ranked ferocious beasts was not a difficult task to deal with. Within the asylum, the Jinwu division gathered all the topmost powerhouses of the Blockhead Asylum. The leaders were the Mad Drought and the Blood Emperor, and Makoto, who was sitting right in the middle of it. As an SS-ranked Zuni strength, Mu Cheng's strength was the first batch of existence, and due to his knowledge of his roots, when he first arrived, the security of the legendary asylum was put under his charge. In charge of the unification and distribution of the martial artists, Jiang Fan, surprising fish, both of you are of S-realm strength. Now, the safety and security within the shelter will be maintained by you. Uncle Chang promised to complete the task. At night, in a dark place, the three gathered. One had a golden mask on his face, one had a bronze mask on his face, and the other, a very ordinary wooden mask that was plain and ordinary. Yu Qi, profound prison. What are you guys doing here? The Legend Asylum is just a small place. The Abyss Prison. Shouldn't look at it. Desolation. You are one of the 3 major prison sons of my Abyssal Prison. No, it should be 4, and now there is an additional Snake Slayer. You have disobeyed the orders of the messengers many times, and they have already grown faintly fond of you. The Legend Asylum, which is going to serve as the place where God's descent will be born, and so it must be overthrown. Why? Why does it have to be the Blockhead Asylum? Desolation. The legendary asylum still has the last vestige of something's existence, and with God's descent, it will have to be used. So what's to be done? Do you know? After a long time, a voice filled with resignation rang out. I see. About how long after? In a month's time at most. A few emissaries, as well as a few sea area imperial beasts, and forbidden area imperial beasts. They'll all come together to the Blockhead Asylum. The Blockhead Asylum, an existence doomed to perish. You're the one we both watched grow up. So once again, I'll remind you that the only thing that exists for eternity is strength. An abyssal prison jailer doesn't need feelings. That woman will take care of that for you. How dare you? Zun Yuan, Yu Qi, I'm warning you, if you dare to harm her, I will make your lives worse than death. Ha ha, desolate, it's fine if you don't want us to hurt her. Only, that Madeo's head, before overthrowing the Blockhead Asylum, you'll have to take it off for us, one or the other. Think it over. The man in the wooden mask, abyssal prison jailer, desolation, slowly loosened his clenched fists. Okay, I promise you guys, but I don't want you to rush me through the task. I'll do it in the allotted time. Okay, we promise. Jiang Fan slowly walked through the streets, looking at everything he was familiar with, and a sense of sadness grew within him. Stepfish appeared behind him. Van, been looking for you for a long time. Where have you been? Jiang Fan hugged Bu Jingyu fiercely. Fish, let me hold you, okay? Van, you've been a bit strange lately. Did something happen? Not as angry as you were at first? It's okay, I'm fine. Fish, let's go back. Fish, in a few days, you will return to the Infinity Shelter first, and I will look for you after some time. You're not going back to the poor man's shelter with me? Then I'm not going back either. Fish, make sure you promise me, okay, just as I beg you? Bu Jingyu frowned. Her sixth sense told her that something had definitely happened to Jiang Fan. But for now, she could only promise him. Good. 2 days later, Mu Dao finally arrived at the Legend Asylum, and this was the first time he had returned to the Legend Asylum after a gap of more than a year since he had gone to the Chaos Asylum. He and Xiao Yunjing entered the shelter, and the martial artist checking him out immediately recognized him. Mudeo was a bit surprised. Was he so famous now? The fact that there were so many martial artists who knew him made him curious. It was just that what he didn't know was that he was considered to be the savior of all the martial artists in the Blockhead Asylum beast tied back then. Plus he was too famous in the Sacred Summer to not recognize him. Entering within the shelter, Mudeo immediately sent a message to Jiang Fan. He had wanted to make a trip to the Poor Chi shelter earlier, but in Jiang Fan's message, he went to the legendary beast shelter. Jiang Fan arrived quickly with Bu Jingyu and Mudeo and he gave him a fierce bear hug. Brother Dao, you've become handsome again, and sister-in-law, you've become beautiful. Ha ha, Daphne, after not seeing you for a short period of time, you've become strong again. Younger sibling, Daphne seems to be more understanding. Thanks to you. Chapter 143 Emperor Slaughtering Plan. In the night market, Mudeo, Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Fan, and Bu Jingyu sat in the small pavilion that they both loved to come to in high school, and asked for whatever they wanted to eat, and the two of them were still most fond of that little barbecue with a bowl of noodles. Brother Dao, we brothers have not seen each other. Tonight, we must get drunk. Ha ha, come on, drink. It seems like you've never won against me before. Yeah, I've never beaten you in any way. If it was in the past, Mu Dao would have taken this as a joke. But now, a different thought actually arose in his heart. This depth of suspicion, whether in friendship, love, or brotherhood, is undoubtedly a devastating blow. Although Jiang Fan behaved the same as before, he still saw something different. He didn't dare to let the system scan. Under the system scan, everything was invisible. He didn't dare to gamble. If it was true, he couldn't balance the relationship between the two sides. Daphne, if there's anything, make sure you don't bury it in your heart. We're good brothers for life. Okay, good buddy? Jiang Fan muttered. Good brother, Dao, we are good brothers for life. It was a long meal that lasted most of the night. Mudeo and Jiang Fan chatted a lot, talking about heaven and earth. There was nothing they didn't talk about. The feeling of this scene was incomparably familiar. It almost made him think that he had returned to his high school days. Makamichi slept until high noon and opened his sleepy eyes. And when he did, it was a big faceplate that startled him. The large faceplate was also taken aback by his actions. Brat, you scared me. Only brothers in your heart. No old man, right? Makoto smiled sarcastically. Pops, I didn't mean it. Come on. I'm satisfied that you came to see me. How long do you plan to stay at the legendary asylum this time? Pops, not going to leave for a while. Want to rest for a while. The corners of Mucheng's mouth rose slightly. That's fine. With you sitting in the blockhead shelter, I can also relax a bit. And those brothers, too. 2 days passed by in a flash. Mu Dao was almost always wandering around. With the high number of martial artists, he naturally picked up more chi and blood values. However, with his current chi and blood base, the chi and blood he picked up could not improve him greatly in a short period of time. System, open the properties panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level. Martial arts, Taoist scriptures, Shuchang, Taoist level. Wu Yuan Di Jing, introductory, Taoist level. Martial realm, SS rank. Blood and chi 17.1 billion calories. Martial skills Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Extreme Thunder at hand, perfection. Great Sun Heavy Fist, perfection. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, perfection. Martial skill experience value, 10.02 billion. Today's attribute panel is already very strong. If the realm reaches the Emperor level, it would be perfect. Mudeo also received a message from Jiang Fan that he was going to leave the legendary asylum, send Bu Jingyu back to the Poor Chi asylum, and then return to the legendary asylum. The exact reason why he wanted to send Bu Jingyu back to the Poor Chi asylum was unknown. Time passed day by day. The number of ferocious beasts outside the shelter no longer increased, and even showed signs of decreasing, but everyone didn't relax. There was always a bit of a feeling of a storm coming, and the atmosphere appeared to be very depressing. Zhang Fan left with Bu Jingyu, as the battleship they were on swept past an area tens of thousands of meters away from the blockhead asylum. The figures of Zun Yuan and Yu Qi suddenly appeared, looking at the departing battleship with thoughtful eyes. Yu Qi, do you think desolation will go down? Trust him, there is a ruthlessness in this kid's heart, and once he is ruthless, he is more ruthless than any of us. A brother is not worth a thing in the presence of a woman. On the contrary, Zun Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a waste of space, unable to even cut down a tiny Madeo, and becoming a seriously injured body. I feel somewhat shameful for you. The eyes of the profound sovereign became cold and fierce. Yu Qi, don't stand and talk. You faced that kid called Mu Dao head on and you ended up like that. Humph, don't relieve yourself of the fact that you're a waste. God descends. What geniuses. What emperors are all ants. That kid will die too. It's just a matter of dying a few days later. You're asking me to cooperate with you in your act because you want to get out of your own heart's mouth, right? Better yet, let them fight each other and take the opportunity to get desolation killed. Ha ha, Yu Qi, don't you agree? You and I say a class of people, no nobler than me. Within a certain unknown space, the 5 imperial masters of Saint Summer were gathered in this space. And importantly, Boundary Deicide was also in there. He didn't wear any masks, and his aura was much more powerful relative to the aura of his previous battle with Makoto, and was already at the strength of the SSS Realm of Saints. Junior friend Boundary Slayer, we are fully at your disposal for the next arrangements. Good. Seniors, originally this plan was intended to be implemented after the one behind the Abyssal Prison awakens, but unfortunately, I was unable to scout out where the one behind the Abyssal Prison was sleeping. Something exists in the legendary asylum that is necessary for the existence of the one, and so the legendary asylum will serve as the place of the one's descent. Then wouldn't this, the blockhead asylum, be dangerous? Even, there is a risk of overthrow. Seniors, the memories that I have transmitted to your brains, together with your strength, will not be a problem to overthrow a few Emperor Realm enemies. It's just that this kind of attack is extremely powerful, and the legendary asylum is indeed very dangerous. But nowadays, there is no better opportunity than this one. Every Emperor Realm is that one's food. Not allowing Emperor Realm strength to engage in duels is so that when that one succeeds in awakening, there is food to replenish the energy. Blue Star, the most abundant energy, is undoubtedly the Emperor Realm strength of the martial artists, the ferocious beasts. The crowd was silent. Overthrowing the blockhead asylum was something they couldn't do, and if they moved away from the blockhead asylum now, a great opportunity would be wasted. So they were torn. Imperial Master Tang Wujing said after a moment of silence, if it's necessary, we'll have to give up the legendary asylum. Let them be the ones to blame. Seniors, everyone shouldn't be so pessimistic. Just prepare at ease. Little friend of the realm, what exactly is that person behind the Abyssal Prison? Also, what exactly is inside the blockhead asylum? Seniors, I will tell you when the time is ripe. But right now, the most important thing is to disrupt this Abyssal Prison. The ferocious beasts plan. That way, we can buy a little time for Blue Star, so that we can have more time to prepare to solve the crisis. If that one were to descend, it would also be the time when the fierce beasts would be besieging humanity with all their might, and the entire Blue Star, including Sacred Summer, would only be in a war with the fierce beasts. When the life among the Blue Stars is almost consumed, even the Blue Stars will fall to the one. In fact, there was one thing that Boundary Slayer hadn't said. The biggest crisis wasn't actually the existence of the one behind the Abyssal Prison, but those cosmic wanderers, the blue planet, a newborn cultivation planet, and the one behind the Abyssal Prison, all of which were of unparalleled value. Chapter 144, Brother Dao. Let me use your head. Half a month passed, and Zhang Fan returned to the legendary beast asylum from the Poor Chi asylum. Madeo could feel that the gloomy color on Zhang Fan's face seemed to be more. He shook his head vigorously to throw that kind of thoughts out. Zhang Fan grew up with him and did everything together. How would he have time to become some kind of abyssal prisoner? However, an image came to his mind. Back then, when he first came into contact with the abyssal prisoner, that ugly face, obviously so close to Zhang Fan's house, why was it not affected by the waves? Even he did not feel any crisis. If Zhang Fan was really a person from the abyssal prison, then many things could be combined together. It's just a matter of letting the system scan in a few more days. It's better to make a decision sooner rather than spend the whole day ruminating. Dai Fan, I hope you're not from abyssal prison, and I hope I'm overthinking this. 3 days later, a wave of small beasts was ushered in. The number of ferocious beasts was more than 10,000, and the strongest ones were no more than the realm. And Madeo and Jiangfan, Xiao Yunjing, and Wu Bo struck out, and almost all of them were annihilated. Brother Dao, do you still remember that heaven-grade technique you taught me back then? Star Foundation Building Sutra. I am now already complete. Together with that heaven-grade martial skill gifted by Boundary Deicide, my current strength has already reached the S grade. This progress, it's not bad, right? But don't worry, I've never told anyone about this. It's a secret between the three of us. Brother Dao, how about going to my house tonight? It's been a while since I've been to my house. Great. Bring your sister-in-law? Or no? Dao, just let us two brothers catch up. Yes. Within the abyssal prison headquarters, the three Emperor Realm emissaries, the three of them surged with powerful and incomparable strength, pulling out a space within the interdimensional space once again, and the three of them instantly disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, what met their eyes was a throbbing eyeball. Countless blood-colored tentacles up to several thousand meters long were rooted within this interdimensional space, and the entire interdimensional space, except for a few locations that were still wide open, the rest of the area was almost all intertwined and rooted by blood-colored tentacles. The three Emperor Realm martial artists threw down dozens of Saint Realm ferocious beasts, a dozen human saints, and the blood-colored tentacles wriggled as easily as piercing through the water as the tentacles entered the hearts of these saints, the saint beasts, and drew their blood. The scene looked incomparably strange. The eyeball emitted a heartbeat-like sound, and the three Emperor Realm emissaries only dared to kneel on the ground, not daring to raise their heads to watch the eyeball feed. Although the eyeball looked strange, it released an aura that was stronger than the aura of the three Emperor Realm emissaries present, and more importantly, it released an aura that seemed to be more noble, and was not above a plane with them. It was a kind of suppression of life, which made it impossible for people to put up any resistance. Only a voice that could not be heard as male or female resounded throughout the entire space, and it was as if it had entered their minds directly, or as if it had been released directly from the depths of their souls. The last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day is the key to my descent. Serve me well and you can gain even more power in the future. Back to my God. When you have successfully descended, there are millions of blood meals for you to absorb. Very well, I am very satisfied with your performance. In the future, you can be one of my slaves, set foot on the stars, see the 10,000 races, and claim to be an ancestor, and I, too, will leave you with a salary descendant. The eyeballs then released a ray of incomparable divine power that surged into the trio's bizarre masks. The three Emperor Realm emissaries' auras became more and more solid. Only the masks on their faces appeared even more bizarre. What people didn't expect was that the incomparably mysterious person behind the abyssal prison was actually just an eyeball. System, take my father's martial arts talent and fuse it into a new cosmic level talent. Ding, has consumed 400 million martial skill experience values and successfully fused the new universe level martial talent, the 100 battles immortal gun. System, why is there 200 million more martial arts experience value than before? Although he had a lot of martial arts experience value, he couldn't let the system hack it. Ding, the host's father is stronger, so he consumes more martial arts experience value. Mudo, well, so that's how it's played. Taking advantage of the time to eat, Mudeo let the system submerge Mucheng's martial arts talent, with the cosmic level gongfu that they cultivated. Together with the cosmic level martial arts talent, they would definitely progress very quickly. Jinger, just stay at home for now. Zhang Fan and I have to settle some things. Yubo, just stay with mommy for a while and don't wander off. Yubo blinked. Yes daddy. Wu Bao now. Madeo wouldn't restrict to keep it from speaking. With its strength today, it didn't need to be afraid to speak in front of others. The bowl in Makoto's hand was suddenly unsteady. Ahem, what is this bird calling you, Dad? Looking at Makoto's expression, Makoto's head was filled with black lines. Dad, of course it's not what you think it is. Your mind spans so much. At night, Madeo went to Jiangfan's house, and Jiangfan had already prepared the wine. Brother Dao, let's have a good drink. Daffin, you've gotten better at drinking. Yeah, people, there's always some change. System, scanning for Jiangfan. Ding, 400 million martial arts experience values have been consumed. Scanning successful. Jiangfan, male, strength, SSS class saint, dual life martial arts talent. Xian Lei Fu 2, cosmic class talent. Alien life sharing, cultivate martial arts, cultivate feats. Warm reminder, xenobiotic sharing, can be one person xenobiotic, body of two people, each is a separate individual, can also be fused into one person. The strength can be superimposed. Each has a kind of martial arts talent. Jiang Fan, now for the complete body. Ding, the host has picked up the cosmic level talent. Xenogenesis sharing. Mudeo was a bit surprised. Jiang Fan really had a big secret. The first martial arts talent. It should have been when he secretly gifted the supplies to enhance the martial arts talent to rise up. As for the second, it was really terrifying. This kind of martial arts talent, even he was incomparably moved by it. Only right now. Still have to solve the problem of Jiang Fan first. Maybe, more than 10 years of brothers, now is going to become life and death enemy. Dao, do you think death is painful? Pain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people afraid of death. So you're afraid to die? Mu Dao gazed into Jiang Fan's eyes and asked rhetorically. Dai Fan, are you afraid to die then? I'm afraid to die, but I'm even more afraid to lose those very good friends, to lose my brothers, to lose everything I value. Daven, it's not too late, if you want to do it. Jiang Fan viciously poured a few mouthfuls of wine. Dao, I understand everything you said, but I really don't have any choice. I don't want to either, but I can't lose Marvelous Fish. She's my favorite person. She's everything to me. Dao, do you understand this feeling? If Yunjing was hurt, would you do anything for her? I will. Well then, Dao, I'll lend you my head. Chapter 145 Battle Desolation. The truth. Dao, let me borrow your head. Tyrannical intent surfaced on Jiang Fan's face. The powerful and incomparable saint's breath was released, and the domineering and destructive purple thunder instantly locked onto Mu Dao, and in the area centered on the two people. Everything within the range of 1,000 meters was collapsing and annihilating. Everything dissipated. Only Mu Dao and Jiang Fan, two people, standing within the ruins, with eyes full of killing intent to look at each other. At this moment, there is no good brotherhood between the friendship. Decades of brotherhood. In a flash they will be ashes. Turns out to be a life and death enemy. Brother Dao, today, I'll finally be able to have a good fight with you. Let's go to the wilderness and fight. How about it? Good. I also want to see what kind of character the person who has been hiding for so long is. The strike just now had already attracted the attention of many powerful people within the Legend Asylum. Ma Chang, Xiao Yunjing, the Blood Emperor, and some other experts arrived one after another. When they saw that the two people fighting were Madeo and Jiang Fan, their eyes were filled with unbelief, especially Ma Chang and Xiao Yunjing. This scene was not like a fight, but a real life and death duel. Only, no one answered their questions. The two of them, Madeo and Jiang Fan, were as fast as meteors, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in a few moments. In the middle of the wilderness, the two of them, Mu Dao and Jiang Fan, stood in the air, neither of them rushing to make a move. Somewhere in the space 10,000 meters away from them, Zun Yuan and Yu Qi watched the two with interest. A small knife condensed by spatial power emerged in Yu Qi's hand, constantly bouncing on his fingertips, transforming into a different weapon shape with each bounce. He was a SSS Realm Saint proficient in the power of space. Zun Yuan, who do you think will be victorious between the two of them? Now it seems that it is Desolation who has lost. Oh, why? Desolation is in the dark, and Mudeo is in the light, and not decapitating Mudeo with strong means in the first place. Doesn't that speak volumes? Ha ha, prisoner Yuan, have you forgotten what the several messengers said about Desolate? If we talk about true battle power, he is the most powerful of the several prison sons. Humph, that brat is a stone in the pit, stinking and hard, never accepting our challenges. What battle strength is the most? Obviously it's just the messenger favoring him. Who wouldn't like that weird as hell talent of his? Defan. I'll call you Defan for the last time. Can you tell me about your experience? You grew up with me as a child, and it's really hard for me to imagine that you would possess SSS Realm Saint strength and try to kill me. Could it be that everything from childhood to adulthood is a lie? Modeo, you're still pathetic. I know everything about you, and everything about me. You have not known a single point, and before you die, I can tell you everything. My name is Jiang Fan, also known as Desolate, one of the four major prison sons of the Abyssal Prison. The one who grew up with you is indeed me, but it's also not me. You can understand that Jiang Fan is another part of my body. Nowadays, Jiang Fan and Desolate are one and the same, and I share all of Jiang Fan's memories. Are you, then, still Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan? No, today's Abyss Prison jailer. Desolate was silent for a few rare seconds. I'm still Jiang Fan's, I suppose, but I'm still more of a Desolate, high and mighty Abyssal Prison jailer. Ha ha, Desolate, I see. To put it another way, the Jiang Fan of today is already dead, isn't he? It can also be interpreted that way. A rich tyrannical intent surfaced in Mu Dao's eyes, and his will to kill turned into substance, locking the area in a 10,000 meter radius, turning this area into a purgatory, where no one could enter a step. He already understood that the reason why Desolation would hesitate was definitely influenced by Jiang Fan's memories. Only that, with Jiang Fan as the second, and Desolation as the main body, Jiang Fan's existence would only become smaller and smaller, and Desolation's conscious existence would completely assimilate Jiang Fan, until one day, barrenness is barrenness, and there is no longer a Jiang Fan. Desolate, today, I will behead you. Mu Dao operated the extreme thunder at hand and instantly moved to Desolation's side, and blasted out with a punch that carried his endless fury. Desolation similarly blasted out with a fist, and the thunderous blood dragon and the golden fist clashed together. Bang! Bang! Circle after circle of shockwaves spread out in all directions, hitting everything around them. At first, there was a hint of pain on Desolate's face, only now, it completely changed to a cold color, and he only wanted to kill Modeo. Modeo, the abyssal prison messenger, said that I am the best of the prison sons, and in the human world, I will also be the top of the line. However, on what grounds are you called the helmsman of the younger generation? You are not worthy at all. By beheading you, I will let the entire sacred summer know just how hilarious you really are. Xian Lei Fu Tuesday. A thunder greatsword appeared in Desolate's hand and chopped out with great effort. A purple thunder dragon was like it was alive and surrounded a floating tower, trapping Modeo inside. A rushing pillar of thunder rushed up into the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky and forming a blood-purple thunder waterfall in the air. With them as the center, no one could detect anything inside within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. A light golden-colored chi and blood surfaced all over Mu Dao's body. Desolation was indeed powerful. This battle was destined to be a tough one, but Desolation must die. He killed Jiang Fan, just as he was about to attack. The coldness on Desolation's face turned back into the kind of feeling that Makoto was familiar with. Dao, stop, I'm not Desolate, I'm Jiang Fan. Makoto froze for a moment, then became even angrier. Desolation, up to now, you still want to utilize the remaining memories of Daifan. Wait, Dao, I'm really Jiang Fan. Desolation looked anxious. Boundary Slayer, where are you? Help me explain. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without any response, the only part of hope in Mu Dao's heart had been completely dashed. Only in the next second, a voice entered his mind. Modeo, wait, I'm Boundary Deicide. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Only to see that above the thunder waterfall, the space suddenly cracked open, and the figure of Boundary Deicide appeared. Only that the Yuan Zun, Yu Qi, who was far away in the space 10,000 meters away, because of the existence of the thunder waterfall, didn't find this abnormality at all. They sighed slightly, as if they were sighing at not being able to see the two fight, a sight that would truly be a battle of life and death. Mu Dao looked at the suddenly appearing Boundary Deicide, and then looked at Desolation, and felt that his brain seemed to spare what had happened. Holy, what the hell happened? Boundary Slayer, you told me to be careful of Jiang Fan in the first place, and now, this, what the hell does it mean? He looked incredibly angry. There was none of the elation between seeing an acquaintance. There was, just infinite doubt. Boundary Big Schoolmaster, it's better for you to explain. I'm afraid that Dao won't believe me now. Boundary Slayer smiled awkwardly. Modeo, this matter was not deliberately kept from you. At that time, when I became a prisoner of the Abyss prison, I coincidentally saw Desolation and thought it was Jiang Fan, and then I purposely went to the poor man's asylum to make sure, only to find out that there was a Jiang Fan there as well. But at that time, I didn't have a clear idea of Desolation's kind of weird talent, so I could only take that opportunity to remind you of it. Later on, I figured out Desolate's talent and contacted Jiang Fan, so that he would trick him, with the help of something, so that he could occupy the two-in-one body and assimilate Desolate's memories, and he would be Desolate, and Desolate would be him, but everything would be dominated by Jiang Fan. It's just that, for the sake of his safety and for the sake of him being able to better become the underbelly of Saint Xia's insertion into the abyssal prison, he can only take this opportunity to expose it. The reason I didn't tell you is that I just didn't find the opportunity, and right now, only the three of us know about this. After Boundary Slayer finished speaking, Jiang Fan joined him and looked at Modeo. Makoto laughed, but coldly. You guys, leave your heads behind, only to see Boundary Slayer and Jiang Fan. Their eyes changed drastically. Chapter 146 Unknown Existence. Mixed Luo Life. The unmistakable subtlety of seeing the somewhat frozen faces of the two men. Modeo laughed out loud. You guys finally know what I was feeling, right? You guys lied to me, so let's collect a little bit of interest first. Boundary Slayer and Jiang Fan rushed up to give Mu Dao a good beating. Makoto, making jokes like that, don't you know you're scaring people to death? Dao, you did do wrong this time. You must be beaten. Makamichi covered his head and kept begging for mercy before escaping the two men's frantic ravaging, only to see the two of them, Jiang Fan and Boundary Slayer, surging powerful attacks hitting the surrounding sea of blood-colored purple thunder. From the outside, it was the sight of a fierce fight taking place. Modeo, Zhang Fan's exposure this time is also due to careful consideration. If he continues to stay in Sacred Summer, with his strength, he can access many of Sacred Summer's secrets. And if he keeps delivering false or inaccurate news to the Abyssal Prison, he will be in danger. Boundary Slayer said to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, you'll have to work hard for the next period of time. You'll be treated as a traitor to humanity, a thief of the Abyssal Prison, and will suffer the scorn of countless people, as well as the questioning of your beloved. And it's up to you. Zhang Fan nodded. I know, but after we are victorious, I think Frightened Fish will understand me. Boundary Slayer, then what should we do next? Modeo, later on, you have to seriously injure Zhang Fan and fake it to look like he's undefeated. I'll come to you at night. There's something I have to tell you, and I'll answer the questions you have in your mind. Modeo, Zhang Fan, today's Blue Star situation is very special. Everything, we have to rely on us to save ourselves. After saying that, he surged with powerful and incomparable strength, pulling apart the space and leaving this place. Modeo looked at Zhang Fan, who nodded at him. Dao, later on, you have to hit harder. I feel that the great schoolmaster of the realm is very mysterious. When my consciousness was almost completely taken over by desolation, it was still the things he gave me that made me bounce back. When I was in high school, you said he was mysterious and that he was really unusual. Dao, do it. Modeo frowned slightly. Da Fan, the next one is up to you. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. His shot fell, and Zhang Fan's chest sunk in, spitting blood from his mouth, and most of his flesh and blood were almost destroyed. The blood-purple thunder falls that Zhang Fan had constructed was instantly torn apart, and he fell ruthlessly to the ground, smashing out a deep pit that was nearly 100 meters deep. Desolate, Abyssal Prison Jailer. It's nothing more than that. With this next strike, you will surely die. The eyes of Zun Yuan and Yu Qi, who were 10,000 meters away in space, were filled with astonishment. Elder Profound, strike together later and kill Mu Dao with all your might. The two of them were cold. They clearly had a chance to save Desolation and a great chance to decapitate Modeo. But, for their own selfish desires, they wasted a good opportunity for nothing. Zhang Fan slowly flew up into the sky. His breath shriveled and suddenly erupted into a bizarre aura as his figure quickly dissipated. Modeo, you won this time. Next time I see you again, I will behead you. Damn, such a good opportunity actually let him escape. Then let's behead Makoto first. The two were just about to make a move when they realized that many strong people were arriving. Among them, there were many SSS Realm Saints, so they only had to dampen their intentions. Ma Chang, Xiao Yunjing, Wu Bo, and the Blood Slayer Saint, Xian Life Saint, came to Modeo's side, and they looked anxious. Daoer, what happened? Where's Zhang Fan? Dao, are you okay? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Modeo's mouth. Jinger, Dad, the two seniors, I'm tired. Zhang Fan is one of the 4 great prison sons of the Abyssal Prison. Desolate, I seriously injured him, but didn't completely decapitate him, letting him escape. After saying that, he took Yubo and left the place, not wanting to stay in this place that made him sad. Seeing this, Xiao Yunjing chased after him. Muqing's eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. Zhang Fan was the Abyssal Prison Jailer. This was too hard to accept. He looked in the direction that Modeo had left, knowing that the one who was having the hardest time right now was Modeo. Since childhood, a friend who was as close as a brother was suddenly an enemy who had done a lot of wrong. Whoever else would not be able to accept it. It was also from this day onwards that everything and anything related to Zhang Fan was cleared. This includes Stepfish, who is far away in the poor man's asylum, and she is taken away for investigation. It was a little hard for Modeo to go to that little bistro that he and Zhang Fan used to love to go to, even though it was only fake. Is this the price of growing up? No longer as carefree as before. Before I liked to drink just to be happy. Now I like to drink to forget something. Dao, I knew you were here. Jinger, have a drink with me. Good. Xiao Yunjing didn't ask questions. She understood Modeo and knew that Modeo could walk out. It just took some time. Dao, I've got everything. Most of the night, it was about time. Modeo sent Xiao Yunjing back to his home. It was time to meet Boundary Slayer. Jinger, I have to meet someone later, so I might be late. Mu Dao went to the location where Boundary Slayer had transmitted his voice. And when he saw Boundary Slayer again, it was clear that it was only a few hours, but he had the feeling that a long time had passed. Modeo, there's actually no need to be in such a hurry. Stay with Yunjing more. Boundary Regicide, you still have the nerve to talk about me. Where did you leave the game College Flower? If not for the fact that you are Boundary Deicide, I really thought that you have a new love and forgot your old one. The corners of Boundary Slayer's mouth twitched straight up. Hey, I do owe you Tong, but right now, There's no way out. Modeo, let's get down to business. Maybe half a month later, the Legend Asylum will have an overthrow crisis. My plan is to slaughter the Emperor. A few Emperor Masters will help me. To slaughter the Emperor. Emperor Slayer? Mu Dao was startled. The matter that Boundary Slayer said seemed to be even more significant than he thought. Yes, but before I do, I have to tell you something. Do you know about the Veil of Extreme Day? Mu Dao was startled. This was not the thing that caused the Blue Star's aura to revive. He shook his head. Boundary Slayer continued. The Veil of Extreme Day was the key to causing the recovery of the Blue Star's aura, and when it fell off the Blue Star, it was accompanied by a terrifying creature by the name of Mixed Luo Life, which is a species of a higher world, and when placed in the entire universe, it is also an extremely rare existence that is incomparably precious. Back then, as the Veil of Extreme Day fell to the Blue Star, it was basically destroyed, and after 1,000 years of containment, its consciousness was restored, and it was just short of coalescing its body, and that last remaining trace of the Veil of Extreme Day was the key to its coalescing its body, and the last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day was located in the legendary asylum. In the end, it will completely coalesce its body by using the entire Blockhead Asylum humans as a blood meal. Once it condensed its body, it was in existence above the Emperor realm. What? Then the human race, won't it be completely wiped out? Its plan is far more than that. It won't overthrow humans and ferocious beasts with its own hands. It will guide humans and ferocious beasts to fight with each other and kill each other. Its purpose is to consume the Blue Star's will, and once the Blue Star's life is scarce, the Blue Star's will die out as well. At that time, it will use the flesh and blood energy of all the Emperor Realm martial artists and Emperor Realm ferocious beasts to refine the Blue Star into a part of its body, furthering its supreme potential. Like right now, the fact that Blue Star has almost no Emperor Realm strength to engage in battle is actually an order from the Mixed Luo Life, because Emperor Realm beings are its best food sustenance, and the death of one is a huge loss. Boundary Slayer, since the Veil of Extreme Day is part of it, why don't we just destroy the last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day? Boundary Slayer shook his head. The power wrapped in the Veil of Extreme Day is enough to revive the Blue Planet aura, the kind of thing that Blue Planet beings basically don't have the strength to destroy. Also, it can't be found at the moment, and the one who might know the location of the last hint of the Veil of Extreme Day is the Mixed Luo Life. However, at present, the Mixed Luo Life is unable to descend directly, and those Emperor Realm enemies in half a month's time, their purpose is to bring back the last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day for the Mixed Luo Life. As long as we block those Emperor Realm enemies, we can buy more time. After Boundary Slayer's explanation, Mu Dao finally understood everything, and many things could be connected. It could be said that the fights currently occurring on the Blue Planet, and many of the layouts, were almost single-handedly dominated by the Mixed Luo beings, who were the ants, while the Mixed Luo beings acted as that god's perspective from on high. It's just horrible. Boundary Slayer, can I ask you a question? What exactly are you? Boundary Slayer was silent for a moment. Modeo, I'll tell you in the future. It's not time yet. Work hard on your cultivation and reach the Emperor Realm strength as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to change everything. In fact, our biggest crisis is not the Mixed Luo Life either. Chapter 147, Supreme Divine Item, Veil of the Extreme Day. After Boundary Deicide left, a sense of urgency also arose in Mu Dao's heart. Only now, it was a bit difficult for him to break through the SSS realm, let alone the Emperor Realm. According to what Boundary Slayer had said, in half a month at most, those Emperor Realm enemies would come to the Blockhead Asylum to find out the last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day for the Mixed Luo Life to help him coalesce his body, and would consolidate his body by using the millions and millions of human beings in the Blockhead Asylum as a blood meal. This is not a matter to be announced out in a big way, lest it cause any confusion. The Veil of Extreme Day, the Mixed Luo Life. So far, the secret of the Blue Star's aura recovery has basically appeared. Only his last words. The biggest enemy is not the Mixed Luo Life. Then what is it? An alien supreme being who wants to devour and refine the Blue Star as part of his body, toying with humanity. Even if we block them this time, as long as the Veil of Extreme Day remains, they will keep coming to take it. No one from the Blue Star Life can destroy the Veil of Extreme Day. But I have the system. Whether the Veil of Extreme Day is an attribute or not, as long as it is, I will be able to pick it up. Moreover, there is also the Yubo. Its life level. It won't be any lower than that whatsoever Mixed Luo Life. So maybe, the Yubo has a way too. Thinking of this, Mu Dao felt that it was more and more feasible, and now the biggest problem was how to find the Veil of Extreme Day. System, do you have any good ideas? Ding, back to the host. The host can consume martial skill experience value. This system can scan everything. Maybe it can scan the Veil of Extreme Day. It had to be. It was better than him wandering around without a purpose. 10 days passed in a flash of time. Mu Dao became more and more anxious. These 10 days, his martial skill experience value consumed nearly half of it. Blockhead shelter brick by brick. He almost scanned it. There was not a bit of news about the Veil of Extreme Day, and it was getting closer and closer to the time that Boundary Deicide said that he had planned to do it. He could clearly feel that nowadays, within the Blockhead Asylum, the pressure was getting worse and worse, weighing people down. There are still the last few days left. There's still a chance. Mudeo blasted his fist through the ground, and today, he was going to be a planer. In the area that his consciousness could cover, roughly the size of a kilometer, the system could scan. It was just that there were too many things that consumed too much martial arts experience value. 3 days in a row and still not a clue. Suddenly, Yubo spoke up. Dad, I'm sensing something, and it seems very unusual. There is a memory in my mind of a race of giants. They are called gods. Those are the true gods, almost immortal existences. They are good at shooting arrows. My Golden Crow clan is the one they shoot at, and their arrows emit an aura that is very similar to the one that I have sensed. Mu Dao was shocked. How is it a bit similar to the mythological story that Wubo said about the other one? Wubo had said that their clan could transform into 10,000 feet when they reached adulthood, shooting the Golden Crow divine beasts that were transformed into 10,000 feet. What a powerful existence that was. It was unimaginable to imagine. Yubo's sensory distance was far beyond him. Yubo, where is it? Half an hour later, Mu Dao looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. Here, deep into the ground 10,000 meters below the Blockhead Asylum, presented a wide and incomparable area, the entire empty area, full of golden scales, layer upon layer laying the entire space, very regular, emitting a faint white light. The scales were illusory, sometimes hidden and sometimes bright. System, scan it. Ding, consumed 2 billion martial arts experience value. Scanning successful. Immortal divine artifact. Self-area constructed by the Veil of Extreme Day, possessing the power of the Extreme Day. Note that with the host's current strength, it is not recommended to enter. Even if the system didn't remind him, he didn't dare to touch it. No wonder Boundary Regicide would say that the Blue Star beings couldn't destroy the Veil of Extreme Day. It simply couldn't be overwritten. Just being close to it, there was a feeling of death. Ding, found pickable attribute. Extreme Day attribute. Is it extracted? Extraction. Ding, the host extracted successfully. Plus 10 to the Extreme Day attribute. Warm reminder, the Extreme Day attribute cannot be used by humans. It is recommended to fuse it into the Dark Evil Gun, which will allow the Dark Evil Gun to possess the two powers of darkness and Extreme Day, breaking through the limitations of the potential, and can be turned into a growable weapon. In an instant, Modeo realized that the glow of the seemingly real scales dimmed, visible to the naked eye. He took out the Dark Evil Gun. System, inject the Extreme Day attribute. A trace of day energy surged into the Dark Evil Gun, and it let out a violent struggle as its dark power exploded with full force, trying to repel the Extreme Day power. Modeo also suffered some effects. The tyrannical dark power was very affecting to the mind. Even if he was the owner of the Dark Evil Gun, he couldn't avoid that kind of effect. With the infusion of the Extreme Day power attribute, the Extreme Day that was possessed within the Dark Evil Gun, the darkness attribute was in a small balance stage. It can be interpreted as a 1 meter space where the dark force is a brutal adult and the Extreme Day force is a tiny. The two are related, but it is the brutal adult who occupies more space. Mu Dao could feel that the power of the Dark Evil Gun had become a few points more powerful. The changes were very obvious, and there was a special kind of change. Only now, he couldn't tell. Father, I feel that this power is also helpful to my innate Emperor Flame. Yu Bo's eyes glittered with longing. Wu Bo, now this thing is ownerless. Heavenly treasures are for those who have a destiny. You can absorb as much as you want. Wu Bo flew forward, white gold Emperor Flame surging out. Emperor Flame lines spreading all over his body, surging towards the much dimmer scales. Under the extreme heat, a trace of Extreme Day power returned to its body along with Yu Bo's Emperor Flame, which possessed this kind of energy just from the self-defense barrier constructed by the Veil of Extreme Day, not to mention the real Veil of Extreme Day. And the real Veil of Extreme Day is still in there. As Wu Bo was immersed in this state for 2 or 3 hours, it also underwent some changes. Its aura became a little stronger, and it opened its eyes, flickering with complex and mysterious Emperor Flame patterns. Dad, I have a premonition that if I refine all of it, I will be able to complete my first metamorphosis in the true sense of the word, and at that time, in this world, I should be an invincible existence. It's just that if I were to rely on myself, it might take a few years, unless it's just like the kind of blood crystals that Dad gave me before. Essence blood, with a very concentrated energy. That way, I can refine it more quickly. Isn't that what coalesces after picking up? Mudeo's heart slightly marveled. The system is really too powerful, and I do not know how it was born. Another world word book. Almost no one can write out the mystery of the birth of the system. System, how were you born? Can you tell me? Ding. If the host has 1 trillion martial arts experience value, the system can tell you where I came from. Mudo. System, are you kidding? Ding. It was the host who joked first. Chapter 148 Emperor's Advent. Pitfall of the Emperor Realm. Just as Makoto was picking up the veil of extreme day energy, the eyeball within the unknown space of the abyssal domain, also known as the mixed Luo life, trembled strangely. Only a few moments later, it fell silent. How can a mole life touch a supreme divine object? My coming is not far off. Jinger. When a few days pass, the two of us will go to Tao Tai shelter to see big schoolgirlie. How about it? Brother Dao. It's still you who understands me. I've wanted to go for a long time now, and since there hasn't been the slightest news from Boundary Deicide, it's time to go and see her. Madeo didn't tell anyone about what was going to happen next, including Xiao Yunjing, the old man Mucheng, and like nothing else, he went to that space every day to pick up the extreme day attribute to let the dark evil gun and Wubo metamorphose. In the end, Madeo directly left Wubo in that space, fully absorbing and refining the extreme day power, and not caring about anything else. Like nothing else, he accepted Ji-Yu's invitation to go to Blockhead 3rd Middle School to give a speech to his schoolmates. Just what no one knew was that at this moment, in an open space above the Blockhead Asylum, the ancient abyss of blood Emperor Beast, Emperor Demon, Emperor Abyss, the Yin-Yang Graveyard Emperor Beast, Emperor Tomb, the Seaside Emperor Beast, Emperor River, Emperor Whale, the Abyssal Domain Emperors, and the Messenger of the Blood Prison. The 6 Emperor realms were all gathered here. The Messenger of the Blood Hell spoke. Gentlemen, my God has already passed the method of how to that object's acquisition into your minds. Now, you believe in my God's existence. Essence floated in the eyes of several Emperor Realm ferocious beasts. What was in their minds was indeed profound and complicated. Not something from the blue star. Gentlemen, next, as long as we obtain that thing for our God, my God will definitely not treat us poorly. We've already reached the upper limit of the blue star. Our strength can't go further. Only my God will let us go further. Now, start. After obtaining that object, these blood meals below can be enjoyed by you for a while, and with my God descending, the sacred summer Emperor realm will be nothing more than slaves, so there's no need to be afraid of them rebelling. The 6 Emperor realms stood in a certain orientation, and each of them surged with strong Emperor realm power, converging together to form a mass of tens of thousands of meters of energy vortexes, floating with strange formation patterns, blood-colored, and bizarre. The Blockhead Asylum humans below all looked up to the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Where had they ever seen such a sight? It was even more terrifying than when the tomb of extreme day dissipated. Inexplicable pressure covered them, their hearts and minds shook, and the crisis of death surged to the forefront of their minds. No one knew what was happening, as the Blood Slayer Saint, Xian Life Saint, Mu Cheng, Xiao Yunjing, Game Blade, Mad Drought, and the Blood Emperor's group of powerhouses stared at the sky in death. What the hell is going on? Damn it, someone please tell me. Unfortunately, no one answered Mad Drought's words. In legendary 3rd Middle School, Modeo, who was explaining his experience in martial arts, raised his head to the sky, just like all the students. Only, his eyes were filled with calmness, without a hint of panic. Ji-Yu looked at Modeo as if inquiring. Modeo nodded, signaling Ji-Yu not to worry. Ladies and gentlemen, overhead, there is a brilliant firework being released. Just enjoy it carefully. The pressure that enveloped the crowd then instantly disappeared, while Mu Dao appeared calm. A monstrous shock had already arisen within his heart. Boundslayer, you must succeed. Deep space in the sky. The 10,000-meter vortex condensed by the Emperor Realm fierce beasts and the Blood Prison emissary had reached its limit. Mysterious, complex and complicated array patterns appeared, and right in the center, a huge point of light appeared, and a complicated, engraved with mysterious patterns, flickering with blood-colored chains light pillar emerged, surging towards the legendary Beast Asylum. If this pillar of light surged into the Blockhead shelter, the majority of the Blockhead shelter would be destroyed. Only the next moment, a sudden change occurred. In a more distant direction, 5 even more radiant energies appeared, taking the form of 5 divine beasts: the Eastern Green Dragon, the Western White Tiger, the Southern Vermilion Bird, the Northern Xuanwu, and the Central Kirin. The 5 divine beasts grew larger and larger, becoming 1,000 meters in size, as if they were as real as the real divine beasts, real and not a false existence. The source of the energy of the 5 divine beasts was the 5 imperial masters of the sacred summer, who performed the formation that Boundary Slayer had transmitted into their minds, which could isolate most of the attacks, isolate the energy, and powerfully cut down the enemy. Little friend Boundary Slayer, it's up to you next. Boundary Slayer suddenly appeared between the Emperor Beasts and the Abyssal Prison Emperors, and a brilliant pillar of light centered on him, connecting the divine beast energies constructed by the 5 Emperor Masters to form a cage that trapped the Abyssal Prison Emperors and a few of the Emperor Fierce Beasts. The sudden change caused the Emperor Beasts and Profound Prison Emperors to be startled. The pillars of plundering light they had constructed were rapidly dissipating. Their bodies were even being suppressed by an inexplicable force, and even more horrifyingly, they felt a crisis of death. This was the first time they had felt this way since they became Emperor Realm. Powerlessness, death, and fear. Blood prison. What the hell is going on here? You're not trying to pit us against each other, are you? The blood prison messenger hurriedly explained. I'm stuck here too. Do I want to pit myself? Cut the crap. It must be those emperors from Sacred Summer who are up to no good. We're at the same Emperor Realm. We don't need to be afraid of them. Boundary Slayer, who was in the middle of the formation, let out a cold smile. Whether it was the formation they had performed just now, or the one he and the several Imperial Masters were performing now, they were all another type of cultivation path derived from advanced cultivation civilizations, the Tao of formation. The kind that he and a few Imperial Masters had constructed was a much more profound formation. Only, the upper limit of use was a bit high, and after casting it, the several Imperial Masters should have a period of weakness, and the heaven and earth aura of the Blockhead Asylum would be drastically depleted. The reason why he did it now. Boundary Slayer also had his own considerations. He wanted to draw out the location of the last trace of the Veil of Extreme Day with the help of a few Emperor Realm enemies. Now, he could almost feel the location of the Veil of Extreme Day. Waiting a little longer, it would be clearer. Just afraid of delaying the best time, he had to make a move. An attack that annihilated everything coalesced in the sky above, attacking towards the several Emperor Realm enemies. Under this attack, the Blood Prison Emissary and several Emperor Realm Fierce Beasts realized that with just one strike, their bodies were rapidly cracking apart. Several Emperor Master Seniors, you guys let go of your control and go all out with me. Even more powerful forces converged. Boundary Slayer did not intend to destroy their bodies, as their body energy was his chance to become an emperor, and with so many Emperor Realm corpses, it should be enough. Boom, boom. A tyrannical attack struck the brains of several Emperor Beasts with lightning speed, and the towering Emperor Beasts couldn't figure out why they died even to their deaths. At the Legend Asylum, the crowd only found incomparably violent beast roars coming from the sky, resounding through the heavens and the earth, and the scene in the sky was like a picture of extinction. It just surprised them that they weren't affected much. In the center of the battlefield, the Blood Prison Emissary's head was shattered. Only, what no one noticed was that a bloody light disappeared into the center of the battlefield and fell into the Legend Asylum. Chapter 149, Seeing the Secret Artbone Molt Again, Slaying the Remnants of the Blood Abyss. Above the sky, the scene that looked like the destruction of the world was rapidly dissipating, and the depressing, deathly feeling suspended in the bottom of everyone's hearts disappeared. It was just that the sky was falling with blood rain, filling the entire heaven and earth with a solemn sense of sadness. 6 emperors, 5 to be exact, were bloodied at the same time. The Boundary Slayer in deep space retrieved the corpses of the 5 Emperor Realm ferocious beasts by a magical means, and he looked at the body of the Blood Prison Emissary and shattered it with a single punch. Immediately, incomparably vast Emperor Realm chi and blood spread out over the Blockhead Asylum, and the aura that had been drained was quickly replenished, because Emperor Realm strength was all about essence. Their chi, blood, flesh and blood, had almost no impurities, and most of it was very pure energy. Elder Imperial Masters, it's been hard on you this time. With the death of the 6 emperors, the Sacred Summer can enter a period of stabilization in a short period of time. Empyrean Master Tang Wujing and the remaining few Empyrean Masters appeared. Their faces were now incomparably pale. It looked like it was easy to kill an Empyrean realm enemy, but in reality, it was a great cost. Little friend Boundary Slayer, then what should we do next? Nowadays, several Imperial Masters were on the verge of centering on Boundary Slayer. Several seniors, feel at ease and recuperate from your injuries. Everything will be as usual. Just stabilize the peace of Holy Summer, please. After saying that, he let the several Imperial Masters leave, and he didn't intend to let the people of the Legend Asylum know about what happened here. The moment the Blood Prison Emissary's head was blown to pieces, as well as the deaths of several Emperor Beasts, within the unknown space of the Abyssal Prison, the 2 remaining Emperor Realm Emissaries, the Yen Prison Emissary, and the Thunder Prison Emissary, their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately rushed towards that unknown space. They knelt before the mongrel beings. My God, there's something wrong with the blood prison. The resonance of a flat voice resounded in their ears. There's no rush. The blood prison isn't dead. As for those Emperor Beasts, if they're dead, they're dead. I need a large amount of blood food right now, the more the better, and I'll personally retrieve everything after a while. Now, spread the news of the death of the 5 emperor beasts and completely set off a war between humans and ferocious beasts. The Thunder Prison Emissary and the Inferno Prison Emissary didn't understand why. However, they could only do as the mixed law beings instructed. After the two left, the countless tentacles of the mixed Luo life wriggled, revealing a bizarre expression. An eyeball, revealing a humanized expression, as bizarre as it could be. Interesting, the sight seen in the blood prison's mind. This world is not only mine from a high-level civilization. There are other things from other high-level civilizations. As long as we finally behead him, all the losses now can be made up. Mu Dao quietly watched the changes above the sky. The rain of blood was harmless and even beneficial. The energy contained was incomparably rich, but he was a bit of a clean freak and naturally wouldn't let this blood fall on him. His mind snickered. Boundary Deicite's plan has succeeded. And now that Wubo has a chance of metamorphosis and the Dark Evil Lance has the possibility of growth. And Boundary Deicite has shown the true layout of belonging to the Sons of Qi. I can't lag behind him either. It's time to work towards the SSS Realm Saints. To break through the SS rank, he needed 4.8 billion cards of Qi and blood. SS rank, that was 48 by 3, 14.4 billion cards. And to break through the SS plus rank, he needed 144 by 5, 72 billion cards of Qi and blood. And now that he had around 18 billion cards of Qi and blood, he still had a long way to go. His current breakthrough was too difficult. With the daily operation of the Dao Scriptures and the Wu Yuan Emperor realm to absorb the heaven and earth's aura, as well as refining the resources, including the daily gleanings, his Qi and blood would only increase by 1,000,000 calories a day. A drop in the bucket. If I were to break through the Saint realm, the amount of Qi and blood I would need would be astronomical. Can I still break through the Emperor realm and the Blue Star? For this, Makamichi maintained a high degree of skepticism. The visions in the sky were rapidly dissipating without causing substantial casualties to the crowd, and many people just left it at that without exploring deeper. Even if you explore it, it won't be good news. Inside the space beyond the blockhead shelter, Yuan Zun and Yu Qi, the two of them were tasked with monitoring the blockhead shelter, and there had been a sulk in their hearts. With the hallowed jailer acting as a surveillance worker, that was too much of a drop in the bucket. Seeing the scene at the beginning, although unable to see inside, but the two hearts into shock, they finally saw the messenger's means. Incomparably horrible. But what happened next made their scalp numb. The rain of blood landed. That is the messenger's breath. Yu Qi, shouldn't we be going? Let's go. There's nothing left for us here. The messenger shouldn't die. We're just here so we don't drag our feet. With the visions occurring and the students no longer interested in listening to the lessons, Makamichi returned home to find Makoto with a serious expression and looking anxious. Pops, you look preoccupied, don't you? Dour, what happened today made my eyelids flutter, and I always had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Ha ha, Pops, maybe it's a good thing? Can't you notice that there's more aura in the heavens and earth? It's good for everyone's cultivation. Madeo tried to make his speech as naughty as possible to ease Mucheng's anxiety. Since Mucheng recovered from his injuries, he saw the possibility of going further. At first, he originally wanted to support the legendary asylum, but now, the safety of the entire legendary asylum hung on him, with responsibilities all over his body. I need time. Invincibility is just a matter of time. If I were an invincible being at this moment, all crises wouldn't be there. Right. Only, the system couldn't make him the strongest in one step. He still had to go through his own efforts. In the evening, Xiao Yunjing held Madeo's hand. The two of them strolled on the street. Today's street is incomparably cold and clear. Many vendors, they are closed for business. Do you have something you want to say to me? Dao? Makoto paused. Jingle, you really understand me too well. Brother Dao, there's no need to explain to me. It's all because I'm weak and can't help much. Jinger, there's no need to say that. None of us can help. Today, there's an emperor battle happening in the sky above, and it's our greatest fortune that we're able to survive. Imperial War? A few minutes later, Madeo told Xiao Yunjing many hidden secrets, and her eyes were filled with a complex color. Dao, do you think we, the humans, will win? It will. Humans, win in the end. As the two walked, they realized that there was a stray dog in front of them, and the stray dog was blocking the two of them, acting unbelievably strange. Those eyes surveying Makoto. This kind of look made Madeo incomparably annoyed, and he shielded Xiao Yunjing behind him, holding Dark Evil in his hand. System, scanning, ding, consuming 1 billion martial arts experience value scanned successfully. Dog, an ordinary beast whose body is currently occupied by the remnants of the Emperor realm, cultivates the method of bone metamorphosis, has a second life, and wants to retake the body. A warm reminder that the host can easily override it. Mu Dao was shocked. Cultivating bone metamorphosis successfully. That should be the profound prison emperor. He didn't expect there to be a fallen fish. He remembered that when he was in the legend asylum, when Ugly Face was decapitated, he had picked up the method of metamorphosis. I didn't expect to see you again now. The second life possessed by the cultivation of the bone metamorphosis was the carrier of his former body's martial arts talent. But now, his martial arts talent was unmatched in the blue planet. Martial arts talent was not his vulnerability, and wanting to break him down from his martial arts talent so as to take over his body was not possible at all. Jinger, I have a way to deal with him. Don't worry. The dog rolled his eyes and died. A bloodlight surged out and quickly climbed onto Modeo, integrating into his body. And Modeo heard a crazy loud laugh. Strong? Just too strong. Not in vain I risked the crisis of disappearing just to wait for you. Your body is too strong. Take your body, and when I'm back on top, I'll go even further. Immediately afterward, an agonizing roar rang out. What the hell is this? No, leave me alone. No. Ding. The host killed the remnants of the Emperor Realm. Blood value plus. Chapter 150. So, Blue Star is asking for my help. Ding. The host killed the Emperor Realm's remnant body, picking up plus 20 billion in blood in one copy of the Emperor's memories. In an instant, Mu Dao's chi and blood skyrocketed by a large amount, and he couldn't even suppress it anymore as light golden colored chi and blood surged out crazily. The chi and blood golden dragon was forming crazily, the dragon's roar resounding through the heavens and earth as the chi and blood storm was condensing. Jinger, I'm fine. Don't worry about me being taken over. System, consume martial arts experience value to cover up the visions. Instantly, the vision of his body was rapidly dissipating. Only, he was still undergoing metamorphosis. Although the vision was only for a few seconds, it still attracted the attention of many people. Only that the time of the vision was extremely short, and there was nothing that could be done if they wanted to carry out detection. Half an hour passed, and Modeo's aura stabilized, but the sense of oppression he gave off was even stronger. He showed a happy face. He didn't expect that just the remnants of the Emperor Realm body would increase his chi and blood value by 20 billion cards. How much chi and blood would it be if he had to die to kill a complete Emperor Realm enemy? Previously, he had felt that breaking through the Emperor Realm was far away, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Just kill a few more Emperor Realm enemies. If other people knew what he was thinking, they might think that something was wrong with their world. What did it mean to kill a few more Emperor Realm enemies? Was that something to kill a few more? It was something that simply couldn't be done alright. The memories of the Empyrean that he had picked up. He didn't intend to carry out an inspection now. Brother Dao, what just happened? How did your strength suddenly skyrocket so much? Jinger, it has something to do with my martial talent. I can forcefully plunder some of other people's chi and blood, as long as it's an enemy I've decapitated. The existence that was just attached to the dog was an abyssal prison emperor, but there were only remnants left, and he wanted to take me over. It's just that my martial talent restrains him, and that's how I was able to instantly skyrocket my chi and blood so high. Explaining it this way, he had his own plans to use such words in the future if anyone noticed anything unusual. After all, the matter of the system was too mysterious, and he wouldn't think of telling Xiao Yunjing for the time being. The system and crossing over were his biggest secrets, and he would probably never tell anyone. Xiao Yunjing fell into deep thought. No wonder Dao's strength has progressed so quickly. He actually has such a terrifying and overwhelming martial talent. Ha ha, Jinger, the world is as big as it is strange. Just like your martial arts talent. Suddenly, Mudeo received a signal released by Yubo that someone was approaching it. Jingle, I have to take care of a few things, so go home and I'll explain later. Xiao Yunjing looked at Mudeo, paused for a few seconds, and then left the place. Mudeo ran furiously all the way to the location of the Veil of Extreme Day in a short period of time, and Wu Bao also stopped gulping down the energy of the Veil of Extreme Day. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Polar Day Power plus 15. Dad, that friend of yours, Boundary Slayer. I have a feeling he's aiming for this place, and probably looking for it as well. Mudeo slapped his forehead. He almost forgot to tell Boundary Slayer about finding the Veil of Extreme Day. The Veil of the Extreme Day was indeed a great opportunity, but he had no intention of occupying himself, and should not have selfishness when he shouldn't have it. Otherwise he didn't know what mischief it would cause. Boundary Slayer's eyes were streaked with starlight and his brows were furrowed. This should be the area. Why can't we find it? Damn. Well, it's the scent of Makoto, so maybe there's good news. See Boundary Killers. Ding. Host picks up successfully. Blood value plus 200 million cards. It was better than nothing, and Makoto knew what he was thinking and took the initiative to speak. Boundary Slayer. I searched for the location of the Veil of Extreme Day. The two of them came to that space, and the surprise in Boundary Slayer's eyes was no less than that of Mudeo at the time. worthy of being a supreme divine object, with just a sliver left. It has such a sound. Modeo, I have to say that your luck is truly heaven-defying. Modeo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Luck is no more heaven-defying than you, the son of luck. It's just a pity that we can't destroy him. If we could destroy it, the strength of the mixed Luo beings would be lowered by at least one level, and it would be much easier to deal with. Boundslayer, I have an idea. What? Boundary Slayer was shocked. He currently didn't even have a way to deal with the Veil of Extreme Day, and Modeo actually knew. Boundslayer, look, Yubo, give a demonstration to the great schoolmaster of the realm. Wubo surged with powerful Emperor Flame power, gulping down the power of the Veil of Extreme Day, a bit slow, but realistically refining it. Boundary Slayer stared at Yupo with wide eyes, turning from shock to bitter laughter. MacDao, end of the line. It seems as if the Blue Star seems to be even more critical this time. There's no problem with letting Yubo show off in Blue Star. If you go out of Blue Star in the future, don't let others know Yubo's true identity. He still had something to say that he hadn't said yet. The life level of Wubo wouldn't be weaker than that of a mixed Luo life, or even higher, and in the future, those cosmic wanderers coming to Blue Star were expected to be even more frantic. Modeo, since you have such a chance, make good use of it. I'll be in seclusion for the next period of time to break through my Emperor Realm strength. I must not let the mixed Luo life seize the Veil of Extreme Day. This is a daunting task. Modeo nodded. Boundary Slayer definitely still had some secrets that he hadn't told him. However, when it was time for him to know, Boundary Slayer would say it. As Boundary Slayer's figure dissipated, Wu Bao continued to refine the energy of the Veil of Extreme Day, while Modeo infused the Dark Evil Gun with Extreme Day power. The Dark Evil Gun's darkness and Extreme Day powers are not expected to take long to reach equilibrium. To his surprise, his strength increased and he picked up a lot more Extreme Day power. Time passed, a few hours passed, and Modeo suddenly felt very sleepy. With his current strength, how could he feel sleepy? However, drowsiness was like magic. He couldn't resist it, and gradually, it was as if he was asleep. Sitting on the ground with a calm face, Wu Bao didn't make any interruptions. It sensed that Modeo wasn't in the slightest danger. Makoto found himself in a space that was all blank. There was nothing else here. It was all white. A voice entered his mind. It wasn't a voice exactly. It was a realization. Inaudible, but he could understand it. Mu Dao, don't be nervous. I'm the origin will of the Blue Star. I was born into consciousness not long ago, and I have no malice in looking for you. I've already heard the chat between you and Boundary Deicide just now, and I have a premonition that I will die in the future if that thing doesn't perish. And moreover, there's a will that has been searching for me all this time. I was not born long ago and could not resist that will. There is not much time left for me. I hope you can help me with this crisis. Please, I must go. In the space of the Veil of Extreme Day, Makoto opened his eyes. He had already lost count of how many times he had been surprised today. Blue Star Born Origin Will. This is not that Blue Star has the potential to grow and transform. Born Will. That is not equivalent to another world words in the Book of the Heavenly Way. Well, of course, this was all just his speculation. Boundary Slayer had just left, and there was no one to ask, so he couldn't tell if it was true or not. However, when he thought about what Boundary Slayer said, the mixed Luo beings wanted to refine the Blue Star as part of themselves and metamorphose to possess a higher potential. The Blue Star origin will also said that a consciousness was searching for him. Could it be the mixed Luo life? So, Blue Star is asking me for help. It's just that he'll be in the bad habit of eavesdropping on conversations. Chapter 151 Dark Evil gives birth to the Gun Spirit. Inside the Legend Asylum Jinwu Division, powerful chi and blood fluctuations emerged. The scent of someone breaking through. It lasted for about half an hour before the chi and blood impact stopped. Makoto was overjoyed. He had actually broken through the SS rank. What had previously felt like it would take a few more months was one of the happier things for him in recent times. It's strange. I feel more comfortable cultivating this time. It's been like this since Dao's arrival. Could it be that seeing Dower has changed his mood for the better, not good? A good mood also has an increase in cultivation. No, it should be that the state of mind was too impetuous before. The state of mind is quite important for cultivation. Not long after, Yi Dao, Qin Ming, and Mad Drought came to this place, and feeling Mu Cheng's skyrocketing strength, a few people smiled helplessly and bitterly. Like them, Mac Chang was previously a B-realm martial artist, and now that they had become A-ranked martial artists, Mac Chang had become an SS realm Zunsher, and the difference in strength was not just 1 star. Brother Chang, congratulations. Ha ha, a few brothers. I'm also lucky. The game knife spoke up. Brother Chang, I'm looking for Mac Dao. Is he still at home? I'm not sure of Dao's whereabouts, but they all come home at night, so have dinner at my house tonight. It's been a long time since we've gotten together. In the space of the veil of extreme day, Makoto no longer pondered about the matter regarding the Blue Star's will. Yubo, I'm taking you home for a big dinner today. Flying inside the shelter, Madeo stood with Yubo on his shoulder. There wasn't much of a crowd in the middle of the night. All he sped up a bit, passing by a gazebo. In fact, about 1,000 meters away from the gazebo. With his eyesight can see clearly. He seems to see a scene that should not be seen. Good, two young lovers are hugging and nibbling it. But it was the side. Could not see the front face. Dressed also extremely young. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Jinger should have missed me. Just as he was about to leave, an unspeakable pressure hit him like a mountain, almost flashing his old back. Who is it? It's not a good habit to spy on people, is it? Seeing the visitor, Makoto was confused, and so was the other party. Macdao, why you? Ahem. Senior Bloodslayer. Senior Xian Life. I didn't expect it to be the two of you either. The two seniors are so elegant. Mudao sized up the Xian Fate Saint, dressed very young and beautifully. So was the Bloodslayer Saint, extremely contrasting with his usual seriousness. The Xian Fate Saint awkwardly twisted his head to the side and gave a grudging look at the Bloodslayer Saint. The Blood Slaughter Saint was also a bit embarrassed. Brat, looking for a fight. Ha ha, I won't disturb the two seniors' pleasure. After saying that, Madeo took Wu Bao and quickly flew away, fearing that if he was a few seconds late, the Bloodslayer Saint would have to take out his bloody knife to cut people. It wasn't easy for both seniors to come this far. It's a good choice to be a pair. Madeo was genuinely happy for the two of them. Finding a good man was truly a happy thing. When he returned home, Makamichi realized that there were several guests on the side of the house. Uncle E, Uncle Mad, Uncle Chin. The three men's eyes flickered with brilliance. They had all watched as Makoto had grown all the way to the present day. Mad Drought is a bit pushy, but nice. Mako boy, have a few drinks with us tonight. Xiao Yunjing sat on the right side of Madeo, and Wubo sat right in the middle of the two. He also thoughtfully poured a bowl of wine for Yubo, who had enjoyed it ever since he drank the wine made by those meat monkeys. Uncle E, you want to ask about Yutong, right? Yes, niece Jing, although Yutong says it's very nice on her lips, but don't I understand that girl? She likes to keep whatever is on her mind pressed to the bottom of her heart. She just likes to be too understanding, even if she is wronged. Modeo, where on earth did that boundary deicide go? Does he know that Yutong loves him very much? If I had known in the beginning, I wouldn't have agreed to let Yutong be with him. The game knife took a large gulp of wine and lost his temper a bit. Sorry, Makito. Just got a little emotional. Xiao Yunjing's eyebrows were slightly circadian as she also looked at Madeo. Madeo let out a bitter smile. He also felt that Boundary Slayer had done something wrong before, but there was no way around it. If he took a wrong step, it might bring about a huge disaster, bringing danger to E Yutong, and even to Sacred Summer. Nothing in this world can be perfected. Uncle E, you guys believe me? Boundary Slayer loves Yutong very much, but it's inconvenient for him right now. In the future you all will know. I think Yutong will understand too. I'll visit Yutong with Jinger in a few days. After everyone left, Xiao Yunjing snuggled into Madeo's arms. Brother Dao, I want to be with you all the time. I hate being separated and not knowing everything. Jingle, I want to be with you all the time too. I hate being apart too. I hate not knowing everything. We're going to be good all the time. Forever and ever and ever. Makamichi looked at the tantalizing red lips and kissed them. For a long time, the lips parted. He wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. And in his mind, in the future, he was going to have a big wedding. And until that time, the girl he liked would belong to him completely. Ding! Host picked up successfully. Polar Day Power plus 15. 5 days passed by in a blur. Mu Dao would come here every day for picking up the Extreme Day Power. Although the Extreme Day Power was a little less. But what was within this layer of defense was the true veil of Extreme Day. The impact was not great. After imbuing the Dark Evil Gun with today's Extreme Day Power, its Dark and Extreme Day attributes were at a balanced stage, emitting a stronger might compared to before, and its aura was no longer dark and incomparable. Suddenly, the Dark Evil Gun emitted violent fluctuations, and the Darkness Power and Extreme Day Power suddenly surged out. They were repelling each other, but at the same time, they were merging with each other. The two forces of black and white were slowly mingling and circling, forming a black and white vortex, somewhat similar to the yin and yang fish in the middle of another world. The black and white vortexes were completely integrated within the Dark Evil Gun, and the Dark Evil Gun no longer exhibited dark patterns, interspersed with white patterns, looking even more demonic. The changes didn't end here. The Dark Evil Gun emitted a crisp sound of gunfire that seemed to be cheering, different from the previous deadness, allowing Makoto to feel a kind of leap of life. As if the Dark Evil Gun was coming to life. It stood in the air, a black and white ripple spreading out with it at its center before quickly returning to the gun. There was a connection between Mudeo and the dark evil gun, and he instantly knew what had happened. People have spirits, and so do guns. After the dark evil gun fused with the power of Extreme Day, it had already undergone a metamorphosis, giving birth to its own will, and even if it was weak now, in the future, it might grow and metamorphose into an even more remarkable weapon. Dark evil gun was born will. The benefits are also obvious, and he is more compatible with him. When his mind moves, the dark evil gun also moves. Dark evil, from now on, you're going to accompany me on the path of uncertainty. Clang, clang. Chapter 152, He is the Mudeo who slaughters saints like dogs? On the following day, Mudeo took out a battleship from the system space. With his status and position nowadays, it was normal to have a private battleship. It was just that he hadn't been using it. He was going to head to the Taotai Asylum with Xiao Yunjing to meet Yi Yutong, and when this matter was over, he should have to go on to improve his strength. Dao, where's Yubo? Wubo was left by me at the Legend Asylum. It's in a period of metamorphosis right now, so it's not suitable to take it out. He had his own considerations for letting Wubao stay in that space. One was that Wubao could rapidly increase his strength, and the other was to keep an eye on the Veil of Extreme Day, and he was more at ease with Wubao around. System, open the Properties panel. Goldfinger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Makito, Talent, Immortal Chaos, Taoist Level, Martial Arts, Taoist Scriptures, Shuchang, Taoist Level, Wu Yuan Di Jing, Introductory, Taoist Level, Martial Realm, SS Rank, Chi and Blood 39.17 billion Katals, Martial Skills Silent Gun Sutra, Perfection, Cosmic Grade, Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, Perfection, Cosmic Grade, Extreme Thunder at Hand, Perfection, Great Sun Heavy Fist, Perfection, Extreme Dao Dharma Body, Perfection, Martial Skill Experience Value, 1 billion. Finding the Veil of Extreme Day consumed too much martial arts experience value, and there was only this much left. When he killed the remnants of the Emperor Realm, he didn't gain any martial skill experience value. Afterward, Mudeo began to receive that Emperor Realm memory. A few minutes passed and he frowned. So this is the mixed Luo life. It's really ugly looking. No wonder it wants the Veil of Extreme Day to condense its body. However, it's a bit of a challenge without the specific location of the mixed Ro life. Starry Sky Graveyard. Is the Holy Summer now the last of the Forbidden Area? Blood of the Ancient Abyss. Yin and Yang Graveyard Emperor beasts have been decapitated. Forbidden Area also exist in name, but the internal strength of the beasts due to long-term dormant cultivation, strength in the outside world is a lot stronger. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged within the Starry Sky Graveyard, and the sky turned a deep blood color, no longer the light blue sky from before. A roar resounded throughout the Starry Sky Graveyard, and all of the ferocious beasts within it raised their heads to the sky, gazing in unison. A huge white snake of about 1,500 meters rolled around in the blood-colored clouds. The white snake's body was covered in scales and armor. The top of its head bulged out, and its pair of vertical blood-colored pupils were devoid of the slightest bit of emotion as it spat out its snake core. He glared angrily at the Inferno prison messenger in front of him. Human Emperor? I've only been asleep for 3 years. Sacred Summer Emperor decimated Emperor Tomb and Emperor Abyss. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Bye. I personally came to find you today, not to argue with you about this matter, but to inform you that my God's plans have been disrupted. And now, it's time to fight the war with the humans. You're threatening me? Humph. The Abyss and the Emperor's Tomb should have already told you that the opportunity. It's up to you to grasp it. Without you, there's an Emperor Beast that replaces you at any time. The Inferno Prison Messenger's bizarre mask grew countless blood-colored tentacles, capturing several SSS Realm Saint Beasts below alive, and the Saint Beasts didn't have the slightest power to resist, dissipating at a bizarre speed. Emperor Beast Dbai's blood-colored vertical pupil showed a rare look of contemplation. I know it, and in half a month's time at the most, the war with the humans will be fought. After 7 or 8 days, Makoto and Xiao Yunjing arrived at the Taotai shelter. As one of the 3 major shelters in Sacred Summer, both the appearance and the quality of the martial artists were good. However, because of the ferocious beast rebellion, all the major shelters were now in a state of readiness, and the orders issued by several imperial masters a few days ago had further brought the state of readiness to an unprecedented level. The inspecting martial artist outside the shelter, even though he knew about Medeo's identity, he still put Medeo and Xiao Yunjing on many kinds of tests to make sure that there was no problem before letting them in. Entering within the shelter, Mu Dao and Xiao Yunjing went straight to the Taotai Academy. Yi Yutong was waiting for the two of them at the entrance of the schoolhouse early. When she saw Xiao Yunjing, her face showed joy. Yunjing, Modeo, what brings you here? Of course I wanted to see you. It's been so long and I miss you. Am I not welcome? Ha ha, Yunjing, how could that be? let's go. I'll take you guys for a nice stroll. Strolling inside the Taotai Academy, Madeo followed behind two big beauties, causing many boys to stare. Yu Tong had the title of schoolflower in the Taotai Academy, and her talent was so good that many students knew about her, and she was considered to be the goddess of many boys. Not to mention, next to her, there was an even more beautiful big beauty. This led to him being looked at angrily and hated by the boys. For this kind of look, Madeo was used to it. He hated it more before, but now he understood it. If a male doesn't have an urge for beautiful things, commonly referred to as beautiful women, then there shouldn't be much blood in the water either. At the training ground, Shenwu had already returned to Taotai Asylum from Xuanwu Asylum. He also saw Madeo, and there was a slight surprise in his eyes as he felt that Madeo was stronger. Beside him stood a genius of the Taotai Academy, Chen Zhao, a famous figure on the SS Realm's list of sons and one of the few people who could strike up a conversation with Shenwu, who looked at Shenwu's appearance and thought that Shenwu was jealous. I thought you said you weren't interested in women? Jealous of that kid? Do you want me to go up and teach you a lesson? Asterisk 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 off. Chen Zhao, if you're not afraid to die, go up there and don't say you know me then. Do you know who he is? Chen Zhao frowned. Who is he? Could it be even more perverted than you? Don't compare me to him. It's me who doesn't deserve it. He's Madeo. With him around, no one in this generation of sacred summer can compare to him. He's Madeo, the Madeo who slaughters saints like dogs? Shenwu nodded. Yeah, in that battle, I guess he is the god in everyone's heart. At night, Yu Tong took them to eat the specialty snacks of the Taotai shelter, and the lives of the ordinary people within the Taotai shelter were not much affected at the moment. She hadn't mentioned anything about the topic of Boundary Slayer, but Makoto would have to take the initiative to explain. Yu Tong, I've met Boundary Slayer. Yu Tong's hand that was holding the food paused slightly, and his face changed. Yeah, well, that's good that he's okay. That's good that he's okay. As she spoke, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, her expression bitter. Yeah, he's alright, but he didn't have time to come and see me. What does he take me for? Madeo felt that it was still beneficial for him and Xiao Yunjing to come to see Yu Tong. Otherwise, Yu Tong's misunderstanding of Boundary Slayer would be big. However, when he thought of the poor school step fish, his head was again filled with a headache. What is this all about? Yu Tong? No, it's not what you think. Dao, tell Yu Tong. Yu Tong, in fact, it's not what you think. It's not that he doesn't take the initiative to come and see you. It's just that right now, he's doing something, and if something goes wrong, not only will he die, but Saint Xia will be in a crisis as well, and he doesn't see you. He just doesn't want to put you in danger. Believe me, Boundary Killer loves you. He loves you more than anyone else. Makoto, Brother Slayer is in danger? How? After Madeo's explanation, Yu Tong's misunderstanding of Boundary Slayer basically disappeared. Boundary Slayer, Boundary Slayer. You owe me another favor, so let this favor be even bigger. System, use her talent as the main focus and melt the cosmic level talent. Ding, consumed 200 million martial skill experience value. Melted successfully. Has successfully metamorphosed into a universe level talent. Nirvana Divine Phoenix. Chapter 153, Bringing Back Bu Jingyu. 3 women with heated relationships. Yun Jing, you can stay with me tonight. Yu Tong was in a good mood, and had just felt a strange change, but she couldn't tell, and thought it was due to her own mood change. Big beautiful girl, you took my Jinger away. What about me? Yu Tong pulled Xiao Yunjing over and guarded him vigilantly. Modeo, you're not allowed to do anything excessive to Yunjing before you get married. Tonight you're going to stay in a hotel. Cloudview, let's go. Mudo, that's gone. Sure enough, women are fickle things. Xiao Yunjing twisted his head. Dao, see you tomorrow. Cluck cluck cluck. The 2 days came to an abrupt end, and the corners of Mudao's mouth rose slightly as he followed behind the 2 women. Looks like there's more socializing to be done out there. Jingle looks a lot happier. It was supposed to be a very happy time, but all the martial artists received a message at the same time, and when they saw what was inside, all of them frowned. The content of the message was probably that the Starry Sky Graveyard Emperor Beasts and the Sea Area Emperor Beasts had simultaneously issued the Emperor's order to launch a full-scale attack on the human race, and the first batch of Fierce Beast pioneers had already spread beyond the 10 major shelters, and the Fierce Beast armies were coming one after another, and in the maximum of half a month, the first batch of Fierce Beasts would be close to the human shelters, and it was hoped that all martial artists would be ready to guard the sacred summer. What's meant to be will be. I didn't think it would be so soon just after the Boundary Slayer Emperor. He had long guessed that this would happen. He just hadn't guessed that the ferocious beast would be so fast. Many people were a bit numb to this. In recent times, almost all of them had spent their time in the struggle with the ferocious beasts, It was impossible for peace to go on between human beings and ferocious beasts. The grudge of thousands of years was impossible to resolve, and there was no need for it to be resolved. Yun Jing, you'll stay at the Tao Tai shelter, and there'll be a care between you and the Eda schoolgirl. Dao, what about you? I should be making a trip to the poor school, Xiao Yunjing said in silence for a moment. Brother Dao, if you can, bring frightened fish through. She's not at fault, it's Jiang Fan who's at fault. Good. In the profound prison space, 3 people stood in front of the Thunder Prison Messenger and the Inferno Prison Messenger. Abyssal Prison. Yu Qi, Desolation. The Inferno Prison Messenger opened his mouth. Abyssal Prison. With immediate effect you will return to the Papal Court, and it is time for the final step to begin. Yu Qi, the final step of the Gui Empire can be activated as well. He then looked at Jiang Fan. Desolate, although you are completely exposed, familiarize yourself with everything in Sacred Summer, and after that, represent my Abyssal Prison and join the fierce beasts in attacking Sacred Summer. Lord Emissary, I have recently been in a critical period of breakthrough. Can you let me break through and then? Good. Then let the others take your place temporarily. It won't be too late to go back after the breakthrough. Reporting back to Lord Emissary. Jailslayer Snake, we haven't seen him for a long time. I wonder where he's gone. The Thunder Prison Emissary and the Inferno Prison Emissary were silent for a moment. We will deal with his matters ourselves. There is no need to ask again. After taking the 3 away, the masks on the faces of the Thunder Prison Emissary and the Inferno Prison Emissary emitted an eerie glow. How on earth did that kid escape God's control? Mudeo rushed to the poor shelter that day. Flying through the air, the ferocious beasts in the wilderness hadn't changed much, and did what they needed to do. These ferocious beasts were all of low-rank strength and hadn't been born with a will of their own, only the instinct to feed and kill. With the arrival of the army of ferocious beasts, the higher-ranked ferocious beasts, they would automatically be subjected to the trend. However, their role was cannon fodder. 7 or 8 days passed by indistinctly, and Mudeo finally arrived at the poor man's asylum. Entering the poor man's asylum, he headed straight for the poor man's school. He had contacted Stepfish in advance and received no reply, so he could only go in and look for it. One after another, he asked a few students, and they all knew about Amazing Fuyu, but they didn't know where she was. She hadn't appeared within the academy for a long time. Speaking of this, there was a hint of hatred towards Jiang Fan in the bottom of their eyes. It's all because of that Jiang Fan. It wouldn't be wrong for him to die 100 times. Suddenly, she received a reply from Bu Jingyu, thanked him and left in a hurry. Looking at his back, those few students pondered. Who is he? He looks like he's not very close to Ayumu University schoolgirl. It must be a dog licker. What would it be if it wasn't a dog licker? No, that man seems to be Macdao. Seeing Bu Jingyu, Mu Dao was a bit surprised. Nowadays Bu Jingyu's breath was overpowering. His strength was a lot stronger than before, and he didn't seem to have suffered much. Makuto, what do you want to see me about? Miss Bu, why don't you come with me to the Tao Tai shelter? There's Cloud View there, which you've seen, so it's good to take care of each other. Good. Inside the battleship, Bu Jingyu hadn't said a word, just quietly looking out the window. Miss Bu, I know you should be feeling bad in your heart right now, but believe me, there should always be a glimmer of hope in your heart. Sometimes what you see, the truth is not like that. Makamichi, there's no need to say anything. I know you're trying to persuade me, but I'm not that fragile, and right now, I just want to guard Sacred Summer and the land I'm loyal to. It took much less time to arrive at the Tao Tai shelter from the poor man's shelter, and it took 5 days to get there. The 3 women seemed to know each other well and were soon conversing together as if they had been good sisters for years. In the evening, Madeo returned to his place and was just about to cultivate when he sensed someone coming. Imperial Master Tang Wujing Sr. and Imperial Master Yu Enchi appeared in his room. The 2 Imperial Masters now looked like their breath was not as strong as before, and that battle of Emperor Slaughter had not been easy on them. Imperial Master. Aha! The 2 men responded. The old man said, Modeo, this time, I'm looking for you because I have something to arrange. Nowadays, the situation of the Gui Empire and the Pope's court is even worse than Sacred Xia, and even, the Gui Empire has reached the crisis of being on the verge of annihilation, and has turned to me, Sacred Xia, and the Pope's court for help. This, Mudeo was a bit incredulous. This shouldn't be possible. The Gui Empire wasn't weak either. The ancient Egyptian empire is surrounded by the sea on all sides. The sea has never been more mysterious than the land. There are many lives, many strong people, and they occupy the home turf. The number of imperial beasts in the sea far exceeds that of the ancient Egyptian empire, and the ancient Egyptian emperors don't dare to make a move, or else, the ancient Egyptian empire should be a piece of rubble on the sea right now, submerged in the seawater. The Empyrean emperor beasts did not make a move. And Boundary Slayer had said that a large-scale war between humans and ferocious beasts would consume the blue star's will, and the blue star would grow weaker and weaker, making it easier for it to be devoured and refined by the mixed Luo beings. Therefore, Modeo, although you are only an SS realm Zuni strength, your battle power is heaven-defying, and you are the best person to support the Gui Empire this time. The reasoning of lips dying, teeth cold is understood by Modeo, but nowadays, Sacred Summer is also about to step into a crisis. Imperial Master. But the situation in Sacred Summer is not optimistic right now either. Modeo, the Sacred Summer has us. If that side is truly overthrown, the ferocious beasts will focus all their spearheads on the Sacred Summer, and that time will be the real crisis. Makamichi nodded his head to show that he agreed. Good. Modeo, Sacred Summer, will send 20 more saints and 100 SS Realm Exalted to go with you. You are the leader this time. So set out tomorrow, please. Chapter 154, The Strongest Saint, Adam's Defection. After thinking about it, Modeo still invited Xiao Yunjing out to give her a bit in person, lest she worry if she sends a message. Dao, just left and missed me again. Of course, thinking of you all the time, wanting to see you every second of the day. Before, I found these words meaty, dismissive, and disgusting, but now there's only one word for it. It smells so good. Xiao Yunjing gave him a mischievous blank look. Brother Dao, you're definitely up to something. I'm already mentally prepared. Modeo told him about his intention to support the Gui Empire, and Xiao Yunjing agreed without even thinking about it. Brother Dao, since the Imperial Master has said that nothing will happen to Sacred Summer at the moment, then you shouldn't worry about it and take care of things over there. On the following day, Mu Dao left the Taotai Asylum early, and the battleship engraved with the 2 ancient characters of Sacred Summer was waiting for him outside the Blockhead Asylum. He saw Bu Yuan Yen, and it felt good to see an acquaintance for the first time. Bu Yuan Yen and a SSS Realm Saint flew down. The other saint, which Mu Dao had also seen, when he explored the new interdimensional space. That is, the one where he obtained the Wu Bao. The spatial passageway was built by this saint and another saint. It's called the Air-Floating Saint. Uncle Bu, Elder Airfloat. Uncle Bu, you've broken through to Saint. Congratulations, Mac boy. That battle at the Xuanwu shelter gave me the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The Empty Float Saint then said, Modeo, now that you're the Commander-in-Chief, there's no need to be so polite. Let's set off now. Inside the battleship, there were 100 SS Realm Venerables and 20 SSS Realm Saints. They all sized up Modeo in unison. Seeing the legendary Modeo, although they felt that Modeo had some abilities, it was not as good as the legend, and they did not have as much respect in their hearts. Modeo also understood this. Fame is fame. Fame does not represent strength. Martial artists will always only honor the strong. Seniors, I'm fortunate to have the Imperial Master's eyes, but we all have the same purpose. So I don't want anyone to secretly act in a masculine manner. The Gui Empire, surrounded by the sea on all sides, the ferocious beasts of the sea vigorously besieged the Gui Empire, setting off a shocking wave. The ancient Egyptian Empire has been standing here for 1,000 years, and has its own strategy to deal with it, whether it's the man-made city, or the area below, all of which rises up 10,000 meters away, and the impact of the wave is not as bad. Only, the most terrifying thing wasn't the waves, but the ferocious beasts of the sea. 60 to 70,000 meters away from the waters of the Gui Empire, human warships stood in the air. Hundreds of warships representing the highest intelligence of mankind, each occupying a bearing. Hundreds of thousands, millions of Gui Empire martial artists converged right here. The sound was spectacular. However, nowadays, the sea was dyed in blood, and it was littered with the corpses of the ferocious beasts of the sea, and an incomparably stinky smell of blood spread throughout the air. The sea domain ferocious beasts were like endless. After months of fighting, the Gui Empire martial artists suffered heavy losses, although the ferocious beasts died more, but the number of both sides were far from being on the same level. Compared to the ferocious beasts, the number of human beings proudly procreated was ruthlessly crushed on the ground. One of the 10 divine agents, the defense goddess, was sneak attacked by the SS Realm Zune beast of the sea area a few days ago, and was swallowed by the ferocious beast. And what other agents, although they were highly gifted, didn't grow up completely. Shikshara stood on his head in the middle of the 9-headed serpent augur, gazing ahead, his eyes filled with deadly intent and his clothes stained with blood. Beside him, stood a towering man close to 3 meters, with thick hair and a ferocious look, but he's a great figure in the Gui Empire, known as the strongest saint. Adam, Sage Adam, do you think we can still hold out until Holy Summer and the Papal Court support us? It's hard, they're all struggling to protect themselves right now, and it's a fool's errand to try to support us. Clang. Suddenly, The ringing of the alert bell signaled another invasion of ferocious beasts from the sea. Shikshara cursed. Damn. There is no end to it. Right. Several seaside saint beasts appeared, their 500 to 600 meter-sized bodies churning the waves and raising waves thousands of meters high. And several saint emperors of the Gui Empire immediately greeted them. Immediately afterward, there were countless ferocious beasts of the sea that attacked the human martial artists. The sea domain ferocious beasts attacked more and more swiftly than once. More and more do not give humans a chance to catch their breath. At the beginning, a steady stream of martial artists were transported over, but after fighting for several months, the number of martial artists transported over became less and less, and their strength was also getting lower and lower. Countless people had a death wish, but if even they died, what would happen to the people guarding behind them? Kill, kill. More and more sea beasts escaped the first line of defense and surged towards the second line of defense. The martial artists in the second line of defense screamed, but they understood that the first line of defense was in a much more difficult situation right now. Humans are selfish, but at the same time, they are united. Deep in the space of the artificial city, the only 4 emperors of the Gui Empire stood here, their faces full of sorrow. The emperor is Ultron, the emperor is Guline, the emperor is Brahma Maharaja, and the emperor is Obsidian. Brahma Maharaja, can we only sit and wait for death? After a long time, a long, sighing saint rang out. Let's wait a little longer. If we really want to overthrow my Gui Empire, there's no point in us living. From this time onwards, all the broadcasts, videos within the ancient Egyptian empire simultaneously resounded with an announcement. Citizens, I am Brahma Maharaja. Perhaps it is really the most critical time now. Please look at the last people around you. Please embrace each other. Have one last good kiss with your loved ones. Perhaps none of us can have another tomorrow. Life does not survive, but the will lives on. Brahma Maharaja, a godlike figure in the gay empire. His words, negative, but with an otherworldly power. The deadening landscape became energized. Sometimes, after being caught up in the extreme fear of death for so long, it seems less frightening to actually face it. This time, the sea ferocious beast attack lasted for a long time, 10 days in a row, attacking the Gui Empire every day, and it was also the second largest in intensity in recent months. What made many people even more fearful was that the number 1 powerhouse of the sacred realm, Adam, was actually injured by a sacred beast. The Saint Realm, in the Gui Empire, was only the 8th rank, but after coming into contact with Saint Xia, they preferred the realm division of Saint. The number of sea domain saint beasts grew to over a dozen, and the high-end battle force was the one that could most affect the final result. And it was a bit scary that each Adam was actually injured, but the end result was good, and the last few saint beasts were about to be cut down to size, with the Saint Realm fierce beasts numbering fewer than the Gui Empire saints in this invasion. Just to everyone's surprise, Adam suddenly stormed into an attack, blasting his fist at the Shikshara beside him, and the lower half of the Shikshara's body instantly disappeared, his eyes full of unbelievable colors. Why? Adam is attacking him. That's someone he's also a mentor and a friend nah. Losing his life in disbelief, Adam then blasted a battleship with all his might and a gaping hole opened up. Everyone didn't react, but they knew that the strongest saint, Adam, had defected. Chapter 155, One Fist, 2 shots, direct destruction. Adam, what are you doing? The others go and stop him. We can't let him continue destroying battleships. Immediately, 4 or 5 Gui Empire saints stepped forward and blocked in front of Adam. Adam, why are you doing this? Adam's face gave a grim smile. Why am I doing this? 20 years, do you understand? 20 years. I've been stuck at the 8th rank for 20 years. For 20 years I couldn't go any further. I could only polish at this realm. My patience has run out. I want to go further. And there is nothing any of you can do about it. Only those who can. Don't stop me, or you'll all die. Adam, you're beyond redemption. Decapitate him with all your might. Because Adam destroys a battleship and creates a gap. A diversion is needed to come over to suppress the gap. And the situation becomes even more critical as multiple saints suppress Adam. Adam, you're doing great. A man with a bronze mask on his face appeared strangely, and behind him, there were 5 saint realms with treacherous auras. The sudden appearance of the person made the saint of the Gui Empire look like an enemy. Who are you? Adam, defecting to us is the best decision you've ever made in your life. Becoming a 9th Order Emperor, that's a very easy thing to do. Adam's eyes were on fire and he was completely lost in his power. Swinging his fists at his friend of over 10 years, Yuchi laughed out loud, his eyes showing coldness. It's just a death-defying counterattack. Adam hadn't fallen short of his title as the number 1 powerhouse of the sacred realm, and had definitely muddied the waters by fighting the sacred beasts of the seas before, fighting 3 or 4 saints back and forth. As an SSS-ranked space saint, Yuchi's battle power was definitely not low, and it was very easy to decapitate those weak saints. And the 5 saints he brought with him were also not bad in strength, and the feats and martial arts they performed were very bizarre and cold to the extreme. The crisis wasn't over yet. The battlefield see ferocious beasts that were about to end suddenly increased. The number of Saint Realm ferocious beasts increased by a dozen or so, hitting the Gui Empire martial practitioners with a rubbing of their hands. Could it be that the heavens are really going to kill my Gui Empire? A saint of the Gui Empire was about to be beheaded when a long spear with interwoven black and white patterns blocked in front of him. Who? The profound prison Saint Realm looked around vigilantly. The figure of Mu Dao appeared, and the bottom of his eyes was full of coldness. The abyssal prison wherever you are. A battleship engraved with the word Saint Summer appeared, and 20 saints and 100 SS exalted phases all appeared, each looking for an enemy to behead. It's Saint Summer. It's the support of Saint Summer. Decapitate this gang. Yuchi didn't expect that Medeo would actually come, but he thought that he was stronger than Profound Zun and that it would be easy to deal with him. However, right now, Mu Dao was a small matter. Overthrowing the Gui Empire was a big matter, and the district Mu Dao was not worth mentioning. The first person of the Saint Realm of the Gui Empire. Adam's arm veins rippled as he shook back several Saint Realms with one punch. Damn it, how could Saint Xia come to provide support? He had waited for so long, and seeing that the Pope's court and Sacred Summer had not come to support him, he chose to expose himself. Ah, piss me off, I'm going to tear you guys apart. Mu Dao's indifferent eyes looked at the abyssal prison saint in front of him without any nonsense. He wanted to forcefully behead this thief to revitalize the people. Makuto, be careful, he's SSS ranked strength. Makamichi looked over at the voice, and it was Shakti who alerted him. He smiled slightly. District Saint Realm, just behead it. He was able to repel Abyssal Zun when his chi blood value was over 10 billion cards. Now that he had picked up the remnants of the Abyssal Prison Emperor Realm to grow his chi blood by 20 billion cards, decapitating the Abyssal Prison Sacred Realm should be very easy, and it was unlikely that this person would be stronger than Abyssal Zun. Arrogant, do you really think you're a god? The Profound Prison Saint Realm is incomparably angry. What do you mean by a mere saint? Beheading it, really thinking that the Saint Realm is a cabbage. His body uniquely displayed a rich saint chi and blood, and saint power surged, transforming into a blood-colored bizarre greatsword. Divine punishment, blood destruction. With a wave of his big hand, the space in the air above was torn apart, and a large, blood-colored blade that was tens of meters in length chopped at Mudeo in unison. Mudeo sneered. Little Doyle. Silent gun scripture. This was still the first time that dark evil had struck out after the birth of the gun spirit, and it was really less powerful. One shot. Heaven and earth were shocked, and all things fell. The 3 annihilating spear shadows chopped at the abyssal prison saint. And as the abyssal prison saint stared in surprise, the first spear shadow destroyed his attack, and the second spear shadow pierced through space and came straight at him, resisting the second gunshot shadow with all his might. He was unable to resist the third gunshot shadow, and his entire body was blown into a bloody mist. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value plus 1.1 billion. Martial skill experience value plus 2.1 billion. Saint energy plus 1. Saint essence blood plus 1. The Shakti's words that had just reached his mouth did not come out. His eyes were filled with shock. Mudeo really killed the Saint Realm instantly with SS Realm strength. No, Mudeo should be in the Saint Realm. He's just hiding his strength. Adam had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. An abyssal prison Saint Realm was so easily decapitated by Mudeo. A tyrannical feeling arose in his heart. Saint Xia's assistance had made the number of strong people much higher. And if they continued, the ones who would lose would only be them. The kid in front of him had to be killed. Because of that statement he disliked very much, being even more wild than him and with such an unbelievable battle power. He had to be killed. He gave up the fight and came straight for Makoto. Mudeo saw Adam attacking and turned his gun. Another human traitor. Beheading is. Humph. Saint Xia brat, don't compare me to that mole. I'm the strongest Saint Realm. All mole under the Emperor Realm will not be my opponent. Oh, is that so? I hope I won't be disappointed. Barbarian elephant treading heaven. A barbarian elephant shadow emerged behind Adam. His arm surfaced with dark golden lines. A fist blasted out, and the barbarian elephant roared. Big Sun heavy fist. Mu Dao similarly blasted out a fist, and the two of their fists blasted against each other, and an incomparably powerful impact of airwaves occurred instantly. Makoto didn't take a step back, and Adam's entire body retreated hundreds of meters. That's impossible. Mudeo was also a bit shocked at his own strength. The person in front of him was a human traitor, but his breath was extremely unimpressive, and he was still a bit strong. However, he was fearless. It might have been a bit of an exaggeration to say that he had slaughtered saints like dogs before, but now, he could definitely do so. It just takes a little longer against an opponent like Adam. The abyssal prison saint realm that he had killed was too weak to be compared to Adam. Silent gun scripture. Faced with such a powerful attack, Adam's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Impossible. It must be an illusion. The barbarian god descends. His 3-meter tall body quickly grew larger, turning into a 6 or 7 meter giant. His entire body turning a dark golden color, really looking like a savage giant with a vicious and brutal appearance. A fist that was even thicker than Mu Dao's body, with a golden barrier attached to its surface, blasted out with all its might. A savage elephant roar came out, resounding through the heavens and earth. After receiving 2 gunshots hard, the third one stabbed his body and made a violent explosion in the air. Seeing this, Mu Dao chopped out another shot. Crime and punishment gun sutra. A shot went through Adam's chest and blood rained in the air. The number 1 person in the Saint realm of the Gui Empire was destroyed by Mu Dao with 1 punch and 2 shots. Mu Dao was also a bit surprised, but once he thought about it, he understood the reason. In front of him, Adam's proudest defense was unbearable. If it was anyone else, it might take some effort. Many people were greatly shocked. They had a deep understanding of what kind of person Adam was, yet he was forcefully beheaded by Mu Dao. Mu Dao didn't know what the others were thinking. He now fixed his gaze on one person. I wonder how many attacks you can receive from me. Chapter 156, When I come, thou shalt perish. Yuchi naturally also noticed Mu Dao decapitating Adam, and his eyes under the bronze mask were filled with anger. Damn! What a loser! The so-called strongest saint realm had some ability in his eyes. At least he couldn't be beheaded so easily. What a monster! Growing at such a rapid rate. If we let him continue, no one will be able to contain him. It so happened that Makamichi also looked at him, and their eyes met. You're a bit more powerful than that Yuan Zun. Don't compare me to Zun Yuan. He's a waste. Anger arose in the bottom of Mu Dao's heart. Zun Yuan was relying on his martial talent to grow to that kind of level. This was a disguised way of scolding him. In my eyes, you're trash too. You seek death. The two of them moved away from this sea and went to a sea 10,000 meters away. Yuchi's entire body erupted with powerful Saint Chi and blood, and spatial power surged out, covering a large area and enveloping Mu Dao within. Empty punishment. In his world, he is the master, and space is at his disposal. A pillar of chi and blood light coalesced and grew out from the 4 sides of the Mu Dao, surrounding a cage as the spatial forces quickly connected together, launching with a roar and appearing as a strangulation force. Makoto was in the center, frowning slightly, and couldn't help but lament. Worthy of being a space saint, this kind of tactic is truly a masterstroke. Using the principle of interdimensional space collapse to personally create the destructive power of space collapse. However, the power of a SSS realm saint performing this move is a bit weak. Extreme Dharma body. His entire body turned the color of red gold, and hegemonic lines spread all over his body. His entire body was like a true god of the flood, eternal and indestructible. The spatial collapse force strangled at his body, and this strangulation force was still growing. The color of madness surfaced in Yuchi's eyes. Die, die for me. After the extreme spatial collapse strangled, Yuchi waved his big hand. The collapse quickly stopped, and several huge pillars compressed together at a weird speed, forming a 10-meter-sized gray ball of light. The gray ball of light was still shrinking, 9 meters, 8 meters, until it was 3 meters in size. Ha ha, it's nothing more than that. Yuchi laughed loudly and recklessly. Now all it took was a thought from him and the orb of light would coalesce into a point where it was impossible for Mu Dao to survive. Remember, don't be so wild in your next life. Gather. The gray ball of light did not shrink as he expected, and was resisted by a force that manifested itself by gradually cracking, bursting into blazing golden light and exploding with a loud bang. The powerful force of the impact scattered in all directions, causing a large area of the sea to form a brief vacuum area into which the seawater could not pour. Yuchi was shaken back thousands of meters by this impact, spitting out blood in his mouth, his eyes filled with unbelief, only to see Mu Dao, standing in front of him like a nobody, coldly looking at him. The power of this move is very good, but unfortunately, you're still almost on fire. I don't believe it. You can't be uninjured. Yuchi suddenly realized a problem. It wasn't that Mu Dao wasn't injured, but that his injuries were healing at a speed he couldn't comprehend. You're just not human. I'm going to kill you. Several 100-meter space daggers chopped at Mu Dao in unison. Mu Dao hummed lightly. It's about time for me to attack. Big day heavy fist. Crime and punishment gun sutra. A punch and a shot, instantly destroying Yuchi's attack. He operated the extreme thunder at hand and ghostly appeared behind Yuchi. Silent gun scripture. When a gun falls, everything falls. Yuchi was busy making resistance, but the power of this shot would get stronger and stronger. The second shot shadow was stronger than the first, and the third shot shadow was stronger than the second. After blocking the first 2 gun shadows, The power of the third gun shadow shocked him, and the bronze mask was destroyed, revealing a very ordinary face that was incredibly pale. This is impossible. How can a District SS Realm Exalt be so strong? You truly are the greatest disaster for my abyssal prison. Makoto, you will die a horrible death. For sure. Not good. He's going to escape. Last time, Zun Yuan also escaped with this kind of bizarre means. He couldn't let Yuchi escape again. He stabbed out a shot with all his might, but it was of no use, and Yuchi laughed madly. Modeo, you can't kill me. You'll die. You'll die miserably. Ha ha. Just as Yuchi's figure completely dissipated, Mudao saw an eyeball that looked at him as if it was looking at him through a very distant space, causing him to shudder and not dare to look at it at all. Having repeatedly jeopardized my major events, when I descend, it will be the time of your destruction. He didn't feel alive until the gaze had completely disappeared and he gasped for air. Who, is that the mixed Luo life? Pinching me to death is easier than pinching an ant. Can this kind of existence really be defeated? For the first time, Modeo was skeptical about whether they could achieve victory, and it was the first time he felt this way when just a single glance at him left him without the courage to fight. Even when facing an Imperial Master, he didn't have this kind of feeling, and for a while, Mudao's thoughts were a bit confused. No, it must not be like this. It must be under some restriction right now. I still have a chance to break through the Emperor realm. He then flew towards the battlefield. The only way to feel safe was to grow in strength. With his current strength, slaughtering those Saint Realm Sea ferocious beasts wasn't too difficult. It was basically a matter of one shot and one punch. Facing those low-rank sea ferocious beasts, a single punch would be enough to wipe out hundreds or thousands. Without Adam and Yuki, the balance of victory tilted toward the human side. To one's surprise, the support from the Pope's court also arrived at this time, with a dozen sacred realms and dozens of SS Realm Exalted joining the battlefield, instantly relieving a lot of pressure. Makoto saw Los and realized that Los had turned into SSS Realm Strength, which surprised him a bit. This kind of strength increase was definitely not through conventional means. However, with Los's status and position, some opportunities were originally reserved for him and could be acquired at a certain time. This tide of sea beasts, which had nearly destroyed the first line of defense of the Gui Empire, was completely cleared after a day. Mudao had beheaded 13 Saint Realm ferocious beasts and 1 Saint Realm human. Adam, averaging 1 billion chi blood value ahead. That was 13 billion cards. There were a large number of SS Realm Zun beasts, S Realm Emperor beasts, and the number of ferocious beasts of other grades was even more terrifying. His chi and blood had increased by nearly 20 billion calories, and he was not far away from SS plus level strength. Now he could basically be invincible in the Saint Realm, but if he were to face many enemies at the same time like Yuchi and Yuan Zun, he would still be in some danger. When he breaks through the SSS realm, no matter how many Saint Realms besiege him together, they will not be his match, and he should be able to fight against a weaker Emperor realm. Makoto, now if we were to fight again, you shouldn't be my opponent. No, you'll lose worse. Chapter 157, Chopping Up the 10 Seas, Divine Pillar of Xinhua. No, you'll lose worse. Los came to Makamichi's side, his light golden eyes staring at Makamichi, half a head taller than Makamichi, trying to gain an advantage from his height. Makoto was undaunted by the look. Los, want to fight? Ha ha, Makoto. I'm just kidding. If you want to fight it's afterward. Now is not the right time to fight. The Gui Empire, the previous commander-in-chief, Adam, mutinied and was decapitated by Modeo. For the time being, it could only be commanded by another Saint Realm powerhouse, Puffy David. Thanks to the assistance of the Pope's court and Sacred Summer, without you, this battle would have been enough to bring my Gui Empire to the point of no return. All of you will surely be treated well when you return with me to the artificial city. Looking at the respectful Saint David in front of him, Modeo had some feelings. A weak country has no dignity. The truth is always within the range of canons. A holy man is respectful. This represents his attitude, afraid that the Holy Summer and the Pope's court will withdraw their troops. In that case, it will be a real disaster. Saint David, there's no need to be so polite. We all understand the reasoning behind the death of lips and teeth. Since I, Saint Xia, chose to aid the ancient Egyptian Empire, I must have been sincere, and would not harbor any other thoughts towards the ancient Egyptian Empire at a time like this. Just enter the city and enjoy it. I have a suggestion. You have always been on the defensive and never thought of taking the initiative to attack. This time when we are victorious in the beast tide, it will be a blow to the sea ferocious beasts. We cannot let them have a chance to catch their breath. So, I suggest an active attack. 20 saints and 100 SS Realm Exalted of my Sacred Summer will pursue the western region's ferocious beasts, and the Gui Empire can just send a battleship force to support them. The Papal Court. responsible for suppressing the ferocious beasts of the southern seas. How about the Gui Empire? On the other hand, suppressing the ferocious beasts of the northern seas? The papal court has no objection. Fister David nodded. Sage Shepherd Dao. What should we do about the eastern region then? In Puffy David's eyes, he had already treated Makoto as a Saint Realm strength. The eastern region, on the other hand, will be guarded by me alone, pursued, overthrown, and any sea ferocious beasts encountered. All of them will be decapitated, leaving no one behind. Sage Shepherd, isn't this too dangerous? There's no need to worry about me. So after you've repaired, let's start moving. We can't let the ferocious beasts have a chance to catch their breath. Roar. Suddenly, the head of the nine-headed serpent Xiao roared angrily and crawled from the sea to the top of the battleship, its huge body coming to the front of the crowd, and one of the heads in the center of it slowly crept and landed in front of Madeo. You mean, let me stand up there and take you to kill the ferocious beasts? The nine-headed serpent Xiao wasn't an ordinary ferocious beast either, at least not a mortal amongst the native ferocious beasts of the Blue Star anymore, and if he didn't remember wrongly, the owner of the nine-headed serpent Xiao was Shikshara. Saint Mu, my ancient Egyptian empire's divine agent Shikshara was killed by a sneak attack by the traitor Adam. The nine-headed serpent Xiao is psychic. You killed Adam, and from today onwards, the nine-headed serpent Xiao will be your loyal companion, so I hope that Saint Mu treats it well. Madeo was a bit dumbfounded. This was picking up the Gui Empire's protectorate divine beast for nothing. Nine-headed serpent Xiao, follow me and I won't let you down. Afterward, Mu Dao flew above the middle head of the nine-headed serpent Xiao and sped towards the eastern sea. All the way wildly, towards the eastern sea sped 40,000 to 50,000 meters or so. Here has begun to hover numerous low-ranking sea ferocious beasts. Mu Dao see, what he said will certainly be done. Where to go? Where to kill? A radius of 200,000 meters of the sea. Are his hunting, guarding the area. With his current strength to perform the perfect level of extreme thunder at hand, 200,000 meters distance is only a few moments and a few breaths of things. The nine-headed serpent Xiao display was also incomparably valiant, probably with S+ rank strength, and its extreme battle power could decimate SS realm sea beasts. In this state, Mudeo and the nine-headed serpent Xiao had killed for a day and a night, and the strongest sea ferocious beasts were only SS realm Zun beasts, which were just a send-off existence. Dark evil was born after the gun spirit, beheading ferocious beasts. It will automatically absorb the essence of the blood of ferocious beasts, and constantly grow their own body. Before the metamorphosis also have this ability, but now is to appear more domineering. The depths of the sea, 100,000 meters deep into the ground. This area, basically no life exists. A dark, silent, a bright blood-colored lantern-like light appeared, and upon closer inspection, this blood-colored lantern had horizontal pupils that would trigger a tsunami when it breathed in and out. The huge figure surged towards the top of the sea and soon, it revealed itself. It was a 600-meter-long octopus beast emperor, with 8 huge, sucker-length tentacles exposed to the surface of the sea, all of which were covered with sharp barbs until the body was completely exposed, and the whole body was covered with green mucus, and a large eye stood in the very center of the body, rotating non-stop and watching the surrounding area. An eerie sound frequency emanated out, and soon, the waters were completely boiling. A dozen or so seaside sacred beasts appeared, bringing hundreds of thousands of seaside fierce beasts with them, scattering with various regions and heading towards the Gui Empire. In a row past 5 days' time, Shepherd rode to behead the diameter of 200,000 meters all the way forward. A day forward 20,000 meters all. Holy beast beheading 2. Chi blood in crazy progress. Nearly 7 billion chi blood to the account. Growing 7 to 8 billion calories of chi and blood in 5 days. In 2 weeks at most, he would be able to reach 72 billion calories of chi and break through the SS+ rank, successfully advancing towards the SSS Saint realm, an existence that was purely invincible under the Emperor realm. On this day, he found an abnormality. A dark and heavy patch in the distance. Waves up to 1,000 meters high appeared. The beast tide was coming again. This was not wanting to give the Gui Empire a chance to take a breather off. At this speed, it would take at most a few days to arrive at the first line of defense of the Gui Empire and start the war again. Mu Dao raised the dark evil high. The corners of his eyes filled with a cold smile. His eyes turned golden, and his strong light golden chi and blood surged. Silent gun scripture. Lifting one to the other. The form of the silent gun scripture's attack shifted, turning into hundreds of tiny gun shadows. With a monstrous sound and definitely not small in power. Boom like that 1,000-meter wave. The wailing resounded. Big Sun heavy fist. Silent gun scripture. Crime and punishment gun sutra. Constantly instantaneously moving. constantly executing great moves, not letting a single sea domain fierce beast step out of the area he was guarding and overthrowing. Inside the artificial city, a water screen appeared before the eyes of the 4 emperor realms, revealing the figure of Mu Dao, and to their eyes was the image of Mu Dao going on a killing spree. A few emperors were silent, their eyes glittering. After a long time, Brahmadishur said, "The sacred summer is truly a magical kingdom with undiminished national fortunes, whether it was 1,000 years ago or now. In every era, there will always be a divine pillar-like figure that appears to subdue the country. This sun, the first person since the beginning of time. However, before and after is a mystery. Can't see it, can't feel it, don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." The other 3 emperors were a bit alarmed. The Brahmadishur's ability, but he could tell something different, whether it was the past or the future. His assessment, absolutely spot on. Chapter 158, Red Moon Base City overthrown. Kill, kill, kill. The river poured over. The waves of the sea receded. Mac Dao was completely killing mad. In his world, there was only killing. To say that his current state was more beastly than a wild beast, his eyes did not have an ounce of emotion. They were covered in blood. The 9-headed snake Zhao couldn't withstand such a high-intensity battle, and was seriously injured, with several pieces of flesh and blood being torn off, and white bones visible inside. 9 heads, you go and rest for a moment, so leave this place to me. Madeo appeared to be indulging in killing, but he had long since gotten used to this state of fighting, and it didn't affect him, fully operating the extreme Dao Dharma body, the Dao scripture, and the Wu Yuan Emperor scripture. His light golden chi and blood transformed into 100 feet of chi and blood golden dragon hovering over him, and his entire body was covered in Dao patterns. This state was his strongest fighting state. A 200-meter golden fist blasted out, evaporating 1,000 tons of seawater, along with the remnants of the blood and flesh of many ferocious beasts. The same was true for the other 3 directions. There were many ferocious beasts in the sea, but after the sacred summer and the Pope's court experts killed them, most of the ferocious beasts that rushed out of the defense line were weak ferocious beasts, and the impact they caused on the rear would be much smaller. Bu Yuanyan and Empty Float Saint, both of them were space power saints. Their battle prowess was extremely uncommon, and they normally wouldn't be their opponents at the same rank. But the 2 were a bit worried about Makudo. With this level of intensive attack, it was difficult for one person to take care of every aspect. Everyone, chop with all your might. The papal court, too, had been engaged in a continuous war with the ferocious beasts that had lasted for several months, and the situation wasn't too good, and sending a dozen Saint realms and nearly 100 Zun realms to support the Gui Empire was already the best they could do. The Pope's court layout is somewhat similar to St. Summers, though they don't call it a sanctuary, they call it a base city. The Red Moon Base City, a base city in the middle level of the papal court against the ferocious beasts, had been in a balance and was fairly safe, but today's battle was extremely different. The ferocious beast army was besieging Red Moon Base City with all its might, and Red Moon Base City was also sure of its ability to deal with this beast tide, or else, it wouldn't have risked its life to support the Gui Empire. The battle was in full swing, but at the critical moment, within the Red Moon Base City, a dozen SS Realm Zun beasts suddenly appeared, as well as a SSS Realm Sacred Beast, which was undoubtedly a heavenly crisis for the Red Moon Base City. In a short period of time, it caused great destruction, countless deaths and injuries, and the wailing and roaring resounded throughout the base city. Countless people hissed in despair, questioning where their guardian gods had gone, but they were greeted by the sharp claws and fangs of ferocious beasts, collapsed houses, and cracked ground. Outside the battlefield, the Red Moon Base City sovereign didn't even have time to think about why so many powerful ferocious beasts had suddenly appeared in the shelter. One could only quickly send people to the base city to solve these ferocious beasts. Above the Red Moon Asylum, Abyssal Zun was followed by 10 Abyssal Prison Saints. The eyes under the mask did not have a single fluctuation. In the face of the constantly dying humans, their hearts could not give birth to any of the kind of fear that they felt when faced with the death of their own kind. The feeling of sadness. Seeing the Red Moon Base City martial artists who had come to support him, Zun Yuan let out a cold smile. Stop them, sacred beasts of Turing. Kill as many as you like and have fun. These humans will not affect your desires. The Turing Saint, was that SSS Realm Saint Beast? The eyes of the martial artist who came forward were red. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys really deserve to die. However, suddenly, the 2 SS Realm exalted in the group stormed out and attacked, catching them off guard. Ha ha, kill me, leave no one behind. Receiving the message sent from those martial artists before they died, the Red Moon Base City sovereign was shocked and his face showed sadness. Hurry up and call for help. Hurry up and call for help. I'm a sinner for the ages. You all deserve to die. I'm going to kill you all. Within the Red Moon Base City, A steady stream of ordinary ferocious beasts gushed out from the ground. Tens of millions of human beings, in less than 2 hours, were wiped out. The shelters laid out in advance were also discovered by ferocious beasts under the leadership of those who were traitors. And tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of human beings could only be reduced to the ferocious beasts' rations. With internal and external attacks, a base city with a population of 10 million people was destroyed like this, and in just 2 hours, a base city with human underpinnings was destroyed. The cruelty of war. The cruelty between races is revealed at this moment. Looking down from a high altitude, densely packed ferocious beasts climbed up the tall buildings of the base city, and the holy beasts that were several hundred meters tall were in the middle, roaring up to the sky. Red Moon Shelter, completely destroyed, was the first human base city to be destroyed since the large-scale war between humans and the Fierce Beast War, and was also the worst death since the humans stood their ground. After the other base cities of the Pope Escort learned the news, the strongest people rushed here without stopping, and when they arrived and saw the scene in front of them, the hatred of many Saint Realm, SS Realm venerable masters surged up to their brains, and there was only one idea in their hearts: to kill this group. However, they had underestimated the cunning of the ferocious beasts, and the weak ferocious beasts were not afraid to attack them as if they were not afraid to die, consuming their chi and blood. They ended up being attacked by the abyssal prison saints, the fierce beasts' sacred realm swarms, and could only be reduced to blood food for the fierce beasts. The profound sovereign looked at this scene. The corners of his eyes flickered with a different color. Pleasure was born in his heart. He liked this kind of image. Ha ha, the red moon is overthrown. Next, then choose shining sun. Boom, boom. Mu Dao's body erupted with powerful chi and blood. His strength finally reached SS plus grade. In 10 days' time, he had grown more than 10 billion calories of chi and blood, and had successfully reached SS plus grade strength. The 10-direction sea had turned into a dead sea, without the slightest bit of life vitality, and corpses floated on the surface of the sea, emitting an unpleasant odor. He kind of hated images like this. He didn't like dead air, but there was no way around it. It is estimated that for a period of time, the sea ferocious beasts should not launch another attack of this scale against the Gui Empire. When I repair for a few days, I'll come and continue killing, and I definitely won't stop until I've killed an SSS rank saint. 9 heads. Let's go back. At the first line of defense, Bu Yuan Yen, the empty float sage, was already waiting for him. Sage Mac, Sage Los, I, the god of ancient Brahma the Great, have asked me to tell you both that you may go and see him when you have finished this battle. Los had a very wrong look on his face at the moment. Saint David, I have to leave the Gui Empire. Our papal court, a base city of 10 million people, was destroyed. Sorry, can't continue to support the Gui Empire. What? All the people were greatly alarmed. 10 million people base city destroyed. This is not good news. Mu Dao heart born a tyrannical intention. Surely with the abyssal prison cannot be unrelated. Abyssal Zune must be over there. 10 million humans say extinguished. Is really so dehumanized? Honored Abyss, be a good boy and wash your neck and wait for me. Los, we'll go to the Brahma Maharishi first, and afterward I'll follow you to the papal court. Los mused for a moment. Makuto, thanks. He knew how powerful Madeo was. One person could stop an army on one side. It was so easy to overthrow saints, and he was definitely a great helper. Chapter 159, Brahma's Great World. Retracing past memories. Inside the artificial city, Modeo, Los, and a group of Saint Realm martial artists entered inside the Divine Statue Hall. The Idol Hall building was extremely splendid, carved with statues of various faith gods, the lines enacting their stories, golden and extremely brilliant. It was still the first time for Madeo to come here, and they were not qualified to come here in the last Blue Star Heavens Pride competition. For his part, Los wasn't in the mood for a bit of appreciation, and all he and the group of Saint Realms in the Pope's court wanted right now was to hurry back to the Pope's court. They just took their seats. The most front of the hall, space a distortion, appeared a white hair like a waterfall, beard as dense as snow old man. The old man is very old, has entered the twilight of the dead, but incomparably gentle. Cloudy eyes are full of a kind of magic, seems to be able to see through everything in the world. Gentlemen, I am Brahma Daishur. I am very thankful for your support to my Gui Empire, and to show my gratitude to you, in addition to the things you need that my Gui Empire will satisfy in the extreme, I will also give you all a sum of cultivation resources. Guys, please, Los, Macdao, the two of you stay behind, and for the others, I, the Gui Empire, have prepared a sumptuous meal for you. In the end, there were only 3 people in the entire splendid hall, namely Makuto, Los, and Brahma Daishur. Both of you, if you have anything you want to ask, you can speak with me, and I can speculate on some of the causes and effects related to you. Los stood up and said respectfully, Great World God of Brahma, Is there a crisis of overthrow in our church's court? Hey, it's hard to say. The entire blue star is in a fog. My ability is limited. I can't see through it. I can't guess. However, one thing I can be sure of is that Blue Star will not have an overthrow crisis. Los, for this disaster in the papal court, I, the GUI Empire, will make up for the immediate decline as soon as possible and draw out strength to reinforce the papal court. Brahma, great world god, why doesn't a being like you make a move? If my Pope's court divine court elder had made a move, the Red Moon base city wouldn't have been wiped out, and 20 million living beings wouldn't have died. Why? Los's eyes were bloodshot and his emotions were so out of control he practically yelled. Mudeo could understand. If he had encountered the same thing, he might have gone even more crazy, but he knew the reason for it, and an emperor's strike would probably cause the human race to be overthrown even faster. Even if they didn't overthrow the humans, that would still cause them to suffer greater losses, and it was presumed that this time, they wanted to give the human emperors a warning that if they didn't listen to the warnings of the mixed Luo beings, the human race would end up in a much more serious situation. Los, forgive me for not being able to oblige you on this one. It's not that we don't want to make a move. We just can't. You can only rely on you. On the entire human martial artists other than the Emperor realm. And the fierce beast Emperor realm won't be directly involved in the war with the humans. You just need to understand that all of us must abide by the rules. Unless you have the ability to break the rules. When Los saw this and wanted to ask something else, Makoto let out a cold snort. Los, this is the end of the line. The great world god of Brahma has made it very clear that the only thing that breaks everything is strength. Understand? Los pushed down his violent anger. I was rude just now. I'll go out and catch my breath. After Los left, there were only two people in the god's ambassador hall, Makoto and Brahmadishar. Mudeo, whatever you want to know, I will spare no effort to answer for you. Makamichi did want to ask a question, and when this question was clarified, he would be able to fulfill a wish. Elder Ashii, I would like to ask if it is true that my real parents are dead? Mudeo, I can retrace a memory for you, but what you can see, it all depends on your chance and fortune. I can't guarantee it. Then thank you, Elder Ashii. A white light emerged from the Brahmadishar's brow. His entire body seemed real. The white light completely enveloped Makoto. His body began to slumber. His consciousness incomparably clear. After a moment of image distortion, he saw himself as he was when he was 10 years old. At that time, his body was incomparably poor. Being stripped of his bones back then had already damaged his foundation, and it was a luxury to be able to survive, let alone have a robust body. Time continued to move forward. 9 years old, 8 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old, 5 years old, 4 years old, and frames of images he couldn't remember surfaced in his mind, until the memories go back to the age of 1. These memories, all of them, are memories sealed in the depths of the mind. Everyone has them. It's just that no one can remember the memories from before the age of 4. Not that it disappears, but that it is hidden in the depths of our brain, unable to be recalled, and dies out completely with one's death. The retrospective power of Brahma Maharaja is to help him recall the sealed memories. Just seeing the image of a year-old, the retrospective power seemed to have reached its limit, constantly distorting and seeing intermittent images until he saw the image of his chaos bone being stripped away. A tyrannical feeling arose in the bottom of Mudeo's heart. Pain. The feeling of pain into the soul surged into his heart once again. Soon, I'm close to seeing who my real parents are. The memory image moved forward again, and Makamichi saw himself being held in the arms of an ordinary man and woman, looking at him with a face full of doting, stroking his little face in incomparable happiness. It was a perfect picture, but it was ruined by those black-robed masked men. Until his parents died, they tried to protect him, but those people crushed his parents' heads alive and took him by force. Zun Yuan didn't lie to me. But you should never have killed them with such cruelty. Makamichi wanted to see some more images forward, but the flashback power reached its limit and disappeared, returning him to the real world. The bottom of his eyes, long ago, were covered with tears. The Brahma great world god, obviously consumed quite a bit, and his deathly aura became even more severe. Little friend Mudeo, I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks to the great world god, not only was Brahmadishar consuming a lot, Makdao's consumption wasn't small either. He was now feeling incomparably uncomfortable in his heart in addition to his head being groggy, and he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Yuan Zuan, you're the first human I've come to this world that I want to be impatient to behead, and the imperial minister at the time was not as good as a single finger of yours. Afterward, Mu Dao quickly left the divine hall and returned to the lodging that the Gui Empire had arranged for him, sent a message to Bu Yuan Yen, and then completely passed out. In the unknown space of the divine temple, the pale cheeks of the Brahmadishar were filled with a look of incomprehension. He had consumed so much, And for one thing, it was indeed to thank Madeo for trying to settle a wish for him. The other aspect was to explore why Makoto was so powerful and what secrets he had. Unfortunately, the flashbacks that almost wasted his old life didn't yield any bit of recollection of why Makoto had become so powerful. Either that or Makoto was just an ordinary person at this stage, but that was obviously impossible. Makoto was so uncommon that he should have shown his uncommonness as a child. What he wanted to see seemed to be erased as if by something. Chapter 160, Downgrade Talent. Transforming 3 Bodies, Revision. On the following day, Madeo woke up early, and not the slightest bit of yesterday's unpleasantness showed on his face. He remembered the actions of the Brahma Daishonin yesterday, and there was some fear in his heart, but he believed in the system, and he also wanted to know that memory. It was something he had to know. Now that the result is known, there is no more attachment to this matter in my heart, and I have settled a wish. Killed a profound dignity and counted as returning a favor to the predecessor. Uncle Boo, Empyrean Floating Saint, I'll need you to take care of the next matter. I'm going to make a trip to the Pope's court. Los, let's go. Roar. The 9-headed serpent Zhao appeared, a humanized reluctance showing in its eyes as it lowered its head and rubbed against Madeo. Madeo gently stroked it up. 9 heads, cultivate well, and the next time we meet again, we can see you become even stronger. Los looked at Madeo, and the two of them flew together onto a battleship, which surged into the sky like a meteor, heading in the direction of the Pope's court. The other papal court powerhouses who had come to support the Gui Empire, they did not follow Los back with them. Traveling to the Pope's court would take the better part of a month. Still the result of the battleship moving at extreme speed. Los didn't talk much, and the two didn't talk much during the drive, making small talk now and then. Mu Dao had nothing to do and only now remembered picking up that talent of Zhang Fan's. Altered life sharing. This talent was perverted to the core. It was still a universe-level talent. Desolation could incarnate another person, the two of them having different characters and different personalities. This kind of talent was estimated to be an extremely powerful kind amongst the universe-level talents. If the universe level is this powerful, if it's above the universe level, how powerful in existence should a Dao-level talent be? I've picked up numerous martial arts talents now, and sharing this martial arts talent among the foreign beings should be of great benefit to me. System, with alienation symbiosis as the main focus, melting the Dao-level talent. Time passed by, and it had been a long time since Makoto had felt this sense of anticipation. 10 minutes later, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host has successfully melted the Dao-level talent, and has transformed into 3 bodies. Note, the host can own a sliver of his soul, a martial talent, and consume chi and blood to condense 2 bodies. The 2 bodies can have their own personalities or be directly controlled by the host's consciousness, and the host can always melt the ectoplasmic body into itself again. So it is recommended to the host that the 2 incarnations be melted when they have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, there won't be much of an enhancement effect. System, are there any disadvantages to this talent? Ding! This talent has a flaw. If the incarnation dies, the host will also be injured. The restrictions will also be very strong. There is a limit to the number of times it can be used. After 3 times, it can no longer be used. Ha, great! It's actually so anticlimactic. 3 times or not 3 times the number of times of use Makoto does not care. Anyway, in the future this talent level will be raised. Can be used more and more times. 3 times, enough for him to use in the Blue Star. But the current situation wasn't quite right for him to melt the other 2 bodies, lest it be unsafe. Half a month passed, and the 2 of them, Los and Madeo, finally arrived at a base city of the Pope's court, the Shining Sun base city, which was also suffering from the powerful attacks of the ferocious beasts in the past few days. The 2-man battleship traveled through the air and suffered attacks from many flying ferocious beasts. Mu Dao flew out of the battleship and used strong means to exterminate these flying ferocious beasts. Entering the Shoryuken base city, Los led Makadu into the Shoryuken base city Juggernaut area. The destruction of the Red Moon base city had given the papal court an alarm, and it was necessary to leave some strong people inside, or else if the interior was breached and attacked from the inside and outside, it was truly powerless to return to the heavens. When the Shining Sun base city sovereign saw Los, he respectfully said, "Greetings to Godson Los. Shoyuri, there's no need to be so polite. I've long since learned that the recent beast-tide attack on the Shoyuri base city was extremely severe. The Red Moon has already been overthrown, and Shoyuri mustn't be in any danger. Also, gather all the exalted and saints. I have something important to arrange." The reason for doing so is the requirement of the pastoral word. Makdao told Los that he was sure to pick out the traitors, the human traitors. Not long after, more than 36 saint realms and more than 200 SS realm reverends gathered in the Juggernaut region. System, scan these people. Soon, the system finished scanning, and Mu Dao straight away called out good guy. There were 4 among the Saint Realm, and 8 among the Venerable. All of them were from the abyssal prison. Mu Dao gave Los a look and suddenly attacked these people for their treacherous outbursts. All of them were startled and immediately looked at Madeo warily, wanting to attack Madeo, but they were stopped by Los. After settling these traitors, Madeo transmitted his voice to Los. Los, next I'm going to check out the Red Moon Shelter City Center to see how things are going there. Don't worry about me, I've got it covered. On the way to Red Moon Base City, Mu Dao found a safe location to coalesce his avatar first. System, melt 2 universe-level talents and 2 universe-level Dharma doors, and inject them in immediately after I finish condensing my incarnation. Why didn't they melt Dao-level talents? Dao-level feats? Because they couldn't go beyond the limitations of incarnating in 3 bodies. After making sure it was safe, Mu Dao followed the cohesion method of the Dao-level talent body transformation 3 bodies. First of all, he had to tear out 2 strands of soul power. The process of tearing was painful, much more painful than the physical damage, and there was no such talk as numbness from the pain. For a full 2 hours, Mu Dao's lips turned white, and he was certain that this pain, difficulty, was even more difficult than the 30 days of vicious beasts that he had continuously and incessantly beheaded. Everything is difficult to start. The 2 soul forces tore out, and his appearance can be seen vaguely. He forced out his 2 drops of essence blood and integrated it into the heart area, and finally the monstrous light golden chi and blood surged into it, and the living and breathing 2 bodies began to appear. The system. Now, at a certain moment, Mu Dao looked at the 2 incarnations in front of him that looked incomparably similar to him, but had cold eyes and cold faces, and laughed. There was only one thought in their minds: the only thing to do was to become stronger. There were no other extra thoughts. This was a decision he had made after considering it, letting the avatars have only one thought. His aim was to let the avatars improve their strength, and finally for himself to condense and grow in strength. It's a lot of work to make the incarnation have a will of its own. The 2 avatars should currently have S-class strength, stronger than an ordinary S-class martial artist, and Mu Dao had also injected the 2 avatars with memories of stance, attacking martial techniques, and defensive martial techniques at the heavenly level. Not gun skills, but knife and sword skills. Aside from the lack of colorful temperament, they are also just like real people. Finally, Madeo took out 2 masks and had the 2 incarnations put them on, which, now, looked much smoother. Next, it's time to go to the slaughterhouse. And it's time for the ferocious beasts of Red Moon Base City to pay for their blood. Chapter 161, Beheading the Abyssal Monarch. Mu Dao did not intend to take the 2 avatars to the Red Moon Base City. Instead, he let the 2 avatars go hunting ferocious beasts. The gong methods he injected into the 2 avatars both contained the devouring attribute, which could refine strange medicines to a great extent, and refine the ferocious beast's essence and blood to grow their chi and blood. The 2 avatars only had the thoughts of killing and increasing their strength, and with him as the main body, every move of the 2 avatars could be detected by him, standing and observing from a god's perspective. As for the names, let's call them Mako I and Mako II. There was one thing that was rather unfortunate. The 2 incarnations didn't have a system, which was unique and could only rely on them to cultivate on their own. However, with their natural strength, cultivating them shouldn't be too bad. I really look forward to how far they will grow when I need to absorb them. When the 2 avatars left, Mu Dao's expression became serious as he looked in the direction of Red Moon Base City. His eyes filled with ferocious and abusive intent. Since they dared to slaughter the city, he also dared to slaughter a city of ferocious beasts. 4 hours later, Madeo came to a location that was 1,000 meters away from the Red Moon Base City, where roars could be heard in the ears. All kinds of unpleasant odors were intertwined, and the tall high walls of the Red Moon Base City, which had been almost destroyed, were densely packed with weak and small ferocious beasts standing on them. Coming into the sky above, the lower air was filled with ruins, debris, blood that seemed to be drying up, human remains littered everywhere, tissues, and those Saint Realm ferocious beasts, each of which had hundreds or thousands of ferocious beasts gathered around them. Having eaten human flesh, the ferocious beasts were even more brutal, and even their strength grew a lot. The number of ferocious beasts here should be 300,000 to 400,000. Roar! Suddenly, a dozen Saint Realm ferocious beasts let out a roar in unison, and all the ferocious beasts' heads were held high in the air, and the scene, which was originally chaotic, suddenly became orderly. The ferocious beasts were mobilizing. They wanted to leave this place. As for where they wanted to go, it should just be the human base city. Clang! Suddenly, a powerful attack suddenly chopped at him. Madeo immediately reacted and blasted out a fist to resist the sudden attack, only to see a man with a golden mask appear. Who was it if it wasn't Zun Yuan or someone else? And there were 10 saints standing beside him. Mu Dao was a bit curious as to how many Saint Realms there were in the abyssal prison. It seemed like the Saint Realms had died quite a bit, and every time he saw them, there seemed to be no shortage of Saint Realm powerhouses. So it's Madeo. Ha ha, I've been looking for you for a long time. Have you thought about how to die? Ha ha, profound dignity. A defeated man. What is there to worry about? That day, I don't know who fled on their ass. The eyes under the mask of the abyssal dignitary suddenly became distorted, and there was no need to guess what his face looked like right now. Modeo. Sharp teeth are not real skill. Here I am. I have more than 30 Saint Realms, as well as an army of hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'll knock out your teeth, gouge out one of your eyes, pull out your tongue, chop off your limbs, skin and bone you, and feed your meat to you. You know what? How pleasing it is to my ears and how exciting it feels to hear the sounds of those human animals screaming. These Saint Realm ferocious beasts, do you know what they like to eat the most? Young children. Human young children. Will allow those weak and ferocious beasts to remove the young children's heads, empty their bodies, roast them, and swallow them by the hundreds in one gulp. Those lustful ferocious beasts are most fond of human women, especially young, dead. Madeo really can't listen to it anymore. He now has only one thought: kill this gang. A fist blasted toward Abyssal Zune. Abyssal Zune eyes surfaced contempt. Modeo, to be honest, but also have to thank you. Otherwise I will not have the opportunity to break through. Now I for the SSS level. Bang. The two fists blasted together, and the powerful recoil stopped the words that hadn't yet come out of Yuenzuen's mouth, and the mask on his face was destroyed cleanly, revealing the face. His face was twisted. His skin was destroyed by the force, turning into a bloody man. The sound of bones crushing was so obvious, and the whole person quickly flew backwards. It fell to the ground and smashed a huge deep pit. Madeo didn't want to give him any respite. No wonder Yuchi would look down on him. His strength was much weaker than Yuchi. Rubbish. It's really a waste of my martial arts talent. Extreme thunder at hand. This kind of speed made the profound prison Saint Realm unable to react at all. They simply couldn't think that their respected prison son wouldn't be a one-strike enemy of the person in front of them. Instantly arriving at the side of the profound exalt, chi and blood surged and shattered his limbs. The shattered limbs grew tentacles that kept surging. But unfortunately, with this kind of power, they could never grow. Yuanzun's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know if it was or was just pain. How is it possible? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha ha. Yes? Madeo let out a cold smile. He had already discovered a little pattern. That type of escape seemed invincible. But there were limitations. He stabbed out with his spear, and the space in the sky around him twisted and shattered. And that bizarre force really didn't fall. Your bottom card isn't there. I'll see how you escape today. A finger pointing at Yuenzuen's collarbone, shattering Yuenzuen's collarbone, followed by gouging out one of his eyes, cutting off both of his ears, cutting off half of his tongue, his nose, and all of it raced into his mouth, and lastly, stomping on his crotch with a single foot, the powerful mighty pressure was unleashed, bit by bit, shattering the bones of his entire body. System, I'm injecting life energy, don't let him die. Woo, woo. At this moment, the profound dignity could not be seen in any bit of human form at all. Abyssal dignity, take a good look and see how I destroy everything you rely on. Such a tragic situation happened in just a few seconds. The 10 Saint Realms of the abyssal prison rushed forward, and Madeo set up the position of the Abyssal Zune, holding the dark evil in his hand, and killed 10 Saint Realms, and the strongest of them is just SSS rank. It's complete garbage. Extreme Dharma body, crime and punishment Gun Sutra. The sky full of chi and blood surged, forming a substantial killing potential enveloping and covering the 10 Saint Realms, causing their figures to steeply become frozen and slow, and their eyes were filled with a color of incomprehension. What kind of monster is this? And is the gap between them and it really so huge? The monstrous killing gun intent covered the 10 Saint Realms, rewarding and punishing all the evils of the world. Just like the descent of the Shura and the advent of the Sea of Blood, the entire world, all of it, turned into a world of blood-colored gun intent. Bang, bang. A sound of impact came from the 10 Saint Realm enemies. Their bodies were like porcelain dolls, creating cracks and exploding. Ding, the host killed 10 Saint Realms. Pick up success. Blood value plus 12.9 billion cards. Martial skill experience value plus 19.9 billion. Saint Essence blood plus 100 drops. Gong Fu. Martial skill. Madeo looked towards Abyssal Zune, whose only eye, gushing out tears of blood, was filled with endless anger and despair. But unfortunately, he should have thought that he would end up in the present situation. He who kills, man kills. Chapter 162, Imperial Beast Sneak Attack. Fuchi-sama, take a good look at them next. They'll be right down to keep you company. The superb battle that erupted. The saint's blood that contained rich energy, constantly stimulated the ferocious beasts below. Although the abyssal prison and the fierce beasts were temporarily allied, it didn't mean that the fierce beasts had lost their bone-deep desire for human flesh and blood. Roar! A dozen Saint Realm ferocious beast roars resounded through the heavens and earth as hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts rushed towards Mu Dao alone. Mu Dao stood in the middle of the sky and laughed crazily. Live as a human, die as a ghost. Kill one beast. Little Doyle. Slaughter 10,000 beasts as a king. Slaughter 1,000,000 beasts as a god. Kill, kill, kill. Although the number of ferocious beasts was high, they were all mostly trash. So what if they were more numerous? They would only provide him with chi and blood, and he would only get stronger the more he killed. And with the ferocious beasts being so dense, it was even easier to kill them. Killing potential. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Crime and Punishment Gun Sutra. The killing potential spread 10,000 meters away, close to the 500-meter position. No ferocious beasts of the sea realm and below could enter. As long as they entered, they would all turn into a streak of blood mist. A steady stream of system voices rang out. A bit noisy, but he liked it because each voice represented a strength. I don't know if these ferocious beasts are enough for me to kill up to the SSS realm. In just half an hour, Mu Dao didn't know exactly how many ferocious beasts he had destroyed, but there should be 10 or 20,000 ferocious beasts. If one were to view it from God's perspective, one would see a scene like this. A 10,000 meter area shrouded in blood mist. Outside were densely packed ferocious beasts, forming layer upon layer of circles, surging towards the blood-colored area. Shining Sun Base City. Lo saw that Medeo is still not back, fearing that Medeo will do something stupid. The destruction of Red Moon Base City is more heartbreaking to him than everyone else, but revenge without reason will only lead to a more miserable death. If Mu Dao's battle power was heaven-defying, if he wanted to overthrow the ferocious beasts of Red Moon Base City alone, it would never be possible. Plus now, the scouts hadn't passed on the news of the invasion of the ferocious beasts' army yet, so by all rights, it should have been long overdue, because they had already set up the homunculus detection machine in an area 100,000 meters away from the Red Moon Base City. They would have more time to set up the battlefield once they found out that the Red Moon Base City Fierce Beasts army had set off in unison. But now, there's no news at all. It's just too weird. Los looked to the Shoryuken City Juggernaut. Shoryuken Juggernaut, have those wizards drone fighters push forward, get close to Red Moon Base City, and send back the Red Moon Base City image. Los and a group of Saint Realms arrived at a conference hall, and in front of them was a huge screen that was divided into more than 20 small screens, each of which was 2 meters in size. The images from the wizard's drone fighter came in. 100,000 meters advanced to 90,000 meters, 80,000 meters, 70,000 meters, and until 40,000 meters, there were no ferocious beasts to be seen. Advancing forward to 30,000 meters, everyone was stunned. In front of them were densely packed ferocious beasts, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside wrapped a 10,000 meter area of the Sea of Blood, and with today's level of technology, the image of 10,000 meters away could be seen very clearly. Others didn't know, but Los did, having experienced this kind of tactic from Medeo. This fellow, Medeo, really is a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. Someone, immediately organize half of the firepower of Shoryuken Base City and head to support Makuto. He's fighting for our church's court. We can't let him get cold feet. But right at that moment, a pillar of blood gold intertwined light shot up into the sky, and Medeo's figure appeared with a bang. Not only was Medeo not injured, but he had become even more powerful. The entire person was like an indestructible true god, and his every move was enough to shock the heavens and earth. Godson Los, what exactly is this person? I'm afraid that it's an invincible existence under the Emperor realm. He's Mu Dao, that Blue Star's #1 heavenly pride. From the Blue Star Heavenly Pride competition, it's only been more than 7 or 8 months, and he's grown to such an advancement. He's the #1 person in Blue Star. No? Los suddenly thought of something and blushed. If Mu Dao really overthrew hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts with his current strength, would it cause an attack from the Emperor beasts? Fear not 10,000. Fear not one thing. If it really came to that point, Mu Dao would surely die, and no one would be able to save him. You guys don't want to miss a single frame. I'm going to God. No sooner had Los left than a voice rang in his head. The greatest powerhouse of the papal court, the Emperor of Creation. Los, I already know your intention to come. This son of Shangxia is extremely talented and his battle power is divine. If those don't follow the rules, I will step in and save him. Mu Dao was killing more and more, without the slightest feeling of exhaustion. His chi and blood were rising all the time, and none of the ferocious beasts could break through his defenses. Seeing that the ferocious beasts were being killed more and more, Those Saint Realm, Zune Realm ferocious beasts couldn't sit still, and they all let out angry roars at Madeo. Mu Dao did not think that it was true that he did not decapitate them in advance because he was not afraid of them, decapitating them in advance. So many ferocious beasts did not have a commander-in-chief. If they ran away, how could he improve his strength? In this way, Madeo had been killing for 4 or 5 hours. And these ferocious beasts also had iron heads and didn't know fear and didn't fear death. In a distant location space, a huge mantis emperor beast that was more than 1,000 meters long, a figure emerged from its blood-red bulging eyes. And if one looked closely, one would realize that the figure was Madeo. The mantis emperor beast surfaced with a tyrannical intent. The reason why all the emperor realms were not allowed to strike was to curb the imbalance in battle power between the two sides. That one needed humans and ferocious beasts to engage in a racial death battle. They could not overthrow a certain race in a short period of time. They needed to have a long period of time for the races to fight against each other. But now, Makoto's existence had completely disrupted the balanced situation. He, who deserves to be killed. Madeo didn't have the slightest idea that he was once again being targeted by the emperor beasts. He was completely immersed in killing, and the increase in his strength had mesmerized him. After 4 or 5 hours of killing, Mu Dao had killed no less than 100,000 ferocious beasts, but most of them were low-ranked ferocious beasts. Ahead of them was only about 500 calories, with a chi and blood growth of more than 100 million calories. It's still the most cost-effective to behead Saint Realm ferocious beasts. One head is several hundred million cards. If we continue, I guess those holy beasts will run away, and that would be more than worth it. He revolved the extreme thunder at hand and instantly left this place, running towards the dozen or so Saint Realm ferocious beasts. Only one was at SSS plus level. The others were at SSS and SSS levels. Weak, a little weak. Silent gun scripture. Mu Dao instantly killed an SSS ranked ferocious beast with a single drop of his spear. Ding! The host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 620 million in chi blood, plus 930 million in martial skill experience value, plus 1 in holy realm energy, and plus 1 in holy realm essence blood. Ding! The host has succeeded in decapitation, picking up plus 630 million in chi blood, plus 1.02 billion in martial skill experience value, plus 1 in saint energy, and plus 1 in saint essence blood. Ding! All of Mu Dao's chi and blood were running, and he struck out forcefully with the strongest means, without trial and error, playfulness, and without striking out. Once he struck out, it was a sure kill. Just as he was locking onto the next Saint Realm ferocious beast, in the air above him, a green-colored blade of light suddenly surged forth, seemingly cutting through the void. Mu Dao was startled. Damn! This is an Emperor Realm attack. He resisted this attack with all his might. However, the difference between his strength and the Emperor Realm was too great, and he was chopped by the large green blade, sending a violent explosion in the air, and light golden blood spilled from the air. Mudeo's tragic body fell to the ground, and countless ferocious beasts swarmed up. Chapter 163, Relic of God. Greenwood Emperor Beast. You are blatantly tearing up the agreement. Looking for death. The moment Mu Dao was chopped down, a violent cry came from the depths of the sky, and a killing spear formed by a purple divine thunderbolt, carrying powerful emperor energy, forcefully chopped to the other side of the sky. Immediately after that, an exterminating thunderbolt fell in the direction of Mu Dao, and the ferocious beasts in a 10,000 meter radius, regardless of their strength, instantly turned into pieces. Mu Dao was wrapped by a purple protective barrier and was not affected by this attack, except that his current appearance was almost as bad as being dead, with light golden blood continuously flowing out, huge wounds deep enough to be seen on the bone, and his breath was like a candle in the wind, which would dissipate as soon as the wind blew. A handsome middle-aged man in golden armor appeared in the middle of the purple thunder waterfall, with purple thunder surging through his entire body. He was an Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Pope's court, the Creation Emperor. As soon as he appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth had lost their colors and only thunder remained. As he walked step by step in the direction of Makoto, and with every step he took, thunder ripples were born in the air. Those golden eyes stared at Mudeo, unable to see any changes. After a long time, a sigh escaped faintly from his mouth. It's a pity. It seems that no matter how powerful one is under the Emperor Realm, they can't block an Emperor Realm attack. He had come here long ago and should have made his move in time, but he wanted to see if Mu Dao, who was known as the first genius of mankind, could block a strike from the Emperor Realm, and now it seemed that he had gambled wrongly, and that Mu Dao wasn't as powerful as the legends. Greenwood Emperor Beast, why don't you come out? On the other side of the sky, a dense green light emanated from the sky, and the body of a kilometer-high mantis-fierce beast slowly climbed out. The Greenwood Emperor Beast was standing, not in a crawling state. Its humanoid body gave a powerful sense of oppression. and its sharp beast face surfaced with humanized contempt. Human, do you really think that this Emperor Beast is afraid of you? If not for the constraint of not being able to make a move in the Emperor realm, I would have already slaughtered you humans. This human kid kills and kills. You retreat. I also retreat. How? The Creation Emperor didn't say anything. He didn't care about the death of Mu Dao. Even if he was a genius that didn't grow up was nothing. As for the claim that Mu Dao came to support the Pope's court before being attacked by the Emperor Beasts, he wasn't caring about that either. This was the Emperor realm. It was easy to lose one's humanity. Having stood at the top of the power for too long, humanity had long since receded a lot. Greenwood Emperor Beast, you retreat. I won't hold you accountable. The scene that looked like an imperial battle was about to take place seemed as if it had never happened as the figures of the Creation Emperor and the Cyanwood Emperor Beast dissipated. As for Makamichi, who was no different from a dead man, he was just forgotten. The profound dignity who had been cut into human swine by Madeo still stood at the top end. He watched Madeo fall to the ground. His only eye revealed a color of surprise. He wanted to say something but could only make a whimpering sound. He could only utilize some method to seek support from the abyssal prison. With the means of the gods, there must be a way for him to recover from his injuries, and there was still hope for him to survive. Makoto died before him. His nose, teeth, and tongueless mouth was open and appeared to be smiling, looking incredibly creepy, except that he couldn't make any sound. A human swine, and ghost-like face, with the only eye gazing across the battlefield, as terrifying as it could be. In the city of Shoryuken, Los looked at the images coming in on Tomoko's monitor with a face full of disbelief. Was this still the god he respected? For a while, his thoughts were a bit complicated. No, even if we can't save Madeo, we still have to let him have a whole body. He came here to save the papal court. It's my papal court that has wronged him. Creation, from this day forward, you are no longer the god I honor. At the order of the Shining Sun Base City Master, attack Red Moon Base City with all your might and decimate that gang. Los's actions did not fall into the eyes of the Emperor of Creation, who frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, before he became completely invisible. In the center of the battlefield of Red Moon Base City, the attack of the Creation Emperor was still lingering, and for a while, no ferocious beasts in a 10,000 meter radius dared to approach, and once they did, they would be instantly overpowered and killed by the lingering purple thunder. Calmly lying on the ground, Madeo's body floated with mysterious great Dao runes, constantly winding and flowing through his body. His injuries were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the greater half of the area was enveloped in light golden chi and blood. Time passed, the residual energy left behind by the Creation Emperor dissipated, and the ferocious beasts slowly advanced forward. The blood spilled by Madeo had a fatal attraction to them. 3 hours later, it was only the last 500 meters away from Madeo, until the attacks left behind by the Creation Emperor no longer harmed them. Those saint beasts stepped forward and surged in the direction of Madeo. Their eyes were filled with desire for Madeo's flesh and blood. Madeo only felt that his body had been smashed to pieces. His mind had been awake. It was just that his physical condition didn't allow him to wake up. What happened in the outside world was clear to him. He couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Holy, I was almost shattered. Wasn't it said that Emperor Realm strength is not allowed to participate in fights below the Emperor Realm? Why did the Emperor Beast make a move to strike me down? And that Pope Court Emperor? His heart is too dark, walking away without thinking to take me away. I'll remember you and hope that one day, you don't have to beg me. He was, now, a little discouraged with the papal court, and with the first time, who knew if there would be a second? Feeling a dozen or so Saint Beast auras running towards him, a tyrannical feeling welled up in the bottom of his heart. It's not necessary to get angry with the blood value, but, I'm angry. Just when the dozen or so Saint Beasts were only 100 meters away from him, Mu Dao violently opened his eyes. Monstrous chi and blood surged out. The killing potential became substantial and formed a sea of blood, and the killing gun intent spread throughout the entire sea of blood. Silent gun scripture. The dozen or so sacred beasts were instantly startled. They didn't know what had happened. Why a dead human had suddenly come back to life and was so powerful. Wasn't the human in front of him decimated by their god? Why didn't they die? But there is little time left for them to think. 3 or 4 sacred beasts had their heads penetrated and exploded into shreds, their huge bodies collapsing, without giving them the slightest chance. Mu Dao operated the extreme thunder at hand and instantly arrived in front of the remaining Saint Beasts, carrying out indiscriminate attacks to vent his anger. Los, who was about to arrive at the Red Moon Base City, had his eyes staring immensely. Holy hell, how did Makoto come back to life? The Shining Sun Sovereign's face was also covered with astonishment. Madeo suffered an attack from an Emperor Beast and was no different from a dead man was what all of them saw. But right now, what happened to Madeo who was alive and well? Ha ha, I knew it. This kid Macdao is a miracle. Never going by the book. Set out with all your might to support Makoto. Los laughed madly. They had already done one thing to apologize to Makoto. They absolutely could not let him continue to resent the papal court. It so happened that at this time a voice rang in Los's head. It was one of the most vocal emperors of the papal court, with a status similar to that of the ancient Egyptian empire's Brahmadishur, the god of the town who had survived 1,000 years ago to the present day. Era Emperor. Los, when this is over, let him go to the god's ruins. It's also a bit of compensation for him. Chapter 164, Chaotic Immortal Bone, a truly flawless body. A dozen or so saint beasts, in just a short period of time, were killed by Makoto with strong means, 6 or 7 of them, and their chi and blood grew by more than 4 billion calories again, and the chi and blood consumed by coalescing Makoto I and Makoto II had been completely made up for. Modeo, we're here to support you. A dozen or so Pope's court warships appeared, and more than 100,000 martial artists appeared, attacking the remaining ferocious beasts in unison. Seeing Los, Makoto's broken heart slightly warmed back some. Los, don't let these ferocious beasts escape. These holy beasts, leave them all to me. After saying that, Mu Dao once again erupted with a powerful attack. Chopping at the remaining 11 saint beasts, he surrounded a dozen holy beasts by himself. Big Sun Heavy Fist. Silent Gun Scripture. With his speed, he instantly moved in front of these saint beasts, and they couldn't react at all. As the attacks fell, they were unable to react immediately, and their proud defenses were like papier-mâché at the moment. If you can kill someone with one blow, you definitely don't perform two. One instant kill. After a dozen or so breaths, only that one SSS plus grade holy beast remained. The chi and blood that fell within 1,000 meters, he could pick up completely. So much so that his chi and blood was now on the verge of reaching 100 billion cards. Breaking through the SS plus level chi blood reached 72 billion cards. Beheading the 10 saint realms of the abyssal prison grew 12.9 billion cards of chi blood. And with the 18 saint realm fierce beasts that he had now beheaded, it grew by more than 13 billion cards of chi blood. The ferocious beasts that the army of the papal court had decimated, as well as the chi and blood dropped by the army of more than 100,000 martial artists. He could pick up all of them, and his chi and blood was rapidly advancing towards 100 billion calories of chi and blood. Not far from the holy realm, the only SSS plus great holy beast felt the aura emanating from Mu Dao, and had already developed a sense of fear, giving birth to the idea of running away. But how could Mu Dao let the duck in hand run away? It was all about the chi and blood value. He glanced in the direction of the abyssal's owner, whose only eye showed fear, and it was good, very good, immensely good. Didn't the profound sovereign like to put people in a state of extreme fear and then go on to abuse them? Today, he must let him experience his favorite death technique. To fight. Roar. A thick and powerful pillar of destructive light was spat out from the mouth of the SSS plus grade saint beast, and without the slightest bit of fear, Mudeo greeted it straight up. Taking one step forward, sparks continued to emanate from his golden body as he approached the SSS plus grade saint beasts, and Makoto exploded with a cry. Die for me. Silence, Gun Sutra. Dark Evil's black and white lines erupted with extreme darkness and extreme day power, destroying everything with a shot that fell. SSS plus ranked holy beast, pawn, ding, the host decapitated successfully, picking up plus 1.5 billion in blood value, plus 2.3 billion in martial skill experience value, plus 1 in Holy Realm Essence Blood, and plus 1 in Holy Realm Energy. Afterward, Mu Dao looked at the remaining SS Realm Zune beasts, S-Class Imperial beasts, and killed them. Sacred Summer. The Fierce Beast Army also completely launched an attack on Sacred Summer, and the 10 major sanctuaries were on alert all over the city to fend off the constant stream of fierce beasts attacking. In addition to the ferocious beasts on the land, the ferocious beasts in the sea also participated in this battle. Even though the land was not their home turf and didn't have much of a fighting advantage, the numerous sea ferocious beasts climbed up onto the land and ran in unison towards the 10 major shelters. In less than a month's time, many incomparably renowned teenage powerhouses had emerged from Sacred Summer. The 10 junior Supreme Seal geniuses also formally displayed their prowess as Heaven's Pride. Among them, the most famous is Xiao Yunjing, holding a Jinfeng sword, a sword like cold, frozen 3,000 miles. Kill the ferocious beasts chills. The town side. Shenwu, ancient No Lawn Love, ancient Xianwei, dancing red fish, Xuanwu shelter. After that beast disaster, Gongzi Shi, Lin Jiandao, and Su Xiaoxiao stayed in Xuanwu shelter and did not return to Chaos Academy. In a few months' time, Su Xiaoxiao also detached herself from the sadness of her death during the ancient wasteland, and seemed to have changed into a different person. And she, who originally only had S-grade talent, progressed very rapidly. in the middle of the battlefield. The performance once surpassed that of Lin Jodo and Gong Zishir. Chaos Asylum. Mu Ling secretly joined the Chaos Town Martial Arts Division, leaping to become the most talented freshman member of the Chaos Town Martial Arts Division. Originally, the speed of cultivation had slowed down, but recently, once again, there had been an outburst, and she didn't know why. It took Yan Hao's breath away, but when he thought of her being Mudeo's sister, it all made sense. Perverted family members should be perverted as well, right? After he obtained the Golden Crow Fire Seed gifted by Mac Dao, he was quite a bit stronger than before, and even if he didn't actively release his aura, it still gave people a burning sensation. Abyssal Prison Unknown Space. Jiang Fan had never gone out on the pretext of a breakthrough. In the past 2 days, the Thunder Prison Messenger and the Inferno Prison Messenger had already been rushing him. It was only now that Mudeo's name was being focused on by them. It hadn't been in their eyes before, and ever since the Xuanwu sheltered beast tied, Mudeo's name had started to surface before their eyes. With the recent events, everything that had happened to Abyss Prison was not going well, and the layout had all been broken, and it seemed that it was all because of Mudeo, who was like Abyss Prison's nemesis. Ancient Egyptian Empire. Yu Qi almost overthrew the Pope's court. Although the situation has not been transmitted, but their hearts have already given birth to a bad premonition. Desolate, come see us as soon as possible after the breakthrough. Mu Dao stood high in the sky, looking down at the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beast corpses without a single ripple in his heart. Racial disputes were never something that could be settled kindly. Humans are dominant, at most enslaved, captive. If the beasts are dominant, humans will only be killed their roots, cut off their seed. His blood value was just a hair short of breaking through 100 billion cards. Turning his gaze towards the Abyssal Zune. By beheading the Abyssal Zune, the original body's wish would be completely fulfilled. How does this feel? Honorable Abyss, how does this feel? The grudge between you and I was predetermined more than 10 years ago, and the cause that was planted should end today. Woo, woo. The veins in the neck of the profound Exalt bulged. His eyes were filled with fear, and tears of blood continued to gush out. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop Mudeo from killing him for sure. Big Sun Heavy Fist. A fist blasted down, and in the end, all that was left was a huge deep pit, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be the color of blood. Ding! Host decapitated successfully. Blood value plus 1.6 billion. Martial skill experience value plus 2.6 billion. Saint Essence blood plus 1. Saint Energy plus 1. Martial skill plus. Kung Fu plus. Ding! The host has picked up the SSS grade talent. Chaotic Immortal Bone. Ding! The system has detected that the Chaos Immortal Bone belongs to the host's original martial arts talent. Due to the grade being too low, it is recommended to fuse it in the Dao level talent, within the Chaos of the Realms, which can make up for a hint of the dark wounds left in the body and achieve a perfect body. System, meaning my previous body wasn't perfect? Ding! Yes, the perfect body that the host understands is not the same as what this system is talking about. It's something indefinable. After fusion the host feels it on his own. Fusion it is then. SSS ranked martial arts talent was indeed too low right now. A strange energy entered his body and he shivered. It felt like there was suddenly something extra. Something that was supposed to be his like, couldn't tell, but could feel it. It's like a sword with a tiny nick, even if you build it with any material to complete the nick. However, the material of the sword is unique, even if the repair is completed. It's not the original body quality of the sword. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. Chapter 165 Infinite Killing Cycle. At this point, the last trace of defects in Mu Dao ended completely, and his body was perfect. Makuto, you've become powerful again. Los came to Mudeo's side, his eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, with a hint of complexity. Mudeo acted a little flat. There were some things that he needed to hear explained. Whether they were true or false, he had his own decision to make. Seeing that Makoto reacted a bit unpleasantly, Los understood something at once. Mac Dao, the matter before was done wrongly by an emperor of my church's court. But another emperor of my church's court, the epical emperor, has promised that after this matter is resolved, he will allow you to enter the divine ruins as a form of compensation for you. Relic of God? Makoto raised his eyebrows slightly. The gods' ruins sounded like a good place. The ruins of the gods is the most mysterious place in my church's court, containing the chance to become an emperor. Several emperors of my church's court all became emperors after coming out from the ruins of the gods. Their exact origin is unknown, and they landed in my church's court 1,000 years ago. When I break through the SSS plus rank, I will also enter it to gain a sliver of chance to become an emperor realm. If I were to rely on myself, I don't know how many more years it would take. Any martial artist who breaks through the SSS plus rank in our papal court will have the opportunity to enter the divine ruins. Things had come to a head. and since others had already bowed their heads, Makoto didn't want to continue to delve into it. He was very curious about the so-called God's ruins, not to mention becoming an Emperor realm, but at least moving towards the SSS realm. Los, then you will take me to the ruins of the gods. I think that by destroying the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts in Red Moon Base City, it's estimated that the ferocious beasts won't organize a large-scale invasion in a short period of time. The person I beheaded previously was the prisoner of the Abyss Prison, and the hands of the Abyss Prison shouldn't be able to reach in so easily. In the space of the Pope's court emperors, the Creation Emperor sipped his own wine without speaking, his face ancient and unperturbed. The Era Emperor's body emerged. Creation, your character has become cold. There was a time when you weren't also concerned about the suffering of the earth and revered life, but nowadays, you're a bit strange to me. After a long time, the Creation Emperor slowly spoke. Gun, haven't you noticed that after a long time, all the people closest to you are gone, and you're the only one who has no one to talk to, no one to keep you company? Besides, the cultivation path has already reached the top, and for the rest of our lives, we won't be able to go any further, and after 1,000 years, we'll be turned into a piece of yellow earth. Compared to most people, we live too long to be born, grow old, die, and be doomed to a fate with which we cannot empathize. Genesis, you're on the wrong path. The point of cultivation is not to become ruthless. The two of them, Makoto and Los, traveled in a battleship, making their way in a certain direction, and finally, entered the Papal Court Base City, Star Base City. Star Base City, one of the largest base cities in the Papal Court, had a status similar to that of the Chaos Asylum in Sacred Summer. It took 10 days to arrive at Star Base City from the overthrown Red Moon Base City. The two of them entered Star Base City and did not stop, but went all the way forward to the place where Madeo was a little surprised, because the most central area of Star Base City was a primitive forest covering tens of thousands of meters, more vast and primitive than the forests in the wilderness. Outside, there was an urban civilization full of technology, which was a little weird how it looked, but at the same time, there was something shocking about it. When he came here, Mu Dao had a feeling of insignificance. Mac Dao, the god's ruins are at the very center. I'll take you there. The two people run the body method, but just a few moments will come to the center of the forest. The most center is a close to 3,000 meters of the abyssal crack. Inside the black, exudes a faint brown aura. Cannot see what is the scene under the abyssal crack. Los, is this abyssal rift the true relic of the gods? Yes, but Mudeo, based on so many SSS plus ranked martial artists entering in the past, there was no small amount of death crises. Many gained nothing, and some had a great chance to come out in a month's time at the most, because no one has ever come out beyond a month's time. In addition, everyone who enters it sees it differently, so it is not possible to give you too much accurate information. With your strength, there should not be a problem. Good luck. Mudeo wasn't afraid. He was becoming more and more curious about the god's ruins. Los, I'll take what I can get. Well, I'll be living in Star Base City for a month, and in a month's time, I expect to see you. Mudeo jumped into the god's ruins with a single leap, and the moment he entered, he felt an extreme blazing power surging into his body, and what seemed to be a very cold crack was incomparably blazing when he entered it. Half an hour later, he felt a solid feeling in his feet. He should have reached the bottom of the earth. According to the speed of his descent, half an hour, it should also be tens of thousands of meters deep. He stabilized his mind, and only then carefully surveyed his surroundings. An endless fiery red space, the ground, the air, all covered with faint fiery patterns, as if there was magma bubbling up. The temperature was incomparably hot. Here, what opportunities will await me? Mudeo was full of passion and flew all the way forward. After flying continuously for half an hour, it was the same environment. He immediately felt bad. He should be in an illusionary realm. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Usually challenges with illusions were not simple challenges, and the chances of obtaining them should be more. However, the next time he flew continuously for 2 more hours, it was still the same environment, which made him irritated. System, scan this place for me. Ding, it has been scanned successfully. This space is a real space, not a virtual space. The host has not triggered a real challenge yet, so how do I trigger it? Ding, the host is figuring it out on his own. I don't know. Mudeo quieted his mind and carefully explored for a few hours. Other than the temperature was getting higher, there was almost no change. Why don't we go back first? It's too weird here. He headed overhead and flew for an hour, still in the same environment, with no way to get out. Asterisk. What the hell is this place? He now finally understood that this haunted place should not allow him to go out without completing some kind of condition. Falling to the ground, he swung out a spear, monstrous chi and blood surging, blowing a deep pit out of the ground. The deep pit quickly returned to its original form, and just when he thought it was still the same, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently, only to see that all around, out of nowhere, densely packed ferocious beasts appeared, all of them 50 meters in size, looking similar to lizards, with their entire body blood red and covered in magma lines, not looking like fakes, the same color, the same skin. He roughly glanced at them. There should be about 10,000 of them, not too many. Sensed the strength. All of them were S-class strength. Uncertain of the situation here, he didn't want to consume too much chi and blood as he blasted out with a single punch, shattering 10 ferocious beasts. Ding! Host decapitated successfully, picking up 10,000 cards of chi and blood. What? These creatures are real? No! How come an S-ranked ferocious beast only has 100 calories of chi blood? Where exactly is the problem? But since he could increase his chi and blood, he didn't need to shy away from the kill and be done with it. 10,000 monsters comparable to S-realm ferocious beasts were all decapitated by him in less than half an hour, and his chi and blood increased by 1,000,000 calories. Mosquito meat. Before he could rest, another wave of the same number of monsters with the same strength suddenly appeared. In half an hour, he completed another beheading, again growing 1,000,000 cards of chi blood, thinking that it was about to end. Who knew that another batch of the same monsters would appear? Makoto was confused and enraged at the same time. If I were to say that I'm still afraid if I don't grow my chi and blood, but if I grow my chi and blood, what's there to be afraid of? An infinite cycle, right? Let's see if you wear me out or if I consume you all. That dead thing behind you. If I find you, I'm going to whip you into shape. Chapter 166 Shepherd's Way is dead. After killing a batch, another batch came. If Makoto didn't remember correctly, there should be 20 waves of kills. The chi and blood grew by 20 million calories. In pain and pleasure. He didn't know how to crack this weird environment. The only thing he could do at the moment was to kill and grow his strength. He wasn't afraid of having consumption. Big deal. He just kept on consuming. But it suddenly occurred to me that if there were a few years, a dozen years, of this kind of consumption, it would be the end of the line. On second thought, it didn't seem right. It couldn't have lasted this long. No one would be stupid enough to do something so laborious that it lasted this long. In that case, I'll enjoy the progress of my strength next. Infinite killing. It's up to you to be infinite or not. Time passed quickly, and soon, more than 24 days had passed, and Lo stood outside the god's ruins, frowning and muttering. It's already been more than 20 days. Why hasn't Madeo come out yet? There are still the last few days. I hope nothing goes wrong. Makoto was also a bit annoyed that it was nearing the 1 month that Los had mentioned, and he still hadn't figured out how he was going to get out of this place. More than 20 days. Every day would repeat the same killing. He was almost killing vomit. A day to kill at least 40 waves. A wave of ferocious beasts 1,000,000 chi blood value. A day is 40 million cards of chi blood. A month, it's only 1.2 billion cards of chi blood. It seemed quite a lot, but it was too little for him. Killing a random holy beast, an instantaneous matter, would yield slightly less than 1.2 billion cards of chi blood? Here, it would take a month. Moreover, the ferocious beasts outside were eyeing him, and he wanted to return to sacred summer, so he had even less extra time to grind here. After killing for a month, he managed to increase his chi blood by 1.2 billion cards, but he couldn't seem to get out. No matter what method he used, he couldn't fly out. He just tried it once and got bounced off. For a moment, he wanted to cry, thinking that Los wasn't so bad as to lie to himself. Could it be that he had been so unlucky that he had triggered some very difficult challenge and he hadn't discovered the hidden rules himself? What he just didn't know was that the outside world had shaken, because the relic of God, which had existed in the Pope's court for 1,000 years, suddenly shook, and the huge fissure, strangely healed. The scene all fell into Los's eyes, and he was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes as hard as he could, as if he had seen a ghost. Mom, the Makoto is gone. The relics of the gods are gone. Did they all die together? Such a significant matter caught the attention of many powerful people in the Pope's court, and the Creation Emperor and Epical Emperor appeared with the same unbelievable look in their eyes. If they hadn't gained the opportunity from the divine ruins, they wouldn't have broken through to the Emperor realm. And they had been trying to figure out the secrets of the divine ruins for so many years, but had never found them, and now they had suddenly disappeared. Era God, Mudeo is still inside and hasn't come out. The epical emperor's hand covered the ground. The emperor's energy was released and surged into the ground. After a few breaths, he frowned. The god's ruins had indeed disappeared. There was no aura of life at the bottom of the ground, which meant that Makoto should have died. If you don't come out for a month, you will never come out. This is the experience summarized over 1,000 years of time. And now that the god's ruins have suddenly disappeared, there is a high probability that Makoto is dead. Wait for another month, and if Madeo doesn't show up, then send an obituary to Sacred Summer that Madeo died in battle. Madeo didn't have the slightest idea of what was happening outside, and on the first day of the start of the second month, the number of S-Realm monsters changed from S-Realm monsters to SS-Realm monsters, and the number was still 10,000 heads. 10,000 SS-Realm monsters could not pose a threat to him, and any number of them were just ants that could be destroyed with his hands. Ding! The host has succeeded in decapitation. Picking up chi and blood plus 10 million cards. $10 million? Ha ha, cool. It's not picking up chi and blood. Madeo was instantly happy. 40 waves a day. One wave of 10 million. One day is 400 million. 1 month is 12 billion. He needed 720 by 2. 144 billion cards of chi blood to break through the SSS rank. And now that he had already broken through the 100 billion cards of chi blood mark, he was able to get a huge increase in his strength by breaking through the SSS rank right away. Kill. I'll have to make the kills shorter, so maybe the monsters will show up more often. Compress the time from half an hour to 20 minutes. It was indeed just as he had guessed, and he could have hunted a few more waves. Another month passed in a flash, and the disappearance of the god's ruins didn't cause any danger, and it didn't cause a sensation since other levels of martial artists didn't know about it except for the SSS level Holy Realm. Los had been standing in the same place for more than 10 days. Madeo really didn't come out. The probability was that he was dead. The ruins of the gods could create emperors. Then they could destroy emperors. No matter how powerful Madeo was, he was no match for the Emperor realm. AI, time and fate. Perhaps this is destiny. From that day on, an obituary from the papal court reached the high command of Holy Summer. The epical emperor himself sent it, and the one who received the obituary was naturally an emperor as well. And when Elder Tang Wujing saw the content of the message, he instantly felt his chi and blood rise a little. However, seeing what the Pope's court had explained, he still harbored a hope in his heart that Makoto hadn't died. This news, for the time being, was just buried in his heart and not spoken. In the third month, all of them had turned into SSS realm ferocious beasts, and Madeo felt the pressure, not as relaxed as before, but decimating a wave. You could gain 100 million cards of chi blood, and if you stabilized at 25 waves a day, that would be 2.5 billion cards of chi blood. In 1 month, it was 75 billion cardinalities of chi and blood, and when he did the math like this, he felt that this place suited him so well that he didn't even want to leave. On the 10th day, he killed a wave of SSS realm ferocious beasts, and his chi blood reached the limit of 144 billion calories, which was also when he broke through the SSS rank. His current chi and blood had changed from a light golden color to a golden blood color, enveloping a radius of 10,000 meters. His body once again ushered in a metamorphosis. His sensing range changed from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters. The avenue runes on his bones were even more profound and mysterious, and his aura had steeply skyrocketed, far exceeding the SS plus level. SSS realm saints, who needed to comprehend the power of the saints, used their strong chi and blood to communicate a certain attribute of the blue star, forming a powerful attack. He now, too, could feel this power, and the attributes between the blue stars. He could communicate with almost all of them, casting flames when he wanted to, and thunder when he wanted to, without being restricted. Cool. Is this the feeling of a SSS realm saint? All under saints are mole crickets. System, open the properties panel. Goldfinger, attribute pickup system. Host, Makito. Talent, immortal chaos, Taoist level. Martial arts, Taoist scriptures, Shuchang, Taoist level. Wu Yuan Di Jing, introductory, Taoist level. Martial realm, SSS rank. Chi and blood 145 billion cards. Martial skills Silent Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Sin Punishment Gun Sutra, perfection, cosmic grade. Extreme Thunder at hand, perfection. Great Sun Heavy Fist, perfection. Extreme Dao Dharma Body, perfection. Martial skill experience value, 30 billion. Partner, Xiao Yunjing. Weapon, Dark Evil. Favorite animal, Yubo,